Those who have transitioned to a Dark-type beast master know that Dark-type beasts not only have a fast cultivation speed but also great lethality. They can continuously grow stronger by devouring flesh, bones, and souls. Do you know how enjoyable it would be for a Dark-type beast master to arrive in a zombie world? Not only can the flesh of zombies feed flesh-type beasts, but the bones can also be used to strengthen beasts. Broken souls can be absorbed by soul-type beasts. And even the originally useless zombie brain cores have become divine materials that help beasts break through their limits. Even more absurdly, after devouring zombies, one can actually gain merit, and the heavenly Tao, in gratitude, directly gifted me a soul-type beast, the human emperor banner. All of this is because I obtained the dual-crossing gate of the apocalypse, allowing me to freely traverse between the beast master world and the zombie-infested apocalypse world. At this moment, I looked at my face, which was full of bruises in the mirror, and fell into deep thought. My previous self awakened a high-level Dark-type talent and gained the qualification to compete for a guaranteed admission slot against another person. However, as soon as the principal announced this news, I was targeted after school. After they killed the original host, I was brought over, and the original host's competitor is a high-level grass-type talent named Chen Yin, who comes from a fairly powerful family. His father, Chen Xing, is an elite beast master and is considered a top expert in this remote small town. No way, I can't go to school for now. If they find out I'm not dead, they'll come back, and next time it probably won't be so simple. Then I pondered for a moment while stroking my chin. I need to take the initiative and deal with his family first. I wonder if this world has paraquat. Since I've made up my mind, I can't hesitate. I immediately took out an old phone and started searching for it. I really like paraquat, this colorless and tasteless poison that leaves no cure once used. Back in the apocalyptic world, I used it to take out countless people. In order to obtain a large amount of pure paraquat without any adulterants or irritating odors, I specifically went to a factory that produces paraquat and established a base there. However, after searching online, I frowned. Is there really no such pesticide as paraquat? What a pity. Without this, it would be quite troublesome to deal with that elite beast master. By the way, according to my memory, the school should have given me a beast, so I clumsily opened my beast space using the method I remembered. The next moment, with a plop, a puddle of rotten mud fell out of the void, making a weak sound. This is the initial beast sent by the school after detecting my talent. A rare flesh-type, rotting mud monster. However, at this moment, this is already on the verge of death, with very little rotting mud representing its vitality left, and its size has shrunk by more than half compared to when I first saw it. Was it hurt by those people? I squatted down and stroked the little head of a hint of contemplation flashing in my eyes. That is one of the more powerful beasts among all the tamed beasts. And if I were to search for one myself, it would be difficult to find a beast more suitable for him than the. Therefore, I need to think of a way to heal but the problem is that its injuries are too severe. Conventional treatment methods are ineffective for this level of injury. I can only use decayed flesh and blood to replenish the essence. But the problem arises again. In the past, when humans and other races fought for living space and wars were everywhere, it was easier to find some rotting flesh and blood. That was also the peak period for all Dark-type beast masters. But now, with peace in the world, those things have become rare items, and if one is not careful, it could lead to trouble. Of course, wealthy Dark-type beast masters always have ways to obtain them, but what about those who are not rich and have no connections? Damn it! Back in the apocalypse, I had to smell the stench of the zombies myself, but I never expected that one day I would be troubled by rotting flesh and blood. However, as soon as the words fell, a familiar stench surged into my nostrils. No! In the next moment, my body moved before my mind could catch up. I rolled over and hit a bit. At the same time, a low growl came from the spot I had just occupied. Without looking back, I already knew it was the zombie I had been dealing with for 5 years. I looked up and found that I had returned to the dilapidated pesticide manufacturing factory where I had spent several years. I'm back. I just miss you a little. Not that I really want to come back. Then I turned around and took a look, only to find a lone zombie lion pouncing towards me. Having long been familiar with dealing with these ordinary zombies, I sidestepped to avoid it. Immediately, I took out an axe that I had hidden in my old nest and split open his head. Then, feeling somewhat broken, I covered my head and sat in this old nest that used to bring me comfort. Damn, my meaningless food, even that old rental apartment is better than this world filled with the stench of decay. However, just when Shenner was depressed, a portal suddenly appeared in front of him. His expression froze for a moment, and through the portal, he could clearly see the view of the rental house over there. This is the double-crossing door? I can travel between two worlds at will through this door? The moment he saw the portal, information about it also appeared in his mind, and in an instant, Shanner's previous state of mind that had been honed in the post-apocalyptic world was shaken for an unknown number of times because of this short day. Come on! Since he knew that he could still return to that Imperial Beast world, Shanner didn't panic, and hurriedly greeted the rotting mud monster to come over and absorb the flesh and blood of that zombie that he had killed. The weak rotting mud monster smelled the odor of rotting flesh and blood and excitedly wriggled onto the body of the zombie. And where it crawled through, the zombie's body disappeared, leaving only a pile of bones. And after eating this zombie, the body of the rotting mud monster had recovered most of its body, and its mental state was much better. At the very least, it could carry on a fight, not half dead like it was originally. It's a pity about this bone. I'll have to train a skeleton system Imperial Beast in the future. It can't be wasted, and I don't know if the zombies still have souls. I'll also have to train an undead soul system Imperial Beast. Chandler was mentally calculating that the main fight was one that was not wasted. And neither he nor the rotting mud monster noticed a golden light that could not be detected by the naked eye fall from the sky and enter the body of the rotting mud monster. And after absorbing that golden light, the rotting mud monster looked like a slime-like body manifested, an arm scratching its body. A trace of doubt flashed in its eyes, wondering how it suddenly seemed like it had become enlightened. And its previous muddled consciousness was now quite lucid. At this time, Shanner immediately ran back to his lair, lightly found a green bottle, opened the bottle. After seeing the transparent and clear, just like egg white, liquid contained inside, immediately at ease with a plastic bag and put it into his arms, walking out of the factory with Paraquat. The rotting mud monster that had been loitering outside the factory immediately rushed over as if offering a treasure, with a crystal clear stone pinched in its disembodied arm. Brain stones? That stuff doesn't work. Kyle took the crystal clear stone and looked at it before tossing it directly to the rotting mud monster. The crystals in the zombie's brain. This thing could be said to be all the rage when it was first discovered. After all, this setting was almost written out in post-apocalyptic novels, and was also called the brain core by a group of people at the time without a second thought. A group of people began to think about how to absorb the brain core, whether it was eating it or holding it in meditation, and other methods were tried, but there was no way to absorb it. 5 years passed, and the name of this thing changed from brain core to brainstone, meaning a stone that is nothing but pretty. And the rotting mud monster couldn't understand what Shanner was talking about. Its writhing body wrapped around the cerebral nodule, and then, in the midst of Shanner's shocked gaze, the aura of the rotting mud monster suddenly became much stronger. This, stunned, Shanner opened the attribute panel of the rotting mud monster through the Imperial Beast contract. Mud Slinger, attribute, flesh and blood, rank, 6, qualification, blue. Qualification levels are categorized from lowest to highest as gray, white, green, blue, purple and gold. Physical strength racial value, attribute 60, 23. Attack racial value, attribute 80, 16. Defense racial value, attribute 50, 11. Special attack racial value, attribute 50, 11. Special defense racial value, attribute 50, 11. Speed race value, attribute 40, 9. Total racial value, 330. The rotten slime monster's racial value hadn't changed, but its level had been raised by 1 level, and its attributes had increased by quite a bit. And in addition, the rotten slime monster's qualification had been raised from the original green to blue. The qualification has improved? What's this about? Zombie flesh and blood or that brainstone just now? Shanner stroked his chin in contemplation. Leveling up was normal. Fighting and eating would have raised the level of the Imperial Beasts, but a qualification boost would be something else. His memory had not heard of anyone's Imperial Beast qualifications being raised at a later date. You wait. Calling the rotting mud monster to his bedroom in the lair, Chantal then crouched down and peeled a cloth bag from under the bed. The moment it saw this cloth bag, the eyes of the rotting mud monster went straight. It could feel the fatal attraction coming from this bag, but its trust in Shanner prevented it from immediately pouncing on it and grabbing it. Chanel nodded softly as he watched the rotting mud monster move, then opened the bag, which was filled with dozens of brainstones. At first he was addicted to this like everyone else, thinking he could get psychic powers or something by absorbing it, but he didn't dare to eat it. After all, it had edges and corners and the size of a tiger's mouth, so he couldn't eat it anyhow. Later, after the brain core beauty dream was shattered, he didn't throw these things away and kept them under the bed, but he didn't expect that they could actually come in handy at a time like this. Take it and eat it. With that, he lifted both corners of the bag and dumped out a stream of brainstones inside. The rotting mud monster let out an excited yelp and wriggled its body up to the brainstones, quickly swallowing all of them. Soon, the rotting mud monster's aura also began to climb, and soon, the level soared to level 7. And this is still the reason why the rotting mud monster has not absorbed all the brainstones. When those brainstones are all digested, it is estimated that the rotting mud monster can directly evolve into an abomination giant. The qualifications haven't improved. It seems that the qualifications have improved because of the zombie blood and flesh. Glancing at the rotting mud monster that was drowsy from eating too much, Shanner had no choice but to stay here for the time being. After all, if he didn't have the help of the Imperial beasts, he really didn't have much certainty in solving the two fathers and sons of the Chun family. At this point, the rotting mud monster had completely fallen into a deep sleep, and at the same time, in Shanner's eyes, his level began to soar. In just this amount of time, the level of the rotting mud monster had risen another level, and it was now level 8. It looks like it's going to be a while. Seeing that the rotting slime monster showed no signs of waking up yet, Kyle simply left him alone and started wandering around his lair instead. He also didn't know how much time had passed since he crossed over to the Imperial Beast's world, and it was surprising that there could even be zombies in his lair. And to find out how long this is simple. With that thought, Chandler walked right out the door. In the yard outside the factory was a vegetable patch, the soil of which he had brought back from the outside by the flat of his hand, and on which he had planted vegetables. Well, half a palm length. About a month passed. Looking at the leeks in the ground and measuring them with the palm of his hand, Shanner's heart was in the right place. Chapter 3, The Crazy Development of the Slime Monster. Although with the existence of the double penetration door makes him not at all lack of these food, but the post-apocalyptic 5 years to develop the habit still let Shanner jacked up his trouser leg to go to the ground to the time of the vegetables are harvested. Finishing up the vegetable patch, Chanel lifted the homemade weapon he had hidden in the corner and began to patrol his lair. One walker had already appeared, so there couldn't be just one. And now that the rotting slime monster hadn't woken up, he was the only one, so he had to be careful of everything. As expected, after patrolling around, he found 3 more walkers in the lair. Making a note of the location of the few walkers, Kyle didn't immediately take care of them, but carefully retreated, saving these guys as a celebration for when the rotting slime monster woke up. Where did all this stuff come in from? After searching around again and confirming that there were only 3 walkers in the lair, Chantal then retreated back to the house without moving nagging thought. The gaps around the factory were all stopped by him with barbed wire. Those walkers couldn't have been refreshed. Bewildered, Chundel once again searched the surrounding walls with his weapon. After taking the entire factory for a spin, it really did lead him to the problem. Broken barbed wire? Zombie chewed it up? From a distance, he could see that the barbed wire had broken through a hole that would allow one person to pass through. After moving over to take a closer look, Chance immediately dismissed the idea that the hole was chewed out by a walker. This is the mark of the pliers crushing it. I've got a guest in this lair. I just don't know which neighbor it is. Rubbing his chin, Chantal mused for a moment. After all, 5 years had passed, and the human race had basically become fixed, and it was rare to see something like this situation with the overwhelming dragon. Just as Chinner was still thinking, a sudden throb came from the Imperial Beast contract. Chantal froze, then a smile appeared on his face and he walked quickly back to the lair. The moment he returned to his lair, the figure of the rotting mud monster appeared in front of Channer's eyes, and looking at the rotting mud monster in front of him, Channer couldn't help but widen his eyes, because the changes are just too great. The rotting mud monster he saw before was only up to his calf height, but now, the height had actually reached his waist, not to mention the fact that the body of the rotting mud monster was similar to that of a slime, and any little increase in height put into the whole volume was extraordinarily obvious. Woo woo, Imperial Beast Master. I feel like I've become so strong now. At this time, the rotting mud monster had completely woken up, and when he saw Channer, an excited smile appeared on his fictional face, and a gurgling sound kept coming out of his mouth. And through the Imperial Beast contract, Channer also clearly understood what the rotting mud monster meant. Woo woo, from now on, I can protect the Imperial Beast Master too, it said with some indignation, obviously grumbling about what happened to Chun-Yin in the first place. Good, you'll be the one to protect me from now on. Channer smilingly stroked the head of the rotting mud monster. It had to be said that this way of binding the two sides together through a contract that could be absolutely trusted was really good. At the very least, it made Channer feel extraordinarily comfortable. At that moment, the attributes of the rotting mud monster also appeared in front of Channer's eyes. Mud Slinger, rank, 11, stamina, 35, attack, 25, physical defense, 17, special attack, 15, special defense, 17, speed, 14. After digesting those zombie brainstones, the level of the rotting mud monster soared all the way up to 11, entering the excellent stage from the novice stage, and at the same time, its attributes also soared, and its physical strength even directly broke through 30 points to 35. Such a fast speed. If the people of the Imperial Beast's world knew that he had let the level of the rotting mud monster rise so much in such a short period of time, they would definitely think that this was a joke. They had never heard of this kind of thing before. This was just too unbelievable. It was just like a heavenly dream without a shadow. Woo, I'm now terribly strong. The rotting slime monster coalesced into an arm and exerted itself like a human, trying to squeeze out some biceps. Fine, got it. You're awfully strong now. I just happened to get you some opponents. Go ahead and try. Looking at the rotting mud monster alive and well, without any of the deadness it had before, Chenner was relieved. Rivals, fight. The rotting slime monster cheered and squirmed to follow Chenner's lead, its whopping 40 points of speed racial value working wonders, allowing it to be even just a hair faster than the walking Chenner. Look, those 3 are your opponents. Go on, don't let me down. If you can't even beat them, there's no way you can protect me. After circling around a few times and drawing all 3 walkers together, Chantal whispered to the rotting mud monster, pointing at the walker that was hissing and lunging this way. Before the battle, Pua your own waifu. And the effect was also very obvious. The rotting mud monster that originally still had some playful interest in hearing this. Directly after hearing this, the spirit of the spirit, looking at the 3 zombies in the eyes also flashed a few ferocious light. Ho! 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 Those few zombies looked at Chenner. The smell of human flesh and blood made them unable to help but get excited, letting out a hiss and rushing towards Chenner. The sound of leaking air from the rotting trachea made it even more terrifying. As for the rotting mud monster, this strange thing was simply ignored by them. Their eyes were all about Chenner, the human. Woo! The ignored rotting mud monster was completely enraged, and its body, which was originally only as high as Chenner's waist, swelled violently, like a blown-up balloon, and directly wrapped around the 3 zombies. A terrifying power of up to 80 points erupted within a square inch, directly crushing the 3 zombies. After taking care of the 3 zombies, the rotting mud monster once again regained its original size and began to enjoy the meal. Having eaten the 3 zombies clean, the rotting mud monster had grown a few more points in size at this point, and was now half the height of a Kyle. Always remember, if you feel like you're going to evolve, you must hold back and evolve when you really can't. Looking at the rotting mud monster's significantly increased size, Chenner repeated his advice that, after hundreds of years of development, the imperial beasts regarding the rotting mud monster's lineage had long been figured out. The period of carrion mud monster is a period of accumulation. The more flesh and blood you devour, the larger your size will be, and the more potential you have to evolve into the period of abominable giant. Got it, Sentinel. The rotting slime monster scratched its head in confusion, not quite understanding why Chanel would say that, but it was willing to listen. Okay, now follow me. Seeing that the rotting mud monster listened, Chenner was relieved and took a few worm cakes from his lair as dry food, leading the rotting mud monster out the door. As the local snake here, he knows all too well where the most zombies are in this city. Kinda don't want to eat this, but let's save some time now if we can. His face was wrinkled into a bitter grimace, and looking at the 2 worm cakes in his hand, where he could still see the legs of the worms, Chenner sighed. Chapter 4 Purple Qualifications. This is it. It's got the right amount of walkers. Standing underneath a building, Chanel looked up at the mansion in front of him and lamented. Before the end of the world, here is an office building. In the past, this kind of zombie more still not much food place. He is turning his head away, but did not expect actually one day he will take the initiative to come here. Food. The rotting mud monster smelled the zombies inside and became directly excited, mouthing the words. Well, the food. It's in there. You block the doorway and I'll go help you lure them down. Chanel grabbed his weapon and smashed open the locked door. It had been locked by the survivors of the building when they had escaped. It had been left open for so many years that the lock had rusted. The violent sound attracted a few zombies roaming the streets, but before they could get close, they were swallowed in one gulp by the rotting mud monster and turned into food for the rotting mud monster's growth. After digesting these few zombies, the rotting mud monster's level had also risen by 1 level again, and was now at level 12. At this time, Chenner finally smashed the door open, and the loud noise caused the zombies that always wandered on the first floor to hiss and lunge towards Chenner, and without any hesitation, Chenner saw this and ducked behind the rotting mud monster at the first opportunity. The rotting mud monster bulged up and blocked the entire gate like a wall, and the zombies automatically ignored the presence of the rotting mud monster. One by one, they rooted into the body of the rotting mud monster, like moths fighting a flame, and by the time they realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. The zombies kept struggling inside the rotting mud monster as if they had fallen into the water, but soon stopped. In this manner, soon, all the hundreds of zombies on the first floor were swallowed by the rotting mud monster. The back of the rotting mud monster was also piled up with bones so smooth that a fly could slip on them. And as for the blood, flesh, and brain stones, all of them became the nutrients for the growth of the rotting mud monster. The rotting mud monster that had grown after the first lethargy was much more tolerant of this onslaught of energy, and after devouring hundreds of zombies it didn't even pass out like it did the first time. This was a total relief to Chenner. If the rotting slime monster had passed out right here, he would have had to take it back into the Imperial Beast space and run through the double-piercing door. At this time, after devouring the flesh and blood of those zombies and brain nodules, the body size of the rotting mud monster had already swelled to a limit. Standing there was even taller than a floor more than half of a building. Visually speaking, there were about 3 to 4 meters, and this was still the height during the period of no expansion. If we talk about the floor space, it would be even bigger. A 3 or 4 meter rotting mud monster is still a distance away from the limit in the records. Qian'er stroked his chin and thought. According to the book, the strongest rotting mud monster in history grew to a height of 5.54 meters, and after the blood and flesh coalesced and evolved into the abomination giant, the initial height was also a full 3.12 meters, which was also considered the limit of the rotting mud monster as a race. And now that he had the golden finger of a double penetration door, there was no telling if he could break through that ceiling. At this moment, the rotting mud monster shifted its body, a terrifying sense of power filling its massive body between moves. The zombies that had just been eaten had all been digested, and at that moment, the body of the rotting mud monster also lit up with a white light of evolution, and in an instant, Qian'er's eyes went wide. Hey, don't evolve, hold back. He rushed over and patted the rotting mud monster's body. Still the potential was too low. Even after one boost, the potential of the rotting mud monster was only blue. It would be too hard to reach the upper limit. And hearing Qian'er's words, the rotting slime monster opened its eyes and looked at Qian'er. Although it was tempted to follow its heart's desire to evolve immediately, its trust in Qian'er still made it stop. Woo! A slightly shrill low roar came out from the mouth of the rotting mud monster, and in the next moment, the white evolutionary light on the rotting mud monster's body shattered with a loud bang. It forcibly interrupted its own evolution, and at that moment, the attributes of the rotting mud monster appeared in front of Qian'er. Mud Slinger, rank, 16, qualification, purple, stamina, 48, attack, 36. Defense, 24, special attack, 21, special defense, 24, speed, 21. After just devouring the blood and flesh of hundreds of zombies and brainstones, the qualification of the rotting mud monster once again received a boost, reaching a horrifying purple color. This kind of qualification of imperial beasts could not be seen very often. At the very least, Qian'er had never seen it in the school, including those of the teacher's imperial beasts as well. The attribute growth brought about by the qualification increase was even greater. At this time, the corrupted mud monster's physical strength was going straight past 50 points, while the attack was even more to a horrifying 36 points. Woo-woo! The rotten mud monster that had interrupted its evolution was full of aggression as it picked up Qian'er, and a whimper-like low growl kept coming out of its mouth, as if it was complaining. Alright, isn't this for your own good? You have so many resources. If you just evolve, isn't that purely a waste of your talent and chance? Churn gave the rotting slime monster an amused look and soothed it twice as if it were a child. Needless to say, despite living alone for 5 years, he had no resistance to such things. After all, the biggest problem with surviving alone is loneliness, and almost everyone who survives alone carries a bit of neurosis, chance. For example, will often talk to himself alone. And now, the appearance of the rotting mud monster made up for this missing piece of Chance's puzzle. He didn't have to talk to himself. He could just talk directly to the rotting mud monster. Woo! The rotting mud monster whimpered a bit deflated, but quickly perked up. How do you feel now? Any different than before? Seeing the rotting mud monster pull itself together, Qian'er then opened his mouth to ask about the difference between the blue qualification and the purple qualification of the rotting mud monster. Oh, is it different? It seems like the strength has gotten bigger and the body has gotten stronger. With that, the rotting mud monster coalesced a large hand and easily pulled up a power pole on the side of the road, dancing across the road with a tiger-like motion. Upon hearing this, Qian'er now had an idea in his heart. The rotting mud monster was originally the type of imperial beast that was particularly prominent in strength, and after the qualification was raised, what was strengthened was definitely the strength aspect as well. Finished digesting? After resting for a while more, Qian'er took the bug cake out of his arms. Looking at the legs of the bugs on it, Qian'er, who had just eaten something good, pondered for a while, and finally put the thing back into his arms. This thing is not necessary to eat. He just ate so much food. Starving 2 meals back to eat seems to be not difficult. Or give me enough to eat. Bug cakes don't even eat. You really want to reverse the Big Dipper. Criticizing himself harshly for a moment, but his face was full of smiles. Anyway, it's good to have options. Woo! Okay. The rotting mud monster that was originally paralyzed on the ground rolled over and regrouped once it heard this and said with gusto, the feeling of getting stronger every second by devouring zombies was just too mesmerizing for the imperial beast. Chapter 5 Beyond the Record. Just wait here. After I lure all the walkers down, you block this place. Got it? On the stairway to the first floor, Chanel repeated his instructions to the rotting slime monster. Woo, got it. And the rotting slime monster nodded his head for I don't know how many times. Okay, I'm going up. Don't block the passage now. Leave a door open for me. Looking at the rotting mud monster, Chanel nodded, let out a deep breath, and walked up to the second floor. The carrion monster's body was too big and slow to move, and it wasn't convenient to do this kind of thing, so it was still faster and more efficient for him, the Imperial Beast Master, to lure all the zombies to the carrion monster's mouth. Just after walking up to the second floor, Chance saw a group of zombies roaming aimlessly there on the second floor. The corpses of these actions have been hanging around for who knows how many years, and it's not clear if they wonder why there are no humans around. Chanel stood at his position on the second floor stairs and coughed twice before letting out a yell. Oi! The loud sound caused the zombies that were originally roaming around the second floor to look over in unison, their eyes glittering with ferocity. Good. They won't wonder now why they haven't seen a human in so many years. The humans have come. Hundreds of zombies let out a guttural low roar, cascading towards Chandler, and when Chandler saw this, he didn't even think about it. He just turned back and ran towards the bottom of the stairs. Stuff it, the buffet's coming. Seeing the massive body of the rotting mud monster from a distance, Changer yelled and jumped down at the top of the stairs, diving headfirst right into the soft body of the rotting mud monster. In an instant, the stench of rotting flesh and blood drilled into his nostrils, and it was fortunate that 5 years after the end of the world, he had long been accustomed to the smell, or else he could have fainted straight away. At this moment, the rotting mud monster that heard this was overjoyed, and hurriedly wriggled its body to protect Chandler, and just as its movements ended, a group of zombies swooped down to climb on top of it as if it were a dumpling. At this moment, the rotting mud monster was stunned, and it realized what Chandler meant by buffet. Food automatically jumps into your mouth without you having to move? That's too happy blah blah blah. One by one, the flesh and blood of the zombies were assimilated, the brainstones digested, and the white bones thrown to the ground. Soon, all of the hundreds of zombies that had been lured to the second floor were assimilated by the rotting mud monster, and at that moment, the rotting mud monster's size received another expansion. But Chandler couldn't see how big the rotting mud monster was now, because the rotting slime monster had long ago reached the upper limit of floors. It could now only barely fit into the building by stretching itself, and at the same time, the white light of evolution once again lit up from the body of the rotting slime monster, immediately interrupted by the rotting slime monster that was mindful of Kyle's instructions. Go on, next floor. Chandler stared closely at the level of the rotting mud monster. Generally speaking, the body structure of the rotting mud monster could only allow the rotting mud monster to be upgraded to level 16 at the most, and any higher than that wouldn't be possible, and it could only be done through evolution. But it seemed that it was because of the brainstones that caused this rotting mud monster of his to not reach its upper limit after reaching level 16, but continued to rise, and was now at level 18, and it was not known whether this change was good or bad. As for the qualifications, there was no increase. It was still purple. It looked like 100 or so zombies weren't enough to raise the rotting mud monster's qualifications to gold. Go on, let's get this building cleared out today. Looking at the elevation of the rotting mud monster, Kyle spoke excitedly. This feeling of being uplifted all the time is so mesmerizing. If according to this situation grows on, where he still need to use poison, this kind of trouble goes directly into the Chunin his home to kill his whole family. Woo! What could the slime monster say to that? Of course, it raised its hands in agreement. It was important to realize that Chandler could just see the changes in the rotting mud monster and couldn't feel the specifics, whereas it could literally feel that crazy power growing inside it. That's a lot more addictive than shares. This gluttonous feast lasted until the early hours of the morning before it ended. At this time, the size of the rotten mud monster had already reached a terrifying level. A whole floor could not fit it, and there was still a small half of its body in the previous floor. At a later stage, it didn't even need Chandler to lure the monsters. The rotting slime monsters would just directly take up the entire floor and devour all the zombies there. It's about as outrageous as the black hole minigame Chance played before the end times. And the benefits of such frantic devouring were also remarkable. In just one day's time, the attributes of the rotting mud monster had seen a drastic change. Mud Slinger, rank, 28, qualification, gold, stamina, 97, attack, 83, defense, 41, special attack, 36, special defense, 41, speed, 36. Just, quite suddenly, Chantal realized that his previous fight with the air seemed pretty funny, and this was only one night, and he was almost as strong as Chen Yin's father. Sure enough, ordinary people can't compare to geniuses. Geniuses can't compare to open-ended ones, and open-ended ones can't compare to open-ended geniuses. Now he's about to hit triple digits in his rotting slime monster stamina. Gollum! Just as Channer was sitting on the rooftop alone and depressed, a muffled sound like thunder suddenly came from the stomach of the rotting mud monster that had just burrowed out beside him. Eat too much? Chantal turned his head to ask worriedly. It wasn't surprising that he had this question after the rotting slime monster had just assimilated at least a few thousand zombies. No, it just feels like I can't suppress the desire to evolve. The rotting mud monster's face was scrunched together and filled with pain. Let's not evolve here first. Let's evolve on the ground. This is a rooftop, and there's no telling what could go wrong with evolution here. Hearing this, the rotting mud monster grabbed Channer and wriggled as it jumped down from the rooftop, and the violent wind blew Channer's brain blank, and at this moment, there was only one thought left in his mind. My life is over. Before he could get back to his senses, he heard a loud snapping sound as the rotting slime monster fell to the ground and was nearly broken apart, but even so, its hand was still held up to Kyle, not allowing him to be harmed. Soon, the body of the rotting mud monster squirmed and recovered, becoming alive once again. I'm alive? Chanel was placed on the ground, his eyes still a little dazed, and it took a while before he came back to his senses, glancing at the rotting slime monster in annoyance, but saying nothing, just taking a tape measure out of his pocket. It was still something he had brought from his lair earlier for the purpose of measuring the data of the rotting mud monster. Step on it. With that said, Chantal placed the corner of the tape measure underneath the rotting slime monster and pressed it down, then had the rotting slime monster hold him up to his head. Soon, the height of the rotting mud monster was measured. 6.62 meters? 2 stories tall? Is zombie flesh and blood a gold bump? Chantal had thought that the attributes of the rotting slime monster would be high after he turned it on, but he hadn't thought that it would actually exceed the record by this much. That's not right. The rotten mud monster that set the record in the first place was also gold-colored qualified, and there was no shortage of flesh and blood to replenish it. It was a war era. Weren't the corpses and stuff all over the place? But why does he have more than that many rotting mud monsters? After thinking for a long time, Chantal raised an eyebrow, vaguely guessing. Is it because of the brainstones? He hadn't imagined that this thing that had long been proven to be a waste would actually enhance the Imperial Beast so much. Chapter 6, Carrion Monster Evolution. Abomination Giant. Can't help it now? After looking at the rotting mud monster for a few moments, Chantal asked, somewhat undeterred. Even though the rotting mud monster has now surpassed the record. But that's how people are. Greed knows no bounds. And he's getting a bit carried away now. Oh, can't help it. The rotting mud monster nodded, his face scrunched together in bitterness. Then evolve. Seeing this, what else could Chanel say? After all, the child really couldn't hold out. Hearing this, the rotting mud monster's eyes lit up, and a white light of evolution once again lit up on its body. This time it wasn't interrupted, and Chantal could vaguely see through the glow that the carcass of the rotting mud monster inside was compressing. The evolved type of the rotting mud monster is called the Abominable Giant, a humanoid flesh and blood imperial beast. The body of the rotting mud monster is made up of rotting flesh and blood, and after evolution, that rotting flesh and blood compresses into muscle to form the body of the Abominable Giant. As Changer watched, the white light soon began to shatter, and with a roar, a behemoth with greenish skin appeared before Changer's eyes. It had long limbs like a human and stood on 2 feet, but it had no head, and its huge stomach was split open with a mouth surrounded by dense sharp jagged teeth, and a huge tongue was licking its way through the teeth. Abominable Giant. Attribute, flesh and blood. Rank, 28. Qualification, gold. Physical strength racial value, attribute 90, 114. Attack racial value, attribute 130, 114. Physical defense racial value, attribute 75, 55. Special attack racial value, attribute 75, 49. Special defense racial value, attribute 75, 55. Speed race value, attribute 55, 44. Total racial value, 500. Skills, gigantization. Flesh assimilation. Flesh mastery. Whiplash. Powerful bite. The previous rotting mud monster was a far cry from the current Abomination Giant. Not only did the light racial value total skyrocket from the original 330 points to 500 points, this was a racial value of 500 points, which could be said to be quite good when placed in the final evolved forms of all the Imperial Beasts. Not to mention that the Abominable Giant still had a period of evolution. What's more is that the racial value of the attack of the Abomination into his even more broken 100 points, reached a horrible 130 points. The specific value is even more to a horrible 114 points. It is a little slow, but there is no way to do it. The Abomination of Giants as a race is just like this. It is not just his Abomination of Giants that is slow. More importantly, body type. The average height of a freshly evolved Abomination Giant is 2.2 meters, and the average height of a level 28 Abomination Giant is 3.5 meters. Previously, The abomination giant's limit height when it first evolved was 3.01 meters, and its limit height at level 28 was 4.7 meters. And this abomination giant of his was actually a full 5.18 meters tall. Another record was broken. And for the rotting mud monster, a line of imperial beasts that espoused the idea that bigger was better. The difference in size also represented a difference in strength. However, Shanner found that the calculation of this attribute seems to be a bit interesting. Although the values of the races are the same, but the calculation method seems to be different. For example, the physical strength racial value of the abomination giant is so much lower than the attack, but the specific value is the same. But also, for example, the special attack and defense. The special defense racial value is the same, but the specific value of the special attack is just a little bit less than the defense and the special defense. Can it go on? Looking at the abomination giant, which had just evolved and was still familiarizing itself with its body, Shanner patted its calf and asked. At those words, the abomination giant stopped its constant movement, adapting to its new body, and after feeling it carefully, both of its eyes lit up. Roar! I can keep eating. The so-called eating in the abominable giant's mouth wasn't worth actually eating and slowly digesting, but rather the flesh and blood assimilation skill directly assimilated those foreign flesh and blood into a part of his own body. Previously, when it was a carrion monster, this skill had already reached its upper limit, but after evolving into an abominable giant, that upper limit was pulled up again. Touché! Let's get going. I know another place where walkers gather. Chantal snapped his fingers and gingerly ran over to where the abomination giant's head was supposed to be and sat down, cozying up to the abomination giant's head. He was referring to a school in the city, not too far away from his place, and usually a forbidden place. Looking for food, he went right around it, not daring to go over there at all a little bit. But now, with the abomination of the giants in the area, he was emboldened. Yeah, this is it. With Changer, the groundhog, pointing the way, the abomination giant soon found the place, with a halfway broken down utility pole in his hand to use as a weapon. The 130-point strength racial value was beyond Shanner's imagination, and that 10-meter pole was like a toy in his hands. Its heavy footsteps sounded in front of the school, and the zombies that were originally roaming around the playground froze for a moment when they heard the sound, and then one by one, they turned their heads and stared straight at Shanner and the abomination giant. The human scent of Chale's body bore into his nostrils without any concealment, directly driving the walkers crazy. Roar! One by one, the zombies seemed to have gone crazy as if they were pouncing towards Shanner, and in the face of a tidal wave of zombies, the abominable giant didn't panic in the slightest, but just took a deep breath, and swung the pole in his hand to make a horizontal sweep. Terrifying power erupted between square inches, directly breaking a large pile of zombies, the upper half of the body into meat foam. The lower half of the body still maintained the charging position, rushed out a few steps before this fell down helplessly. At this moment, the abomination giant opened its abdominal mouth, and with a roll of its tongue, which was bigger than even a chancer, it directly rolled those zombies and the meat foam into its mouth, and its flesh and blood assimilation skill was activated, fusing the flesh and blood from the zombies into its own body. For the reason that the quality of the flesh and blood on the zombies was so different compared to the abomination giants, most of the flesh and blood was used to compress the upgrades so as to be able to improve on the abomination giants. But although a single zombie was no longer a big boost for the abomination giant, there were at least a few thousand zombies in this school, and after swallowing all of them it would be a significant boost, and it should be able to raise the abomination giant to an elite level sentinel beast, and then no more than a level 30 elite in its own right. Each major stage that the initial imperial beast advanced, it could feed back into the imperial beast master's imperial beast space, allowing the imperial beast master's imperial beast space to expand and be able to accommodate the next new imperial beast. Shanner is now a senior level imperial beast master, can also contract 2 imperial beasts. These 2 imperial beasts Shanner currently do not know what to choose. Good. Have to wait to go back to solve the Chen family's things after looking for someone to properly participate in the counseling. At that moment, the abomination giant had already settled those buns on the playground and began to walk towards the school building. A full 2-story tall abomination giant couldn't drill into it, and forcing the building to be demolished would leave the walkers crushed by the falling concrete, and they wouldn't even find a few of them in one piece by the time they were done. And after a few attempts, it also learned to be smart, and its 2-story tall body just wandered around the window, making a loud noise while wandering around, attracting all the attention of the zombies in the school building. He then went even further in the direction of the stairs, guiding the walkers down them. When the walkers came out, it sat on the ground, its belly maw open, waiting for the walkers to throw themselves at it. Chapter 7, Headmaster, I become an elite level Imperial Beast Master. Breakthrough. From now on, Call me elite-level Imperial Beast Master Qianer. After scraping the entire school, looking at the attributes of the abomination giants, Qianer could no longer hold back and covered his eyes and laughed out loud. Abominable giant. Attribute, flesh and blood. Rank, 32. Stamina, 129. Attack, 129. Defense, 62. Special attack, 55. Special defense, 62. Speed, 50. Qianer also didn't expect the effect of zombie brainstones to be so great. Thousands of brainstones actually allowed the abomination giant to raise 4 levels in a row, directly stepping into the elite level Imperial Beast Master. With my current strength, can I storm into Chen Yin's home and kill his family? Chantal sat on the shoulder of the abomination giant, amongst his own exclusive seat, stroking his chin in contemplation. Chen Yin's father, Chen Xing, is also an elite-level Imperial Beast Master. The Imperial Beast's level may be higher than his, but the problem is not big. His abominable giant is a golden qualified Imperial Beast. That little level difference has no gap between a big stage. The qualification all make up for it. But the problem was that he only had one Imperial Beast, while Chen Xing definitely had all 3 Imperial Beast slots filled. And if the opponent were to execute decapitation tactics, the abominable giant would really not be able to stop it with just one Imperial Beast. If they wanted to beat Chen Xing in this situation, they could only sneak attack, and sneak attacks were not necessarily secure. Gotta get a heavyweight character to swat. Taking one look at the abomination giant, which had grown several times larger again, Kyle put him back and went straight through the double-through door back to the world of the Imperial Beasts. As soon as he came back, the air was free of that corpse stench, and Kealton felt that the air was a few points sweeter. He started by finding the snack he'd bought earlier from the bag on the couch and popped it in his mouth to chew on it, both eyes out on his cell phone. He had 2 choices now. One was to bide his time for a while. With the help of the double penetrating door, it wouldn't be long before he was able to level up the abomination giant. But this method also had a shortcoming. That is, there were many things in the world of Imperial Beasts that he couldn't enjoy quickly. At that time, the abomination giant was just empty of rank and qualification. Other things were not there at all, and it would be a lot worse than other Imperial Beasts of the same rank. Most importantly, it would be harder for him to acquire other high-quality Imperial Beasts. After all, his abomination giant was the investment given by the dean looking at his qualifications, and it wouldn't be so simple to acquire a skeleton and undead lineage Imperial Beast with equal qualifications. The other is to take the initiative to expose one's own talent. Getting the Imperial Beasts within such a short period of time to cultivate and evolve the Imperial Beasts and raise them to level 32. This is absolutely unprecedented. There is no need to expose the double penetration gate. Just need to ambiguously say that one has a secret. According to the Imperial law, no one is allowed to arbitrarily explore the chance of the citizens. It's still the same law that those ancestral man-beast masters made up back in the Savage era. But there is a risk. That is, the law is in the open. But behind the scenes there will certainly be people who can't resist the temptation. In addition, there will always be those who are above the law exists. The law can only be used to restrain the majority of the people. But the problem is not too big. He has no soft spot in the Imperial Beast's world. If things are not right to the post-apocalyptic world, not just hide, when the time comes, slowly and obscenely develop, and then come back to take revenge when you've matured. It could be said that with a double penetration gate, he was innately invincible. After a burst of brainstorming and thinking clearly, Qianer no longer hesitated and immediately picked up his cell phone and dialed the old principal's number. The call was answered quickly, as if it had been waiting on the other side. Hey, Chandler, where have you been for the past 2 days? Why didn't you come to school? Are you in some kind of trouble? As soon as he got on the line, the old principal's questions came like a barrage of questions, which made Qianer listen to them. I don't know this 2 days because he didn't go to school. The old principal people are worried crazy. After all, will soon be the college entrance examination, although Qianer is guaranteed. But before the college entrance examination there is an Imperial Beast newcomer tournament. This is to let the high school those who have just got the Imperial Beast of the new people to participate in the Baby Cup. While it may sound like a rookie game, and in fact it is, it's a different story for these schools because this game is about the ranking of the schools. Ranking affects the school's student population with the resources tilted from above. Originally, after knowing that Qianer had the talent of Advanced Darkness System Imperial Beast Affinity, he had thought that it was stable. And even if their school couldn't take a top 3 this year, they could still make it into the top 10. But he didn't expect that just the day after it was announced that Qianer had gotten a guaranteed place, the person had disappeared. These 2 days he was like ants on the hot pot, commissioned the teacher to Qianer's home to find I do not know how many times, but just did not see people. And even he himself came to look for a few times, but just did not wait for people. The phone cannot be reached. The text message does not return. as if the evaporation of the human body as well. If he didn't have Qianer, he would have to count on Chen Yin, but the grass-type imperial beasts were notoriously weak in the early stages of combat, so if he counted on Chen Yin, it would be the end of the year. It was hard to wait until this year's luck exploded. A term out of the two senior talent is the most hopeful year, but did not expect to actually appear this kind of change. Headmaster, something happened 2 days ago. I was blocked by Chen Yin, and was almost killed, but fortunately, I got some chance, and now I've advanced into an elite-level Imperial Beast Master. Chan said with a grin as he chewed beef jerky in his mouth. I'm telling you, what if you come across GA? As soon as the words fell, the voice of the old principal on the other end of the phone, who was rambling on, came to an abrupt end, and there was also an odd commotion. What did you just say? After a while, the old principal's incredulous voice came from the other end of the phone this time. Headmaster, I become an elite-level Imperial Beast Master. Qianer crossed his legs, smilingly repeated, elite-level Imperial Beast Master. In this inconspicuous small town can already be said to be the head of the existence of the principal and Chen Xing are elite-level Imperial Beast Master. Most of the Imperial Beast Masters of this level have already put the Imperial Beasts to the final evolution, even if it is to put it into the country belongs to the backbone of the force. Wait, I'm a bit dizzy. You mean you became an elite-level Imperial Beast Master? The old principal's startled voice came over the phone. Yeah, my rotting mud monster is level 32 and has now evolved into an abominable giant. Since he had decided to scam as many favors as he could, Chael didn't hesitate to put his talent on display as much as possible. The old dean's side hadn't even finished speaking when Qianer heard a cracking sound coming from the sky, followed by a griffin with oily fur and a large body falling from the sky and landing in front of his house. This was none other than the old dean's initial Imperial Beast, the wind-harnessing griffin. A wind plus normal system Imperial Beast, and its level was even as high as level 39, only one step away from the elite peak of level 40. Chapter 8, Harnessing the Wind Griffin. Revenge. Wind Griffin. Attributes, General. Wind. Rank, 39. Qualification, Green. Physical Strength Racial Value, Attribute 83, 117. Physical Attack Racial Value, Attribute 80, 104. Defense Racial Value, Attribute 75, 67. Special Attack Racial Value, Attribute 70, 56. Special Defense Racial Value, Attribute 70, 63. Speed Race Value, Attribute 101, 112. Total Racial Value, 479. Because it wasn't Qianer's Imperial Beast, Qianer could only possibly reach so much information, which was still the reason why he was at the same stage as the old principal, or else he wouldn't even be able to see this. The first moment the old principal landed, Chantal unleashed the Abomination Giant. The door to the ridiculously large Imperial Beast space opened, and the 6-meter-tall abominable giant walked out from it, a horrifying smell of blood emanating from his body, and his ferocious aura made the pupils of the wind-harnessing griffin, which was just about to fall to the ground, shrink, and let out a shrill cry before flying into the sky once again. Good boy. It's actually really an elite-grade Imperial Beast. You actually did cultivate an elite-grade Imperial Beast to come. The old principal's pupils shrank as he settled the wind-harnessed griffin onto the ground and looked at Qianer in astonishment. Headmaster, I wouldn't joke around about something like that, Chanel said with a smirk, but at that moment the old principal was still incredulously circling the Abomination Giant. The Abomination Giant was a little embarrassed by that look, and if it hadn't recognized the old principal as the one who had handed itself over to Qianer in the first place, it probably would have attacked the old principal. It's amazing. It's amazing. After looking around several times, the old principal then stopped and sked. Although the Darkness System Imperial Beasts are all known for their fast growth speed, but they have never seen one that is so wickedly fast. This situation which even if Qianer can't break through the elite level in the future that's fine. To know that elite level Imperial Beast Masters are considered to be stalwarts in the whole country. After all, he was only an elite level Imperial Beast Master. What favor did you want me to do this time you came to see me? Reluctantly looking at the Abomination Giant for a few moments, the old principal turned his head to look at Qianer and asked solemnly, in the tone of voice that kind of accent in the face of the younger generation has long disappeared. At this moment the old principal truly regarded Qianer as the same level as himself to see. Headmaster, 2 days ago, after you just announced that I got that guaranteed spot, I was beaten up on my way home and almost died. I can't swallow this. Chanel sighed and laughed softly with both hands. As a matter of fact, the original owner had already been killed, or he couldn't have crossed over. Hearing this, the principal then realized that it was no wonder that Qianer had suddenly disappeared 2 days ago. So what do you want to do? He frowned and asked. Although Chen Yin's father, Chen Xing, was an elite-grade Imperial Beast Master like him, but he had at least been immersed in the field of elite-grade Imperial Beastmasters for so many years. And in terms of accumulation and combat experience, Chen Xing just couldn't catch up with him even if he were to beat a horse. But if he were to let him kill Chen Xing, it would not be a good idea. After all, both sides were elite-level Imperial Beastmasters, and it would be a bit of a problem if they were to fight to the death. All that's needed is for you, Headmaster, to help me keep his other Imperial Beasts in check, and I'll take care of the rest, Chantal said with a light smile, the confident tone of her voice causing the old principal to freeze for a moment. He hadn't interacted with Qianer much before, and only for a while after he knew that Qianer had awakened his talent, and at that time, Qianer still seemed a bit inferior and cowering because of his orphaned origins, but when I saw it today, the oily confidence and competence almost overflowed. On second thought, though, the principal made a good excuse. It was probably the change after having a bottom. Before Qianer had nothing. Of course he had to be careful every step of the way, whereas now that he had become an elite-level Imperial Beastmaster, he could naturally relax a lot. And just stop Chen Xing's other Imperial Beasts? The old principal's eyes flickered twice, and he began to count the gains and losses in his mind. Chen Xing was already over 50 this year, and if a Royal Beastmaster did not break through the King level, the feedback from the Royal Beasts was so little that it was almost negligible, and their lifespan was generally the same as that of an ordinary person. And at this age, he was still only an elite-level Imperial Beastmaster, and in this lifetime, he would be on par with him at most. And Qianer was already an elite-level Imperial Beastmaster at this age, with an unlimited future, so the choice didn't seem to be a difficult one. Okay, I helped. Thinking long and hard, the old principal nodded heavily. By all rights, at his age, he should be at the age where he doesn't have to stand for anything, but he still wants to take the school to the next level. And as long as they stabilize Qianer and let Qianer represent the school in the battle, then their school would definitely be the number one in this year's college competition without a doubt. The empire had been established for hundreds of years, and had never heard of anyone who would let the Imperial Beasts rise to the elite level in such a short period of time. This was positively unprecedented, and it was unclear if there were any comers behind them, but it was always unlikely that this year, other schools would also come out with an elite-level monster. Because of that, that's why he decided to help Chantal out. Okay, so now, a smile blossomed on Chanel's face and he leapt to ask, you can't delay things like revenge. The more you delay the more likely you are to have a change of heart. Okay, right now. The old principal was also an old man and knew that the faster the better for this kind of thing, but he didn't expect Qianer to actually be so decisive as well. With a puzzled glance at Qianer, he sidestepped and made a place for Qianer to sit on the wind-harnessed griffin, flying towards Chen Xing's house. The Empire is keeping an ambiguous attitude towards competitions between Imperial Beast Masters that is neither in favor nor against, because there was no need to compete with the 10,000 races for survival space now. Those Imperial Beastmasters who wielded transcendent power became an unsettling force, and encouraging civil wars between the Imperial Beastmasters on the grounds of vengeance would drain some of the restless characters, provided, of course, that no civilians are harmed. The wind-harnessing griffin lived up to its reputation of harnessing the wind, and it didn't take long for Chance to see a villa nestled squarely on a sparsely populated hill below. This is none other than Chen Yin's home. Chapter 9, Raising a Son Without Teaching a Father. The Shock of the Abominable Giant. The wind-carrying griffin's breath was greatly unconcealed and came directly over the villa. Soon, the villa's gate was opened, and the surrounding trees all snaked as if they had come to life, forming a high platform that held a middle-aged man in formal attire with meticulously combed hair who appeared in front of the wind-harnessed griffin in the sky. This person was none other than Chen Yin's father, Chen Xing, and the imperial beast attribute that was holding him up also appeared in front of Qianer's eyes. Cranes and wolves. Attribute, grass. Rank, 35. Qualification, green. Physical strength racial value, attribute 75, 123. Physical attack racial value, attribute 80, 64. Physical defense racial value, attribute 85, 68. Special attack racial value, attribute 110, 107. Special defense racial value, attribute 90, 71. Speed racial value, attribute 50, 43. Total racial value, 490. Like the wind harnessing griffin, the attributes of the Vine Wolf could only be seen in these basic attributes, but these were enough. The Vine Wolf was one of those stand-up turret imperial beasts, with an exceptionally outstanding special attack racial value, which had already broken the 100 mark, and the speed was even a little slower than his abomination of a giant. Elder Gu, I don't know if there's something you came to see me about this time? Chen Xing asked in a loud voice while hiding within the vine shields woven by the Vine Wolves. The old principal's surname was Ku, something Qianer hadn't noticed before. As for why Chen Xing asked this, it was because among Imperial Beast Masters, Releasing imperial beasts to another imperial beastmaster's territory in such a grand manner already belonged to a precursor of a declaration of war. However, the ancient principal has a reputation for being a virtuous man, and he has almost never heard of him turning his face against anyone, and he is focused on his own acreage. So Chen Xing is also a bit puzzled, and is prepared to be polite for a bit. Upon hearing this, Headmaster Gu glanced at Chen Xing and sidestepped away to make way for Qianer behind him. Let the boy speak to you, and I, an old man, will not be the villain. His words made Chen Xing's heart stop sinking. It looks like this is not good, but he can't figure out what kind of path Principal Gu is in the end. Even if he is here to seek revenge, then there must be a reason, right? Oh, Uncle Chen. Hello, my name is Qianer. I'm Chen Yin's classmate. Kyle sat on the wind-harnessed griffin and spoke with a grin. This word out, Chen Xing's eyebrows straight wrinkled. His own son is a what he is no longer clear. Arrogant and domineering are like his adjectives are. Did you mess with Headmaster Gu's juniors this time and then get approached? His face spread a smile and he looked at Principal Gu, trying to have a good talk with him, not looking at Qianer in the middle. After all, in his opinion, Qianer was just a junior and Principal Gu was the big head. But the moment he had just turned his head, ear-piercing sonic booms rang out from his side, causing his pupils to shrink violently. Vine wolves! He let out a slightly shrill low roar, and as the words fell, the vines wrapping around his body immediately began to extend, quickly filling in the gaps of that original vine shield and beginning to thicken non-stop. Boom! The violent noise even made the vine wolf feel like the mountain beneath its feet was trembling, and shadows enveloped the vine wolf, and it was only then that it was able to see exactly what it was. The evil beast that stood several meters tall was staring at itself dead in the face with eyes on its breasts, its huge belly split wide open and its blood-red tongue greedily licking its sharp teeth. Those eyes were full of tyrannical appetite, and it made the vine wolf shudder to look at them. Moreover, the kind of blood she accumulated from slaughtering tens of thousands of zombies on the abominable giant's body almost turned into substance and wrapped around his body, setting him off as if he were a mythical evil god, and even more so, causing the tiny vines that made up the hair on the vine wolf's body to stand up at the roots. Just now, it was this evil beast that had swung that punch towards its own imperial beast master, directly smashing the vine orb deep into the dirt. With that kind of terrifying power, even without a royal beast contract one could understand that their royal beast master must not be well off. Roar! Ear-shattering roars came from all directions, and the yellowish fallen leaves flew into the air at some point, forming a withered yellow tiger that pounced towards Qianer. This was the grass plus flying royal beast dead leaf tiger. The dead leaf tiger had no entity. It was all made up of special fallen leaves, and this was Chen Xing's second royal beast. Before the withered leaf tiger landed on the ground, the wind-harnessing griffin rode the gale and rose up. The gale rolled and carried the withered leaf tiger's light body into the air, shifting the battlefield to the sky. Thanks a lot, old principal. Seeing that the old principal was actually playing a role, Chantal gave a grinning thank you and walked over to gently pat the abomination giant on the back of the foot. At this moment, the vine ball shook twice and unraveled from the inside, and Chen Xing, whose mouth and nose were bleeding, looked over toward Qianer with a gloomy face, a point of horror hidden in the depths of his eyes. He hadn't thought that Qianer was actually this strong, obviously a classmate of his own son, but he actually already had an elite-level imperial beast. Could this kind of monster really come out from a small place like their Lianyuan city? Uncle Chen, you seem to have some disrespect for me. Just now I was talking to you. What are you looking at Principal Gu for? Qianer smiled and found a flat boulder to sit down, and opened his mouth to ask. When these words came out, Principal Gu, who had been so old and calm next to him, almost didn't collapse. This kid's tone was too infuriating, but after opening his mouth, he still didn't say anything. Chen Xing's face was suffocating red, and he didn't know if it was because he was angry or because of the injuries he had received, but the guy actually held it in, which made Qianer sigh a little. Ha ha, little friend, did you have some trouble with little Silver? That kid is really getting more and more unruly lately. Don't worry, I'll teach him a lesson when he comes back. At this time, Chen Xing is thinking about how to muddle through. As for revenge or something, that is not even dare to think about. Although it is said that a genius is only considered a genius when he grows up, without growing up that is nothing at all. But Qianer was now an elite-level imperial beast master, the same level as him, so how could this grow? Growing anymore he probably won't even get a chance to show his face in front of Chance all that much. Faced with this level of genius, he didn't even dare to bring up the idea of retaliation, and was only thinking of mending the broken relationship between their family and Qianer. At the same time, he was also angry to the extreme with his own son. If that guy came back at this time, if he didn't whip that son of a out of bed, he would have the same surname as that son of a. Ha ha, Uncle Chen can really make me laugh. It looks like you didn't listen to a single word of what I just said. Your son is so powerful that he almost killed me. Qian'er's ferocious smile caused the fawning smile on Chen Xing's face to gradually pull down. So what are you going to do? Chen Xing, who already knew that things could not be settled, said in a deep voice, while communicating with Vine Wolf in his mind, allowing him to strike first and directly sneak attack Qian'er himself. The ruthlessness of the old Jianshi was displayed to the fullest at this moment. What to do? Ha ha, raising his son without teaching his father. Qian'er said with a smile, and before the words were finished, the ear-piercing sonic boom sounded again, and Chen Xing's pupils shrank as he looked at the gradually enlarging shadows. No, he hasn't even started sneaking up on me yet. And you're sneaking up on me first? Who the hell is the old man? Chapter 10, Look, your father's alive. Boom. Violent vibrations once again swept through the entire mountain. The crowd even felt the mountain trembling, and the people in the villa thought it was an earthquake and ran out of the villa one after another. All go back. Chen Xing, who had just climbed up from the ground, saw Qian'er's eyes staring at his wife and son's heart chilled, and without looking back, he shouted, while commanding the vine wolves to attack the abominable giant, wanting to buy his wife and children time to escape. Little friend Chanel, I apologize about my son. Do you think we can sit down and talk? At the same time, he also tried to use words to interfere with Kyle. After all, in his opinion, Kyle, a small guy the size of his own son, could be too easy to take. But before he could finish his words, the giant fist struck towards him once again. The abominable giant even abandoned the vine wolf that was attacking at it. That little attack strength hitting its body wouldn't do much harm anyway, and focused on chasing after Chen Xing. As a matter of common sense, the abominable giant's little special defense couldn't manage to ignore the vine wolf's high special attack racial value of 110 points. But who let Qian'er open up? With the size of the abomination giant, the vine wolf's attack was like a mosquito bite. Tramp! What in the world is that bastard Chen Yin's classmate? Dodging an attack with great difficulty once again, Chen Xing, who was rapidly approaching towards Qian'er, could not help but curse angrily in his heart. The man's ideas were positively evil, and he didn't even want to push him much. He just wanted him dead. At this point, he could already see that there was no way the vine wolf could be a match for that outrageous abominable giant, and his two remaining imperial beasts were both held back and couldn't get through at all. In this situation now, as long as Qian'er, the imperial beast master, was dealt with first, then the situation would be broken. He was an adult at least. Wouldn't it be simple to deal with a youngster like Chandler? In short, the advantage is mine. Why did things turn out this way? Chen Xing, who was kicked to the ground by one of Qian'er's nesting kicks, was a bit bewildered. He had just broken through the heavy siege to come to Qian'er's side, and had intended to make a big show of controlling Qian'er, but he didn't expect to lie down on his back in a single photo. That's not the right script. Uncle Chen, so eager to die? Qian'er grinned and tugged Chen Xing's hair and lifted him up. His three imperial beasts saw this and pounced towards Qian'er as if they were crazy, wanting to save Chen Xing. The other two imperial beasts were stopped by the old principal at the first opportunity, leaving only the vine wolf one, and the vine wolf revealed a break in his panic, and was directly grabbed by the abominable giant's big hand and yanked into the air, and the vine limbs that were originally rooted in the ground to draw energy to strengthen themselves were also ripped out by the huge force. In an instant, the vine wolf wilted like a frosted eggplant. In terms of speed, even the lumbering abomination giants were a step ahead of the vine wolves, and this grass-type imperial beast that took root wherever it went completely abandoned the agility of the wolves. It's your turn, Uncle Chen. Qian'er said with a smile, sniffing. His feet Chen Xing face changed. Want to say a few soft words to let Qian'er let go of their own, but the words have not yet set a huge force from the neck. He only heard a crunch, and then there was no consciousness. Qian'er laughingly cut off Chen Xing's head with a small knife. After surviving in the post-apocalyptic world for 5 years, he could understand all too well what it took to inflict fatal damage on the neck of a humanoid creature. After Chen Xing's death, his three imperial beasts let out a roar of unwillingness, then gradually disappeared, returning to slumber within Chen Xing's imperial beast space. And perhaps many years from now, a grass-type secret realm would appear in this place, with the corpses of the three elite-level grass-type imperial beasts inside it as well. How did you kill him? At this time, the old principal also reacted and quickly walked to Qian'er's side, looking at Qian'er, who was grabbing Chen Xing's hair and lifting Chen Xing's head up as if he was lifting a watermelon. His brain went blank. Is there something wrong with education in our schools? Why are there such mean students? I have been kind to people all my life, so why is it that in my old age this kind of thing comes up? At this time the old principal people are numb. He saved a lifetime of good reputation. This time is considered to be a one-time clear. Yeah, their family wants to kill me, so I can't wait for them to come to my door. I have to strike first. Qian'er with a face full of blood twisted his head and smiled brilliantly. Looking at the old principal's face was gloomy and uncertain. He had thought that Qianer had come to teach Chen-yin a lesson, but he did not think that Qianer had actually moved so quickly and ruthlessly, and directly put the person's own father to death. He further didn't expect the abomination giant to be so strong that even Chen Xing, a veteran powerhouse who had been immersed in the elite-level Imperial Beastmaster stage for so many years, was no match. No, we have to cut off the roots. Chen-yin is an advanced talent. His future achievements will definitely surpass mine. We can't let him live. Soon. A hint of firmness flashed across the old principal's face. He had made up his mind. If he was the only one, he naturally wasn't afraid. After all, he was already this old, and he would probably be dead by the time Chen-yin grew up. But he had a family. He was sure that if he let Chen-yin go today, Chen-yin would come to take revenge on his family in the future. After all, Chen Xing's death had a big reason for him. In the end, the old principal is an old man. After making up his mind, he immediately maneuvered the Imperial Beast into a clear wind and rushed into the villa, and soon found the shivering Chen-yin in one of the villa's secret rooms. The family even had a few people actively run outside in an attempt to divert attention so they could escape. But this was simply a joke in the eyes of the old principal's wind-type Imperial Beasts. Classmate Chen-yin, it's really like 3 autumns after a day's absence. I've really missed you. The moment he saw Chen-yin, Qianer's body began to ache vaguely. This was the body's memory at work. And this also made the smile on Qianer's face a few points more intense. Bang! Chen Xing's head was thrown directly in front of Chen-yin's several people by him, frightening these people into shivering, especially after seeing Chen Xing's dead face. You monster! You were clearly dead in the first place. Why did you come back to life again? You are not human at all. It is impossible for humans to cultivate the rotting mud monster like this in such a short period of time. My father in the end did what you want to do this to him. Chen-yin seemed to stand up as if she was mentally deranged and shouted at Qianer with her face full of tears, while holding Chen Xing's head up and losing her voice. Classmate Chen-yin, you're really something. You're obviously the aggressor. Why do you pretend to be a victim? Changer snorted, not bothering to talk to this guy, and waved his hand at the abomination giant behind him. The abomination giant stretched out 2 huge fingers, snatched Chen Xing's head from Chen-yin's hands, and directly threw it into his abdomen's large mouth and chewed it twice before swallowing it. Soon, an agonized face emerged from the abomination giant's calf, and it was none other than Chen Xing's. Yikes! Look, Mr. Chen-yin, your dad is alive. Qianer pretended to be surprised as he pointed at the face and said to Chen Xing, Chen-yin looked at that face and only felt a wail of despair as if a certain string in his brain seemed to have collapsed. Chapter 11, Revenge. The flesh and blood assimilation skill came into play, assimilating Chen Xing's flesh and blood into his own body. Son, come over here and show daddy. That familiar face was now devoid of its grim and horrifying expression, but instead had become peaceful again. The creature opened its mouth and spat out its own father's voice as it called itself over. Woof! Woof! Chen-yin sat paralyzed on the ground as his initial Imperial Beast, the grass leaf dog, appeared of its own accord from within the Imperial Beast space, and although he was scared to death in his heart, he still loyally stood in front of the abomination giant. The grass leaf dog was the initial form of the vine wolf, and by the looks of it, it should be the offspring of Chen Xing's vine wolf, and its qualifications were even a bit stronger than that vine wolf's. If it wasn't hung, this grass leaf dog would pretty much be Qianer's biggest enemy in the early stages. But sadly, the hangman Graham's genius. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and finish them off. Be careful not to hurt innocent people. The old principal's face was serious as he urged from the side, and did not have half a good face towards Qianer at all, which was reasonable. After all, Qianer directly ruined the good reputation he had accumulated for a lifetime. It would be strange for him to have a good face at such a time. Got it. Qianer agreed with a smile, and then looked helplessly at Chen-yin, with both hands spread out. Smilingly, mumble, Chen-yin student, as you can see, I would like to say a few words to you, but unfortunately, our principal can't wait. But you can rest assured that when your entire family dies, I will have them all meet in the belly of the abominable giant, and it will be a reunion of sorts. The tone of the speech was very relaxed and pleasant, as if he was telling a cold joke, hearing the chills in the hearts of everyone present, including the old principal. At this time, the old principal had already regretted it, although he had heard his granddaughter say something like blackening is 3 times stronger and whitewashing is 3 times weaker, but he hadn't thought that Qianer could actually become so crazy after blackening. Yes, he attributes the change in Chandler to having blacked out because of Chen-yin's persecution. At this time, Qianer looked at Chen-yin, who was too scared to speak, waving his hand in a bored manner. This kid and those old greaseballs who had been crawling and fighting for many years in the post-apocalyptic world were not interesting much more. At the very least, those people would still give him a whole lot to live out before they died. And they all thought about counter-killing before they died, rather than being like this now. With a muffled thud, there was no more movement above the hilltop, and after a moment, Chandler came down on Johnny feet. After resolving Chen-in, it was as if his thoughts were permeable. His entire body relaxed, and he walked lightly, as if he was stepping on cotton. He had a feeling this might be one of those novels that had talked about the thoughts coming through. All settled? The old principal glanced at Chen-er asked. The thought that he was so old still have to walk one way to the Black Joyao kind of just feel heartbroken. Of course, I made a point of having the abomination giant sense it before I left, and there was no more scent of other flesh and blood in the villa, not even the ingredients. Chen-er's words caused the old principal's eyebrows to twitch, and in his heart, he felt that it would be better to stay away from this kid in the future. This kid is so ruthless, whose family destroyed even the ingredients when they destroyed the door. Alright then, let's go back. I'll give you a lecture on the great competition, and also, this abominable giant of yours only has those few skills that are naturally awakened. It's too short. I'll find you some more skills that it can learn. Although he had already resolved to stay far away from Chen-er in the future. But now there was still the matter of begging Chen-er, so he had no choice but to let Chen-er sit on the back of the wind-harnessing griffin once again. The imperial beasts had developed for so many years, so naturally, it was not possible to just cultivate the imperial beasts level as the only way. Some people would let the imperial beasts develop some more practical and powerful skills when cultivating the imperial beasts, and this kind of skills could be taught. And that, in turn, was why Chandler wanted to make his strength known. The big competition is in 3 days. Don't go anywhere in these 3 days. Just stay at home. I'll bring you those things you need tonight, and feel free to use the school's training room without charging you. Putting Chandler back in his home. This time the old principal didn't tell Chandler about the do's and don'ts and emphasizing training and all that like he did in previous years. After all, Chen-er has elite-level imperial beasts, which are placed in this baby cup. Pure and simple are numerical crushing, even if the result of not learning skills is the same. The most solid episode. Is there anything else you need? The old principal looked at Chen-er standing in the doorway and asked with a sigh. In fact, if it wasn't for Chen-er's dangerous character, he would have directly and brainlessly poked at Chen-er and directly introduced his granddaughter to Chen-er to get to know her. But alas, Chen-er's character was too dangerous for him to touch. Keep an eye out for undead and skeleton-type imperial beasts for me, preferably the kind that can still be ridden. Chanel didn't care what the old principal thought, but asked with a smile. He could only utilize 1/3, or maybe 1/2, of the zombies' resources. It was such a waste, and his heart throbbed with pain at the sight of the white bones that the abominable giants had thrown to the side of the road like garbage. Skeleton and undead line. I know. The old principal wasn't surprised by this request of Chantal's. After all, Chantal's talent was darkness affinity, which was effective against flesh and blood, undead and skeleton. Witnessing the old principal's departure, Chandler smiled as he took out his cell phone and left the old home. After spending so much time in the post-apocalyptic world, he was starving to death and didn't want to eat bug cakes, so he waited until now. Principal, where have you been? At this moment, the first moment the principal returned to the school by harnessing the wind griffin was discovered by the teachers in the school, and when the principal landed on the ground, a middle-aged man with a godly face walked up and asked with concern. His name is Wang Du. Is Chen-er and Chen Yin's class teacher? A term of students out of the 2 senior gifted all his students. He can be cool these 2 days. See the director of the teaching staff dare to fry too sound. Originally, the principal was not going to say anything, but after seeing Wang Du, his footsteps lurched and he turned his head to wave at Wang Du. Little Wang, come here for a moment. He had to ask this kid in the end what is going on. Why teach out of the 2 geniuses one more than one crazy? Chen-in because of a quota harboring a grudge. Secret revenge. Almost give people to death. Chen-er even more extreme. Directly give people a full door are destroyed. He had to ask if these 2 kids were just wrong by nature or if there was something wrong with this teacher's education. Wang Du, who did not know the truth, walked quickly towards the old principal in the envious eyes of the others, thinking that this was the old principal who was going to give himself a little treat. But he didn't expect to be punched in the stomach directly by the principal just as he walked up to him. Vomit. The intense pain caused him to drop to his knees at once and let out a dry heave. Chapter 12, choose any imperial beast cub below paragons. School. Principal. What are you doing? Wang Du asked incredulously, covering his stomach. You still have the nerve to ask. In the past few years, there have only been 2 geniuses in the whole school, and you've taught them all to be crooked. How are the morals of those 2 people? At this time, Wang Du realized that he was the one who had dipped into the light of those 2 good students. Can't be. Headmaster. They both have pretty good minds and stuff. but Wang Du was not yet convinced that he could do anything bad by taking 2 good students. Ha, that's not very nice. The old principal grunted coldly, but the specifics of the situation could not be said. After all, he himself had gotten involved and played a rather dishonorable role. The action of not saying this in the middle of the sentence heard the surrounding teachers look at each other in disbelief, not sure what kind of madness the old principal was having again. Okay, help me get these out of the warehouse. After a few grumbles, the old principal sighed and pulled out a list and handed it to the head teacher. This is all going to that Cher kid? Would that be too much? The director of instruction took the list and glanced at it. His eyes suddenly widened. All of these materials were related to flesh and blood lineage imperial beasts, and none of them had flesh and blood lineage imperial beasts, so it could only be for Chinner. But would that be too many? Don't worry, we'll definitely get more out of it than we put in. The old principal was quite open-minded, as long as Chinner could lead the school to become the champion of the competition. No, it didn't need to be the champion, as long as it made it to the finals, then all these things invested would be returned exponentially. Hearing this, the head teacher frowned and carefully sized up this old friend of his, and after a while, he nodded. Good, it's good that you have that in mind. After saying that, he took the list and headed in the direction of the storehouse. Finally, I'm full. Wiping his mouth, Kyle stood up from the table. He had taken the entire snack bar on this trip, and the taste of the food intoxicated him. Gotta get a space backpack for that. Can't be like last time. Walking home, Chandler was calculating in his mind. He didn't want to experience the hunger he felt last time when he didn't want to eat the worm cake and had to hold on to it. And he really didn't want to put his mouth on a worm cake if he was asked to eat it. After all, after so many years of eating this stuff in the post-apocalyptic world, what's wrong with some good food? But the cheapest space backpack was not something he could afford. Then again, how do all the Imperial Beastmasters in this world make money? When you're full, it's easy for your thoughts to spread and wander around. While wandering around to consume his food, he looked around at the scenery that was very different from the post-apocalyptic world or even the world before that post-apocalyptic world he originally lived in. Many Imperial Beastmasters had released their own Imperial Beasts for the sake of showing off. Either cute or fierce Imperial Beasts surrounded them, causing those ordinary people around them to gasp in surprise, which also made them raise their heads in joy. Not everyone had the talent to become an Imperial Beastmaster. Proportionally speaking, the percentage of those who had the talent to become an Imperial Beastmaster was around 35.7%, and out of this 35.7%, the vast majority of them were of low-level talent, with very few of them being of intermediate-level talent. And as for the high-level talent like that of Chinner and Chenin, it was estimated that there were only a few of them amongst the students of the current class in this small town. The Abomination Giant watched as the Imperial Beasts that accompanied their respective Imperial Beast Masters immediately began to make a mess in the Imperial Beast space. It didn't want to stay in the Imperial Beast space. It wanted to come out and play as well. Don't look at the Abominable Giant's current size of over 6 meters tall, but they are serious children, just finishing their juvenile stage. Well, I'll let you spill your guts when we get back. We don't let large-sized Imperial Beasts around here. Chantal smiled and combed the rowdy Abomination Giant twice before it calmed down. After loitering for a while longer, when he returned home, Chenner then saw the Wind Harness Griffin standing in front of his house. His shoulder height of over 2 meters was very eye-catching here. The elite-level Imperial Beasts that were rare to see on a normal day caused many of the surrounding neighbors to gather in point, and those who recognized the Wind Harnessing Griffin began to tell the people around them about the origins of this Imperial Beast, causing a burst of exclamations of surprise. The people were also talking about why this Wind Harnessing Griffin was parked in front of the Chenner's house, but none of them could discuss a statement. They didn't know about Kyanal's awakening of his advanced talent. Without striking up a conversation with those neighbors around him, Chance walked straight over, recognizing that the person in front of him was the Imperial Beast Master of that ferocious beast. The Wind Harnessing Griffin's muscles began to tense up the moment it saw Chenner, assuming a guarded stance, and letting out a low roar from its sharp beak that sounded like a feline intimidating an opponent. How is that possible? That's a Wind Harnessing Griffin. Ah! The Blizzard Griffin has to be level 36 if it wants to evolve into a Wind Harnessing Griffin, which means that this Wind Harnessing Griffin is at the very least an elite-level Royal Beastmaster. So how could it be so scared? The Wind-Carrying Griffin's perverse movements caused a gasp of surprise from the crowd present, and by now, some people had already noticed Chenner, who was walking towards the Wind-Carrying Griffin, and were even more incredulous. They were all neighbors in the same neighborhood, and although they weren't very familiar with Chenner, they had usually seen him and knew that this was a student. But how could a student make the Wind Harnessing Griffin take this kind of stance? Back? At this moment, an old voice came from behind the Wind Harnessed Griffin, and Chenner realized that the old principal had been sitting on the steps all this time. Only that he hadn't noticed it because he was covered by the wind-harnessed griffin's body. "Well, come in." With a slight smile, Changer opened the door to his house and led the old principal inside while the wind-harnessed griffin stood guard outside. After all, Chantal's home wasn't that big, and if the wind-harnessed griffin squeezed in, there would be no place to land. Closing the door, not caring about the rumors outside. By now the principal had placed a palm-sized pocket on the table. The moment he saw that pocket, Chanel realized what it was. Space backpack. And also a certain big company produced a famous brand backpack. As for which big company in the end, this he has no concept. This thing and the previous him has nothing to do with. As for why he can recognize it is a big company's, it is because Chinin used to show off something similar in class. The original body has seen that logo. All the things you need have been brought to you. A flesh and blood splitting skill learning machine, a Titan heavy hammer skill learning machine, and a seismic skill learning machine. The rest are all the blood and meat I went to look for the slaughterhouse to buy a few days ago. I originally thought of letting you level up faster, but I didn't expect you to actually level up so fast. We didn't use any of these things, and they were all almost rotting when we put them in there, and we also can't eat them, so we'll give them all to you. As for the information you asked for on the skeleton and undead imperial beasts, I couldn't find that one, but the reward for the winner of the collegiate competition is an imperial beast cub of your choice of any imperial beast below the quasi-god. Chapter 13 Quasi-Divine Royal Beasts and Divine Beasts. There were divine beasts in this world, and those beings that clocked the creation of heaven and earth could arrive at the rank of quasi-king after reaching adulthood. However, it was a pity that more than 1,000 years had passed since the profession of the imperial beast master had appeared, and so far no one had ever heard of anyone contracting a divine beast, and other than those innate divine. There was also such an ordinary class of imperial beasts, but the racial qualifications could reach the divine realm, and this kind of imperial beasts were also known as quasi-gods, and a racial value total of 600 is also the mark of a paragon. Can all the imperial beasts under the paragons be chosen? Chantal asked with a twinkle in her eye. Yes, it's an official investment in talent. The old principal nodded and said softly, Principal, do you have any recommendations? Chanel rubbed his hands together, a smile about to spill over his face, and hearing this, the old principal rolled his eyes. What's wrong with this guy? He hasn't even competed yet and he just took the first place? Although this was what he thought in his heart, he quickly took out an imperial beast icon with great interest. After all, he couldn't imagine just what kind of monster could defeat Changer in such a short time. Look, your requirements of the skeleton department and the undead soul department. These two types of royal beasts add up to a total of 134 types of royal beasts known at present, the most colorful of which is definitely the skeleton department's quasi-god Frosty Bone Dragon, but that's a quasi-deity and is definitely out of the range. So in that case, there are more optional options to choose from, and then combining with your conditions, it's probably these two types of royal beasts. Saying that, the old principal flipped out the pictures of the two imperial beasts with his iconography and showed them to Chenner. The skeleton and steel mixed attributes of the imperial beast undead skeleton leader, respectively, had a total racial value of 510 points, but the physical defense racial value stood out, being the second highest physical defense of all the imperial beasts found so far, with a full 200 points. The other is the undead soul department's imperial beast Moon Ghost, with a total racial value of 500 points, a typical assassin, high attack, high speed, low blood, and the talent of strength enhancement under the moonlight. The bigger the moon the higher the increase in strength. Headmaster, what should I do with this icon? Playing with the old principal's iconography, Kyle asked curiously as he looked at the other skeleton and undead lineage imperial beasts, and he had to say that these two really did fit his current situation the best. And now that he had decided on the imperial beast of his choice, Chenner began to pay attention to other things, and this icon that the old principal had brought out was the thing that caught his attention. After all, he didn't. What did that kid Wang Do teach you? This royal beast illustration is issued to you when you officially become a royal beast master. It represents your identity, and showing this when you go to many places is more useful than any other documents. The old principal frowned and cursed twice. What's wrong with Wang Do, that bastard boy? Not only did he teach his two precious students crookedly, how can this one not even know these common sense? Hearing the old principal say so, Chenner then remembered that there is such a thing. He now only has the strength of an elite-level imperial beast master, but does not have the identity of an elite-level imperial beast master. Belongs to the wild household. Have to go to the imperial beasts bureau to register and certify first, so that he can enjoy the treatment of a serious elite-level imperial beast master. Then I'll register at the imperial beast bureau in the next couple days? Chenner played with the icon lovingly, and realized that this icon actually had a positioning and communication function, so if he encountered any danger in the wild, he could notify all the surrounding imperial beast masters with a single click. Let's wait until after the game and hold it for them. The old principal hemmed and hawed. And when he thought of those old friends looking like they had seen a ghost, he couldn't wait to travel directly to 3 days later. Since the old principal had said so, Xianer naturally had no problem with it. Okay, then I'll wait 3 more days. After sending the old principal away, Xianer then carefully surveyed the things he had brought with him. First of all, the 3 learning machines. Flesh and Blood Split is a Flesh and Blood department's change class skill, which can simply be understood as a status skill. The effect is to split half of the flesh and blood of the abominable giant's body to form a split with half of the abominable giant's attributes, and it's said that if one is skillful in using it, they can also split dozens of splits with combat power in a row. The Earthquake skill is a ground-based physical skill that has the effect of making the ground shake with terrifying force, inflicting hostile damage on all creatures around it. The Titan Heavy Hammer, on the other hand, is a physical skill of the fighting lineage, and has the effect of expanding the flesh and blood of the arm to inflict damage on a single enemy for a considerable amount of damage. These 3 skills could be said to perfectly make up for the Abomination Giant's current problem of having a single means of attack, and the old principal was presumably uptight when picking the skills. Come on, let's take you to get stronger. Since the old principal didn't take the space backpack with him when he left, it was only natural for Xianer to pass the thing along as his own. Ho ho ho! In the Imperial Beast space, hearing Xianer's words, the abominable giant let out a low roar of excitement. Large-size Imperial Beasts can't be released in the downtown area, but the Imperial Beasts can't always be released, so the officials set up an Imperial Beast training ground in every city. The official setup is free, but the facilities and whatnot are all established at the minimum standard. If you want a higher standard training ground, you have to spend money to find a professional training house. Arriving at the training ground, there were already quite a few people here at this time. The older Imperial Beast Masters and the old fellows who had accompanied them all their lives were taking a slow walk in the sunset. The newbie Imperial Beast Masters who had just gotten their Imperial Beasts and the juvenile Imperial Beasts were sweating to their heart's content. The scene full of popularity made Kyle, who hadn't yet shifted back from his post-apocalyptic thoughts, stayed to watch for a while, before finding an open space and releasing the Abomination Giant at the Abomination Giant's urging. Roar! The Abomination Giant's 2-story tall body had just appeared and instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. Good boy, an Abomination Giant that size? How does this kid feed? Now is not compared to the past. Now get a bit of rotten flesh and blood have to spend money to buy. This is if the previous Flesh and Blood Department Royal Beast Masters heard are unbelievable. A bit of rotten flesh want money. There is still the law of the king. You say that? Those people used to just walk around the battlefield with their Abomination Giants and eat their fill afterward. Where do you get that kind of place now? A few of the older sentinels got together and pointed at the Abomination Giant and Kyle and laughed and snickered, while Kyle gave them a friendly smile in response to the turn of his head before looking at the Abomination Giant in front of him. Come on, learn the flesh and blood diversions of this lineage first. They're all flesh and blood, so you should be able to learn them well. Saying that, Xianer took out the Flesh and Blood Split skill learning machine. Use skill learning machine to learn skills is a certain probability of failure. A skill learning machine can learn 10 times. 10 times if you have not become, then there is no way, can only recognize their own bad luck. Chapter 14, Incorrect Enlightenment. Returning to the end times world again. Turning on the skill learning machine according to the memorized process. A stream of information formed in a way that Xianer couldn't comprehend flooded into the Abomination Giant's head. At once, the Abomination Giant's face was stunned and stood there. Xianer understood that the memory transfer had begun. He just didn't know how much the Abomination Giant could understand. Generally speaking, the smarter the Imperial Beasts, the faster they learn. Some superpower system Imperial Beasts are not dumber than humans, and there are even some specific species that are smarter than humans, and they comprehend the skills as simple as it can be, basically just once. And the number of times an Imperial Beast that is a little bit dumber, like the Abominable Giant, comprehends the skill should be about 8 times on average. Soon, the Abomination Giant regained its color in its dull eyes. It looked towards Xianer in surprise, and a gurgling low roar kept coming out of its mouth. Roar, trainer, I've suddenly learned a skill. With that said, a piece of muscle suddenly fell off of the Abomination Giant's body, which wriggled and soon formed a whole new Abomination Giant next to it. This new Abomination Giant had the same stats as the original Abomination Giant in every aspect of its body, but only half the attributes of the original. All at once? So lucky? Chance gave the Abomination Giant a somewhat incredulous look. Now the skill learning machine, Flesh and Blood Split, still has 9 uses left and is almost brand new, so it's only a bit cheaper than the original price if you resell it. Here, try this again. Saying that, Xianer handed the Titan Heavy Hammer skill learning machine to the Abominable Giant. The fighting department's Titan heavy hammer was frankly just a technique to control the power of the muscles on the body to gather at one point, and it was a lot better to learn than Earthquake, which required controlling the vibration of the ground. Receiving the Titan heavy hammer skill learning machine, the abominable colossus started to comprehend the skill by doing the same trick. Soon, the abomination giant opened his eyes again and shared his joy with Chantal. But looking at the happy abomination of a giant, Chanel's eyes became odd. Do brainstones still have the power to enhance enlightenment? One direct skill realization might be due to luck. Two would be impossible. And abominable giants were notoriously tough to realize skills, something that a quick check on the forums would turn up a bunch of abominable giant sentinels complaining about. And while there must be a reason why this abomination giant of his is so enlightened, the one thing that makes this abomination giant of his different from the others is probably the zombie brainstones. In that case, those zombie brainstones could be a lot more useful than I thought. Chanel rubbed his chin in his mind. Just as he was contemplating, he felt himself being pushed twice, and when he looked up, it was the abominable giant eyeballing the earthquake skill learner that was left in his pocket. Here you go, it's all yours. This big guy's pitiful look made Changer laugh, and he took out his earthquake skill learning machine and handed it directly to the abomination giant. The abomination giant, which had already been used twice, began to learn with ease. And this time, just like before, it was all over again, reinforcing Chance's belief in what he had in mind. Those brainstones are really something. At this time, Shanna realized that the original brainstones are the biggest wealth in the post-apocalyptic world. Poor him actually never realized before. Those brainstones were thrown away by him. Just familiarize yourself with the skills here. Angling his head at the abomination giant, Chantal shouted. Responding to him was a low roar from the abomination giant, and in the next moment, the abomination giant's massive fist began to swell, expanding at least 5 times its size in an instant, and struck the ground hard. Titan heavy hammer. This abomination of a giant in Chundel seems to be extraordinarily fond of attacking with its fists. The huge fist struck the ground, causing a loud noise, and in the next moment, Shanner was shaken and jumped. At this moment, he felt that this blow was almost as powerful as an earthquake, and the surrounding crowd looked over, their eyes full of mischief. Young man, elite-level Imperial beasts don't come here to train. You can't train here while everyone else can't. The old man who had just been discussing share with the others came over and pointed at the weak Imperial beasts around them who were too scared to move. Oh, excuse me, I'm on my way. Knowing that it was his own fault, Shanner hurriedly stopped the abominable giant that wanted to continue swinging his fist, and took it back into the Imperial beast space before quickly walking away. Whose scion is that kid? Looking so young he's already an elite-level Imperial beast master? Looking at Shanner's back as he hurriedly left, a group of old men with nothing to do once again came together to whisper. Maybe it's just that the person has a baby face. Where in the world is there such a young elite-level Imperial beast master? Fair enough, that would be outrageous if it were true. On the other side, Shanner didn't notice the people behind him discussing him, and after leaving the plaza with a quick step, he immediately called for an online car to go home. Opening a professional training room still needs money. Where is the money in his hand now? The 390% new skill learners in his hand can sell some, but it needs time to get out. It would be better to just go to the post-apocalyptic world to train in real combat, and level up. Now that his abomination giants were on the verge of evolving into flesh and blood demons again, returning home and locking the door to his room, Chanel took a deep breath and touched the double penetration door in his head again. In an instant, the pungent odor of corpses rushed down his nose and into his brain, causing him to stumble. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury and hard to go from extravagance to frugality. Only after 2 days of good life you can't stand the stench. After a while, he then came to his senses and released the abomination giant. Roar! Back in the post-apocalyptic world, the abomination giants began to scatter as if they were home. Okay, stop messing around and come practice with me on the walkers. Climbing skillfully onto the abomination giant's shoulders, Chanel directed the abomination giant towards another neighborhood. There are fewer people over there, so there are more walkers. Standing on the shoulders of the abomination giant, he didn't notice a pair of eyes staring at him in shock in one of the sewers at his feet. Is that Chanel? Isn't he dead? What is that monster? A middle-aged man smeared with sludge looked in shock at the gradually fading away Channer and the abomination giant, unable to believe his eyes. Soon, a look of surprise flashed across his face. This information can be exchanged for at least 30 bug cakes on the boss's side. With that said, he hurriedly left through the sewers and ran towards the opposite position from that of Chanel. Not everyone is as capable of being a lone wolf in the end times as Chance is, and it's only normal to hug it out at times like these. Chapter 15 The Great Harvest. Boom! A violent ringing sound accompanied by vibrations shattered the square in front of them. Smoke and dust filled the sky, and along with the square, there were countless zombies. Ooh, it's not easy to lure so many walkers over here. Chanel climbed onto the abomination's shoulders and took a few ragged breaths as he watched the abomination slowly pull his swollen arm out of the dirt. He's got a real whole job on his hands now, after realizing that the abomination giant's attack power was completely overflowing, and that ordinary zombies were almost just injured when they grazed and died when they touched them. A bold idea sprang up in his heart. That is to gather a large number of zombies to come and subsequently use the earthquake skill to kill them all in one go. Shenna realized that this abomination giant of his seemed to have a bit of a frighteningly high level of enlightenment, and was able to use the skills he had just comprehended in a decent manner after using them a few times. In the beginning, when the abomination giant unleashed the earthquake, it could only vibrate the ground in a 1,000-meter radius, but now, it could vibrate in a 10-mile radius, almost like a small natural disaster. Such a skillful earthquake skill was the last straw that broke the camel's back, and it was because of this super large-scale AoE skill that this made Shenner determined to attract the surrounding zombies. After retrieving the abomination giant back into the sentinel space, conveniently coming to protect himself, Shenner then began to knock around the entire city while attracting the attention of the zombies. By the end of the day, he was not sure exactly how many he had attracted. The zombies were cascading like a tidal wave, with no edge in sight. To be honest, before seeing the final result, Shenner's heart was also a bit panicked. After all, there were too many zombies, and a wave of this number of zombies could easily destroy any human gathering point in this city. But the panic disappeared directly after seeing the scene caused by the abomination giant's one-shot of full-force earthquake. Joking. See those zombies, just like karma leaks, one crop after another was shattered. This situation, how can the zombies rise? Fear. The surrounding zombies that were lured over by Shenner were all shattered by the abomination giant with a super wide range of AoE skills. And the difference between these ordinary zombies and the abomination giant was similar to that between a human and a bug, where Shenner and the abomination giant couldn't see. A thick, golden pillar of light that couldn't be seen with the naked eye fell from the sky and split into two parts, the larger one disappearing into the abomination giant's body, and the smaller one entering Shenner's body, absorbing the pillar of light. Kyle scratched his head, wondering why he had suddenly become so comfortable, but soon he put that behind him and surveyed the food below with interest. The bones are all piled up together, so that when our penis arrives he can directly absorb the kingdom that you, his brother, have laid down for him, he commanded as he sat cross-legged where the abomination giant's head should have been looking at the slow-moving, chewing assimilated zombie carcass of the abomination giant. He had already thought of choosing the skeleton department's undead leader for the champion's reward. For one thing, because he really needed a defender in his current team, and on the other hand, because with so many white bones here, it would be a waste if he didn't use them. This gluttonous feast lasted until late at night before it ended. The zombie flesh and blood stuffed into an entire square was swallowed, and at this time, the size of the abomination giants had already swelled to a rather terrifying level. Just now, Shenner measured it and found that it had actually soared to 8.49 meters, which had already surpassed the upper limit of the abominable giant. And that wasn't even the upper limit of Shenner's abomination giant, but the level up of the abomination giant wasn't so great. After eating so many zombies, the abomination giant's level actually only increased by 2 levels, and it was now level 34. But Chandler did find something interesting at this point. He had just experimented and told the abomination giant not to absorb the brainstones yet, but only the flesh and blood. Dense brainstones lay on the ground, reflecting colorful light. But after not eating the brainstones, Shenner realized that the abominable giant's enlightenment was still rising, comprehending his own skills to a terrifying level, just like the Titan heavy hammer skill. For example, the abominable giant could now mobilize every bit of his body's muscles to power up and directly blow up a building with a single punch. He wasn't sure what level this kind of power could reach. After all, he had never seen an imperial beast above the elite level. But one thing was certain, the old principal's wind-harnessed griffin was not enough to beat the abominable giant with one hand in front of him. In the end, Shenner, who really couldn't bear the eyes of the abomination giant, gave all those brainstones on the ground to the abomination giant. And in this way, the level of the abomination giant was raised to 34. You mean, you're not doing much good eating the flesh and blood of these walkers anymore? At this moment, the abomination giant pointed at itself, and then pointed at those white bones underneath it, and a low roar kept emitting from its huge mouth on its stomach. The Imperial Beastmaster and the Imperial Beast shared the same mind, and Shenner understood the meaning of the abominable giant at the first moment. Roar! The abomination giant nodded repeatedly, while Chantal nodded in understanding. That's right. It's normal. As your level rises, the density of the muscles in your body follows suit and continues to rise. Right now the amount of these low-quality flesh and blood needed to transform into flesh and blood of your level is too great. After hearing Chael's words, The abomination giant panicked a bit. Roar! What about that? Sentinel. It's not like the zombies here are going to be gradually useless to me, is it? After experiencing this kind of promotion speed that was like flying, how could it be bearable to let the abomination giant once again return to the kind of step-by-step upgrading that it used to have? Don't worry, it's just that the low-level zombies are useless, but zombies can evolve. Chenner hemmed and hawed. Zombies can evolve, but the conditions are very harsh. Need zombies to devour a certain number of humans before they can evolve. This condition sounds simple, but the implementation of that is too harsh, because after the end of the world, the vast majority of humans had turned into zombies, and the number of humans left now was pitifully small compared to the number of zombies, and after killing a human, it's often a swarm of zombies swarming to partake of the human, which leaves even less energy to be had. But after the evolution of the zombie then the original is simply a world of difference. Not only light power is bigger, faster, stronger defense, there are a variety of aspects of the special enhancement. And even some zombies in the evolution of the zombie can produce wisdom, able to dominate the other zombies. It could be said that this kind of thing was a complete disaster for humans. So in normal times, Chenner would make it a point to bypass those monsters' territories when gathering food. Gotta get an opening if you look at it that way now though. Follow me. Without stopping, Chael immediately led the abomination giant towards the location of the nearest evolved walker. Chapter 16, Fighting the Evolved Corpse King. TCH, it's been 5 years since I've been here. I've forgotten how the road works. Sitting on the shoulders of the abomination giant, he lamented as he surveyed the scenery around him that looked familiar but just didn't ring a bell. This was a commercial area. Originally he came here often to sweep the area. Not only food, clothing, tools and whatnot could be found here, but ever since the news of the presence of the evolved corpse king here had gotten out, he had never come here again. Now that I'm walking down the road here again, it feels like a world away for a moment, but 5 years had passed, and the place had indeed changed a lot. The original pavement had been shredded by the tops of the plants, and there was not a single human being to be seen around. Occasionally a few zombies wandered by and after smelling the human scent on Cher went berserk and ran to refill the abomination giant's meal as a small snack. Howl! The abomination giant who had eaten 2 small snacks twisted his head to look at Chenner suspiciously, inquiring why Chenner hadn't attracted all the zombies this time like he had just done by knocking them around. This time is not the same as just now. Ah! I have not seen the Evolution Corpse King. I am not clear about the strength of the Evolution Corpse King in the end what grade. If it is still like just now so careless, that is a death do not know how to die. Chenner helplessly spread his hands, just like what he said. After all, it is something he has not seen. Not clear about the strength of the evolved Corpse King. If here again cause a wave of corpses, the Corpse King is hidden inside the coal to give him a hard time, then he can really die do not know how to die. What a pain in the ass. Seeing through is still a skill that requires a skill learning machine to learn. Chenner, who had walked aimlessly for half a day but had yet to find any sign of the Corpse King, scratched his head helplessly. Taking out the book of the complete book of flesh and blood sentient beasts, he flipped to the page of abominable giants to try and find the key to breaking the game. Don't say, it really let him find it. The flesh and blood change skill see-through. But unfortunately, this skill was not something that could be learned by leveling up the abomination giant itself, but rather, it was created by one of the flesh and blood demon sentinel masters during the war. This skill is used to detect opponents around you through the abominable giant's innate sensitivity to flesh and blood, and can increase your hit rate while also finding things you wouldn't normally be able to see. By the way, try to see any anomalies around you? Closing the book, Chantal was just about to say go back when a flash of light went through his mind, suddenly remembering the horrific unreasoning gnosis of the abominable giant. The flesh and blood demon who created this skill in the first place was able to get this skill from nothing. It didn't make sense that his abomination giant couldn't even get it if it had the principle, and this instantly put the abomination giant on the spot with Chundel's question. It scratched its head and looked at Chenner in confusion, not understanding why Chenner suddenly asked that. It's when you find a way to notice things you wouldn't normally see. Chance, a half-wit with the description of the skill, half-witsly describes it to the giant abomination, who is also a half-wit. At that, the abomination giant pondered for a moment, slowly closing his eyes and frowning. After a while, it suddenly opened its eyes in surprise. Roar really perceived it. At this moment, in the attribute panel of the abomination giant in Chenner's eyes, the skill seeing through also quietly appeared. Where do you think the best tasting one of the walkers is? It was too late to get excited. Chandler asked eagerly, wondering why he always felt a pang of discomfort all over his body. Roar! Behind, the abominable giant's low roar was accompanied by a violent cracking sound, and it twisted its waist violently, its fist expanding violently and slamming towards its back like a siege hammer. Chantal's pupils shrank, and all he heard in his ears was a loud thud followed by a whimper of pain. Twisting his head, it was at this point that Chanel saw exactly what was happening. It was a terrifying beast with a shoulder height of almost 1 story high. It landed on all 4 feet. Its body was rotting with blood and flesh, and its fur was pretty much falling out along with it, so it was impossible to tell whether it was feline or canine, and a few painfully hideous human faces could be vaguely seen flashing across its body, giving it a physically uncomfortable look. It is a creature like the abomination giant that can strengthen itself by digesting or assimilating the flesh and blood of other creatures. It was only at this time that Shienna was certain that this monster was the evolved corpse king here, but he didn't expect that this monster wasn't actually humanoid, but an animal. Compared to the humanoid zombie, this guy retained a bit more of the ferocious cunning and undetectable characteristics of a fierce beast of prey. The one just now had almost touched behind Kyle, and neither Kyle nor the abomination giant had noticed. If it wasn't for the abomination giant comprehending the seeing-through skill, then there was a real possibility that he would have flipped. The very thought of it stirred up a cold sweat in Chanel. The abomination giant was even more furious. It also thought of the ferocity of what it had just done. And while the zombie giant was still moaning in pain on the ground, it took a big step over, raised its right foot high, and stomped down hard on its head. Boom! A horrible muffled sound rang out, and with the abominable giant's foot as the center, the ground around it cracked and shattered. That time just now it used its tight and heavy hammer technique, and it could be said that with just one blow, it directly stomped that monster's head. The zombie behemoth's body struggled twice, and the steel-reinforced concrete house was torn apart like foam under its claws. But that couldn't undo the death. Soon, its struggling movements faded away and it lay helplessly on the ground. The evolved corpse king that had been roaming the post-apocalyptic world for 5 long years was as fragile as an egg against a stone on its way to collide with the abomination giant. At this moment, the abomination giant didn't immediately start devouring the flesh and blood of this zombie beast, but instead plunged his hand into the bloodstained brain matter to rummage through it. After a while, it came out with 2 fingers holding a radiant crystal core that was the size of Cher's head. Is this the brainstone of an evolved zombie king? Quickly taste it to see how different it is from a normal zombie, Chantal said excitedly as she patted the skin on the abomination giant's shoulder. Howl. To me? The abomination giant stretched out his finger to point at himself in shock. His eyes filled with disbelief. It could feel exactly how strong the energy contained within this thing was, and its attraction to it was unprecedentedly strong. But it still held back, wanting to give this to Chienner to absorb. After all, just now it was too dangerous. Next time if it encountered this kind of thing again, it would not necessarily be able to be as lucky as it is now. So it was going to give this brainstone to Chienner so that he could boost his strength a bit. But I didn't realize that Chandler actually didn't want it and pushed it back. Of course it's for you. Eat it. The expression on the abominable giant's face was just too good to understand. And Chantal understood what he meant at first. His heart warming, but still smiling. This is almost as big as my head. Do you think I can eat it? The abominable giant scratched his face and compared Chale's head to this brainstone before nodding. Then, no longer resisting the temptation of his body, he threw the brainstone into his abdominal maw. Chapter 17, Another Way for Zombies to Evolve. The crystal core entered the mouth and was immediately wrapped by the blood chi within the abomination giant's body, continuously digesting the energy within the core. Unspeakable energies of fullness filled the abomination giant's body, bringing an excited smile to the abomination giant's face. In the next moment, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed the entire massive corpse of the zombie beast in one gulp while the energy was still there. Original soup to original food. After a few moments, it opened its mouth again and spat out the cleanly digested skeleton. How about this one? Is it a big lift? Seeing that the abomination giant's attribute panel didn't increase significantly, Shinner understood that this was because the abomination giant hadn't digested the body of that zombie beast yet, so he opened his mouth to ask. Roar, it's huge. That guy's even a hair above me in terms of flesh and blood quality alone, but it's surprisingly weak. The abomination giant let out a puzzled guttural growl, wondering what the hell was going on. It does not understand, but Shinner understood. The abomination giant, which are passed down for how many years of the ancient imperial beast race. Powerful things have been passed down through the bloodline. Not to mention that there are countless people Jia imperial beast masters who have developed new skills to give the abomination giant to check the shortcomings and fill in the gaps. The development of these thousands of years. How is it possible to be just appeared less than 5 years of zombie beasts can be comparable to the... It was true that the zombie beasts could boost their base attributes to the same level as the abomination giants through a unique advantage, but the rest of the software was too different. Can you hold back now? Patting the abominable giant's stomach, Chantal asked with a frown. As with the carrion monster period, the more abomination giants accumulate, the greater the boost in evolving into the flesh and blood demon period. Sitting cross-legged on the ground like CHR, The abomination giant casually grabbed 2 small snacks and threw them into its mouth, frowning at the taste of poorly rotted flesh and blood along with all those tiny bits of power in its brainstones, but recovering quickly enough to tell itself that it was better than nothing. Roar! Still holding up. After a moment of careful thought, it nodded vigorously. Very well, just wait to evolve until you just can't hold out any longer, like you did during the carrion monster days. Qianer, who had been staring at the abomination giant's attribute panel, spoke with relief. At this time, the abominable giant had already begun to gradually assimilate the flesh and blood of the zombie beast that had just been killed along with the brainstones. His level and size increased rapidly, and during the time he spent chatting, his level had already skyrocketed to level 35. A normal abomination giant would evolve into a flesh and blood demon at level 36, which meant that right now, his abomination giant was only one step away from evolving, but this was a time to hold back. Although this abomination giant of his had now broken through the upper limit of what the race of abomination giants could achieve in the historical records, Kyle felt that this should not be the upper limit of his abomination giants. Come on, I'll take you to the evolutionary corpse king again. After waiting a little longer, until the abomination giant stood up and said that he had completely digested the zombie beast he had just seen, Chantal spoke up. However, at this time, the abominable giant had not upgraded again, and was still level 35. Which was a bit of a shame. But the problem is not big. The city's forbidden zone he knows well, one by one over to the price of those evolved necromancers to pick up the line, will always be upgraded. That one should be the king of the evolved corpses here. I can feel that the scent emanating from it is much stronger. Casually throwing a small snack that had come around to hug and nibble on its toes when it heard the commotion into its mouth and chewing on it, the abomination giant pointed to a huge number of zombies in front of it and opened its mouth. That much? Looking at the zombies in front of him, which occupied an entire street and couldn't be seen at a glance, Qianer only felt his scalp tingle. Can you sense the location of that evolved necromancer specifically? Chantal couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. These zombies were even bigger than the wave of corpses he had attracted back there in the plaza. With a wave of corpses of this magnitude, it would be a big problem if one accidentally released 1 or 2 to pounce on the abomination giants. At those words, the abomination giant closed its eyes for a change, and after a moment, both eyes snapped open, with surprise in their eyes. Roar! At the next moment, the abomination giant's 2 legs violently stomped on the ground, and his huge body rushed into the pile of zombies like a tiger descending from a mountain, bringing up a mournful wind sound, and even Qianer had not reacted yet. When he opened his eyes again, he found a burly zombie over 2 meters tall with muscles as smooth as a cheetah's was maintaining the action of picking up a brainstone and throwing it into his mouth. But that movement quickly faded as the abomination giant raised his massive palm and slapped it down hard, sending the zombie straight into the dirt. This shot directly slapped the evolved corpse king to the ground, and the ordinary zombies clustered around it rushed up one by one as if they were crazy, but they were rolled up by the abominable giant's gigantic tongue into its bloody mouth and chewed on it. Taking a taste of the appetizer, the abomination giant pinched the head of the evolved necromancer with 2 thick fingers and threw it into its mouth, the taste of high-quality blood and flesh filling its face with intoxication. Wait, you control 2 normal walkers over here first. Seeing the giant abomination who had finished the main course and was about to make a move for another little after-dinner dessert, Kyle hastily interrupted him with a voice. And though the abomination giant wasn't sure what kind of insanity Chael was going through, he reached out with his big hands and grabbed 2 walkers from his body. These humongous zombies were like ants crawling up the abominable giant's legs at this point, opening their mouths and tearing into the abominable giant's body, wanting to eat the abominable giant. But how could muscles that had been purified to the point of horror be broken by their teeth? Biting at the body of an abomination giant was even worse than a mosquito bite. Sliding down the abomination giant's arm and into its palm, Changer gingerly kills one of the walkers with his knife and pulls the brainstone out of its head and throws it into the mouth of the other walker. The image of that evolved corpse king swallowing the brainstones just now was still fresh in his mind, which caused an idea to well up in Qianer's heart. Could it be that zombies can also absorb brainstones as a way to evolve? But normal zombies don't attack their own kind, so no one has ever noticed this before. But after evolving into a zombie king they have some intelligence and are able to rebel against their body's instincts to turn on their own kind? If this conjecture came true, it would be a fortune, and they would be able to raise the evolutionary corpse king themselves in the future. In Qianer's expectant eyes, the brainstones that had been swallowed into his stomach began to be digested, and the aura on that zombie's body began to rise at a rate visible to the naked eye, but it had not yet reached the level of evolution, so it was assumed that it had not been fed much. Ha ha, it's actually true. Qianer surprised patted the arm of the abomination giant. I did not expect that I actually really found this evolutionary condition to come. Recently things are not too smooth. Chapter 18, Abominable Giant Beyond Limits. Quick, Grab some more normal zombies and feed them to it, so you'll constantly have evolved zombies to eat later. Chance excitedly prodded the abomination giant. At this time, the abomination giant also noticed the change in the zombies and followed the excitement, and immediately used his flesh and blood to split out a split to grab some zombies over. Even if it was a doppelganger with only half the attributes of the main body, those ordinary zombies wanted to break through the defense that was also delusional. It didn't take long for the flesh and blood doppelganger to pinch a large pile of broken zombies over, since all that was needed was their brainstones. This time Chenner didn't specifically ask to catch them alive. Pulling out the brainstones one by one, Chenner fed them all to the zombie in the abomination giant's hand in a single stream. As for the broken flesh and blood, they were all thrown into the mouths of the abominable giants. And the main point was that one would not be wasted. It had been fed until the 100th brainstone, and the breath of the zombie in the abomination giant's hand took on a qualitative change. At this moment, although they couldn't see the zombie's attribute panel, both Chenner and the abomination giant all understood that it had completed its evolution. The abomination giant threw the zombie into its mouth and chewed it with both eyes. But soon, an odd expression appeared on its face, and it was impossible to tell whether it was disappointment or surprise in its eyes. What kind of expression is that? Give me an answer if it's a success or not. Kyle frowned and asked, but before he could finish his sentence, the abomination giant's body suddenly lit up with a white light. It is the light of evolution. After digesting the evolved corpse king from before along with the zombie that had just evolved, the level of the abomination giant had also increased to level 36, reaching the edge of evolution. But at this moment, the abomination giant had Chenner's previous instructions firmly in mind, and after realizing that it hadn't reached its limit, it immediately interrupted its evolution. The white light shattered with a crash, and the figure of the abomination giant reappeared, unchanged, much to Chantal's relief. Roar! The first thing the interrupted evolutionary abomination giant did was to snitch on Chance, and after hearing the words of the abominable giant, a trace of shock flashed through Changer's eyes. Are you saying that the zombie that just evolved only has a crystal core that's useful, and that the flesh and blood is no different from a normal zombie? The abomination giant's huge body nodded repeatedly. If it wasn't for that crystal core just now, it wouldn't have had to evolve so quickly. That way should be the reason why that zombie's evolution only ate the crystal cores and not the flesh and blood. Chantal cupped his chin and guessed, but that would be a problem because he had tried it before. Those zombies could forcefully eat the crystals of their own kind, but for the flesh and blood of their own kind that couldn't open their mouths in any way. TSK, that's really troublesome, which means that right now this method can only be put down for now and used for leveling up after you evolve into a flesh and blood demon. With a helpless show of hands, there was nothing to do but Chenner could only lead the abomination giants towards the next forbidden place once again. Originally, he was thinking that if this method could really work, then he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of searching for the evolved corpse king, but he didn't expect it. But this is really heaven's death. At this point, Kyle didn't realize that his abomination of a giant was vastly different than the rest of its kind. Normal abomination giants nourish a blood chi by constantly devouring flesh and blood, and can even attack through this blood chi, which also carries a demonic nature that makes the abomination giants crazy. This is why the evolved form of the abomination giant is known as the flesh and blood demon. But this abomination of a giant of a man in Chundel was not in the least bit in a frenzied frame of mind, and it was excusable that Chantal hadn't found this out, since the knowledge of the imperial beasts after evolution was not accessible in high school, but only in college, because there had never been a high school student who had let an imperial beast evolve not long after they had just gotten it, not even the bug-type imperial beasts, which were known for their short growth cycle. 3 days later, phew, a bucket of cool water poured over his head to his feet, washing away the foam and blood from his body, and the refreshing sensation on his body made it seem as if Chanel had come back to life. Roar! The abomination giant that sat on its knees on the side where 2 stories high couldn't help but see Chenner's comfortable expression at once, just as if it was afraid that Chenner had forgotten about it. Let out a gust of low roar, urging Chenner to quickly manage himself. I know, take it easy. Chantal smiled and put on a washcloth, grabbed the hose he had bought from the imperial beast world and rushed it over the abomination's body, washing away the bloodstains from the abomination's body. He then stepped on a ladder, holding a large brush that was taller than any of the others to brush the abomination giant with the stubborn dirt on his body. This is still the post-apocalyptic world, and in Chandler's lair, all this water is pumped up from a well. He didn't go back to cleaning it, because the size of the abomination giant was a little too shocking now, surpassing the world record for abomination giants by an unknown amount, and it had been upgraded from a large imperial beast to a super large imperial beast. Don't look at just one more word, the usual cultivation. The maintenance of all kinds of expenses required that is exponentially increased, because he was a bit strapped for cash. That's why Chenner came up with this plan to buy materials to take the abomination giant on a break in the post-apocalyptic world. He had just taken the opportunity to measure it while taking a bath, and the abomination giant was now a terrifying 15 meters tall. And previously the abomination giant's upper limit was almost only up to its waist. And trying to clean this 15-meter behemoth wasn't so easy anymore. One trip down the road and Chance felt like he was dying, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Okay, get comfortable and go. After re-rinsing his body, Kyle put all those tools and stuff into his space backpack, then took the abomination giant back into the Sentinel space and returned to the Sentinel world through the double-through door. As soon as he returned, his cell phone signal was picked up and a series of vibrations nearly made the phone pop out of his pocket. Pulling out his cell phone, he realized that it was from the old principal, sending over 40 messages in a row, scaring Chanel into thinking he had missed the game. But after glancing at the time, he was relieved that there was still more than an hour before the game started. At this moment, the old principal's phone call came again, and only then did Chenner pick up the phone. And the moment the phone was picked up, he clearly heard an extremely obvious sound of relief coming from the opposite side. I mean, Principal, doesn't the game start at 10 in the morning? Why are you calling me at 5? Chandler asked flirtatiously. I'm panicking, this is the most promising year, and when it comes to this time of year I'm especially panicked and can't sleep at all. The old principal's apprehensive voice came from the other side of the phone. He didn't ask Chenner why the phone kept showing that it was not in the service area. The Empire was strictly prohibited from inquiring about the chances of other Imperial Beast Masters. This was all because of the losses he had suffered in the first place. In the past, there were a few geniuses who got a big chance, and then the big families of the time knew about it. So those big families captured all the geniuses and tortured them, forcing them to find out where the chance was, and then they also made those geniuses sign a contract to sell their bodies in order to exploit them. It was as if those geniuses had their spines broken, and they signed the contract without saying a word, and have been humiliated ever since. Later, those few geniuses continue to hold back and accumulate power, until the strength is enough to revolt when they brazenly jumped back to set off the rebellion. That battle destroyed more than 10 from the establishment of the country before the existence of the big family. The establishment of the country after the small family is countless. The number of deaths as high as more than 700,000 people. Then the killings were so vicious that it caused the Empire to go down to quell the rebellion and erase all traces of those geniuses' existence. Since then, the Empire had issued a law forbidding prying into the chances of other Imperial Beast Masters. Chapter 19 Rules for a contest shorter than any British recipe. Ha ha, relax Principal, where are you people now? Chandler's words were like a bomb that suddenly calmed the old principal. I'll be right in front of your house now, just wait and I'll pick you up and take you to your place. After saying that, the old principal sighed hurriedly hung up the phone. It wasn't long before Chanel heard a shrill wind whistling outside the house. Pushing the door open and stepping outside, a gust of wind hit his face as the massive body of the wind-harnessed griffin slowly descended. Come on up. The opening ceremony will start in a few minutes. The old principal stood on the back of the wind-harnessed griffin and kept waving at Chantal. Got it. This year's college competition was held in the next city over, and with the speed of the wind-harnessing griffin, it wouldn't take long to get there, which was why Chenner was so unhurried. After locking the door and climbing onto the back of the wind-harnessing griffin, the old principal suddenly swallowed back the words he was just about to ask and looked at Chenner in astonishment. He didn't know why, but he always felt that after 3 days of not seeing him, Chenner's aura seemed to have changed again, but he couldn't tell exactly where. But soon, he put this doubt behind him and crouched down to gently pat the wind-harnessing griffin's neck. Go to old Sunday. They are all old fellows who have followed the old principal for I don't know how many years. The wind-harnessing griffin has turned familiar in this neighborhood, and as soon as it hears about Old Sun it knows where to go. The thick and powerful lion's legs stomped on the ground, and the body of the wind-harnessing griffin jumped straight up, the pair of huge feathered wings in the air spreading out, riding the gusty winds towards the east. The landscape below scuttled by, like paint mixed together but not stirred well. But the strange thing was that obviously flying so fast, but sitting on the back of the wind-harnessing griffin Chenner did not feel any discomfort. It was almost like being on the ground, and could not notice the existence of the wind at all. This is the talent of the race of wind-carrying griffins engraved in their bloodline. As one of the most suitable flying imperial beasts to ride, the wind-carrying griffin is born with the ability to harness the wind, and it lets the wind be with you, which is why you are able to sit here so peacefully. Noticing Chenner's puzzled expression, the old principal, who had been a teacher for many years and had the problem of being a good teacher again, opened his mouth and explained to Chenner. So, at that, Chantal nodded in understanding. It's almost here. Time flew by as the two chatted idly, and soon enough, Kyle realized that the landscape below had gradually begun to show signs of human buildings. indicating that they were close to entering the next human gathering place, and the old principal spoke up at that moment to confirm it. The wind-carrying griffin's soaring motion shifted and swooped downward toward the bottom. At this point, Qianer had already seen the skyscrapers not far away. In the time it took him to blink, the wind-harnessed griffin had already flown into the city. You have to pay attention. If you also have a flying imperial beast in the future, don't be like me. Driving an imperial beast to fly into the city for no reason is a big crime. I'm doing this as a special favor. Plus I've already greeted you before, so I can do this. The old principal opened his mouth to explain once again, and by this time, the wind-harnessed griffin had already flown to a stop outside a huge gymnasium and landed steadily on the ground. Well, this is it. Come on down. Rolling over and jumping off the back of the wind-harnessed griffin, the old principal turned his head to look at Chantal and said, "Just follow the wind-harnessed griffin in. It knows the way. I've already given you your name and everything. Someone will come and inform you when you're needed on the field. I'm going to go and catch up with a few of my old buddies first." After saying that, he hurriedly turned around and walked away. And the moment he turned around, the smile on his face could no longer be suppressed, and his entire expression twisted. He had picked up a treasure this year. It was an elite-level Imperial Beast Master, and he now wanted to see the expressions of those old fellows after knowing the news. He'd made up his mind to stay close to those old boys for a while, keeping his cell phone on the photo page, making sure to capture the image to come. Okay, I got it. The old principal's movements naturally could not be hidden from Qianer at this time. His expression was also a bit odd. I did not expect the old principal to be so old, but he is also a noodle man. Goo. After the old principal left, the wind-harnessed griffin called out to Qianer, signaling for him to follow, and then headed towards another less crowded area. The main entrance of the stadium was already full of people who came to watch the Baby Cup. After all, although the intensity of the game is not very high, but the representation is still quite important. And after following the harnessed griffin, Qianer walked for a while, realizing that the harnessed griffin had led into a passageway coming off the beaten path, and the standing sign next to the player's passageway made Qianer understand what it was for. Two men in red and white sat on either side of the aisle having a conversation. Goo! The wind-harnessed griffin breezed up to the two men and opened his mouth to call out, "Ah, it's Uncle Harness Wind. It's been a year since I've seen you. You've gotten stronger again." A middle-aged man heard the commotion and turned his head to look over. After realizing that it was the wind-harnessed griffin, his face was delighted and he opened his mouth with a smile, obviously familiar with the wind-harnessed griffin. "This is Qianer, right? Uncle Goo told me about you." At this moment, the middle-aged man noticed Qianer, who was following the wind-harnessing griffin, and said with a smile, while taking out a portable scanner that was similar to a temperature-measuring gun and sweeping it in front of Qianer. The next moment, only a ding was heard, and the mechanical door of the passageway lit up with a green glow. "Good. Here's your ID card. Take it and remember to give this to the referee before the match." All before Chanel could even say anything. He had already gotten everything done, taking a card that looked like a work badge and handing it to Chanel. Receiving the card, Qianer still wanted to ask a couple of questions, only to see the middle-aged man waving his hand to signal him to go in. "I haven't asked for the rules yet." Qianer, who had no choice but to follow the wind-harnessed griffin into the gymnasium, asked in wonder. In his perception, things like tournaments required rules, but he was in two minds about the rules right now. Goo! The wings of the wind-carrying griffin tapped Chantal's shoulder as if to say not to worry. Following the footsteps of the wind-harnessed griffin, Qianer found his school's player room at the 300th position, and after pushing the door and walking in, a breeze carried a flyer-like paper floating in front of him. Taking the paper and looking at it, Chanel's expression suddenly became odd. "Rules for a flyer-sized contest?" He mumbled a bit in wonder. There were really only 3 rules total on it. The first rule is that you can only use the initial imperial beasts that were uniformly issued by the Empire, and when they were first issued, the Empire had already marked them, so you don't have to think about replacing them. It's shorter than any British recipe. The second rule is that you can't kill your opponent's imperial beast, but there is no restriction on naming. The third rule is that you must enter the competition in person. Chapter 20, the baby bowl kicks off with a vegetable chicken pecking that will make Chanel's head bald. Are the rules of this competition so sketchy? After reading the rules of this competition, Qianer only felt his head was full of question marks, unable to figure out what the hell was going on. The wind-harnessed griffin that had found a comfortable position to lie down opened its mouth to explain, but once it thought that what it had said could not be comprehended by Qianer, it closed its mouth again. Knock knock. Just as Chanel wondered, there was a sudden knock at the door. Who? The artful Qianer didn't think much about it and opened the door directly. Outside the door, a teenager wearing what appeared to be a modified school uniform with hair dyed 3 colors froze for a moment, and sardonically lowered his hand that was once again ready to knock. "Hello, Friends from Lianqing First Middle School. My name is Lai Ziming. I'm from Pengcheng Third Middle School. And the principals of our two schools are friends. He very self-consciously hooked Chinner's shoulder and asked with a smile. And the physical reflexes that Chance had developed over the years allowed him to turn his body at the first opportunity into a position best suited to attack. But soon he reacted to the fact that this was not the end of the world. And his originally tense muscles then relaxed, and an indistinguishable smile appeared on his face. Yeah, so what did you come to see me about? Lianqing No. 1 Middle School was the school Chinner was in. And as for Pengcheng No. 3 Middle School, it was a local school in this city. It's like this. Your principal is catching up with our principal in the lounge of our school. And because I'm worried that you're not clear about the situation, I've been asked to come over and talk to you, and incidentally, let the two of us, the two young people, have a good exchange of feelings. Lai Ziming came in very spontaneously and smiled and explained after greeting the wind-harnessed griffin. So, Chanel nodded slightly, his eyes becoming a little friendlier. My name is Chinner, brother Lai. Let's sit down and talk. Chinner smiled faintly from a position where Lai Ziming couldn't see him, pulling him to sit down for a sky-high banter. And although Lai Ziming was self-conscious, he was just a little kid, and within a few words, he was on the verge of saying what color the panties of Chinner said were. And just as the two were chatting, the opening ceremony was over and the match had begun. At the very beginning of the battle were two guys that Chinner didn't recognize, using Imperial Beasts one level 8 and one level 9, which could only be said to be quite in line with Chinner's imagination of a baby cup. And the fight was even spicier. A total dish rag. Hiss. These two guys have a grudge, don't they? Hitting so hard? Lai Ziming, who was sitting beside Chinner, suddenly opened his mouth and lamented, saying that Chinner froze, scratching his ears and not knowing how to pick up on this. Ah, ha ha, yeah, that's intense. It won't be a problem to be that intense. Looking down below those two sparring Imperial Beasts, Chinner felt that his real person on the field is estimated to be able to a hit. The two of them have no temper, are fast to gouge the face, which his dry smile said. Don't worry about that one. Look at the guy sitting on the podium. Lai Ziming pointed to a gentle-looking middle-aged man at the podium on the screen. See, what's wrong with him? Chance plays a good cudgel. He's something. One of only 3 sacred system paragon kings in the world. What he's best at is healing. He can even unconditionally resurrect any Imperial Beasts below the Jingui level, so there's no need to worry about injuries at all. However, in order to prevent us geniuses from fighting out of the real fire, so the rules still stipulate that we can't put our opponents to death. A quasi-king is a level 51 to level 60 Imperial Beast, and a town guard is a level 41 to level 50 Imperial Beast. And this level of existence can be said to be a high-end force when placed in any country. But I didn't expect to actually see a quasi-king here. Chanel rubbed his chin, a glint of gravity flashing in his eyes. At this time, the bottom had already divided the winners and losers. And the surprising result was that the winner was actually that 8th level Imperial Beast. Good guy. To actually be able to undercut in the novice stage. That guy's talent is definitely not low. It can't be said to be a high-level talent, or an intermediate talent that has a strong increase in combat power. Lai Ziming exclaimed in shock. The lower the level, the greater the combat power represented by the level. Because at the low level of the Imperial Beasts can use too few means. Skills cannot learn a few. Exercise time is short and ineffective. So the level is particularly important. The difference of one level was nothing at all in terms of Chinner's current stage, and could be crossed casually. But it wasn't really easy to say at this stage of the novice phase. Hearing this, Chinner fidgeted even more, scratching his ears as he listened to Ziming praising those vegetable chickens, which really made his head crack. Luckily, just as Chinner was thinking about whether or not he should tell Lai Ziming to physically shut up, his cell phone suddenly rang. I'm next, old brother Chien. I'll go first, just watch me show off my skills. When he finished speaking, he stood up and left in a hurry. When Dawn left, Chantal sighed in relief and went limp on the couch as if she'd burned out. The wind-carrying griffin next to him couldn't hold back any longer and opened his eagle beak to let out a burst of laughter. It had just kept its eyes closed the entire time, afraid that it would burst out laughing. This was especially true when it came to seeing Don Zimmerman's compliments on Chanel's fidgeting. Go eat your fruit. Without any good humor, he took an apple from the fruit plate on the table and threw it to the wind-harnessed griffin, then dumped the fruit plate all into the royal beast space for the abominable giant. At this point, the preliminaries for Lai Ziming's match have begun below. Thank you to the previous two sides for the wonderful battles they've given us. Next, please welcome Lai Ziming from Pengcheng 3rd Middle School versus Qiu Gaoyi from Mingyang 2nd Middle School. The host shouted loudly and the contestants' lane of the competition arena opened. And amidst a crowd of cheering people, Lai Ziming, whose hair was dyed in 3 colors, walked while waving to the surrounding audience. His opponent, on the other hand, looked much more normal. wearing a school uniform and an inch cut without a word, and compared to the flamboyant Lai Ziming, he looked like a social terrorist. Please release the imperial beasts on both sides. The referee walks up and shouts, his voice carrying through the microphone throughout the stadium. Lai Ziming was the first to release his royal beast, a water-type clear-water crocodile, lying on the ground with a visual estimate of about 2 meters in length, looking quite bluffing, and the level was as high as level 11, breaking through the novice stage into the excellent stage. Seeing this, a few moments of interest appeared in Kyle's eyes. An excellent stage imperial beast? According to the previous baby cups, this should be considered a champion seed, right? No wonder he hasn't been telling me about the imperial beast's level. This is to give me a surprise. Excellent stage imperial beasts are not rare in baby cups. They can't even do it every year. So you could say that this kid is kind of a genius. On the other hand, his opponent Xiao Gaoyi had released a fire rat. The big rat with a body length of 30 centimeters stood in front of the Qing Shui crocodile was just like a toy. And its level was also only level 6. Now rank, attributes, and size were all at a disadvantage. Xiao Gaoyi's face instantly became ugly. Chapter 21, Chale's Battle. Against the evil rock beasts. Give up. You're no match for me at all. Lai Ziming opened his arms and said in a low tone. It had to be said that this was indeed very reasonable. And after hearing this, Xiao Gaoyi actually really began to think about it. You can't fight in this situation for sure, so you might as well surrender and save your strength. But would it be a little too ugly to just surrender? He couldn't help but shiver at the thought of his teacher's face. If we go back like this, we'll be drowned in spittle, right? But just as he was contemplating, his ears suddenly heard the panicked screams of the fire rats. He snapped his head up and realized that Lai Ziming's clear water crocodile had somehow run to where the fire rat had just been, while his fire rat was scared and scampering everywhere. Good boy. You actually sneak attacked. Xiao Gaoyi people numb. What kind of person ah? Their own fire rat how to see are not the opponent of the clear water crocodile. But this guy also come over to talk to attract their attention, and then let the clear water crocodile secretly sneak attack? How can there be such a clear water crocodile? The current tale sends it down. Lai Ziming, whose sneak attack had been discovered, smiled awkwardly, but just when Xiao Gaoyi thought that the man would be ashamed and tell the Qing Shui crocodile to stop, the guy suddenly opened his mouth. His pupils shrank before he noticed that he had fallen for it again. The Clearwater crocodile took advantage of the fact that his attention was all on Lai Ziming just now to come to the fire rat's side, whipping up its long and slender tail that was thick and attached with scaly armor. A stream of water spinning at high speed somehow wrapped around the tail and made a humming sound. In the next moment, the slender tail was flung at the fire rat like a whip, and the fire rat's petite body was smashed out of the ring amidst Xiao Gaoyi's cries of surprise. And you sneak attacked twice in a row? Xiao Gaoyi man went numb and looked at Li Ziming in shock, not daring to imagine that there was actually such a shameless person in the world. As long as we can win, isn't it? Means and whatnot don't matter at all. Don't worry. Qing Shui crocodile stayed his hand. Your fire rat just passed out. Don't worry. Dawn smiled and turned to look at the referee. At this moment, the referee was all shocked by Ri Ziming's shamelessness, and didn't react for a while, and only after Ri Ziming's reminder did he reluctantly declare him the winner. What's this guy's path? 2 sneak attacks in a row? Is he still a human being? If this were a human being I'd eat it straight away. This pussy is too shameless, isn't it? At this time not only is the referee and Xiao Gaoyi messed up, those who are concerned about the audience of this match are also numb. What are these people in the audience? The smiles that had originally appeared on the faces of Li Ziming's parents because their son had bred an excellent great imperial beast began to freeze up at some point, and lowered their heads in death for fear of being discovered. But there are those who don't give a damn about that face. In the preparation room of Lai Ziming's school, the bright laughter revealed a strong sense of triumph. Old Gua, what do you think of this student of mine? Does he have the elegance I had when I was young? A dry, thin old man hooked Principal Gu's neck and laughed openly. Let me tell you, this student of mine is not ordinary. Advanced water system increased talent. The leveling speed of the water system imperial beasts is not covered. Such a short time directly to the excellent level. Let me tell you, this year this student of mine is definitely the favorite to win the championship. Principal Gu hurriedly picked up the wine glass on the table and drank it all in one go, barely suppressing the smile that came to the corners of his mouth. Originally, he had planned to show off that monster Chandler to his old friend, but he hadn't expected him to beat him to it. In that case then there is no way. You can't just brush off your old friend on the spot. Thinking of this, Principal Gu motionless took out his cell phone and turned on the photo function, wanting to capture his old friend's scandalous state when he saw Qian's strength later on. Brother Qian, how is it? Have you been surprised by my strength? Let me tell you, this strength of mine is absolutely unique in this baby cup. I'll cover you when the time comes. The main door was pushed open. and Lai Ziming, who was followed by Chung Shui Crocodile, swaggered in, scowling at Shenner as if his eyebrows could dance. Well, that was awesome. The child's bragging-like tone made Chantal laugh, and replied in the same tone as he used to coax children. I say, that's a bit perfunctory. With a stub of his neck, Don slapped twice toward Chantal's arm. It's almost my turn. I'll go out and wait. Chance blushed oddly enough, clenching his teeth in a death grip, which prevented him from laughing outright. Lai Ziming watched in bewilderment as Chenner, whose shoulders were shaking, left the preparation room at a fast pace, unable to figure out what the hell was going on with this man. And at that moment, in the arena below, a rookie fight had ended, and new headshots of both players appeared on the screen. Next, it's Chenner from Lianqing No. 1 Middle School and Wu Yuan from Wuching No. 16 Middle School. The commentator's words fall as the competitor's tunnel in the ring opens up and Chandler slowly walks out of it, glancing at the cheering crowd around him. He frowned, instinctively feeling a pang of discomfort. He didn't like the feeling of being exposed to the eyes of many, but there was no way around it. He would have to make a name for himself if he wanted to obtain higher-level resources, and to make a name for himself, this was inevitable. You're no match for me. Admit defeat voluntarily, and you can still let your Imperial Beast suffer fewer injuries. Wu Yuan had a cold face and looked at Chenner with a few hints of contempt in her eyes. Intelligence is a pretty important part of the Battle of the Sentinels, and so is the Baby Cup. Before going on the field, Wu Yuan collected information on the matchups of all the participants, as these people had just obtained the Imperial Beasts, and of course they would go looking for someone to fight against when they were itching to do so, which gave a lot of people a chance to do business. Owan memorized all the opponents who were a threat to him, and there was no sign of changer at all among them. This is also normal. After all, Chenner after getting the Imperial Beasts did not even look for his peers to fight against. The only time in the world of Imperial Beasts to use the Abomination Giant is still the time to exterminate Qin Shing's full family. This is of course impossible for other people to know, so Chance has a 0 record in this world. Ooh, so confident. Ha, again. Chanel didn't hold back the smile that plastered his face. The expression that seemed like flirtation to Owan made her face grimace all of a sudden. Humph. Very well, looks like you're toast. Come out, evil rock beast. Saying that, she opened the Imperial Beast space and a large cat whose body was made of rock appeared at her feet. Evil rock beast. Attribute, rock. Rank, 10. Qualification, green. Physical strength racial value, attribute 30, 27. Attack racial value, attribute 80, 24. Defense racial value, attribute 90, 24. Special attack racial value, attribute 55, 15. Special defense racial value, attribute 45, 15. Speed race value, attribute 55, 17. Total racial value, 355. With a sweep of Chenner's gaze, the attributes of this evil rock beast were all displayed in front of him. The difference in level was too great, and this evil rock beast had no secrets to speak of in front of him. Chapter 22, Are you kidding? You'll die. This racial value, how to say it, is quite excellent. Among the top in the first stage of the Imperial Beasts, higher than even the rotting mud monster in the beginning. But the problem is that Chundel's current rotting slime monster evolved a long time ago. Release your Imperial Beasts, or I'm afraid you won't have a chance later. Wu Yuan clasped her hands on her chest and said in a condescending manner, a complete female brat act. And this is also the evil rock beast brought her confidence. Up to 10 levels of evil rock beast, the peak level of the novice. If placed in the previous Baby Cup, it is impossible to say that she can take the first. This year, although there is Liz Ming such a breakthrough in the novice level of the monsters, but she can at least take a top 3. Chanel scratched his face, the toes in his shoes unconsciously scratching the ground a few times. Please release the Imperial Beasts for the Chanel players, the referee said with a calm face. Upon hearing this, Chenner smiled faintly, and the Imperial Beast space gate quietly emerged behind him. But the odd thing was that this gate was actually as high as 3 or 4 stories. All the people who were following this match all frowned at this scene, wondering what kind of drug Chenner's gourd was selling. What is that brat doing? What's the point of opening the exit of the Imperial Beast space so wide? Can it be that he has such a big Imperial Beast? Someone in the audience asked curiously. You're afraid you're not thinking about fart eating. How could a royal beast of this size appear in the Baby Cup? The spectator sitting next to him rolled his eyes in dismay. How could an Imperial Beast of that size be in a Baby Cup? But the next moment, his expression came to an abrupt end. His eyes went straight. The cigarette he was holding in his mouth fell onto his pants at some point and burned a hole in his pants, but he acted as if he didn't feel it, staring straight at the huge Imperial Beast space gate with both eyes. Am I dreaming? Quite a few people around couldn't help but let out bursts of exclamations of shock, not blaming them for being startled. It was really that what was happening in front of them was too outrageous. One palm, A palm that looked to be 2 or 3 meters long grabbed the exit of the Imperial Beast space and stretched that Imperial Beast space. The next moment, the terrifying headless giant slowly walked out from it, its huge belly spitting out a bright red tongue grinding and sucking its teeth. The murderous and bloody aura of having slaughtered tens of thousands of zombies made the surrounding spectators quietly shrink their necks and look at the abominable giant that occupied almost half of the ring in horror. The whole room was silent. Everyone was stunned by the vicious beast in front of them, opening their big mouths but not being able to make a single sound. Is that the abomination giant? After a long time, this is only when someone wriggled his dry throat and said with 2 dry laughs, "Detest." Someone had already recognized the abomination giants. Although this kind of imperial beast was rare, it wasn't as rare to even see as a paragon's. If you paid attention, you would always find it. But that's not the question. The problem is that this is a baby cup. That means that changer took a few days to evolve a rotting slime monster suitable for newbies into an abomination giant. To evolve into an abomination giant it would have to be a rotting mud monster level 16, which meant that this abomination giant was at least excellent advanced in strength. What level of talent must this be? A top-tier flesh and blood growth increase? Am I mistaken? Is the abomination giant that tall? At that moment, someone noticed the end coming and reached out a trembling finger to point at the abominable giant of Chernal and whispered. This height was visually estimated to be more than 10 meters, right? And it wasn't just a skinny bamboo pole that hyped up the height, but rather quite healthy proportions, with gnarled muscles on his body, and even his fat belly could vaguely see writhing sinews. This kid isn't breaking the law to get into the flesh and blood of imperial beasts and humans, is he? Can all that meat from the slaughterhouse raise an abomination giant like this? Someone had a look of disbelief on their face. In the preparation room of Lai Zimming School, the principal of their school's laughter came to a screeching halt. His eyes glazed over as he stared straight at the abomination giant, both elite-level imperial beast masters. He could also see the general information of the abomination giant, but it was the sight that was unbelievable. It was Principal Ku's turn to start laughing. "Ha ha, old buddy, how's this student of mine?" he asked with a grin as he looked with a raised eyebrow at his stagnant old friend beside him. Snap! But he was answered with a crisp slap, followed by a succession of slaps. This old buddy of his was slapping himself in the face one after the other at the moment, chanting the words as he did so. Why am I having this dream? An elite-level imperial beast appeared in the baby cup? Why don't I dream a little more spiritedly and just get a divine beast out? Principal Ku stopped his stuff in tears. Wait, what are you dreaming about? It's all real. Don't you feel any pain? He snorted as he pointed to the redness on the old dude's face. This old clapper hits himself pretty hard, but just won't face reality. Hearing Principal Gu's reminder, his movements suddenly stopped and he glared viciously at Principal Gu. Straight mother ***** or thief. What kind of luck did you old dog have to pick up this kind of genius? As a noodle man, looking in front of this old rival who had fought with himself for a lifetime to say so, the old principal threw back his head and laughed, slapping his thighs non-stop, practically on the verge of swelling them, laughing his head off. Below, in the ring, looking at the shadows of the 3 or 4-story high building in front of her, Wu Yuan's gaze was dull as she held her head high. Her brain was blank, and the image that kept floating in her mind was the one before she went on stage. Hope, are you going to win this one? This one called Chanel? The teacher asked, smilingly tapping her shoulder. Don't worry, it's going to win. At that time she didn't know the sky, and answered with a carelessness that didn't give a damn about Chanel. But now, looking at this huge beast in front of her, the dirty words came out of her mouth, but they were held back. Are you kidding me? You'll die. The evil rock beast was stunned. Its perception ability was far stronger than a human's and it felt the kind of blood and resentment that was entwined around the abominable giant's body at the first moment, as if tens of thousands of wronged souls were wailing on it non-stop. This vicious beast is actually its opponent? The evil rock beast looked helplessly at Wu Yuan, its eyes full of anticipation, expecting Wu Yuan to admit defeat quickly. Fighting against this kind of murderous and vicious beast was something that would really kill him. At this moment, the abominable giant did not pay any attention to the stunned Wu Yuan as it raised its right hand high, bringing up a violent wind sound as it slapped towards the evil rock beast below. Don't. Wu Yuan's school. Her teacher slid straight out of her chair in shock at the scene, not even daring to open her eyes, just yelling, boom. As the words fell, a huge roar directly shattered the glass of the preparation room, and at this moment, everyone felt a ringing in their ears, as if the sound in their ears was gradually fading away. The palm landed on the ground, smashing the ring to smithereens and sinking the ground, while the evil rock beast was already out of sight, and Wu Yuan sat paralyzed at the edge of the ring. The wind from the palm just blew her away. At this point she had tears and snot running all over her face, and a large dark stain appeared on her dress. Chapter 23, Paramount King Strikes. The referee came back to his senses in a panic at this point. He had just been stunned and frozen by this abomination giant of Chance, but he hadn't realized that Chance had actually given him such a big job. When this palm went down, the referee felt that it was his imperial beasts present that were estimated to have to kneel. How is this the kind of damage that an elite-level imperial beast can inflict? You wouldn't have killed the evil rock beast, would you? He asked towards Chiener in a bit of panic. After all, this would be a lot of fun if he killed the evil rock beast at once. An unprecedented genius who took a few days to train his initial imperial beast to elite level was eliminated due to foul play while performing the baby cup. This is too much fun, isn't it? Don't worry, it's fine. Looking at the referee's anxious eyes, Chantal smiled slightly and reached out to signal the abomination giant to move his hand away. The palm of the abominable giant that slapped into the dirt shook slightly, bringing up a burst of debris, and only then did the crowd see that when that palm slapped down, the abominable giant raised its palm, forming a hollow and did not directly hit the body of the evil rock beast. But even so, the vibrations within the hollow caused the evil rock beast to bleed from its 7 orifices and fall unconscious from its serious injuries. But fortunately, not dead. As long as it's not dead, then it can be saved. Move over. The next moment, a refined voice rang out from behind the referee, who got up and dodged away as if he had been electrocuted. It was only then that Chiener realized that the elegant man who had been watching from the podium had come down at some point and gave Chiener a friendly smile. That's sacred paragon, Chiener muttered in his mind, his eyes blazing as he looked at the middle-aged man. At this moment, he understood that this paramount king had stepped in with the intention of coming to heal this evil rock beast. This was the first time Chiener had seen a quasi-king level royal beast master make a move, so he had to take a good look. In the next moment, a one-person high white hollow quietly surfaced behind the middle-aged man. This was none other than the gate to his imperial beast space. A celestial horse with a radiant body, a halo on its head, and wings on its back walked out of it with a graceful stride. Holy Pegasus. Attributes: holy, flight, rank, skill, qualifications, physical strength racial value, 68, physical attack racial value, 65, physical defense racial value, 65, special attack race value, 125, special defense race value, 115, speed race value, 80, total racial value, 518. At the same time, the attributes of this sacred heavenly horse also appeared in front of Chiener. This time he could see even less. He couldn't even see the level. He could only see something floating on the surface to come. And as for the specific attributes, that's not to mention. Upon coming out, Tenma's face showed a look of humanized disgust, which was directed at the abominable giant. Sacred system restrained darkness system. If these two sides meet in the field can be a situation of immortality. It was unknown what the elegant middle-aged man had said to this celestial horse, and it actually didn't turn on the abomination giant, which made Chiener sigh in relief. However, compared to this quasi-king Tianma, the performance of the abominable giant was quite interesting to Chiener, because according to the book, a darkness-type imperial beast with such a large difference in rank should have already shown an uncomfortable reaction by this time. But this abominable giant of his didn't show any difference at all, and he didn't know what it was because of. Everyone else's eyes had been attracted by the heavenly horse and did not notice the abominable giant's condition, while the heavenly horse directly twisted his head not to look at the abominable giant, slowly walked to the side of the evil rock beast, and stretched out his hoof to gently point at the evil rock beast's body. Holy light surged, and the injuries on the evil rock beast's body turned better at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, the body of the evil rock beast moved twice. The whole directly bounced up from the ground, looking around in fear. After seeing the abominable giant, it even slipped back to Wu Yuan's royal beast space. It looks like it has left a shadow on the abominable giant in its life. Well, it's all right already. The elegant middle-aged man smiled and opened his mouth, then turned to look at Chiener, his eyes full of admiration, and walked over to him and reached out to pat his shoulder. Good boy. I didn't expect this year's college competition to actually blow up a whale. Not feeling the malice from the middle-aged man, Chiener was slightly surprised. In his opinion, this kind of sacred system imperial beast master should be inherently at odds with himself, but he didn't expect to actually have this attitude. You flatter me. Unable to figure out the situation, Chantal just smiled politely. Referee, it's time to announce the result of the match. The elegant middle-aged man looked at Chiener with satisfaction, and then smilingly turned his head to look at the referee and said that he seemed to have that look on his face to anyone. Okay, the winner of this match is Chiener from Lianqing First High School. As the words fell, pattering applause rang out in the arena. Many people had not yet recovered from the slap they had just received. Follow me. Seeing that the results of the match had already been announced, the elegant middle-aged man then walked ahead and left the ring. signaling Qianer to follow. Looking at the back of the elegant middle-aged man, Qianer didn't know exactly what he wanted to do, but now there was no doubt that he had reached the step he wanted, showing strength and getting the attention of the bigwigs. The next step is to use oneself to join them as a bargaining chip to demand resources. It's a gamble, and Chance is going to bet on what the big man he's meeting is really thinking, whether he wants to absorb him into his camp or take his chance. At this time, Qianer's heart was lifted up. His spirit was tense, ready to escape directly through the double penetration door as soon as there was any abnormality, and stay in the end of the world for more than half a year and then come back. But on his face, he remained as calm as water. It's just a shame about all the yummy treats at Royal Beast's World. Walking into the player channel, the sunlight gradually disappeared, and only the sound of two people's steady footsteps gradually echoed in the empty channel. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere seemed as if it had frozen in this moment. This odd atmosphere continued until the end of the passage, when a glimmer of light gradually appeared before him, just like Chandler's mood. Good boy. So calm. This mental capacity is much stronger than when I was young. Stopping at his feet, the elegant middle-aged man slowly sighed and said with some praise. He looked up at Chantal's taut face with a slight smile. Don't worry, I won't take a shot at you. With that, he opened the door and led Chanel into an empty room. Chat? He asked with a smile as he took the lead and sat down on the couch, pointing to the spot beside him. Chat. Chandler was not polite and sat down straight away, chopping his head off. This action even caused a smile to appear on the face of the elegant middle-aged man. Introduce yourself. My name is Yufei, from the military. It was at this point that Qianer realized the camp of the man in front of him. Chapter 24 Offers from various parties. The fact that you've exposed the elite-level Imperial Beast so graciously should be what attracts me. Or rather, what attracts people of our kind, right? Yufei smilingly opened his mouth, his tone full of certainty. Nice. Chanel didn't hide it. He just admitted it in a big way. Cool. So want to hear our military's offer? And wait, might as well listen to our Qi family's offer first. Yufei smiled with his palms, but before he could open his mouth, the door was suddenly opened and an old voice came from outside the door. Qianer wasn't much surprised by this. After all, he understood what it meant to be an elite-grade Imperial Beast Master of his grade after such a long time of study. As the words fell, an old man wearing a white sweatshirt and black shorts, hunched over like a usual walking boss, walked in through the door. Though unkempt in dress, his chest was cluttered with all sorts of ornate medals, and several of them weren't even hung up correctly, so it looked like they should have been hung up just now in a hurry, for the purpose of showing them to himself. Kaino's eyes lowered slightly as he pondered in his mind. Among that pile of medals, the most conspicuous one was a crystal-clear one, Diamond Medallion, Township-level Imperial Beast Master. The next step would be Quasi-King level, which was even the strongest force in some small countries. Yo, I didn't expect it would be you, Senior Qi. Who came? After seeing the old man, Yufei sat on the sofa and didn't get up, but smiled and greeted the old man. Ha ha, you kid is burying the old man me, right? It's also right. It's true that an elite-level Imperial Beastmaster of this age shouldn't be received by an old man of my level, but there's no way around it. Who let me be close to here? Old man Qi circled around Qianer with his back hand, tutaying as he did so, as if he were surveying some rare treasure. Qianer, little friend, this senior is called Qi Wenbai, the old senior of the Qi family's literal generation, and this Qi family can be notable. After the founding of the country, I do not know where to come out of one of the 8 great families. Got the full support of the emperor at that time. It did not take long before the previous imperial families within the empire were swept away into the garbage heap. Yufei looked at Qi Wenbai and said in a conspiratorial manner. At those words, Qianer's lowered eyes flickered slightly. He could clearly hear the fire in Yufei's mouth. He just didn't know if it was a personal vendetta or the Qi family's age-old grudge against the military. Being so crowded, Qi Wenbai is not annoyed. Not to take care of Yufei, 2 eyes staring straight at Qianer. Little friend Qianer, you have to think carefully. These big families are not simple. All of them are hyenas that eat people without spitting bones. Yufei on the side was still rambling, but Qi Wenbai didn't care at all, but instead stretched out a finger and said decisively, Paragons. As soon as these 2 words came out, Yufei's voice came to an abrupt halt and he stood up to look at Qi Wenbai in astonishment. That was a quasi-god. A quasi-god that was claimed to have the ability to reverse the upper level of the divine spirit after reaching adulthood. There were few powerful beings in the world that could be compared to divine beasts. Even he, a quasi-king level Imperial Beast Master, who wanted a quasi-god, had to report in advance, and then wait for a number of years before he would have the chance to get one, and there was no way to guarantee the qualification. But now Qianer merely needed to join the Qi family. Not only would he be able to marry a noble daughter of the Qi family, but he would also be able to obtain a paragon unconditionally, a benefit that made his eyes redden at the sight of it. Paragod. Our Chi family's offer is that as long as you join the Chi family and marry a Chi family daughter, then the Chi family will provide you with a paragon with at least a purple qualification. I remember that your talent is darkness affinity, right? And it just so happens that among the paragons there are frostbone dragons of this skeletal lineage that you can use. Shi Wenbai stared at Qian'er closely, waiting for Qian'er's reply. Wait, don't promise him yet. I'll ask for permission from above. It had to be said that Qian'er's heart was moved. It was a quasi-god. And just as he opened his mouth and was about to agree to it, Yu Fei immediately opened his mouth and stopped him. Just to mention to you, the strongest darkness imperial beasts in any country in the world are all in the hands of their respective militaries. He made the call and explained to Qian'er while giving Qi Wenbai a provocative look. Qian'er understood. The darkness imperial beasts want to quickly upgrade either need blood and flesh, skeletons, or undead souls. This kind of thing is of course the military the most Soon, the call was answered, and Yu Fei walked quickly to the corner to speak. Soon, his back straightened and a small smile returned to his face. The military is bidding on a king-level frostbone dragon cub with golden qualifications. While I'm conditionally committing to bear all the resources for this frostbone dragon to be elevated to quasi-king level, as well as enjoying the treatment of military level. This time, it was Qi Wenbai's turn to sit on the wax. He looked at Yu Fei incredulously. Did not expect the military would actually come out with such a big chip. To know that he was talking about a guaranteed purple qualification paragon. It would definitely be a purple qualification paragon. If he could get a gold qualification paragon, he would just open his mouth and say gold qualification like Yu Fei did. Not to mention there was the military grade treatment, which was only available to quasi-king royal beast masters, just like that Yu Fei guy. Qian'er's breath caught in his throat. He wasn't sure what the military grade treatment represented, but he understood what the golden qualified quasi-god pups represented. Well, that's the piece he's missing. But soon he forced himself to calm down. Years of post-apocalyptic life had made him realize that all gifts were marked with chips in the dark. What do I have to pay? He looked into Yu Fei's eyes and inquired in a deep voice. The question backfired on the two. Boy, staying calm in this situation? I kind of regret that, Qi Wenbai exclaimed in a low voice, realizing that even he couldn't help but be moved after hearing Yu Fei's conditions. The condition is that after you become a quasi-king level trainer, you need to go to a certain place to hunt down 3 enemies that are equal to your existence. As for what that place is, I can't tell you for now. Qi Wenbai seemed to know what he was talking about, and was about to open his mouth, but closed it after thinking about it. Okay, I promise. Thinking for a moment, Qian'er directly nodded his head and agreed. As for the others, there was no need to look at them. After all, Qi Wenbai was already one of the 8, and the price he offered was beaten down by the military's offer, so there was no need to look at the rest. Upon hearing this, the smile on Yu Fei's face suddenly became a bit more genuine. Ha ha, that's good then. You can take this and go to any of the Imperial Beast Bureaus if you have anything to say. It will take a while for these things to come down regarding your status and benefits. Saying that, Yu Fei picked up a golden card with the word "you" written on it and handed it to Qian'er. Chapter 25, A Battle for Fame. What do I say later? Go straight to the military? Chantal asked curiously, raising an eyebrow. Of course not. Going straight to the military at your age would be killing me. Yu Fei was stunned. How could he not expect Qian'er to actually come up with this idea? All you have to do now is go study and come back to join the military after you graduate and become a reliable adult. Yu Fei easily explained to Qian'er in a tone like coaxing a child. And he realized that Qian'er's thoughts seemed to be a bit off. They didn't want an ancestor man who only knew how to use power. That would be too much of a disadvantage to the military. So they needed to polish the kid's mind. At the very least, to make his outlook on the 3 things about as normal as possible. And Chantal secretly grimaced as it occurred to him at that moment that his own self in this world had just graduated from high school, and was indeed still a child. Not the mature adult who had been navigating the post-apocalyptic world for 5 years. Qi Wenbai, who had been listening with his ears perked up next to him, couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth at this moment. It looks as if there is some kind of problem with this genius's brain. Is it because one grows up with a different perception of the world? A flash of thought flashed through his eyes. If that was the case, it seemed not impossible to make some good plans and pull this unprecedented genius into their Qi family. Swish! Noticing Qi Wenbai's eye movement, Yu Fei twisted his head around, his gaze like a knife staring at him, an unkind aura gradually surfacing on his body. Elder Qi, since the dust has settled, it's time for you to leave. As he spoke, holy light vaguely emerged behind him, forming a heavenly horse silhouette, noble, holy, but cold. Ha ha, don't rush, don't rush. Old man, my legs are slow, I can't rush. Seeing that Yu Fei was on the verge of attacking directly with his hands, Qi Wenbai laughed dryly and opened the door to leave with quick footsteps. In the preparation room, only Qian'er and Yu Fei were left. Your current strength is bound to be able to enter the Imperial Academy. You can just go in directly. What I just hid from you you can know there. By the way, after you go in you will have less to do with the people of the lineage. That group of people eat people without spitting out their bones. It may be that they will be implicated at some point. Yu Fei had already walked to the door, but suddenly remembered this matter, and quickly turned his head to Chenner and repeated his instructions. He seemed to have something else important to do and left in a hurry when he finished. Don't make contact with the people of the world? Is it because of that turmoil in the first place? Chenner's eyes flickered as he remembered the origin of the law that the old principal used to tell him that he was not allowed to inquire about the chances of other Imperial Beastmasters. Is it fear of being liquidated? Or what? Known information is too little. There is no way to piece together a complete story. Think carefully for a while, and realize that he cannot think of it. Chenner simply give up thinking. Also followed the preparation room to leave the preparation room, towards their own school's preparation room. Many of the people they met along the way subconsciously got out of the way and stared at Chenner with horrified eyes. One battle to fame. Walking to the door of his school's preparation room, he had just opened it when he heard a cheer, and in the next moment a dark shadow swooped down from above. Grass. Sneak attack. Chantal's mind reeled. Muscle memory developed over several years, reacting one step faster. Turn sideways, lift your knees, and press your elbows. In an instant, he controlled that black shadow in the air, while his other hand flew towards the black shadow's lower body. He didn't have a weapon in his hand. There was no way to cause an effective kill. Attacking here would be quite good, no matter if the other party was a man or a woman. He could incapacitate the other party for a short period of time, and he could use this opportunity to take out his weapon to kill back. But just as he made his move, two cries of alarm came from inside the house. Don't! Chanel, stop it! Hearing the familiar voice, Kyle stopped his movements, and by now, his fingers were on the verge of squeezing the ziggurat. Hiss, me day. A startled voice came from the figure in his lap, and it was only then that Chanel realized it was actually Dawn. At this moment, his face was white, one hand covering his stomach and one covering his lower body, and he hastily backed away from Chenner. Brother Lai, how come it's you? Do you know that your attack just now almost made me crush both of your eggs? Seeing that Li Ziming was about to open his mouth, Chenner thought that it was not good, and quickly opened his mouth to pour a rake, first dumping the pot over. And this pot smashed on the head directly smashed Li Ziming dizzily, unable to distinguish the north. Is it my fault? He asked, pointing hesitantly at himself. Nonsense. Of course it's your fault. Popping up out of nowhere and all but scaring my muscle memory out of me. Chantal didn't have the heart to say anything. At this moment, hearing this explanation from him, the two old men in the room froze for a moment, and it was none other than Headmaster Gu and Li Ziming's principal. The dry and thin old man had already swallowed back his words, and a trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. It was only at this point that he remembered what his old friend had told him about Chanel's identity. Orphaned and raised alone. I don't know how much suffering I've suffered in between and how much I've seen of people's lives to develop this kind of muscle memory. And Principal Gu thought significantly more. He immediately thought that when Chenner had escaped Shen Yin's assassination, he was afraid that it was because of this muscle memory. What this requires is 10 years of hard practice and vigilance, during which the sorrows and sufferings are not enough to be understood by outsiders. His eyes gradually softened a bit at the thought. Li Ziming also thought of this at this time, and his originally furious expression began to become hesitant. Well, it's my fault. I was going to celebrate with you properly. He wilted like a frosted eggplant, his tone on the verge of overflowing with apologies. It's okay, I'm at fault in the end. Seeing the look on the guy's face, Chance immediately understood what he was thinking and smiled as he wrapped his arms around his neck, pulling him along with him into the ready room. Oh, what a great guy to know. Chandler laughed in his mind, but his face didn't show it. Instead it was covered in a bright smile. Looking at that smile, the three of them thought even more that they knew the pain in Kyle's heart and looked at him with softer eyes. By the way, Principal, did my next opponent come out yet? Casually taking an apple over from the fruit tray on the table, he took a bite and was mesmerized by the crisp texture and sweet and sour taste. This kind of sweetness of the fruit in the end of the world is a rare thing, because most of the fruits before the end of the world are hybridized varieties. The remaining seeds can be planted, but the second generation began to deteriorate. The taste is simply unbearable, but also to replenish a water. Of course, there are also some acidic can be acidic to the teeth of the people down. Well, it's out. Look at it. At this time, the first round of the grand competition had long since been completed, and the ordering of the second round's matches had also been officially printed out and distributed to each of the advancing players. Chance was just out of the ready room, so he didn't get it. Chapter 26. Ha, I'm playing for money? Really? Your next match is Rinfu from Donglin High School, using a 9th level green mantis as your imperial beast. So you, Should be careful not to fight too hard. When he said this, Principal Gu almost didn't even strain himself. After all, this fact was too outrageous. The thought of Chiener, a guy whose royal beast strength was even stronger than his own, going to fight a group of little babies whose overall level wasn't even 10. He couldn't help but want to laugh. That little girl you just beat up is said to be in a state of shock. Principal Gu worriedly glanced at Chiener. Wu Yuan, that girl he looked at. Although it cannot be said that the country is not beautiful, but there are a few points of color, can be called a small family, but Chiener, as if he did not see the same directly to the people of the little girl to the tears. This isn't right. This kid couldn't have some previous experience that caused him to have a mental image of women. Could he? I've eased the abomination giant as much as I can without even touching her imperial beast. Chance gave a helpless shrug. It was the truth. So is. Principal Gu had still planned to argue his case 2 times. After all, he could do just that sort of thing. But on second thought he gave up as he thought about when his imperial beast had taken control of this ability. It was only in the 5th year of breaking through the elite level that he started to make his own power round as one. As if he was pointing his finger. And now that Chiener had gotten his hands on the imperial beast for only a few days, there was no way he could perfectly control his own power. And that was more than normal. Unlike this side of the world, the atmosphere over at Eastwood High School was the polar opposite of here. I'm hitting the moneyer? Really? Looking at the matchup sheet in his hand, Runfu stumbled and sat down directly on the sofa, his face turning pale for a while. He had just run out to see Wu Yuan. After all, that was probably one of the few people in their generation who had faced off against an elite-level Imperial Beast Master straight away. He glanced at Wu Yuan from a distance. The woman was being supported by her teacher and crying uncontrollably. The pearly appearance was quite beautiful. The man of the moment was still laughing at the unlucky man who had blown out Chantal, the biggest shark of all time, with the thought in his mind that he would now go up and comfort her for a couple of moments, and whether he had any chance of holding a beautiful woman. But I didn't expect that before he could make a move. His own teacher came over with an odd face and called him back, saying that the match list had already come out. He had no choice but to give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and follow his teacher back to the preparation room. On the way he also saw the teacher's strange coming, but after asking a question nothing came out, just measuring himself with a kind of eyes he couldn't understand. But soon, Runfu realized what that look was. It's mercy. The moment he took the matchup sheet from the principal, he understood. Above Runfu, Chiener a few words to see his body shivered. A cool air from the soles of his feet all the way up to the sky. What's the point of me? That monster even competing? With him around, just give him the title straight away. Runfu said tearlessly. At this moment he could not wait to slap himself twice for just mocking Wu Yuan. Let you mock blindly. See, here comes the retribution. This is something we've also reacted to with the top. But the top hasn't experienced this kind of thing either. So their idea is business as usual. The principal was also a bit powerless at this time. He had brought so many students to participate in so many college competitions. When did this kind of monster ever come out? Just that abomination giant. He felt that even if he went on it, he wouldn't necessarily be able to beat it. You don't go to Worlds with a monster like that to play in the baby bowl? Stay put? Hoping they're not the ones taking the beating. Runfu were angry and laughed. That is not the previous playful feeding trick with the school division. That is of their peers, not accustomed to their faults. In other words, what they were facing was a genuine elite-level imperial beast. A giant abomination known for its strength. The mask of pain felt like it was welded to his face when he thought of the abomination giant that completely exceeded the historical record. And at this point Runfu even doubted that the abomination giant would pull up a mountain to use as a weapon. Why don't we just admit defeat? It's impossible to fight. Runfu's teacher, who in the end was heartbroken for his students, offered in a whisper. In an instant, Runfu's 2 eyes lit up and he looked at the principal with bated breath. Okay, it's impossible to beat this, and there's no shame in losing to the elite level. Thinking for a moment, the principal sighed, although in his heart, he was not happy that the school that had always been ranked within the top 20 in the past had lost in the second round of the auditions, but there was no way around it. The elite level really couldn't be beaten, not to mention not the usual elite. Are you sure you guys want to admit defeat? The second round of auditions is tomorrow, but since I have decided to admit defeat, I will not hesitate to finish and hurry home. The college competition this time had struck them all down, and this time they had to go back and dig up the other Imperial Beast geniuses in the school. No matter what they said, it didn't make sense that the ancient ghosts would be able to find such an unearthly genius as Chiener and they wouldn't be able to, and they weren't any worse than the ancient ghosts. And after hearing the words of the principal of Eastwood High School, the staff raised his head in surprise and shot him a glance. After all, Donglin High School wasn't simple. It used to hover in the top 20. But now it actually conceded defeat in the second round of the auditions? Why don't you go hit share instead? To these inactive staff members, the principal of Eastwood High School was not in a good mood and sneered a direct sarcastic remark. Ahem. I'm done with your paperwork. You can go now. The staff member who had been wondering what kind of fun there was to see was stung speechless by this sentence, and hurriedly closed the small window to send off the guests after all the formalities had been completed. As for letting him fight Chandler? Are you kidding me? It would kill him. He was just bad talent to be sent as a clerk. How can he fight that kind of monster? Meh. Glancing at the guy, the principal sneered and turned his head away with his men. The sky was gradually dimming, and at that moment, the entire empire was bombarded with a piece of news. A baby cup? Elite level sentinel? How are those two words living together so niche? An elite level imperial beast master came out of the baby cup? The official people have tested it with their souls. And that imperial beast he's using is really the initial imperial beast he claimed a few days ago? What's all this? Is it April Fool's Day? A group of people looked at the sudden popping up of the hot search in a dilemma, only thinking that today is April Fool's Day. But more and more of the people involved showed up to tell the story, and even the video came out, and they realized that the bull **** was actually true. Chapter 27, Fishing. What's all this about? A high school student elite beast master? A flesh and blood beast master? This kid is breaking the law, isn't he? If there's no supplement of high energy flesh and blood, how can he cultivate the abomination giants so quickly? Also, this abominable giant size is obviously off, isn't it? It exceeds the record by too much. Brother Lin, should we go check this kid out? Inside the Imperial Beast Bureau, a young Imperial Beast guard looked at the message on his cell phone and asked smilingly to a middle-aged senior next to him. This sentence directly scared the middle-aged Imperial Beast guard called Brother Lin to the point of a jolt, and he surveyed him with suspicion. I didn't expect that. Chang, after you drove a lord? Xiao Zhang froze for a moment, confused as to why Lin would ask that, but still shook his head obediently. No, why do you ask? Then your family must be a prominent member of the dynasty, right? Ringo pointed at him with an expression that he had seen it all. Not really. So that's the Shire? Even less. Ringo, you're so strange. Don't you know me? My family is just ordinary. Xiao Zhang scratched his head and asked suspiciously, but before he could say anything, Lin's face suddenly pulled down, and his big hand slapped him hard on the back of his head, making a snapping sound. You are neither after the founding lords. Your parents are not prominent in the dynasty, and your family is not a big family. So who gave you the guts to play with guilty inferences, or to infer a genius who became an elite-level Imperial Beast Master at the age of 18? I'm telling you, this slap is to teach you a lesson. If you're still going to go and get into that, then don't go out there and say you know me. And don't spill blood on me then. After saying that, he turned away with a cold face, leaving Xiao Zhan to think it over by himself. He's got a wife and kids and 4 old ones on top of him. He wouldn't dare play with this kid like that. Behind him, Xiao Zhang scratched his head, not yet having figured out why Lin was suddenly so angry. Ugh, Brother Lin. I'm wrong alright, I won't go. But although he wasn't quite sure why, he still trotted over to Lin's side and apologized repeatedly. And seeing this, Lin's originally tense face only looked a few points better. On the other side, as the news gradually festered, time followed the passing of a minute, and the sky gradually dimmed. This is where you will be staying tonight. After dinner, Yu Fei, who hadn't been seen, suddenly appeared and enthusiastically led the 4 Chiener to their dormitory for the night. This, the old principal and the dry, thin old man looked at the room in front of them wanting to speak. As veterans who had brought people to participate in I don't know how many baby cups, they were naturally aware that the official authorities would provide dormitories for the participating schools, but they were all 4-bedroom dormitories, with both teachers and students living together. The luxury single room in front of me was unheard of. The 2 men immediately understood that they had borrowed the light from Kyle, and their eyes flickered, but they didn't say anything right away. Say is sure to say. Light do not say stupid style, light say do not fake style, but you fei that is what people are. That is rare in the country's sacred system quasi-king trainer. This kind of thing certainly cannot be people personally say, too much. That is, they can only be set off on the side of the Yu Fei's good, but when to say that is also a learning experience. Cannot just say it outside, said Chiener. This is a person in the Lord you specially prepared for you. You see the other people do not have this treatment, all in the living 4 rooms it. This is not bull ********. This set out and easy to offend. This is not pointing out that the official to prepare the shelter is not good. On the other side, Chiener didn't notice the journey of these 2 old guys. At this moment, he was smilingly saying goodbye to Yu Fei. Alright, let's stop here. Senior Yu, didn't you say you still have things to do? Hurry up and go. Don't delay the business. Yu Fei was also all smiles. All said, in the future, directly call me brother, you will be fine. Call what senior? Ah, how strange. Into the military that are all robes. Quick, call brother Yu. You. Qianer couldn't stand Yufei's enthusiasm as much as he called out brother Yu. And all of a sudden, the smile on Yufei's face became a few points more intense. Okay, I'm leaving. Ah, the resources promised to you will arrive in a couple days. So don't go back in these 2 days. Just stay here. Is there anything else at your home? Yufei smilingly patted Qianer's shoulder and asked with a look of a knowing big brother. No, as you know, brother Yu, I'm just an orphan. One person eats and the whole family doesn't go hungry. So where's the trivia? In that case, just wait here. I have to get your message up as soon as possible. So I'll leave you to it. Patting Qianer on the shoulder, Yufei left in a hurry. Looking at his back, Qianer's eyes flashed slightly. According to reason, at this time, Yufei should stay by his side every inch of the way to protect him. After all, from Yufei and Qi Wenbai's attitude, Qianer also understood his own value. But now Yufei actually left in such a hurry. Rather wrong. Ah, was there some kind of change of heart? Or is it for fishing? Chanel wasn't sure exactly what was going on, but he knew he probably wouldn't sleep well tonight. Saying goodbye to the 2 old men who were planning to come over to help Yufei drum up a little bit about the uncomplicated nature of this place with their sides, Qianer walked into his room alone. Looking at Qianer's back as he left without looking back. The 2 old men looked at each other in dismay, and in the end, they could only shrug their shoulders and also walked into their own rooms separately, leaving Lai Ziming alone and puzzled. Inside Chanel's room, the first thing he did when he entered was to close the door, and then without a word he went to the window and looked out. It was pitch black outside at the moment, with only a few streetlights to see a few glimmers of light, and this kind of weather was perfect for mucking about. Leaning against the window, a dark shadow suddenly sprang up behind Chance. The rotten, fishy smell had begun to permeate the room at some point, the flesh and blood incarnation of the abominable giant. In the next moment, a half-human tall lump of flesh appeared within the room and flew apart, spreading out over every corner of the room. This was a little trick that Qianer had realized some time ago. It wasn't necessary to summon the entire imperial beasts altogether, but rather one could summon only a small portion of them, or only a single skill to be summoned. He then opened the window and the night breeze from outside blew in, swirling away the putrid odor from inside the house. Years of experience had taught him not to pin all his hopes on others, and to keep at least a few backstops. Chandler rubbed his chin just as he was about to return to the bed and lay back down when his movements came to an abrupt halt. Isn't it a little too bold to just use myself as bait? Without hesitation, he directly went from the action of lying on the bed to lying under the bed, even fearing that he would be detected out. He also once again let the abomination giant split into a flesh and blood doppelganger about the same size as him to lie on the bed, with a big quilt covering his head, so that no one would be able to see what was inside. Chapter 28, Time Assassin? Very well, that's it. A gentleman is not a gentleman, and though I'm not a gentleman, I can't beat the nest with myself. Hiding under the bed, Qianer's breathing gradually slowed down and his breath was introverted, so he really couldn't be found if he wasn't paying special attention. And just as Chundel was laying down his nets and spreading his grain, waiting for the birds to come to his door, there was a darkness outside. The windows open? What's going on? Does that kid sleep with the window open? What a bad habit. In a darkness not far from Chanel's room, someone spoke hesitantly. What do you care how he sleeps is what? Keep looking to see if he notices anything out of the ordinary? One of the men next to him tapped on his shoulder in a low, inquisitive voice. It was at this point that he came back to his senses and allowed his imperial beast One-Eyed Pelican to observe the scene in the room. The darkness was no obstacle at all in the eyes of the One-Eyed Pelican, who let out a cry of satisfaction at the sight of the figure huddled under the covers. Found it. Are you ready for the retreat? We're robbing people from the military this time. Don't worry. It's all set. Those bigwigs in the military think they can hold their own against our clan elders, but they don't realize that they're being watched by the clan elders as well. Very well. In that case, let's go on. A quick battle. Although he's also an elite-level Imperial Beast Master, he's estimated to have only one Imperial Beast, and he definitely doesn't have as much combat experience as we do. In short, the advantage is mine. A middle-aged man stepped out of the darkness, whispering quick words to cheer up the crowd. After all, what they were about to do was to steal someone from the military. After this time, whether they made it or not, they wouldn't be able to survive. But luckily the family promised them rewards that their wives and children would find it hard to refuse. Trade one of their lives for the honor and glory of their wives and children for generations. Okay, then it's on. The middle-aged man's eyes were dead silent and his body leapt into the inn like a cheetah. As the leader, he knew far more than the others. This time their mission was to tie Qianer back to the clan. This genius who had become an elite-level Imperial Beast Master at this grade was a must-have for the clan. If Qianer didn't agree to it, then he could only take the first step to solve Qianer. This kind of terrifying genius could never be obtained by the officials. After all, they were all beneficiaries of that great change in the first place, so they naturally understood what kind of sparks would be generated by official underpinnings coupled with geniuses beyond the norm. If the government is strong, what business is there for them? And just the moment he made a move, the flesh and blood incarnation in the quilt sensed something and slowly opened its eyes, deliberately rolling over to alert Chinner under the bed. Hey, I didn't expect to teach an unprecedented genius a lesson today. What do you guys say I write this on my epitaph after I die? Just write that I once fought the world's strongest imperial beast master, Chinner, for 300 rounds and won by a fluke? Seemingly sensing that the atmosphere of the group was a bit too heavy, a sharp-tongued young man who looked like he was probably in his mid-20s said with a smile, "What? You want to be a time assassin too? Punching the strongest of the old and decrepit past worlds and kicking the strongest of the young and young future worlds?" Someone on the side picked up the conversation with bittersweet amusement. No one doubted that Chinner would become the world's #1 imperial beast master in the future. After all, it was the 18-year-old elite level that was too appalling. This kind of genius would definitely ascend to that position in the future as long as he didn't die young, but it was just a matter of time. Alright, this kind of geniuses are not simple. Maybe they are keeping some kind of backhand. This time we can't say that we will flip the car. It seemed that this relaxed atmosphere made the leading middle-aged man feel slightly unhappy, so he took the initiative to be the villain to interrupt these people's laughter. That is, they had cleared out everyone here except for the 4 Churns before they made their move, or they would have been discovered long ago. With these words, the originally joyful atmosphere was broken, and the smiles of the few people who had just been joking around stiffened on their faces. Just like what the middle-aged man said, 18 years old elite-level imperial beast master. Scary. Maybe the hand still pinched what bottom card is not used. In addition, they are too smooth this way. Smooth let them think everything is arranged, but it's all here, so you have to go in even if you don't. Standing outside Chinner's door, the middle-aged man took a deep breath and signaled the crowd to all open the imperial beast space and prepare to make their move. Then he slowly opened the door of the room. Phew! The sound of violent wind and the breaking sound of a giant object savagely tearing through the air sounded together, causing his heart to go cold, and he turned his head violently to find a huge greenish-gray fist approaching at speed. Abomination giant. With just one glance, he recognized whose fist it was, and for a split second, he was scared out of his wits. One-eyed pelican. Current shield. Next to him, the one who had summoned the one-eyed pelican earlier was also shocked, but his years of combat experience made him immediately come to his senses and immediately shouted at the top of his voice. At this time the one-eyed pelican was also frightened. It was about the same size as a normal pelican, but covered in a watery blue feathers. A closer look as if there was a flow of clear water. A large vertical pupil above the head flashed, looking at the huge fist in front of him like a landslide. The one-eyed pelican opened its wings, but how can not fly up? The horror of the fist wind disturbed the airflow. The airflow around the place of a few feet of turbulence, such as standing in the wind, simply cannot fly up. Even if the water plus the flight system of the one-eyed pelican cannot get up, can only open his mouth to send out a sharp cry, the flow of the water to form a shroud blocked in front of the crowd. But the shield was as fragile as paper mache in front of the abomination giant that had cast Titan heavy hammer. With just one punch, several people and their imperial beasts and even a building were directly blown up, the huge fist running through the building and through the other end. The loud noise woke up a lot of people. The surrounding houses were suddenly lit up. The 2 rooms next to Chinner's door blasted open. The ancient principal and the dry and thin old man rushed out fully dressed. It looks like these 2 old geezers also thought of this, and have been sleeping with the clothes on their backs. As for Lai Ziming, it was probably just now being woken up, and he wasn't sure of any situation. How's it going? The first moment he came out, Principal Ku saw the lime green arm that ran through the entire building and immediately recognized it as Changer's abomination giant. It's okay, I took care of it all. Kyle slowly stepped out of the room, his tone raw, and as his words fell, the abomination giant slowly retracted his arm, revealing blood and flesh on his fist that looked like a fly that had been killed. A whole group of people exploded and merged together, unable to distinguish each other at all. Good boy, that's tough. Seeing this scene, the 2 old men couldn't help but smack their lips in secret. They couldn't have been this ruthless when Chinner was so young, but at the moment they were just about to speak, their pupils shrunk, because a line of blood suddenly appeared on Chinner's forehead in front of them, and in the next moment, Chinner actually split his entire body into 2 halves, and blood sprayed their faces. But strangely enough, they actually didn't find any traces of internal organs or bones in the corpse. Chapter 29 Wind Demon Flying Lien. Chanel. At this moment, the 2 of them didn't even react to just a burst of pupil earthquakes, horrifiedly looking at Chinner, who had turned into 2 halves and gradually collapsed. He, this kid is really not simple. The first time after sensing that something is wrong, let the abomination giant attack the Imperial Beast Master, and end the battle with a thunderous force when those losers haven't reacted yet. Marvelous! It's hard enough for me to be able to do it so decisively. In the next moment, a four-legged beast with a black scythe on its head appeared in front of everyone out of nowhere. It should have just been standing there, but no one noticed. At this moment, the attributes of this Imperial Beast also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Flynn, attribute, wind, rank, 42, township guard, qualification, blue, physical strength race value, 85, attack racial value, 110, defense racial value, 80, special attack race value, 50, special defense race value, 80, speed race value, 130, total racial value, 535, wind demon Phylian. The moment he saw this Imperial Beast, the old principal's face instantly darkened. Gritting his teeth and staring at this black Imperial Beast, a trace of longing still involuntarily flashing in his eyes. Although the total racial value of Imperial Beasts like Phylian was not as high as that of a Paragon's, they were definitely in the first tier under Paragons when it came to fame. The reason for this is the extremely well-assigned racial values and its brutal character. A royal beast like Phylian was known as a darkness royal beast that wasn't a darkness royal beast because of its temperamental nature. Most normal Imperial beasts hunted their prey for food, but Phylian hunted his prey for fun. Because of this, Phylian was given the title of Wind Demon. But flaws don't cover up excellence. This little flaw wasn't enough to cover up Flying Lian's power. As a Wind Royal Beast Master, Headmaster Gu had frantically wanted to get a well-qualified Flying Lian back then, but unfortunately, he simply couldn't find one. As he gradually grew older, with the Imperial Beast position fully filled and no more potential for a breakthrough, he had no choice but to give up on the idea. I didn't expect to actually see a Flying Lian here, or a blue qualified township level Flying Lian. What a pity. If he hadn't made a move, it wouldn't have been until I made a move. But since he's already launched an attack on those guys, that means the kid can't be convinced, so I'll have no choice but to kill this kid. A tall figure cloaked in black robes stepped out from behind Phylian and smiled sorrowfully. Split in half vertically, Chandler fell beside him, looking particularly forlorn. The black-robed man was finally relieved at this time, finally completing the mission completely. Originally those people were just a front. The above never expected them to win at all, so he was specially instructed to act in the dark. If it is not possible to take Chandler, then settle him immediately. Never let him grow. After all, the officials had gotten such a strong genius, they were definitely going to make some moves, and when Chandler grew up, then they would be in big trouble. That's why after seeing Chandler make a move to settle those people, he was ready to make a move to assassinate Chandler at the first opportunity. Chanel's decisive strike startled even him. Luckily, nothing happened. It was a kid in the end. Even if his hands were black and scary, the shortage of experience was irreparable. Now, he has to run. He and those elite level guys are different. He has the wind magic Phylian. It is impossible to escape. Then take the money in his family to find a country to immigrate to the past incognito, to live the rest of the life of the rich. But just as the black-robed man jumped onto Phylian's back and prepared to run away, 6 pillars of light suddenly lit up under his feet, trapping him and Phylian firmly. The turn of events startled him, even to the point of distorting his voice a bit. After all, he knew exactly what he was doing. It's totally stomping the military, the official face into the ground. If it weren't for the fact that the Lord's family had promised so much, he wouldn't even bring himself to look at such a task. Flynn, ripping claw break this, the black-robed man said in a hurry. At a time like this every extra second he stayed here was one more change. Phylian raised his claws, and sharp winds wrapped around the beast's claws, forming huge claws tens of centimeters long. A claw fell hard, and the escaping wind tore the steel-reinforced concrete floor to shreds, but it didn't shake the light prison in the slightest. Give it up. A township-level Flying Lian can't possibly break my light prison. Crisp footsteps came out of the darkness, and light gradually covered the whole body of the visitor. It was an elegant middle-aged man, and he was closely followed by an arrogant celestial horse. It was certainly Yu Fei. Yu Fei? Why are you here? Didn't you leave? The black-robed man was scared out of his wits the moment he saw Yu Fei. After all, according to the main family's intelligence, this man should have already left this place and gone to gather the nearest military area. Oh, what's so unbelievable about that? You guys don't think that you're the only ones who can infiltrate the officialdom and the officialdom can't infiltrate you, do you? One sentence directly caused the black-robed man to break out in a cold sweat. Flynn, use vibrational cut on me, he said to Phylian on the spot. The moment he saw Yu Fei he knew he couldn't run away, but he couldn't be captured by Yu Fei either. If he was caught, his family would surely die, so at a time like this, it would only be best if he died. Phylian let out a low roar. and the scimitar-like unicorn horn on top of his head emitted a black and blue light. In the next moment, densely packed vibrating wind blades cut into the middle-aged man's body, slicing him into bashfulness. But you can't keep your face. Keeping your face is giving people a hard time. The moment the middle-aged man disappeared, Fei Lian let out a wail of pain and also disappeared as a black wind. Yu Fei didn't stop this scene. He just watched with his hands clasped over his chest, and the atmosphere was a bit frozen for a moment. After a moment, he then let out a breathless, soft laugh. Suicide in front of me. A sacred paragon. Who taught you that? As the words fell, the heavenly horse behind him slowly stepped forward and stretched out its hooves to step on the bashfulness with a face full of disgust. In an instant, the bashfulness reconverged into a naked human form. Yu Fei. You. Underneath the black robe was a simple-looking middle-aged man, and after being revived, he blankly surveyed his hands, and soon, the memories from before came flooding back to him, making him understand exactly what had happened, and he immediately let out a mournful roar. At this moment, he knew it was all over. Take away. Yu Fei ignored this guy's incompetent rage and just said softly. In the next moment, people from the Imperial Beast Bureau came out of the darkness, handcuffed the naive middle-aged man with the handcuffs that suppressed the Imperial Beast space, and gagged him. You sir, would you see if you can resurrect Kyle? Just now. The divine resurrection means let the original heart as if dead in the heart of the two ancient principles resurfaced a trace of hope to. They looked at Yu Fei softly asked. No, this kid can be spooky. Looking at the two halves of the mutilated corpse on the ground, Yu Fei rubbed his temples with a headache. The moment his words fell, the door to Kyle's room was opened once again, and a brand new Kyle walked out of it smilingly, greeting the two of them who were looking dumbfounded at Principal Gu. Chapter 30, Don't fish, don't fish, there's more people than fish. Yo, Principal. Seniors, not freaked out, right? Re-emerging from the house, Chanel greeted the two with a smile. You, flesh and blood split? The ancient principal pointed to this Chenner in front of him with his mouth wide open in shock, and stammered for a long time before he remembered exactly what the situation was. The skill of flesh and blood splitting was still something he had brought over to Chenner. Yeah, flesh and blood split, Chenner said smilingly. Just now that was exactly the flesh and blood split of the Abomination Giant. The Abomination Giant's flesh and blood split proficiency had been raised to a terrifying level under its unreasonable enlightenment, and it could even change some of its subtle appearance and disguise itself as other people. But, how long has it been since I gave you the flesh and blood split skill learning machine? Principal Gu was messed up. At this moment, he truly realized exactly where he differed from those unreasonable geniuses. To be able to sculpt a flesh and blood doppelganger like that was something. That Abomination Giant had a frighteningly high proficiency in that skill. Generally speaking, to make a flesh and blood doppelganger perfectly replicate the appearance of a regular person, it could not be done without months of hard work. But now, this anomaly appeared right in front of Principal Gu's eyes. A few days' time was unheard of for the skill of flesh and blood doppelganger to be cultivated to this extent, but he was somewhat relieved when he thought about Chandel's previous situation and this abomination of a giant that had clearly surpassed previous size records. Compared to all that had gone before, the situation of taking control of a skill and practicing it to proficiency in a few days didn't seem so hard to endure. Ha ha, I'm a genius. In the face of the ancient principal's question, Chenner scratched his head and snorted. And the reason he said was even more dumbfounding to a few people. This reason was too unreasonable, and anything could be pushed to this reason. Alright, I guess there's not much coming this time, so go back and rest. I really have to go this time. Sacred Heavenly Horse's figure suddenly disappeared, and after a few moments it reappeared behind Yu Fei, nodding at him, and the expression on Yu Fei's face then stretched out as he said to the several people. Just as he finished, he yawned and wobbled onto the back of the sacred celestial horse, speaking to a few people and barely opening his sleepy eyes to ride the sacred celestial horse away, glancing at Kyle with a meaningful look before he left. Gee, I wonder if that counts as fatigued driving. Looking at Yu Fei's disappearing back, Chenner stroked his chin and hemmed and hawed. The two old ones who heard this were filled with black lines and didn't dare to talk at all. After all, they didn't have the potential of Chenner to dare to hit a quasi-king for fun. Alright, Principal Gu. Seniors, all go back. I'm sleepy. I don't know if this dangerous building will last until tomorrow. Then again, this won't make me pay for it, will it? Looking at the all-open-air recessed balcony in front of him, punched out by the abominable giant, Chantal joked. Don't worry, you won't be made to pay for it. The officials will come out with earth and steel sentinels to fix it after confirming that you were the one who was attacked, and those people know where the official bottom line is, and took a step forward to clear out the ordinary people in the inn before striking. Principal Ku is no less than a veteran. and can be said to be familiar with the scheme of handling such matters. After saying a few more words and informing Lai Ziming, who was hiding in the room, that it was already fine, several people then went back to their own rooms. Lai Ziming was not bad, although he didn't help, but at least he didn't add to the chaos. After dragging the flesh and blood doppelganger that had been cut in half back to the room, the expression on Kyanl's face immediately pulled down. Glancing at the room that was leaking in all directions, he didn't move and laid down on the bed and wrapped the covers tightly. Keep this up and don't show any breaks. The voice passed into his head through the Imperial Beast contract. Yes, this Chenner who had just talked to the crowd outside was also a flesh and blood doppelganger. The real Chenner was still lying under the bed fishing. At this point, Chantal's eyes were downcast as he contemplated what had just happened. Yu Fei definitely saw it, but didn't say anything. That guy probably hasn't left yet, and is fishing just like him. There are now 3 known anglers in this palm-sized pond, and there are more people than fish, so I just don't know who's going to bite. Lying under the bed, Chanel stared straight at the darkened bedpan in front of him, his ears constantly on the movements around him, but it seemed that the fish had a long memory and didn't move until dawn. Gee, no fish biting, alright, come on out. A familiar voice came from above, and then he felt a knock on the bedpan, burrowing out from under the bed. The one who appeared in his room was indeed Yu Fei, who claimed to have left a long time ago. How you caught that wave last night? Yawning, Chantal asked casually, not crying and screaming like the others did when they realized they were being used. To Chenner, being useless was the worst thing about being useless, and in the end times, being useless meant death. Just fishing for that wave, those guys looked like they were scared out of their wits, and they were hard back there with no breaks at all. Yu Fei sighed, but looked at Chenner with a more appreciative look. He had thought many times about the scene after Chandler came out. Anything from a scowl to hysteria and the like, but only such a calm situation hadn't crossed his mind. It seemed that it was because his previous life had made the boy surprisingly calm. Thinking of this, Yu Fei's eyes towards Chenner softened a few points. Do I still have to go to the game today? Tidying up his messy clothes, Chenner resumed his previous smile and asked towards Yu Fei. No need. Your opponent conceded defeat. You'll come with me today to certify the Imperial Beast Master rank. With this, the resources given to you from above will be a bit more generous. In addition, that abominable giant of yours broke the record. Later on, go together to take measurements and update your record. After saying that, the door to the Imperial Beast space appeared behind Yu Fei, and the sacred heavenly horse walked out from it with elegant steps, a humanized and proud expression hanging on its face. But this expression didn't last long, and immediately disappeared after hearing Yu Fei say that he would let it carry Chenner. Me, carrying this evil brat full of darkness? I tell you, no way. As a sacred system Imperial Beast, the sacred celestial horse was inherently unfavorable to the dark system affinity of Chenner, and there was a feeling of physiological discomfort from merely standing beside Chenner, let alone having zero distance contact. So after hearing Yu Fei's words, the sacred heavenly horse immediately exploded, shouting frantically through Yu Fei's Imperial Beast contract. This, Yu Fei's hesitant gaze flicked over to Kyanl and the sacred celestial horse. After all, an abomination giant of that size couldn't be released in the city, let alone ridden. Take a cab. Seeing Yu Fei's difficulty, Chenner smiled and relieved him, getting a grateful look from him. Chapter 31, The Abominable Giant, which is like 2 different species. Any idea who it is? Yu Fei's car. Chenner covered his forehead and closed his eyes, suddenly coldly opened his mouth and asked, no proof, but I can guess who it is. Yu Fei, who had forced himself to drive, spoke less, but he knew what Chenner was asking. Say? Hearing this, Chenner turned sideways and stared straight at Yu Fei. Don't look at me like that. You're looking at me like that and I'm freaking out. So first tell me honestly what you're going to do if I tell you who you are? Yu Fei's whole body spirit over, looking at Chenner with suspicion. He is not a psychiatrist. Of course he is not clear about how Chenner thinks, but he knows that Chenner's worldview seems to be not quite the same as normal people. Nothing, just asking. Chenner laughingly uncovered the words. How could he admit that he just did have a little idea of wanting to poison those few behind the scenes with paraquat? But if you think about it carefully, you will know that it is not realistic. The one who can fight with the military is definitely not a small force, and the strength of those behind the scenes must have gotten the feedback from the Imperial Beasts a long time ago, and the poison in this case really doesn't have much of a role to play. I'm telling you, don't mess around. You do what you need to do when you grow up, but don't mess around before you grow up. But the more Chenner said this, the more nervous Yu Fei became, and he said several things in a row. Don't worry brother Yu. I look like a little cutie. This kind of thing surely can't be done Chenner said smilingly. Hearing these words, Yu Fei looked deeply at Chenner, sure that Chenner would not do anything stupid before he was relieved. Listen to me. Your talent is rare in the world. What you need now is not a momentary hero, but a temporary stoicism. As long as you are given enough time to cash in your talent into strength, then it will be much simpler in the future when it comes to this kind of thing. Yu Fei suddenly remembered what his teacher had told him back then, and restated the words in a soft tone. He couldn't help but burst out laughing himself after saying that. After all, he was Yu Fei, a genius that could be ranked in the top 10 in the history of the Yin Kingdom, and he never thought that there would actually be a day when he would actually say this to someone else in person. I understand. Xian'er smiled in response. He could feel that Yu Fei was sincere. It's good that you understand. Alright, come on down. We're at the place. Saying that, Yu Fei parked his car and opened the door. That abomination giant of yours was too big to fit in the institute, so the test site was put here in this clearing. It was only at this moment that Xian'er saw a flat open space in front of him, and several red giants with gnarled muscles, 3 to 4 meters tall, with muscle bumps on their arms that were almost bigger than Xian'er's head, were carefully carrying several huge instruments over. Fighting trolls, attributes, flesh and blood, fighting, rank, 37, elite, qualification, blue, physical strength racial value, attribute 90, 144, attack racial value, attribute 130, 144, defense racial value, attribute 80, 71, special attack racial value, attribute 65, 54, special defense racial value, attribute 85, 75, speed race value, attribute 55, 53, total racial value, 505. Don't look at the attributes of the fighting trolls or flesh and blood plus fighting system, and also have a fierce face and think that people have a bad temper. In fact, their temper is quite good. The vast majority of fighting trolls are only obsessed with the muscle exercise, love to challenge the strong, for the weak and small people are simply lazy to take care of. So this kind of power is huge. The shape and size is not too different from human imperial beast is often by the moving company, construction site and so on the place contract. A fighting troll's workload is more than 100 human beings. The capitalist ecstasy belongs to is. These fighting trolls were also specially hired by the Pengchang Research Institute to help carry large instruments. With a few dull thuds, these heavy instruments were placed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Hello, Mr. Qianer. My name is Xinjing. I'm a rank 4 researcher of the Pengchang Research Institute, and this time, I'm the one who's here to help your imperial beasts undergo a physical examination. A middle-aged man with round-framed glasses, wearing a white lab coat, with a tall and thin figure, looking to be about in his 30s, walked over and smiled, extending his hand to Qianer, his face full of friendliness. Good guy. Such a young 4th-level researcher. Those old guys at Pengchang Research Institute think highly of you, Yu Fei muttered a couple of times beside Kyle. In the Yen country, imperial beast researchers were also to be graded, divided into 1 to 9 levels, with 1 level being the lowest and 9 being the highest, and the counterpart of a level 4 researcher was precisely a township-level imperial beast master, and this level of researcher could already serve as the director of a small city's research institute. Hello, Mr. Xinjing, what am I going to do next? Chanel smiled back and shook his hand. Please release your imperial beast first, then go through this door, Xinjing said, pointing to a light door with a technological flavor. Does this door do something? Surveying the door, Qianer asked curiously, and behind him, Yu Fei's face showed a look of realization the moment he saw the door. I'm sorry, Mr. Kyanel, this can't be told to you at the moment, but rest assured, you'll have permission to know this once you enter the Imperial Academy. Xinjing had an apologetic smile on her face. Don't worry, it's fine. Instead, Yu Fei tapped Kyle on the shoulder and half-pushed him up to that door of light. The light door did not have a top. It was just a composition of 2 vertical door frames with a wall of light-like thing in the center. Passing through the light door, the blue wall of light rippled like a calm water surface broken by a drop of water, but quickly calmed down again. Qianer subconsciously touched his body. There was no abnormalities, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. And at this moment, he noticed that Yu Fei and the 2 of them, after seeing this scene, had a look on their faces as if they were relieved. This instrument is used to verify identity? At that moment the speculation welled up in Chanel's mind. While he was contemplating, the huge abomination giant also stepped through the light door, still without any difference, and the smile on the 2 men's faces grew even more intense at the sight. Okay, Mr. Chinley, next up are the body measurements. After saying that, Xinjing led the abomination giant to an instrument that looked like an oversized scale and stood on it, while he tapped twice on a screen. And soon, the abomination giant's various data appeared on the screen. While looking at the base stats of the abomination giant, both Xinjing and Yu Fei both breathed in a stagnant manner, and their entire bodies froze. Before they came, they had already looked at the world record data of the previous abomination giants, But that statistic was like 2 species altogether compared to this abomination giant that Xianer had now. Chapter 32, Temporarily Interrupted Tests. Confidentiality Pacts. At 15.17 meters tall, nearly a third over the original record, and 3 times heavier, this abomination giant has a ridiculously high muscle density. Looking at the data that appeared on the screen, Xin Jing's eyes instantly widened. Compared to the other abomination giants, this one of Chandler's was, literally, a monster. Next is the attribute test. First is the attack power. I just looked. This abomination giant of yours has learned the Titanic Heavy Hammer. That's just right. Use the Titanic Heavy Hammer with full force at this place. Xin Jing took her personal terminal and recorded the abomination giant's body data and uploaded it, at the same time leading Qianer and Yufei to a machine that looked like a punching strength testing machine. But unlike normal punching strength testing machines, this one was too big, with a mat that was several meters high, and it was unknown what kind of material it was made out of, and it just looked inexplicably thick and heavy. Come on, use all your strength. Taking a few more glances at the mat, Chantal sidestepped to make room for the abominable giant. As the words fell, the sound of violent wind struck, almost making several people unsteady on their feet. Boom! Violent sounds rang in the ears of the 2 men, and in an instant, their gazes froze down as if they had been hit by a mental attack. After a while, Xin Jing and Yufei both came back to their senses and looked at the abominable giant in disbelief. At this time, the abomination giant no longer had its original appearance. All of its muscles surged at its arms, and one arm almost swelled up to the thickness of its original waist. The wind of the fist was raging, blowing up a cloud of smoke and dust. Fortunately, this piece of ground was specially enriched, or else this time it was estimated that the instrument could be knocked into the ground, and could not even be snapped out. Gathering the strength of his entire body to swing a punch. Is this guy's Titan Heavy Hammer proficiency this high as well? Yufei, who went back to retrieve Qianer's file yesterday night, naturally knew all about Qianer, and also knew that the skill of Titan Heavy Hammer was given to him together with Principal Gu in the beginning. But to be able to practice the 2 skills of Titan Heavy Hammer and Flesh and Blood splitting so skillfully with just this amount of time, that's not right. That's not right by any stretch of the imagination. At this moment, Yufei's head was full of questions, but soon, his attention was attracted by an exclamation of surprise. My God! The strength of that blow just now actually reached a level that can only be attained by the abominable giant race at level 50. Xin Jing pointed at the screen and exclaimed in shock. Yufei's heart was shocked and he quickly walked over. But the screen was a series of data he couldn't understand. Really? Having no choice but to twist his head to look at Xin Jing to open his mouth and inquire. It's true, but that figure is watered down. Xin Jing tapped the keyboard to pull up another form that Yufei couldn't read. Abomination giants will eventually evolve into flesh and blood demons at level 36. Some abomination giants will suppress their desire to evolve to build up their reserves, but they won't go beyond level 40, meaning there are no abomination giants above level 40. This data is calculated by applying the racial value of the abomination giant. In addition, the data compares to the average of the abomination giant, a sentinel beast race. Hearing Xin Jing explain in this way, Yufei then nodded in understanding of what was going on. The next moment, he reached out and pressed his hand directly on the screen, causing Xin Jing to look up in confusion. You can't test it next. Only the base panel of the abomination giant can be revealed from the data tested so far. The rest can't be mentioned at all. Later you go and sign a confidentiality contract with me, Yufei said with a serious face. 50 levels, the peak of Jinsho, just a hair's breadth away from ascending to the paragon. This kind of talent, if those others knew about it, they would absolutely destroy Qianer at all costs. The one who came last time was a town guard. Next time it might be something, perhaps a quasi-king, or even a true king. I see. Xin Jing nodded his head. The moment he saw that data he knew for sure that there would be such a thing. Without any small movements, he directly put down the instrument in his hand and walked to the side to stand in a big way, waiting for Yufei to explain the pros and cons of the matter to Qianer. That means you must now hide your strength for a time, and not allow your abomination giant to come out in full force in public. When he finished speaking, his face turned hard. If you can't do anything about it, take out all the witnesses, and if you can't get off your ass, take everyone under control and contact the nearest Imperial Beast Guard. They'll know what to do. Words that were completely incompatible with his sacred system paragon spat out from Yufei's mouth. I know. Qianer's heart stirred slightly, not realizing that the abomination giant could actually have so much power under full force. Well, without testing the rest, I'll take Xin Jing to sign the confidentiality contract. Saying that, a white light lit up on the holy Tenma standing to the side. The light converged into a parchment that floated in the air, and on the paper were words that Chantal couldn't read. Although he couldn't read it, Qianer was unexpectedly able to understand the meaning of the text. which was probably that Sinjing would not be allowed to reveal anything about the abomination giant other than the basic information about its body for a period of 3 years. This is a skill contract of the sacred lineage, signed under the gaze of the holy light. The contract is protected by the holy light and may not be broken. Seeing the surprise in Qianer's eyes, Yu Fei smiled and explained a bit. This is if his colleagues see absolutely will be shocked off a place of glasses. After all, who do not know Yu Fei and his kind of sacred Tianma is a urine, every day proud of the head of the fast eyes on the top of the brain. How can be so gentle and fine-tuned to explain to people? Just write your name here. Pointing to a spot on the parchment, Yu Fei handed Sinjing the matching quill pen. Sinjing carefully read the signing. Although he could not read this text, he could understand its content, and after making sure there were no traps, he wrote down his name with alacrity. At the moment the last stroke ended, the golden parchment exploded and turned into 2 white lights, one of which disappeared into Yu Fei's body, while the other disappeared into Sinjing's body. Well, the contract is finalized. There's no more business for us here. Fellowson, let's go ah. Saying that, Yu Fei hurriedly tugged Qianer to pull him into the car. He had thought that he had paid enough attention to this baby bump, but he hadn't realized that he had actually underestimated him. Let's go directly to the Pang City Imperial Beast Bureau. It just so happens that I haven't collected my resources this month, so I'll give them to you first. Just remember to return them to me when your quota comes down. Afraid that Qianer would refuse, Yu Fei even made a point of explaining. After all, the resources from above wouldn't arrive until tomorrow, and now he had no choice but to do this in order to keep Changer in his hands. That's a good feeling. Don't worry, I'll return it to you when my resources arrive next time. Qianer's 2 eyes lit up. He spent so much effort exposing himself to the eyes of so many people for the sake of this. Chapter 33, Military Grade Resources. Flesh and Blood Essence. That's my resources for the month. I've replaced all the sacred ones with flesh and blood ones for you. At the entrance of the Imperial Beast Bureau, Yu Fei's hands were trembling as he held a spatial backpack. Military grade resources. Even for him as a quasi-king grade Imperial Beast Master was not a small amount. Don't worry, brother Yu. I'll pay you back when my qualification comes. Qianer smiled as he took the space backpack from Yu Fei, and the moment he got it in his hand, he seemed to hear the sound of Yu Fei's heart breaking. Line. The wealth is not to be seen. Don't look outside. Go back to the inn and look again. Looking at the spatial backpack that was put away by Qianer, Yu Fei, whose eyes were about to fall in, sighed long and barely calmed down. Still the same inn? Not another one? Wasn't that one pierced by my abominable giant? Qianer, who strongly resisted opening his space backpack right now, raised his head at this moment and asked in a puzzled manner. Alas, poor child. Never underestimate the power of the earth, steel, and wood imperial beasts. Yu Fei rubbed Qianer's head. His face was full of heartache. At this moment he even found a good reason for Qianer himself. It must be the reason that Qianer used to be an orphan, living at the lowest level of society and not being able to come into contact with imperial beastmasters at all, which led to such a serious lack of common sense. By the time he got back to the inn, Chanel almost thought he was in the wrong place. The refreshed inn building in front of him made his eyes widen at once. He remembered that this place was still a dangerous building when he left in the morning, but how come it had been repaired after one morning? Come on, don't get emotional. Go back to your own room and count your money. Since he had already given Qianer this month's resources as an investment, Yu Fei naturally wouldn't show an expression of reluctance, but instead patted Qianer's shoulder and let out a bright laugh. Okay, then thank you brother Yu. At this moment, Qianer was also tickled by Yu Fei's actions, and couldn't wait to find out what on earth could make Yu Fei, a quasi-king royal beastmaster, show such an expression. So he simply didn't be polite with Yu Fei, and after bidding farewell to Yu Fei he went straight back to his own room, pulled the curtains, turned off the lights, and summoned a portion of the flesh and blood incarnation of the abominable giant, letting it wrap around himself, eliminating all possibilities of being spied on after that. Qianer's gaze flickered, and his figure gradually became transparent, and ultimately disappeared. By the time he opened his eyes again, the view in front of Chanel had changed from inside the inn room to the familiar lair. He was uneasy in the end, and even more so after doing a double layer of insurance. He went through a double penetration door to the post-apocalyptic world. The huge abomination giant appeared behind Qianer and held its breath together with Qianer, its 2 huge eyes staring straight at the space backpack in Qianer's hand. At this moment, in the hall of the inn, Yu Fei was lying helplessly on the hospitality sofa, a wacky smile coming on his face. I didn't expect that I, Yu Fei, would actually go and pull someone else's strings one day, or a child. Thinking back to what had just happened, he almost couldn't hold back his outright laughter, laughing at Fei as a person, like he had been proud for so many years. He prided himself on despising those speculators the most, but he had never thought that he would actually turn out to be one of them. But this kind of talent is really unheard of? If I'm not mistaken, that abomination giant is already level 40, lying on the sofa and stroking his chin, staring at the ceiling out of his mind. Yu Fei thought in his mind. 40 levels, elite peak. Even within the country of Yen it was a stalwart force, and it had only been a few days since Chenner had gotten the imperial beasts. It's almost criminal to want to go and ask that kid what his secret is. Sighing and sitting up from the sofa with a roll, Yu Fei thought in his mind. After all, he was a top-tier sacred system increased talent, better than Changer's advanced dark system affinity by a good margin. But even that wasn't enough to breed an elite-grade imperial beast in such a short period of time. But on the contrary, Chenner did it. Isn't it obvious to tell others that he has a big chance? It was also because he was a divine system imperial beast master. The character of an imperial beast master would be more or less influenced by the imperial beasts, and his character as a whole was on the side of greatness, so he was able to hold back from asking. That's why the officials dared to put such a gem in his hands. But is it the intention to portray Chander as a role model when no official word has come through about hiding him for so long? Stroking his chin as he paced inside the living room, one jumbled thought after another flashed through Yu Fei's mind. Not allowed to pry into other people's chances. This law has been issued for almost 100 years. The first few decades did suppress a lot of people, but with the passage of time, more and more people began to test the bottom line of this law. After all, who want to make their own family has been prosperous, do not want to let other people come to eat their own cake. Until now, this law basically only restrained some small minions without backgrounds, and the binding effect on those lineages was quite general. This has led to many scattered people imperial beast masters more and more meticulously, not daring to expose any abnormalities at all, for fear that a carelessness will lead to a killing disaster. This is not good. If they all live in secrecy and do not reveal any information, without the balance of the cold sect beast masters, the official power will gradually be eaten up by the big families, and ultimately form a situation that the officials absolutely do not want to see. So they needed to set an example of someone who came from a humble background but who had surged ahead after a great opportunity and was still loyal to the crown. Chandler just fits the bill. Yu Fei's eyes flickered as he pondered what benefits he could get in it. After all, the military is one of the most faction-oriented places out there. This is flesh and blood essence? In the post-apocalyptic world, Chenner opened his spatial backpack, and after looking at the bright red crystals inside that were almost piled up into a small mountain, he didn't hold back and directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. It was something he'd only seen in textbooks. The blood left behind by high-energy lifeforms coalesced into crystals through special techniques, which could be directly absorbed by flesh and blood royal beasts, and could inherit some of the power of the blood's original owner if given the chance. Chenner, that up a blood essence, only the size of a dollar coin, but such a small piece can be sold for millions of sky-high prices, and the backpacks are filled with heaps of blood and flesh essences. The moment he saw this pile of flesh and blood essence, the abomination giant's eyes went straight. Here, eat. The guy's greedy look made Chenner unable to help himself, picking up a blood and flesh essence and throwing it directly to the abomination giant. Now that the abomination giant had reached its bottleneck and was just one step away from evolving, the previous Chenner wanted to wait and see. Maybe it could be boosted by another wave, and now is as good a time as any. Chapter 34, Unknown Evolution. New Flesh and Blood Paragons. Ow! The abomination giant let out a strangled cry and opened the large mouth on its stomach to swallow the essence of flesh and blood. Moving his lips, he felt nothing like a pig eating a ginseng fruit. It was normal. After all, the size difference was too great. To the abomination giant, that blood essence was probably about the size of sand. If it was any harder it would probably be toothless. Luckily, though, that stuff was a particularly well-absorbed tonic for flesh and blood imperial beasts, and the moment it was ingested it turned into pure energy that was absorbed by the abomination giants. In an instant, a thin layer of transparent flames burned on the abomination giant's body. This seemed to be the ability of the original owner of that blood essence. Roar! The abomination giant, enveloped in flames, let out a pained and soothing sound, and hastily yelled at Kyle to continue. It could feel some sort of metamorphosis taking place in its body. Okay, you open your mouth and don't move. Chenner's heart was delighted, knowing that this was a precursor for the abominable giant to evolve, and after hurriedly finishing his speech, he immediately ran outside to get a shovel over and shoveled a shovelful of blood and flesh essence from the ground and raised it into the abominable giant's mouth. For a time, the firelight on the abomination giant's body flourished, and at the same time, the firelight seemed to be quenching the abomination giant's body, causing the abomination giant's originally swollen to the extreme flesh to begin to gradually become slimmed down. Some kind of unknown golden power emerged from the abomination giant's body to mingle with the transparent flames, and the golden light almost illuminated half of the sky. Roar! Don't stop! This scene looked at Chenner for a moment, did not know what to do. Just shoveled up a shovel of blood and flesh essence ready to throw into the mouth of the abomination giant again. Chenner suddenly froze, and the movement also gradually stopped. Sensing Kyanal's hesitation, the abomination giant shouted in a voice of suppressed pain. At this time, the abomination giant in the golden flames had completely disembodied itself. Skinny as skin and bones, with greenish-black sinews and flesh wrapped dead around its bones, like a 15-meter-tall skeleton. It was as if the flames were burning the blood of the abomination giant, which now became dry. But the abomination giant's spirit remained invigorated. It could feel itself going through some kind of metamorphosis, some kind of good metamorphosis, and once it stepped through it, it would be like becoming a butterfly in a cocoon. Chenner, who had originally stopped, could only nod his head when he heard this, and in the face of such a turn of events, he could only choose to trust the abominable giant's judgment. Once again, he shoveled up a spadeful of blood and flesh essence and raised it into the abomination giant's mouth. As if it had been replenished with fuel, the flames on the abomination giant's body that had gradually subsided burned wildly once again. This time, it was the bone of the abomination giant that burned. The abomination giant's height began to shrink at a rate visible to the naked eye. Chenner didn't dare to stop and quickly stuffed a whole pile of blood and flesh essence all into the abomination giant's mouth, while at the same time, the abomination giant's body lit up with a white light of evolution. Can this still evolve into a flesh and blood demon? Chenner leaned against the pillar next to him and mumbled worriedly. He had watched so many videos of abomination giants evolving during this period of time. He hadn't seen anyone's abomination giants change like this when they evolved. Where the hell did it go wrong, and what was that golden glow? And at that moment, the light of evolution that wrapped around the abomination giant's entire body was still shrinking from the original 15 meters high to 14 meters, 13 meters, 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, and finally even shrinking to also just a head taller than Chenner. Looking at the Chenner people are numb, heart-scared, and do not know what to say. He couldn't even imagine what it would be like to be only 2 meters tall as a flesh and blood demon who worshipped that bigger was better. At this point, he no longer had the luxury of how strong the abomination giant could be after it evolved, as long as it didn't die. Fortunately, after shrinking to a height of over 2 meters, this mind-blowing shrinking to watch had stopped. The golden flames were still burning, and there was a vague tendency for them to intensify. In the next moment, the white light shattered with a loud bang, revealing a figure inside that was completely different from the flesh and blood demon. It was a sinewy, gnarled figure, writhing black tendons and crimson flesh wrapped tightly around its bones, filled with an eerie beauty and twisted divinity. He sat there on his knees with his eyes closed, his body's breath collected. The golden flame that was originally blazing gradually extinguished, but a depressing atmosphere filled its surroundings at some point. Unnamed. Attributes: flesh and blood. Fire. Rank: 41, Township Guard. Qualification: Gold. Physical strength racial value, attribute 130, 196. Attack racial value, attribute 140, 173. Defense racial value, attribute 105, 103. Special attack racial value, attribute 10, 20. Special defense racial value, attribute 105, 103. Speed racial value, attribute 110, 103. Total racial value, 600. Skills: Titan Hammer. Flesh and blood sense. Flesh and blood split. Flesh and blood assimilation. Earthquake. Flame kick. Blood burning holy law. This brand new Imperial Beast has a total racial value of 600. A quasi-divine level flesh and blood Imperial Beast. And this racial value distribution. Chenner simply could not believe his eyes. The humanoid Imperial Beast evolved from the abomination of the giant. This racial value distribution is also too foul, right? Do not need the special attack, only 10 points. The rest of all attributes are all broken 100. Who can still distinguish you and the Platinum Star? What is the difference between attributes are even more outrageous. Physical strength will soon break 200. The rest of the attributes in addition to the special attack of the specific value is all broken 100. And the new Imperial Beast after evolution also had a new fire attribute, which should be the power of the original owner of that blood essence. On top of that there are 2 new skills, Flame Kick and Blood Burning Holy Magic. Flame Kick is nothing to talk about. Fire material attack system Royal Beast is very common skill. The power is not small. As for this blood burning sacred law skill is never heard of. It should be the exclusive skill of this new Royal Beast. I just don't know what role it has. At this moment, the humanoid Imperial Beast sitting on its knees with its eyes tightly closed suddenly opened its eyes. And for a moment, Chenner only felt a burst of white light seem to explode in front of his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. The void generates electricity. Phew! The humanoid Imperial Beast stood up from the ground, its chest heaving as it exhaled a long mouthful of black smoke. And all of a sudden, the entire within the lair was swept by a fierce wind. Sentinel, I have enough power to protect you now. It glanced down at the palm of its hand, and the black tendons on its body wriggled as if they were alive. Gently clenching his fist, feeling the terrifying power flowing through his body, his face then revealed a touch of excitement. Turning his head to look at Xian'er, a hint of softness flashing in his eyes, he opened his mouth and slowly said in a hoarse voice, as if he hadn't opened his mouth for a long time, and he had to pause and think for a moment for every word he said. But when he heard this, Chundel's eyes widened in astonishment, for he was speaking the language of mankind. Good. Yes. Chandler looked deeply at him and couldn't stop the smile on his face. He had thought that with the accumulation of abomination giants, if they evolved, it would probably be very strong, but he didn't expect that it would actually be so powerful, directly evolving into a quasi-god grade. Moreover, this racial value distribution was one of the strongest even amongst the quasi-god races. Chapter 35, Blood-Burning Saints. Give me and my race a name. I have a feeling I'll be the first one to appear on this world. He stared at Chandler, a smile as benign as possible coming across his sinewy face. Let's call it Blood-Burning Saints. You burn blood when you evolve. It just so happens that your exclusive skill is also called Blood-Burning Sacred Law. Thinking for a moment, Chantal then spoke. Blood-Burning Saints? Very nice name. There was nothing he could say about the name. He liked it as long as it was taken by Kyle. Not to mention that it was a really good name. As the words fell, the position of his name in Chantal's eyes changed from the original unnamed to the Blood-Burning Saint. Do you have any clue about that golden energy during your evolution? Seeing that the Blood-Burning Saint was fine and instead received an unexpected benefit, Xian'er was relieved and looked at him to ask. He saw very clearly that the kind of golden energy that had been there in the first place had sprung from within the abominable giant, and had nothing to do with the flesh and blood essence. I'm not sure what it is, but I can feel that it appeared after killing the zombies, and it accumulates in my body to make my luck better, my enlightenment higher. And, with that, the Blood-Burning Saint raised his palm and made Chantal look at his sinewy palm. After evolving through that golden energy, the Blood-Burning Saint had a partial control over that golden energy, and those things in his original memory that he didn't understand were naturally recalled. Generally speaking, the abomination giant is able to control the blood chi it previously devoured after evolving into a flesh and blood demon as a way to attack from a distance. But I don't have that ability. Saying that, he used his other hand to tear open the sinews of his palm, but unexpectedly, there was no blood present in it at all. The blood had been burned dry long ago. This made the name Blood-Burning Saints a little more true to its name. Between the black tendons and writhing muscles, the wound that had just been torn open quickly healed like new, and correspondingly, I was blessed by the fact that I was no longer restrained by the sacred lineage. The Blood-Burning Saint seemed to be thinking of Yufei's sacred heavenly horse as he spoke, letting out a cold snort of displeasure. Is that so? Xian'er's eyes flickered as he suppressed the surprise in his heart. He didn't expect the benefits from that golden energy to be so great, making the Blood-Burning Saint a darkness imperial beast that didn't fear the sacred lineage. And, Xian'er's expression was a bit odd. For some reason, he always felt that the thing that the Blood-Burning Saint was talking about was a bit like the merits in the previous novels. Merit for killing zombies? The thought of him, a darkness sentinel, actually having a merit guard was hard to clam. Want to try how strong you really are now? Xian'er stroked his chin and suddenly looked at the Blood-Burning Saint and opened his mouth to ask. When these words came out, the Blood-Burning Saint's eyes lit up. Yes, this is it. We've pretty much done all the other zombie gathering spots in this town, and this is the only one left. Looking at the square in front of him and the zombies roaming in it, Chance said somewhat helplessly. It's not that there are no zombies elsewhere. It's just that there are too few of them. Not in heaps, 3 or 2 sporadically. Not enough to stuff their teeth, which makes it impossible for Chance and the Blood-Burning Saints, who have long since become accustomed to coming and going in the tens of thousands of zombies, to be satisfied. How do you fight? You just charge right in? After evolution, the Blood-Burning Saints were about the same size as normal people, so the way they fought had changed, and they couldn't just charge in and eat the buffet like they used to do based on their physical superiority. That's why Chantal asked the Blood-Burning Saint a mouthful to see how he was comfortable fighting, making it easy for him to formulate his fighting style in the future. No need. The Blood-Burning Saint smiled faintly and twisted his head to observe in the surroundings. After seeing a small 6-story building, the smile on his face became even more pronounced, and he took a big stride towards that small building. Kyle followed closely behind him. This was the first lesson that the Imperials would have to learn. Protect yourself. Compared to the Imperials were too fragile, so they needed to protect themselves. In the past, Chance used to sit directly on the head of the abomination giant, so naturally he didn't have to go through the trouble of protecting himself, but he couldn't sit on the Blood-Burning Saint now. Even sitting down will affect the fight. Coming to the bottom of that small building, The blood-burning saint reached out his palm and plunged it hard into the concrete. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter without any hindrance. In the next moment, the earth shook, and that small building was directly lifted by the blood-burning saints, holding it high above their heads. Beneath his feet, flesh and blood began to sprout, forming something like a webbed foot to reduce the pressure and keep his body from being crushed into the earth by the weight of the small building. The blood-burning saint then turned around and looked in the direction of the square, his tough body leaning back slightly, followed by a violent gust of wind that almost blew Chantal away. He hurled the entire building and slammed it down hard towards the square. The ground shook, as if pounding garlic with a stone mortar. The zombies in the square exploded with a bang, black blood exploding like plasma. The zombie group that was originally roaming in the square was directly emptied of most of them at this time, leaving only 3 or 2 groups of big cats and small cats that still didn't know what was happening, hissing and rushing towards Chiener and the blood-burning saints, and it was obvious what would happen to them, as they were as weak as little chickens in front of the immensely elevated blood-burning saints. What's going to happen to the flesh and blood and brainstones when you smash all those walkers, walking through the square that had been reduced to rubble? Kyan asked with some heartache. He can't see such wastefulness in his frugal habits. Don't worry, I've given it some thought. It was still a hoarse voice, but it seemed to be due to the fact that he had been talking more. The blood-burning saint was now much more fluent in his speech. As the words fell, he stretched out his hand, and the large black tendons on his body wriggled towards the bottom of the ruins as if they were alive. Soon there was a chilling swallowing sound from below. It didn't take long for the black tendons to shrink back into the blood-burning saint's body, and the aura on the blood-burning saint's body became a few points stronger. But the level didn't rise. The quantity and quality of that little bit of zombies was too low, not enough to level up the blood-burning saints. One must know that the current blood-burning saints were township-level imperial beasts. Go on and kill? The blood-burning saints who once again ate zombie flesh and blood were like eating some kind of delicious food, and they couldn't even stop a little. Forget it, go back first. Disappearing for too long risks exposure. Chiener did not even think about it, decisively refused his request. Now outside he made a few layers of insurance. Yu Fei is aware of what he is doing. It is estimated that he will not spy, but disappeared for a long time is not guaranteed to be out of the ordinary. Chapter 36, The Shock from the Blood-Burning Saints. In the room of the inn, the flesh and blood barrier that wrapped around Kyle bloomed in layers like a lotus flower. It was then taken back into the hands of the blood-burning saint. Chanel stepped out of it with his space backpack. The bits and pieces and the other military-grade resources were no longer there. It shouldn't be due to the fact that it was not the first time he received it. There were only small mountains of blood and flesh essence in it. It wasn't a loss though. After all, it allowed his abomination giant to break the shackles of his race and evolve into a flesh and blood paragon like never before. It's arguably so worth it. Rubbing his face, Chandler pushed the door open with a smile on his face and walked out. There was no way to hide a change as big as the evolution from an abomination giant to a blood-burning saint, and he didn't think about hiding it. As soon as the door to his room was opened, it was immediately discovered by the 4 people waiting outside. Yu Fei and Principal Gu. Well, is it all absorbed? Yu Fei stared at Chiener and asked urgently. He now needed to know if Chiener's strength was still growing like the others or not. Just a moment ago, a message was sent to him from above, saying that there was a speculation over there that said there was a possibility that Chiener had gained his strength by using his ability to damage the cap of the Imperial Beasts. If this speculation came true, then Chiener's value would be greatly reduced. Although the elite-level Imperial Beast Masters were still the backbone of the Yin Kingdom, they certainly couldn't be compared to before. Because the above was not aware that Yu Fei had previously given his military-grade resources for this month to Chiener, he had specifically asked Peng Cheng to first give out a portion of his flesh and blood essence for Chiener to absorb, to see if this speculation was accurate or not. Just now the people from the Imperial Beast Bureau came over again and sent over the remaining bit of blood and flesh essence from Peng Cheng packed together, but Chantal had gone in to absorb the essence of the blood and flesh from the batch in front of him, and all he felt with that new space backpack was a black and white villain fighting in his head. Black is saying that anyway. He doesn't know, and the top is not clear about what you did. You can just gloss over this batch of flesh and blood essence, and then all of them will be exchanged for holy crystals, plus the batch that Chiener returned. So you can make a lot of money this month. White saying you've invested so much before and now you're just short of the final kick you engage in this kind of thing. It's not a joke. The 2 little people were arguing madly in his head, and the noise was making his head spin. And just when he was tangled up, the 3 people of Principal Gu who had already accompanied Lai Zimming to finish the competition came back, and the first time they saw Yu Fei was standing in Chiener's doorway with a face full of tangled. They were startled, and thought that Chiener had committed something, and they were all thinking about whether or not to cut it out with Chiener first. Luckily, their footsteps were not hidden from Yu Fei, and the Sacred System Paramount King spotted the 3 standing hesitantly at the corner of the corridor. As someone who had read all of Qian'er's information, Yufei recognized these three at first glance, of which Li Ziming's talent was not as good as his, much less Qian'er's, but it was still considered to be a not-so-small genius. After a series of exchanges, the three of them realized that it was a misunderstanding, so they followed Yufei and waited outside. Fortunately, not only has it evolved, but it has also broken through to the town guard level. Surprised, he glanced at the combination of the four, but Kyle opened his mouth with a smile. At that moment, several people all caught their breath and looked at Qian'er incredulously. Evolved? And broke through to the town guard? Principal Gu's eyes were glazed over. He wasn't sure about the blood essence. He just kind of couldn't figure out what was going on. Why is it that he just goes out to watch a game and when he comes back Chancellor is towny? Been watching this game for months? Stuck in the Elite Advanced for an unknown number of years. It was estimated that it would be hard enough to break through the township in this lifetime. Principal Gu's eyes were red. That's a town guard. A truly powerful Imperial Beast Master who can guard a side. One can even serve as the head of the Imperial Beast Bureau in some cities, becoming the highest fighting force in that city. Dawn's principal had a similar reaction to his, but a little bigger. Since Chantal hadn't come from his school, there was no other way. He could only hatefully glare at Li Ziming. Originally he still thought that this kid's strength was progressing well, but as a result, now that he looked at it, it wasn't far worse. And Li Ziming has laid flat. In his opinion, there wasn't much of a difference between an elite level and a township level. They could both crush him with one hand anyway. Evolved? Into a flesh and blood demon? How big is your flesh and blood demon? As for Yufei, he was so excited that he was about to jump straight up. With this breakthrough, Qian'er not only managed to evolve the Imperial Beast from an abominable giant into a flesh and blood demon, but also broke through to the town guard level. Not only does this shatter the speculation above, but it also proves that his upfront investment was not wasted. Most of all, it was that batch of flesh and blood essence that he was able to obscure with peace of mind. After all, that was a Xinguo level. And before that, Qi Wenbai of the Qi family was only a Xinguo level. Imperial Beast Masters of this rank could already be considered high-end power. Although it was not quite a top-tier combatant, it was still not to be underestimated, and could become a guest of honor no matter which power it went to. And in the midst of Yufei's excited eyes, Kyle slowly shook his head. In an instant, an ominous feeling of foreboding filled Yufei's heart, causing the smile on his face to gradually stiffen, and a heart that couldn't stop sinking. No, didn't evolve into a flesh and blood demon? At this moment, his voice was trembling. The evolutionary type of the abominable giant wasn't just the flesh and blood demon, but after so many years had passed, after the constant research of the humans, it was discovered that the flesh and blood demon was the most stable and the strongest branch amongst all the evolutionary types of the abominable giant. The total racial value of up to 550 points can crush the vast majority of imperial beasts, in which all of the physical strength of the attack and defense of the 100 is to arm the flesh and blood demon into a mobile war fortress. This would be a big loss if it didn't evolve into a flesh and blood demon. Not a flesh and blood demon, but a whole new form that I've named the Blood-Burning Saints. Saying that, the humanoid imperial beast with gnarled muscles and flesh, as if it was a dry and skinny human, stepped out from behind Qian'er, and a fierce aura like that of a tiger emanated from it, making the three of them, Headmaster Ancient, sweat profusely, as if they were facing a natural enemy. It wasn't that the Blood-Burning Saints actively emanated from each other, but rather, it was the bite-sized suppression of higher-ranked beings over lower-ranked beings. It made a few people feel uncomfortable just by standing there. Yufei frowned as he sized up the blood-burning saints. His mood was the same as Qian'er's at the time, because whether it was the carrion slime monsters or the abominable giants and the flesh and blood demons, all of them were races that revered the idea that bigger was better. That's why the imperial beasts of this lineage all look at size to determine strength. But the burning blood saint's 2-meter-tall size and his dry, thin body made him feel the oppressive feeling of the flesh and blood demon at all. It's also unclear how an abomination giant of that size evolved into this. For a moment, Yufei became a bit contemptuous of the blood-burning saints, but this slight soon disappeared when he opened the attribute panel of the blood-burning saint. Chapter 37, The Heat of an 18-year-old elite-level Imperial Beastmaster. Paragod, or a flesh and blood paragon. Looking at the total racial value of the blood-burning saints, Yufei's eyes glazed over and he couldn't believe his eyes. Qian'er had actually bred a brand new paragon, or a flesh and blood paragon that had never existed before. At the same time, after taking a few close looks at the blood-burning saint's racial value distribution, his eyes turned even redder. What's all this? That perfect distribution of racial values was almost like a monster built for battle. Wait, you already have a flesh and blood lineage paragon here. Once that skeleton lineage paragon promised to you from above comes over, won't you have two paragons? Suddenly, Yu Fei discovered the blind spot, and his whole body's breath caught. At the moment, he couldn't wait to slap himself twice. Why wasn't he himself gifted with multiple attributes like dark affinity? Thinking about him, Yu Fei is a genius who claims that his talent can be ranked in the top 10 of Yen country. But what's the use? It's still not a quasi-god at all. Because of what? Isn't it because there are no paragons of the divine lineage? It wouldn't be impossible to choose another lineage, but then you wouldn't be able to eat his talent boosts. Quasi-god imperial beasts already had a long growth cycle, and if he were to cultivate them in a step-by-step manner, he wasn't even sure if he would be able to make the quasi-gods evolve into their final forms by the time he died. At this moment, Yu Fei's shocked cry also caused the other three to come to their senses and stare at Xian'er incredulously, especially Lai Ziming, who was already lying flat. He had all thought he had looked away, but when it really came down to it, he suddenly felt so bad still. No, man, we're all in the same grade. I just bred the imperial beasts to break through the novice stage, and you've become a town guard level, or a quasi-divine town guard? You're open, aren't you? Can this be played without chipping? Just wait, I'll be right back. Yu Fei wrinkled up a face. The original smile on his face was squeezed out. At the moment he was as sour as if he had eaten 2 pounds of lemons raw. 3 of you, please keep the matter about Chandler a secret for now. Don't worry, we're clear. The two ancient principals looked at each other without the slightest hesitation and immediately nodded their heads. After all, a quasi-king communicating with them in a good voice was already giving face. If they still didn't know enough, what was waiting for them would probably be a quasi-king level attack. Seeing that the three of them were so knowledgeable, Yu Fei nodded with satisfaction, walked to a corner, reached out and summoned a part of the sacred celestial horse, forming a holy light boundary around him, then solemnly took out his cell phone and dialed a phone number. Seeing Yu Fei leave, Lai Ziming then popped out. Brother Qian, you this. Lai Ziming pointed at the blood-burning saint who stood behind Xian'er without saying a word, like a loyal guard, and enviously couldn't say a word, but could only open his mouth to let out a burst of strange noises. When he thought of the time when he was still gloating in front of Xian'er because he had cultivated into an 11th grade imperial beast, he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Ha ha, don't compare yourself to me, you're actually still a genius compared to your peers. Where Chanel didn't understand what the guy was trying to say, he smiled and hooked his neck over his neck for a couple of comforting moments. For a moment, Lai Ziming's eyes died. You're worse than not comforting me. What do you mean? Compare yourself to your peers? Aren't you my peer? Not long after, the holy light boundary on Yu Fei's side shattered, and with a smile on his face, he walked out of it, looking like he had encountered something good. You're in luck this time. What was promised to you will probably arrive tomorrow afternoon. He patted Chandler on the shoulder and smiled, right after he had just passed up Xian'er's information. Even his teacher, who was usually so ancient and unperturbed that it was as if his face didn't change despite the tone of Tarzan's collapse, didn't tense up, and his eyes glazed over. Because after passing the identity verification and determining that he wasn't depleting the upper limit of the potential of the imperial beasts to pull up a higher level, the resources that were originally stuck due to various reasons flowed all the way through unhindered, and were directly decentralized. That's a good sentiment. Xian'er's eyes lit up, knowing that all the time he had spent, even taking the risk of being hunted down, had finally paid off. Early the next morning, after yesterday's exciting competition, the winners of the 32 colleges have finally been decided. So today, let's watch what kind of wonderful performances they will bring us next. The commentator's impassioned voice came from the large ring. The surrounding audience was packed to the brim, and there were even quite a few elite-level imperial beast masters among them. It's clear that the Baby Bull's rookie chicken fight isn't even close to attracting the big boys, who are all here for share. These people wanted to see how a high school student who hadn't even grown his hair yet became an existence on the same level as them. And it is no one else who was happiest at this time, but the officials of Pengcheng. Keep in mind that the Baby Bowl has been poorly watched for this kind of rookery, with most of the family and friends of the contestants buying tickets to come over and cheer on their kids. So many Baby Bowls have been held in the past, all of them losing money. Originally they were all set to lose money this year as well, but I didn't expect to actually kill a Qian'er halfway, a monster who became an elite-grade imperial beast master at the age of 18, and trained the initial imperial beasts into elite-grade imperial beasts in a few days. This gimmick pulls full circle straight away, and the first thing they noticed was the business opportunity, and they went crazy with the publicity. As expected, both online and offline ratings are all full. Before the publicity to buy the heat of the money spent directly back to the capital, the next are all earned. Coming. Where's Chandler? It's not even out yet. He's the big Axel. The last game. Pengcheng official, this scheduling is really chicken thief-ah. 18-year-old elite-level imperial beast master. Really? No. Does anyone else think it's fake now? The official live broadcast room was densely screened with pop-ups just as soon as it was opened, even causing the live broadcast room to lag. The owner of the live streaming platform went crazy with joy and hurriedly had more servers even out. Boy, it's unbelievable that the baby bowl can get this hot. Looking at the vegetable chicken pecking each other that had begun in the live broadcast room, the owner of the live broadcast platform stroked his beard and muttered in horror. The main event isn't on yet, and when the main event is on it's expected to be even more crowded. Next to him, his secretary stared at the live feed and added, like he said. A number of people came in and after realizing that Chandler's bout was scheduled for the afternoon, made a note of Chandler's fight time and just backed out. It needs to be evened out a bit more. Cut down all the other live servers, suffer them, and tighten this up first. Chapter 38, The Treaty of Churn? Why aren't these little kids in front of us done fighting? In the audience, a man with the stout build of a bear scratched his head, somewhat bemused. His name is Chen Turn, elite level Imperial Beast Master. Originally this kind of child playing baby cup he is pressurized to not want to come over. Vegetable chicken pecking each other is too hot eyes. Originally, he had wanted to form a team and people to hunt foreigners outside the realm. But the news that an elite level Imperial Beast Master had come out of the baby's cup directly shocked him back. After all, he had worked hard for half his life to barely reach the threshold of an elite level Imperial Beast Master. But that kid had become one in 18? If this is true, is there any justice? I'll see how it goes. It wasn't just Chen Turn. The vast majority of the elite-level Imperial Beastmasters who had come here had come with such a mindset, seemingly sensing the low air pressure in the audience as well. Those heavenly talents from various high schools on the field made the Imperial Beast's hands a few points heavier. Before they played the match, their division leader had told them that a lot of Imperial Beast Masters had come to watch them play this time, which was a spectacle that had never been seen in previous baby cups. They certainly didn't think that the bigwigs had come to brutalize themselves. They could have come only for the sake of money. But all are the pride of each school, who did not grow up in praise and flowers, just to give a person as a companion. To say willingly that is false. But a sense of powerlessness washed over him at the thought of that abomination of a giant in Chundel. They were all geniuses, and as long as they didn't fall, becoming an elite-level Imperial Beast Master would be the nail in the coffin. But it would take time to cash in on their talent, and Chandler had long since passed that stage now, and had become a true powerhouse. People like that, let them take a headshot. Because they were afraid of losing face in front of those seniors, this group of geniuses were riveted, looking at their opponents on the opposite side as if they were looking at their enemies. In this case, games that were not scheduled to be played until the afternoon were played by noon. Next, the really big shaft. I believe that many of our friends here have come for this fight. Just as everyone was all sitting upright, trying to pick on something about chance, the commentator's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting a lot of people's thoughts. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where did this pussy come from? You know we're here to see that Chanel kid and you're still linking? Both online and offline. Everyone cursed at the commentator who kept talking nonstop. Why didn't you come out when those guys were on just now? And now you're popping up to stall? I don't know that the narration is not good at this point either. The ones online are fine. A couple of curses won't change anything. It's the ones offline that are really killing me. Now many of those people in the audience were elite-level Imperial Beast Masters. All of them were ruthless people who had fought with the foreigners in the extraterritorial battlefield, and being stared straight at by such a group of people full of anger, just for a little bit of time. The commentator felt that his body was almost drenched in cold sweat. Boss, I hate you, wailing in his mind. The narrator could only stiffen up and continue with the long-prepared commercial. A few commercials down the line, he felt his legs and stomach shaking. It was hard to finish the commercial, and he hurried away as if he had fled. As he left, the door to the contestants' passageway opened, and a beaming Chanel and a teenager whose face was scrunched up into a bitter melon came out of it. Brother, hit it gently. The teenager looked at Chenner in front of him, and the expression on his face became a bit more bitter, and before he could release the Imperial Beasts, he started begging for mercy first. After all, Chenner's previous opponent's downfall is still fresh in our minds. I heard that before was a pretty arrogant little girl, after being beaten up to the present have not yet come out. The moment they hear the word money are trembling all over. If you're scared, then why don't you surrender? Like my opponent in the last fight? Chantal laughed at his words and asked a nagging question. As soon as he heard this, the teenager became furious and opened his mouth like an accusation. Brother, you don't know. Those bastards from the organizers, after knowing that your last opponent surrendered, they directly enacted a new rule overnight. That is to say that surrendering is not allowed. We all call this rule the Treaty of Churn, he said indignantly. That abomination giant he watched, just that size is destined to not be able to light hand to light foot sparring casually stomping or fast catching up with the earthquake. A foot stomping is estimated to become pulp, can only be equal to the Fei to resurrect. Don't worry. This time there won't be a situation like the one before. This kid's thoughts were almost written on his face. How could Chance not see what he was thinking, and smiled and comforted him twice. All at once, he raised his head in surprise. Brother, you've decided to show mercy? No, it's my imperial beast that evolved. With a swish, the teenager's face paled. The abominable giant has evolved? Doesn't that make it a flesh and blood demon? Is that how you comfort me? It's worse than no comfort at all. Put up a fight. Having fought against the youngest elite-level Imperial Beast Master in history, this will be a bragging capital when we go back. With a clench of his teeth, the door to the Imperial Beast space behind the teenager opened, and a dog-type Imperial Beast covered in gears jumped out of it. Woof woof! The large dog with a shoulder height of nearly 70 centimeters stepped in front of the teenager and let out 2 barks mixed with the same sound as the turning of gears at Kyle. Is this the steel gear dog? Xian'er was a bit surprised. This kind of Imperial Beast was not rare. Even a bit rarer than the rotting mud monster that Headmaster Gu had given him. Come on. The teenager looked at Gearhound, who was in front of him, with an expression like he was looking death in the eye. I'm not afraid of you. He glared at Xian'er, his eyes gradually becoming determined although they were still cowering. And after shouting, the gears on the Gearhound's body began to turn crazily, while the Gearhound's aura soared, a skill shift unique to the Steel Gear class of Imperial Beasts. It boosts your attack by 1 level and your speed by 2 levels. The gains and losses of the Imperial Beast attributes are all 6 levels, totaling 12 levels, and the increased attributes are boosted according to their own attributes, with each level of the attribute boosting a value of 50%. That is to say, after a certain attribute of a royal beast is raised to the full level of 6, then this attribute of it will be raised 4 times. Of course, it takes a fairly strong body to be able to withstand it, or the force of the outburst will hurt you before it hurts your enemy. And at that moment, the Gearhound on the field after 1 shift boosts its attack by 50% and doubles its speed. Tendrils of white smoke drifted out from the rapidly rotating gears on the Geardog's body. Clearly the attributes that had boosted a total of 3 levels had reached its own limits. Is good. Looking deeply at the gear circle and the teenager, Chantal nodded slightly. As the words fell, behind him, a 3-meter-high Imperial Beast space gate opened, and a blazing aura accompanied by a thick scent of blood hit his face. The teenager's face stiffened, only to feel a ferocious wind almost turn into substance, slashing across his cheeks like a knife. Chapter 39, The Crowd with Broken Taoist Hearts. Winning the crown. It was followed by an unbearable blazing heat. The gust of wind hit him, causing him to subconsciously raise his arms to shield his eyes. My life is over. His heart lamented as his mind went blank, and with this kind of aftermath, it was probably difficult for him to escape on his own. But after waiting for a long time, the teenager who still didn't feel any sharp pain opened his eyes in bewilderment. And only then did he realize that something seemed to be wrong. A humanoid Imperial Beast with a dry and lean figure, but with muscles like steel wires and writhing black tendons everywhere on its body stood beside him, its fist less than a centimeter away from his head, and he could even smell the smell of blood on top of that fist and feel the blazing temperature. Gearhound tore into the humanoid Gundog's shoulder like mad to protect him, but couldn't even tear through the outermost layer of sinewy flesh. Not bad. You and your Imperial Beasts are good. Just as the teenager wondered what the hell was going on, Chantal's laughter came from behind the blood-burning saint. The teenager looked over quizzically, confused as to what he was selling in his gourd. Also, wasn't the abomination giant a flesh and blood demon after it evolved? What's with this weird Imperial Beast that's about the height of a normal person? Officially, it's not so bad that you have to come and fight me. Originally they didn't even intend to add that rule, but after knowing about my Imperial Beast evolution, they temporarily added that rule with the purpose of seeing if you have the courage to face me. Chance smiled as he explained, his voice silencing everyone as the microphone that accompanied him in the arena carried across the room. In fact, if he didn't explain, these people really thought that the officials were ignoring the deaths of those children's Imperial Beasts for the sake of ratings, and quite a few of them had started calling to complain. But I didn't expect it to be reversed. Abominable giants can't control their power because they're so big, and the slightest movement of their bodies would be doom for a young Imperial Beast. However, after evolving into the blood-burning saint, this shortcoming directly disappeared. The original bloated body condensed into the current appearance, and because of the dual support of the light of evolution and the flame of merit, it allowed the blood-burning saint to control the power to the level of like a hand, and was even able to do so to the extent that he could collect the power at a centimeter away from the teenager's face. Now, just get down there, both of you. Finishing with a smile, the blood-burning saint grabbed the back of Gearhound's and the teenager's necks with each hand and lifted them outside the ring. The winner of this fight is without a doubt Chance. And this also declared that the last match of the 32-16 rounds had also ended. The outsiders might have just watched a not-so-great hilarity about this Tigers match, but the insiders' faces were dripping with concentration. In the audience, Chen stared blankly at the blood-burning saints, his mouth gaping open to the point of becoming a circle. Am I mistaken, old brother? Beside him, an unrecognizable elite-level Imperial Beast Master came over to talk to him. How come? I can't see the specific information of that Imperial Beast? His voice was a bit dry. Imperial Beast Masters of the same rank could see most of the information about each other's Imperial Beasts, but he could only see the blood-burning saint's name and nothing else. He broke through. The 18-year-old town guard Only at this time did Chen come back to his senses and slowly opened his mouth in a bitter voice, uttering these words that he didn't know how many people were unwilling to believe. Are you kidding me? An 18-year-old elite is already outrageous enough. An 18-year-old town guard. Is this some kind of April Fool's joke? An Imperial Beastmaster sitting in front of Chen turned around with a face full of devastation. His mouth kept denying it, but both Chen and the Imperial Beastmaster next to him all looked at him in silence. Is it fun to lie to yourself? Until his words finished in silence. Chen which slowly opened his mouth to make up for it, and in an instant, that Imperial Beastmaster in front of him seemed to shatter, and with him shattered an unknown number of others, thinking that they had spent so much time and so much money to can to an elite-level Imperial Beastmaster. They had thought that they were barely a character. But what is this one in front of me? This noon. I don't know how many people's hearts were broken. And the baby cup, a fish pond where the appearance of a level 10 or higher Imperial Beast is rare, suddenly appeared a level 41 Megalodon. So is there anything rare about the eventual champion? After a few days of fighting, Chandler was undoubtedly the champion, but neither Chandler nor the officials, nor even the colleges, were too pleased, because even after knowing that Chandler would not harm their Imperial Beasts, there were still quite a few people who did not dare to take a shot at Chandler at all, and even trembled just by standing in front of Chandler and the blood-burning saints. The most exaggerated one even fainted directly before the blood-burning saints could strike. That was still in the semi-finals, and the teacher at their school's face darkened on the spot. All the way down the fight, one of the most colorful was actually that teenager from the top 32. Not only did he himself dare to look squarely at Chandler, even his gear dogs even dared to attack the blood-burning saints in order to protect their own Imperial Beastmasters. Finally the fight is over. It's exhausting playing house with a bunch of little kids. At the inn, Chandler asked breathlessly as he slumped on the couch. The last 2 days the blood-burning saints reacted frantically to him saying that they didn't want to play around with those little kids anymore, and it was especially hard to wince every time. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't put any Imperial Beasts other than the initial Imperial Beasts on the field, he would have wanted to just put the little ice dragon up. The little ice dragon was sent over a few days ago. One of the perks that the military had promised to Chandler in the first place. The original form of the quasi-god Frostbone Dragon. Seemingly sensing that his senior was cricketing himself behind his back, the little guy lying on Chandler's stomach slowly raised his head, and in the sockets of his petite skeleton head, blue soul fire blazed, revealing a sense of exasperation. It was a bone dragon with an overall length of almost 20 centimeters long, but the bones on its body were all made up of cold ice, revealing an odd coldness. Small ice dragon. Attributes, dragon. Skeleton. Qualification, gold. Rank, 3. Physical strength racial value, attribute 52, 17. Attack racial value, attribute 65, 8. Defense racial value, attribute 50, 8. Special attack racial value, attribute 45, 8. Special defense racial value, attribute 50, 8. Speed race value, attribute 38, 8. Total racial value, 300. Skills, Frost Shock, Dragon Claw, Dragon Might, Dragon Dance. Pinching the back of the little ice dragon's neck and grabbing it into his arms, Chandler took out the cultivation program about the Frostbone Dragon from his spatial backpack and carefully read it. Bone dragons and Frostbone dragons were not the same thing. Bone dragons were dragon-shaped Imperial beasts spelled out from the bones of various creatures, with a total racial value of just under 500, and didn't even have a dragon attribute, just a simple skeleton lineage. The Frostbone Dragon, on the other hand, was a true dragon, as well as a paragon of the skeleton lineage, and the cultivation of such powerful Imperial beasts could not be sloppy. So along with the little ice dragon, there was also a breeding manual for the Frostbone Dragon, which was said to be the breeding record of a big shot in the military. Chapter 40, Imperial Beast 10,000 Soul Streamer? This isn't even a beast, is it? But what do you mean you can't learn a single skeleton system skill as a skeleton system Imperial Beast? Gently scratching the little ice dragon's jawbone, the little ice dragon instantly stretched its neck comfortably, and a cat-like purr eerily emitted from its bloodless throat, rubbing against Chandler's palm affectionately. Seeing this, Chantal simply rolled the little ice dragon over onto its back and tickled his fingers on its skinny, frigid ribs, and it thoroughly amused the little ice dragon, who kept rolling around in Chandler's hands. And I don't know where a bonehead gets his itchy meat. The little ice dragon tried to escape from Changer's arms, but was mercilessly yanked back by Changer. Paragods were only called paragods when they evolved into their final stage, and they were just like that before they evolved. Plus this little guy's level was too low, so he wasn't a match for Chenner at all. Just as Chenner was playing with the little ice dragon, the door was pushed open, and Yu Fei, who was full of smiles, walked in and sat directly on the sofa across from Chenner without seeing any outsiders. You can go pick your champion reward later. How about it? Have you chosen what imperial beasts and skills you want? He smiled and asked. The winner's reward for the college competition not only had the qualification of choosing any imperial beast below a paragod of his own choice, but also a forbidden level skill learning machine and a $1 million cash reward from the officials giving it to him. Compared to the previous two, $1 million is only an add-on. I was going to choose between the skeleton system and the undead system. Principal Gu recommended the undead leader and the moon ghost. I was thinking of choosing an undead leader, but plans can't catch up with changes. I already have a little ice dragon, so I'm going to choose an undead imperial beast, preferably focusing on the defense aspect, and also the ability to protect me. Do you have any recommendations for me, brother Yu? Chenner put the little ice dragon on his lap and gently stroked the cold spine of the little ice dragon. The cold ice didn't frostbite his fingers. Instead it had a slightly cool jade-like feeling. The cold from the little ice dragon would not harm those it recognized. And the choice of imperial beasts was just like what he said. What he needed first right now was not a skeleton line imperial beast that would steal the resources of the zombie skeleton with the little ice dragon, but an undead line imperial beast that could completely utilize the zombie's entire resource completely. And this undead soul sentinel still needs to be able to keep him safe. After all, it's the sentinel that gets the short end of the stick in a sentinel battle. If that undead soul system royal beast could be focused on defense or control, then it would be even better. Because right now in his royal beasts, the blood-burning saints were physical attackers, while the little ice dragon was a special attacker. Don't look at the current little ice dragon's physical attack racial value was stronger than the special attacker, but it wouldn't be the same if it evolved into its final form of the frosty bone dragon. And the situation would be completely the other way around. That's why he desperately needs a support or shield right now. Otherwise the positioning in the team overlaps. Hearing this, Yu Fei snapped his fingers in satisfaction. Good. Looks like you're sober now. You don't need me to remind you, Yu Fei said with surprise. Originally he thought that young Fane would flush out Chenner's will and make him make wrong choices. But he didn't expect that this kid actually remained sober. Which is very good. So brother Yu, do you have any recommendations? As soon as Chenner heard it, he knew that Yu Fei had come prepared, and immediately poured him a cup of tea and handed it to him personally to ask. Ha ha, I didn't expect that Yu Fei, would actually be able to drink tea personally toasted by the first genius in history one day. Although the cups are ordinary disposable paper cups, and the tea is only the tea that is always available in the inn, Yu Fei is still excited and flirting with his eyebrows, and he speaks to Chenner flirtatiously. Brother Yu, don't sell yourself short. Tell us, what kind of imperial beast is it? Only after Chenner had said so did Yu Fei put away his smile, coughed dryly, and solemnly took out a black imperial beast icon and pulled out a black streamer from it. That's a tough request for you to find, but fortunately a newly discovered imperial beast from a few years ago fits your requirements quite well. With that, he pointed to the picture of the streamer. Is this also an imperial beast? Chenner looked at this streamer puzzled. This thing he just saw in the past when someone's family had a white affair, but that was a white streamer, called a soul-inviting streamer. This black has not really seen, but that's not the point of the matter. The point is, can this thing also be considered a royal beast? Imperial beast, at least it has to be a beast. Ha! I knew you'd ask that. In fact, when I first saw this thing I asked like you did. This imperial beast is called the 10,000 soul streamer. In its initial form it's called the soul attractor. In its second stage it's called the soul invoker, and ultimately it's the 10,000 soul streamer. And the racial value total is 525. Which is quite high, and it's very special. He closed his mouth in the middle of his sentence, with an expression of I'm just trying to sell it. Looking at Chenner almost didn't laugh outright, and hurriedly picked up his paper cup. Brother Yu, quickly stop selling. How exactly is this 10,000 soul streamer special? Received the cup of tea, took a beautiful sip. Usually this kind of tea he did not bring to drink at all, but today, he drank it with gusto, because the person who toasted the tea was different. Putting down his teacup, he then began to explain to Chantal. The special thing about an imperial beast like the 10,000 soul streamer is its exclusive skill 10,000 soul swallowing array. This skill can grow. It can absorb souls to enhance itself or use it to attack. The more vicious the souls it devours, the better. Chenner was a little hesitant. How is it that the more this is said, the more it looks like the magic treasures of those magic paths in those immortal cultivation novels he used to read? In that novel, the demonic path would have to be a consequence for everyone if they took this out anyways. But now in this world, why does it seem like the officials still support the existence of this imperial beast? Although Yu Fei was not good at guessing the hearts of people, but this thought of Qian'er's was as if it was written on his face. How could he not understand it? And immediately returned a blank stare to him. What are you thinking about? Using human souls to fill the 10,000 soul swallowing array is a big no-no. It's against the law. And there are so many human enemies. Where can't you go to find some souls to fill it in? Chanel's eyes widened. The enemy? Aren't the battles all over? He came to the Imperial Beast world for so many years. Have not heard yet where there is a race war. Human and 10,000 races fighting for survival. Space war is not already finished. The battle for survival is over. Humanity already has the basic disc. Now the expansion war to be fought. After all, the human race is growing. The other 10,000 races are also growing. In this case, if you do not take the initiative to roll, then you have to go to death. By the way, don't go out and talk about this. For some reason this can't be known by the public. After saying that, he hastened to add a sentence. Don't worry, I understand. While not quite sure why this was necessary, Chantal wasn't in the habit of talking out of turn and immediately nodded. Chapter 41, Qian'er's third Imperial Beast and Taboo level skills. What about forbidden level skills? Do you have any recommendations for Brother Yu? Now that he already knew what Imperial Beast to choose, Qian'er simply hit the snake and asked about the skills. The reason why taboo level skills were called taboo was because they tended to have huge side effects, and relatively speaking, they were also terrifyingly powerful, fully deserving of those side effects. You want to pick that department? Yu Fei had an expression that had been waiting for you, smilingly opening his mouth to ask. Flesh and blood system. This time, without any hesitation, Chanel spoke decisively. After all, he only had the blood-burning saints as a molded fighting force in his hands now. So naturally he could come at the blood-burning saints one. There's only one forbidden skill in the flesh and blood department, and that's explosive blood. The skill explosive blood can only be learned by flesh and blood royal beasts, and the effect is to catch the holy light into the body, so that the holy light in the body clashes with the blood chi, thus increasing one's attack power by 12 layers. Yu Fei slowly opened his mouth. The holy light restrains the imperial beast of the darkness system. The flesh and blood system is naturally also restrained. As a flesh and blood system imperial beast, actively welcome the holy light into the body that can still be good. This was a skill that was used to fight for its life, and the best of the imperial beasts that had used this skill in the past had ended up half crippled, and quite a few of them had been lost during the duration of the skill. After all, this skill hurts from the inside out. Unbeknownst to him, after Changer heard this skill, his entire body's breath caught. Other people were afraid of this skill, but his burning blood saints weren't. The burning blood saints that had been calcined by the flame of merit on their way to evolution weren't afraid of holy light at all. Okay, that's the skill. Hearing Qian'er say this, Yu Fei nodded his head and didn't pretend to dissuade him like in some novels, because the consequences of other forbidden level skills were similar, and this kind of skill was meant to be a spellbinding one. Follow me. Drinking the water in the teacup in one go, Yu Fei stood up and led Qian'er out of the door in the direction of the Imperial Beast Bureau. Several of the ancient principals left after the game to fully prepare for the college entrance exams. Qian'er did not have to participate. He bailed out, and there is not much in the family. Simply stayed here. The money for the stay went on the public account. When he arrived at the Imperial Beast Bureau, Qian'er realized that there were actually two middle-aged men already standing at the entrance. Ha ha, this little brother is Qian'er, isn't he? He's really a talented person, worthy of being the strongest genius mankind has ever seen. The moment they saw Qian'er and Yu Fei, those two middle-aged men walked over with big smiles that were almost overflowing their faces. This is Yen Chang, the director of the Pengcheng Imperial Beast Bureau. This is Professor Zhang Xin from the Imperial Academy's Flesh and Blood Department. Yu Fei stood in front of Qian'er and introduced the two men to him. Hello Director Yen. Hello Professor Zhang. At this time, Qian'er realized that no wonder Yu Fei looked like he had already prepared to talk to him eloquently, so it was already waiting for him here. Hello. Xiao Yu has already told you everything right. That's the program that we think is the most suitable for you after repeated studies. What do you think? To choose the program we gave? Zhang Xin asked smilingly as he looked at Qian'er, a blond middle-aged man wearing glasses who looked quite kind. Not at all like a professor in the Flesh and Blood Department. Professor Zhang, I'm quite satisfied with the proposal you guys gave me. Let's go with that one. Naturally, Qian'er didn't have any objections to this, and he was quite satisfied with both the 10,000 soul streamer and the explosive blood skill. Okay, that's good. Things are ready. Just follow me. Director Yen hurriedly stood out at this time, brushing a wave of goodwill in front of Qian'er, leading Qian'er into the Pengcheng Imperial Beast Bureau and straight to his office. Here it is. See how it looks. Walking into the office, Director Yen took out a spatial backpack from the drawer and opened the spatial backpack. Inside was a sealed Imperial Beast bead, and through the wall of the bead, a white soul streamer could be vaguely seen slumbering inside. And next to the Imperial Beast bead was a blood-red skill machine. Taboo level skills are too harmful to be outsourced. This is exclusively yours. Only your blood can unlock it. If someone else's blood sticks to it, it will directly self-destruct. And after your Imperial Beast learns the skill machine will directly self-destruct as well. Seeing Qianer's puzzled look, Director Yen explained to him a bit. Alright, you can contract the new Imperial Beast here. It's very safe here. It can be said that it's the safest place in the entire Ping City. Let's go out first. Call us when it's ready. After saying that, without waiting for Qianer to reply, Director Yen and the three of them directly left the office, and also thoughtfully brought the door with them. Just let me stay? Qianer people are stupid. I did not expect him to believe in himself so much. This if he saw something that should not see what to do. However, he wasn't interested in those camps, and directly unsealed the Imperial Beast bead after scanning the surroundings. The soul streamer broke the seal from it and floated in midair, slowly stretching itself. At this moment, Qianer realized that this thing was not the same as the 10,000 soul streamer in his perception, as this thing was self-aware, and it was more like a beast that looked like a were than a complete were. The advanced darkness affinity seized, and the soul streamer couldn't help but have its eyes light up at the first sight of Qianer, and flew to Qianer's side with a cheery cry. Seeing this, Qianer pressed his forehead to the body of the soul streamer, and his spiritual power surged, forming a spiritual brand that was uniquely his. The brand floated in the air and didn't directly touch the body of the soul streamer. And how could the soul streamer, who was attracted by the advanced darkness affinity, hold back when he saw this, and without saying a word, directly touched the brand. In an instant, the brand burrowed into the body of the soul streamer, marking the soul streamer with Changer's mark. The contract was finalized, and from then on, the soul streamer became Qianer's third Imperial Beast. At this time, Qianer could contract 4 Imperial Beasts, but he didn't immediately start looking for a fourth one, because it's too much to raise. The blood-burning saint, the little ice dragon and the soul streamer can just divide the zombie's soul, flesh and bones as much as they can, and if another one is contracted at a time like this, it will inevitably create a conflict, and that would be unattractive. He was going to wait until the blood-burning saint's level had risen a bit more and the zombie flesh and blood was thoroughly ineffective against it before he went to contract a second flesh and blood type Imperial Beast. Very well, the deed is done. So it's you. Rubbing his hands together, behind him, the door to the Imperial Beast space opened, and the blood-burning saint with his body wrapped in sinew slowly walked out from it. Here, try to learn this skill. With that said, Kyle cut his finger with the dagger he had with him and applied the blood to the skill learning machine. Chapter 42 Solicitation from the Imperial Beast Bureau. As the blood fell, the seal encasing the skill learning machine began to shatter. The blood-burning saint took the skill learner and stuck it on his own head, and in the next moment, his breath caught, while in the attribute panel, a blood explosion skill quietly appeared. After the enhancement of merit, it had increased the blood-burning saint's enlightenment to an unimaginable level, and this kind of forbidden level skill could be comprehended in one go. And after the blood-burning saint succeeded in comprehending it, the skill learning machine in his hand also detected it, and after making a sound similar to a mechanical rotation, the light on it dimmed forever. Self-destruct program activated. This skill learner is no longer useful. The level cap for raising a single attribute was 6 levels, whereas explosive blood could directly raise 12 levels, meaning that even if the blood-burning saint's attack attribute was lowered by 6 levels, it could still be raised to the top at once after using this skill. How about it? Is this skill something that can be used without any side effects like I thought? Watching the blood-burning saint open his eyes, Chantal asked eagerly. If it was really what he envisioned, then this could be a real bottom feeder. The blood-burning saint was silent for a long time, and as he watched, one of Qianer's heart sank, and finally, he opened his mouth to explain. Let's just say that it won't be hurt as badly as other flesh and blood Imperial Beasts. The essence of this skill is to allow the blood chi in the body to clash with the holy light as a way to stimulate itself. I'm not restrained by holy light, but I still have to let the blood chi clash with the holy light in my body and explode to use the skill. Looking at Qianer's somewhat disappointed eyes, the blood-burning saint smiled and comforted him. But while there is no way for the skill to form a constant, it can be used as a base card, and the cost of using it is nothing more than some minor injuries, not so much as to cause any irreparable consequences to myself. Hearing the blood-burning saint say that, Qianer then regained his vigor. It didn't achieve the kind of result he had envisioned, but this was not bad. Not having to use it only once in a lifetime like the other flesh and blood lineage Imperial Beasts. Encouragingly patting the blood-burning saint's shoulder, Qianer then put his sights on the soul-attracting streamer. Soul Guide Streamer. Attribute, Dead Souls. Qualification, blue. Rank, 5. Physical strength racial value, attribute 44, 20. Attack racial value, attribute 48, 9. Defense racial value, attribute 65, 12. Special attack racial value, attribute 50, 12. Special defense racial value, attribute 64, 12. Speed race value, attribute 43, 10. Total racial value, 314. Skills, soul attraction. Possession. Spirit blowing. The 5th level soul drawing streamer only had 3 skills, of which the soul drawing skill was the exclusive skill of the soul drawing streamer, and was also the prototype of the exclusive skill of its final evolved type, the 10,000 soul swallowing fury formation, the effect of which was that it could receive souls into the streamer as a way to enhance itself. However, unlike the 10,000 soul streamer that could make the souls it devoured fight for itself, the soul drawing streamer was still too weak to do that, and could only be used to enhance its own attributes and wait until after it had evolved. Possession is a bit of an interesting skill. You can choose to possess a unit to stack your own attributes on that unit, which can either be a sentinel or a sentinelist. A pretty good life-saving skill for a sentinelist. Blowing spirit, on the other hand, rolls up a cloudy wind and blows the enemy's soul, which can deal a small amount of damage to the enemy while also causing a soul destabilizing effect on the enemy that slows down the enemy's reflexes. However, this needs to depend on the strength of the enemy's strength. Now the soul-inducing streamer is just using blowing spirit on Shenner are enough to blow the soul of Shenner. Overall, though, the spirit drawing streamer meets Changer's criteria perfectly. Undead soul lineage. Outstanding defense. Can also protect Shenner. More negative effects on enemies. Fantastic. There is no more suitable Imperial Beast for Shenner than the Soul Attractor. Very well, this is for you as a meet and greet gift. Shenner rubbed the streamer surface of the soul-attracting streamer with his fingers, only to feel that the touch was like some kind of smooth leather, and with the evil name and effect, it always made Shenner think that it was human skin. However, he soon put that behind him and took out a brain lump from his spatial backpack and handed it to the soul attractor. He didn't have much of this stuff left in his hands. After all, he couldn't just go to the post-apocalyptic world and hunt zombies under the eyes of so many people. Buzz, it smells so good. The original soul-attracting streamer that was hovering around Shenner became excited as the entire streamer sensed the brainstone, and hurriedly rolled up the brainstone, quickly integrating the piece of brainstone into his body. A single brain lump was obviously not enough to level up a soul guide, but it still allowed the soul guide to comfortably keep rolling around in the air. After all, brainstones is a real boost that can be felt all around. Seeing that Shenner had given himself such a good thing, the soul attractor that had just joined the group relied on the aura that Shenner emitted for a few moments, and circled around Shenner intimately, retrieving this little one back into the royal beast space. Kyle patted his face and organized his expression before opening the office door again. Outside the door corridor, Director Yen, Professor Zhang and Yufei were sitting on the chairs outside the door talking about something, and when they heard the sound of the door opening, the conversation came to an abrupt end, and they all looked over towards Shenner. All done? Yufei glanced at Shenner's finger, and after seeing his still dripping blood wound, a fist-sized imperial beast space appeared behind him. A holy light emerged from it and landed on Changer's finger. The wounds on the knuckles of his fingers healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. Well, it's all done and this one's broken. Chantal nodded and said, pulling a dulled-down skill learner out of his arms. This one goes straight in the trash. Director Yen took the initiative to take this and threw it into the trash can in his office without the slightest outward appearance. Chandler saw this and politely said thank you. Ha ha, what are you thanking for? It's just this little thing. Director Yen smiled and patted Shenner's shoulder, his tone full of intimacy. The head of the Imperial Beast Bureau of a large city talking to himself so amiably was an experience that Shenner had never had before. Ahem, old Yen it's time to talk about us. Seeing that Shenner was on the verge of being abducted by Director Yen, Professor Zhang, who had been smiling and not saying anything from the side, became anxious and coughed lightly, interrupting Director Yan's words. Ha ha, it looks like someone can't wait. Then fine, I won't talk too much. Little money, after graduation consider our Pengcheng Imperial Beast Bureau more. Yen Director said with a smile, but on the side has not said anything. Yufei heard this. People are stupid. What do you mean? We're all set and you're here to take advantage of the situation? Director Yen, my brother Shenner has already decided to join the military, so you Imperial Beast Bureau need not think about it. Holding Shenner back from himself, Yufei glared at Director Yen and said without a trace of anger. In response, Director Yen just shrugged his shoulders, the smile on his face still friendly. Chapter 43, 3 times the military resources. Getting rich in one day. Professor Young, what can I do for you? Chanel's current persona is that of a withdrawn genius teenager who was rather precocious as a result of his previous experiences. At this moment, he took the initiative to interrupt the quarrel that was about to break out and looked up at Professor Zhang to inquire. Hearing this, the appreciation in Professor Zhang's eyes bubbled up. It's like this: after our discussion, we feel that you don't need to take the entrance exam anyway, so why don't you just come and live at the Imperial Academy? That's right, the Imperial College panicked. They know through all the gossip. All the universities in the Yen state this year are all on the Qian'er rubbing their fists in their eyes. One by one, they are all going to put their lives on the old money. Really want to bid on the words. They really don't have to be able to fight. After all, there wasn't much they could teach Qian'er, and the current Qian'er was already a township-level Imperial Beast Master. And just enrolling in school at township level was something that had never happened before. As a matter of fact, to be able to reach the township level by the time you graduate, that's quite a rare genius. In this case, the advantage of their faculty is not there, and it must be whoever bids the highest chancel goes to their house. It wasn't so much that Kyle needed them to add to his resume anymore, it was that they needed Kyle to prove that he was the #1 position in the Inferno. So they came up with a damaging trick, which was to sneak out. All the other schools were waiting for the high school entrance exams to finish bidding, and they now came over and invited Qian'er to their school. Then I wonder how much your academy is prepared to bid? Without waiting for Qian'er to open his mouth, Yu Fei, who was originally blocking between Qian'er and Director Yen, suddenly turned back to inquire. As a Sacred Department's Quasi-King Royal Beast Master, he was very busy, and the reason why he had stayed here all this time was because of this, fearing that Qian'er would be cheated out of his job. After all, Chandler was their military man. I heard the military is offering a military-grade resource, right? Facing the questioning Yu Fei, Professor Zhang spoke with a confident face. Facing the competitors from other schools, they might not really have confidence. After all, they didn't know what coffins those old guys could actually come up with. But right now, facing only Yu Fei's family, they stood up again, because they were able to come up with a share of the resources that Yu Fei wouldn't dare to even think about. Good. The military is giving Chance a military-grade resource. Yu Fei nodded. Military-grade resources would have to be something that only a king-grade royal beastmaster could enjoy if they were in order. And every king-grade royal beastmaster was the prime white jade pillar of the Yin kingdom, the purple gold beam that framed the sea. If elite-level imperial beastmasters were the backbone of a country, then the king level was the true head, an existence that could be called a mobile nuclear weapon. He was able to enjoy military-grade treatment at the quasi-king level because he was a genius that could be ranked in the top 10 in the history of the Yin kingdom. While Qian'er was able to enjoy this treatment at the elite level because he was an unprecedented genius. That's good. The Imperial Academy is offering double the military-grade resources, but only for 3 years, still 1 per month. Professor Zhang stretched out 2 fingers and the words he said caused the entire second floor of the Imperial Beast Bureau to fall silent. And all the people who heard these words all turned their heads to look at Qian'er incredulously. Okay, it's a deal. Yu Fei's breath stuttered, and even his heart couldn't help but raise a trace of jealousy. With great difficulty, he suppressed the smear of jealousy, and only then did he hastily open his mouth, fearing that Professor Zhang would backtrack on his words. And hearing Yu Fei's words, Professor Zhang sighed in relief. This was already the bottom line that the Imperial Academy could accept. If it was any higher, they would have to cut the resources of this year's freshmen. In that case it's good. Quite good. A total of 3 times the military-grade resources. A month is 100 pieces of blood and flesh essence that a grade of secret treasure. You can completely give your 3 imperial beasts 100 pieces each. Yu Fei pulled Qian'er over and whispered in his ear. There wasn't any massive amount of different kinds of trash taken to make it seem like this resource was a lot of resources. The military-grade resources were just simple and crude top-tier imperial beast secret treasures. And there were still 100 copies. The immortalized bone of the skeleton lineage and the sacred heart lotus of the undead soul lineage. These are all secret treasures of the same class. With this, your little ice dragon might not be able to evolve for a few years. Chandler nodded solemnly. Brother Yu, I don't even know how to thank you for this. It just so happens that I haven't paid you back for the month of resources I borrowed from you before, so I'll just pay you back 150 sacred system resources this time. Looking at Yu Fei, Qian'er whispered, as if Yu Fei wanted to get on good terms with him because of his talent. After all, this one is an all-powerful resurrection, and it's always good to have a good relationship with a nurse who can resurrect. Just pay me back what I lent you. No need for more. You're growing up right now. How can I take it? Yu Fei hung back and didn't agree straight away. But after careful thought this was why he sighed and refused this very tempting offer. Alright, we'll go down there and trade later. In the past 2 years, there have been voices saying that the Imperial Beasts Bureau was going to separate from the military, and the top seems to have this idea as well. But now this is not yet a separation, so the monthly resource collection can still be collected at the Imperial Beasts Bureau. Mr. Chandler, since we've already made a deal, let's go now. Professor Zhang was full of smiles, fearing a delay and wanting to quickly take Qianer to the Imperial University. Wait, Mr. Zhang. I borrowed Brother Yu's military-grade resources for a month earlier to use for the Imperial Beast's breakthrough, so I have to return it to him first. Qianer hit the snake with a stick. A teacher Zhang coaxed Professor Zhang's mouth. The AK are difficult to suppress. Well. At this point he was giddy and already thinking of the scene where he would later be written in a textbook to be studied by all the students. The title is The Teacher of the Strongest Imperial Beast Master. Kai Inl. It's a green history. Who can carry that kind of temptation? Going downstairs, taking out his military-grade resources for this month and exchanging all of them for the sacred system. Qianer was ready to leave, but just as he reached the door he was suddenly stopped by Director Yan. Wait, Xiao Qian. I just looked. You haven't certified the Imperial Beast Master rank yet. He smiled as he walked over with an Imperial Beast icon in his hand and said, Yeah, my principal said earlier that I should wait until after the competition to get certified, and then I'll hit the ground running. Chandler nodded. There was nothing to hide. You can almost scare us to death with this chirp. Take it. This is your Imperial Beast illustration. And you don't need to be tested or anything. The Bureau's assessment officer is probably not enough for you to beat with one hand right now. Snickering at Qianer, the director handed Qianer the Imperial Beast icon in his hand, which showed the rank of the very same township-level Imperial Beast Master. Chapter 44, The Demon of 10,000 Transformations. Ah, thank you so much Director Yan. Chantal took the chart and thanked him. It's just a show of hands. We'll all be family from now on anyway. The Imperial Beast Bureau and the military haven't been separated yet. Director Yan had a smile on his face, but the words he said made Yu Fei secretly clench his teeth. Yes, the family is not yet divided, but it may be divided at any time. And after that, whose favor is it? But he had no way to voice a rebuttal now, so he could only stand to the side with glaring eyes. Well, if it's okay, I'll take my students and leave. Professor Zhang is now afraid to kill out of the way what Chung bite Jin to. Eyes are almost glued to the Qianer body. Words are all my student Qianer. See the other several people face straight twitching. Okay, we know it's your good student. We're not stealing it from you. Waving his hand in a good-natured manner and exchanging iconographic communications with Qianer, Director Yan then spoke. As soon as the words fell, Professor Zhang opened the door to the Imperial Beast space at the first opportunity, and a small mass of soft flesh and blood snapped to the ground and fell flat. Then huffed and puffed and climbed back up to form an Imperial Beast that was like the rotting mud monster from before, but much smaller in size. Manifestation of the devil. Attribute, flesh and blood. That's all Chance could see. The attribute gap was too great. Turn into a wind-harnessed griffin. Looking at the manifestation demon at his feet, Professor Zhang slowly spoke. As the words fell, the manifestation demon, which was originally only the size of a fist, suddenly began to expand violently, and in the end, it formed an Imperial Beast that Qianer was familiar with. It was none other than Principal Ku's wind-carrying griffin. However, this manifestation demon turned wind-harnessing griffin's aura alone was many streets above Principal Gu. Come on, get up here. Taking the lead and jumping onto the back of the manifestation demon, Professor Zhang turned around and extended his hand to Qianer. After the two of them were all seated, Manhwa demon opened his wings and flew into the sky as if he was pulling up green onions from the dry ground. Sitting on Manhwa demon's back, Qianer was surprised to find that Manhwa demon had actually learned even the ability to harness the wind like the wind-harnessing griffin, not allowing the people on his back to be harmed. Imperial beasts like the manifestation demon are quite peculiar. They only have one skill, and that's simulation. They can simulate creatures they've seen before. Even their racial values and attributes will change to that of the creature they're simulating, but the level is unchanged. It remains at the level of the manifestation demon itself. Professor Zhang, who was sitting in front of Qianer, did not turn around, but as if he had eyes in the back of his head saw the surprise in Qianer's eyes and slowly opened his mouth to explain a mouthful. A simulated creature? Qianer keenly perceived the point in Professor Zhang's mouth. He was talking about simulating creatures rather than simulating imperial beasts. Yes, mimicking creatures, and even mimicking humans, makes it easy to do a lot of things. Which is why I usually recommend that flesh and blood imperial beastmasters come back and contract a manifestation demon after they've replenished their own ranks. Professor Zhang nodded, indicating that Qianer hadn't guessed wrong. Qianer was also interested by his words at this time. After all, if according to Professor Zhang's words, then isn't this kind of imperial beast like the Manhwa demon invincible? As long as one remembers the appearance of several quasi-gods, then one can simulate the quasi-gods perfectly, and the growth cycle isn't as long as the quasi-gods. So what more quasi-gods does this need? Seeing the doubt in Qianer's eyes, Professor Zhang smiled faintly and turned around to point at the illustrations in Qianer's hands. Take a close look at the iconography and think about what I just said. nodding his head. Knowing that this was a small test that Professor Zhang had given himself, Qianer immediately opened the illustrated book and searched out the information of the manifestation demon. Following the example of Principal Gu back then. Manifestation of the devil. Attribute, flesh and blood. Physical strength race value, 48. Attack racial value, 48. Defense racial value, 48. Special attack race value, 48. Special defense race value, 48. Speed race value, 48. Total racial value, 288. Skill, mimicry, can mimic the appearance of an opponent's imperial beast, and can use the exact same attributes and skills as the opponent. Pretty outrageous racial values. Not even as good as the stage 1 rotting mud monsters, little ice dragons, and spirit drawers they are. And the manifestation demon hasn't evolved yet, so it can be said that it will remain in this form until it dies. And this skill is kind of interesting, as its description mimics being an opponent's imperial beast. Sensei, is it an ordinary manifestation demon that can only be simulated as a sparring opponent? Qianer looked up at Professor Zhang and asked. If this was true, then the manifestation demon would be very chicken ribs. Yes, not bad. Your observation is good. Ordinary manifestation demons can only simulate the opponent in front of them because of their low intelligence. Professor Zhang laughed with his palms, affirming Qianer's guess. It's because of this that manifestation demons aren't popular among Imperial Beastmasters. Even among flesh and blood Imperial Beastmasters, after all, there are a number of Imperial Beasts a person can contract, and very few people would waste a valuable Imperial Beast slot to contract a manifestation demon. After saying that, Professor Zhang's face showed a look of godliness. Everyone says that Manhwa Demon is a waste, but I don't believe it. I chose Manhwa Demon for my initial Imperial Beast, and after that, I spent decades of time, and finally completed the secret method to develop Manhwa Demon's intelligence a few years ago, and bred this kind of Manhwa Demon that can memorize the vast majority of Imperial Beasts, and can be simulated even without a reference point, which directly allowed Manhwa Demon to instantly become the Flesh and Blood Department's Imperial Beasts newcomers, and also made me a professor of the Imperial Academy's Flesh and Blood Department. Mentioning his achievements, Professor Zhang was filled with pride, and hearing his words, the Wanhua Demon who was flying also turned his head to look at him tenderly. Sensei is truly marvelous. Qianer clapped his hands in admiration. He could even think of the ridicule Professor Zhang received back then after he contracted a weak manifestation demon. The bragging was lame, but Professor Zhang was still very flattered that the same words were said differently by different people with different identities. What was Qianer's status? The most gifted Imperial Beast Master known to date. As long as he didn't die in the middle of the journey, sooner or later he would be able to ascend to the throne of the strongest trainer. This kind of person's bragging, even if it was extremely perfunctory, sounded as sweet as honey to Professor Zhang. But as they chatted, Professor Zhang realized that something was wrong, and that some of Qianer's basic knowledge was missing too badly. You kid. Fortunately you are awakened advanced talent, can be guaranteed, or else on your results. The university is enough to be able to get in. Stroking his chin in thought for a while, Professor Zhang turned his back to Qianer, trying not to let Qianer realize that he had become so excited that he had twisted his expression. Admittedly, a talented student was very much a relief to the teacher, but there was no sense of accomplishment. With Qianer's current strength of the Imperial Beasts, it was probably better than some of the lecturers in the academy, and they didn't even know where to start teaching Qianer. Now he knows. As a teacher, it's true that you still have to start the role. Chapter 45, Imperial College. This is the Imperial Academy, the highest institution of learning in the Yen Kingdom, and the final line of defense for the Yen Kingdom. An impassioned voice came from the back of the manifestation demon as Professor Zhang pointed at the mountain range before him that was hibernating on the earth like a giant dragon. Is this whole mountain range not the outskirts of the Imperial Academy, which holds in captivity the remnants of some races that once fought with humans for living space? Some of them have been domesticated into Imperial beasts, while others have not, and can only exist as a gene pool. And usually the Academy's research institute will take the genes of these races and mix them in an attempt to create stronger Imperial beasts. Professor Young doesn't hide what they're doing in the slightest. In his mind, defeating and captivating the enemy is a normal thing to do. Losers just deserve to have their heads stomped on by winners. After arriving here, you must pass through this door before you can do so, and if you break into the mountain range without passing through this door, you will be recognized as an intruder and thus suffer an attack. Saying that, Professor Zhang harnessed the manifestation demon to land, and in the middle of the rolling mountains, a doorframe full of technology stood there, looking particularly eye-catching. It just so happened that this door Chantal had seen before, the light door that the researcher at the Pengchang Research Institute had let him and the Abomination Giant pass through as the first step when they were testing the data for his Abomination Giant. Although the function of that light door Yufei and that fellow hadn't told him about it, after passing through that light door? Those two people's attitude towards him was obviously better by more than one notch. That would be a prop used to test identity. The one in front of me should be the same, but it's not much bigger in size than the one before it. This door is called the soul detection device, which detects if the physical body and soul match, as well as having the ability to test identity. With that, Professor Zhang led Qian'er into the door. The moment the two of them entered the gate, the light of the gate turned green, followed by a gentle female voice ringing out from it. Welcome Professor Zhang and Qian'er students back to our school. If you have any requests, please feel free to order Xiaoyuo. This is the imperial beast of the Academy's first president, the quasi-god infinite light tree of the mechanical and supernatural lineages, an imperial beast at the peak of the true king, one of the strongest imperial beasts known to mankind at present. Its main body is rooted in a latitudinal rift. The one who spoke just now is its incarnated will. You can call it Little Joy. When you finish your enrollment formalities later on, you will be able to get a student card made from her fallen leaves, and you can use the student card to call on Xiaoyu's subconsciousness, and you can ask Xiaoyu about anything within the academy. Professor Zhang smiled and explained to Qian'er, come on, I'll take you to registration now. To the home. Professor Zhang finally was able to breathe a sigh of relief, but not completely at ease, ready to take Qian'er to enter the information, so that Qian'er is truly considered a student of the college. This time even if other people to find fault that is not afraid. Yes, please, teacher. Qian'er's words directly spoke to Professor Zhang's heart. After passing through the soul detection device, Professor Zhang once again harnessed the wind-harnessing griffin of the manifestation demon incarnation and flew towards the depths of the mountain range. Flying over the heavy mountains, a city nestled in the mountains and full of technological colors suddenly appeared in front of Qian'er. This was the Imperial Academy now, one of the true underpinnings of the Yen Kingdom. Chandler mused in his mind. In the next moment, the wind-carrying griffin swooped down and landed at the entrance of the academy. That gate outside is the first test. The infinite light tree scan after coming in is the second test. And here is the third test. Passing all three tests is the only way to truly prove that you don't have a problem, and to truly enter the interior of the academy. Once again leading Qian'er through a door that was not too different from the outside. Professor Zhang explained that unlike the previous one, this door tested the body. At this time, because it was vacation time, there weren't many people in the whole college. It seemed extraordinarily cold, but because Qian'er's matter was expedited, so before he came back, Professor Zhang had already notified the people from the hospital, so all the formalities that Qian'er needed to do were now being done by someone. This is the admissions office. Just get to know each other, and you'll have fewer chances to come back later. Leading Qian'er into a school building, Professor Zhang pointed to an office labeled admissions office. I say, old Zhang, you're being unconscionable. What do you mean by fewer chances to come? I think Qian'er is a good-looking kid, so why don't you let him come over and chat with me during the week? Professor Zhang's words had just been finished when the door of the admissions office was pushed open all of a sudden, and a middle-aged woman who looked to be about 30 or 40 years old, but with a pretty face, came out from inside and glared at him fiercely. Through the name tag hanging on her chest, Qian'er knew that the woman's name was Su Yunjia. The middle-aged woman then looked at Qian'er with a smile. Child, this is your student card. Be careful not to lose it. It's quite troublesome if you want to replace it. Nodded. Okay, thank you Mr. Su. The sentence Su teacher heard Su Yunjia full of smiles. In the past 2 days, all the information about Qian'er from childhood to adulthood were all sorted out and appeared on the desk of an unknown number of people, including Su Yunjia. After learning about Qian'er's past, she immediately wanted to make friends with him. After all, Qian'er didn't look like some crazy person who would take revenge on society. As for destroying the Chen family's entire clan in the first place, wasn't it the Chen family that started the trouble in the first place? After Qian'er had shown his strength, an unknown number of people had come forward to defend him. Have you chosen your instructor yet? Pulling Qian'er into the office, Su Yunjia poured him a cup of tea, ignoring Professor Zhang, who was sitting over there eyeing her, and asked Qian'er with a pleasant smile. It's already been chosen. It's me. He called me Mr. Zhang himself. Hearing this, before Qian'er could say anything, Professor Zhang jumped out first, glaring at Su Yunjia. Ha, pick you? You don't even piss on yourself. Do you deserve it? The door of the admissions office was directly pushed open, and an old man with a tall stature. Qian'er's visual estimate was about 2 meters tall, but with a withered face and a few strands of hair on his head like dried-up barren grasses swaggered in. This is Professor Tokanika of the Skeleton Department, a peak quasi-king imperial beastmaster, and the trump card in his hand is a recently evolved frost bone dragon. Su Yunjia seemed not to be surprised at all as he pulled Qian'er to the side and explained to him in a whisper. The growth cycle of the Frostbone Dragon was also one of the longest amongst all the paragons, and it was not until the peak of the Paragon King, or level 60, that it could evolve into the final stage of the Frostbone Dragon. Old Ghost Toki, I think you want to die. Does having a final evolved paragon make you float so much that you don't know your last name anymore? Professor Young reddened in front of Qianer for the first time, itching to go up and start a real-life physical fight with Shi Zhong. But what no one noticed was that the computer keyboard on the side suddenly moved on its own, slowly writing down a name in Qianer's file, where the instructor was. Chapter 46, Do you speak like a human being? Okay, the program has been entered successfully, and now Chandler is my student. So all of you guys stay away from my student. Just when Professor Zhang and Professor Shi were both on the verge of fighting, a calm voice suddenly rang out from his seat, startling everyone present. Professor Zhang and Professor Shi were even the first to turn their heads to stare at the front of the computer in death. Only a shadow slowly climbed up from the ground and formed into a man. Then, the shadows receded, and a languid-looking middle-aged man was looking at those two with a smirk on his chin propped up with his hand, and pointing at the screen in a provocative manner. The instructor's position is clearly shown as a name in the middle of Chanel's file above. Department of the Dead, Young Hawk Hai. This is Professor Yong Shuehai from the Undead Soul Department, also a Peak Quasi-King Imperial Beast Master. I didn't expect that professors from all three darkness departments would be here. Fight! Su Yunja sat next to Qianer and pressed in a small voice as if he was watching the fun. Instead of responding to her words, Qianer looked at Yong Shuehai with both eyes glowing, although Qianer was not very clear about what was going on with the move he had just used. But with his vision of having survived in the post-apocalyptic world for such a long period of time, that move was strong and terrifying. Wanted. Noticing Qianer's line of sight, Yong Shuehai looked over and stared at Qianer with a smile. Want to learn? Qianer nodded his head repeatedly. That move other aside, the ability to save his life is too important. Neat out, so that there is everything behind. Alright, then I'll teach you, but you'll have to contract a shadow demon to do so. Ignoring the expressions of the other two who were on the verge of chopping, Yong Shuehai propped up his chin and kept a light smile on his face. At the Quasi-King level Imperial Beast Masters all have to start digging deep into the true meaning in their skills. What Lao Zhang is digging into is the simulation skill of the Manifestation Demon. Of all the Manifestation Demon Imperial Beast Masters in the world, he's definitely the strongest. And what Yong Shuehai is digging into is the submerged shadow skill of the Shadow Demon. This skill even allows the Shadow Demon to bring a large group of people into the Shadow World, and come out of the other place again, and is able to achieve the effect of a group space jump. Su Yunja's voice slowly entered Qianer's ears, and like a know-it-all, she spoke to Qianer in detail about the bottom line of these three people. Her voice wasn't too small. The three old professors weren't deaf, so they naturally heard her clearly, and after hearing Su Yunja introduce himself in this way, Yong Shuehai and Professor Zhang all proudly lifted their chests, and Professor Shi, who hadn't been mentioned, had his face darkened, but he still didn't open his mouth after looking at Su Yunja twice. Ha ha, looks like this kid is going to follow me, but you two don't have to worry. Although you don't have the name of master and disciple with my student, but you can have the reality of master and disciple. He is a darkness talent, suitable for flesh and blood, skeleton and undead, three kinds of lineage. I can't teach one person over. You two both put the bottom of the box of the mastery to give out. I can't teach you alone. Stealing away. Yong Shuehai came over smilingly and patted Qianer's shoulder to take him away. But before he could finish his sentence, the door was blocked by the tall Professor Toki. At this moment, both his and Professor Zhang's faces darkened. Their chests continued to rise and fall, and their faces were suffocated. What words? What kind of words is that? So we don't have a master-disciple relationship with Qianer, and then we have to teach him the tricks of the trade? We have no benefit at all. All working for you? How do you get such words out of that mouth of yours? Asterisk 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 him. With Professor Zhang's roar, the fist-sized manifestation demon suddenly appeared, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a humanoid imperial beast that was covered in pitch black, as if it were a shadow. It was the Shadow Demon. The Shadow Demon simulated by the Manifestation Demon raised its hand, and a pitch-black void appeared underneath the three of them, and countless pitch-black hands stretched out from it, pulling all three of them into the void. These three didn't put up any resistance and were all honestly pulled in. For a while, only Su Yunja and Qianer were left in the admissions office looking at each other. Just now old Jean was moving the battlefield to the mountain range outside. Private fights are not allowed inside the academy, but they are allowed in the mountain range outside. Compared to Qianer, who was full of surprise, Su Yunja was not the least bit flustered as he took out tea from the table drawer and poured a cup for Qianer. Nothing will happen to those three, will it? Chance asked worriedly, not even realizing that he could actually cause three middle-aged men to get into a huge fight one day. Don't worry, they're all old buddies from the big decades. They all know what's in their hearts. They won't fight out of real fire. As soon as Su Yunja's words fell, a cold wind suddenly blew from the mountains outside the window, freezing the entire mountain range, and even this side of the teaching building could vaguely detect a hint of coldness. Qian'er's eyes widened, immediately thinking that this should be Professor Toki's frost bone dragon striking out. He hurriedly opened the royal beast space and called out the still sleeping little ice dragon, grabbing the little ice dragon's neck and practicing shaking it to wake it up. Look at your seniors fighting. Without waiting for the little ice dragon to realize what had happened, Qian'er's words directly caused the little ice dragon to completely wake up, the soul fire in its eyes blazing, lying on Qian'er's shoulder and staring tightly at the location where the cold frost had come from. At this moment, there was a white, chilly air everywhere, covering all lines of sight and making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Only a bone dragon hundreds of meters long could be vaguely seen swimming in it. Now the little ice dragon did not eat much brainstones. Enlightenment and other things have not been raised to the level of the abomination giant. That kind of horror. Qian'er also does not expect the little ice dragon to comprehend anything. As long as this little guy can rise to the desire to become strong is good. And the little ice dragon didn't let Qian'er down. Looking at the predecessor in the distance that had frozen an entire mountain range, the soul fire in his eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. Not a bad seed. Looks like the military didn't perfume you. At this moment, Su Yunja stroked his chin as he surveyed the little ice dragon on Qian'er's shoulder and nodded in satisfaction. Then again, Mr. Su, you just said that all three of them are friends from the big decades. How old are those three professors? How come they look like they're in their 30s to me? Putting the little ice dragon on the windowsill so that it could better observe its predecessor's battle, while Qian'er looked over at Su Yunja, trying to find something to talk about to get close. The youngest in there, Yang Shuai, is estimated to be over 100 this year. Su Yunja added smilingly. In fact, the Imperial Beasts have feedback on the Imperial Beast Master's physical quality when they are contracted, but the percentage is very small, coupled with the fact that the Imperial Beasts are too weak when they are low-ranked. The feedback is about the same as not having any, so it's widely believed that low-ranked Imperial Beasts can't give feedback on the Imperial Beast Master's physical strength. Generally, after reaching the township level, the strength of the Imperial Beasts increases significantly, and although the percentage of feedback remains unchanged, it can be clearly felt because of the large base, and the physical qualities that a quasi-king level Imperial Beast can feed back to an Imperial Beast Master are quite considerable, and Imperial Beast Masters at this level can generally live to be between 300 and 500 years old if there are no accidents, and the attributes that can be fed back to different Imperial Beasts are different. Chapter 47, The Maid Cat and the Return to the Post-Apocalyptic World. Hearing Su Yunja explain it this way, Qian'er then realized, but the three of them did make a bit of a mess this time. And they were actually able to exert such a wide range of attacks even under the suppression of the infinite light tree. You wait here for a moment. I'll go and shake the people. Su Yunja stood by the window with his hands clasped to his chest for a while before looking at the window, his brows quietly furrowed, and after instructing Qian'er, he walked to the corner of the office to make a phone call, and it wasn't clear who he was talking to. Not knowing what she said to the man, her originally furrowed brow quietly stretched, and a smile once again appeared on her face. Well, it's been communicated to the top. Looking at Chantal's inquiring eyes, she then smiled and explained, because of energy reasons, a multi-attribute talent like you can only enroll in one main faculty and take the others as electives. That's the main reason why the three of them were invited to fight. They all wanted to be your real teacher. But your situation is special. You are now a township-level Imperial Beast Master, even stronger than quite a few teachers in the academy, so the dean thinks you have enough energy to cultivate three faculties at the same time. As soon as her words fell, Chantal saw a silver branch protruding from the void, and the turning of gears could be faintly seen through the gaps in the bark. The branches gently fell from the void, and in Changer's eyes it was as if the heavens had tumbled down, the unparalleled power even crushing space. The endless explosions made the mountains tremble, as if they would be torn apart by the escaping power in the next moment. Qian'er gripped the edge of the window tightly, already prepared to jump out of the window at any time to escape if the school building collapsed. But although the vibration wave was approaching the academy, it was as if it was infinitely far away, and could not be approached at all. In the next moment, the devastated mountain range suddenly began to act as if it was going back in time, and the mountain range that had been crushed began to remake itself, and the frozen Imperial Beasts and trees regained their vigor. It was as if time had been turned back. Old Zhang should have told you before coming, right? The first Dean's infinite light tree is rooted in dimensional space, and in terms of classification, Imperial Beasts like the infinite light tree are categorized to high-dimensional Imperial Beasts, which are, simply put, high-dimensional creatures. 1 dimension is a line, 2 dimensions is a surface, 3 dimensions is a body, 4 dimensions is a surface plus a timeline. That is to say, this kind of Imperial Beast can dial time. Just now the infinite light tree was dialing time, eliminating the starting cause of one's own strikes, and without a cause, there is naturally no effect, Su Yunja said calmly, but the words that came out caused Xian'er's breath to stutter. At this moment, he finally understood why paragons were called paragons. If the infinite light tree, which was a quasi-god, was this strong, what about the little ice dragon and the blood-burning saints, who were also quasi-gods? Xian'er's gaze blazed. This kind of power intoxicated him, and he had a world as sustenance. Surely he could let the little ice dragon and the blood-burning saint grow to this level, and even break through the shackles of the true king. Arriving at the realm of the gods is not impossible. Just as Chantal was thinking freely, a huge black hollow appeared steeply in the ground. In the hollow, 3 drooping silhouettes slowly emerged. At this time, Professor Zhang's 3 people no longer had the spiritedness they had just had, and each of them was so pale that they couldn't even walk steadily. It's a big loss. It's a big loss. Yang Shuai, who had always maintained a sardonic attitude, kept breaking into pieces at this time, and at his side, Professor Zhang snorted. You're a sneak who deserves to say that? That was me who went through all the trouble of running off and bringing someone back, and you're trying to pick the peach without doing anything? In response, Yang Shuai smiled sarcastically and stopped squeaking. Alright, Xiao Qian. From now on you are the common student of the 3 of us. Later on I will take you to collect the resources and then take you to the dormitory. It will be a month before the school year starts, so during this period of time you will just relax. If there is anything you don't understand just call and ask the 3 of us directly. Professor Zhang, who shone a whip leg at Yang Shuai's ass, straightened the clothes on his body that had just been messed up from the battle, and with a kind smile on his face, he led Xian'er out the door. This is your dormitory in the future. Originally you have a big test when you enter the school. Only the top 30 ranked students can live in the villa area of the single house. But with your strength how you can enter the top 30? The above let me directly lead you over. After taking Xian'er to collect the double military grade resources promised for this month, Professor Zhang pointed to the villa complex in front of him and said to Xian'er, pick anyone you want, it's all ready for you inside with the Imperial Beast-made cats that are specifically for cleaning. And for meals you can go to the cafeteria. There's a small cooker specifically for those of us who stay in school. After patting Xian'er's shoulder and handing him a key, Professor Zhang turned around as if he had fled. Unseen by Chantal, the expression that had been taught on his face collapsed and he grimaced, rubbing his backside. Hiss. Those 2 dogs hit is really hard ouch my old waist Seeing off Professor Zhang, Xian'er took the key and found the nearest villa and walked in. He had to say that he was intrigued by the maid cat that Professor Zhang was talking about, and wondered if it was what he thought it was. Meow 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 meow. Opening the front door of the villa, Chanel looked at the big humanoid cat standing in the house bowing to him with dead eyes. Good news. It's a real maid in a maid's outfit. Bad news. It's the cat. Maid cats are literal cats. Big green cats that stand up in person and wear maid outfits with smiles on their faces all the time. No, you're related to the magic mask cat, because there was no contract. Xian'er couldn't understand what the maid cat was saying, but he could probably guess that it should be something like welcoming his master home or something like that. Forget it, you clean up well, and then you don't have to go and call me, and I don't have to go in my room when I'm not out. Xian'er had a belly full of noises that he didn't know where to spit out. In the end, he could only helplessly shut his mouth. Looking at the maid cat's eager eyes, he waved his hand powerlessly, and after he finished, he casually found a room and drilled into it, leaving behind him the maid cat who covered her mouth and laughed with her eyes narrowed. It looked like she should have experienced this situation more than once. Cat has a big bad heart. Walking into the room, Chantal immediately unlocked the room and released the blood-burning saints. Just form a space of flesh and blood to wrap around me like last time. After saying that, the blood-burning saint nodded and broke one of his own fingers. The fingers landed on the ground and lengthened into the wind, growing larger as if they were blowing up a balloon, wrapping around Chantal and the blood-burning saint. And immediately Chantal and the film of flesh and blood opened the double-through door, and before he could open his eyes, that stench of zombies drilled its way down his nose and into his head. Chapter 48, The Stunned Little Ice Dragon. The familiar smell is so disgusting. Xian'er covered his nose, his face full of disgust. He didn't expect a cold trip back after a few days in the Imperial Beast world to be so uncomfortable. I'd be comfortable with that. The blood-burning saint stepped out from behind Xian'er and looked at the familiar scenery in front of him, his face filled with excitement. After all, this place was all the sustenance for him to become stronger, so he naturally wouldn't mind this place. How's that thing I asked you to do earlier going? Chanel looked at him and smiled helplessly, then inquired softly. Although he hadn't seen it, Chance guaranteed that he himself must have a lot of people watching him at all times, so he couldn't go in and out of the post-apocalyptic world at will. But the blood-burning saint was different. He usually stayed in the Imperial Beast space and didn't need to come out. So Chenner let him enter the post-apocalyptic world to collect the bones of those zombies left over from the previous kills that were devoured by him and pile them up in a place convenient for the little ice dragon to devour. Logically, this situation should have allowed the blood-burning saint to move freely in the post-apocalyptic world and hunt zombies freely, which would allow his strength to grow faster. But the problem was with Chenner. After a few experiments, Chenner realized that after he left the end world, the next time he entered it was to appear in the place he had left the last time. And there was no way for him to immediately take him back into the royal beast space and release him in the royal beast world if the blood-burning saint had traveled too far. This period of time was honestly quite dangerous. He didn't even dare to sleep too much. If he didn't have the blood-burning saints guarding him, it would be troublesome. However, this situation wouldn't last long, and the shift could be changed when the little ice dragon or the soul attractor grew up. It's already done. Some of the finer ones couldn't be retrieved, and I didn't touch the ones that were too fragmented. So I got the skeletons that were still intact from the massive wave of corpses we'd been to before, and they're out there, all piled up in a mountain. The blood-burning saint spoke slowly in a calm voice. That's good. Kyle nodded slightly and pushed the door open to step out of the lair, but instead of the old sunlight, he was greeted by an overwhelmingly fishy stench and massive shadows. Looking at the mountain of white bones in front of him, Chenner's eyes froze a little. Even though we said we made it all by hand, it's still shocking when it's gathered together. After a while, Chenner came back to his senses and marveled at the mountain of white bones in front of him. With this thing as a backdrop, this pesticide processing plant of mine is just like the lion's hunchback in the novels. And if the few of us were placed in those immortal worlds, we would be a gaijin to say the least. Pointing at the blood-burning saint, Chance snorted. I'm a man of merit, and whoever tells me to act on behalf of heaven is the villain. Having followed Chance for so long, the blood-burning saint was able to keep up with Chance's brain circuits, and one comment made Chance laugh. Opening the Imperial Beast space, he casually released the little ice dragon and the soul drawing streamer all together. Yeah, turtle? The little ice dragon's cry was crisp. The current one hadn't even come to its senses from the battle of its predecessor just now, and then it saw the white bone mountain peak directly in front of it, and let out a cry of astonishment, thinking that it was dreaming. Go on. It's all yours. You'll count it when you're done eating. And, take this. Gently tapping the little ice dragon's brain to bring it straight to its senses, Chenner pointed at the mountain of white bones in front of him and said, yeah. The little ice dragon extended its short claws and pointed at itself, the soul fire in its eyes exploding in the moment. Yeah, it's all yours. And, this is for you too. Saying that, Chenner took out a small section of bone made like jade from his spatial backpack, and judging from the appearance, it should be a finger bone. The moment this item was taken out, the little ice dragon's eyes straightened. The attraction of this item to it was terrifyingly great. Even greater than that mountain of white bones. This was not to say that the energy of that white bone mountain was not comparable to such a small cut of finger bone, but rather that the energy contained within this small cut of finger bone was extremely pure, just like a delicious dish. While that white bone mountain was the actual staple food, this was none other than immortalized bone, a skeleton lineage resource on the same level as flesh and blood essence, something that could only be obtained by specially processing the bones of dead Fey powerhouses that had reached the Quasi-King level. Clutching the immutable bone tightly, the little ice dragon flew to the top of the bone mountain to get down as if it was afraid of being snatched away by Chenner, and the bones on its body that were like cold ice began to wriggle, and a touch of frost gradually covered the bone mountain below. It's the same assimilation as the rotting slime monster in the first place. It'll probably have to absorb it for a while, so let's go out and find some gifts for the soul attractor. Then again, you've been moving bones for the past few days you've been here, and you haven't thought about hunting down some zombies to give your younger siblings a little meet and greet gift? Halfway through his speech, Chenner then remembered that there was more to it and turned his head to look at the blood-burning saints in wonder. I forgot. Next time. Make it up next time. The blood-burning saint froze in his movements for a moment, then scratched his head and said with some embarrassment that he had certainly killed a few straggling zombies during his time in the post-apocalyptic world, but had eaten them as a small snack after killing them, and hadn't paid any attention to this at all. No offense. You're a kid yourself. Come on. I'll take you hunting. Laughing, he patted the blood-burning saint's shoulders. Although the blood-burning saints were now acting mature, in the end, they were still a baby of about a year old. Just that one. Let's see if the walker has a soul or not first. Passing by a corner, the sharp-eyed Chenner immediately spotted a couple of zombies wandering around the store next to him, and immediately tapped the blood-burning saint's shoulder and said, "Good." The words hadn't even hit the ground yet, and the figure of the blood-burning saint had already disappeared. When he came back again, he was already carrying two still struggling zombies in his hands. Bang! A sound like a watermelon being smashed rang out, and the heads of those two zombies were just crushed by him. And the black blood was blocked by him with his body and didn't splash onto Chenner's body. Lightly removing the brainstones, Chenner and the blood-burning saints all looked at the soul-drawing streamer with burning eyes. And the soul-attracting streamer twisted its body in the air for a few times, and then became excited with the naked eye, and hastily stretched up its body, waving in the wind in mid-air with style, just like a male animal in the animal kingdom showing his good side to the fullest during courtship. And as it did, two young women with dull, dazed faces slowly rose from the bodies of those two zombies and walked blankly in the direction of the soul attractor. The soul drawing skill was activated, attracting the two young women into the soul drawing streamer, and a few ferocious growls faintly surfaced on the streamer's surface. A zombie actually does have a soul? And this soul is still human-like? But this isn't right. Didn't the book say that human souls are conscious? How about this? Is it because 5 years of torture imprisoned in a zombie shell has worn out their sanity? That said, would such a soul be extra fierce? Chenner frowned and guessed, but the current soul attractor wasn't able to make those souls come out to fight yet, so he would have to wait and see after the evolution, and he didn't know if it was good or bad. Chapter 49, Neighbors, is that dragon? Here, eat this. The two zombies obviously had no way to qualitatively change the soul guide, but Chantal didn't mind, taking the two brain lumps from the blood-burning saint's hand and tossing them to the soul guide. The soul attractor, which had eaten it once before, stared wide-eyed. It had always thought that this thing was some particularly rare resource, and that there were fewer of them to eat. Yes, that's right, it's for you. Eat it and I'll take you to find another one, Chenner said smilingly as he touched the face of the soul-attracting streamer. The soul drawer was thoroughly excited, and hurriedly swallowed all of the two brainstones into his stomach. Previously, when it saw the blood-burning saints take out the two brainstones, it noticed this collection of pure energy, but the previous one didn't give any indication. After all, in its opinion, this kind of good stuff should be given to the blood-burning saints. It couldn't even get involved, but it didn't expect that Chenner was actually giving this to it. Let's go. Clean up the walkers around us one more time, and then we should go. Taking a look at the street with significantly fewer walkers, Chance's face scrunched together. It hadn't occurred to him that he'd actually be bothered by too few walkers one day, but it couldn't be helped. He was also someone who had eaten a big meal. The feeling of thousands of zombies gathering together like a buffet was simply mesmerizing. Even if it wasn't him boosting himself, he could feel that feeling of getting stronger all the time. Now this big cats and small cats 3 or 2 is really no fun. But also the soul guide, this stupid child who has never seen the world, is still happy because of finding a few fallen zombies. Chenner didn't give the sacred heart that was exchanged along with the immortalized bone to the soul guide streamer right away. Unlike the little ice dragon, the soul guide streamer's foundation was too poor to withstand the power of the sacred heart lotus, and it had to be upgraded a bit before it could do so. After all, people's little ice dragons were golden qualified quasi-god cubs, and they were two different things from other ordinary imperial beasts. Yay, is this the big family? Love it, love it. In Chenner's lair, the little ice dragon was lazily lying on the mountain of white bones, its small claws tapping on top of the white bones underneath it that had completely frozen into ice and had all its power absorbed. The white bones directly turned into bone dust and floated away, and its body managed to land on the next white bone, then turning again to take a hard breath of the energy escaping from the disintegrating bones. The little ice dragon let out a soothing cry. It's so comforting to be able to eat lobster as well. At this moment, the little ice dragon had already decided that Chenner was the legendary big family. After all, according to his parents in the past, nowadays, the darkness system imperial beasts were having a hard time, and resources were used in a tight manner. But in this case, Chenner actually managed to get such a mountain for it. This is not a big family. What is a big family? The little ice dragon that was lying on top of the white bone mountain, lazily basking in the sun while absorbing the power of the white bone mountain along with the undying bone, yawned, and its body size was slowly growing at a speed that was completely inconsistent with the laws of quasi-divine growth. And only a few hours had passed, and now its body length had already grown to 1/2 meter long. Suddenly, the little ice dragon lying on the mountain of bones rolled over and stood up, frowning as he surveyed the location at the bottom of the mountain. It could sense that an unfamiliar person had intruded into its royal beastmaster's territory, and that person didn't have Chenner's scent on it at all, which meant that it didn't have Chenner's permission. It was one of the few things that the little ice dragon could remember that would enter someone's territory without their owner's permission. Intruder! Soul fire blazed in the empty eye sockets, and the tattered bone wings stirred, dragging the little ice dragon up and swooping down towards the lower part of the bone mountain. Rat! What the hell do you think that dog Chanel did? Outside the wire fence that had been cut earlier, 5 men with vegetable-colored faces stood together, their heads held high as they looked at the mountain of bones that occupied the entire factory yard, their tones filled with horror. They were people within one of the city's human gathering spots, occupying the city's original sewers. Some time ago they heard that Chenner, the loner who occupied that pesticide factory, hadn't shown up for a long time, and their hearts were suddenly flooded with thoughts. But they didn't come over right away, but sent people over to scout first. After all, they had suffered from Qian'er's loss before, and there was no easy one who could survive alone in such a situation. But at that time, there was actually speculation in their hearts that Qian'er might have died. In a post-apocalyptic world, anyone could die, even that powerful loner chance. It could be a cold, or an infection caused by a small wound, or simply being eaten by a walker. There are just so many ways to die. The first time they came, they didn't dare to go too deep at all. After all, Qian'er would really fight for his life. And in this kind of place that lacked medication, there was a risk of death if you got injured a little. So they just cut a barbed wire fence and left in a hurry. But a few days passed, still did not wait for Qian'er to come over to pick a fight. Now, everyone was excited. Qian'er is probably really dead. They're thinking about Chandler's lair, which is a factory above ground, and how it's better than a sewer that doesn't see the light of day. But the second reconnaissance, not yet wait out, responsible for the reconnaissance of the rat hurried over to say that something is not right, as if there is an evolved zombie occupies that place. That zombie can be scary, several meters high size. The stomach also grows a big mouth. It is like a monster out of the fantasy of mankind. This one scared them straight into shrinking back. After a few more days, when they realized that they couldn't see the figure of that evolved zombie around them, the group of people got their spirits up again. This time, they had to occupy the treasure land no matter what they said. Soon, though, they felt as if they were rejoicing too soon. In just a few days of not seeing each other, a mountain of white bones had appeared out of nowhere in the processing plant, all of them human bones, and they could even see uncountable skeletons piled up on the ground like garbage, with empty eye sockets as if they were staring at them, and it made them feel numb to look at them. What's all this? What's all this? A man whose face took on an unnatural pallor staggered back a few steps and asked, trembling, why he hadn't been out for a few days, and it was as if the world had become unrecognizable to him. Everyone looked in unison at the big brother in the lead, wanting to ask him what to do now. Roar! But just when Big Brother was tangled up, a terrifying roar descended from the sky, scaring everyone and causing them to raise their heads in a hurry. Is that a dragon? After getting a good look at the figure of the thing, someone let out what sounded like a scream. Chapter 50, watch this. That's how it's done. Big Brother has actually always felt that this world is quite crazy. Before the end of the world boss let him work overtime to 14 hours is quite crazy. After the end of the world boss turned into a zombie continue to occupy the company so that they do not dare to go over is still quite crazy. But he didn't think the world could be this crazy. Looking at the silhouette figure that fell from the sky accompanied by frost, he actually wasn't surprised at all. Just a little bit emotional that the world had finally gone crazy in a way he didn't recognize. He carefully surveyed the dragon in front of him, almost a little longer than his arm, with 2 wings and 4 feet, but without a trace of flesh and blood, just like those bone dragons in the games he used to play. But the bones on his body were as crystalline as ice, emitting a lingering coldness, without a trace of death. All in all, a rather nice bone dragon. He appeared calm, but the few people around him were not so calm. The short, middle-aged man called Rat took a few terrified steps back the moment he saw the fantasized creature step into reality, not noticing a rock behind his feet and falling straight to the ground. The others didn't look much better than him. For these people, the most fearful thing is change. 5 years of post-apocalyptic career has almost solidified their minds. Just keep it like it is now is quite good. They have already gotten used to the days of being with zombies. It's not much better, but it's not getting any worse. But now that even fantasy creatures like dragons are appearing, could this mean that the world has changed once again? They can escape in the mouth of a walker, not necessarily at the hands of some other kooky thing. Looking at the 5 intruders in front of him, the little ice dragon angrily spewed out a mouthful of white air with ice ballast from its nostrils. Frostbite. The exclusive skill of the race of little ice dragons would become extreme cold dragon's breath when they evolved into frost bone dragons. White cold air swept over and enveloped the 5 people. In an instant, a layer of white frost hung on the bodies of these 5 people. Their thinking stopped in an instant, and all traces of life on their bodies dissipated at the same time. Having resolved the intruder, the little ice dragon raised its head high and flew back to the top of the White Bone Mountain peak to begin its lavish life of wine and meat. Gotta find something that'll make some serious noise. Standing in the open and banging hard on the empty basin in his hand, Chael sighed helplessly as he looked at the few walkers that had been attracted to him. The banging on the pots is still too quiet. I'll have to get a horn or something. Me. Sensing Qian'er's annoyance, the soul-attracting streamer that had just blown the souls of several zombies with the spirit-blowing skill, which had been unstable and stiff in their movements, immediately flew over, rubbing its surface against Qian'er's face, and making a sound from nowhere. The golden energy. There seems to be more of it. Is it because the souls are being taken away as well? The blood-burning saint who had been staying by Chenner's side to protect him saw the several zombies that were wobbling towards Chenner because they had no more opponents. He sighed helplessly, and with a flash of his body, the brains of those zombies were blown out, and the flesh and blood on their bodies were swallowed up, and their brainstones were thrown to the soul-attracting streamer that was picking up the souls of the zombies. The moment the soul was absorbed into the streamer, golden energy invisible to the naked eye descended from the heavens and poured into Chenner, the blood-burning saint, and the soul-attracting streamer in 3 parts. The blood-burning saint who had gone through a meritorious fire searing at the time of evolution, and in doing so had shed his skin, appeared to be particularly sensitive to this energy, so he noticed the change in volume at first, and opened his mouth to remind Kyle of the game. It's hard to say, but it's a good probability that it's a possibility. Chenner also froze, not realizing that bringing a soul-attracting streamer out could actually have such benefits. But then again, although the soul-drawing streamer is not a 10,000 soul streamer, it's almost the same. Being absorbed into the 10,000 soul streamer can increase the merit. So how much torment is in that zombie shell? After absorbing the 2 brainstones, at this time, the soul guide streamer has stored 37 zombie souls, all of which appeared on the surface of the streamer with dull gazes, and between the soul guide streamers fluttering, a low growl could be heard, which was considered to be a special effect. And after absorbing so many souls and brainstones, the level of the soul drawing streamer had also reached level 8. But the qualification hadn't changed. It was still blue. I think there's a supermarket over there as I recall. Go in and check it out. After gently knocking on the streamer of the soul-attracting streamer to make it remember long enough not to do such things in the future, and to focus on facing the enemy when there is one, it pointed at a store by the side of the road and said, that store door had long since been pried open and collapsed helplessly on the side of the road, swept by who knows how many people who had come in and swept it away. Even Chandler came by earlier to pick up a few things. However, most of them were food, water, clothes and other necessities, and he felt that not many people would take the speakers, which could really kill them in the post-apocalyptic world, so he couldn't say that there was a possibility that he could still find them. The blood-burning saint nodded in silence and followed closely behind Chael to protect him. The soul guide is a bit more jumpy and new to everything here. When I walked into the store, the shelves inside were pushed over, and there was a cluttered mess everywhere, with all sorts of eaten-up food bags mixed in with blackened and dried blood, making for an extraordinarily dirty mess. All sorts of small goods that would be of little use in a post-apocalyptic world were casually thrown on the ground, leaving him with no way to get off his feet. After rummaging around on the floor for a few moments, suddenly Chanel's eyes lit up and he found a complete electric horn in the corner. Also, the old ones that don't use electricity were hard to get before the end times. After trying it and realizing that the electric horn was dead, Chantal silently spat. But fortunately there is a matching battery not far away. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get a big one this time. Chanel coughed lightly twice and shouted a few times for the speakers to record, confirming that they were still working before he strode out of the door with gusto. This small city had a permanent population of more than 1 million people before the end of the world, and according to the proportion of people who listened to the radio notification when the end of the world had just begun and the communication had not yet been knocked down, when the end of the world was approaching, there were at least more than 950,000 people who had turned into zombies. Although 5 years after the end of the world, both zombies and survivors have lost a lot of people, but at least there is still more than half left. Chenner has only killed a fraction of it. Walking to an open area with the 2 imperial beasts, Chantal clicked the horn on and placed it on the ground. Ah-ha-ha. The voice he shouted at the top of his lungs became even uniformly a little distorted through the amplification of the speakers, and the noise made Chanel frown. Setting his speakers to loop mode, he looked around and immediately found a spot on the 2nd floor to hide, quietly looking down. The blood-burning saint detached a flesh-and-blood doppelganger to stand beside him on guard, and as the sound of the horn gradually spread, the ground began to shake. Chapter 51 Blood-Burning Sacred Method. Ways to avoid the side effects of blood explosion. Step, 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 step. The sound of disorganized footsteps ravaged the earth like rain, and even the precarious building in which Chanel stood, which had long been strewn with dust and stones, trembled slightly. Although Chenner wasn't sure how many zombies had been attracted, tens of thousands should have been there, and the combination of the footsteps of so many zombies was almost like an earthquake. Hundreds of thousands of zombies. If all of them become the sustenance for the growth of those few imperial beasts of mine, that would have to push my imperial beasts to what level? Chandler's fingers were slightly white as he squeezed the windowsill, an excited look on his face. Unlike the wartime of the imperial beast world, he had the added advantage of having an entire post-apocalyptic planet as sustenance. That would be the brainstones in the zombie's brain and the credits you get after killing the zombie. The power of merit he had also seen. The original abomination giants evolved flesh and blood demons. Total racial value of 550 points could already be considered quite excellent among ordinary imperial beasts, but it was still a bit of a stretch when compared to a quasi-god. And Merit actually managed to make the abomination giants that were supposed to evolve into flesh and blood demons evolve into the never-before-seen quasi-divine branch of the blood-burning saints, and that change can't be said to be still manageable. With that thought, Qian'er's gaze went to the soul-attracting streamer below. I also don't know if the soul drawer can evolve into a paragon through Merit. That said, what would it be called if it evolved into a quasi-god? The human emperor flag? Thinking of the 10,000 soul stalker diagram that he had previously seen on the Royal Beasts Worlds network, Qian'er couldn't help but feel a little bit embarrassed. Chanel raised his head and looked to the end of the street, where the tide of corpses was already faintly visible. When people are in the tens of thousands, they roam the hills, and so do the zombies, like a tidal wave of zombies with sand and dust, making it impossible to guess just how many there are. He didn't expect this to attract all the zombies in the entire city. After all, it was just a loudspeaker. How could it do such a thing? He would be satisfied with just drawing the walkers in this area around him. And at the same time, the faces of the nearest few human gathering points instantly changed drastically after hearing the movement of the speakers. Quick, go back, close the door behind you, and don't make a sound, so the walkers don't find out. A youth who was on the ground on guard turned pale and ran back into a bomb shelter. The few people guarding the gate hurriedly closed the heavy iron gate after hearing his words, and then even moved heavy objects to firmly block the gate. Chen, what's wrong? At this moment, a burly man heard the commotion and walked over quickly, looking at Xiao Chen, who was dressed in a scout outfit, and asked. A madman created a wave of corpses with his horn, presumably because he suddenly had a breakdown of heart and wanted to die with a bang. Xiao Chen opened his mouth with a shocked gasp. He was originally doing observation work around the base like before, and at the first time he heard the horn, he was scared silly and ran back to the base, fearing that he would be blocked by the wave of corpses if he ran one step slower. After hearing his words, everyone's faces changed slightly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where is the... They want to die to find a dry point of death is not it. Have to make so a bit. He is trying to pull who die together ah. There is a temper burst directly open cursing. The end of the world. This kind of survival pressure burst the surface of the situation of Small Chen said not a lot of people. Perhaps because of a little small things, such as the fire was doused by a rain. Stored food was eaten by rats clean and so on the mentality of the sudden collapse. Directly want to seek death. They had seen this kind of thing many times, but they had never seen one that directly triggered a wave of corpses like this. Just stay home for a while, don't go out. How long do we have enough food? The burly man pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice. When he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at a robust woman behind him, a hint of softness flashing in his eyes. Wife, this time down the food planted in the ground above us is probably not going to make it. We have to find a way to stop the loss. Wait for a few days after the tide of corpses subsides. I'll take people out to rob the other bases. You guys just hurry up and find a way to plant something else at home. Pay attention to not be stolen from the house. Okay, just relax. I'll keep an eye on the house. The robust woman gave a bright smile and nodded heavily. On the other side, looking at the gradually approaching tide of corpses, a hideous smile appeared on the blood-burning saint's skinless, muscle-filled face. He stood still, hands hanging down, relaxing and stretching his torso. In the next moment, he took a deep breath, and his muscular palms probed into the underside of a small abandoned building as if they were hot knives cutting through butter. With crunching and rumbling sounds, the steel bars were torn apart, the cement shattered, and the entire small building was lifted directly by him with sheer force. The slender but powerfully beautiful waist tilted back, the entire body of the blood-burning saint tensed up, the large black tendons resembling a bowstring, and the flesh was like a bow god. Whoosh! A sharp cracking sound was accompanied by a sonic boom, and the body of the blood-burning saint abruptly became straight, and the small building in his hand smashed into the tide of corpses and shattered like a stone thrown by a stone thrower. Boom! Compared to the footsteps of the tide of corpses, this one literally shook the ground, even as Chantal jumped from the shock, and the tidal wave-like herd of zombies was dispersed by this blow, their flesh and skeletons shattering into a paste on the ground. Seeing this scene, the soul-attracting streamer was so excited that it was about to jump up, and hurriedly stretched out its body and flew to the sky above the tide of corpses, and the several zombie souls on the streamer seemed to have come to life, attracting the zombie souls below to come over. And at this moment, having just ended this stone-cold strike, the blood-burning saint let out a strange laugh and suddenly prayed a few words into the air, and in the next moment, a ray of light emanating a divine radiance descended from the sky, and disappeared within the blood-burning saint's heavenly aura. In an instant, the blood-burning saint trembled, and cracks even appeared in his flesh, as threads of holy light and blood-colored light flashed through the cracks. The secret method of exploding blood. At this moment, the blood-burning saint's attack attribute was boosted to the peak. A full 4 times boost caused its aura to rise a notch at once, and there was even a flicker of bloodlight in its open eyes. Upstairs, looking at the use of the explosive blood skill, Qian'er's grip on the windowsill was even harder, and he didn't even notice when he pinched the windowsill to pieces. The option of using the blood blast skill was with his permission. As the blood-burning saint said, he seemed to have found a way to circumvent the side effects. It was because of this that Chandler clapped his hands and agreed to the risky move. After all, a single zombie was not strong enough to even break the defense of the blood-burning saints. At this time, the following attack has been raised to the extreme of the blood-burning saint. He straight smile took the initiative to rush into the tide of corpses, grabbed the head and tail of a zombie directly ripped open. Black fishy plasma flowed on the body of the blood-burning saint. In the next moment, the black plasma on the blood-burning saint's body began to burn, and golden flames burned in every corner of the body surface. And the body that was originally broken like a porcelain doll due to the conflict between the holy light and the blood chi was gradually repaired in the golden flames. This was exactly the exclusive skill of the blood-burning saints that Qian'er had been ignoring before. Blood-burning sacred law. Chapter 52 Evolution of Soul Drawing Streamer. Sudden appearance of strange skills. There was no avoiding the cost of the blood burst, and the only way to get the blood-burning saint's attacks up was to have the cost appear first. And since it's impossible to circumvent this cost, it's better to not circumvent it and take the side effects of this skill in full. And in that case, the exclusive skills of the burning blood holy method that had previously been ignored by Qian'er and the burning blood saints appeared in the eyes of the two. What this skill gave to the blood-burning saints was not a physical attack or a special attack, or even a regular special class skill, and could not give the blood-burning saints a boost to their attributes or lower their attributes to their opponents. This skill gives the blood-burning saint renewal, and as long as it burns the enemy's blood, it can constantly replenish its own stamina and spirit, and recover from its own injuries. To ask if this skill was strong, of course it was, but in the past, neither Qian'er nor the blood-burning saints paid much attention to it because the enemies they encountered made it impossible for them to use this skill. What's with the battery life for a baby cup? But after the skill exploding blood appeared, this skill reappeared in their eyes. This battle was an experiment. And even if the experiment was lost, it wouldn't be much of a problem because those zombies' claws and teeth wouldn't be able to penetrate the blood-burning saint's defense. If it failed, when the blood-burning saint lost its combat ability after the duration of the blood explosion skill had passed, Qian'er would take it back to the Imperial Beast space at the first opportunity, then immediately return to the Imperial Beast world to live in peace, and then come back to pick up the little ice dragon to go home when the necrotic tide was over. But fortunately, the experiment worked. Looking at the cracks on the blood-burning saint's body that gradually recovered after being scorched by the golden flames, Qian'er couldn't help the corners of his mouth from rising and bursting out in laughter. The success of this experiment meant that he did indeed have an undercurrent that could lift the table. A burst of blood with no side effects. At this moment, the blood-burning saint below squatted deeply, the sinews on his legs bulging high into an exaggerated arc. Bang! As if the sound of a cannonball hitting, a crater appeared where it had just stood. The ground around it cracked, and the figure of the blood-burning saints had somehow reached the sky. At the next moment, the blood-burning saint with golden flames burning all over his body fiercely fell towards the bottom as if it was a golden meteor. Boom! Accompanied by a violent ringing, the location where the golden meteor had fallen suddenly exploded, and the golden flames engulfed all the zombies in an entire area around them and burned them to ashes, leaving behind only a field of radiant brainstones. Flame kick. Chantal recognized the skill, but it seemed a little different. With an odd expression, he looked at the description of this skill on the icon. It's a single skill, right? After glancing at the description on the iconography and twisting his head to look at the large pit below that was still steaming, Qian'er was filled with questions. A single skill? At this time, the soul-attracting streamer that had been fishing in troubled waters couldn't hold back any longer, letting out a cheer as it flew to the side of the pile of ashes, stretching out the surface of the streamer and attracting the souls of the dead that had just been broken into pieces and were still a little bit blind and ignorant to enter into their own bodies. In front, the blood-burning saint let out a gust of strange laughter. His limbs kept enlarging, and the Titan heavy hammer kept swinging out. And with his proficiency with the Titan heavy hammer, he could release it without any problems, whether with his fists or legs. Charging into the tide of corpses, he was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Each punch in each leg could beat a group of zombies into meat paste. The black thick plasma splattered on the body of the blood-burning saints, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into golden flames and burned out, replenishing the consumed stamina of the blood-burning saints and the damage they received due to their blood-bursting skills. And the soul-attracting streamer followed him to pick up the pieces. The battle of 2 against tens of thousands lasted a full 5 hours before it stopped, with the last zombie that missed the bill being pulled out of a side store by the blood-burning saints. This wave of corpses was snuffed out before it could even take shape. Growling, The soul-attracting streamer that had eaten its fill flew to Chinner with its streamer face held up, and the originally empty streamer face was now littered with the figures of the dead souls. The unconscious zombie souls were densely packed inside the soul guide streamer, making every move of the soul guide streamer set off a gust of cloudy wind. And standing next to the soul guide streamer, Chinner felt that the temperature was several degrees lower. This was a complete overdose, and the soul attractor was simply unable to digest the power of so many zombie undead, causing those zombie undead to be unable to hold back and run out. Soul guide streamer. Rank, 20. Attribute, dead souls. Qualification, gold. Stamina, 66. Attack, 27. Defense, 49. Special attack, 34. Special defense, 36. Speed, 28. At this time, the attributes of the soul drawing streamer also appeared in Chinner's eyes. The level was only raised to level 20, which was normal. After all, the soul drawing streamer only absorbed the souls of the dead. Raising the level of the big head of the brain conjunctivitis was still all on the ground. The qualification, on the other hand, had unsurprisingly soared to gold. It seemed that zombies really were covered in treasure. He had never heard of anyone's undead soul lineage royal beasts being able to raise their qualification by devouring a bit of commoner level souls. Evolve if you can't hold out. Unmoving a few steps away from the spirit guide, the sunlight shone on Kyle's body, which made him feel better. The already somewhat agonized soul guide nodded impatiently, and a layer of white light appeared on his body at first, which then spread throughout his body. Like the evolutionary level of the rotting mud monster, the soul attractor was an imperial beast that evolved into a soul invoker at level 16, and into a 10,000 souls at level 36. At the time of the evoking soul streamer's evolution, it was obviously only high noon, but the entire building was gusting with an overcast wind, as if there were ghosts crying and howling. The light of evolution gradually dispersed, and the soul invoker, which had greatly changed its appearance, appeared in front of Chinner's eyes. A subtle pattern appeared on the greenish-black leather streamer face, in which the head of a vicious ghost with a hideous face loomed. Spirit Striker. Attribute, dead souls. Rank, 20. Qualification, gold. Physical strength racial value, attribute 60, 72. Attack racial value, attribute 62, 32. Defense racial value, attribute 63, 49. Special attack racial value, attribute 80, 47. Special defense racial value, attribute 80, 43. Speed racial value, attribute 60, 35. Total racial value, 405. Skills, recruiting spirits, blowing spirits, possessing spirits, gusting winds, and swallowing spirits. The distribution of the racial values of the soul invoker after evolution still inherited the characteristics of the soul invoking streamer period. That is, average. But compared to the soul invoking streamer period, the special attack and special defense of the soul invoking streamer stood out a little bit more, and even the defense went down by a few points. But what kind of skill is the spirit swallowing servant prana? Looking at the skill that suddenly appeared in the invocation skill sheet, Chinner curiously took out his icon and searched for it. He had consulted the information on these two imperial beasts after obtaining the little ice dragon and the soul drawing streamer, and he had not seen the existence of this skill among them. Hearing Chinner's words, the soul invoker excitedly circled around Chinner, like a small child showing off his grades to his parents. Chapter 53, The Soul Invocation with Chicken Blood. The surface of the streamer shook, and a hideous-faced ghostly figure fell from it. The moment it appeared, an eerie aura enveloped the entire room on the second floor. Even the zombie undead souls absorbed have changed? Chinner raised his eyebrows and said with some curiosity. He had watched when the soul-attracting streamer picked up those zombie dead souls before. Each one of them had a stagnant face, and he couldn't see any threat at all. But I didn't expect that after the evolution of the soul drawing streamer, these zombie dead souls had also become a bit more vicious. After the zombie's undead soul appeared, the first thing he did was to lunge towards Chinner. Being trapped in a zombie body for 5 years, these 5 years of torture had completely worn out his will and turned him into a zombie completely. So the first thing he did after appearing was to rush towards the nearest humans around him. As soon as the soul invoker shook its streamer, the figure of this zombie undead suddenly stiffened, and the next moment, creepy chewing sounds rang out, and it was clear that it hadn't come into contact with that zombie undead, but a piece of its head was suddenly missing, as if it was being gnawed by something. Chewing sounds continued to ring out, and the zombie undead soul was completely devoured, while the aura on the beckoning soul followed suit and became a few points stronger. Chinner's eyes widened as an unbelievable thought rose in his heart, and he hurriedly opened the attribute panel, but after reading the properties of the soul-invoking streamer, he then let out a long sigh. Originally, he thought that the skill of swallowing spirit serving spirit could permanently increase the strength of the soul recruiter, but it turned out to be that he had overthought it. After devouring a soul within a reckoner, only one level of the Reckoner's attributes can be randomly strengthened, and as a price, that soul disappears forever. In this way, although it wasn't as powerful as Chenner had previously imagined, it was still incredibly powerful, as the last thing his soul recruiter lacked was undead souls. With the addition of the massive amount of dead souls, the original random strengthening skill directly turned into a terrifying stunt that could strengthen all of one's attributes to the extreme in an instant, and was even more forbidden than the blood-burning saint's bursting blood. Nice! Touching the streamer of the invocation, Chenner complimented it, and the invocation excitedly circled around him. He didn't think that evoking the soul streamer to evolve once could actually have such a great benefit. The battlefield is pretty much cleaned up. At this moment, the blood-burning saint who had just been cleaning up the battlefield opened his mouth downstairs, and at the same time, the black tendons that had spread out from his body were retracted and brought back a sea of flesh and blood. In an instant, the blood-burning saint's body swelled to over 10 meters tall. Golden flames were burning on his body, and the blood-burning saint in it was gradually shrinking in size, reverting back to its original appearance, only that its aura was a few points stronger. Blood Saints, rank, 42, stamina, 200, attack, 178, defense, 106, special attack, 21, special defense, 106, speed, 108. After promoting to the township level, the blood-burning saint wanted to raise the level of zombie blood and flesh needed. That is a huge amount of tens of thousands of zombie blood and flesh of the accumulation of zombie blood and flesh to let it raise the first level. And this first level also succeeded in letting the blood-burning saint's physical strength of the specific attribute breakthrough to 200. We'll have to breed more evolved zombies in the future. Chanel rolled over and jumped down the stairs, walking over to the blood-burning saint and whispering. After the feedback from the blood-burning saint, at this time, his physical quality was frighteningly good, to the point of being somewhat inhuman. Well, these lowly zombie blood and brainstones really don't do much. Having just finished digesting the meters of fetid blood and flesh on the ground around them, the blood-burning saint nodded empathetically. At his level, trying to transform low-level zombie flesh and blood was too much of a loss, and it was a bit of a loss. The reason why I didn't use that to feed the zombie brainstones and let the zombies evolve before was that they only evolved the brainstones. The flesh and blood didn't evolve at all. And absorbing zombies like that wasn't good for the accumulation of blood-burning saints, who were still abominations of the giants at the time. So it was shelved. The blood-burning saints after evolving now didn't need any accumulation, and they could just level up directly. At this time on the ground that originally accumulated rotten flesh and blood has disappeared, replaced by all kinds of flies stand up all slippery broken bones. These broken bones cannot even be put together. Only chin or knuckle long, can imagine just now the blood-burning saints of the power in the end. How great! You, little ice dragon, will hate you. Crouching down on the ground and grabbing a handful of broken bones, Chenner couldn't help but look at the fine pieces a little. He had to come over with a shovel for this stuff. So many bones can't be wasted. Surely it's time for the little ice dragon to make a trip over. But it does seem a bit out of reach. The blood-burning saint's eyes widened, feeling that something wasn't right anymore. He had always prided himself on being the oldest brother in Changer's team. But what kind of oldest brother was it if he was hated by his little brother? Ha ha, don't worry. It's good to have something to eat. The conditions are limited, which gives him something to be picky about. Smiling and comforting the blood-burning saint, Chenner took out a shovel from his spatial backpack to divide the small mountain of brainstones into 3 parts. That's it. Also too lazy to count one by one. It looks almost the same. You slightly suffer a little loss this time. Contribute the most, take the same as the 2 of them, and then make up for it for you later after they grow up. In response, the blood-burning saint simply nodded stoically and took over his own spatial backpack, stowing away his share of brainstones. Now that the conditions were better, Chenner plus the 3 imperial beasts had 1 space backpack each, and didn't have to live in a tight spot like before. You absorb less. Don't upgrade too fast. I'm going to test how many undead souls you can actually absorb in the soul recruitment stage. In the beginning your predecessor laid a foundation that surpassed all of his kind in recorded history, and that's how he was able to break through the limit and evolve into a paragon. Don't you want to evolve into a paragon of the undead lineage as well? Chance patted the blood-burning saint on the shoulder and drew a big, round pie for the beck and call. Of the 3 darkness lineages, originally only the skeleton lineage had a paragon, and after the emergence of the blood-burning saints there was an additional flesh and blood lineage, and now the undead lineage was left. As expected, after hearing Chenner's words, the eyes of the soul attractor that were about to fall into the pile of brainstones forcefully retracted. That was a quasi-god. The first ever undead soul system quasi-god. A powerful existence that rivaled a god in a mortal body. Most importantly, what a single page for genealogy. If he honestly evolved into a 10,000 soul streamer, he would be nothing more than a powerful 10,000 soul streamer descendant at the end of the day. but if he evolved into a paragod, he would be the founding ancestor of the undead soul system paragod race. Who can bear this? Shaking the streamer. Interrupting his inner thoughts, a hint of determination flashed in the eyes of the beckoner. It has decided that it will be the one to start this. Those brainstones were its anyway. No one could take them away. Strongly resisting the temptation of the brainstones, he collected all the piles of brainstones into his spatial backpack. Only it didn't seem very determined. And every now and then it took one out of it and ate it. The group that attacked us in the first place. I memorized their flesh and blood scent, so I can recognize their blood relatives when I see them again. Although he hadn't been partnered with Chianer for a long time, under the Imperial Beast contract, the blood-burning saint shared a common mind with Chianer and naturally knew exactly what he was thinking. Chapter 54, The Little Ice Dragon That Looks Like a Big Dog. The group that attacked us in the Imperial Beast world? Chantal asked with a raised eyebrow and some excitement. The identity of those people Yu Fei obviously guessed, but did not tell him. The purpose is to prevent him from getting on top. It was a feeling he didn't like. After all, others could count on him as much as they wanted, even send assassins to kill him, while he didn't even know who his enemies were. It's so insecure. Originally, he had been prepared to secretly investigate the identities of those people, but he didn't expect that the blood-burning saints had actually memorized the bloodline sense of those people so early. Not bad. You've really learned something after following me for so long. Chantal smiled and opened his mouth. After searching the surroundings once more to make sure that there were no leaks left behind, Chianer then led the soul invoker and the blood-burning saints back to the lair. However, the mouth of the recruiter was not too honest all the way. Although he said he would not eat, he still took out a brainstone from his spatial backpack from time to time to absorb it, and after being discovered by Chianer, he froze there, as if he was playing 1, 2, 3 woodchucks with Chianer. Forget it, you can have this one. It's a little less total, but it tastes better than that one. Once again watching the invocation stiffen in midair, Chianer sighed helplessly and took out a pure white, vaguely emanating holy light lotus flower from one of his backpacks and held it out. The moment this lotus flower appeared, the soul invoker blankly stuck up as if it was crazy, frantically circling around Chianer's hand holding the sacred heart lotus. For a moment, Chance actually had some visions of the dog. Here you go. Looking at the invocation with amusement, Chianer handed over the sacred heart lotus in his hand. He had originally thought to wait until he went back and then give the soul invoker a surprise, but he didn't think that this kid would actually be so unable to resist. Hearing this, the recruiter incredulously pointed at himself with the corner of the streamer, and only after making sure that Chianer wasn't joking did he excitedly wrap around the sacred heart lotus, carefully picking off a petal and absorbing it. But soon, its face turned bitter and full of sorrow as it put all the remaining sacred heart lotus into its spatial backpack. Eat up. This high concentration of undead soul energy would take some effort to digest with its current strength. All the way back to the lair, a hazy white light was emanating from the body of the soul guide. Undead soul royal beasts carry a bit more fierceness than any other royal beasts, and the sacred heart lotus can suppress and dissolve this fierceness. So now the soul guide is as free of worldly desires as if it were in sage mode. And it was during this short walk home that the level of the soul drawing streamer was raised by another level, now at level 21, officially entering the senior level imperial beasts. The bottleneck that had stuck many people was broken like a layer of window paper under the weight of a large amount of resources and terrifying qualifications. Back in the lair, cold temperatures that were very different from those outside greeted him, and in an instant, it froze Chianer's body with goosebumps. At this time the incomparably striking white bone mountain had already disappeared by a large margin, and in its place was an extremely deep cold roar. A surprised dragon roar emanated from the lair as it sensed Chianer's scent. In the next moment, a bone dragon whose body length was at least 2 meters long visually, and whose bones were ice blue, waved its broken flesh wings and flew into the sky, pouncing towards Chianer, directly pouncing on him, and its hard skeletal dragon head was like a dog rubbing itself dead against Chianer's body. If it wasn't for the fact that Chianer's physical qualities had received feedback from the blood-burning saints and were now gradually developing towards inhumanity, just this blow would have been at least a bone fracture. Well, get up. Looking at the little ice dragon in front of him, which had completely faded from its original tenderness and added a bit of fierceness to it, Chianer laughed and pushed it up. That's right, it's still a small ice dragon and hasn't evolved, even now that it's leveled up to 19. As a quasi-god, or a frost-bone dragon with one of the best growth cycles amongst quasi-gods, the little ice dragon would have to wait until level 50 to evolve into its second form, and level 60 to complete its final evolution. This was why Changer had given so many resources directly to the little ice dragon. People didn't need to suppress the accumulation like the blood-burning saints did with the soul-drawing streamer. It was still early. Roar! The little ice dragon who was pushed away by Chianer was not angry, but excitedly told Chianer about what had happened in the lair after he had left, especially focusing on how he had defeated the enemy in a valiant manner. Enemies? Chantal raised an eyebrow, and the first thing that came to mind was the cut barbed wire fence he saw when he first returned to the lair, except that he was too busy leveling up with the rotting slime monsters back then, so he left it alone. Following the little ice dragon to the place it was talking about and looking at the 5 figures shrouded in cold ice, Xian'er came to a realization. So it's a couple of them sewer rats. I haven't shown up in a month. It makes sense that they'd come to my place to beat me up. Xian'er recognized these guys. Before there were 6 of them, thinking that there were too many people trying to rob Xian'er's base, but they were preemptively killed one by Xian'er. The remaining 5 threw their weight around, fearing that they would suffer some injury during the battle, and in these times of lack of medication, an injury would really mean waiting for death. In the end, they were scared off by Xian'er, but they didn't expect that they would actually come over to claim their deaths of their own accord now. Good job. Rubbing the little ice dragon's white bone head, Xian'er smiled and complimented, hearing the little ice dragon's tail flap. These are all yours. Saying that, Xian'er took out his pre-prepared space backpack and threw it to the little ice dragon. The puzzled little ice dragon opened his backpack and looked at the crystal-clear brainstones inside, and for a moment his breath stopped. Whether it was the imperial beast's appetite for such high-energy crystals or the dragon's greed for such shiny things, they were all satisfied at this moment. The little ice dragon dove headfirst into the space backpack, and didn't want to come out at all. Are you two going to stay here and hunt walkers or come back with me? It was hard to pull the little ice dragon's big head out of the space backpack. Xian'er sat on his knees on the ground looking at the little ice dragon with the soul attractor and asked. The two of them were now strong enough that when they were at the level of blood-burning saints, Xian'er had taken it to open unmatched in the end world. Roar! The little ice dragon that was hugging the space backpack to death was the first to take a stand, saying that he was going to stay here. Ever since it heard that these shiny treasures were taken out of the heads of zombies, the desire to kill zombies in its heart was on the rise, and the soul guide made up his mind to stay here after a few moments of thought. Alright, I'm not worried about you two's strength here, so you can use the lair as the center to explore outwards, but remember to leave all the zombie flesh and blood you kill, and remember to leave a copy of the brainstones for your big brother. The blood-burning saint was definitely going to stay by his side, and it just so happened that these two little guys were going to stay here, so Xian'er let the two of them bring out the blood-burning saint's share as well. In this regard, neither the little ice dragon nor the soul guide had any comments. Chapter 55, Battle Against the Flesh and Blood Demon. Disperse these. Opening his eyes again and looking at the blood-red film in front of him, Chantal whispered. As the words fell, the circular film that encased him immediately began to shrink, eventually becoming a piece of flesh and blood the size of a fingernail cap, which was picked up by the blood-burning saint and casually planted on his arm, and quickly fused with it. Chance returned to the world of the sentinel beasts. He had come back this time mainly for the knowledge. After all, it was obvious to all how strong those 3 skills the old principal had brought him in the first place were. It was more or less a waste to rely solely on the imperial beasts themselves to fight with the little skills and attribute talents they had. It's like getting a bug in the first generation of Pokemon games to directly level up a Pokemon to 100 but not being able to change skills. Having an empty level 100 attribute but only being able to take a bump for damage. A large part of the strength of the imperial beasts is in their skills. As for where to get the skills, Xian'er took out his royal beast atlas and looked at the only few contacts on it with a smile on his face. That goes without asking. He's got teachers, or a whole 3 of them. 3 of you. Pop some gold coins. Glancing outside, the sun had just gone down. It wasn't too late, and Chanel immediately contacted the first victim. Mr. Zhang, what kind of skill do you think is suitable for my blood-burning saint? As soon as the message was sent, it immediately began to show that it was being typed over there, and it looked like it should have been waiting for him a long time ago. Ha ha, I've been waiting for you to ask for a long time, and it's hard for you kids to hold back until now. That's because I just stayed in Mordecai practicing with 2 newbie guys, Kyle said silently in his mind. Then a smile came to his face once again, without the slightest hint of embarrassment. I fell asleep after counting the resources. I'm really sorry, Mr. Zhang. Well, without further ado, come over to my side for a moment now. I'll be waiting for you over here in the Flesh and Blood Department training room. The cat maid knows where the Flesh and Blood Department training room is. Chanel's spirits lifted and he immediately got up and prepared to go out. But the moment his hand was just on the doorknob, he paused and realized something was wrong. He had just returned from the Imperial Beast World, and his body smelled of rotting flesh everywhere. A situation that was not good for him to go and meet people directly, both in terms of politeness and in terms of keeping secrets. Teacher, wait a moment. I'll take a shower and change my clothes before I go. After a quick word with Professor Zhang, Xian'er went straight into the bathroom. It didn't take long for Chandler, who had carefully cleaned his body, to walk out the door refreshed. The blood-burning saint followed behind him in silence, like a loyal guard. It is not allowed to release super large Imperial beasts within the Imperial Academy, like the abominable giant before it evolved, but it is not forbidden to release Imperial beasts that are under super large in size, so blood-burning saints about the size of a normal person are released and they're fine. Now that school has not yet begun, most of those juniors and seniors have gone outside the realm of human existence to hunt foreigners, and all other students have gone home and not stayed in the school, so the large academy seems extraordinarily cold and clear. Taking the address he asked for from the cat maid, Qianer finally found out where the Flesh and Blood Department's training ground was located. As soon as he arrived, a rush of blood aura came to his face. The blood-burning saints grunted coldly and blocked in front of Qianer. The blood aura was scorched by the blood-burning sacred laws the moment it came into contact with the blood-burning saints and transformed into his own physical strength. This skill actually burned even a special energy like blood chi, a discovery that surprised Qianer a bit. Ha! Is this the exclusive skill of the blood-burning saints? A soft eep rang out across the training grounds. The next moment, the door to the training ground was opened, and Professor Zhang, who was dressed in a formal outfit with meticulously combed hair, walked out from inside. Yes, I named it the blood-burning sacred technique, which serves to burn blood and restore one's body's injuries, but now it seems to be able to transform blood chi as well. Chantal nodded, leaving the effect of the skill half-spoken. Nice skills, come on in. Professor Zhang stroked his chin and nodded. The first thing that came to his mind was the explosive blood skill, but after thinking for a moment, he still shook his head sadly. The damage of holy light to flesh and blood royal beasts was irreversible, actively catching the holy light inside their bodies. Many flesh and blood royal beasts died at this step and didn't last long enough to be strengthened at all. He didn't think that this skill would be able to recover the damage generated by the blood burst. The blood explosion skill is too damaging to the flesh and blood imperial beasts. It must not be used as a last resort. Even with the blood-burning sacred method, this skill is only a recovery. But if the damage received in a split second exceeds the upper limit of the blood-burning saints themselves, this skill is useless as well. He knew about Qianer's choice of exploding blood, and naturally he could understand what Qianer was playing at, so he gave the first caution. After all, the only imperial beast Qianer had grown up with right now was the blood-burning saints, and if something went wrong with the blood-burning saints, Qianer would fall straight to the bottom. The feeling of falling from the clouds to the bottom of the valley is not a good feeling, especially because Qianer's origin will also make him extra sensitive, and then it may be directly ruined. Don't worry, teacher, I have it in my heart. After all, it's not easy to complete the class migration. At a time like this, how could I possibly joke about such a thing? Professor Zhang looked deeply at Qianer, not realizing that this child was actually more mature than he thought. Well, come in with me. Dropping his heart he turned and walked ahead to show Chael the way. Among the flesh and blood system imperial beasts, this kind of imperial beast, the flesh and blood demon, can be said to be quite a classic, so I also contracted one. And even though your blood-burning saints is an evolutionary form that has never appeared before, and is still a flesh and blood system paragod, in the end, it is an evolution from the abominable giant, and the racial value distribution is more or less of the same type as that of the flesh and blood demon, so I'll follow the flesh and blood demon's scheme for the time being to teach you. Saying that, Professor Zhang, who had walked to the end of the corridor, pushed open the door in front of him, revealing the true appearance of this training ground, a wilderness that could not be seen at all after space compression. Among them, a behemoth with a bloody body and two curved horns on its forehead was sitting cross-legged in the center of the wasteland. Compared to the abomination giant, the flesh and blood demon had grown a head, but the large mouth on its stomach had not disappeared, and it was even more vicious. Flesh and blood demon. Attribute, flesh and blood. Qualifications? Rank? Physical strength race value, 130. Attack racial value, 140. Defense racial value, 105. Special attack race value, 45. Special defense race value, 80. Speed race value, 50. Total racial value, 550. The moment he noticed the appearance of the blood-burning saints, the flesh and blood demon's eyes flashed, and a blood aura that was far stronger than before shot up into the sky, coloring half of the sky into bright red. And the entire world was filled with wailing and the smell of blood that was so thick it seemed like it could be touched. Chapter 56, Professor Zhang, roasted on the fire. Advanced skills. Like Yu Feiyi's sacred heavenly horse, he couldn't see the specific attributes of this flesh and blood demon, only a bunch of question marks. Roar! O quasi-god born from my kindred, come, give me a hand. As the words fell, the flesh and blood demon's thunderous voice reached the ears of the blood-burning saints. Slowly, it braced itself on its knees and stood up, raising a fist larger than even the size of the blood-burning saint and slamming it down. The fist squirmed and gradually enlarged, mobilizing all its strength. Heck, it was the Titan heavy hammer. It was clearly a loophole-ridden attack, and the distance between the two was so far away. But the blood-burning saints had a bizarre feeling of being locked in. The left, the right, the top, and the back are all locked, and the situation is only forward. A hint of sternness flashed in the originally calm eyes of the blood-burning saint, and his legs violently stomped on the ground, his body rushing towards the flesh and blood demon like a sharp arrow off the string, taking the initiative to invite the quasi-king to battle with the body of the town guard. Bang! A large and a small fist intertwined, followed by a series of dull sounds like rain. The blood-burning saint, who had thrown 17 punches in a split second before repelling the flesh demon's fists, had his brows furrowed, and in his heart, he had already realized just how difficult those opponents of his own in the past had been. The flesh and blood demon's physical strength, attack, and defense racial values were exactly the same as the blood-burning saints, but the flesh and blood demon's level was higher than it by an unknown amount. Blood-burning saints have the advantage over flesh and blood demons of lower special attack, higher special defense and faster speed. That's why he was able to make the 17 for one move. So it is. The flesh and blood demon nodded, and with a stomp of his foot, his body stood steeply, standing like a mountain, with a ferocious aura about to overflow from his brows and eyes. Faster than us, stronger defense, using attributes to the extreme rather than developing one point to the extreme? Saying that, the flesh demon swung his fist, a terrifying air-breaking sound rang out, and the fighting department's terrifying skill titan heavy hammer slammed down once again. This time, the flesh demon's entire torso seemed to have been drained away, leaving behind only an extraordinarily gigantic fist as it were. The blood-burning saint's brows flickered, and his flesh and blood incarnation was just about to split, but it was interrupted by the sudden vibration of the ground. Earthquake! An earthquake initiated by the flesh and blood demon, but this one was much less powerful, but it managed to interrupt the blood-burning saint's movements. I see. Sacrificing the vast majority of the power of this powerful ground-based skill in exchange for a more stealthy strike maneuver and faster strike time? Qianer, who was originally frowning as he surveyed the situation, had no idea when his brows had stretched and clapped his hands in some surprise. Next to him, Professor Zhang, who had been paying attention to the student of his, smiled faintly and felt a little more joy in his heart. When the Imperial Beast reaches Quasi-King, you have to tap into the deeper levels of the skill. Normally, a township-level Imperial Beast Master doesn't even need to be in such a hurry to engage in this. It's just as well to tap into it after level 45. There's not much time to spare. But you're different. You've been growing too fast. And if I'm not mistaken, you've risen one level in your blood-burning saints again, and you're now at level 42, aren't you? Professor Zhang's voice with some exclamation sounded beside Qianer. Teacher's wise eyes. That's right. My blood-burning saint has reached the 42nd level. There's nothing to hide. And at this point in Chance's career, he needs to keep up this inhuman rate of growth to ensure his superb treatment. Sure enough, you're probably a little late to even start working on advanced skills now. This growth rate of yours is truly terrifying. Sighing helplessly, but Professor Zhang's heart didn't mean much surprise. This growth rate was certainly fast, the kind of fast that could scare people to death. But if it was placed on Qianer, it was unexpectedly normal for a few moments. Hands cupped on the railing, he continued to look out into the training field. At this moment, the flesh and blood flesh demon and the blood-burning saint, a small and large imperial beast of the same origin, had already engaged in battle. After a few losses in frontal hard collisions, he immediately changed his style of play and began to play guerrilla around the flesh and blood demon. Although his level was lower than the flesh and blood demon by an unknown amount, the attacks of the blood-burning saints were still not to be underestimated, especially when they purposefully used their hand knives to cut through the flesh and blood demon's body, making the blood flow down from its body even more annoying to the flesh and blood demon. It's like a mosquito that can't be beaten. The flesh and blood demon once again uses the same technique he locked in earlier, forcing the blood-burning saint to pull in a fistfight. But the blood-burning saint chickened out and blocked the flesh and blood demon's fist, and then immediately drew away, golden flames burning on his body. And the blood-burning sacred laws constantly replenished the blood-burning saint's stamina and restored the blood-burning saint's injuries. How come this Imperial Beasts and Imperial Beast Masters are all like monsters? Seeing the blood-burning saint who managed to fight the flesh and blood demon back and forth with his own speed advantage, Professor Zhang stroked his chin and a hint of amazement flashed through his eyes. Originally, according to his conception, the burning blood saints had just evolved from the abominable giant, and should not be familiar with the high-speed fighting style yet, and he sought to use this battle to make the burning blood saints sober up a bit. As a result, it's now a bit embarrassing that it's actually him who's being roasted on the fire. Now he fight or not is a problem. Continue to fight it. Inevitably some even want to quickly end the fight if you have to take out some cards. But you have to take out your bottom card to fight against a township-level Imperial Beast. This would make people die of laughter if you say it out. But if he didn't use his undercard, the next scene would inevitably be unsightly, especially since that blood-burning saint was just like a monster, and after just a few punches against him, he had kind of figured out the bottom of the locking technique, and was now even starting to gradually use it out. This progress is simply appalling. Sensei, I think I probably see the point. Make them stop. Just as Professor Zhang was torn, Xianer's voice suddenly came from the side, breaking Professor Zhang's awkward scene. Ahem. Well, that's the end of this fight. Professor Zhang lightly coughed twice. His heart was finally relieved, while he was a few points more satisfied with Xianer, a student with eyesight. Below, the two sides that heard this immediately stopped their hands, and the flesh and blood demon was relieved in its heart. It had just been roasted on the fire all the same as Professor Zhang. Sensei, did you just let the flesh and blood demon use only the skills that my blood-burning saints would use? Did you see something? Xianer rubbed his chin and asked. The flesh and blood demon just now had only used two skills, Titan Heavy Hammer and Earthquake, from start to finish, but those two skills were all different from what Xianer remembered. Of course he wouldn't think that it was a coincidence. Not bad. What the flesh and blood demon used just now were all advanced skills, and they were also advanced based on its own weaknesses developed to complement its strengths. For example, its speed was too slow, so the Titan Heavy Hammer developed the lock-on technique. Chapter 57, I am a barbarian. Your blood-burning saints need to learn different skills to expand their striking surface. There's nothing much to say about this. There's no shortage of ordinary skill learners in the school, not even for ordinary students let alone you. But you have to be careful. The selection of skills and the development of skill advancement must be tailored to the characteristics of your team in relation to your imperial beasts themselves. For example, in my team, the flesh and blood demon is positioned as a tank with enough counterattacking power, so most of its skill development consists of forced attacks on opponents and various functional effects. It dawned on Chanel that as for this functional effect, it would be the same interruption from the earthquake. And what's my team's position on the blood-burning saints? Xianer pondered over his three imperial beasts. Although the little ice dragon was more prominent in attack now, when it completed its final evolution to become a frost bone dragon, it would be more prominent in special attack, so it would undoubtedly be the special attacker in the team. The soul guide, if you will, is the secondary part-time sub-tank of the team. This would make it suitable for blood-burning saints to be either an output tank like Professor Zhang's flesh and blood demon, or a main physical output. Breeding blood-burning saints as tanks would be a waste of that high speed in the end. In the flow of his mind, Kyle had already made up his mind. With the terrifying racial value distribution of the blood-burning saint, it was too condescending to have him serve as a meat shield. It looks like you've already figured out the direction of the blood-burning saint cultivation. Professor Zhang looked at Xianer's eyes and smiled slightly, knowing that he had already made his decision. Well, Sensei, right now I need a flesh and blood system's high-powered attack skill, a skill that strengthens my speed and a skill that can restrain the sacred system's imperial beasts. Kyle stroked his chin and spoke slowly. Those were the only three he could think of at the moment. Any more would be a bit of a glutton for punishment. I have prepared these you want long ago. The blood explosion of the flesh and blood department can directly detonate the opponent's blood, ignoring the opponent's defense. The change skill of the fighting department to shrink the ground can directly increase the speed by 2 levels, so fast that it is as if the distance of the ground has been shrunken. As for the skills you want to be able to restrain the sacred department, this does not have flesh and blood demons cannot learn these types of skills. Professor Zhang sighed helplessly. A deeply demonic imperial beast like the flesh and blood demon really couldn't do anything against the sacred lineage. All other flesh and blood imperial beasts have more or less a little countermeasure, like the manifestation demon that would just be a direct copy of the sacred imperial beast. But it's hard to say if yours is a blood-burning saint. After all, your blood-burning saint also has a fire attribute, so I'll go help you find someone on the fire side to ask in a couple days. Okay, that's the only way to look at it now. Afterwards, Professor Zhang led Xianer into a room filled with flesh and blood skill learning machines, where all kinds of precious skills outside were on the verge of rotting here. Aside from the forbidden skills kind of contraband, it could be said that all the flesh and blood skill learners were here. At this moment, Xianer finally understood what Professor Zhang meant by long prepared in his mouth. Together, this is taking all the skill learners. Mumble, blood blast and shrinking ground. Come back to me for more after you've learned them if you think you're missing something. Picking out 2 from a large pile of skill learning machines, Professor Zhang smilingly handed them to Xianer. Thank you, Sensei. Receiving the skill learning machine, Xianer's sentence of teacher hurt Professor Zhang's heart blossom. The two of them slowly wandered around the training grounds, and Professor Zhang took the time to fill in the missing portion of general knowledge for Xianer. The smile on Xianer's face stiffened for a few moments as he walked quickly to the door, and he was just about to turn his head to say goodbye to Professor Zhang, but the voice of the blood-burning saint suddenly rang in his ears. Imperial Beast Master, over there. It smells like the blood relatives of the people who attacked us last time. The smile on Kyle's face froze, and his eyes narrowed as he looked in the direction that the blood-burning saint was pointing. A man and a woman are walking on the gravel path. Looks like they are 20 years old. The man is elegant. The woman is beautiful. All have a good look. Both? The smile on Chanel's face stayed the same, even a little brighter, as he inquired in his mind. Both. At those words, Chantal gave those two a deep look. Those two little guys can be remarkable. The children of the Empire's 8 great families Wen family and Zhao family. It is said that since childhood, they have been engaged in marriage. The back of the double into the Imperial College. After graduation, also all choose to stay in the school internships, are now the Imperial College of the Department of Water Assistant Professor. It is said that in a short period of time will be promoted to a lecturer. Professor Zhang walked over slowly with a smile in his tone. The smile on Xianer's face remained unchanged as he turned his head and was about to say something, but was interrupted by Professor Zhang. Private fights are not allowed within the academy. That's the bottom line, and if Imperial beasts fight against each other, there's a special ring, but you have to abide by the rules as well. Chantal froze for a moment, then a helpless smile crossed his face. Does the teacher know what I want to do? Seeing this look on his face, Professor Zhang laughed extra loud. After all, this kid used to look like a little adult all the time, and the people who watched him couldn't help but want to tease him. Your talent is too important. So all of your previous life trajectory, all things were found out, and now people of our class within the Empire are basically aware of it. And the dirty things they've done we've guessed even though we don't say anything about it. After laughing, Professor Zhang then slowly spoke. Then the teacher isn't afraid I'll do too much? Xianer looked at Professor Zhang and asked curiously. Little fellow, you've become a darkness-type royal beast master and you're still worried about this? Don't you know what others say about darkness system imperial beast masters? Teach you a good lesson. When they vilify you for being able to kill, you'd better actually be able to kill. Remember, I'm barbaric as well. A lazy voice sounded behind Xianer, and Xianer turned his head to see that Professor Yang Shuihai, whom he had met once before, was slowly rising from the shadows, looking at him with his hands clasped on his chest smilingly. Although I don't like this old thing very much, but his words are indeed right. The time and energy that needs to be wasted to prove your innocence can be much more. Instead of going through all the trouble of proving your innocence, it would be better to just go along with them, and then use the same tactics that they used to slander you to get them killed. Professor Zhang nodded and added, in that case, I understand. Chanel kept his head down, and an excited smile, very different from the one he had just seen, gradually appeared on his face. Afterwards, Chanel took the blood-burning saint back to his villa, and all was well without incident. But when the night was quiet, a figure wobbled and jumped down from Xianer's balcony, heading in the direction of the water department's faculty and staff dormitory area. Chapter 58, When Jiazi Who Broke Defense. Dab, 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 dab. It's so noisy. What's that metal scraping sound going on? Is it a dream? Dab, 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 dab. Stop it. It's annoying. Can't you let anyone sleep? Dab, 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 dab. I said you're an annoying person. You, frowning and shaking his head, but still not expelling that distracting voice from his head. When Yuanzhou jolted awake, frowning and cursing angrily, but just halfway through his words, he noticed something was wrong, and his voice became smaller and smaller until it gradually disappeared. It was at this point that he realized something was wrong. He was standing tied up to a large tree while his fiancée was tied to the other end of him. Both of them just happened to be tied to the same tree. Because the rope had been pressing on his body for a long time, it had made him somewhat unable to feel his limbs, which was why he thought it was a dream before. What the hell is this? When Yuanzhou was shocked and furious, how could he have never imagined that he, as the noble son of the Wen family, would actually be kidnapped? And at that moment the distracting behind him also gradually became clearer. He heard and understood that it was the sound of sharpening. Yo, looks like you're awake. In the next moment, a young, one could even say somewhat childish voice sounded behind him. Is that guy an adult? At this moment, when Yuanzhou only had this thought in his mind, he couldn't figure out how in the world he'd been kidnapped without God's knowledge. To be able to enter the Imperial Academy and intern directly within the academy after graduation, he could be said to be a genius as well. Only in his mid-20s he had already bred the Imperial beasts to the elite advanced level, but such a he actually did not even notice who kidnapped him, and the voice still sounds so young. Suddenly, it was as if he thought of something. His pupils contracted violently, and his face swished white. It looks like you've already guessed who I am. As if testifying to what was going on in his mind, the young voice sounded again and came towards him. Calm down, Chandler-san. No matter what, I'm also your teacher. The crime of hurting a teacher is a big one. You have a big future. You don't have to let your reputation be tarnished for some small things, don't you? His words flew out of his mouth as he tried to dissuade Chandler, but it was no use at all. And just as he was rambling on about bullying, Chandler had walked up to him and reached out and grabbed him by the ear. The next moment, the sharpened steel blade slashed down and sliced one of his ears right off. Aha! The pain and the fear of being physically crippled, which he had never experienced since he was a child, made him unable to hold back an agonized wail as tears and snot flowed down his face together. At this moment, he is afraid of Chandler to the extreme. As the son of the family, although not the main vein, but from childhood the education that should be accepted as much as not less, for the education he received, hands-on is undoubtedly a very low price of a kind of thing, and the son of 1,000 gold sits not pendant. His hands of resources do not need him to personally solve things. There is something on the line. I do not know how many people want to flatter him below will rush to do, and people at the same level as him would maintain the most basic decency even if they hated each other to death in their hearts, and wouldn't settle things in the open. Because of this upbringing, he could well be said to be a master of scheming. He had originally thought of using words to calm Chandler down first, and then attempting to notify others within the family to come and tackle Chandler. After all, it was just an 18-year-old youngster. Wasn't it simple for him to take it? This location he recognized. It was in a forest not far outside the Imperial Academy. It was undoubtedly a fool's errand to try to take Kyle away from this close under the Imperial Academy's nose, but it would be nice to teach him a lesson. But he didn't expect Chandler to be so unreasonable, not talking nonsense to him at all, and directly cutting off one of his ears without saying a word. Fear climbed to a maximum in his heart as he looked at the ear that had been thrown onto the trunk of the tree in front of him by Chandler and made a snapping sound before slowly sliding down. This wasn't right. It wasn't like the script he knew. Didn't he just get 18? How could that be the reaction? For a moment, when Yuanzhou's heart was in turmoil, but before he could figure out what was happening, Chandler forcefully broke his palm, and in an instant, when Yuanzhou's pupils shrank, and his entire body more than trembled, as expected, in the next moment, a sharp pain came from his palm, and his left index finger was sliced off and thrown on the tree trunk in front of him like it was just now. The fingers didn't feel the same as the ears, though, and bounced very cleanly to the ground. Then came the second, and the third. With 10 fingers, the pain of his fingers being amputated made him open his mouth wide and try to let out a scream. But he couldn't say anything. You ask. If you have anything you want to know, just ask. In the end, he was too scared to withstand the lunatic-like thing that was Chandler, and rushed to open his mouth and yell. This guy doesn't want to talk to him much at all. Who were all the people behind the attack on me the other day? Chantal smiled slightly at his words, knowing that he had accomplished his goal. If asked directly, the guy might actually tough it out and not say anything. And it's a lot easier to torture him when it's right through his defenses. It's Wen Daojian. It's my sixth uncle. It wasn't me at all. I wasn't even involved. Hearing Chandler finally start to ask questions, when Yuanzhou finally breathed a sigh of relief and shouted out, at this moment, he had no more thoughts of keeping secrets. Chandler's madness had completely scared him out of his wits. What strength? Where do they usually hang out? And who else has joined in? Chandler used the newly sharpened knife to cut and rub against the palm of Wen Yuanzhou's hand, and the cold, sharp touch scared Wen Yuanzhou into a cold sweat. I say, my sixth uncle's natural talent is not good, only intermediate talent. Until now, the strength of the Imperial beasts is only elite level. Where they usually hang out I'm not sure. As for who else joined in, this I really don't know. Wen Yuanzhou at this time was afraid that if he slowed down for a second, Chandler's knife would fall, so without any hesitation, he directly told all the things that he had made clear. How about you? What's to add? Behind him, Chantal, who heard this, gently stroked his chin, feeling that this should be true. So after Wen Yuanzhou finished speaking, Chandler immediately turned his gaze to the woman who had been frantically hiding herself from just now for fear of being discovered by Chandler, and asked smilingly, but after waiting for a long time, the woman is still no movement. See the situation. Directly to Chandler amused, raised a side of the bucket, poured down head. Chapter 59, How can I smear the reputation of the Darkness Beast Master? You, Zhou, who couldn't hide any longer after having cold water poured over her head, opened her eyes and glared at Shale, and Chanel didn't care, grabbing her hand with a slight smile before putting the knife to one finger. Wait, ask whatever you want. Zhao Yuan's pupils shrank, and she hurriedly tried to pull her hand back from Chandler's hand. This script is not right. Zhao Yuan boasts that she looks pretty good. Chandler, this age of the young is the time of the first love. She pinched Chandler is not easy it. But why is this guy reacting this way? And he doesn't like women? It's the same question. Tell me what you know. The knife sliced through the skin of her fingers' crevices, and the cold blade almost pressed against her bones. causing her to shiver. I don't know too much about what happened against you last time. I only know that at least 3 families went down, but it's not about our Zhao family at all. Zhou shed tears and looked miserable, but looking at her performance, Qianer just snorted. Then the knife in his hand fell straight down, and a bloodied onion-white jade finger fell helplessly to the ground. And after slicing off a finger, Chanel didn't stop there, but broke her clenched fist from the pain to slice off another one. There was no pause during which to talk to her, and after cutting the second one, Chandler broke her fist once more to prepare for the third one. Zhao Yuan was completely scared, tears and snot running all over her face as she cried out in terror. But as soon as her words fell, an ear-piercing cracking sound rang out, and in the next moment, the arrows composed of flowing water had already arrived in front of Zhao Yuan, heading straight for Zhao Yuan's face, obviously coming to take Zhao Yuan's life. However, Qianer, who had prepared for this, didn't care at all, only to see an arm full of sinewy flesh suddenly appear and block Zhao Yuan's face. Bang! The water arrow collided with the muscle, but it made a dull sound. The blood-burning saints who had been waiting here for a long time raised their heads to look in the direction from which the water arrows had come. It was a woman wearing an academy lecturer's uniform with a work badge on her chest, afraid that people wouldn't recognize her as an Imperial Academy teacher. At the moment she was standing at the front gate of the academy, ready to just back out at the first sign of trouble. No private fights in the academy. It's a law. A swordfish covered in aqua blue swam behind her. It looked to be her imperial beast. Its aura was not very strong. It was a bit worse than the blood-burning saints, but it belonged to the range of the township level. TCH, what a wimp. At the sight of this scene, Chantal skimmed his lips in bemusement. I'm sure I can't catch the other side at this distance, but the other side, a teacher, was actually so abashed against him. A student? It looks like your reinforcements are here, but it seems a little different. It seems like she's not here to save you. She's here to silence you, right? Chance said to the two with a grin. Now, tell me exactly who was involved and why they wanted to kill me, and I can keep you from dying. He chuckled as he looked at Zhou, who was clearly in a daze and trembling all over. And before the two people who were tied up by his words could express themselves, the woman standing at the entrance of the school was in a hurry, and the swordfish kept shooting water arrows from its mouth, like missiles towards Qianer's side. But before they could come around Chance, they were blocked as much as they could by the blood-burning saints. The fist that swelled to a terrifying size could break up a water arrow with each punch, and the terrifying speed of the fist broke all the water arrows all in the air. For a moment, the entire forest was filled with dull sounds, and a sea of water fell from the sky, but it was consciously avoided by the blood-burning saints in the direction of where Qianer was. That monster has room for that? The lecturer at the entrance of the school also sensed this, and her face suddenly became hard to see. She knew very well what this meant. It meant that the monster's strength was one dimension higher than his own, and if he were to fight head-on, I'm afraid he could easily chisel through all of his imperial beasts to come to him, and then kill him with ease. What kind of growth rate is this monster? She blushed hard and cursed, knowing that things had gotten completely big. With that monster present, there was no way she could silence that niece of hers before she opened her mouth. As for killing Qianer, this is even more of a joke, not to mention whether or not she can beat it. Even if she can beat it, she doesn't dare to do it. Just when she made her move, her imperial beast had told her that at least 10 auras far stronger than it had locked onto her, and if she hadn't watched the reaction on the side of the blood-burning saints, she would probably have been dead. At this point, Zhao Yuan had completely panicked. She hadn't thought that her own aunt actually wanted to kill herself. If I tell you the list, will you really save my life? After a long time, Zhao Yuan then slowly opened her mouth to ask, her face gloomy and uncertain. Sure. After receiving Qianer's affirmation, she gave Qianer a deep look, and finally clenched her teeth secretly and chose to gamble, trusting Qianer's credibility as a genius. Of the 4 families respectively, the Wen family, Zhao family, Qi family, and Wang family were involved in the attack on you. The main purpose was to control you and interrogate you about your chances. Most of the participants on the surface are the less talented older generation among these families. They don't die for their whole life and want to put up a last fight. If it doesn't work out, that township-level Imperial Beastmaster is the last resort, even if it kills you to make you realize who did it. And the attitude of those 4 even higher up was to just ignore it, not to support it or oppose it. Zhao Yuan opened her mouth with a gray face, and at this moment, the Wen Yuanzhou people who were tied up across from her were dumbfounded, their lips trembling as they looked at Qianer incredulously. At this point, he finally realizes that his answer doesn't matter at all, and that Chantal's original goal was Zhou. All the torture he puts himself through is for the monkeys. Very good. Twisting his head to look at the blood-burning saint, he nodded gently. Zhao Yuan's heartbeat didn't change when she just said this, so it should be the truth. Satisfied with the situation, Changer wiped the necks of the 2 men with his knife. Ho, ho, you, don't keep your word. Aren't you afraid that the reputation of the Darkness System Imperial Beast Master will be smeared because of what you did? The cold air rushed into her windpipe, causing Jo-won's voice to carry some rattle. She looked at Chenner incredulously and couldn't figure out what he was thinking. This kind of public opinion just needs to be operated a little bit, and his reputation will be ruined. Ah, joke. It's not my turn to smear the reputation of the Darkness-type Imperial Beast Master. Kyle snorted and gave the two another fillip before smilingly walking in the direction of the Academy's main gate with the blood-burning saint. Chapter 60, The Secret World. From the very beginning, the target Chenner was preparing to interrogate was not Wen Yuanzhou, but Zhao Yuan. After knocking the two out and tying them up here, he began sharpening his blade, making sure they were both awake before he started moving. All the previous torture of Wen Yuanzhou was all to make an example of the monkey, and Zhao Yuan was that monkey. And as expected, within a few moments Jo-won gives in and tells all she knows. Seeing Qian Chao walk over by herself, that female lecturer took a few steps back and hurriedly retreated back to the college gate. Ha ha, teacher, don't be afraid. You can't have private fights in the academy. Chantal walked over to the teacher and patted her on the shoulder with a smile, the blood on her hand not yet wiped away, leaving a large bloody handprint on her shoulder shirt. Are you not afraid of retaliation from the Zhao and Wen families? The woman was stunned by Chenner's ferocious performance and subconsciously took a few steps back until after Chenner had walked away. Then she inquired in a low voice. Oh, afraid? Of course I'm afraid. If they come to retaliate then I'll have to run. The woman's breath hitched and a flash of fear flashed in her eyes. They were never afraid of Chenner going hard against them. Even though Chenner had grown up now, they were not afraid of a township-level Imperial Beast Master. What they were afraid of was that Chenner didn't have the arrogance of a genius and didn't fight them at all, but rather bided his time and waited to come out after he had grown to a sufficient level of strength. It's like that Havoc in the first place. You're a good kid, tough enough. Just as Chenner was about to go back to his dormitory, a familiar voice slowly sounded. Looking up, he realized that it was an old man in a black robe with tall bones standing not far in front of him. It was none other than a peak Quasi-King Imperial Beast Master in the Skull and Bones Department's Professorial Hour. This is for you. The special attack skill White Bone Forest that you can learn from a small ice dragon. There's also the ice spell that reduces your opponent's speed and attaches a frostbite status to your opponent. With that, he walked over and handed Chantal two skill learners. All of them were used by my Imperial Beasts in the beginning. All of them were once into 90% new. If you still haven't learned after all of them, then don't blame the old man for me laughing at you. Tokanika stroked his chin that didn't have a few beards and said with a smile. Don't worry Mr. Toki, that won't happen. Chenner took the skill learning machine and smiled slightly. How could he panic? With the help of brain stones and merits, his royal beast's enlightenment are one of a kind. Currently all the skills are all over again. Yoo-hoo, don't talk big, little guy. Smiling and patting Chanel on the shoulder, Professor Tokanika turned to leave. That sole recruiter of yours is a newly discovered Imperial Beast in the past 2 years. The strongest one at the moment is only at the elite level. There is no front path. It's purely crossing the river by touching the stones. That old young guy just complained to us. Professor Young came out of nowhere to gloat. As for Professor Young Shuehai, he hadn't seen it yet. That guy wasn't going through the door. And that Shadow Demon's subterranean shadow advancement skill was simply too convenient. Well, you're out of breath, aren't you? After joking about his old friend, Professor Zhang hooked Chenner's shoulder this time and asked smilingly, out of breath? Of course. In response, the smile on Chanel's face remained unchanged and his tone softened. Tell the truth. I still don't feel safe until they're dead. Professor Zhang was amused and laughed and kept patting Chenner's thigh. Okay, your kid has a few moments of my former appearance. But this matter can only end here. There are a few of us to back you up. The head of the apparent mastermind who struck out at you in the first place will soon be sent over by their family head. So let's bring this matter to a close. Speaking of those lineages, Professor Zhang's tone was filled with mockery. They just killed their loved ones to make amends to me? Chenner stared wide-eyed and asked in mock surprise. He had seen a lot of this kind of thing before, but he didn't expect it to happen in this world as well. Clearly there was no pressure to survive. Of course, the most important thing for the lineage is to maintain the inheritance. The rest will have to rely on later. You have the potential. You have the background. And in the academy they have no way to do anything to you. 3 years later what you can grow into they are not sure. Naturally they don't dare to bet on it. With that, he snorted. People have big families, so naturally they won't go against life with a barefoot one like you. That's when it dawned on Chanel. Alright, go back. There is a private small training ground behind your dormitory. It's not possible to let your Imperial Beasts let loose in battle at full strength, but it's still possible to experiment with your skills. Go to the Blood and Flesh Department training ground there in 3 days and find me. I'll take you to the secret realm before the school year starts. That being said, you've never been to the secret realm, have you? Professor Zhang smiled as he looked at Chinner with an elegant posture, making it impossible to guess that this was actually a paragon of the flesh and blood lineage. Nope. Chinner shook his head. The secret realm, this kind of high-end thing he had only heard of before, where he had really seen it. It is said that the secret realm is created by the Imperial Beast space after the death of a powerful Imperial Beast Master. The Imperial Beasts will die along with the Imperial Beast Master, and their own energy will feed the entire Imperial Beast space. And the Imperial Beast Masters with the same attribute will have a big benefit when they enter inside. Okay, then I'll take you for a long ride. Hearing him say that, Chantal was looking forward to it a little. I wonder how the stuff produced in the secret realm compares to zombie brainstones. Saying goodbye to Professor Zhang and returning to her dormitory, the cat maid had taken care of her hygiene early at this time, and was lying on the oversized cat climbing frame in the living room, stretching her legs. Meow. Seeing that Chinner came in covered in blood, and was about to step directly on the floor that it had just mopped and could reflect the light back to the people, the hair on the cat maid's body exploded, and she hurriedly blocked in front of Chinner, with a threatening purr coming out of her mouth, and one of her hands was in the shape of a claw, almost coming up to scratch Chinner. The stopped Chanel even thought the cat maid was out of control, but after a brief exchange of sign language, he then realized what was going on. My, please get my change of clothes ready for me, and by the way, help me wash this outfit with my shoes. Changing into the slippers that the cat maid brought over, Chantal unbuttoned her blouse as she walked towards the bathroom. He was not at all short of money after demonstrating his talent, but his frugal nature, maintained over the years, prevented him from throwing it away. Meow. The cat maid tilted her head in confusion. Even as a royal beast it had heard of Chinner's name, but it didn't realize that this genius actually had such a frugal personality. Lying in the bathtub, Chanel felt his bones crumble. Needless to say, the cat maid had a real knack for taking care of people, and had everything in order by the time he walked into the bathroom. It's lucky it's a cat. What if it was a human? No wonder the academy is equipped with cat maids. It's just that they're afraid of young and impetuous students making mistakes. Chapter 61, to clean up the walkers? After taking a bath and changing into the clean clothes that the cat maid had brought, Chantal walked into the training room in the courtyard, all out. Before he took a bath, he let the recruiter, who had gone out to spread his wings, come back with the little ice dragon, and after the bath the two of them just happened to be back in the lair, waiting for Kyle to call out to them. As the words fell, two rays of light appeared in front of Chinner, and the two imperial beasts that had changed greatly appeared in front of him. Spirit Striker, rank, 27, qualification, gold, stamina, 94, attack, 41, defense, 49, special attack, 61, special defense, 56, speed, 45, small ice dragon, rank, 28, qualification, gold, stamina, 73, attack, 43, defense, 40, special attack, 59, special defense, 40, speed, 50. Compared to last time, these two little guys' level had risen too much. The little ice dragon was able to rise so fast presumably because of that portion of brainstones, but he hadn't let the soul recruiter eat too much of the brainstones, and it was actually able to rise so fast as well, which was a bit of an exaggeration, being only just a hair slower than the little ice dragon. Good lord, just how many walkers have you two killed in my absence? Surveying the two little ones with some amazement, Chantal spat through the link between the Imperial Beasts and the Imperial Beastmaster. Now the little ice dragon is no longer small, plus the tail 3 meters long body length, shoulder height is just one head shorter than others, and even able to ride. The dragon can even be ridden. As for the soul-inviting streamer, the little guy's size hadn't changed much, but there were more souls writhing on the streamer's surface, densely packed like maggots in a dry toilet in summer, and one look at him gave him a kind of physical discomfort, and he hastily moved away from the sight. Noticing Chinner's discomfort, a burst of embarrassment came from the inviting soul streamer. Then it hastily stretched its body, and the densely packed dead souls on the streamer's surface instantly disappeared, revealing the black surface of the streamer. I understand. I looked it up on the internet, and the Imperial Beasts in the line of soul invokers will show their power by revealing their absorbed souls in front of those close to them. Not waiting for the invoker to speak up, Chantal spoke up first to appease him. How to say it? Is just like the animal world he used to watch before the end of the world. The male animals will show their good side to attract the opposite sex. However, the other people's invocations are at most 10 dead souls. If more, the will of the invocation will not be able to suppress the will of the dead souls and thus go out of control, which is like his so, that the densely packed layers of dead souls cannot even be counted. Hearing that his own Imperial Beastmaster understood his movements, the Reckoner was relieved. Here, This is the best skill learning machine I got from my teacher for the stage you're at now. Come and learn. Saying that, Jenner took out the 4 skill learners and handed them to the blood-burning saint and the little ice dragon respectively. As for your words, not yet. Wait for another time. Have some of this first this time. Saying that, before the invoking spirit could show a frustrated expression, Jenner took the lead and took out a sacred heart lotus from his spatial backpack and handed it to the invoking spirit. As expected, the soul-invoking streamer was attracted to its attention the first time it saw the sacred heart lotus, and its slender streamer surface directly wrapped around Jenner's hand and kept spinning. The blood-burning saint, who had already used it a few times long ago, lightly picked up the bloodburst skill learner and stuck it to his head. Substantiated information flooded into the blood-burning saint's mind in a way that Chance could not comprehend. Soon, the blood-burning saint opened his eyes and the skill blood explosion was added to his skill list. On the other side, the little ice dragon saw this and also followed suit by picking up a white bone forest skill learner and sticking it on his head. It didn't take long for it to take the skill learner down. Once and for all, there were 8 chances left on this learner. Later to return to the time teacher. In the future who is not once through that I have to go over to laugh at him. After seeing that the 2 imperial beasts had already learned all 4 skills, and all in one go, Kyle put the skill learning machine away, deciding to make this a tradition for the skeleton line. Let's go. Back to the end world. This time you 2 have to advance to the elite level as well. Worrying about ears through the walls, so he didn't say the things about the post-apocalyptic world with his mouth, but instead directly communicated with the 3 imperial beasts in his head through the imperial beast contract. After the 2 imperial beasts advanced to the elite level, he would be able to do a lot more, and then he would be able to improve his strength a lot faster if he wanted to. First, he let the little ice dragon return to the imperial beast's world with the soul invoker, and then left the skill learning machine at home, telling the cat maid to find a chance to give it to the 2 professors afterward. Jenner then prepared some instant food, and then went back to his own room and locked the door, letting the blood-burning saint's flesh and blood wrap around himself like he did last time, and then went straight back to the end times world. He wasn't going to go out for the next 3 days. Now everyone who was in their right mind knew that he had a secret but wasn't sure what that secret was, so he didn't need to hide it too much. After all, it's not a leak to say that I have a secret. As soon as he arrived in the post-apocalyptic world, Chantal nearly fainted from the strong smell of blood, and the speaker that had been left here was nearly clogged with a bloodstain. When he opened his eyes, there were soft piles of bone-smoked zombie flesh and blood littering the ground, as well as piles of brainstones piled up in a small mountain. The flies were all buzzing around the lair like they were piling up into clouds, enjoying the feast. You go clean these up. Jenner people are numb, hastily said to the next blood-burning saints. He let the 2 little guys look at it before he left, to the blood-burning saints to stay a copy of it, but I did not think that these 2 little guys are so absolute. His lair. The blood-burning saint didn't have Jenner's thoughts. He walked over to the little ice dragon and gently rubbed the little guy's head. Then the black tendons on his body flew and surged into the pile of flesh and blood, devouring the ground full of flesh and blood and brainstones as if it was a pump. At the same time, his level was raised by 1 level to 43. Sentinel. Now that the zombie skeleton has grown very little for me, what will I do in the future? The little ice dragon swung its bone wings and landed in front of Jenner, inquiring with a hoarse voice that had gradually faded away from its childishness after growing to its current level. At this time, the little ice dragon also encountered the same trouble as the original abomination giant. The quality of ordinary zombies was too poor. There's no rush. Just absorb the undying bone during this time. The evolved corpse king in this city had already been cleaned up by Jenner last time, and the temporarily catalyzed evolved corpse king could only raise its level, not its base. So he would either have to leave this city to go to the next one, or he would have to let the little ice dragon temporarily use the immortalized bone to enhance it, which was of extremely high quality, just not quite in sufficient quantity. In fact, the best option now should be to immediately leave this small town and go to another cities. With the little ice dragon's current flying speed, it wouldn't take long to reach its destination. But for some reason, Chantal always felt that he would miss something this way, and it would be better to clean up all the zombies in the city before leaving. In the end, Jenner chose to trust his feelings. After all, this feeling had saved him no telling how many times in the end times. Chapter 62 Establishment of a Birthplace. Merit? Does it have anything to do with this? Chanel tilted his head to the sky and muttered in his mind. Alright, after we've absorbed all of this, we should get going. Where have you guys been cleaning up the walkers all this time? Holding the map of the city that he had smuggled over from that last store, Kyan asked the 2 imperial beasts. Several circles had been drawn on it, all of which were areas that Chance had cleared in the time since he'd gotten the double-pierced door, and all of them should be safe now, with only a few scattered walkers left. Roar! The little ice dragon came over and stretched out its icy blue bone claws to point at a place on the map. There were imperial beasts whose intelligence was not inferior to that of a human, and a quasi-god like the little ice dragon was one of them. And before leaving the end world, Jenner had taught the little ice dragon to read maps. Okay, this place has been cleared, so let's go here now. Nor did he specifically pick any zombie-heavy areas. Chance was now purely eliminating, going in order from top to bottom, left to right. Chief, that dragon is at it again. This time it has two people sitting on its back. Just as Chael and his imperial beasts began to clear the city of the remaining zombies, the other human gatherings in the city began to move. Because the little ice dragon acted in an extremely flamboyant manner and didn't even think about hiding, many people had discovered the little ice dragon's trail. When they first found out, they couldn't believe their eyes. Not to mention the zombies. Now even such fantasy creatures as the bone dragons had appeared. Was there any way for humans to live? But soon, they realized that the bone dragon seems to have no interest in the living. Just to hunt zombies, the living as long as they do not provoke it, even if it is from the front of the past, are not to pay attention to. They were relieved. Two people sitting on your back? Are you serious? The big man sitting on the main seat stood up all of a sudden, picking up the collar of the man who spoke and asked incredulously. Yeah, Chief, I saw it with my own eyes. There were really two people sitting on the back of that dragon, and I even captured it on camera. Saying that, the man hurriedly took out a picture. Cameras are a rarity at times like these, but it's worth it to be able to show changes in a place faster and more accurately. Let's just say, the burly man took the picture of an icy blue bone dragon soaring through the sky, with two humanoid things sitting on its back, although their faces could not be made out, but could clearly be seen. Since the blood-burning saint was about the size of a normal human, Kyle simply found a set of clothes for him to wear. The bone dragon has been tamed? What does that mean? The burly man's hand squeezed white as he gripped the photo, muttering something disturbing. His greatest fear now was a change of heart. Originally, there was peace and quiet between them and the little ice dragon, and well water did not interfere with river water. But now that the little ice dragon was suspected to have been tamed by other people, so would that dragon strike out at them because of the will of those two people? Not only did this one human gathering place think of this, but all the other human gatherings that had discovered the little ice dragon had all thought of this. Jenner grabbed the ribs of the little ice dragon and crouched on its back, still holding the cleaned horn in his mouth, which kept emitting ear-piercing screams, attracting all the surrounding zombies towards this side. As for why he had to sit in such a special position, it was because the little ice dragon's back was too choked. Next time he would have to go and buy a cushion or a saddle for flying. And since the Imperial Beasts world had flying Imperial Beasts, there must be special saddles for them. Looking at the densely packed zombies below, the little ice dragon couldn't help but let out an unimpeded dragon roar. And at the first opportunity, he used the skill he had just learned, White Bone Forest. As a dragon roar fell, the ground began to tremble, and meters of white bones rose up, running several walkers through. And it wasn't just one. A dense mass of giant skeletons rose up and ran through untold numbers of walkers. The soul-inviting streamer cheered and stretched up the surface of the streamer. At once, there was a gust of ghastly wind. The ghosts cried out. On the ground, the bodies of those running zombies twitched twice, and fell helplessly to the ground. Their souls were drawn away into the streamer. The blood-burning saint, wearing the same type of clothes as Jenner, sat peacefully on the back of the little ice dragon, his hands clasped to his chest, his gaze lowered, and instead of immediately striking out, he let his two little brothers spread their wings to their heart's content. Soon, the zombies that were gathered were cleaned up by the little ice dragon and the soul invoker that were on fire. Go! Next place! Jumping to the ground, watching the three Imperial Beasts lightly clean up all the zombie corpses. Even the blood stains on the ground were cleaned up. It was almost as if they were new. Jenner then opened his mouth and said, after they left, a sewer manhole cover which quietly opened a crack. See around, really no movement after the cover was pushed open. A dirty middle-aged woman unbelievably climbed out, head held high to look at the sun in the sky, even when his eyes, which had not seen the sun for a long time, were stung raw by the rays, and tears were streaming down his face. He did not turn his head, but just watched and let out a crazy laugh. Ha ha, they're all dead. That dragon and those two killed all the walkers. Come on out. As she called out, below, several people also emerged from the sewers and walked as if they were in a different world on the brightly lit street. The end times passed. After a long time, a man asked in a trembling voice, it's over. The end times are over. Ha, 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 ha. The others froze when they heard this, and after a long time, this was followed by yelling and screaming like they were crazy, but no walkers came to attack them. Gotta build a life shrine for those two saviors. After another good while, the 5 years of holding back and madness which had been vented cleanly, many people were lying directly on the ground, letting their faces feel the ground warmed by the sun. At this point, The woman who had come out at the very beginning spoke with a serious face. But we don't know what they're called or what they look like. The proposal drew a lot of agreement. But it was only soon that it occurred to them. Then carve it to look like a dragon, with 2 more men on its back and a streamer by its side. The woman pondered for a while before she spoke with a clench of her teeth. At those words, several people looked at each other and finally nodded their heads vigorously. Good. When all was said and done, the end times were extremely cured of procrastination. And soon enough, they got a piece of wood the length of a small arm to come over to them, and began carving it by the most handy carpenter of them all. The statue was worked on until the evening. When it was finished, an ice blue, thick-boned bone dragon carried 2 unreadable faces on its wings, a black streamer held in the hands of one of them. These survivors gathered in a hotel lobby and bowed down respectfully to the statue. At the same time, an indescribable energy surged down the statue and into Chiener and his 3 imperial beasts, with the little ice dragon taking the lion's share. Chapter 63, Ascending the Divine Long Step. What is it? Chiener, who was about to boil some water to get some instant noodles to make a meal, jumped straight up. Feeling the strange energy that suddenly flooded into his body, the whole person froze. At this moment, the 3 imperial beasts surrounding Chiener all stood up, and they all felt that strange energy. At this moment, Chiener frowned as he felt the strange energy that suddenly surged into his body. This energy was very different from merit, something he had never seen before, but he couldn't figure out what was going on because the numbers were so sparse. And at that moment, there was a new discovery on the little ice dragon's side. Hello? Along with a puzzled purr, a layer of white light suddenly lit up on the azure-colored body of the little ice dragon. At this moment, the little ice dragon's gaze froze as it heard some peculiar sounds. Thanking the dragon god for blessing us back to the surface. Thanking the dragon god for clearing enough space for us to survive. Countless mixed thoughts rushed into the little ice dragon's mind together. Although it was not so bad as to affect the little ice dragon's character, the feeling of countless people whispering in his ears was still not pleasant, adding a few points of nameless anger to the little ice dragon's heart. And just when the little ice dragon didn't know what to do, the golden energy that had previously been hidden deep within the little ice dragon's body suddenly appeared, pouring down from the top of the little ice dragon's head like a clear stream. In an instant, the little ice dragon that was still annoyed suddenly calmed down, and the white energy that had suddenly appeared before was completely under its control. For a moment, the body of the little ice dragon shimmered with a holy light, as if it were a statue of a god in a temple, and a good-smelling sandalwood fragrance emanated from its bony body. The little ice dragon sniffed the weird sandalwood scent coming from its body, and although there was no change on the bone dragon's face, Chiener still felt that it was revealing an expression of disgust. Roar! Greeting the worried eyes of Chiener and the other 2 imperial beasts, the little ice dragon immediately opened its mouth to explain the changes in its body. The prayer in my ears with the sandalwood on my body. This stuff can't be faith, can it? After listening to the little ice dragon's description, Chiener raised an eyebrow and muttered, "It's really hard to tell with this stuff. The merits are out, and it doesn't seem odd that another faith would come out. But I didn't realize that merit actually had the effect of suppressing belief distractions." At this moment, a touch of joy gradually appeared on his face. He thought he already knew what his hunch was. Faith, that's a seriously big opportunity. If a whole planet of people believed in him, then he couldn't say he could really make a few divine beasts. In that case, let's start with this city. Saying that, Chiener didn't bother to soak up the noodles, directly took out the pasty and sprinkled it with seasoning and dry chewed it into his stomach, and then wiped his hands and stood up to urge the little ice dragon to hurry up and take action. 3 days passed by in a flash, and 3 days later, a beaming Chanel rinsed the blood off of himself and a few imperial beasts with a hose in Chanel's lair. These 3 days several of them can be said to be sleepless, as far as possible to search for the zombies still remaining in the city, and finally, by virtue of the small ice dragon's terrifying flight speed and the blood-burning saint's blood and flesh perception ability, successfully killed all the zombies in the entire city all, and consciously in the entrance of a few human gatherings to waving flyover. He believed that people who can live for so long in the end of the world certainly do not have a small cute. As expected, not long after, the small ice dragon body white light more even a few points. The sandalwood flavor is also more and more intense. Between every move, quite a few points of the meaning of the solemnity of the treasure. As for chance and invocation and blood-burning saints, not so much. They weren't as conspicuous as Little Ice Dragon in the end, and those people were clearly more toward Little Ice Dragon when they prayed. And these 3 days of intense exclusion down, although most of the time is looking for the fallen zombies, the strength improvement is not as big as before, but still not to be underestimated. Among them, the level of Little Ice Dragon and the soul-inviting streamer were the most significant. All of them had entered the elite level. Little Ice Dragon had reached level 39, while the soul-inviting streamer had only reached level 37 because it hadn't eaten too many brainstones. But the souls within the streamer were even more, and if all of them were to be shown out, The densely layered souls of the dead would almost make it impossible for people to tell whether it was the human world or the hell in front of them. As for the blood-burning saint, he had already broken through the early stages of the township and was now at the terrifying level 46. Now if Qian'er were to encounter that wind demon flying Lian's royal beastmaster from back then, the blood-burning saints would be able to crush him with one hand. Go back. Satisfied with the fact that his squad in front of him was not considered weak even in the world of imperial beasts, Qian'er smiled and said. As the words fell, his face turned dry before him, and eventually, the familiar bedroom appeared before his eyes. The blood-burning saint retracted the flesh and blood that wrapped around Qian'er, and it was only then that Qian'er noticed that a thin layer of dust had accumulated on the ground. It looked like the catmaid did follow his instructions not to enter his room until he came out. Moving his body, he pushed open the door and stepped out of the house. The catmaid who was lying on the sofa catching up on cat dramas was immediately startled when she heard the commotion. The ears on the top of her head pressed directly into airplane ears, and the short green hairs on her body exploded. After violently shoving the tablet under the crack of the sofa and twisting its head to see that it was Qian'er, it sighed in relief, then pointed at the clothes on Qian'er's body and meowed. Okay, I'll change, and later, please go in and clean my house. Chantal could hear the catmaid's words and grinned as she picked up the pile of clothes on the couch that had been folded and changed into them. Walking out the front door of his dormitory, he stretched, listening to the rattling of his vertebrae, and had the feeling that he was in a world of his own. Going straight to Professor Young? The blood-burning saint dressed in the same clothes as Chandler stood behind Chandler and asked in a low voice. No, let's get a good meal first. I'm craving it. Rubbing his stomach and looking at the time, there was still more than an hour left before the time he had agreed with Professor Zhang in the first place. There was still time. Qian'er decided to go to the cafeteria first. These 3 days he almost grew on the back of the little ice dragon. Every day either flying in the sky or killing zombies. Eating is also directly take some snacks to make up a mouthful. Can make him greedy. The blood-burning saint nodded and followed behind Qian'er in silence, entering the cafeteria. In the horrified eyes of the chef who opened a small stove for them who stayed in school, Qian'er directly ordered food for 5 people and finished it without any leftovers, before patting his stomach and saying goodbye to the chef and then turning to leave, leaving behind the messy chef looking at the big pot of food in the big dinner plate and doubting his life. Weird. My cooking breakthrough? He couldn't help but pick up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth and chewed it twice, the doubt in his eyes intensifying. The flavor hasn't changed. It's still the same as before. How long has the boy not eaten? Anyway? Chapter 64, Professor Du Shiyu of the Water Department. Yo, I knew you were here. Just walked to the door of the cafeteria, and before he went out, the cafeteria door was pushed open, and Professor Zhang, who was full of smiles, came in from the outside, and smiled after he saw Qian'er, but I don't know why, but his face was covered with bloodstains, and he was about to break his face. Is it the point already? Chantal froze for a moment, lifting her wrist to check the time. It was clear that there was still some time left. No, it's a few of your senior brothers, who went over with me this time, and all wanted to meet you after hearing about you, so I thought I'd let you all get to know each other while there was still time before we left. Professor Zhang smiled and opened his mouth to explain. So, go on then. Hearing his senior brother, a hint of interest flashed in Qian'er's eyes. Okay, follow me. Seeing that Qian'er had already finished his meal and was ready to leave, Professor Zhang then turned around and led him out of the cafeteria. A group of people were getting together and whispering on the second square inside the academy. On the podium, 2 people, a man and a woman, were standing there chatting. The male Qian'er recognized. It was Professor Yang Shueihai of the Department of Undead Souls. As for the middle-aged beautiful woman, Qian'er did not recognize, but looking at Professor Yang Shueihai's attitude, that should also be a professor of a certain department. Yo, come on. Yang Shueihai, who was talking to the woman, smiled and greeted Qian'er and Zhang Xian after seeing them. At that moment, the eyes of everyone in the square turned and stared at Qian'er in unison. Eyes of amazement, envy, jealousy and hostility fell in unison on Chandler's body. Hostile? Chanel raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but put a smile on his face. This time, the Secret Realm Academy has given 3 departmental slots. The Blood and Flesh Department, the Undead Soul Department and the Water Department. And each department can send out 3 people, 1 professor to lead the team, and 2 students to go over to the gold plating. Professor Zhang smiled and explained to Qian'er. Yang Shueihai, you know. The one next to him is Ms. Du Siye of the Water Department, also a professor of the Water Department, and likewise a quasi-king level Imperial Beast Master. Now, Chantal understood where that hostility came from. He had killed 2 of the Water Department's assistant professors, and it wasn't unusual for him to be viewed that way. Come, all come here, all get to know each other. This is Qian'er, the strongest genius in the history of Imperial Beasts. Professor Zhang clapped his hands and gathered all 6 students in the square, while Qian'er was also observing the 6 seniors at that moment. After cleaning up an entire city of zombies, the faith and merit had strengthened his observation to almost a terrifying level, and he was even able to vaguely detect some images of the future. A burly man with gnarled muscles and a friendly smile on his face, whose body, though cleaned well, still smelled vaguely of blood and putrid stench, would be the flesh and blood faculty. A tall, thin, svelte young man wearing glasses, but the smell of grudges on his body was almost overflowing. The undead soul department students were undoubtedly. A woman with a pale face, shrouded in black robes, also had the fluctuations of undead souls in her body, but it seemed a bit strange. A burly young man with tan skin and a bright smile on his face, but Chandler could still feel a surge of hatred underneath that smile. As for the last one, it was a short woman who seemed to be afraid of Qian'er and kept shrinking behind the burly youth, and probably wouldn't have made a sound if Professor Zhang hadn't called her. "How are you, junior brother? I'm your 3rd senior brother, a junior in the blood and flesh department. My name is Wang Duo, just call me Brother Wang." The muscular youth came over and hooked Qian'er's shoulders, smilingly opening his mouth, extremely intimate in his tone. "My name is Lin Sin, and that's my 3rd sister Lin Xiao. We're both juniors in the Department of Undead Souls, only we're not the personal disciples of Professor Yang Shuihai." The spectacled youth pointed at the black-robed girl, his face filled with an intimate smile. "Qian'er, right? My name is Wen Yuanjie, and Wen Yuanzhou is my 4th brother." The burly young man who looked like a fisherman had a friendly smile on his face, but Kyle could still easily sense the malice hidden underneath it. I guess if he hadn't been able to beat himself, this guy would have had to pounce and duel with himself. Come to think of it, when had a self-appointed son of the world ever been so killed by a mudblood? That girl's name is Zhou Xin. Social terrorism? Don't mind her. The 3rd elder brother held Qian'er's shoulder and pointed at the last petite young girl and opened his mouth smilingly. "Junior brother, you've really become a Jingguo-level Imperial Beast Master?" After all parties had been introduced, the group found a shady spot to sit and chat. Although when Yuanji hated to kill Qian'er immediately, his face didn't show any difference and he walked over with a smile. And as soon as he sat down, the 3rd senior brother immediately couldn't wait to ask, which directly caused all the students' eyes to look over. "Sure." In response, Chandler had nothing to hide, and admitted it directly and graciously. Hiss. For a moment, the sound of sucking in cool air was endless, although he had already been mentally prepared before. But after seeing Qian'er really admit it down, the sense of shock was still self-evident. "Awesome, junior brother. Our eldest brother graduated for a year before just breaking through the township guard level. On this was also those media all-blowing. Said what Darkness Department Imperial Beast Master future star. Now see if he still dare in front of us stinking fart." 3rd senior brother Wang Duo smilingly patted Qian'er's shoulder. It looked like his relationship with his eldest senior brother wasn't exactly good. Chanel's eyes flickered slightly as he mulled it over in his mind. In the chat, he learned that all of these people are all junior students. Only he is the only one who just enrolled in the school. Among them, the 3rd senior brother Wang Duo, and when Yuanji's strength is the strongest, has just broken through to the elite level. The rest of them are all senior royal beastmasters. Want to take advantage of the opportunity to break through the elite of this secret realm. "Alright, boys, come on over and gather." After chatting for a while, Professor Zhang's voice suddenly came over, and the 6 of them immediately got up and headed towards the 3 professors. Professor Dushiyu still did not give Qian'er a good look, but Qian'er did not care. After all, what he did in the first place was indeed to press people's faces on the ground to rub them, and people saw that he did not take action on the spot, was all ready to give face to the college. At this moment, Professor Yang Shuihai's shadow stood up from the ground at some point, and it was the same shadow demon that he had seen at the beginning. The undead soul sentinel is just that, especially convenient. The 3rd elder brother came to his ear and whispered a word of explanation. As soon as the words fell, countless pitch-black arms suddenly stretched out from the shadows beneath all of their feet, pulling these people down towards the shadows. Qian'er, who had already seen it once, didn't panic, knowing that it was a skill developed by Professor Yang Shuihai by tapping into the potential of the subterranean shadow skill. Chapter 65, The True King Who Rises from the Dead? Gradually, his vision became flush with the ground, and eventually, Chantal blacked out, and by the time light appeared before him again, he had appeared in a world of dark shadows everywhere. This is the world of shadows, where everything is upside down, so if you're accidentally pulled into it, remember not to reveal yourself as a real-world creature. Yang Shuihai's voice slowly came from the very front of the group, and it was only then that Chandler realized they were encased in a black, transparent film of light, like the one-sided glass of a car. This is a shadow bubble created by the shadow demon to isolate your scent, and because of this, you are able to appear here without being attacked by the natives of the shadow world. Seemingly sensing Qian'er's puzzled look, Yang Xuehai made a point of explaining to him. Not long after the words were spoken, he spoke again. Sit tight, the shadow bubble is going to start floating up. As soon as the words fell, a sense of weightlessness came over him, and immediately afterward, Qian'er felt the image in front of him change again, and by the time he opened his eyes again, sunlight had appeared in front of his eyes. Professor Yang, long time no see. A hearty laugh came from in front of him, and Chantal whipped his head around to find a lean man in a military uniform with an animal claw scar on his face. Noticing Qian'er's line of sight, the lean man twisted his head to look at him, and then gave a friendly smile to Qian'er, who could clearly feel the goodwill coming from him. Ah, the military. In the first moment, Chandler knew the identity of the man. Elder brother Gu. It has indeed been a long time. This time are we going to go in directly or wait for everyone to go in together? This time it was Yang Xuehai who was leading the team, so he was mainly speaking to Yang Xuehai. Just go right in. Smiling, he finished. He simply gave way to a narrow building that didn't have any windows, only a door. Yang Xuehai led a group of people into the building and then stood on a spell formation painted on the building. In the next moment, the phalanx lit up and his body directly disappeared. The secret realm is the formation of the dead Imperial Beast Master's Imperial Beast space. This kind of secret realm can't be opened if there is no correct method. That spell formation is one of the methods to communicate with the secret realm. The third senior brother explained to Qian'er in a low voice, and when he finished, he walked up to the spell formation, and the light lit up, and his figure just disappeared into the small room. You're next. First time in the secret realm. Relax. Professor Zhang patted Qian'er's shoulder and smiled. Good. There was nothing to be nervous about. Walking up to the phalanx, Qian'er only felt as if he blinked his eyes and the world in front of him changed. From a dark and cramped concrete house to an endless dense forest. This secret realm was created about 400 years ago by the Imperial Beast space of a true king-level Imperial Beast Master of the Empire who fell in the rebellion of the Eight Kings. And that Imperial Beast Master was of the grass system. So the Imperial Beast space looks like this. Yang Xuehai took out a bunch of instruments from his spatial backpack and placed them on the ground, while opening his mouth to explain to Qian'er. Only Qian'er was the first time to enter the secret realm in this group. As for the rebellion of the Eight Kings, it was the great cleansing of the worldly families set off by those 8 geniuses who were oppressed by the worldly families in the first place. Do you know what we're doing on this trip? After placing all the instruments and looking at the data displayed above, Yang Xuehai asked with a smile. I don't know. Qian'er shook his head. Professor Zhang hadn't told him that. Old Zhang's mouth is pretty tight. Yang Xuehai glanced at Qian'er and said with some surprise. Then this was explained to him. After a true king-level royal beast master falls, there is a great probability that their royal beasts will also fall with them. And the whale fall of a true king-level royal beast feeds back into the royal beast space, and can make this royal beast space filled with treasures of that lineage everywhere. And in the past, this secret realm kept on outputting a kind of crystal called the wood source crystal, which can accelerate the growth of grass lineage royal beasts. But about 5 years ago, this kind of crystals never appeared again. In order to investigate the reason, the officials sought us to come in many times to investigate what was going on. But we were about to turn the whole secret realm upside down. Still found nothing, so the officials sealed this secret realm. He said, pursing up his lips as if he was feeling a little incredulous. But just last month, the army in charge of guarding this secret realm suddenly reported that the secret space had been opened. Not smuggled in with a phalanx like the one we came in with, but opened like summoning an imperial beast, and then a naked man walked out of it. The moment he just stepped out, he was startled by the army outside and hurriedly drilled back in. And later, the officials checked the information and found that that person resembled the true King Beastmaster Qi Qiankuan who fell here 400 years ago when he was young. But at that time, Qi Qiankuan was already confirmed to have been killed, and even the body was fed to his own imperial beast by one of the 8 kings. This is recorded in detail in the history books, and there are even old people who experienced that turmoil in the beginning who are still alive now, and they are also able to provide human witnesses. Professor Zhang stepped out of the spell and added, it's like a scene from the resurrection of the dead made a lot of people sit up and send a lot of people in to explore, but there was no harvest as in previous years past. Du Shi walked in from the spell formation and slowly opened her mouth. At this time, all of the Imperial Academy's group had entered the secret realm. The Empire would love for a new true king to emerge, but it doesn't want this true king to be a resurrection of a previous corpse. Yang Xuehai said softly as he looked at the data displayed on the instrument that was exactly the same as before. Ha ha, but there's no need to worry. So many times in the past there was no problem. This time is sure to be the same. That thing to say that the soldiers stationed there misread it is not so much, but that level of the Imperial Beastmaster resurrected. Surely there will be a true king present to solve the problem. We are just going through the motions. Professor Zhang smiled and soothed. Let's go. Keep going deeper. Release all the imperial beasts. At least make sure you have one to protect you. Just as Yang Shuihai finished speaking, the blood-burning saints wearing the same clothes as him slowly stepped out behind Shan'er. At the first sight of the blood-burning saints, Lin Xiao, who was wrapped in a black robe and had a very odd aura, stared wide-eyed as a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Her talent is the top talent parsing pupil, which can parse everything it sees. This talent has no obvious lineage tendency. It's fine to go to any lineage. She followed her brother because he's in the undead lineage. The moment she saw the blood-burning saint, it was as if she had a hallucination in front of her eyes. Countless people wailed in the midst of blood and fire, and the body of that imperial beast detained hundreds of thousands of people at least. What a level of evil this is! For a moment, she couldn't believe her eyes, and looked at Kyle with even more awe in her eyes. Why? Why is it that after killing hundreds of thousands of people this demon can still laugh? Chapter 66, Sighting Flesh and Forest Ghosts. What Lin Xiao saw was naturally unknown to the others, but her brother Lin Sin seemed to have sensed something and quietly squeezed Lin Xiao's hand to calm her down. Come on, get in. After seeing that everyone had summoned imperial beasts to protect themselves, Yang Shuihai nodded and continued to walk ahead with the detector in his hand. Teacher, I've seen Yu Fei Yi from the military before. He's a sacred lineage paraking, able to unconditionally revive imperial beasts or people below the Jingu level. Is it the sacred lineage imperial beasts making a move this time as well? Qian'er walked over to Professor Zhang and asked in a low voice. And Professor Zhang observed the surroundings and made sure that there was no danger before he explained to him. Currently there is this speculation about this matter as well. But in order to resurrect an imperial beast master of that level, one would have to be a true god at the very least. And even we're still unclear about whether or not a true god can resurrect an imperial beast master of that level. It's just a speculation based on the past performance of the sacred lineage imperial beasts. In addition, we have studied his past life trajectory, and there is absolutely no possibility that he has come into contact with a true god. Only then did Chanel nod, but the tight frown remained unrelieved. Teacher, I didn't feel it outside the jungle, but after I entered here, I don't know why, but I always have a feeling that my heart is pounding. Something is not right here. I can't go deeper. Go. Without hesitation, Chantal stopped at the first opportunity and gave that out, his feet moving backward as he spoke. Quick, all out. At that, the three leading professors' faces changed, not doubting what Chantal had said, and the black shadow bubbles enveloped all of them at the first opportunity, about to dive down to the ground. It's times like these when no one's feelings can be ignored, and just as the shadow bubble dived into the shadow world, a violent roar came from overhead, cracking the shadow bubble all over the place. If they'd been a moment slower, they'd probably have been left there. What was that just now? Silence was the dominant theme within the shadow bubble, and all of the remaining students, with the exception of Chantal, had yet to react from the turn of events they had just witnessed. Lin Xiao muttered with his eyes lifeless, and the three professors were all frowning. Originally they all thought that this time they would bring their students to gild the lily like before. But how did this happen this time? Without saying a word, Professor Zhang immediately opened the imperial beast space. The next moment, a huge eyeball floating in the air floated out of it. Citing meat, attributes, flesh, blood, superpower, rank, qualifications, physical strength race value, 90, attack racial value, 55, defense racial value, 65, special attack race value, 95, special defense race value, 85, speed race value, 70, total racial value, 460. The attributes of this sight flesh appeared in front of Channer's eyes. He realized that none of Professor Zhang's imperial beast's racial values seemed to be very high, and now he saw that the highest was that flesh demon. But every one of them had a mastery. He just didn't know what this sight flesh's mastery was anymore. Find out what the hell that thing just was, Professor Young asked, staring at the sight flesh. As the words fell, a light flashed through the huge pupils of the sight flesh, and in the next moment, a blue screen of light was projected by the sight flesh with mental power. Imperial beasts like sight flesh inherently learn the seeing skill and are able to observe many things, and this sight flesh of old Zhang's has tapped into the seeing skill to the extreme and is unrivaled in terms of intelligence. Yang Shuihai smiled and explained to a few curious-faced students, and soon, there was a picture in the light screen. It was when they had just entered the forest. Everything was still normal, and all three professors' eyes were glued to the screen, trying to find out what exactly it was that had just attacked them. But just then, the image of the sighting flesh suddenly began to climb, all the way up to the sky. Professor Zhang let out a puzzled voice, but the image still kept climbing, until the entire forest was lost in it. The moment they saw the entire forest, the three professors all stared in disbelief. The entire forest took the shape of a hideous human face and was writhing. It was alive. This is a forest ghost? Yes, that's a grass true king, or died horizontally. No body left. After he died, the imperial beast's grievances were rampant. It's only normal to give birth to forest ghosts. But, why have we never noticed this before? Dusiye rubbed her head and mumbled, forest ghosts, attributes, grass, dead souls, physical strength race value, 60, attack racial value, 55, defense racial value, 90, special attack race value, 145, special defense race value, 90, speed race value, 80, total racial value, 520. Third senior brother took out his icon and found Lin Ghost's attributes and reported them. The perceptions of everyone who enters this place have been modified. There's not only a forest ghost here, there's also an undead soul system imperial beast that specializes in infesting human minds and is at least true king ranked. Otherwise it would be impossible to hide it from me. Yang Shuehai was also full of seriousness at this time. The change of events that occurred during this exploration of the secret realm had completely disrupted his original vacation plans. Old Yang, have to go out first to inform the others that they can't come in. In addition, need the Empire to send a true king to probe. Something is very wrong here. Even though she didn't have a good relationship with the professor of the darkness department because of Qian'er's incident, it was impossible for Du Shiyu to say backstabbing at a time like this, but she immediately opened her mouth and said, I'm heading for the exit. As the words fell, the familiar feeling of uplift came, and as the shadow bubble shattered, the concrete house that had just been seen reappeared. The surroundings were calm, as if the kind of change that had just occurred had not occurred at all. Ugh, weird, why are we back here? A bewildered voice came from behind him, and Chantal's steps toward the concrete house lurched back. The one who spoke was none other than Lin Senator. This third-year student of the Undead Soul Department was at this moment filled with bewilderment, as if he didn't even remember what had just happened. Qian'er turned his head and realized that the others had the same expression, and the third elder brother who had just flipped out the forest ghost iconography was similarly filled with bewilderment. As for the three professors, they were grim-faced and seemed to be resisting something, trying to go in the direction of the concrete house while thinking about going back. They actually all fell for it without realizing it. Qian'er's pupils shrank. As to why he hadn't been hit, he estimated in his heart that it should be because of faith or merit. Without any hesitation, he immediately allowed the blood-burning saint to rush into the concrete house with him and stood on the teleportation array at the first opportunity. But after a long time had passed, the teleportation array still didn't have any response. Chapter 67. Is it consciousness or law that has changed? Qian'er gradually sighed, understanding that this place had been blocked off, and just then, Professor Zhang's puzzled voice came from outside the door. Chanel, what's wrong with you? Patting his cheeks, he exchanged a glance with the blood-burning saints, and at the same time felt the little ice dragon with the soul-invoking streamer that was in full gear in the Imperial Beast's space, which put a smile on his face once again. Nothing, just curious about the teleportation array. Saying that, Qian'er smiled and walked out from the house, uncharacteristically reaching out and hooking Professor Zhang's shoulder, as if they were brother and sister affectionately. Judging from what just happened, that unknown undead soul lineage Imperial Beast shouldn't have wanted them to know about this place, and that's why it cleared their knowledge of the abnormality of this place. This situation was probably not going to work with his mouth, so Chance had to think of a way to hint at it. Professor Zhang frowned slightly, but quickly stretched, and did not peel away Qian'er's arm, but smiled and walked towards the pile of people. Seeing Qian'er and Professor Zhang's appearance, both Yang Shuehai and Du Xie all froze for a moment, then quickly recovered their original expressions. Teacher, the view looks pretty good here. Ha! Chanel's finger on Professor Young's shoulder gently writes out what just happened, but Professor Young's face is full of confusion. He couldn't recognize what it was. He could sense that it wasn't share, that it was some sort of systematic writing, but he couldn't recognize it. Has my perception been modified? At the moment, the first thought that flashed through his mind came to him, and then the thought grew chaotically like an unorganized weed. We're just here on vacation this time. To gild your resumes, just touch the fish and paddle. Don't worry about it too much. Do you have any places you'd like to go? Yang Shuehai smiled and opened his mouth to ask at this moment, but his eyes were fixed on Qian'er, signaling him to speak. So that's how it is. Then let's not go into the forest. It's so deep. God knows what kind of mosquitoes and other things are in there. Qian'er chuckled. He was trying to see if he could go into the forest without going in. At that time in the eyes of the sight flesh he could see very clearly. The whole forest was a hideous human face, all part of that imperial beast called the forest ghost. How could he still go in such a situation? However, just after these words were said, everyone in the room, except for Qian'er and his imperial beasts, all had puzzled expressions on their faces. What are you talking about? Of course we have to go into the jungle, otherwise we can't do our investigation. Yang Shuehai asked with a blank face. not feeling the slightest bit that there was anything wrong with his words. Seeing this, Qianer slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, a helpless smile on his face. It looked like that thing was going to have to let them in for a walk. Did you leave a mark on the road before? These guys don't come in handy anymore. They have to power through. Kaya lashed through the Imperial Beast pack towards the blood-burning saints. Don't worry, it's been left in place. The blood-burning saint, who shared a common mind with Qianer, certainly understood what Qianer was thinking in this situation. So he took the first step to leave a mark without waiting for Qianer's command. To be honest, he was annoyed right now. Usually when he fought, he would just go up and punch to punch, which was like right now when he didn't even know what his opponent was. Nodding his head slightly, Qianer stopped talking to the blood-burning saint and followed the crowd towards the depths of the dense forest. Sensei, does it have to be an undead soul lineage Imperial Beast to modify one's perception? Walking on the road, Qianer suddenly opened his mouth and asked towards Yong Shuihai. Of course not. The undead lineage and the supernatural lineage are both capable of such things, but the supernatural lineage is restrained by the undead lineage, and even the true king of the supernatural lineage has no way of modifying my perceptions. Qianer, this no end of a question, Yong Shuihai asked. Originally just holding a vacation mentality to come, he quickly alerted, carefully perceived the surrounding, but did not perceive anything abnormal, quite an anomaly. This was a royal beast space where a horizontal true king had died, and there were people in front of them who said that someone had seen the true king come back from the dead with their own eyes. But why was this place so calm? Associated with Qianer's question just now, Yong Shuihai understood that something must have happened. Shadow demon, seal a backup of my memories. Without hesitation, he immediately spoke to the shadow demon through the Imperial Beast contract while he was still considered awake. As the words fell, the shadows at his feet swayed twice, and eventually returned to calm. But in addition to that, some special Imperial Beasts can also do similar effects, like the Qi family's family heirloom Imperial Beast, the Golden Law Xieji, an Imperial Beast that can modify the rules within a certain range, can also do the same. Du Siye, who hadn't been treating Qianer in a good manner, also opened her mouth at this time and added. Obviously at this time, she also noticed the abnormality and began to provide clues to Qianer, who was currently the only one awake. She, is it related to Qi Qiankuan, the grass true king who fell here? Chantal asked, stroking his chin and opening his mouth as if it were casual conversation. Qi Wenbai of the Qi family had even pulled him in at the beginning, so it could be said that it was considered a family that he was more familiar with, but he didn't expect that he could actually hear the Qi family's name here. Qi Qiankuan is a person of the Qi family. According to wild history records, when one of the 8 kings of the rebellion, there was one who was a person of the Qi family, and also one of Qi Qiankuan's sons, but was not favored. After he was captured by the Qi family, and forced to ask for the opportunity, he gave the opportunity that originally belonged to him to his own brother. That person had a grudge against the Qi family in this regard, so much so that after that he ascended to be the king, and the first thing he did was to exterminate the Qi family and killed his own father with his own hands, then had his own Imperial Beast split his father's corpse and swallow it. As for how the Qi family survived afterward, it should be that all the great families have some branches, waiting for the 8 kings to resurface after being purged. Mentioning this, do you knew extraordinarily much? You that are wild history, do not guarantee really. 8 kings in the end is which 8 simply no records have been passed down. When those old people were also placed under a ban, simply cannot be revealed, and even what they use the Imperial Beasts do not know. Professor Zhang interrupted her and frowned in reprimand. Upon hearing this, Du Xia bristled and stopped speaking, but glared fiercely at Professor Zhang. Qianer did not say anything. Frowning, his brain spun rapidly. I do not know why. He always had a hunch that this wild history seems to be really a little bit of fidelity. The law. Kyle rubbed his chin and thought it seemed like a good idea to try and find out if the law made a change in the rules or if some kind of powerful undead Imperial Beast was at work. Giving the blood-burning saint a wink, he nodded slightly and maneuvered the black tendons on his body to form a glyph. But the few who saw the words were filled with bewilderment. Chapter 68, Thinking Wrong. All wrong. The Torah binds both sides. It's been altered that badly? Can't even read the words anymore? Kyle sighed and stopped, standing still at the edge of the forest. Further in was the face of that king-class forest ghost. He didn't want to play bungee jumping with his life. Set the mountain on fire. Without any hesitation, such an order was given directly to the blood-burning saints. Good. A steady reply came from behind Qianer, and in the next moment, the sound of burning accompanied by a wave of heat came to the surface, and golden flames flared up on the body of the blood-burning saint in an instant. He rushed into the middle of the forest, his burning leg kicking hard against the wood. Golden flames stained the wood like an attached bone and began to blaze. The wood, still with moisture, burned, emitting thick black smoke mixed with green smoke, choking many people who began to cough. Manifestation demon. Turn into a volcanic dragon and follow along to burn the mountain. Professor Zhang, who had been paying attention to Qian'er, wasn't sure what was going on, but he knew very well that he had to follow Qian'er at this time. As the words fell, the human head-sized Manhwa demon drilled out of the imperial beast space and grew in midair against the wind, and along with a dragon's roar that carried the scent of sulfur, a tens of meters tall behemoth with a volcano on its back appeared in the middle of the forest. This was the fire plus rock type imperial beast volcanic dragon. Despite its name, it didn't have a dragon type, and its overall appearance was like a Godzilla with a volcano on its back, standing up as a man, with lava rolling down from the crater on its back, burning a forest dry. Yang Shuihai didn't say anything, but just told the shadow demon to be ready to turn on the shadow escape at any time. Although Du Siye didn't speak, the air around her was quietly humid, and her imperial beasts were hidden around her, protecting the crowd, including Qian'er who hadn't been left out. All three professors had noticed something strange about Qian'er, so they were all paying attention to Qian'er's every move. Roar! A grandiose roar that is hard to describe came from all directions. The forest on the ground began to creep upwards, as if something was trying to stand up. True King level forest ghost. Run! As a professor of the Department of Undead Souls, Yang Shuihai man was numb and shouted. The shadow bubble enveloped everyone and dived into the ground at the first opportunity. And just as they entered the shadow world at the last moment, a thick vine fell hard and smashed into the shadow bubble. In an instant, the shadow bubble was strewn with cracks, and all the people inside were sent flying, stacked one on top of the other. But fortunately, the vine didn't shatter the shadow bubble. A peak quasi-king shadow demon is still top. What the hell happened before, little guy? In the shadow world, a group of people recovered with great difficulty, sitting on the ground and breathing heavily. Yang Shuihai looked at Qian'er and asked solemnly, "We've already been here once before and encountered the forest ghost, and you said that there might be another true king-ranked undead soul lineage imperial beast that was in league with the forest ghost, modifying your perceptions. But right now, I have a feeling that shouldn't be the case." Qian'er raised his head solemnly. There were too many suspicions about what had happened before, and he now thought it was unlikely that it was some true king-ranked undead soul system imperial beast that was in cahoots with the forest ghost. "Say what you think, Du Shiyu." Full of disgust, pushed Professor Zhang, who was leaning on her, away and sat down against the edge of the shadow bubble with her legs in her arms, looking at Qian'er and asking seriously. When danger comes, she protects Chanel as a student, though she still has a distaste for him, and is, in general, a fairly competent teacher. It's the Torah that I was talking about just now. The first time we went back outside to the teleportation array there, the forest ghost didn't make any movements, so that's why I had this guess. With that, Chanel lifted his head and looked at everyone. The enemy we've been guessing before has two true king-level imperial beasts. This could be false. They're most likely two opposing sides to each other. And although the law restrains us, it also restrains the forest ghosts. It had to be said that the speculation was bold, but if it was confirmed, then the pressure on them plummeted straight away. "Are you sure?" Yang Shuihai asked, staring into Qian'er's eyes. "Not yet. Need to try again." Chanel shook his head. "Okay, how to try? I'll go with you." Yang Shuihai didn't say anything. Du Shiyu stood up and opened her mouth. They can now all rely on Yang Shuihai's shadow demon. He can't afford to have any problems. So another person is needed to protect Qian'er. Qian'er didn't say anything and looked at both Yang Shuihai and Zhang Xian, a glance that directly made Du Shiyu's face darken. "Don't worry, Ms. Du is a bit straight-talking, but she's still very trustworthy at times like this." Zhang Xian smilingly patted Du Siye's shoulder and was greeted with her death stare. At this moment, Qian'er suddenly noticed that the scratches on Professor Zhang's face seemed to match the width of Du Siye's fingernails a bit. After another look at the two men, it dawned on Chanel, hoping that even the referee is on my side. Good, then I'll trouble Professor Du. Seeing that both of them had agreed to come down, Yang Shuihai then let the shadow demon detach a doppelganger to follow Qian'er, and detached a small shadow bubble to wrap around the two of them to float out towards the location of the concrete house on the ground. After coming out, Qian'er turned his head in the direction of Lin Hai for the first time. As expected, the entire forest had been erected, and a hideous face hundreds of meters tall and made of giant trees was staring viciously at itself. The fire on its face had been extinguished, but it was bald for a large chunk. Du Shiyu's heart tightened as a water snake made up of water currents appeared at her side. This was none other than her imperial beast water soul, which was composed of impermanent pure water and had no fixed form. Water spirit, attribute, water. Physical strength race value, 60. Attack racial value, 75. Defense racial value, 85. Special attack race value, 100. Special defense race value, 85. Speed race value, 115. Total racial value, 520. She and Water Spirit stood behind Chantal, watching the forest ghost warily. However, the forest ghost did not make any movements, and after the two sides confronted each other for a while, the forest ghost had no choice but to lie down again, turning into a dense forest. It looks like my suspicions were true. This is indeed a safe zone. But about how are we going to trigger the law? Chanel rubbed his chin in contemplation. Then again, how did we trigger the law before that caused the memory to be gone? Ms. Doe was also thinking about this and opened her mouth to ask. In the beginning, the first thing we thought of after realizing that there was a true king-level forest ghost here was to go back and inform the others to blockade the place. As soon as the words fell, a strange power surged out of the underworld, and Xianer's voice came to a screeching halt as he stared intently at Ms. Doe beside him. And Ms. Doe was all over the place. Why are we both here? She looked at Chantal and opened her mouth to ask. Chapter 69. Shadow Demon. Take us back to your essence and the Imperial Beastmaster. Chan said immediately as he looked over his shoulder at the miniature version of the Shadow Demon. At this time, Professor Du also sensed that something was wrong, so he didn't say anything to add to the confusion, but waited for Qianer to give her an explanation after she was done. Chantal wasn't sure at this point if the ruler had cleared the memories of those in the Shadow World as well, so he just let the Shadow Demon lead him back to where the Shadow Demon proper was. The smaller miniature Shadow Demon nodded, and black voids appeared at the feet of the two, countless black hands pulling them down into the ground. You're back. How did it go? The smaller shadow bubble and the larger one coalesced together. Looking at the sudden appearance of Qianer and Du Xie, Professor Zhang, who was sitting in the shadow bubble, stood up and asked eagerly. The situation is good. My previous guess has been confirmed. Those two true king-level imperial beasts are indeed two groups. The law binds not only us, but also the forest ghost. The location of the entrance to the secret realm is a safe house. It can't attack the people standing there. And the law for us is that we can't think of passing on news of this place. And if we have that thought, we'll be cleared of our memories. And Professor Du has been cleared of his memories from just now in order to confirm that. Hearing Qianer's words, the crowd sighed in relief, and their eyes became complicated as they looked at Qianer, especially those few students. They thought that this was a brainless, reckless person after hearing what Qianer had done in the school, but this bold and careful analysis and verification down thoroughly told them that the brainless ones turned out to be them. I experimented before and I couldn't leave this secret realm through the teleportation array. I don't know what the reason is, Qianer said with a frown. If the teleportation array was broken, it would be really troublesome. At this point, Ms. Du, who was quietly listening to their conversation, then probably understood what was happening. Maybe it's because you know something, but the memory can't be erased, so that's why it's happening. Yang Xuehai was the first to testify that he had been here many times before, and was very confident in this secret teleportation array. Like this? Chanel rubbed his chin, his brow furrowing quietly. Now that the rules of the law have been mapped out, it's a good thing that no law is perfect, and the moment any law in the world comes into existence it means that new loopholes will appear. Zhang Xian smilingly took out paper and pen from his space backpack. I'll be the one to go out and test the waters later, and you guys will be in charge of taking over here, which seems to be a place not covered by the laws within the secret territory. With that, he wrote down everything here on the note and put it in his pocket. This was followed by the words leaving the secret world and looking in the pocket after leaving the secret world written on the palms of each hand. Sight Flesh. You're in charge of watching my movements from here. Summoning the Sight Flesh out. Professor Zhang opened his mouth and then turned his head to look at Yang Xuehai. Got it. Got it. How many years old, brother? This guy puckered up his ass. Yang Xuehai can guess what flavor if he wants to pull. Reaching out, he slashed the shadow demon demonic doppelganger on Chantal's shoulder, and the large shadow bubble split once more, draining Professor Yang. At this moment, a flash of light once again flashed in the eyes of Visual Flesh, and the familiar light screen was once again projected. A picture of Zhang Xian. The small bubble of shadow that encased him floated up to the surface. The moment he had just come to the ground, a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes, as if he couldn't figure out why he had appeared here and why everyone else had disappeared. And at that moment, he immediately began to check up on his body, and also noticed the handwriting written on the palm of his hand. You could tell he was puzzled. He recognized it as his own handwriting, but couldn't remember when he had written it. But in the end, he decided to obey the handwriting and walked into the concrete house. As soon as he entered, the spell lit up, and when he opened his eyes again, he had already appeared outside. Good lord, can the Sight Flesh even observe outside the secret boundaries? Chance said with some awe, seeing through the skill his blood-burning saints also knew, but there was no such manifestation. The flesh and blood sense that I comprehended when the abomination giant fought the evolving corpse king in the previous episode was changed to seeing through. That's for sure. Seeing through. But old Zhang, the sighted meat, is the watchword. Yang Shuehai stared tightly at the screen while his mouth said in a relaxed tone. At this time, the screen also appeared the situation after discovering that the spell formation was activated. The people stationed outside immediately came in to check the situation, and after realizing that only Zhang Xin came out alone, he was even more full of doubts. Professor Zhang, why did you come out alone? A soldier looked at Zhang Xin and asked in wonder, and at that moment Zhang Xin didn't reply immediately, but walked out the door and took out the note in his pocket according to the message written on his other hand. After reading the contents of the note, his face turned serious. Not bad. It looks like old Zhang's guess was right. He really exploited the loophole of the law and delivered the message. Inside the shadow bubble, Yang Shuehai smiled and clenched his fists. And seeing this, everyone was all relieved. After all, those students are here to gild the lily, and they don't want to throw their lives in. This time, it was directly facing the true king-level imperial beasts directly. It was really too exciting, and their hearts were still pounding right now. At this moment, Professor Zhang on the screen with a serious face found the lean man with an animal claw scar on his face. After handing him the note and reading it, his face changed dramatically. I know. I'll inform the top. Professor Zhang, thank you for this time. He also didn't expect that he would actually be able to probe here this time. The lean man left immediately to report the news to the top. It didn't take long for him to return again, this time with a relieved look on his face. Professor Zhang, the higher-ups already know about this and are sending the closest true king over to settle the matter. Hearing this, Professor Zhang, who was still worried, also sighed in relief and found a seat and sat down. That said, which is the closest true king-level imperial beast master to this place? He took out his cigarette case and first gave one to the lean man. Then he picked one up himself, and the two of them sat down to gulp down the smoke. Seeing this scene, Du Shiyu's face was icy cold, and the hearts of the two water department juniors chilled as they watched. Ah, it's a true king from the Qi family, taking a beautiful drag. The lean man's words caused everyone within the shadow bubble to blush. Qi family? That rumor Professor Du said couldn't be true, could it? Third senior brother laughed dryly, his tone full of helplessness. In all honesty, he really just wanted to come to the plating in the first place. Chapter 70, The True King of the Qi Clan. No one knows. The people are already here. Just when a few people were still complaining, Qianer frowned and said softly, and in an instant, all the voices within the shadow bubble came to a screeching halt, and all of them turned their attention around. They only saw an old man with white hair and a rosy face walking towards the stationing point with a vigorous gait, and behind him was an imperial beast with a silver-white body, as if it was made of steel, with a unicorn horn on its head. But strangely enough, that imperial beast always gave off a feeling of listlessness for some reason. That would be the Qi family's family heirloom imperial beast, the golden law Xieji. Yang Shuehai said in a deep voice as he looked at the odd imperial beast. Qianer immediately pulled out his iconography and searched for the golden rhythm Heidi's information. Golden rule Xieji. Attributes, superpower, steel, physical strength race value, 87, attack racial value, 60, defense racial value, 95, special attack race value, 133, special defense race value, 91, speed race value, 84, total racial value, 550. Special ability, Torah, spend physical strength and energy to build a Torah field and modify the rules therein. The greater the difference between the modified rules and reality, the more energy is spent, and the longer the Torah field is maintained, the more energy is exponentially consumed. The illustration not only showed the racial value of a royal beast like the golden law Xieji, it also annotated all the special abilities of this royal beast. Could it be the same golden rhythm Heidi that confronted the forest ghost here? Qianer asked the two professors, Yang Shuehai and Du Xie, pointing at the listless golden rhythm Xieji following the old man. The golden law Xieji photo on the iconography had glowing eyes, and the one outside that was touching the fish at first glance simply looked like two extremes, kind of like it said it was too consumed from maintaining the law domain. It's not impossible. Ms. Du, do you know that true king of the Qi family? Watching the lean man in the screen treating the old man respectfully, Yang Shuehai's face was grave, already making plans that if that Qi family's true king made an attack, then he would die to send Qianer out, and also have to pass the message back to the academy before he could do so. Don't recognize it. Never seen it before. Professor Du Xiyu stroked her chin in contemplation for a moment and finally shook her head, turning her head to look at Wen Yuanji, the one of her two students who also came from one of the 8 families, the Wen family. However, Wen Yuanji also shook his head with a bewildered face. I don't recognize it either. In theory, all 8 families exist with only one true king, but I've seen that true king of the Qi family. It's not this person at all. Waste. The third senior brother shone a kick at his ass, causing Wen Yuanji to look at him angrily, and if it wasn't for the inconvenience of fighting inside the shadow bubble, These two guys would probably have to go off to the side for a real-life one-on-one fight. Mr. Sight Flesh, please keep your eyes on that man. Ignoring the jostling behind him, Xian'er pointed at the old man of the Qi family and said to Vision Flesh. The eyes of Sight Flesh, who had been made to look like a teacher by the sound of Chanel's voice, curved up and tapped his eyeballs, and the screen suddenly began to move after the old man. They then saw the old man walk into the concrete house, and as soon as the scene changed, they had arrived in the secret realm. And in the first moment when the old man just came in, the secret realm suddenly began to shake violently. Countless giant trees rose up from the ground. The forest stood up, and the hideous human face became even more twisted as it looked at the old man, as if it could let out sparks in its eyes. It's you. A dry voice as if it hadn't spoken for a long time came out of Lin Ghost's mouth, as if a gale had set off flying sand and stones. At this moment, the forest ghost seemed to have been overwhelmed by anger, and the endless trees grew recklessly in the secret realm, growing to thousands of meters tall in a flash, almost reaching the top of the secret realm, and the entire secret realm was trembling slightly. Even the void was giving birth to branches, and something in the forest ghost seemed to have replaced the original space. Wall-like branches and sharp roots sliced through the air with ear-piercing cracking sounds, striking hard towards the old man standing in the safe zone of the concrete house, and the erosion of the surrounding space by what was on the forest ghost was still intensifying, and there were even green leaves growing out of thin air. In the face of the terrifying attack that was like a heavenly tilt, the old man merely smiled faintly and reached out to stroke the metal unicorn horn of the golden law Sheji behind him. The law decrees that this place shall not be attacked. The law decrees that there is no hiding here. The law decrees that no tree shall grow in this place. 3 words came out of his mouth, and the terrifying attack that could bring up a gale between every move just now immediately dissipated, and the eroded space reverted back to its original state. And all the plants within the entire secret area died in an instant as if they had never appeared, without the slightest trace, except for the little bit of trees that were growing on the forest ghost. And in the shadow world, the few people who were originally hiding in the shadow bubble to watch the blockbuster movie only felt a shiver around them, followed closely by an obvious sense of weightlessness. The shadow bubble is rising. Just as the students were about to open their mouths and ask what the hell was going on, Yang Shuehai's voice came over, shattering everyone's last shred of fantasy. The shadow bubble came up faster than they had imagined, and before they could speak, the sun was already shining on their faces, but instead of warmth, the sunlight brought them a piercing coldness. As soon as they opened their eyes, they saw the silver-white beast staring at them with interest. Well, don't scare the little guys. Just as the third senior brother's few people were thinking about what to do, the sound of a pale laughter came from behind them. It was that Qi clan's true king. He walked over slowly with his hands behind his back like an old man walking in a park. His eyes didn't linger on the others for a moment, staring straight at Xian'er. You are Xian'er, right? Old man Qi Kunshan. At first it was old man Ledwin by go over to draw you in. Even old man also thought of letting my great-granddaughter marry you. But alas, the two of us have a destiny but not a chance to let the military that boy cut off. Qi Kunshan smiled and opened his mouth, but the words that came out sent a chill down everyone's spine. Elder Mr. Qi, Kyan Lazar College. It was actually Du Xie who stepped forward first. She directly pressed Yang Shuehai's hand and blocked in front of Xian'er. At the same time, she also took out a silver-white tree branch in her hand, and the gears inside the branch could be vaguely seen turning. This is her professorial credential, a branch of the tree of infinite light. Oh, don't worry, I don't have any malice towards this little guy, it's just that you have to carry a message for me when you go out. He glanced at the branch, the smile still gentle on his face. Go ahead, old man. Xian'er smiled and walked out from behind Professor Du. He could clearly feel that the old man in front of him had no hostility towards himself, so he dared to do so. He could run anyway, and if anything went wrong just run. Chapter 71, Chandler the extrajudicial maniac. That kid outside represents the military. I have some nasty business with the military and I don't want to speak to the military juniors, so just convey a word for me. Qi Kunshan said with a gentle smile. I, Qi Kunshan, have never thought of betraying the empire, and this time the matter is just a personal grudge. As for the wood source crystals that have been discontinued in this secret realm for this period of time, they can be produced once again after this time, and the output will increase quite a bit. Just as Qi Kunshan spoke, the forest ghost had already recovered from the legalistic blockade it had just been subjected to, and it looked at Qi Kunshan, its face once again twisted with rage. Qi Kunshan, you patricide and brother-killing sinful animal. The forest ghost with only one face left seemed to want to use this way to shake Qi Kunshan's mind, but to its surprise, after stopping that, Qi Kunshan only revealed a gentle smile and then turned his head to look at it. Father, you talk a little too much. Just as the words fell, the golden law Xieji opened its eyes. A cold light flashed in its golden pupils, and a blade made of metal that looked like flowing water appeared out of thin air, slicing through the forest ghost's lips and cutting off its tongue. These 2 sentences are too much information. Listening to a few people are all wide-eyed. They just did not expect that bull ***** wild history is actually true, especially when UNG is more so. The thought that this in front of him is likely to be one of the 8 kings that caused the rebellion of the 8 kings in the first place. He has a kind of feeling that his heart is jumping all over. After all, in the first place, this is the one who killed not knowing how many like him, like the son of the world. The body is on the heap of disposal. Don't worry, old man. I'll talk to the people out there. But there was no dissimilarity on Chanel's face, only a light smile as he opened his mouth to speak to him. Upon hearing this, Chi Kunshan glanced at Qianer in surprise, then shook his head with some regret. Good boy. It's a shame you were cut off by the military. We don't have that in common. After saying that, he once again touched the golden Lasheji's unique horn. Ruler, you and others need to forget what you just said. As the words fell, the originally tense bodies of Yong Shuahai's group of people suddenly relaxed, a trace of bewilderment flashing through their eyes, obviously unable to recall the words that Lin Ghost had just spoken to Chi Kunshan. Alright, all of you go. Remember to bring my words. As for the wood source crystals, if you are still here tomorrow, just come in and get them. After saying that, the golden pupil of the golden Lasiesia flashed a hazy light. A few people only feel a lightness. The next moment directly flew into the concrete house, and so on. When they opened their eyes again, they have already reached the outside of the secret realm. This time, it seems to be because of Chi Kunshan lifted the previous law Sake. Qianer stood on the spell formation and did not appear to be like what happened the last time. Hiss, we actually came out like this? The 3rd elder brother rubbed his head and climbed up from the ground, a celebratory smile still on his face after the robbery. Youngest, go quickly. That old-timer asked you to help carry the words. Suddenly, he remembered Chi Kunshan's words and hurriedly pulled Qianer, who had just gotten up from the ground, to his feet. Got it. Chandler casually slurred a couple sentences, but in his mind he set off monstrous waves. Because his memory had not been erased, he could feel it being rejected by the faith in his head just as the Torah was about to act on him. What is this? A divine right of kings? So the law can't be applied to me? So I'm an outlaw from now on? Snickering in his mind, he then raised his head and saw Professor Zhang, who was hurriedly walking this way with that lean, skinny man. What's going on in there? Professor Zhang, who had jogged all the way over, looked at the crowd and asked worriedly. Hearing this, everyone all looked at Qianer in unison, which caused Professor Zhang and the 2 of them to be puzzled. This all involved a true king-level battlefield, and Qianer, this tiny township level. Oh no! Well, township level wasn't small, especially not for a township level of Qianer's grade, but even so, it couldn't possibly play a role in a true king's battlefield. Ah, teacher, it's like this. Rubbing his head to banish the vertigo of being thrown roughly into a spell, Chantal then opened his mouth to explain to him, and after listening to Qianer's words, the stout man from the military was also confused. He also couldn't understand what the hell it meant, but understood that it must be something big. A few of you, please also take a break at our stationing point for the time being. I'll report it right away. When things are not decided, it is definitely right to report it. And after saying that, he greeted a soldier to come over and take Chundel's group to an empty dormitory while he quickly went out to report the matter. Walking into this dormitory that had been cleaned up meticulously, the big-hearted 3rd senior brother and Wen Yung directly found a bed to lie on and let out a comfortable moan. Finally alive, the 3rd elder brother muttered open. To know that this time to explore a secret realm actually can meet a true king fight. More outrageous is that they actually survived. This if they go back, the next half of their lives to brag about the capital will have well, the little ones look exhausted, so you can rest here. The 3 professors also had a hijacked expression on their faces, and after glancing at the lazy few, Professor Du led Lin Xiao, the only girl among the 6 students, away. Chanel found a bed to lie down in as well, and it didn't take long for him to drift off to sleep. Chandler was awakened by the smell of rice. Did you eat? What smells so good? Coming from the post-apocalyptic world, he was extraordinarily sensitive to the scent, and sniffling twice, he sat up violently from his bunk. Yo, youngest, you're awake. The 3rd elder brother, who was sitting opposite Wen Yung, holding his lunchbox and frantically picking rice into his mouth as if he was in a competition, twisted his head after hearing the movement, and smiled and greeted Qianer after seeing him sitting up directly. The guy at the garrison just brought the food. Said we didn't think we'd know where the cafeteria was, so he brought it over. Saying that, the 3rd elder brother pointed to the food box on the ground and said, there were already several empty lunchboxes inside. There were only the 3 of them in the dormitory, and everyone else had probably finished eating and gone out. Just as well I'm hungry. Qian'er didn't mind that the food had gotten cold, and directly picked up a lunchbox and opened it, which was so stuffed with a mixture of dishes that it was almost impossible to see what was what. He didn't mind. He picked up the chopsticks and grilled it into his mouth. And he had to say that although it didn't look good, the flavor was really good. After a while, Qian'er, who had eaten 3 boxes of rice, then burped contentedly and looked at the two who had been stunned and asked, "How long have I been asleep?" "Almost 4 hours. And it's almost dark now." Third brother looked at his cell phone before speaking. "It's about that time." With a sigh of emotion, he was just about to stand up and go for a walk, but he didn't realize that the 2 strands of sight behind him felt like they were glued to him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Helplessly, he turned his head and looked at third senior brother to ask with Wen Yuanji. These 2 guys looked at each other and both saw a leap of faith in each other's eyes. "Youngest, how about a match?" Pointing at the royal beast space that opened a small portion of it, third senior brother's eyes were filled with blazing battle intent. "And me." Wen Yuanji also raised his hand in a defiant manner, but this guy's purpose was a bit impure. Qian'er could feel this guy's malice towards him, but it seemed that he didn't dare to lay his hands on him while he was sleeping because he was being watched by his third senior brother. Chapter 72, Fighting the third senior brother and Wen Yuanji with strength. "A match? Are you serious?" Qian'er glanced at his third senior brother in surprise, not expecting him to make such a proposal. "Of course I'm serious. Oldest, that imperial beast of yours is supposed to be an evolved version of the newly discovered abominable giant?" Third brother asked seriously as he stared into Qian'er's eyes. The military blocked the news about the racial value of the blood-burning saints. Only those who were also township guardian level could see the racial value of the blood-burning saints, and the township guardian level imperial beastmasters in the entire empire were counted, and going door to door to warn them would be just that. As for those outside the empire, the military was taking the opportunity to see if they could catch a few big fish. In this situation, it was naturally impossible for third senior brother to know the bottom line of the blood-burning saints, but he could probably guess. After all, such things as Qian'er's previous flesh and blood lineage royal beast being an abominable giant were not hidden from the public. That's right, the blood-burning saints evolved from the abominable giants. There was no hiding it. Chandler nodded his head graciously and admitted it. "In that case, all the more reason for me to go toe-to-toe. Let me see what the difference is between your blood-burning saint and a normally evolved flesh and blood demon." Third elder brother eyes are full of frenzy of war. He can be said to be flesh and blood big magic single push people. Life most respected. Is big is good. Initial imperial beasts will directly drag the family to choose a purple qualification of the rotting mud monster. After the examination into the Imperial Academy, it is determined to enter the flesh and blood department, but also by virtue of their own efforts to enter the door of Zhang Xin. But unfortunately, although he was also a disciple under Zhang Xin, several of his other masters and brothers didn't quite agree with his aesthetics, which frustrated him for quite a long time. But after realizing that the new junior master's famous imperial beast was the abominable giant, the excitement directly caused him to be so excited that he couldn't sleep. But after learning that Qian'er's abomination giant hadn't evolved into a flesh and blood demon, but rather into a blood-burning saint that was about the size of a normal person, dry and skinny, his entire being was almost depressed. Without a powerful body like the flesh and blood demons, how could it be called beautiful? At this point, the third elder brother decided to use the battle to awaken Qian'er's correct aesthetics, even if he definitely couldn't defeat Qian'er as well. But as long as the beauty of the flesh and blood demon was shown in the battle, then Qian'er would always be converted. Looking at his third senior brother's determined eyes, Qian'er didn't even know what to say. He couldn't even figure out what was going on with this man, why he suddenly lit up. "Well, there should be a special battlefield here, right? Of course I have. I've been out earlier asking the warriors stationed here." When UNG this time full of smiles came up to say, "If not can clearly perceive this guy heart for their own that deep malice, Qian'er will really think that this guy with their own relationship is how good it." "Then let's go," said the man, throwing the lunchbox in his hand into the trash and picking up the already empty food box and placing it on the table, where someone would come and collect it later. After doing so, he walked out of the dormitory first, followed by the third elder brother and Wen Yuanji, all with excited faces. However, while third senior brother was thinking about showing Qian'er the beauty of the flesh and blood demon, Wen Yuanji was thinking about how to try to find out more information about that imperial beast of Qian'er's. Know your enemy and know yourself, and only if you really know him, then you can better target him. Led by Wen Yuanji, who had already stepped on the spot, the three of them walked towards the indoor training ground that was roughly the size of a soccer field. As soon as he stepped inside, a breeze blew, and Qian'er opened his eyes, only to realize that he had arrived in an endless prairie. This was another top-notch training ground like the previous flesh and blood department training ground, with a surprisingly large space inside. Bang! 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 Just as Qian'er was lamenting, A dull thud accompanied by the sound of the ground trembling slightly came from the distance. A moving mountain suddenly appeared at the edge of the endless grassland in Chance's view. Red Mountain. The behemoth that was the same as Professor Zhang's flesh and blood demon, but was more than one size smaller, rushed towards this side with legs as thick as pillars. On the other hand, the flesh and blood demon's body was entwined with a beautiful serpent with an icy blue body and a unicorn horn on top of its head. Flesh and blood demon. Qualification, purple. Attribute, flesh and blood. Rank, 36, elite. Physical strength racial value, attribute 130, 171. Attack racial value, attribute 140, 150. Defense racial value, attribute 105, 89. Special attack racial value, attribute 45, 41. Special defense racial value, attribute 80, 71. Speed race value, attribute 50, 50. Frost snake. Qualification, gold. Attributes, ice. Dragon. Rank, 30, senior peak. Physical strength racial value, attribute 110, 96. Attack racial value, attribute 60, 47. Defense racial value, attribute 90, 65. Special attack racial value, attribute 120, 105. Special defense racial value, attribute 90, 65. Speed racial value, attribute 30, 29. Total racial value, 500. Because both of these guys were not as good as his level, the attributes of these two imperial beasts were all in his eyes at the first time. The flesh and blood demon was nothing to write home about. But when Yuengji's frost serpent was interesting. This racial value distribution could be said to be quite excellent, and it was also a golden qualification, so one could only say that it was worthy of being a descendant out of a large family? Qian'er raised his eyebrows, and before he could open his mouth, the blood-burning saints who had been silent behind him had already taken the lead and rushed up, their terrifying speed bursting out in an instant, blocking in front of the flesh and blood demon like a ghost. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the frost serpent that was entangled in the flesh and blood demon's body shrunk, and its scales tightened violently, and ice flowers suddenly began to float up in a 100-mile radius, and wherever they came into contact with the ice flowers, the cold ice all spread crazily like a virus, and amongst them, the body of the blood-burning saints was covered by the ice flowers, and all of their speeds were slowed down for a few moments, but it was only a few points. The frost serpent and the blood-burning saints were two great realms apart. Only the body of the blood-burning saints suddenly burned with golden flames, and the ice flowers that were still spreading on his body were burned out the moment they came into contact with the golden flames. In the next moment, within the frost serpent's contracted vertical pupils, a fist burning with golden flames violently enlarged. Bang! With a loud bang, the entire ground seemed to tremble twice, and the frost serpent's head was punched directly into the ground by the blood-burning saint, and in an instant, the frost serpent's torso straightened out. In just one shot, this rather good spell-tanking imperial beast lost consciousness, and at that moment, the flesh and blood demon had only just reacted to what had happened, lifting his foot and stomping hard on the ground. The third brother's flesh and blood demon was more than a notch away from Professor Zhang's. The ground shook violently, and it was as if the surrounding grassland had turned into an upside-down spoon in the hands of a chef. Earthquake skills. However, at this moment, the blood-burning saint was not the least bit panicked. He grabbed the frost serpent's head, pulled it out of the dirt, and used its body as a rope, spinning it around the flesh and blood demon's legs a few times. With his fierce force, the frost serpent's body immediately began to shrink, while the flesh and blood demon fell straight to the ground without standing still. Chapter 73, The Attraction of Woodsource Crystals to Imperial Beast Masters. The fallen flesh and blood demon didn't panic, opening his arms to try and grab the blood-burning saint, obviously having been specially trained in this ground technique, but before it could make a move, it saw a tiny fist floating in front of its eyes. Bang! A dull thud came, and Chantal felt herself simply jump from the shock. And after this punch, the original flesh and blood demon that was still struggling became honest all of a sudden, lying on the ground with its limbs spread out, with peace written all over its face. It was obvious that it had lost its consciousness. The blood-burning saint, who had defeated the flesh and blood demon and the frost serpent in 3 strikes, stood up and walked behind Chantal and stood with both of his hands tucked into his sleeve tubes like those masters on the TV show, not saying a word. And after a while, the shocked voices of third senior brother and Wen Yuanjia slowly came. These two hurriedly came from the distance, hastily taking their respective imperial beasts back into the imperial beast space, and looked at the blood-burning saints who stood behind Qian'er pretending to be experts with horror. The third senior brother was extraordinarily shocked. After all, he was about to enter the elite advanced level, and the township level was just 5 levels away. The gap didn't seem to be that big. Usually with his strength he could even go through 2 moves with a weaker township-level Imperial Beast Master. However, it was not a match at all in front of Qian'er, and in just a single glance, His flesh and blood demon had completely lost consciousness. This is outrageous. He knew that the difference between himself and the youngest would be big, but he did not think it would be so big. What kind of racial value is that blood-burning saint? Anyway, the third elder brother didn't even dare to think in the quasi-divine class. After all, the flesh and blood department had never heard of the existence of quasi-divine gods. When Yung, on the other hand, was remorseful. Originally he had thought that he could force out some of Qian'er's cards, but as a result, he didn't expect that both of them would be knocked down by 2 punches when they joined forces. The intensity of that blood-burning saint wasn't right. At the very least, it definitely wasn't some simple township-level imperial beast. He kept his head down, his face a little twisted with jealousy, but restrained it for fear of being noticed. Well, since we've finished cutting, let's go. Teacher and the others don't know what they're doing. Why haven't they come back yet? Patting his third senior brother on the shoulder, Chance smiled and walked out of the training room. The passing inspection soldier scratched his head at the scene, wondering what was going on. Didn't he say he wanted to borrow the training room? Why did he come out so quickly? The third elder brother didn't even know how he got back to the dormitory. He was in a trance all the way there, and the view in his mind that big is good was barely broken directly by the 2 punches of the blood-burning saint. When the 3 of them wandered all the way back to the dormitory for a snack and a walk, they happened to see that everyone was back, all gathered in their dormitory. Even the 2 girls, Professor Du and Lin Xiao, were there. Yo, you guys are finally back. Hearing the footsteps, Professor Zhang turned back and smiled in greeting after seeing the trio's backs. Teacher, where have you all been? Having just finished an evenly matched battle, Qian'er opened his mouth to Professor Zhang somewhat refreshed and asked. A few of them went off at liberty, and I went out for a turn with old Yong, and you'll never guess what we all found. Professor Zhang opened his mouth mysteriously and instantly attracted everyone's attention, but not yet waiting for the comedian to appear. Professor Yong directly spoke to interrupt his selling, causing Professor Zhang to be full of stifled. There's something wrong with this place. The yin qi is too heavy. It's especially suitable for the growth of the undead soul system imperial beasts. According to what was said before the imperial beast era, it's possible for a normal person to die here and have a necrotic transformation, not to mention the dead imperial beasts, so that Lin Ghost might have been intentionally bred. But what was the purpose of him going through all this trouble? Yong Shuehai stroked his chin puzzled. Before this place was shrouded by the law, so that he subconsciously ignored the situation here. And now take a look. This what a great evil place. Darkness-type imperial beasts can only be raised by starting to cultivate them at a young age. And he directly raised a true king-level forest ghost, and the purpose wasn't to use that forest ghost to wreak havoc. So what the hell is he doing this for? And while Yong Shuehai was puzzled, Qian'er, who understood everything, was secretly smacking his lips. That's too hard. To give someone to get dead, the body are fed to their own imperial beasts after, not to mention, and even specially spent a few hundred years to raise that person into the undead soul system of the imperial beasts and then tormented. This must be how big hate. This kind of twisted hate even made Qian'er, a person who came out from the end of the world, feel uncomfortable. In his cognition, the person who offended himself directly get killed. Clean, which is like this. Forget it, Lao Yong. That's the business of other big shots. Let's stay out of it. Anyway, the word is brought to the official. If the official thinks there's no problem, then there's no problem. Professor Zhang is big heart. Open a bottle of drink handed. Yong Shuehai smilingly opened his mouth and said, Ugh. Also, so I don't care. Let's get some rest and go back tonight or something? Yong Shuehai sighed and tilted his head to finish his drink in one go before looking at a few people and asking, Teacher, that Qi clan's true king told me that this secret realm will be able to resume its normal output of wood source crystals tomorrow. So let's wait here until tomorrow if we're not in a hurry. Before the crowd could take a stand, Chance spoke up first. Wood source crystals? These words directly made everyone in the room's eyes all light up. Not everyone is as wealthy as Qian'er. 300 copies a month of the same level as the wood source crystal secret treasure to cultivate the imperial beasts. This kind of one copy of the secret treasure is worth millions of dollars for them. These Imperial Academy of the Pride of the Sky is not a small amount of money. Even when Yung, who was a member of the Wen family, couldn't help but have his eyes light up after hearing about this thing, the wood source crystal. Professor. Now no one could sit still, and looked at Yong Shuehai in unison. After all, this is the one who was leading the team. Well, in that case, let's stay another day and leave tomorrow. Yong Shuehai had obviously gone through some sort of channel to prove Qi Kunshan's trustworthiness, and now he was thoroughly convinced that Qi Kunshan wasn't going to harm them. Long live Professor Yong. Now, everyone was excited. Originally, the wood source crystals of the secret realm had stopped producing for such a long time, and none of them had come here with the hope of obtaining wood source crystals. They were just thinking of plating a wave of gold. but I didn't realize that there was actually an unexpected blessing. Should I say that it is worthy of a great disaster? There must be a blessing later? Because of the matter of the wood source crystals. All night long, these students didn't have much sleep, but it didn't include Chinner, who touched his pillow. This resulted in the 5 remaining students all having dark circles under their eyes when they got up the next day. Can you guys still go in like this? Yong Shuehai frowned when he saw this and asked. He could still remember the terror of that forest ghost. If these guys were in this state, then if they encountered some accidents, it would be hard enough to run away. Chapter 74, The Forest Ghost Locked Underground and Pumping Blood. Don't worry, Professor Yong. It's fine. As a student of the Department of Undead Souls, Lin Sin immediately patted his chest and said that there is no problem. Although his imperial beasts cannot use wood source crystals, but can be exchanged with the college wood source crystals exchanged for the equivalent of the Sacred Heart Lotus? The exchange ratio is 10 grams of wood source crystals to exchange for a Sacred Heart Lotus. This kind of good thing cannot be missed. Okay, then you guys stay close to us when we get inside. Yong Shuehai also came from this stage, so he naturally knew exactly how much money was burned by Imperial Beast Masters at this stage. Standing on the spell once again, Yong Shuehai took a deep breath. After not having the cover of the law, this undead soul system Paragon King realized at the first moment that something was not right here, and after carefully observing the surroundings once again, Yong Shuehai people are numb. He can guarantee that this place is definitely a natural ferocious place, and then it has been artificially improved to become even more ferocious. The purpose is to catalyze that forest ghost. No, what's wrong with that guy? Going through all that trouble and time just to spawn an undercooked forest ghost? Shaking all these distracting thoughts out, he summoned all his imperial beasts, and for a while, Yong Shuehai's behind was heavy with ghosts and shadows, and when he stood by his side, it felt like the temperature was much lower. At this moment, the spell formation lit up, and Yong Shuehai once again entered the secret realm. Opening his eyes, the scene before him made him subconsciously raise his eyebrows. Yesterday's destruction caused by the battle between the two true kings had completely disappeared, and everything had returned to calm, with no traces of yesterday's battle visible, and everything was covered with green plants. This secret realm was filled with creepy vitality at this time. Of course, it was only vitality for the plants. Other than the plants, there wasn't even any insect chirping here. He frowned at this scene, and at that moment, the teleportation array behind them lit up again, and the rest of them teleported in after them. According to the rules of this secret realm before there was a change, those who enter it can take away up to 100 grams of wood source crystals, which will grow in the most lush places of the trees. So you guys take care not to leave within our line of sight. Okay, go find it. After saying that, Yong Shuehai waved his hand, signaling them all to disperse. As soon as the words fell, third senior brother and Wen Yuanji immediately summoned their royal beasts to rush into the place where the plants were the thickest. Lin Sin and his sister, on the other hand, took out their cell phones and searched for videos of previous generations when they entered the secret realm to collect wood source crystals, wanting to see if they could find any tricks. This level of secret treasure was also a good thing for a quasi-king royal beast master, so all 3 professors also released their own royal beasts for them to search for traces of the wood source crystal. According to past experience, this kind of resource should not be easy to find, but just after entering the dense forest, everyone sensed that something was wrong. Wood source crystals, so many. Third senior brother's exclamation of surprise came from it, and in the next moment, he walked out of the dense forest with a face full of oddities holding a large handful of green crystals. It's got to be about a pound. I just peeled back a random leaf underneath and it's almost like it was put there on purpose, he said with some emotion. In fact, he also saw a pile of wood source crystals next to him but couldn't take them with him. This 1 pound or so of wood source crystals was close to being enough for all of the share that the 6 of them who had come in could take with them. I guess it was put here by that Chi family true king. Lin Sin, who had not yet gotten his hands on it, looked at the large handful of wood source crystals in the hands of his third senior brother breathing stagnation, retracted his cell phone in silence, and coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. Alright, come over here and split it up, 100 grams each. Another rushed out of the Wen Yuanji at this time also came back, hands also holding a large cupped wood source crystal. These 2 cupped down. Their share of this line of people are all accounted for. Strange, is the formation of wood source crystals so fast? Yong Shuehai scratched his head and muttered to himself in wonder. Alright, since it's all taken full, let's go. Each person is divided into 100 grams. Yong Shuehai pointed behind him did not go out far from the concrete house said. After all, this is the place of great evil that raises true king-level forest ghosts. He stayed here although quite comfortable, but that kind of hidden sense of crisis is still urging him to hurry up and leave all the time. Okay, let's go. Although they were very reluctant to part with the wood source crystals that were all over the ground, they also chose to believe in young Shuahai's feelings, and one by one, they left the secret realm at a fast pace. And fortunately, this time, there was no more trouble. Changer glanced back as he stepped onto the phalanx, and for a moment, his immediate vision changed and began to sink ever lower. He saw it, in the bottomless underground. That forest ghost was shriveling up and being chained there. Uncountable tubes were inserted into its body, constantly pumping out green liquid from its body, and those liquids were scattered on the ground, and after they solidified, they were the wood source crystals that they had taken away. Hiss! What kind of revenge is this? Backing up a breath of cold air, the vision in front of him changed back again, and by now he had appeared outside of the secret realm. All three professors staring at him in unison as they noticed something strange about Chael. Before I left the secret realm, I saw something, and that forest ghost is still in there. There was nothing to hide, except for not saying anything about the relationship between Lin Ghost and Shikunshin. He directly told the three professors what he had just seen. It looks like I was wrong. That forest ghost should have some deep hatred with that Chi clan true king. Young Shuahai nodded his head, seemingly thinking of something, but did not say it out loud, and even the expression on his face did not change. Well, since we've got the harvest, let's go. The people from the other universities will come over one after another behind us. It's really cheap for those guys. There's no them when they're scared, and they come when it's time to collect the money. Professor Zhang Xian laughingly interrupted the others' unrestrained thoughts. It's all thanks to you running so fast. After saying that, he kicked Yong Shuahai's ass. Blame me? Zhang Sanjin. I think you've forgotten the old days when I led you an old-timer around teleporting for money, right? Yong Shuahai, who had been kicked, rolled up his sleeves and very skillfully punched Professor Zhang Xian in the stomach. As he spoke, the shadows under everyone's feet lengthened once more, and dark-colored arms reached out from the shadows, pulling the crowd into the shadow world. When are you guys going to the school to exchange your wood source crystals? Within the shadow bubble, playing with the green irregular crystal in his hand, third senior brother smiled and opened his mouth to ask, "We'll change it when we get back." Lin Sin didn't even think about answering directly. This kind of good thing was ultimately a hot potato in his hands, and his own imperial beasts couldn't use it, which was the most ed-up thing of all. The institute came out immediately and then used it cleanly right within the school. That's the right way to open it up. Chapter 75 Undead Soul System Taboo Skill, Soul Symbiosis. What about you, youngest? Seeing that everyone else agreed with Lin Sen's statement, the third senior brother was a bit bored and skimmed his lips, then turned his head to look at Qianer, who had been silent and didn't say anything, and thought that Qianer still had some special ideas about those wood source crystals, and couldn't have been mesmerized by any woman, and wanted to give this thing to that woman, right? As Qianer's third senior brother, he felt that he should have warned Qianer. Me too. I'll go back and change it. Chantal, who heard the commotion, looked up and smiled. Actually, he had just been struggling with what resource he should exchange the wood source crystal for, but now he had already thought about it. This month, the little ice dragon has a share with the invocations of the undying bone and the sacred heart lotus, but the blood-burning saint's flesh and blood essence was returned by him to Yufei, so he exchanged these wood source crystals for the flesh and blood essence. Yong Shuahai's advanced submerged shadow skill was worthy of its claim to be comparable to a group spatial migration, and in the time it took for a few students to talk and laugh, they had already arrived at their destination and started to float up. As the shadow bubble reached the ground completely and gradually shattered, the doors of the academy reappeared in front of Kyle. It's like a world away. Looking at the door in front of him, Qianer exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. This trip out of the encounter can be really not small. Not only know that one of the 8 anti-king of the 8 kings rebellion of the year is still alive, but also witnessed the collision between the true king-level imperial beasts. Just a pity to see only a little. The harvest wasn't small. 100 grams of wood source crystals could almost be exchanged for like 10 pieces of flesh and blood essence. Alright, you guys go exchange your resources. By the way, Qianer, keep it. When he reached the school entrance, Yong Shuahai's face instantly lightened up. He waved his hand at a few students and was just about to leave, but as if he thought of something, his footsteps suddenly stopped and he turned his head to wave at Qianer. Okay, coming teacher. Qianer, who was just about to go over with the others to exchange wood source crystals, looked over in wonder, but nodded and followed Yong Shuahai. The training of your soul streamer has already made some progress. Follow me to get the skill learning machine. Your current imperial beasts are the blood saints, little ice dragons and soul streamers. The blood saint's monster-like racial value is needless to say. Its future positioning is definitely a frontal attacker. And the little ice dragon's eventual evolution of the frosty bone dragons will definitely be a special attacker. So your imperial beasts are lacking a defensive hand. Or rather, a defensive hand that can protect you. What's missing is a defensive hand. Or rather, a defensive hand that can protect you from yourself. It just so happens that the 10,000 soul streamer can serve as that very well. And in addition to defense, the 10,000 soul streamer can also do the function of weakening the enemy's attributes. He didn't know that Qian'er's soul attractor had evolved into a soul invoker, so he still referred to it as soul attractor. Along the way, Yang Shuihai consciously to Qian'er instills some of the undead soul system of beast knowledge, and Qian'er is also willing to learn. In the last 5 years, he learned a lot of knowledge through the books from the bookstore, such as repairing electrical circuits, planting vegetables and food, emergency bandages, and other knowledge are all he followed the book a little bit of learning, naturally aware of the importance of knowledge. Have to say, for the teacher, teaching this kind of smart and willing to learn students is a kind of enjoyment. Before Yang Shuihai are on the podium after the lecture, also do not care whether the following understand directly leave. Like now this kind of wholeheartedly teach a student's feeling he has been quite a long time has not felt. Zhang Sanjin, that old clapper, still told me that your cultural performance is not good. If it is not a bailout, not to mention the Imperial College, or ordinary universities are enough to be able to get in. Now look, what does that old thing know? The road passed quickly amidst the two, teaching one and learning the other, and neither even felt like long had passed, but they had already made their way to the undead department school building. Come on, follow me. Saying that, Yang Shuihai led Qian'er into his office. The arrangement in the office was quite elegant, and he even kept a few flowers and plants that were sensitive to Yin Qi to cultivate his feelings, which could be said to be quite out of Qian'er's expectation. In his imagination, Yang Shuihai's office should be a bit more eerie. Here, this is the taboo skill soul symbiosis of the undead soul department. After using it, you can make your soul symbiotic with the soul guide streamer, transferring the damage you received to the soul guide streamer's body. I had to ask a lot of connections to get my hands on it, and this kind of forbidden skill even I, a professor of the Imperial Academy, had a hard time trying to take it out. Yang Shuihai took a grayscale learning machine and handed it to Qian'er. As a professor of the Imperial Academy's undead soul department, it was certainly not difficult for him to want to learn this skill, but what was difficult was to take it out and give it to someone else to learn, in which there was a need for guarantees and certificates or something. He had been running formalities all of the past few days. Sensei, then what are the disadvantages of this skill? Holding the skill learning machine in his hand, Chantal was actually a bit speechless for a moment. He couldn't remember exactly how long it had been since he'd felt this kind of kindness. After a long period of silence, this was said in a somewhat hoarse voice. Forbidden skills are not that powerful as forbidden skills, but have unbearable side effects. That's why they are called forbidden skills. How to say? This skill although can make a connection between you and your Imperial Beast, transferring the damage you receive to your Imperial Beast, but that damage is judged by your defense. That is to say, the opponent attacked you, can cause very serious damage to your Imperial Beast. However, an undead soul lineage Imperial Beast can prevent itself from being seriously injured near death outright by damaging its roots. The vast majority of undead soul lineage Imperial Beasts can all absorb the souls of their opponents to become stronger, and after an unbearable attack, the Imperial Beast can choose to give up one of its previously absorbed souls to block the blade, but at the cost of a lesser portion of its soul. After all, the absorbed soul has already fused with the Imperial Beast. Qian'er realized that the vast majority of the undead soul system royal beasts were left with a soul. It could be said that the soul was the most important part of the undead soul system royal beasts, and if a part of the soul was missing, it could be said to be a heavy blow to the undead soul system royal beasts. However, this kind of Imperial Beast like the 10,000 soul streamer can't say that it can circumvent this side effect, because this kind of Imperial Beast like the 10,000 soul streamer is one of the few Imperial Beasts left that can absorb souls and drive them to fight for itself. It might be able to make the driven souls to block the sword for itself. This topic is a bit interesting. I'm going to write about this for my next thesis, but I'm going to need your help, because all the Imperial Beasts that are currently available, the strongest in the 10,000 souls is only an elite level. Speaking of this, Qian'er could not be sleepy. After all, the last thing his 10,000 soul streamer lacked was souls, and that densely packed souls on the surface of the streamer made him physically uncomfortable to look at. But that'll have to wait until after school starts. I'm having a hard time relaxing this time of year, and I don't intend to keep tossing it around. Saying that, Yang Shuihai took out 2 more ordinary skill learners and handed them to Qian'er. Chapter 76, The Catmaid's Little Bazaar. Undead Soul Department Special Attack Skill Yin Qi Bomb. The power can only be said to be fair, but the victory is in the cohesion of a short period of time. Consumption is small, and there is also the General Department of Change Skill Lift the Qi. The ability to run the body's energy to improve their own defense and special defense of 1 level each. Yang Shuihai placed the learning machine in Qian'er's hand, and then took out a pure black orb from his space backpack. I went to that Imperial Beast Master who cultivated the 10,000 soul streamer to an elite level Imperial Beast in the past 2 days, and carefully studied his 10,000 soul streamer. and found that the consciousness of the 10,000 soul streamer itself is very weak, and that after absorbing other souls, it would produce a situation where other souls would clamor to take over the master's place. And in response to this situation, that Imperial Beast Master made an experiment to find the soul of a powerful lifeform to be the main soul of the 10,000 soul streamer, replacing the original consciousness of the 10,000 soul streamer with the main soul, and then restraining the main soul through the Imperial Beast contract. This is a quasi-king level dark demon that I specially went to hunt in the extraterrestrial battlefield in the past few days. That said, you know about the extraterrestrial battlefield, don't you? Halfway through speaking, Yon Shuehai suddenly raised his head and looked at Chenner and asked, "Haven't heard the name, but can more or less guess by what others have said." When Yufei said that the war for humanity was not over, but only just laid a basic foundation on which it could survive. But the war for expansion continued. Well, the extraterritorial battlefield is the old name. That is the meeting place of all races, the battlefield where humans and all races fought in the past. But now that the war is over, all races have begun to develop like crazy, waiting for a new round of war, and the place has calmed down. There is just some small friction. Besides that, there are also some races that rely on the death chi, and the grievances for their livelihoods are also occasionally going there to play the autumn breeze, and it was also my luck that I caught one. With that, he threw the dark demon's soul bead to Chenner. Quasi-king level dark demon. Your soul drawing streamer is hard enough to use right now. Wait to decide whether to use it or not when it is upgraded to the elite level. But I looked at his 10,000 soul streamer. The original consciousness has completely disappeared, and what has replaced it is the consciousness of that main soul. In this case, basically, it has been determined that the 10,000 soul streamer has already died. However, our darkness system royal beast masters generally don't care much about this care about this, that's all. Dark system royal beast masters only care about strength and enjoyment. Chenner didn't move and took the dark demon's soul bead. He heard and understood that Professor Yang meant for him to give up the invocation, and for the sake of stronger power, let this dark demon's soul replace the consciousness of the invocation. But, all of his soul invocations have absorbed hundreds of thousands of souls, and there is no such situation as he said. And the reason for the merit? After bidding farewell to Professor Yang and exchanging the wood source crystals he had brought back for flesh and blood essences, he returned to the training room that came with his hut, and the first thing Chenner did was release his own soul invocation to come. Goo! The invoking soul that was still chewing on the sacred heart lotus in its mouth raised its streamer and looked at Chenner with an innocent face. Ever since he had completely cleaned up all the zombies in an entire city, Chenner had a feeling that the accumulation of invocations was almost going to be enough, so he completely let go of the resources that he had originally blocked off from the invocations. So these 2 days of the invocation of the soul are a little bit of joy. Pure white sacred heart lotus even do not need to be like before every once in a while to eat a petal to quench their appetite. Directly a hole into the mouth. Eat tired of eating after a large brainstones to scrape the appetite. And with this massive amount of resources piled up, the level of the soul recruiter also saw a spike, and was now hardened to level 39. If Yufei knew about this, he would definitely drop his jaw. Because the Imperial Beasts didn't mean that it was a good thing to keep eating these tonic resources. Because the Imperial Beasts' bodies had an upper limit on how much they could withstand. Generally speaking, elite-level undead Imperial Beasts would have to spend quite a long time digesting a sacred heart lotus if they ate one. But Chenner's Imperial Beasts didn't have this kind of limitation. Whether it was the blood-burning saints or the little ice dragon and the soul invoker, all of them did not have this kind of restriction and could eat as much as they wanted. Alright, not to rob you of your flowers, tell me, have any of the dead souls you've absorbed in this period of time appeared to be disobedient? Hearing that Chenner was not going to grab his sacred heart lotus, the reclaimer was relieved and hurriedly swallowed half of the sacred heart lotus in his mouth before shaking his head. Goo, rebellion of the dead souls? Impossible. They're obedient. Saying that, the soul-inviting streamer once again rolled the surface of the streamer, and those dense dead souls on the surface of the streamer once again surfaced. Only this time, those dead souls' hideous faces were full of meekness, and they simply couldn't see the ferociousness of the time when they were fighting. That's fine. Seeing this situation, Chenner nodded his head slightly. The soul recruiter had been with him for such a long time, he really didn't want to give it up just like that. After rubbing the streamer of the invocation and throwing the 2 skill learners that Professor Yang had given him to the invocation, and seeing that it had rolled up the 2 skill learners with the streamer, Chenner then took it into the end world and let it learn in it, while Chenner walked back into the villa. Opening the door, the cat maid at that moment was carefully using the vacuum cleaner to suck the fur that had fallen off her body. Hearing the movement coming from the doorway, she twisted her head to look at it, and after realizing that it was Chenner, then she let out a meow of joy. Cat maid, quick question, do you know of a store in the academy that sells Imperial Beast supplies? Chenner walked to a cleaned up couch and sat down, looking at the cat maid and asking, This time, he was going to buy the saddle of the little ice dragon. After all, the undead souls absorbed by the soul attractor were just about to reach the upper limit, but there was still a long way to go before reaching the upper limit, and he needed zombie souls now. A lot of zombie souls. That means he needs to change places, and a long trek without a saddle would probably have choked his ass. Meow? Listening to Chiener's description, the cat maid cocked her head, gently stroked her whiskers with her claws, and pondered for a while before suddenly revealing an expression of sudden realization. Is this the Imperial Beast Bazaar you were talking about? Walking down a street full of cat maids walking around, Chantal just felt like his head was full of question marks. How could he not have thought that there was such a place in the school? This was a remote grove in the school district, placed in Chiener's previous world before the end of the world happened. It was probably a place where only young couples in love would come to have a rendezvous. But in this world, this place was occupied by a group of big cats that stood up like people. They set up stalls like people, selling all kinds of things, and their mouths were constantly emitting meowing and mewing haggling noises. Meow meow meow. This is the marketplace that the school officials have divided up for us maid cats. When school is not in session we sell some daily necessities here. And after school starts we will sell some Imperial Beast props that the students can use here. The cat maid walked in front of Chiener to lead the way, her mouth meowing incessantly, while through the cat language translator issued down from the school, Chiener could also understand what she was saying. Chapter 77, Cat's Blacksmith Shop Investment and Other Cities in the End Times. Maid Cat is the racial name of an Imperial Beast, and Cat Maid is the moniker that Chantal has given to this maid cat of hers. So that's it. Where do I go to get a saddle that fits? Chanel nodded and continued to press the issue. Meow, there. There's a cat and cat blacksmith store where you can build all kinds of props. Maiden Cat spoke up, pointing to the only structure in this grove. But despite the name being a blacksmith store, it didn't look the least bit smoky as Chantal had imagined. Instead it looked like a laboratory. Anyone? I'm here to commission a saddle to be built. Walking into Cat's blacksmith store and pushing the door open, Chantal realized that it really wasn't his stereotypical blacksmith store, but rather a lab-like place with shiny tiles all around, which turned into metal walls a bit further in. There's here. A hazy voice that sounded like he had just woken up came out, and in the next moment, a young man wearing glasses hurriedly ran out from inside, accompanied by two maid cats wearing white coats and small glasses that were smart at first glance. The man's walking steps came to a sudden halt when he saw Chiener, and he frowned and surveyed him for a while before his eyes suddenly widened. Friend, are you Chandel? He pinched the frame and scrutinized it, finally opening his mouth to ask uncertainly. It's me. You know me? This situation of people recognizing themselves everywhere made Chiener feel quite new, as if he had suddenly blended in. That of course no. Accurately speaking, now the domestic Imperial Beast Masters do not know you or less. Your fame in the country now can be big. Right. Has not introduced himself. My name is Guo Chang. Is the academy just graduated and stayed in the school for internship? You can call me Mr. Guo. This is all my Imperial Beasts. Saying that, Guo Chang pointed at the two maid cats in white coats next to him and said, Mr. Guo, I came here to build a saddle that can change with the size of the Imperial Beast. Can this be done? After their respective introductions, Chiener began to talk about his claims, while Guo Chang was there listening carefully. He waited for Chanel to finish before he spoke slowly. This has a standardized one. You don't have to spend time to build it individually. Of course, if you want to spend money to customize one you can do so. What kind of customization all depends on what you pay. If you customize one with full gemstone inlays that can be expensive, and it's not comfortable to sit on it. By the way, I'll ask, what kind of Imperial Beasts are you going to wear a saddle for? Wearing saddles for mounted Imperial Beasts was something that a lot of students did, and he, the cat and cat blacksmith store, had taken a lot of orders. So over time he had simply gotten into the business of making them. He led Chanel into the house explaining to him as he did so, Little Ice Dragon. But Chiener's words stopped Guo Chang in his tracks. What? He acted like he didn't hear it. Little Ice Dragon. Chanel repeated again. Good lord, a quasi-god cub? So that you customize a saddle made of all gems is barely worthy of it. And the middle thread has to be threaded with gold to make it work. The Imperial Academy is the highest school in the Yen state, but also the cradle of talent in the Yen state, in which there is no lack of great wealth and noble families. Like the initial Imperial Beast is a quasi-divine cub is not unheard of, but Chiener's identity has long been unknown. How many people have been blown out of the water, orphaned? One person to eat the whole family is not hungry. To actually have a quasi-god cub as a royal beast in this situation, one would think that it would be a reward from the academy or a price for other forces to pull in Chiener. Let's just say that geniuses really aren't treated in the same class as them. Holding up his glasses, Guo Chang spat helplessly. That one's too flashy. Come up with a cheap, leathery, build-resistant one. Chant shook his head decisively. Coming out of the end times, he hadn't even considered that sort of thing. Okay, the saddle for the bone dragon type imperial beast is over here. The color scheme, I'll pick a blue one for you to match the color of the little ice dragon. It won't be easy to be found. In addition, this kind of saddle is fused with spatial materials. It can change the size according to the size of the imperial beast. The price, 128,000. In order to invest in your talent, and incidentally to make a good karmic deal, give me 100,000 on the line. He picked a blue saddle the size of a man's head off the wall with a pole and handed it to Chanel with a grin and an opening. Of course, it's fine if you exchange it for an equivalent resource. I'll give you change on my end at the market price. He once again added that there was a common problem on geniuses like Chenner who came from a humble background. That is, they didn't have much money, but the good things on them that were pulled together by various forces were really quite a lot. Do you take skill learners? This is like saying into Chenner's heart, let him pull out 100,000 out, he really cannot do but if you take the equivalent of resources in exchange, that will be no problem. Collected. Wu Cheng's face was full of smiles. Sure enough, he hadn't guessed wrong. There were quite a lot of good things on a genius like Chenner. Titan Heavy Hammer's skill learning machine, 90% new. With that, Chenner took out the Titan Heavy Hammer learning machine that Principal Gu had given him back then from his space backpack. Good thing fighting system of Titan Heavy Hammer. Many imperial beasts can learn. The power is also quite considerable. This market price is 500,000. 90% new certainly cannot be directly counted as 90% of the price. There is no so counted. Found. The last time the market transaction price is 4,250,000. I also in accordance with the price of this, how about it? There is no objection, right? He looked up at Chantal and asked. No problem. Chantal calculated that it was 85% of the original price, which was quite substantial, and nodded instantly. Okay, deduct the price of the saddle and I'll find you another 325,000. The money is transferred to you. Take the stuff. Watching his cell phone alert him that the money had arrived, Chanel nodded and picked up his saddle and turned to leave. Returning to his dormitory, after a nice dinner and locking himself in his room once again, Chandler went straight back to the post-apocalyptic world. Roar! The little ice dragon that had been waiting for a long time along with the soul attractor let out a low roar of surprise immediately after seeing Chenner. The little ice dragon's voice was no longer childish at this point, and it was flat out low. Here, put the saddle on. You can look at the map, and we'll leave right away. Putting the map that he had shunted from the supermarket earlier in front of the little ice dragon, Chenner concentrated on saddling up the little ice dragon. Soon the saddle was securely fastened to the backbone of the little ice dragon, which at this point was large enough for him to lie down. Well, come on, just go to the closest city to here. After shaking the saddle a bit to make sure it was secured, Kyle jumped straight onto the back of the little ice dragon, this time sitting a lot more comfortably than before because of the saddle. His target was a city not far from this small border town, which was similar to this place in every aspect, with a resident population of more than 1 million people, which meant that there were at least 1 million zombies. Chapter 78, The Strange Flower Walker. The harsh wind hit his face and blew Chanel's face out of shape. Why can't you learn from the other wind-harnessing griffin races to get a protective shield? Chenner sat on the back of the small ice dragon shouting at the top of his voice. Although traveling by dragon is very cool, but the comfort level compared to the wind griffin can be too much. Especially this kind of long-distance travel is even more so. The wind-harnessing griffin was worthy of being one of the most suitable imperial beasts to ride, and if it wasn't for the fact that the racial value was too crotch-pulling and it wasn't even of the darkness lineage, he would have thought about contracting one. Roar! That's their racial talent. How could I possibly know how to do that? I really can't. So help me find the skull resuscitation skill. I'm going to resurrect a wind-harnessing griffin's skeleton, so you can go sit on it later. The little ice dragon who was pinching the map with 2 fingers while the other bone claw was blocking the gusty winds gave Chenner a blank look and said without a trace of humor, it didn't have a wind system, much less the wind-harnessing griffin's innate talent for wind control, so how could he possibly do such a thing? Well, it's here already. Just as Chenner was about to spit out 2 more sentences, behind him, the blood-burning saint, who was standing on guard on the back of the little ice dragon, suddenly spoke. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chenner immediately poked his head out from the back of the small ice dragon and looked down, and indeed saw a dilapidated city hidden in the middle of a dense forest. Strange. I've been to Shusu City before the end of the world. The greenery here isn't this good. At that moment, the alarm bells went off in his heart. Although it was true that the trees would grow like crazy if there were no traces of industry for 5 years, they would definitely not grow to such an extent that they would almost submerge the entire city, and it would be difficult to even notice the traces of the city if not for a closer look. All be careful. Something's not right here. Especially watch out for the trees. It's not normal for them to be overgrown. He hurriedly told his 3 imperial beasts, while urging the little ice dragon to land. Soul Guide, protect the imperial beast master. Little ice dragon, you should not go down. Forget it, all 3 of you stay in the sky. I will go down to explore the road first. The blood-burning saint stopped Shanner's action of letting the small ice dragon land. After saying that, he directly jumped down from the back of the small ice dragon, and before leaving, he also left a fist-sized mini flesh and blood bilocation by Shanner's side, ready to protect Shanner at any time. At the same time, this is also a backhand. If he has any accidents, with the existence of such a flesh and blood bilocation, it is not so bad that he will be completely dead. As long as he devours enough flesh and blood, he will be able to gradually recover. Recovered. This was the role of the blood-burning sacred law and, at the same time, the power of the blood-burning saints, a race of paragods. Each quasi-divine race has its own powerful features, like the infinite light tree, rooted in dimensional space, capable of fiddling with time and severing cause and effect, and the power of the blood-burning saints lies in the unreasonable blood-burning sacred laws, which, as long as there is still a trace of origin present, can constantly devour the surrounding living beings to resurrect them, and can be regarded as being immortal in a sense. That, well, let him go down first. Looking at the inquiring eyes of the 2 imperial beasts, the little ice dragon and the soul drawing streamer, Shanner hesitated for a moment before finally nodding and agreeing to the blood-burning saint's proposal. Bang! Meteors burning with golden flames fell from the sky, smashing a deep crater in the ground. The golden flames spread out in all directions, setting the surrounding trees on fire. Green mixed with yellow smoke rose up into the sky, but quickly disappeared. The golden flames stopped burning without knowing what was going on, for no apparent reason. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the blood-burning saints who had just jumped out of the deep pit narrowed. After hearing the hints from Chance, he instantly took the trees as his greatest hypothetical enemy. Now that I look at it, it's really true. These giant trees in the sky are really something. The flames burned at his feet and spread in all directions from that center. In the past few days, Kyle had told him quite a few things about the world before his, and this, in turn, was a skill variant he had created by combining Kyle's brainstorming with his own skills. Flame kick, resist ring of fire. With the ring of fire spreading, a series of crackling sounds of anything faculties being scorched resounded around them. At once, the blood-burning saint looked towards where the voice was burning. A zombie covered in parasites with some kind of plant, with a large pink flower blooming where the brain was. That burning sound just came from its body. The golden flames scorched the flesh and blood on its body, but it continued to run in the direction of the blood-burning saints as if it wasn't affected in the slightest. Can this still be devoured? The odd zombie looked at the blood-burning saint with a frown. As a pure carnivore, he hated vegetarians. The palm of his hand suddenly lengthened and pinched the zombie's head and grabbed it over, stretching the torso, a home skill of the carrion monster and the flesh and blood demon, which he hadn't lost even after revolving into the blood-burning saints. The odd plant zombie continued to struggle in his hands, and feeling the strength of the struggle, the blood-burning saint's frown loosened slightly. It's not much different from a normal zombie. It's this strange plant. Has it reached symbiosis with the plant or has it been parasitized by the plant? Large black tendons protruded from the blood-burning saint's body and plunged into the zombie's body. In the next moment, the sound of a large swallow resounded in the area, giving people a creepy feeling. Feeling the smell coming from the zombies, the blood-burning saint's face became a bit ugly. Good news. This zombie can eat and power up too. The bad news. It's vegetarian. Not that it's vegan, it's just that it tastes vegetarian. And the stuff has entered into some sort of symbiotic relationship with the plants. And when you eat it, you're inevitably going to eat those plants. Those plants hadn't died after entering the blood-burning saint's body, and were still thinking of switching to another host, and had just tried to take root down in the blood-burning saint's body when the golden flames began to blaze, directly burning the seeds that had been swallowed into ashes. And after killing these zombies, the merits that fell from the sky were even more than ordinary zombies, almost double. Is it hard to believe that it's because the walkers here are more painful? The blood-burning saint told Shanner all about the discovery and abnormalities of the place through the connection of the Imperial Beast space, and at the same time, he also specially grabbed one of these strange flower zombies, and then jumped onto the rooftop of a tall building, waiting for the little ice dragon to land down. I'll see what can be absorbed. To be honest, when he saw this kind of zombie that was parasitized by plants, Shanner was also shocked. After spending 5 years in the end world, he had never seen this kind of strange thing. Of course, it had something to do with the fact that he hadn't been here for the past 5 years. The little ice dragon and the soul guide looked at each other. And finally, the soul guide carefully rolled up the flower on the zombie's head and tore off a petal and tasted it. And then both eyes lit up. Oh, this flower strengthens soul power. but it's not as good as brainstones for strength. Imperial Beast Master. Eat it. With that, it held the flower aloft and handed it to Chantal. It's not like this flower is indigestible to humans like brainstones, so maybe Chandler can eat it too. Chapter 79, Violent Breakdown. Will took the flower and tore off a petal and chewed it in his mouth. A bitter taste spread quickly from his tongue, but at the same time, he could clearly feel his brain becoming clearer and something seemed to be growing slowly. Opening his eyes, he realized that everything in front of him seemed to have changed, as if the frame rate of the world in front of him had been increased, and he could even clearly see the flow of dust in the air, which was quite like looking at a mountain that wasn't a mountain, and looking at water that wasn't water. Well, did it work? Meeting the expectant eyes of the three imperial beasts, Kyle nodded heavily. It works. Now, Shenner's three imperial beasts were all excited. Their strength is strong, but as an imperial beast master, Shenner is still their biggest weakness. Although the soul recruiter has already learned the soul symbiosis, a forbidden skill of the undead soul system, but under Shenner's influence, several of his imperial beasts have all followed the steadiness of a lot of people, and they all feel that an insurance policy is not enough at all. And now that Kyle was able to strengthen it as well, they naturally followed suit. Alright, I'll continue to go deeper. You guys wait outside and make sure to protect the Imperial Beast Master. The blood-burning saint barked at the little ice dragon and the soul invoker that something wasn't right here, that he hadn't figured out the situation here for a while, and didn't feel comfortable letting Shenner follow him in as well. There's no rush to go deeper into the city, so let's take a look around the edges of the city and see if we can find the roots of these trees and plow them out. Instead of rejecting the blood-burning saint's request, Shenner frowned and pondered for a moment before speaking. Good. After saying that, the blood-burning saint made a leap and jumped down from the tall building, landing on the ground like a cat without making any waves. He started wandering around the building as Changer had said, trying to find the roots of the trees, but the twisted and winding trees were so intertwined in layers that it was impossible to tell exactly where was where. Little ice dragon, take me to the sky. Blood-burning saints, gotta take some coercive measures. Just start pulling trees. After circling around the building a few more times, the blood-burning saints who still hadn't found where the root was were also a bit annoyed. And even Shenner was a bit impatient, directly giving orders through the Imperial Beast contract. Not long after the words fell, he directly jumped onto the back of the little ice dragon, while the little ice dragon flapped its bone wings and flew into the air. Seeing this, the blood-burning saint deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His gaze sharpened fiercely, and his two arms began to extend, encircling a giant tree trunk that was embraced by 5 people, and began to exert force. 140 points of terrifying power suddenly erupted, and in an instant, the earth shattered and toothsome crunching sounds came from all directions. He intends to pull up this big tree directly with his power. On the back of the little ice dragon, Shenner frowned as he watched the scene, and suddenly, his eyes froze. Coming, he saw it, the ground began to wriggle after the blood-burning saint's movement, and the next moment, uncountable zombies with flowers on their heads burrowed out of the dirt and hissed as they lunged towards the blood-burning saint. Roar! Seeing this, the little ice dragon raised its voice to the sky, and in the next moment, densely packed huge white bones rose up from the ground, skewering all those zombies. Is this place so evil? On the back of the little ice dragon, Shenner frowned. This thing was so much different from the zombies he perceived. Why was it still staying in the dirt? This walker has no soul. At this time, the soul invoker this slowly opened its mouth and said, before that zombie, when it was still a little unbelievable, still thought it was out of the accident. As a result, after little ice dragon killed all these zombies, but still none of the souls appeared, which was not right. The soul turns into a flower? Hearing the invocation say that, the thought immediately flashed through Chantal's mind. Can't say. Recruiter and Shenner glanced at each other and shook their heads in bewilderment. It's just a baby. Ah, don't you think it's too super to ask it about such things? At this moment, Shenner realized the pain of not learning. When he went back, he would have to take a good look at the books in the library. Under the dirt, there's something different from those walkers. Suddenly, the little ice dragon, who had been silent all this time, spoke coldly, and then swooped down directly, plunging headfirst into the broken earth, and caught off guard. Shenner ate a mouthful of dirt. Blah, 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 blah. How's it going? Did you catch it? Taking out the bottle of water from the space backpack and filling it several times, he still felt the presence of sand in his teeth, but at this moment he had no time to care about anything else. Instead, he raised his head and couldn't wait to ask. If he could catch anything else, he might be able to know the true nature of this city. Roar! But what responded to him was a dragon roar from the little ice dragon. and in the next moment, the coldness that penetrated deep into his soul suddenly erupted. This is the origin of the name Little Ice Dragon. Undead ice. Not the same as the ice in the elements. This is the cold that works directly on the soul. It is not the same thing as the ice in the elements. And it can't even cause a display of freezing. Like the move of Professor Toki's frosty bone dragon that directly iced a forest. He also found it outrageous, because it is not in line with the characteristics of the undead ice at all. And he also didn't know how he did it. At this moment, the little ice dragon had already activated the only ice skill he knew. Ice spell. The cold dragon's breath swept over the surrounding earth. And even though there were no ice crystals present on the ground, the coldness that acted directly on the soul could still be clearly felt. Two bony claws reached into the dirt, and in the next moment, grabbed a man-high black insect and slammed it to the ground. The insect appeared to be frozen and did not move after being dropped on the ground. Gotcha! It was at this moment that the little ice dragon's smug voice slowly came out, and right behind it was a shaking of the ground, hundreds of meters high. 5 people embraced the giant tree directly by the blood-burning saints uprooted upside down. The roots of the giant tree intricate, spreading the distance far more than the crown of the tree, even after the mud was pulled out. The spread of the distance and even let the surrounding buildings collapse. Reckoner, keep an eye on this thing, Little Ice Dragon. Get in the pit and see if there's anything else. Watching the blood-burning acolyte sling the giant log over his shoulder, Chantal immediately gave the order. As the words fell, the little ice dragon almost turned into an ice-blue lightning bolt and flew into the pit where the giant would have just been. And even it was somewhat momentarily speechless after seeing the view below. Beneath the roots of the tree, it could almost be considered a housed tribe. The walkers with flowers on their heads were grouped together in one quiet place, almost like a field. And untold numbers of black insects fell eastward, still unaware of what was happening. White bone forest. Without any hesitation, the little ice dragon let out a long whistle to the sky, and endless white bones rose up from the ground, completely blocking off the hole in the ground without leaving a single remnant. Chapter 80, the name 10,000 Soul Streamer is too small and petty. Immediately telling Chinner everything he had seen in its entirety, the little ice dragon slowly fell down. How is this still a bug thing? Drawing out the small knife he had with him, Chanel stabbed into the pitch-black bug in front of him that looked just like an enlarged groundhog, the larva of a cicada. All come over here and see if there's any place this thing can be used. The green, slimy juice exploded and sprayed all over Chance, making him grimace in disgust. Obviously, it was fine how he got dirty in the end world before, but after a trip to the Imperial Beast world instead, he even ended up. So this isn't right. Condemning himself in his mind, he nevertheless honestly took out the water and rinsed himself off. Hearing his movement, all 3 Imperial Beasts came over. Exoskeletons should be considered bones, right? Carefully peeling the shell off the bug, Changer handed it to the little ice dragon. He already had a hunch that the city's main enemy would be this kind of bug. The little ice dragon surveyed the shell of the bug laid out in front of him and jerked it aside with his tail in disgust. It's not something you'd give a dog to eat. This guy has never suffered here in Chinner. When he first came here, he directly inherited the blood-burning saints to give it a good fight. Where has he ever eaten this kind of suffering? Having no choice but to turn his head to the blood-burning saint, Chance could only turn his head. And the blood-burning saint didn't disappoint Chinner, swallowing a few mouthfuls after the big black tendon penetrated deep into the green juice. And in the next moment, it silently put it back. The energy is there in the flesh and blood of these bugs, but it's a lot worse than a walker. And I don't think I'd be able to put my mouth on this thing if I had to. So this thing is pure junk? It's not useful at all? Chanel's brow furrowed. At this point he was starting to think about leaving the city. After all, the city was like this, and it didn't look like any humans could survive, which left no faith coming in. And coupled with the shortage of resources, he didn't feel that the city had any value to develop at all. Might as well run a little farther to other places. Wait, I seem to be able to use it. Just as Chinner was getting tangled up, the invocation suddenly called out to Chinner. With a few expectant eyes, it carefully rummaged through the green sap with its streamer face for something. In the end, it managed to rummage around inside to find a pure black prismatic crystal, which seemed to have a thick black fog rolling around inside. Is this a special kind of brainstone? Chanel asked, rubbing his chin, and in response, the invocation simply threw the crystal into its mouth, and in the next moment, a black bug appeared on its streamer face, and on the bug, a couple of grim-faced zombie souls were wrapped around it. What's going on? Without immediately answering Chinner's query, the soul recruiter simply released the black bug, and then directly used the spirit-swallowing serving prana to devour it. This skill, in addition to devouring the soul to enhance the attributes, but also can selectively absorb the soul's memories. But there are drawbacks. That is, the devoured soul before death at least have to have wisdom to do. Like a zombie such as this will not be able to extract anything. After all, 5 years of torture, What memories are given to wear out? The surface of the streamer wriggled, like a person smacking his lips back, and after a while, the beckoning streamer then opened its eyes. I saw it. This kind of bug they named themselves blacksheath bugs. They became conscious after the beginning of the end times due to some factor and developed a preliminary civilization. This kind of creatures can absorb souls to survive. They had no source of food after they ate up the zombies in the whole city. They were even on the verge of extinction for a while. And that's when some blacksheath bugs found out that this kind of tree seeds bloomed flowers that could be used as food to replenish their souls, but needed a carrier to parasitize. So they used the bodies of the zombies to make flower pots to carry the tree's seeds. The beckoning soul slowly opened its mouth to tell what it had seen. So, then stay. Stroking his chin, Channer spoke. Since those bugs had value, there was no need to leave. And as it happened, this place might be able to propel the soul invoker to complete its final evolution. How many souls are in you now? Chantal asked suddenly. 99,842. Soon, an exact number was spoken by the beck and call. Good fellow. Now you just can't call it that even if you evolve into a 10,000 soul streamer. It's too petty, Channer said smilingly. He also did not expect that his soul invocation had actually collected so many souls. Will 1,000,000 be the limit? Wiping the dagger covered in green juice with a paper towel, he suddenly asked a question. And naturally, the invocation knew exactly what Channer was asking. It pondered for a moment and slowly shook its head. It should be more than that. I can detect that I'm still some distance from the limit. Then start eating. No need to save me. There's more than enough here to supply you. Saying that, Channer waved his hand, while the soul fire in the empty eye sockets of the little ice dragon burned slightly. The inside of the white bone forest that wrapped around that blacksheath bug tribe began to proliferate crazily, and the sharp white bones penetrated through all the blacksheath bugs inside. And for a moment, ear-piercing bug chirps came from inside, listening to Channer for a while in a trance. But very soon the sound came to a screeching halt, and Channer's eyes came to their senses. Imperial Beast Master, all these flowers are yours, and the bug crystals are mine. Just now Channer's dissimilarities were all seen by his 3 imperial beasts. Even if the reclaimer hadn't said anything, the little ice dragon and the blood-burning saints had to be ready to start persuading Channer, but they didn't think that the reclaimer would actually take the initiative to speak up. Good. There weren't many of those zombie bodies that were used as flower pots in the underground hollow, and there were quite a few flowers on the brains that were in bloom, and these flowers were manipulated by the black sheath worms, which the black sheath worms could use to manipulate the zombies' bodies. While the black sheath worms' feces were the best fertilizers for those gigantic trees, and it was because of their constant fertilization that those gigantic trees could grow so big. At this time, the zombie soul flowers that were killed by the little ice dragon were all picked and sent back by the soul streamer's control of the souls of the dead. 121 of them. Looking at the 121 large flowers in front of him, Channer looked puzzled. I'll dip it in the sauce. Something so bitter, and so much of it, it's really hard for him to let him eat it in his empty mouth. And he doesn't dare to cook it, afraid that if he does, he'll lose some of the medicinal power or something. In the end, after eating 5 of them hard, he still couldn't hold back the strange bitter taste, and took out a box of bean paste from his spatial backpack, which made it much better. Alas, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Chewing on the soul flower in his mouth, Kyle couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 81, 1,000,000 Souls in the Soul Recruiter. Finishing all the soul flowers in front of him with the bean paste, Channer twisted his head towards the direction of the blood-burning saint, who had just idly pulled the soul-attracting streamer away while he was eating the soul flowers and continued to pull out the trees. During this time, the trees had been pulled up several times, all of which he had piled together, and were now nearly as tall as a building. And one by one, the flower pot zombies hiding under the trees with the black sheathworms were also caught out and killed, and directly thrown to the side. TSK, it's a shame to just throw away this weird tree. Are there any darkness-type imperial beasts that can absorb plants? Scratching his head, once again feeling the pain of not learning, he did know of a forest ghost, but the conditions for the formation of that kind of imperial beast seemed a bit outrageous. Forget it, we'll ask the teachers when we get back. We can't lose these trees here anyway. It was too much of a hassle to waste time running back at a time like this, so it would be better to just clear the entire city of trees and then just let the new imperial beasts come and inherit a big one. Little ice dragon, carry me to the sky. Looking at those soul flowers that had been specially put away by the blood-burning saints for fear of injury, Channer sighed, then jumped directly onto the saddle on the back of the little ice dragon and took out a pen and paper along with a ruler. He'd have to draw a map to do that, and seeing as how those giant trees were almost crowding the entire city, he figured he'd have a hard enough time finding a map of the city, so he just drew one himself. He had read books on the subject before when he had nothing to do, but had never practiced it. After all, He knew where to go in that city back home with his eyes closed, so there was no need for a hand-drawn map. As soon as he flew into the air in his little ice dragon, Chantal's brow furrowed. Previously, because it was not clear that the bugs here had developed a preliminary civilization, I did not care, but at this moment, looking down from a high altitude, the distribution of the giant trees was a bit interesting. Sparse in the east and dense in the west? Doesn't this tree need sunlight to grow? No, this is a big scattering, a small gathering? Who taught them that? There are different races of this bug? Nor could we see in the sky whether there was any intermingling or intermixing, and there was no way of distinguishing whether the two presumed species of bugs were in a state of belligerence or in a state of peace. But it wasn't a big problem. With his strength, he could completely push across this place. After drawing the features of the place, he continued to urge the little ice dragon to fly to another direction. The road is already useless, all blocked by giant trees. Even after all the plucking is full of craters, not a road at all. So he doesn't care about these things. When the time comes, he will directly let the blood-burning saints push the things that are blocking the road horizontally over it. It was kept busy for several points until dark, when a map was drawn. How does this thing look? After pulling out trees for a day and getting grimy, the blood-burning saints came back and pinched the map drawn by Chenner with 2 fingers, their brows furrowed together. It's normal that you can't read it, just that I can. Chenner ate a mouthful of bubbly without blushing. This first time drawing a map was indeed a cartwheel, to the point that he himself was a bit self-absorbed, and the things he drew were like sketches. But it wasn't a big problem. He'd probably memorized the shape of the city and all that. Just go straight ahead and tear down what he couldn't get to. Kid's strength was just great. As the day went on, the little ice dragon hadn't leveled up because it had been following Chenner, but it wasn't a big problem, and the skeletons of those flowerpot walkers' blood-burning saints were kept for it. But the progress of the blood-burning saints and the soul invoker was just too obvious. The level of the soul recruiter had now surpassed the little ice dragon, reaching the elite peak of level 40. In fact, if it wasn't for the restriction in order to break through the limit, it would have broken through to the township level by now, becoming the first township level 10,000 soul sentinel imperial beast in this world. In the case of the blood-burning saints, their level was raised to level 48, a full 2 levels up. Ever since breaking through to the township level, the blood-burning saints' rate of leveling up had dropped drastically. How many souls are there now? Chenner looked at the huge trees piled up in the distance and yawned tiredly, twisting his head to stare at the soul invocation and asked. For some reason, he felt a little sleepy after eating those soul flowers. 1,950,000. Swallowing the 2 bug crystals in one gulp wrapped in the sacred heart lotus, the recruiter thought for a moment before answering. It's broken 1,000,000. Sighing with emotion and finishing the bowl of instant noodles, Chenner could barely keep his eyes open and instructed the blood-burning saints to keep watch for the night, and then went straight into his sleeping bag and fell into a deep sleep. The sentinel is very wrong. As the earliest imperial beast that followed Chenner, the blood-burning saint discovered Chenner's wrongness at the first time. In the past, Chenner had never slept so deeply. Even if he slept to death, if there was any wind blowing in his ears, he could immediately wake up. It should be because of the soul flower. The large amount of pure soul power that suddenly came out was too much for the Imperial Beastmaster to digest, so he needed to fall asleep to digest it. The invoker pondered what he had encountered earlier and spoke slowly. After my strength feedback, the souls of the Imperial Beastmasters are still unable to digest those soul flowers? The blood-burning saint asked with some shock. Don't look at the fact that he was only a township-level Imperial Beast now. But if he really wanted to fight, an idle quasi-king level Imperial Beast wouldn't even be enough for him to fight. As soon as these words came out, the little ice dragon and the soul recruiter all glanced at him in surprise, as if they didn't expect this guy to actually say such words. Meh, the guy with 10 points of special offense. With a snort, the reckoner turned his back and continued to eat the bug crystals he had fought during the day. At this time it had entered a particularly critical period, a period that could not yet be rushed through with a massive pile of resources like the original Ran Abomination Giant, and could only absorb more souls in order to get through it. The souls contained in the bug crystals were not only the black sheath bugs themselves, but also the souls of the zombies they had devoured. So it could be said that one bug crystal contains several souls. Chandler had slept exceptionally well this time. He couldn't even remember exactly how long it had been since he'd slept this well. By the time he opened his eyes again, it was already 3 rods of sunrise, and the blood-burning saints had specially gone to hunt the black sheath worms farther away with the soul invoker in order not to disturb Chenner's sleep, leaving the little ice dragon and a flesh and blood doppelganger here to watch over Chenner. How long have I been asleep? Yawning and rising from his sleeping bag, Chantal asked as he washed himself with fresh water. 17 hours, Sentinel. How do you feel now? The blood-burning saint's worried voice came from the flesh and blood detachment. It's good. It's never been better. I feel like everything in front of me is clearer than just one point now. Soon after, Qianer, who was completely awake, felt the changes resulting from his soul becoming stronger and opened his mouth with a smile. Unfortunately, though, it's still just a bit more observant at the moment, and there's still no way to manipulate objects with mental power. Chapter 82 Evolution of the Soul Recruiter. Where are you guys now? How's the situation with the Soul Recruiter? How many souls have been absorbed? Not bothering to make any breakfast, he directly took out 2 loaves of bread from his space backpack, tore open the package and stuffed them into his mouth, and jumped onto the back of the little ice dragon to ask. In the south of the city, the Soul Recruiter is now nearing its limit of 1,290,000 souls. Speaking of this, even the blood-burning saint was somewhat awestruck, and even he felt a bit incredulous. What was even more outrageous was that after absorbing 1,299,000,000 souls, the soul drawing streamer actually didn't look the slightest bit like other Imperial Beast Master's soul drawing streamers that were disturbed by the cluttered souls. And other than suffocating a little bit, it actually didn't have a single thing going on at all. Come on over, Imperial Beast Master. Bring the camera. The recruiter got on my case after hearing that I didn't record it when I was evolving. And the rest of those bug crystals are dead set on not eating, just waiting for you to come over with the camera. Can't cell phones work? Chanel took out the old cell phone he had bought for his original body, but after opening it to take a picture and looking at the quality, he closed his mouth again. You guys give me a minute. I'll go back and get it. That cell phone of his was too mushy. Using it to record such things, even if the invocation knew how not to make a fuss, he was too embarrassed to take it out himself. After saying that, he told the little ice dragon to wait for him here, while he himself directly disappeared from the end world and returned to the Imperial Beast world with his flesh and blood split. Opening his eyes and tearing away the blood film, he got up from the bed and pushed the door of his room straight open and walked out. Cat maid, got a camera? The cat maid, who happened to be in the living room at that moment, was cleaning the cat hair that had fallen off of herself, and Chantal quickly walked over to ask, Meow, camera? Yes, yes, do you want to borrow it or buy it? The cat maid froze for a moment, but quickly responded by turning around and going back to her room and getting a pink video camera out of it. It didn't ask Changer what it was going to be used for, but rather if he was going to give it back when he was done with it. I'll buy it. How much? Shooting the invocation of the evolution of the things Changer naturally cannot be returned so simply buy it directly. Good. Meow. Mumble. Here's my order from when I first bought the camera. Shivering full-frame micro scanner, which was $15,799 at the time, and since I've been using it for a while, I'll count you in at $12,000. The cat maid didn't pit Changer either, and directly and generously showed the order to Changer. I've heard this is expensive before, but I didn't realize it would actually be this expensive. Lamenting, he paid honestly. What should I use to record video? Accepting the camera. Chantal looked up at the cat maid and asked after tinkering with it for a couple moments. This way. Soon, having learned what to do with the camera, Chantal once again returned to her room and closed the door behind her, while the cat maid saw fit to continue cleaning up her cat fur. This time of year is the most annoying, with a crop of fur falling off its body and it has to clean itself. As for Qianer's unusual behavior, she didn't put it on her mind at all. After all, to be honest, there were a few who could enter the Empire's highest academy that didn't have a chance. Immediately returning to the post-apocalyptic world, the little ice dragon was still waiting for him in the same place. Jumping onto the back of the little ice dragon, he patted its bony wings. Go, fly south of the city, waving its bone wings and flying into the sky. Cupping in its hand the abstract to the point of abstraction map that Qianer had drawn yesterday, the little ice dragon scowled at Qianer. Although it is all skeletons cannot be seen at all, but the soul fire can. This guy's soul fire shape has changed. A flirtatious crumb flavor. Which way is south? Sentinel? It asked, pointing at the map with its stubby bony claws outstretched. Over there. Chanel was barely amused straight away, pointing in the direction of the south side of the city. Flying in the sky, the course of action of the blood-burning saints could be clearly observed from below. A huge corridor of pits. He really did come all the way in a straight line like Chance said. Thick giant trees were neatly placed on the side of the road to form a passageway as if it were a giant railroad track. The little ice dragon was extremely fast, and it didn't take long for Qianer to spot the blood-burning saint with the soul invoker. At this moment, the blood-burning saint was sitting on the ground with his knees crossed, the corpses of black sheath worms and zombies lying all around him, and the rushing blood chi and murderous chi was forcefully detained on top of his flesh as if it was coiled around him like a bright red swimming dragon. At this moment, the blood-burning saint was filled with an evilly divine nature, while the soul recruiter, which was piled up with bug crystals around him, was spreading out flat on the ground in 100 boredom, the ghostly aura on his body rising up almost out of control, almost turning the dome of the sky on this side of the world into a haunted land. After seeing the bone dragon figure falling from the sky, it flipped over and flew straight up from the ground, shaking its streamer to meet it in a hurry. Imperial Beast Master, Imperial Beast Master. Come on, make sure to record my heroic pose when I evolve. The invoker flew in front of Chenner and said with gusto, got it. Don't worry, you'll start evolving when I say start. After pulling out the bracket to set up the camera and start recording, Chantal gave an OK sign to the beck and call. Seeing this, the soul recruiter took a deep breath, and the streamer rolled up the bug crystals on the ground and stuffed them into his mouth. As for the sacred heart lotus, it had already been eaten up yesterday, and as the soul-inviting streamer moved, its streamer surface began to shake, densely layered ghostly shadows flickered on it, and the number of souls within it began to increase. It could feel that it had reached its limit and that the next thing to do was to let go of repression and choose to accept and embrace. The white light of evolution spread from the streamer and quickly swept over the entire body. The originally suppressed ghost chi was completely unsuppressed at this time, and the black column of light shot up to the sky, and the originally sunny weather was even suppressed, and the entire city was dimmed, as if some kind of hellgate had been opened. 1,299,000. 6,000 ferocious zombie dead souls playfully rampaged through the city. And for a moment, Chenner actually couldn't tell if this place was the Young or the Yin world. It was almost like the Netherworld. Evil aura, ghost aura, and demonic aura all erupted together. If it evolved normally into a 10,000 soul streamer, this would definitely be the strongest 10,000 soul streamer ever. Enough 10 elements of souls for the 10,000 soul streamer. And that's when the unknown change came. A sandalwood scent flooded into Chantal's nostrils, and the undead souls that had been wreaking havoc and spreading their wings in the sky froze. The soul-inviting streamer wrapped in white light slowly rose into the air, the white surface of the streamer curling slightly, and certain scrolls seemed to appear on the surface of the streamer at this moment. Chapter 83, Human Emperor Flag. Mountains, rivers, grasses and trees, the sun, moon and stars were all engraved on top of the streamers, but all of them showed a strange dead atmosphere. Black yin chi erupted, almost coloring half of the sky into black. However, this yin chi did not have the grimness of other undead soul lineage imperial beasts. Instead it was filled with an eerie sense of grandeur. Those ravaging dead souls shook themselves and actually had the flavor of cultivation. At this moment, the light of evolution wrapped around the soul-invoking streamer exploded and dispersed, and a streamer with a golden body, rolling black smoke wrapped around its body, and mountains, rivers, grasses, trees, and the sun, moon, and stars inscribed on its surface floated silently in midair. The streamer is attached to a pole of unknown metal, which is carved with farming and animal husbandry and mountains and rivers. In the next moment, two eyes emerged from the streamer. Oh, Mikado Mikado, I'm getting super strong now. It excitedly surveyed its brand new body and circled chants like a dog chasing its own tail. After evolving, Hachimen's voice became like gold and iron intertwined, but his tone was the same as before, which seemed particularly strange. Unnamed. Attributes, undead soul. Steel. Rank, 41, township guard. Qualification, gold. Physical strength racial value, attribute 150, 166. Attack racial value, attribute 30, 39. Defense racial value, attribute 160, 172. Special attack racial value, attribute 50, 56. Special defense racial value, attribute 160, 172. Speed racial value, attribute 50, 56. Total racial value, 600. Skills, blowing spirit, possession, gust of Yin wind, swallowing spirit and serving spirit, soul symbiosis, Yin chi bomb, lifting chi, kingdom. The exclusive skill during the period of the soul recruiter was soul recruitment, and if it had evolved normally into the 10,000 soul streamer, that skill would have become the 10,000 soul swallowing array. But because this brand new imperial beast of Chenner's was a meritorious evolution, and perhaps mixed with the existence of some faith, the original 10,000 soul swallowing array had directly transformed into a special skill called the kingdom. Oh, Imperial Beast Master, name my race. Feeling the vigorous power within his body, the recruiter understood that he had successfully evolved into a paragon race, an unprecedented undead soul system paragon, and excitedly asked towards Chenner, let's call it the flag of the human emperor. It was thought of long ago. Reaching out to grip the unknown metal flagpole under the human emperor, Changer spoke with a smile, and as the words fell, the attribute panel of the human emperor flag, which was originally unnamed, immediately changed, and a brand new name appeared on it. Human Royal Flag. What's the purpose of this skill? Kingdom? Grabbing the flagpole and waving the human emperor's flag twice, Kyan asked curiously. The kingdom is the kingdom that belongs to me. The human emperor flag, which was still enjoying the feeling of being wielded, immediately came to life after hearing this, and with a flip, broke free from Qian'er's hands and shook the streamer. And all of a sudden, the mountains, rivers, grasses, trees, and the sun, moon, and stars inscribed on the streamer's surface seemed to have come to life. Intense black gas drifted out from the human emperor flag. Step, 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 step. Amidst the black smoke, dull and neat footsteps sounded from far and near. In the next moment, a dense and boundless black ghost ponds came out from the black smoke. This cleared-out open space could not even accommodate these ghost ponds. Qian'er could even see many ghost ponds being squeezed into the surrounding buildings, with only half of their bodies remaining outside. It's like a frame jam in an online game. The dead souls I absorb into my kingdom are my subjects and they will give their lives for me. The proud voice of the human emperor flag came out. Chantal looked curiously toward a ghostly pawn. Ghost pawn. Rank, 20, excellent peak. Qualification, blue. Physical strength racial value, attribute 80, 51. Attack racial value, attribute 80, 37. Defense racial value, attribute 60, 29. Special attack racial value, attribute 60, 29. Special defense racial value, attribute 40, 21. Speed race value, attribute 80, 37. Total racial value, 400. All of the ghost pawns were of this attribute, which meant that at this moment, there were 1,296,000 excellent peak level ghost pawns willing to die for the human emperor banner in its kingdom. What's even more outrageous is that these ghost pawns can grow by devouring souls. And in the future, it's impossible to say that ghost generals and ghost kings will appear. Calm down. Don't float. The ratio of the appearance of the Imperial Beast Master talent is more than 30. That is to say that the Yen country of the Imperial Beast world has at least 500 million Imperial Beast Masters. This power is simply not enough to fight. Taking a few deep breaths, Kyle then slowly exhaled a cloudy breath, only to have a little more confidence on his face. It was true that 1,200,000 excellent peak Imperial Beasts couldn't make any waves at all when put in front of the entire Yin Kingdom, but it would be different if they were to face an individual or simply a single power. The little ice dragon looked enviously at the human emperor flag. At this point, the human emperor flag had already evolved into a terrifying existence on the same level as its final form, yet it has not yet completed the first stage of evolution. There's no way around it. That's just how paragons of the traditional path are. The growth cycle is frighteningly long. Originally, it had thought that with its own addition, even if it couldn't become the strongest of Changer's team, it could at least become the second strongest. But I didn't realize that in the blink of an eye, it became the weakest. The human emperor flag, who was still in a period of excitement at this time, didn't even notice the envy in the little ice dragon's eyes and once again pestered Qian'er. Oh, Imperial Beast Master, Imperial Beast Master. Did you or did you not film my heroic pose when I evolved just now? Don't worry, it's all on camera, said Chanel, grinning and holding up the camera. Woohoo! Seeing this, the human emperor flag let out a cheer and grabbed the camera and flew off to the side to study it. Chantal gave it a smiling look and called it back, and the three beasts sat together in a circle one by one. It's still like before, little ice dragon. You and the human emperor flag are here to clear this entire city of black sheath bugs and zombies. I'll go back with the blood-burning saints. And you guys remember to leave a copy for the blood-burning saints with the resources. Regarding Qian'er's arrangement, all three imperial beasts did not have any objections and immediately nodded their heads. By the way, blood-burning saints, you leave a flesh and blood detachment here to try and see if you can get a share of the merits here. After seeing the benefits of meritocracy, Kyle was even more fanatical about such things. He himself was fine. The three imperial beasts were all contracted to him, and whoever killed the zombies and the black sheath worms would have his share. But the blood-burning saints were different, and he would have to be here for that to happen. Good. Nodding his head without hesitation, the blood-burning saint immediately detached a flesh and blood detachment. After that, his and Kyle's figures gradually became dim and eventually disappeared, and by the time they opened their eyes again, they had already returned to the Imperial Beast world. Opening his eyes, at this moment, having received feedback from the subduing great human emperor flag, Qian'er felt energized by more than one notch. And the main thing, Chanel reached up and pinched the skin on his arm, then pulled almost 10 centimeters high, but still felt no pain or discomfort. When you let go, the leather membrane springs back with a crisp sound. The location just now was surprisingly not different at all except for some redness. The defensibility and flexibility of the body's skin membrane has improved so much. Cutting across the skin with the knife, but not breaking the dermal membrane, the sight of which brought another excited smile to Kyle's face. My body. It's gradually running wild toward the point of inhumanity. Chapter 84, The Specific Role of the Darkness Affinity Talent. Looking out the window. It was still early at this time, and there was no hurry to sleep. After first going to the cafeteria to eat a big meal, Qian'er let the cat maid take herself to the library. The previous incident had made him realize his lack of knowledge about imperial beasts, so he would have to make up for it this time around. Originally this was supposed to be a lesson with a teacher, but his 3 teachers couldn't be reached for some reason, so he had to come to the library on his own. The librarian was a teacher with round-framed glasses and a petite figure, probably only about 1 meter 6 or so. She also recognized Qian'er's said identity, but didn't say anything, just very cheerfully gave Qian'er the formalities. Because of the reason that the school year hasn't started yet, there aren't many people in the library, and most of them are seniors who are studying for their exams. Checking things here. Need to find some books? After completing the formalities, looking at Qian'er still standing there, the librarian lady then lowered her voice and asked, "Books on the line of rotting slime monsters, and frosty bone dragons and spirit attractors. The flesh and blood department, the undead soul department and the skeleton department are all big departments, and each one of them is enough for one to study for the rest of one's life." Chantal didn't expect to rule the scriptures as a doctor, and spoke very purposefully about his 3 imperial beasts' profiles. "By the way, there are books on the gift of dark affinity." Halfway through his speech, Chance suddenly remembered that he had another talent. To be honest, he had never really gotten too much out of the way regarding the development of this word talent. This is because the dark affinity is not like other ones like the so-and-so system increase that simply and easily enhances the growth rate of the imperial beast of that system, or other combat class talents that directly enhance the combat power of the imperial beast. This talent boosts his affinity for the darkness. It wasn't just the affinity for darkness-based imperial beasts, there was something else as well, but for that, he was a bit confused. Hearing this, the librarian lady who had been planning to take down notes with her notes helplessly stopped her movements and looked up at Qian'er. She suspected that Chantal was messing with her own mind. "Isn't that why you don't know anything? Listen to me. What you need to do now is not to work behind closed doors in the library, but to go to those 3 teachers of yours and ask them. 3-to-1 teaching is surely more efficient than blind research on your own." Hearing her say that, Chantal shrugged helplessly. "Teacher, of course I wanted to do that, but for some reason, all 3 professors are out of contact." "How? Oh yeah, almost forgot. The 3 of them were sent out by the principal to give the other schools an explanation." Ms. Librarian froze for a moment and was about to say it was impossible, but soon, she remembered something and shut her mouth again. Give the other schools a break? Needless to say, the news caught Chance's attention, and he came over and lowered his voice to ask, "Teacher, what's the deal with my 3 teachers? It's not because of you. It's not in line with the rules to recruit you directly in advance. This time it's the Imperial Academy that broke the rules. If you don't give an explanation, it's not going to end well on the other school's side." Miss Librarian glanced at Qian'er in awe, but soon, a trace of gloom flashed in her eyes. This kind of royal beastmaster's pride of nature was a completely different world from an ordinary person like her, who didn't have the talent of a royal beastmaster. The Imperial Academy is not a pure Imperial Beastmaster school, which is divided into the Cultural Academy and the Imperial Beast Academy. And the Cultural Academy enrolls ordinary people who excel in their studies or Imperial Beastmasters whose Imperial Beast talent is not that strong. After all, the development of humanity could not rely solely on Imperial Beastmasters. So, Chance didn't think there was such a thing in the first place. "Okay, follow me." Since she knew that Qian'er wasn't deliberately fooling herself, the librarian lady had nothing more to say, and after speaking to him, she led Qian'er to the darkness department area. "Mumble, here are all the books you asked for. Is there anything else you need?" A total of 4 slate-thick books were stacked on the table with a dull thud. "Nope, these are enough." Originally, Qian'er was planning to ask for another book that recorded the strange stories of the Imperial Beast world, but after looking at the books on the table, he gave up, sending Ms. Librarian away. Chantal sat down, first pulling out the book, the complete book of dark talents. Opening the catalog, he went straight to his advanced darkness affinity talent. There were quite a few records, and this book detailed the uses and contraindications of this talent, followed by some cases of predecessors who also had this talent. About half an hour, after reading all the information, Qian'er lifted his head and let out a long, cloudy breath. "I see. Dark affinity refers to an affinity for all dark energies, and after the Imperial Beasts are strong to a certain degree, the Imperial Beast Master can even borrow the energy of the Imperial Beasts." With that, he stretched out his fingers and followed the book to drive up the energy. In the next moment, the black sphere gradually emerged in his hand. In Chi Bomb, the skill of the human emperor's banner. Opening his hand and dispersing the shadowy projectile, Chantal closed the book of dark talents and pulled out the book on rotting slime monster cultivation. This time it wasn't as quick as it had been earlier. The book had to be read from the beginning, and it wasn't until the librarian lady came to call him that Chandu had only read a small part of it. He lifted his head, only to feel his body stiffen, and moved his backbone twice. with a crisp rattling of his bones. Other than that it was nothing. After being strengthened by the soul flower, the strength of his soul had already reached a rather terrifying level, and it wasn't so bad that he felt uncomfortable just because of this intake of knowledge. Well, did you find what you wanted? Ms. Librarian asked curiously as she helped Chantal put the 4 books back in their places and noted Chantal's name on the charted record. Only part of it was found, and the rest can only be said to be of lesser use. But it's a guarantee that it will be useful at some point. After exchanging pleasantries, Xian'er left the library and walked towards the cafeteria. This time he didn't choose to eat in the cafeteria, but packed up and went back to his dorm room. Back in the dormitory, just as I opened the door, I saw the cat maid lying on her back on the cat climbing frame intently watching a cat movie. Decent cat movie starring a maid cat. Without disturbing the cat maid, Chandler carried his meal back to his room. As soon as he sat down, his face turned bitter, and with a sigh, he painstakingly took out a handful of soul flowers from his spatial backpack. You read the book too, and when you do, research how to temporarily interrupt my sense of taste. The blood-burning saints had just gone back to the post-apocalyptic world to eat the accumulated zombie flesh and blood, and when they returned, they took out Chandler's cell phone and wanted to play the game. After glancing at him without any good humor and spitting a word, Chantal continued to line up with the soulflower in front of him. Wrap the meal with the soulflower and then swallow it in one bite. The days just went by. Cafeteria, library, dormitory, 3 points of life plus reading a day to go home is a mouthful of bitter taste of soulflower. Chandler felt like he had never suffered this much when he was eating bug cakes in the end times. For now he truly sees the light. Chapter 85, Starting School. Compensation from the Wang family. This kind of day had lasted for more than half a month, and after this half a month of devouring soul flowers, at this time, the total amount of Qian'er's soul could probably be as much as 30 of his previous self. On top of that, after this half a month or so, the progress on the end world side is almost finished. All the zombies and black sheath bugs within the entire city were almost killed cleanly, and even in order to prevent future problems, the blood-burning saints even made a special trip to the post-apocalyptic world, using the earthquake skill to turn over the entire city's ground, and then the little ice dragons released the frost shock to freeze the entire city, thus completely killing the bug eggs hidden in the dirt. And after absorbing this entire city as sustenance, his human emperor flag's progress was the most obvious, directly soaring from level 41 to the peak of level 50 town guard, just one step short of becoming a quasi-king. Because of the reason that the number of zombies in this city wasn't too high, the progress of the blood-burning saints and the little ice dragons wasn't as obvious as the human emperor's flag. The blood-burning saints were also boosted from level 48 to level 50 township pinnacle because they were base high. The little ice dragon, on the other hand, had been raised from level 39 to level 45, and was much closer to evolving into its second stage. It's just a bit of a shame that, as previously suspected, the survivors of the city didn't resist the stranglehold of an intelligent race, and have all but perished, joining the zombies as pots in which the black-sheathed worms planted their soulflowers. And Faith is out of luck. Qian'er, who had originally planned to lead the 3 imperial beasts and a group of ghost pawns to rummage through this city once more to make sure that there were no more fish in the net and then leave to look for the next city, was standing in front of the mirror wearing a formal dress with a face full of hopelessness and was being straightened up by the cat maid's collar. Is it hot to be dressed like this on a hot day? And the collar is so uncomfortable. Chanel tries to talk the cat maid out of it, but fails spectacularly. Meow. Don't fool me. I do know how strong your human township level Imperial Beastmaster's physical qualities are. They don't feel hot at all because of this temperature. And also, today is the start of the school year, and you, as the leader of your class, of course you have to be a good example. Wearing a translator on the ear. The ear is all the cat maid's rambling. Qian'er whole person is speechless. His previous style of dress is to be able to keep warm on the line. When the day is hot a little more wild dress have tried. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world of 10 days and a half months cannot meet a living person. All the zombies have what to look at. I didn't realize that coming to the world of imperial beasts would be such a bother. Meow, okay, you just said the collar was hard. I loosened it a bit for you. Get out. Hearing the cat maid say that, Qian'er then walked out of the villa with a sense of relief. That's right, today is the day of the school year. Last night Professor Zhang sent a special message saying that he should come out to meet them. The 3 of them went out to give an explanation now also finished. We'll follow the students back today. Because of this incident, so Chanel temporarily pushed back his trip to the next city to clean it. Just as soon as he left the house, he realized that it was a little different from before. Before the whole school had little people, a dead look, and now it was flat out popular. Even the villa area that he now lived in that was dedicated to supplying the top 30 of each grade had many people walking by. Pushing open the door just as he was about to leave, Qian'er was suddenly stopped by a crisp voice. Hello, you're Mr. Chandler, aren't you? Turning his head, Chanel saw a young man with a clean-cut face, a kind smile on his face, and a slender figure that looked about his age was walking towards the side from next door. I am. Are you? Chanel wore a fake smile on his face out of habit, both eyes subconsciously glancing to the guy's neck, lower, heart, and other spots where he could strike a blow. He could feel the malice and greed that the boy hid under his smiling face, and, without moving, he twisted his head to look at the position of his shoulder, where, at that moment, a faintly visible flesh and blood doppelganger was standing. Sentinel. I can feel that this guy is also a blood relative from the group that attacked us back then. A faint, mosquito-like voice rang in Chanel's ears, making him realize what was going on. Hello, student Chinner. My name is Wang Xinjian. This time I'm here to bring reparation gifts to student Chinner. With that, he took out a palm-sized space backpack and handed it to Chinner with a smile. The Wang family? Chinner opened his space backpack and glanced inside. Inside was the bloody head of a middle-aged man. They seemed to think that would scare Chinner, and Chinner was not polite, directly grabbing the middle-aged man's hair and pulling his head out of the space backpack, mentioning it in front of him like lifting a watermelon to confront himself. The middle-aged man's eyes were tightly closed, but his expression was hideous, as if he was afraid of something. What is this guy to you? Putting his head in his hands and tossing it around for a while, Chinner hooked a hand on Wang Xinjian's shoulder and asked with a smile. At those words, a trace of anger flashed in Wang Xinjian's eyes, but he quickly recovered. It's my unproductive second uncle Wang Junning. He lowered his eyes in a deep voice. The original family's idea was to let Wang Junning's own son descend. By then his own son may not be able to hold back the hatred and out of control. In public and Chinner wrestled together. If Chinner momentary lapse to kill him would be better. In plain sight in the academy inside the murder. This time even if the Imperial Academy how want to bail out of Chinner have no reason. But unfortunately, was Wang Juaneng's wife dead? Stop. That is the Qi family's woman. When because of love and Wang Juning came together, in the face of the Wang family's idea of birth, she almost went crazy, in order to protect their own son, and even went back to talk to the group of Qi's family warrior to say about this matter. It was only due to the pressure of the Qi family that this task of delivery was sent from Wang Junning's own son to Wang Xinjian's head. Alright, not bad. I didn't think that a mud-legged man, would actually be able to make the Wang family's pride of heaven talk to me like this one day. Weighing the head in his hand twice, Chinner couldn't help but chuckle, then casually threw the head behind himself, the door to the Imperial Beast space opening just in time to catch the head. It was followed by a creepy chewing sound. Wang Xinjian closed his eyes and panted violently, leaving without a word. He didn't even dare to imagine what was going on with that chewing sound. Wiping his hands with the handkerchief in his pocket, Chinner then hummed in the direction of the school entrance. Yo, youngest, long time no see. Did not walk a few steps. It was called again. Is the third senior brother? At this time he is wearing a black undershirt. The body's muscles high bulging, are about to burst the undershirt. Smilingly greeted Chinner. Chapter 86 Chinner, Wu Yuan. Oh, where's the kid I peed on back then? Third senior brother. It's been a long time. You went to pick up your teacher too? The fake smile on Chanel's face became a little more genuine as he opened his mouth to inquire. Yeah, I figured the teacher would want you to go over there and pick him up too. So I came to see you first thing. Third brother chuckled, wobbling toward the school entrance with Chantal. Because this was the beginning of the school year, many of the freshmen who arrived early were inquiring with the older students about where the dormitories were. This was similar to the school life before Chinner's post-apocalyptic world, except that students here didn't have to drag their suitcases, they just had to take their space backpacks. Yo, Chanel, you're really here too. Just as he walked to the entrance of the school, the voice of surprise reached Chinner's ears, and this voice made quite a few people follow and look over. After all, Chinner's name could already be said to be a household name among this class of freshmen. When he looked up, the first thing he saw was Lai Ziming, whose hair was dyed 3 colors, greeting himself with a smile. Youngest, who's that traffic light? Third senior brother clasped his hands on his chest and glanced suspiciously at Lai Ziming. Lai Ziming, the second place winner of this college competition. If it wasn't for me, he would be this year's champion. Greeting Lai Ziming over, Chinner smilingly introduced both parties to each other. Brother Lai, this is my third senior brother Wang Duo, a junior student of the Blood and Flesh Department, and also one of the personal disciples of Professor Zhang Xian of the Blood and Flesh Department. Lai Ziming looked at Wang Duo in awe. After all, both the junior student of the Imperial Academy's Flesh and Blood Department and the personal disciple of Professor Zhang Xian of the Flesh and Blood Department were both unexceptional big shots, both inside and outside the academy. After the two got to know each other, Lai Ziming was in no hurry to go to the dormitory, so he waited here with the two. It had to be said that there were indeed quite a few familiar faces in this year's freshmen. After all, Those who could participate in the college competition were the geniuses of their respective schools, and it was these geniuses that the Imperial College recruited, so quite a few of them had been beaten up by Chinner during the college competition. Anyone who hasn't been punched in the face by Cher isn't that talented. And soon enough, a small, homely teenage girl walked quickly over to Chantal, and after letting out a particularly loud grunt turned her head away without looking back. Third brother? Youngest? Who is that woman? Third senior brother asked with a strange smile towards Chinner. He thought it was the affair that Chinner had left outside. Oh, that female I think it's called something like Hope. I beat the pants off of her during the college competition. Chance leaned against the trunk of a tree on the side of the road with his arms folded over his chest, full of concern. Wu Yuan, who hadn't gone far yet, stumbled on her feet when she heard this, sniffled hard for fear that tears would flow straight down her face, and ran away without daring to raise her head. And at this moment, hearing this, the third senior brother and Li Ziming people were numb and froze, looking at Chinner as if they were looking at some kind of god. Youngest, have you been hit by something before? The third elder brother looked into Chanel's eyes, carefully testing them. After all, just now that Wu Yuan said that dumping the country cannot be counted, but it is also a small family beauty. But Chinner is so. I guess so. I heard from my principal that brother Chien is an orphan and grew up alone, so he should have had some kind of psychological trauma in the past, Li Ziming explained to him in a whisper. And soon, a look of realization appeared on third senior brother's face, and he looked at Chinner with a little more compassion. At this, Changer didn't bother to explain. Mercy was mercy, as long as it didn't bother him. The teacher is back. After that incident just now, Li Ziming's relationship with his third senior brother had gotten a lot better, especially after realizing that both of these guys were revering the idea that bigger is better. This continued until Professor Zhang's trio returned. Noticing Professor Zhang's aura, Chinner suddenly looked up and spoke, and the two of them suddenly stopped their exchange and looked up to the sky, only to see the thick skeleton aura and cold aura occupying almost half of the sky dome at some point. And in the next moment, a huge dragon made up of blue skeletons swooped down from the sky and landed at the entrance of the school, causing the students to gasp in shock. It was none other than Professor Toki's imperial beast, the peak quasi-king frost bone dragon. Ha ha, kids, I'm back. Professor Zhang was the first to jump off the back of the frost bone dragon, laughing as he walked over in the direction of Chinner and third senior brother. Only the footsteps became slower and slower, and the originally happy face gradually became doubtful, and the smile froze on his face. He walked over to Chantal and for a moment didn't know what to say. His face scrunched together, forming a mask of pain. He looked towards Chinner's shoulder several times, and as he watched, third senior brother wondered if Chinner had been in some kind of accident when Professor Zhang's words made him outright dumbfounded. Jinmo peaked? Professor Zhang looked at Chinner sadly and asked. His tone was still full of skepticism. He suspected that he was still dreaming, but that flesh and blood doppelganger on Chinner's shoulder was clearly the aura of the peak level of the Jinhua. Well, the pinnacle of town is up. Without hiding the power of the blood-burning saints, Chinner acknowledged it with a smile, because the blood-burning saints couldn't be hidden, and its rate of progress represented the resources one could enjoy in the Imperial Beast world. What he really wanted to hide was the human emperor flag and the little ice dragon. Now these two Imperial Beasts, he hadn't even let them show their faces in the Imperial Beast world. When these words came out, not only Professor Zhang, but third senior brother and Li Ziming all put on their pain masks. The third elder brother was not much to talk about. He was also a pride of heaven before Chinner appeared. He was already an elite-level Imperial Beast Master in his junior year, but compared to Chinner, he was simply like a primitive man. As for Li Ziming, his heart hurt even more because Chinner was his peer. When are you going to break through to Paragon King? After a few moments of silence, the tall Professor Toki slowly walked over and opened his mouth to ask, his right hand in his pants pocket squeezing his thighs in a death grip to keep from showing his out-of-control expression. I'm going to settle down for a while longer. Jinhua to Quasi-King was a big hurdle, which meant that the Imperial Beasts had officially crossed into the ranks of the mobile heavenly plagues. It was unknown how many township-level Imperial Beast Masters were stuck at this stage. Seeing that Chinner was not in a hurry, the three called professors all nodded with satisfaction. It was natural at this stage to accumulate as much as possible. Okay, you have a number in mind on the line. We have to go to the principal's place later, so we'll leave first. You have any questions in the next 2 days when we come out and ask me directly. They all knew about the fact that Chantal had been soaking in the library all this time, so they made a point of saying so. By the way, the day after tomorrow is your freshman's practical test. The school authority is worried that your direct privilege will make some students disobedient, so I guess they'll have to let you go on the field as well, so you'll have to go easy on them at that time. Young Shuai, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped and turned his head to bark a word to Chinner. No, I'm convinced. Don't put him on. On the side. Lai Ziming directly put on his pain mask and spat madly in his mind. Chapter 87, Team Doctor. A sole imperial beast that can absorb plants. The whole school was buzzing because of the start of the school year, and Chandler had received compensation from the remaining 3 families. But the interesting thing was the Chi family. The family's behavior was a little hard for Chandler to understand. Greetings, Mr. Chinley. This is a gift from the Chi family for you. A middle-aged man with a diamond imperial beast medal on his chest, which represented that he was a township-level trainer, was full of smiles as he handed a space backpack to Chandler. Not avoiding him, Chandler directly opened the space backpack and took a look at it, and his brows furrowed at once. You're missing something here, aren't you? The head of the mastermind was missing, but other than that, the compensated resources were quite a lot. The Sacred Heart Lotus, Flesh and Blood Essence and Immortalized Bone were 300 pieces each, more than the other 3 combined. And there were a number of other things that were valuable, but it was not known if they could be put to use. And hearing this, the smile on the middle-aged man's face froze. But he still stared at Chandler and opened his mouth very seriously. The Chi family will not abandon any of their family members. Let the Chi family kill a family member to make amends to you. I'm sorry, please forgive the Chi family for not being able to do that. And for that, the Chi family has given several times the amount of compensation of the other families. Hearing him say that, Chantal's eyebrows shot up and he gave him a surprised look. No, man, you're saying that's too abstract when you compare it to what your Chi family's oldest ancestor, Chi Kunshin, did, right? Are you serious? Playing with the space backpack in his hand, Chantal asked with an odd expression on his face. Of course it's serious. And the middle-aged man from the Chi family nodded with a solemn face. Valuing family members is the family style of the Chi family, which is like a steel seal of thought poking deep into the consciousness of every member of the Chi family. That's why the Chi family was also the only family that didn't come out of their own family when they first took a shot at Chandler. Interesting, okay, I'll take it. Looking deeply at this Chi family member, Chandler put away his space backpack and turned to leave. The Chi family was the only family he currently had contact with at the top level anymore, and he could be said to be quite fearful of this Chi family. After all, the ability to change the law was too evil, and although he and his imperial beasts wouldn't be affected, others would, and he didn't want to somehow become enemies of the world. He wasn't prepared to go up against the Chi family until he had a way to break the law. Rejecting the invitation to the freshman fellowship sent by Lai Ziming, he went straight back to his villa, took out all 4 space backpacks, and dumped the contents on the ground in unison. Unmelted bones, Sacred Heart Lotus and Flesh and Blood Essences littered the ground in a haphazard pile. There were 510 copies of each, and although it was only a little more than 5 months' worth for him, he couldn't keep his resources, and as long as he had them in his hands, they would soon be consumed. It was the first time he had seen so many resources piled up together. Here, help me sort these 3. Immediately summoning the blood-burning saint, Chantal pointed at the resources on the ground and spoke. The blood-burning saint nodded, and the large black tendrils on his body surged, quickly sorting out the pile of resources on the ground. This one is yours, and you can just bring the rest directly to the little ice dragon as well as the human emperor flag. It was all in the imperial beast space anyway, so they directly let the blood-burning saints send it in. Chandler, who had put the 3 resources into each of the 3 spatial backpacks, instructed. After saying that, he was just about to go back to have a good rest, but suddenly he thought of something and hurriedly climbed up from his bed, fumbling for his cell phone to send a message to his teacher group. Sensei, is there a suitable darkness-type imperial beast that can devour plants for my team? He didn't necessarily have to need a grass system. Anything that could devour plants to grow would do. After all, those giant trees were there, and now that they were all dried up, it would be a waste if they weren't utilized on them. This more than half a month of library life he all read the information of the 3 imperial beasts he now had. After the basic introduction read there were theses and books written by other people. Almost forgot about this. Soon the news came in from there. Young Hack Hey? Tokonaka, why don't you just pull a group together and include all 3 of us? Zhang Xin, the 3 of us are gathering outside. You sent a direct group message. The words do not change. Professor Zhang Xin spat. And seeing that, Chandler wasn't shy about pulling a group and pulling all 3 professors into it. The 300-plus-year-old men who were still soaking their feet were messed up by this confusing maneuver. But soon, Yong Shueihai came back to his senses. At this time he was lazy, and did not want to type. Directly sent a long voice. Yong Shueihai, the darkness imperial beast that devours plants. Didn't you meet it last time? That forest ghost. But I guess it doesn't fit into your team. It overlaps with the little ice dragon's positioning. Forest Ghost's racial value distribution is one of those glass cannon special attack turrets that overlap with the Frost Bone Dragon, the final evolution of the Little Ice Dragon. Zhang Xian, the flesh and blood lineage has the flesh and grass lineage's flesh-eating moss, with a total racial value of 450, which can devour flesh and blood along with plants to strengthen itself, but the racial value is really too low. Zhang Xin, in addition, amongst the 10,000 races that fought with humans for survival space in the first place, there is a race called the Ogre Tree, a race that was created by the Mori Goblin as a weapon specifically for use against humans. However, after the Mori Goblin was defeated by the humans, this race was also seized by the humans, and after so many years of cultivation, it is now able to be contracted by the humans to become a royal beast, with a total racial value of 490, characterized by particularly outstanding attacks and defenses. Tokinaka, the pure skeleton lineage of bone thorns. A new evolution has also been discovered in recent years. During the bone thorns period, as long as they devour a large amount of plants, they can evolve into the grass plus skeleton lineage of steel thorns bone thorns. The three of them discussed it in the group with you and me, but Chanel's brow furrowed the more he listened. He checked them one by one according to the names they said, and it turned out that they didn't fit his team at all. All of these imperial beasts had minor flaws, and the one that was most like a person was actually a forest ghost. Yang Shuai, go on. Yes, there's also the necrotic dandelion. This kind of imperial beast is quite suitable for your team. If I remember correctly, you shouldn't have a team doctor in your team yet, right? After returning a yes, Chenner immediately took out his atlas and searched for information on the necrotic dandelion. Necrotic dandelion. Attributes, dead souls, grass. Physical strength race value, 60. Attack racial value, 67. Defense racial value, 85. Special attack race value, 77. Special defense race value, 75. Speed race value, 116. Total racial value, 480. Special ability, Dead Soul Transformation, can absorb the energy of dead souls and plants through its root system and then store it in the dandelion's fluff, which can be used to heal teammates when needed. Chapter 88, Senior, the pressure is great. The darkness line conflicts with the sacred line, so if you want to heal a darkness imperial beast, you can only choose from within a line other than the sacred line, but then you don't have the big advantage of resurrection. Yang Shuehai's voice came slowly from the cell phone, and in response to that, the previous generations of darkness-based Imperial Beastmasters have worked out their own way of resurrection that is unique to the darkness-based system. That is, it has some side effects. Side effects? At the mention of the side effects of the darkness, Chantal's mind immediately went to the zombies. That thing had affected him too much. Let's say turning into an undead soul that retains its consciousness and then being absorbed by its own undead lineage of Imperial Beasts and becoming one with the undead lineage of Imperial Beasts and such, and turning into sentient zombies or sentient skeleton soldiers and things like that. As expected, it fit the stereotype of undead royal beasts in Changer's mind. Yang Shuehai's side continued to speak. The fluff of the necrotic dandelion is a ghostly face. That's the source of the necrotic dandelion's power. When the Imperial Beastmaster dies, he can take his place in it. It's a skill that has been figured out by the seniors with great difficulty to come. Do you want to learn it? Chantal's face scrunched up, just feeling that the Darkness Sentinel was really hellish. But after a few moments of emotion, he still spoke righteously. Want. It's always good to have more than one way to go, so you might use it at some point. But of course, it's better if you never have to use it in your life. Young Shuai, okay. When I go back tomorrow you come to the Undead Soul Department's teaching building and come to me to get the skill learning machine. As for the Imperial Beasts, you can go to the school's resource trading center and take a look there. Maybe there will be some students who went out for internships to bring them back. You can take some resources that you can't use to exchange with them. Yang Shuai, however, knew how many good things Chenner had on him now, and if it wasn't for the fact that he was Chenner's teacher, he was probably ready to go up and grab them. Okay, I got it. Having said that, and having gotten the answer he wanted, Chance was satisfied and handed his cell phone to the blood-burning saint next to him, who had been waiting with bated breath for a long time. Wear headphones when playing games. After a word of command, he stretched out and retreated under the covers to fall asleep. With the blood-burning saint on watch, he slept soundly, without the slightest hint of his previous need to keep his eyes open at all times to see what was going on around him. The blood-burning saints, on the other hand, cheered and immediately put on their headphones to indulge in the cyber world. More like a person than Cher. Early the next morning, the biological clock woke up Chanel straight away. Yawning, Chanel crawled out of bed and turned his head to see the blood-burning saint sitting huffing and puffing on the edge of his bed. He manipulated the flesh and blood to split into several tiny tentacles that frantically clicked on the screen, as if praising the intactness of the nettle's genealogy. After a while, it seemed that he had finished. He then raised his head in a refreshed manner, and the first thing he saw was Chenner, who was staring at him with his eyes open, and the expression on his face froze for a moment, and then quickly returned to its usual calmness, as if nothing had happened. With an amused glance at the blood-burning saint, Chantal stretched and got up from the bed to wash up. Let's go. Go out for breakfast. There's a lot going on today. Help me remember. We'll have to go to the Resource Exchange Center at noon. Maybe we'll be able to find our Lao Si. After washing up, Chantal said as she walked out with a towel, wiping the water stains from her face while handing the towel to the catmaid of the house before going out the door. Because of the reason of majoring in all three departments at the same time, his classes didn't necessarily have to be as mandatory as the others. After all, the three professors had set the standard for him to at least have the knowledge base that a normal Imperial Beast Department college student should have. Yes, they didn't even peg Chael as having the knowledge base that a graduate of the Imperial Academy should have, but rather an average college student. This was really because Chantal's previous performance of DD was so in-depth that even the three professors, who knew he was a quick learner, didn't have a clue in their minds. Let's go. Go to the Undead Department building. We have Undead Department class today. Wearing the same type of clothes, Chance and the Blood-Burning Saints slowly made their way out of the cafeteria and towards the Undead Department's school building. Today is the second day of school. I just don't know if the Imperial College has a program for the commencement ceremony, and if the dean will stand on the podium and speak for half an hour about nonsense. Along the way, the strange appearance of the Blood-Burning Saint attracted a lot of people's attention, and along with that, there were quite a few people who recognized Qian'er's identity, causing a burst of gasps. Yo, Chancellor Schoolboy. Just as he walked to the main entrance of the Undead Department's teaching building, Qian'er saw a teenager with a somber temperament, who looked a few years older than him, standing in the doorway, and after spotting him, he smiled and greeted him before walking over. My name is Zhang Hao, a junior in the Department of Undead Souls. I took Professor Yang's assignment and came over to familiarize you with life as a freshman. It could be seen that he should normally have very few words, speaking dryly, just like when the Blood-Burning Saints had just evolved. Well, thanks a lot, Senior Sang. Seeing that Qian'er didn't have any genius arrogance, Zhang Hao was relieved. After taking on this task, he even went out of his way to get to know Qian'er, but the more he got to know him, the more stressful it became, and in the end, he even sweated. He couldn't even believe his eyes. Advanced Darkness Affinity talent. This is nothing to speak of in the entire Imperial Academy, although it is also the upper echelon, but ultimately there are quite a few of them. As the topmost cradle of talent in the Yin Kingdom, there are quite a few of them even amongst the Imperial Academy, even in terms of top-level talent, but the latter gets progressively more outrageous. What do you mean that you're a Township Guardian level Imperial Beast Master before you've even enrolled in school? Their Undead Soul Department didn't have a single Township level student right now, and not just the Undead Soul Department, but all the students in the Imperial Academy right now didn't have any Township level ones. The last time a Township level graduate appeared out of the gate was 3 years ago. Now he wondered if Chantal would break through to Paraking while he was still in school. And this kind of genius surely has arrogance. Even if his head is raised to the top of his head, the pressure of getting along with this kind of person is just too much. To ask why he is so clear. Because before he joined the Imperial Academy, before he was such a person, who can join the Imperial Academy is not a genius, but before he came in, that arrogance was struck away. If his talent was placed in his old home, then it was indeed a genius, but placed here, surrounded by people all at the same level as himself, and even quite a few of them were stronger than himself, it would be hard to regenerate his arrogance. But Qian'er was different. Zhang Hao even doubted that the entire Department of Undead Souls students together were enough to beat Qian'er, but after actually meeting him, he realized that his thoughts seemed to be biased, and that Chandel seemed like a nice person. This is the freshman classroom, and over there is the Undead Department's lab. But the professor said you don't have to care about the lab, just be able to fight. It was clear to everyone that Qian'er's talent was in Imperial Beast cultivation, so don't consume his energy by studying things like Imperial Beasts. He only needed to cultivate Imperial Beasts that could fight. Chapter 89, The First Day of School and the Attentive Student Council Sisters. The one who came to the class was an old lecturer that Qian'er didn't recognize, and the expression on his face was as if it was welded shut, and it didn't change for the entire class, because it was the second day of school. There wasn't a lot of lecture, and Chantal listened and was able to follow it easily until noon, when he finally relaxed. After thanking the surrounding students who intended to come over to climb the relationship, Qian'er immediately led the Blood-Burning Saints out of the classroom and walked towards Yong Shuahai's office. Teacher, is it in? Subconsciously leaning against the wall when he reached the office door, he wanted to carefully open it to see if there was any danger inside, but stopped halfway through the movement, coughed dryly, knocked on the door as if nothing had happened, and opened his mouth to inquire. Yes, come in. Yong Shuahai's elegant voice came from inside. Pushing the door and walking in, Qian'er found that Yong Shuahai's office seemed to have changed a bit compared to the last time, and those flowers and plants he planted seemed to have been cleaned out, and he didn't know why. Come for the skills, right? Although the words were questions, they were indeed spoken in an affirmative tone. He then took out a skill learner from a drawer under the table and handed it to Chantal. Mumble. This is the necrotic dandelion soul abandonment fidelity skill. This skill has no effect on imperial beasts. The effect is to shed the soul of the dead imperial beast master and become a part of the necrotic dandelion, but retains its own consciousness. For the use of this skill to resurrect the undead soul system, imperial beast master is actually counted as a human or a necromantic dandelion that only has the personality of an imperial beast master. This point of view has actually been debated in the circle, but no one can persuade anyone. On this philosophical aspect of the answer, I don't expect you to be able to give an answer. You just need to know that this skill is good to use it. After saying that, Yang Shuehai gave Qian'er a separate session, answering some of the questions that arose from the books he had been reading for such a long time before Qian'er got up and left. Yo, Qian, you're here too. Just as he stepped out the door, he saw a familiar person pass in front of him. This person's name was Xuefu, ranked 5th at the time of the college competition, and his contracted imperial beast was a Yin Rune Snake, a purely undead soul system imperial beast. That is to say, it's a genius to have been punched by him. Yeah, came to get some stuff from the teacher. Chanel nodded and smiled. Hearing this, a trace of envy flashed in Xuefu's eyes. Among the professors of the 3 departments of darkness, Yang Shuehai was the only one who had never had a personal disciple, and they, the students of the Department of Undead Souls, were riveted to want to get Yang Shuehai's attention, but unfortunately, they were preceded by Qian'er. But it made sense. If Chantal's talent didn't move Professor Yang, then there was no one else. After a short period of loss, Xuefu quickly recovered and a hint of gossip flashed in his eyes. Brother Qian, have you had any clubs of old students inviting you or coming after you in the past 2 days? He recalled the novels he had read before. A genius like Qian'er should face a whole lot of people's questioning after entering the school. First some small trash came over to provoke the protagonist and then was countered by the protagonist. After the small trash there was a big trash. After the big trash was countered there were other people. In a word, it was just endless children and grandchildren too. In the past, he thought that this kind of novel was quite ridiculous. After all, who would send like Halua to save his grandfather? But after seeing Chandler's unreasonable strength, he hesitated, saying no really? Even this kind of person who was either an invincible stream protagonist or a great villain at first glance had appeared, so there should be someone who came to pick a fight, right? At that, Chantal gave him a breathless look. What are you thinking? Right now the entire school doesn't have any township-level Imperial Beast Masters. They all together aren't enough for me to fight. How could anyone be stupid enough to come over and provoke me in this situation? Slapping the guy on the back of the head, Chanel left to Xuefu's muttering. Walking out of the Undead Department's teaching building, Qian'er directly headed towards the Resource Exchange Center, because it is just the beginning of the school year, so there are a lot of people in the Resource Trading Hall. A lot of seniors in the vacation are saving the resources that can't be used and so on back to school when they come back to exchange. After all, if they are out there, it is difficult to get out of the hands of those high-grade resources. Is out of the hands of the exchange is also money. Want to exchange for the things you want is also a trouble. It is better to come back to the bartering directly. Hey, where's that teacher from last time? After waiting in line for a while, it was finally Qian'er's turn, but looking at the young girl in front of him that he didn't recognize, Qian'er was filled with doubt. The last time he came to exchange with source crystals it was a middle-aged woman's, and that woman even kindly told Qian'er that she would give him a discount if he came next time. But I didn't expect a different person on the second visit. Oh, senior, you're talking about Ms. Fong Zhe. She's a staff member of the resource department. She comes over to cover shifts when we're on vacation. And the Resource Exchange Center is still run by our student council during the school year. The young girl wasn't surprised by Qian'er's question, and after explaining a bit to him with a formulaic smile on her face, she then received Qian'er's student card. Ding! Welcome Qian'er students to the Resource Exchange Center. Xiaodia, wish you can find something useful for yourself here. Oh, Xiaoyu's sweet mechanical voice came out from the machine in front of the student council sister, directly causing the originally noisy resource trading hall to become silent, and everyone stared at Qian'er with wide eyes. In the past 2 days this name was almost cocooned in their ears. Everyone knew that Yin Country had produced a supreme genius who had just reached the age of 18 and had broken through to a township-level Imperial Beast Master, but there had been no photos to pass out. This leads to the fact that they have almost only heard of the name, but have never met the person. Now this is finally a real person. What can I get for you, Mr. Chandler? Returning the student card to Qian'er, the schoolteacher's eyes blazed. This is a golden leg. If you embrace it, the following generations will be able to lie flat, and it is not possible to say that in a few decades, the Qian family will become the 9th largest family. I need necrotic dandelion hatchlings, and for payment, money, skill learning machines and all that can be discussed in detail. Qian'er slowly opened his mouth and said, blood and flesh essence, those consumables he did not intend to use. The rest of the resources that had already been used up could be taken out and exchanged. Okay, is there a limit on qualifications? The schoolteacher skillfully entered what Kyle needed and the payment on the Xiaoye Lightbrain. The Xiaoye Lightbrain was a kind of local area network that could only be used within the shroud of the infinite light tree Xiaoye, in which it was even possible to do spatial teleportation of items. There's no limit to qualifications, but of course, as high as you can go. With the post-apocalyptic world, something like qualification was the least valuable thing for Qian'er, but despite that, it still couldn't be shown too obviously, and after he thought about it, he added a sentence as high as he could. Chapter 90, the odd man out who only wanted Chandler to offer a flower at his funeral. Okay, there are currently 27 necrotic dandelion hatchling undead grasses being hosted by students in the academy, of which one is purple qualified, 5 are blue qualified, and the rest are all green qualified. After glancing at the information displayed on the screen, the senior sister opened her mouth and said, "The necrotic dandelion isn't a rare imperial beast, so there is a lot of stock within the academy. I'll take the one with the purple credentials. What does the seller need?" Chandler said in a very financial manner. "Let's see. The seller needs an earthquake skill learner that's at least 60% new plus 3 immortalized bones. Earthquake, this skill can be said to be quite versatile, powerful, wide range. The most important thing is handsome. Every move between all comparable to a mobile natural disaster. Who can refuse this temptation? Because of these factors, the earthquake skill learning machine could be said to be quite a best-selling skill in the circle of Imperial Beastmasters. However, upon hearing this, Qian'er frowned. He could indeed take out the earthquake skill learning machine if he wanted to. It was even still 90% new, but the 3 immortalized bones would be a bit too much for him to bear. It wasn't because he couldn't take them out. The immortalized bones in his hand right now were enough to put together the amount of 2 people, but he couldn't bring himself to take them out. "Tell me, schoolteacher, how about this price?" Qian'er asked in a low voice with his arm propped up on the counter. If it wasn't possible, he would have to settle for the second best choice, the blue qualified undead grass, and this scene also looked at the student council's sister eyes wildly happy. Originally she was still worried about how to get close to Qian'er, but did not think that Sleepy actually have a pillow. This is God sent her chance. Although the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up, the schoolteacher coughed softly in a dignified manner, her face calm. "According to the previous transaction price, this price is indeed a bit expensive. Do you need to contact the seller to bargain? It just so happens that I can also help school brother bargain. I'm very good at bargaining." The student council's older sister asked with a bright smile on her face that was very different from before. Would it be too much trouble for sister? Chanel could see what the young girl was thinking, but instead of refusing, he asked with some amusement. No, it's time for my shift anyway." With that, she immediately hurried to the back of the storehouse. Xin, hurry up and cover my shift." With that, she pulled a mirror out of her bag to quickly touch up her makeup. "Sister Chen, you're sneaking off? What happened to the vow of being single together forever?" What had just happened in front of them had now spread throughout the student council's group, and the young girl called Xin naturally knew what had happened. Glaring at senior sister Chen with an expression of "Are you going to betray us?" "Ahem. Sorry about that, Cyn. Just pretend I'm farting." After saying that, the Chen schoolmate who finished fixing her makeup ran out of sight in a puff of smoke. "Senior, let's go. I've already contacted him over there. It just so happens that he's not out on a mission. He's in the school, waiting for us in the cafeteria." Originally he didn't agree to haggle over the price, but after senior sister and I used my connections, he agreed to come down right away. School sister Chen trotted over, very naturally wanting to take Qian'er's arm, but after seeing the blood-burning saints standing quietly behind Qian'er, she calmed down again, and after quietly organizing her clothes, she then smiled and invited credit with Qian'er. As a matter of fact, that seller did disagree to haggle before, but after hearing that the buyer Chen Shuejia said was Qian'er, he immediately changed his mind and took the initiative to ask a few people to talk about it in detail on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. Every student cafeteria in the Imperial College is divided into 3 floors. The first floor is the ordinary pot meal. The food is cheap, good taste, nutritious. The second floor is renting out the window to the outside restaurant. Let them come in to do some special dishes. If you are tired of eating the first floor, you can come to the second floor for a change of taste. The price, if it will be a little more expensive, but not much more expensive. The 3rd floor, on the other hand, was a private room, and the entire 3rd floor was shrouded by a soundproofing spell formation, where one would come when talking about something. The appointed place was the second cafeteria. Qian'er walked in with a light heart. In the past half a month or so, he didn't stroll around the rest of the Imperial College, but he did stroll around each cafeteria and the library. Walking into the agreed-upon private room on the third floor, there was already a tall, burly boy inside who was almost as tall as the blood-burning saint, sitting there as if he were a mountain, waiting for a long time. After seeing Chenner walk in with senior sister Chen, he immediately stood up with a kind smile on his face. Senior brother Chenner, I've heard a lot about you. And senior sister Chen. Thanks to senior sister Chen for giving me this opportunity to get to know senior brother Chenner, he said with a smile and a nod to the two. Let's introduce ourselves first. My name is Huang Xing, a sophomore in the ground department, and I just broke through to a senior level Imperial Beast Master. There were Imperial Beasts between level 21 and 30 were known as senior level Imperial Beast Masters. He was visibly proud when talking about this rank. There weren't many senior level Imperial Beast Masters amongst the sophomores, but soon, he thought of Chenner's strength, and his originally raised chest deflated all of a sudden. Alright, Huang Xing, don't flaunt your little strength in front of schoolmate Chenner. Come on, what do you want? Senior sister Chen cleanly interrupted Huang Xing's words, and at this moment, her eyes were almost glued to Chenner's body. Good, since that's the case, then I'll get right to the point. School brother Chenner, I don't want any of those things I said before. All I want is one request, and that's for you to step in and save my life when I'm about to die. Huang Xing didn't rub it in, staring directly into Chenner's eyes solemnly. He didn't say that the protagonist should owe him a favor or have to go to bat for him once in the future like they did in other novels. That would be too big a price to pay for a purple necrotic dandelion hatchling to be worth that. So he took a step back, just so he could speak up and save his life when he was about to die. At these words, there was silence in the booth. After a long time, Senior Chen let out a snort. He, school brother Huang, you're thinking so beautifully, a dead dandelion hatchling, and you're going to let school brother Chenner save your life? After all, the maneuverability of this saving his life is still too big. Just like after leaving this door, he yells everywhere about this matter. Other people will think that Chenner has something to do with him, and he will be able to profit from it, even if the matter is exposed in the future. That's not much of a problem, and with this promise in place, there's surely no problem with his personal safety either. Ignoring the snickers of his senior sister Chen, Huang Xing remained tightly focused on Chenner, his eyes resolute. He only wanted this. And Chandler was silent for a moment before he looked up. I can't always make it when you're in danger. It's okay, if I die then all you have to do is show up at my funeral and offer me a flower. It was at this moment that Huang Xing revealed his true purpose. Chapter 91, Chenner's fourth Imperial Beast. He is not like Chenner, so one person to eat the whole family is not hungry. He has a family. He is the family up to the nose ancestor. Down to the ear grandchildren are enough to be able to come up with a genius royal beast master. That is to say, now his family's glory and wealth are relying on him to hold up a person. And if anything happened to him, those jackals, tigers and leopards that were now obediently showing their bellies to his family as a sign of friendship would absolutely swarm to eat their own family out of house and home. And for that, he had to do something to ensure it. Getting Chandler to show up at his own funeral and offer himself a flower was his backhanded move. Not to say later, is now. Chenner is a town guard level Imperial Beast Master. Put in that small city of his family or city lord a level of strong. Even if he died now, Chenner immediately go to his old home to burn incense are useful, let alone later. Okay, this I can agree to. Sign the contract. Thinking for a moment, Chenner nodded his head. This is not bad for him. Other people pull his tiger skin, this matter he does not care much. After all, he has a darkness system royal beast master, also do not need to care about reputation, that kind of thing that does not exist from the beginning of the time. So take the initiative to sign a contract with the yellow line said. For this kind of contract, of the power of this kind of contract, he can be said to want to be when the curiosity of it. The big contract signed after the signing of the contract may be troublesome. This kind of small contract is just right. After all, with a double penetration door, can leave this world at any time. He is not afraid of others through this contract ambush. Good. This is the covenant of the earth, and those who break it will have no place on the earth again. After hearing Chenner's promise, Huang Xing was overjoyed and hurriedly reached out and took out a blank stone tablet, and summoned his own Imperial Beast, a Berserk Earth Elemental, a purely ground-based Imperial Beast. After the Berserk Earth Elemental appeared, it immediately began to manipulate the power of the earth veins to write a contract binding both parties on the stone slab. Anyone knows that you can't do business with a Darkness Imperial Beast Master without a contractual binding, because people really don't have credibility. After glancing at the writing on the tablet to make sure there were no traps, Kyle then signed his name. As the last stroke fell, the stone slab shattered and turned into earth pulse energy that was pulled over and acted on the bodies of Chenner and Huang Xing, and at the same time, the content of the contract surfaced clearly in Changer's mind. In the event that he can make it, if Huang Xing is in danger, he needs to save Huang Xing's life if he can solve the problem, and if he can't make it, Then he needs to show up at Huang Xing's funeral and offer a flower for his burial. And as a trade, Huang Xing needs to pay Qianer for a purple qualified dead soul grass. The deed is done, Mr. Chinley, and the dead soul grass is here. With that, Huang Xing took out a soul bead from his spatial backpack, which was sealing a white grass with a human face growing on its petals, and the attributes of this dead soul grass appeared in front of Qianer. Spirit grass. Attributes: dead souls, grass. Qualification: purple. Rank: 7. Physical strength racial value, attribute 40, 24. Attack racial value, attribute 27, 9. Defense racial value, attribute 60, 16. Special attack racial value, attribute 37, 11. Special defense racial value, attribute 50, 13. Speed race value, attribute 66, 15. Total racial value, 280. Skills: rooting, drawing, undead healing. There was nothing wrong with the Imperial beasts, and Qianer nodded, storing the soul bead in his spatial backpack. By the way, schoolmate Qianer hasn't eaten yet, right? It just so happens that I ordered a bit too much, so let's eat together. Huang Xing, who had completed the deal, was in a good mood and smiled as he extended an invitation to Qianer. That would be respectful. Looking at the dishes that were brought in one by one because Huang Xing had pressed the ringing bell, Qianer also nodded. It was a good meal, and the guests enjoyed it. After finishing his meal, Chandler went straight back to his dormitory. There were no classes in the afternoon, so he was going to dip into the library for the afternoon after settling in with his Imperial beast. That city in the post-apocalyptic world couldn't be left for the time being, and he would have to wait until Junior had absorbed the plants in the entire city. Returning to the villa and tossing his bag onto the couch, Qianer picked up the soul bead of the dead soul herb and headed towards the small training ground in the backyard. Here, wrap me in a film of blood again. Walking into the training ground, Chantal immediately addressed the blood-burning saints who were following behind him. As the words fell, the blood membrane wrapped around Qianer once again, isolating all sight of the outside world, and Qianer immediately entered the post-apocalyptic world. Come, all of you. After a casual greeting, he felt a chilly breeze. The small ice dragon several meters long fell from the sky, and before he got those compensations, Qianer completely let go of the small ice dragon. At this time, the little ice dragon hard ate the unchemical bone to rush from level 45 to level 48. As for the blood-burning saints and the human emperor flag, Qianer didn't let them eat the blood flesh essence and sacred heart lotus. The current ones were still accumulating, and Qianer was prepared to let them naturally break through to the 51st level and formally enter the Quasi-King before they ate them. Speaking of the human emperor flag, the human emperor flag arrived, and compared to last time, the current human emperor flag had a more rounded control of power. And if it wasn't for the fact that he suddenly sprang out from behind Qianer to try to frighten him a little bit, he wouldn't have even noticed the human emperor flag's proximity. Come on, they're all here. Get to know each other. This is our oldest. All three of you as older brothers pay attention. Saying that, Qianer opened the soul bead of the dead soul grass, and the small grass with human-faced grass blades inside slowly stretched out its blades, and the eyes on the blades gradually opened, and after looking at the surrounding scenery, the expression on the dead soul grass's face suddenly froze. At this moment, what appeared in front of the dead soul grass was the sacred one who had slaughtered 2 cities, nearly 2 million zombies, and detained 2 million zombies' flesh and blood in one body. It is the king who absorbed 1,296,000 dead souls and formed his own kingdom within his body. It's a young paragon whose evolution is imminent, whose breath control is gradually declining, and whose murderous aura is not hidden in the slightest. Surrounded by these 3 heavyweights, the dead soul grass peacefully closed all of its eyes. Hey! Don't die. Taken aback, Qianer hastily poked his finger twice at the undead grass. After some explanation, the undead soul grass realized what was really going on, and after being confronted with Qianer's invitation, all of its eyes suddenly widened in surprise and it nodded repeatedly. It wasn't clear what exactly was going on with Qianer, but just by looking at his imperial beasts, it was clear that he was strong as hell. Following this kind of royal beast master, a good life in the future, isn't this coming? Undead soul grass took the initiative. Qianer was a bit shocked, but soon, the Imperial Beast contract was reached, and Undead soul grass officially became the 4th oldest member of Qianer's team. Come on, here's a task for you. All this stuff is yours. Go ahead and absorb it all. Saying that, Qianer took out a space backpack and opened it, pouring out the brainstones inside that were like small mountains. These were the wandering zombies that Little Ice Dragon had hunted in the middle of the surrounding wilderness during this period of time, and had originally intended to keep them as snacks. But now it was directly Qianer who did a favor and gave it to Old 4 as a gift. Chapter 92, Why is the military all fishing? Karma? The eyes on each blade of the dead soul grass all stared in disbelief. Is this right? It's just getting in and it's not even doing anything yet, and it's already dividing the spoils? But I have to say, it's a great feeling. Thinking this way, the entirety of the dead soul grass drifted a bit. Alright, just absorb those trees here. You guys keep an eye on Lao Si here, and remember to notify me with the Imperial Beast contract if anything happens. Settling down the dead soul grass, Xian'er instructed the human emperor flag with the little ice dragon. By the way, when you guys go to kill the zombies, remember to bring Old 4 with you, so that it can rub off on the merits as well. Just as he got up and was about to leave, Xian'er suddenly thought of this matter and stared back at the little ice dragon with the human emperor flag and said, all imperial beasts have a digestive ceiling. It is not that as long as there are resources can be unlimitedly improved. The darkness system's imperial beast ceiling is a little higher than the other systems, and the cultivation resources are a little better to find. That is why it will make a great reputation in the era of war. But that was only a high ceiling, not no ceiling, and darkness imperial beasts also needed to take time to digest after eating too much, assimilating the absorbed resources into their own power. But Chael's imperial beasts didn't need that, and that was why they could grow to this level in a short period of time. To be precise, it wasn't that Xian'er's imperial beasts didn't have a cap, but that the cap of imperial beasts that had killed zombies would increase, and the more they killed, the higher the cap would be. Chantal was almost certain now that it was the meritocracy that was the cause, and the undead grass hadn't killed any zombies yet, so it would take a while before it could digest this entire city's giant tree if it wanted to. Upon hearing this, the human emperor flag and the little ice dragon all nodded their heads in succession, indicating that they knew. Seeing this, Kyle was relieved to leave the end world. After returning to the Imperial Beast world and having a beautiful sleep, he then stretched and climbed up from the bed. Yawning, he wandered into the living room to wash up, and upon seeing him come out, the cat maid dropped her intention of going to knock on the door to wake up Chantal. Meow, you finally woke up. If you don't wake up, I'm going to go and call you. Today is the time for your freshman entrance test. You can't be lazy. The cat maid stepped forward to help Chanel straighten his collar, meowing with a smile. Just casually pass the entrance test or whatever. Where's the need to be in such a hurry? Chewing on the beef jerky he had bought as a snack earlier, Xian'er looked at the cat maid somewhat helplessly. Meow, you can't think like that. Oh, the freshman test is very important. The cat maid gave a serious word of caution, but after she finished speaking, she didn't hold back a direct poof of laughter, apparently also realizing exactly what kind of stupid thing she was saying. Well, it's a very important day, so dress in the spirit of the day. When she finished, the cat maid lowered her hand and glanced at Chantal, nodding in satisfaction. Just as soon as he left the house, Xian'er saw that the third senior brother was standing under the shade of the tree at the entrance with his hands clasped on his chest, smiling at Xian'er after seeing him and beckoning Xian'er to come over. What's the matter? Come here early in the morning to wait for me? Throwing a bag of snack beef jerky to his third senior brother, Xian'er asked with a smile. Good lord, you eat this early in the morning? What steel gut? After spitting on the bag in his hand and subsequently tearing it open and putting it in his mouth to chew on, the third elder brother then began to talk about business. I thought I heard you were taking the freshman test, so I came to see the fun. Speaking of this, he did not hide his gloating in the slightest. When he first enrolled in school, if he knew that there was a level 50 township peak in his opponent, his mindset would have directly collapsed, and this would still be playing a set trade-off. You've got a lot of free time, too. Swallowing the beef jerky in his mouth and walking towards the cafeteria with his third senior brother, Xian'er spat helplessly. Ha ha, this kind of fun doesn't happen often. The two of them talked and laughed all the way through their meal before heading towards the plaza, and at this time, Xian'er also noticed that there were quite a few older students who were excitedly heading that way, the number of which was even more than the new students. These are all here for the fun of it like me. I've never seen so many older students come over to spectate during freshman testing before. The third senior brother smiled and explained to Xian'er, and this odd scene caught the attention of many freshmen. Senior, is the Imperial Academy school spirit so friendly? So many seniors have come to cheer us on? Some of the self-involved freshmen had already begun to strike up conversations with the older students around them. At those words, the older student who was accosted had a slightly odd expression. You still don't know? His unanswered question directly stumped the freshman who had spoken, full of confusion. Know what? Seeing this expression on his face, the old student almost didn't directly burst out laughing, and waved his hand repeatedly after forcing his expression to be taut. It's okay, you'll see in a minute. After saying that, he hurriedly left, afraid that he would just laugh out loud if he was not careful. This odd performance watched many freshmen who didn't understand the truth of the matter suddenly have a trace of ominous foreboding rising in their hearts, and the freshman who knew the truth of the matter, such as Lai Ziming, was full of speechlessness. He naturally understood what those old students came over here to see. In fact, if he were an old student, he would definitely come to see this fun too. But here's the thing, he wants to watch the fun, not be the fun. Now he can just be straight up fun. The arrival of Qian'er and the third elder brother didn't attract much attention, and even those who spotted Qian'er didn't make a sound. After all, they were all just watching the fun. Before Qian'er could even make his way to the freshman line, he was suddenly called by a familiar voice. Turning his head to look over, he realized that it was Professor Tokanika who was walking slowly towards this direction. Professor Toki. Third senior brother immediately bowed to Professor Toki, and Professor Toki nodded slightly, before looking over at Chantal. This freshman test has changed a bit because of you. He stared at Kyle and spoke directly, with a gloating smile on his face. The military guys are probably starting to fish again. All your information is well hidden. In favor of the human yin kingdom this generation out of an unprecedented genius, this news was spread all over the world. No. This time all the 10,000 races all exploded. They can't tolerate the emergence of such a genius in the human race. Because the human race in the 10,000 races in the name of the reputation is not very good. So the joint want to hold an examination of all your generation from all the 10,000 races. Speaking of this, the smile on Tokanika's face could no longer be held back. He had this expression when he first learned of this news last night. Without saying a word, the military had really given them a big job. To know that the quasi-gods at the peak of the township can already be called a moving heavenly disaster, and there is almost no change from the quasi-king level idle imperial beasts. This level of imperial beasts can no longer be piled up to death by the number of people. So it can be said that the 10,000 races this time wanted to use the number of people to strangle Qian'er's move before it even started directly fizzle out. What's the maximum number of kills? Qian'er understood Tokanaka's meaning at the first moment. His eyes lit up and he subconsciously licked his lips. But it was a bit of a pity because the little ice dragon and the human emperor flag could not be exposed for the time being. And those bones and souls of the 10,000 races would probably have to go to waste. All are allowed. As one of the 12 winners of the original War of the Nations, humans are entitled to some privileges. The muscles in Tokanika's face twisted into a ghastly grin as he laughed. Chapter 93, Professor Zhang, there are still masters? Sensei, are there any of those instruments that store skeletons and dead souls? Chance asked, rubbing his hands together and grinning. Good boy. You did ask that. Ah, last night the three of us were betting on whether or not you would ask that question. Professor Tokanika smiled broadly and patted Qian'er's shoulder, then took out a white, like some kind of animal's leg bone and a fist-sized black bead and handed it to Qian'er. Take it. It's been prepared for you for a long time. This bone is called the skull tree. There is only one trunk now. If you stick the trunk on the bones, those bones will automatically be absorbed by the skull tree and become one of the branches. That bead is called the soul-containing bead. The function is similar. It can absorb a large number of souls in. After saying that, he handed all of these two things to Qian'er, and Tokanika smiled and patted Qian'er's shoulder. It's good to know how to be frugal. These days, if a Darkness Imperial Beast Master doesn't know how to be frugal, no amount of money will be enough to spend. After saying that, Tokanika waddled away with his hands behind his back like a walking boss. Good fellow, warring with the 10,000 races. Old Missy, you're in for a treat. After the professor left, the third senior brother then hooked a hand on Qian'er's shoulder and said enviously. Chanel glanced at him and saw the excitement and fervor in his eyes. It's confirmed. Pure and simple Dark Sentinel. All day long he thinks about screwing up. What can I salvage? But soon, Chanel reacted, glancing at the old man, who had mounted the podium full of anger in preparation for his speech, and asked quickly in a low voice. During this period of time, he had gone to read about the cultivation methods of his three imperial beasts, and was not at all familiar with the 10,000 races. That's a lot. There are a lot of races among the 10,000 races whose body parts are good things. Our teacher compiled a book of 10,000 races material details before, as thick as a brick. It's too late for you to read it now. I'll directly transfer the information to your Imperial Beasts Illustrated Guide. When you meet the opponents of the other races, you'll be able to know what the most valuable things on their bodies are with a sweep of the Illustrated Guide. With that, Qian'er felt the icon vibrate. And then he immediately handed it to his third senior brother to help install and replace the module. Okay. Just after the old man on the stage had finally finished rambling, the third senior brother over there also finished replacing it and returned the iconography. What's Dean talking about? Glancing at the old man with an angry face on the podium, third senior brother asked in a low voice. Has been scolding the of the 10,000 races, and said that he is sorry for this class of students, obviously just enrolled in school. This kind of thing happened. And finally said that this freshman examination is purely voluntary, and those who are not willing to participate in it will just say a word directly, and they can not have to participate in it. Qian'er stared closely at the dean. At this time he realized that the old man is actually the dean. That's even better. This guy's acting skills out of the gods. Just now he actually did not notice out. also thought that the old man is really being kept in the dark. But now that he looked at it, he was still too young, still too tender compared to the several hundred-year-old demon. So did anyone quit? Now, the third elder brother asked with some excitement. How can it be? All said to this point, how can someone halfway back our young man, is the age of the blood? This is if the retreat later have to be laughed at as lifelong lifting up the head. Xianer said casually, in the midst of the end times, he had seen too many of these people. Just as the two were having a casual chat, the speech on the podium had already ended, and with the dean's shout, the next moment, the transparent light door burned out of thin air, and right after it, there was a 10-meter-high large screen. It's Dean's ability to facilitate his surveillance of the entire playing field. This freshman examination was conducted by all the creatures of Qianer's generation together, and the location of the examination was chosen to be a masterless secret realm, in order to prevent a certain party from cheating. So the examination location was a location jointly chosen by the 12 clans, and was jointly monitored by the 12 winners of the original battle of the 10,000 clans, to ensure that each party would not cheat. Once you're inside, if you're in danger that you can't resist, you have to immediately press the button on the hand ring, and the teachers outside will get you out right away. Ditto for the other races. In general, you'll be fine, as long as your reflexes can outpace the opponent's hand speed, and you can press the button before they can attack you. You'll be fine. The dean stood on the podium with a sad face, and below, the third senior brother quietly kicked Xianer. Where's the point you? Be careful when you do it, be quick, don't be reactive. Chantal nodded slightly. In that case it would be a great test of his acting skills. Alright, get in there, all of you. Saying that, a transparent light door appeared in the center of the square, and the dean pointed to the light door and opened his mouth to all the new students this year. As the words fell, a teacher immediately came over to organize the students to enter in an orderly manner. After entering the secret realm, it represents the beginning of the examination. Remember, you must be careful in everything. That group of the 10,000 races are sinister and cunning. Never be careless. The lecturer gave this admonition to each man before he entered, but stopped when he reached Chundel. It must be done cleanly, without being seen by any other witnesses, and it must be remembered to cut off the roots, or they may have to run away. That solemn, country-faced sacred department lecturer seemed to carry a holy light on his body, with an aura of greatness, and he came up to Qianer's ear and spoke out these words. I understand. Don't worry. Nodding, Chantal lowered his head so that the others wouldn't see the odd look of a forced smile on his face at that moment. After saying that, Qianer took a step into the light door. At that moment, in front of Qianer, the picture began to distort like an old television set with a bad signal, and then the tall buildings and plazas disappeared, and in their place was a dense forest. The students that were sent in seemed to have been randomly teleported, as there was no one around chance, and none of the students that had been teleported in before were visible. Instead of moving first after coming in, Qianer first took out a small mirror from his space backpack and started adjusting to it, a few times to adjust, and even hands to press on the muscles of the face, and so on straighten up again. Just now the calm face, the temperament of the stern Qianer has disappeared, and in its place, there is eyes like a deer in pure panic, temperament soft, as if a small white flower like a big boy. This is when Qianer in the end of the world in the middle of the practice out of the masterpiece. On this hand, I do not know how many people have died in the shade. Seeing this scene, quite a few people in the outside world who had been watching this place through the light screen went numb, and the three professors of the darkness department even nearly spat out a mouthful of direct air. Professor Young, there are still masters? Looking at the harmless Qianer on the screen, his mouth opened wide with shock. Chapter 94, Riptide Crocodile. Li Ziming's growth. You still have this? Not only the people outside, but even the blood-burning saint who had been sitting on Qianer's shoulder with his compressed muscles and turned into the size of a ragdoll was stunned and couldn't help but ask. I didn't think so. It's a masterpiece. With a soft expression on his face, Qianer smiled and opened his mouth. He had to say, this young body is good. If it is still his former body of an uncle who is almost 30 years old, he can't pretend to be so tender. He can only pretend to be a fool, and the effect may not be so good at that time. Money, brother? But I didn't expect to hear a hesitant voice in my ear before Chantal could get out and start looking for an opponent. Jerking his head around, he realized that Li Ziming was standing behind him staring at himself with both eyes glazed over, his eyes filled with horror. He just came in and saw this scene, and his young mind was shaken to the core. Don't make a sound. You, that's so cool. Money, can you teach me this? Qianer was just about to open his mouth to let this guy keep his voice down. Don't scare the enemy. But I didn't expect this guy to actually open his mouth with two glowing eyes and ask, directly putting Qianer in a dilemma. At this moment, he just remembered that the Li Ziming in front of him was a crummy person who could sneak attack twice in a row in the ring. To this guy, I guess nothing matters as long as he wins. Wait until we get out of here. Here, you cooperate with me for now. After a short silence, Xianer immediately opened his mouth to resuming. If he couldn't quit, he would have flown solo and killed directly in a messy manner. But now that he had made a situation where he could quit, it wouldn't be easy to mess up. So he needed a target that could attract the attention of others in the open while he turned to the shadows to prepare for a sneak attack at any time. Li Ziming fits the bill. As the second place winner of the college competition, one of the most talented batch of this generation of Yin country, Li Ziming's weight could be too much. What should I do? This guy was also a bad seed, and after listening to Qianer's words he immediately understood what Qianer was thinking, and whispered inquiringly with interest. It's simple. You're the leader of the two of us now, and I'm the follower who was sent in on your honor. Remember? Li Ziming nodded his head repeatedly, and the expression on his face immediately changed. A kind of self-confidence arising. Come on, let's go find our opponents and show those people how powerful humans are, Li Ziming said in a cocky tone, bringing himself directly into the role. Good boy. You really do have a knack for it after all. Chantal sighed with emotion and followed closely behind Li Ziming, clearly getting into character as well. Outside, the faces of everyone who saw the scene went numb. Why are all the freshmen so evil this year? Someone in the older students muttered with an odd face. Compared to those two freshmen, he felt as pure as a little white flower. Compared to such people, they, the old students, won't be eaten up, will they? At this moment, the different entrances to this secret realm. Brother, I heard that an unprecedented genius came out from the human side this time. What kind of talent do you think can be called unprecedented? In the middle of the entrance of a secluded forest, the crimson beetle with a black mist wrapped around its body used its pheromones to ask a somewhat larger crimson beetle behind it. Where these two beetles were infested, all was silent and there was no sound. Such was the prestige of the Soul Devourer, one of the 12 winners in the Battle of the 10,000 Clans. I don't know, and I don't need to know. No matter what kind of genius it is, it will ultimately be defeated at my feet. The somewhat larger crimson beetle's pheromone was filled with an arrogant tone, and its confidence comes from its strength. It was likewise an unparalleled genius among the clan, having reached a terrifying level 29 at this grade, only 2 levels short of elite, and was hailed by the clan as the mutant individual most likely to break through the racial shackles and take the Soul Devourer clan to the next level. Alright, the secret realm was opened by the clan leader. Let's go in. I can't wait to use that human genius's head to sacrifice to my ancestors. Matriarch, those big clans of theirs are fighting. Why do they want us to get involved? In the dimly lit underground, whispers abounded, with a slightly booming voice seemingly out of place. Once these words came out, all the whispering stopped, and after a long period of silence, an old voice slowly sounded out. Child, I'm sorry, it's all because we old things didn't win the fight back in the day. That's why we've ended up in this situation now. Although humans are ferocious, their wisdom is unquestionable. There was once a sentence recorded in their books that backwardness is to be beaten, and we're now more backward than they are. So we have to be beaten. The slightly apologetic voice plunged the entire dimly lit underground into dead silence. I understand. What the ancestors didn't get in the first place, I will get. After a few moments of silence, a resounding voice resounded through the ground, and 2 fires seemed to light up in the out-of-reach underground. And at the same time, Xianer, who was rushing through the dense forest with Ri Ziming, also put down the pen in his hand at Ri Ziming's weird look. The map doesn't have to be drawn to work. Tearing the paper right out of his hand and gripping it into a ball and shoving it into Dawn's torrent crocodile's mouth, Chantal said casually. The Riptide crocodile was the evolved version of his Clearwater crocodile from back then, and after a month of growth, Li Ziming's royal beast level had also grown greatly. Riptide crocodile. Attribute, water. Fighting, rank, 16. Qualification, blue. Physical strength racial value, attribute 65, 50. Attack racial value, attribute 80, 36. Defense racial value, attribute 80, 33. Special attack racial value, attribute 59, 24. Special defense racial value, attribute 63, 28. Speed race value, attribute 58, 26. Total racial value, 405. Unlike the previous Clearwater crocodile with a body length of 2 meters, the Riptide crocodile had stood up. That's right, it stood up like a human being. Its arms became longer and thicker. Its tail was more powerful. And at the same time, its height, if visually estimated, was also at least 2 meters and 5. And the greenish-blue scaled armor on its body was filled with a rough sense of power. And it was with the Riptide crocodile skill that Chance had just drawn the map to see it. It was a water-based change class skill called Water Mirror, which could be used to detect information and block the enemy's sight by making water sublimate and transform into water vapor to envelop the surrounding area. The reason why this skill is called water mirror is because the main body of the skill is a ring of water that coalesces in front of the riptide crocodile, and the Imperial Beastmaster can use this ring of water to look at the information of the surrounding area that is covered by water vapor. Chapter 95 Green Wind Beast. How can they be so similar? Oh, there's a situation. Suddenly, the two men's gazes condensed, and they hurriedly looked at the water mirror, while the riptide crocodile also rotated the water mirror, probing towards the abnormal state that the water mist had examined. Soon the image appeared in the water mirror. As it happens, it's still an acquaintance. Wu Yuan, who had been pissed on by Chael in the first place, was confronting the three green-colored leopards. The evil rock beast with a much stronger breath was pouncing on a leopard and blocking the three leopards. It was because of the evil rock beast that those leopards didn't dare to act rashly. Judging by the expressions, both sides are pretty tense. Those leopards weren't imperial beasts, and Qianer couldn't see their attributes. So the first thing he did was to take out his icon and aim it at them. Because of the reason that third brother had previously entered the 10,000 races database, Qianer's iconography was able to recognize the identity of those leopards to come. Green Wind Beast. Attribute, Wind. Physical Strength Race Value, 50. Attack Racial Value, 100. Defense Racial Value, 30. Special Attack Race Value, 30. Special Defense Race Value, 50. Speed Race Value, 140. Total Racial Value, 400. Special Ability, Wind Melting. Their form remains unchanged, but they can become one with the wind. Their special fur can be penetrated by the wind without any scent remaining, and they are natural assassins, and at the same time, because of wind melting, they are extremely outstanding in their perception ability. Response, Zheng Xian's note by forming a closed space. The power of this race is half nullified. Highlights. The race's silky fur is one of the raw materials used in the manufacture of quite a few special props because it can be penetrated by the wind and blend into it, and at the same time, it is favored by quite a few dignitaries because of its peculiar touch. Particularly detailed information came out from Qianer's iconography, and Riziming didn't marvel at it because his iconography had also been upgraded by his instructor when he was done. After all, it was a battle against the younger generation of the 10,000 races. This kind of intelligence facilitation couldn't be missing. It was all the intelligence that how many forefathers had used their lives to find out. How's that for a contact measure? Money? This was the first time he had gone head-to-head with the 10,000 clans, and Lai Ziming was instantly excited, looking at Qianer and asking, "You play the role of a world-weary broad who thinks friendship can exist between races and races, and I stop you, and you disagree. And that's it for now." Chance quickly extracted the highlights of the message. The Green Wind Beasts, a race that was hard to catch and worth the money, were worth the effort of maneuvering around for a while. Okay, Riptide Crocodile, lead us there. Lai Ziming immediately understood what Qianer was thinking, and after comparing an okay gesture immediately let the Riptide Crocodile lead the way, while Qianer also let the blood-burning saint on his shoulder hide his breath and hide, waiting for a chance to kill him with a single blow. Just as the two were advancing towards that side, the situation there began to change. "Humans, let go of my companion." A robust green wind beast in the lead let out a gurgling low roar from its mouth, and green wind formed substance wrapped around its limbs, colorfully trying to scare off Wu Yuan. As a matter of fact, it was so terrified at this point that if it wasn't for the fact that its own brother was in Wu Yuan's hands, it would have been ready to turn its head and run. Wu Yuan, who was wearing the Academy-issued 10,000 races language translator in her ear, could naturally understand what the green wind beast was saying, but she wasn't ready to give up. After all, a green wind beast's fur was a luxury item in the human society, and from the fact that her first royal beast was only a green qualified wicked rock beast, it could be seen that her family situation wasn't great, and if she had the furs, she would have been able to improve her family's situation immensely. Therefore, the first time she found these green wind beasts, she had a plan in her heart. First, she pretended to get close to them, saying that she was a peace-loving human, to trick these green wind beasts into trusting her. And then she struck out brazenly when they put down their guards, and immediately nullified the communication device of one of the green wind beasts, so that it couldn't notify the clansmen outside to leave. She had thought that she would be able to take care of all the green wind beasts' communicators at once, and then slowly shell these guys, but she had never thought that she had still underestimated the creature's reflexes, and now she was in a stalemate instead. "All you have to do is drop your comm unit and I'll release it." Wu Yuan kicked the controlled green wind beast and said in a loud voice. Now, whether these green wind beasts left immediately or they used their communicators to notify the nearby green wind beasts to come over, or if they just used their communicators to escape, it wouldn't be a good thing for her, so she had to take the first step to nullify their communicators. As soon as these words came out, the remaining three green wind beasts let out a burst of low roars as if they were enraged, and the slightly violent wind in this dense forest blew Wu Yuan's clothes. And soon, she realized that the expressions of those green wind beasts changed and started to become fearful. Brother, another human is coming. A green wind beast opened its mouth in a fearful tone. Through the change in the wind, it had already sensed 2 more humans rushing towards this side. Now, the hearts of all the green wind beasts sank. Ha, Ms. Wu Yuan? Why are you confronting these green wind beast brothers? I'm telling you, this isn't good. War is wrong. Isn't peace good? Before Wu Yuan could react, the voice of the selfsame person entered the ears of the green wind beasts with her. 1 person and 3 beasts froze as they looked at Lai Ziming, who was walking towards this side with the appearance of an ambassador of peace, and an odd sense of vestigial vision arose. How can they look so much alike? Stay back, human, and call your companions out. The burly green wind beast at the head of the group pressed his claws on the first aid button of his communicator and snapped. Now, Lai Ziming, who had stepped out of the dense forest, froze, and he immediately raised his hands and stopped in his footsteps, his face filled with bewilderment. Brother Green Wind Beast, what are you talking about? I'm speaking for you guys. War is wrong. Why do we need to fight and kill? He advised bitterly. Don't bother with words. That's what I just said and backstabbed them. Behind him, Wu Yuan spat helplessly, causing the expression on Lai Ziming's face to freeze and become gritted. The accomplished guy, glaring at Wu Yuan. Lai Ziming lowered his hand. The expression on his face once again became wanton, staring tightly at those green wind beasts as the huge riptide crocodile slowly walked behind him with heavy steps, its terrifying aura bringing great psychological pressure to those green wind beasts. Where's the other guy? Who did you come with? Having her evil rock beast keep a close eye on the green wind beast at her feet, Wu Yuan then opened her mouth to inquire. My heel, Lai Ziming replied casually. Where did you get? My own mother ugh. Wu Yuan was just about to open her mouth to retort about where he got his followers from, but then she turned her eyes to see Qianer, who was full of softness and weakness, walk out from the dense forest, and all of a sudden, her eyes went straight and a shocked groan kept coming out of her mouth. Those green wind beasts, on the other hand, didn't have these insights, and their hearts loosened a bit after seeing Qianer. This human didn't look like much of a threat. Chapter 96, the district of Qianer is nothing to worry about. Now they need to pay attention to the only 2 humans, a man and a woman. As for the last one to come out, he looked more scared than they were. Not enough to worry about at all. Human, state your name. The burly green wind beast let out a low roar towards Lai Ziming. A group of still learn to come up will inform the name to come? Also fine. Listen up. My name is Lai Ziming. In order to attract the attention of these green wind beasts even more, Lai Ziming was close to writing his name on a note and sticking it on his head. Lai Ziming? The second best in this generation of the human Yen kingdom. As expected, after hearing the name, the expressions of those green wind beasts stiffened even more, and one by one, they couldn't help but start to back away, not paying any attention to Qianer or the surrounding bloody tentacles that were gradually approaching them. Wu Yuan also noticed the abnormality at this time. Her eyes brightened slightly, and she immediately cooperated fully with Lai Ziming's performance. Go! In the end, pressure overcame affection, and the leading green wind beast let out a small low growl and turned around to leave. But before it could turn its head, flesh and blood tentacles sprang out of the ground and stabbed the back of its head through its mouth, failing to pierce the fur and leaving it brain dead straight away. The remaining 2 green wind beasts also suffered the same thing, having their brains destroyed and all the flesh and blood sucked out of their bodies in a split second, leaving only 3 unscathed hides and intact bones. Come on, split the spoils. Saying that, Qianer quickly stepped forward and collected the 3 green wind beasts' undead souls and skeletons as well, while picking up a roll of the green wind beast's fur and throwing it to Lai Ziming. And outside, Qianer's personal points panel had been updated by now, and the points of the 3 green wind beasts appeared on it. This is one that you can join by defeating the enemy. Gotta go. Looking at the intact fur of the green wind beast in front of him, Lai Ziming's eyes were so excited that he couldn't even open them. The pelts of this character are the top of the line lot. And me, Brother Qian, I'll give you this green wind beast bone, blood, flesh and dead soul of mine, and you can get me a fur like that too. Wu Yuan also came to her senses at this time, pointing at the green wind beast that was pressed to the ground by her own evil rock beast and said in a petulant tone, the quality of that fur was fantastic. She certainly couldn't have gotten something of that quality if she had done it on her own. Okay. In response, Qianer didn't refuse and let the blood-burning saints go up and absorb all the flesh and blood of the green wind beast, leaving only a skin behind. 2 brothers, can I join you, little sister? Hurriedly putting the beast's skin into her spatial backpack, Wu Yuan was flushed with excitement as she opened her mouth towards the 2 men and asked, and Lai Ziming was the first to look at Qianer. Yes, but in advance, in addition to the blood, bones, flesh and souls all belong to me. I will also take a large share of the other loot, but relatively speaking, you do not need to intervene in terms of fighting, as long as you cooperate with the act. Previously, this woman, Wu Yuan, had faced 4 green wind beasts alone and had used her acting skills to forcefully take out one and keep the other 3 from making a move to win Qian'er's appreciation. So Qian'er gave her a chance. Yes, I agree. In response, Wu Yuan naturally nodded her head repeatedly. After all, the benefits to her could be too great. Not to mention a township-level Imperial Beast Master accompanying the protection. Just these 2 people are all reliable. That a handful of acting skills can be taken out is worth her doing so. Okay, keep monitoring the perimeter. After agreeing on the conditions for dividing the spoils and whatnot beforehand, Qian'er then asked Lai Ziming to continue monitoring the surroundings. What do you think it's like to wear this? Why do the illustrations say that so many dignitaries want to buy this? Qian'er stroked a beast skin curiously asked. I have to say, the beast skin is indeed quite huashun. Touching the hand is bright. A hand of oil. They don't have that condition to deal with it properly, but they don't need to deal with it much either. Time freezes in the space backpack. Just put it in, and then just sell it when it goes out. The fur of the green wind beast has a lot of benefits. It can regulate the internal and external temperature by transforming the wind, becoming cooler in the summer and warmer in the winter. At the same time, most of the equipment made with this can inherit the characteristics of the green wind beast, allowing a person or a royal beast to increase its speed by a bit. Although it's not useful for a royal beastmaster of your level, the increase is still quite large for a low-level royal beastmaster. Lai Ziming's family lineage was quite a bit stronger than Wu Yuan's, so he naturally knew something about these things and made a point of explaining them to Qian'er. Now not only Qian'er, but even Wu Yuan had a look of that was the case. Then I'll have to keep a set of clothes made from this. Well, I'm going to keep this one as well. After all, it was the first hunt I was involved in and it's rather memorable. As Qian'er and Lai Ziming casually chatted, suddenly, an early warning came from the blood-burning saints. Chantal's entire body perked up, but quickly reacted and hastily resumed her previous soft stance. And as change was seen by Lai Ziming and Wu Yuan, the 2 of them instantly understood that a new prey had appeared. Wu Yuan immediately put on a compassionate and kind expression, while Lai Ziming was full of disdain. This is a new script that was discussed before, with Wu Yuan as the Madonna and Lai Ziming as the villain, with one red face and one white face. And as for Qian'er, he is a follower, and his attitude doesn't matter. Over there, Chantal craned his neck in the direction of the blood-burning saint's queue. Upon hearing that, the riptide crocodile immediately turned the water mirror in that direction. 2 humanoid creatures with black smoke wrapped around their bodies appeared in the water mirror. Where those 2 humanoid creatures walked by, the plants quickly withered and died, and the location, if any, was still a little distance away from them. It's the evil inferno. Wu Yuan immediately opened her mouth. She recognized this race. Although it was not one of the 12 winners, it was still not to be underestimated, and its single combat power was quite strong. Lean over and pretend it was an accidental bump. Kyle immediately spoke up, while the remaining 2 naturally would not object. On the other side, the 2 evil flames were originally aimlessly searching for prey in the dense forest, but suddenly, one of the evil flames stopped in its tracks. What's wrong? Its companion immediately inquired in the language of malignant inflammation. There's an enemy coming. It's human. Run. At first, that evil flame's expression was quite normal, but after confirming the identity of the enemy, it instantly changed its face and greeted its companions to leave quickly. Hey, those 2 friends of evil flame. What are you running for when you see us? We humans are a very friendly race. But before the 2 evil flames could turn around, Wu Yuan's voice came from far away. In an instant, black lava dripped down from the foreheads of the 2 evil flames, their expressions guarded to the extreme. After getting a good look at the visitor, both of their expressions became even more grave. 3 humans? That man with the crocodile standing behind him is the strongest. That crocodile feels strong just standing there. That woman is not to be underestimated. As for the remaining one, it's nothing special. It shouldn't be enough to worry about. Chapter 97 The 10,000 Clans, a new number. Don't mess with it. Humph. What's the point of wasting words with these lowly races? Just kill them when you see them. Lai Ziming grunted coldly, and the torrent crocodile behind him stirred stupidly. Now, the 2 evil flames' pitch-black faces went a few shades of white with anger. Student Lai Ziming, I think there should be some problems with your thinking. We all live in the same world. There is actually no difference between evil inferno and humans. Where is the need to fight and kill? Glancing at the flesh and blood tentacles that were gradually approaching behind those 2 evil flames, Wu Yuan's face remained unchanged, still with the same sad and compassionate expression of a holy mother. As expected, after her words were spoken, the faces of those 2 evil flames immediately looked better. Humph. You're always like that, like to exude some worthless sympathy. Letting out a very loud cold snort once again, Lai Ziming stopped speaking and walked to the other side to sulk. Instead, Wu Yuan looked at the two evil flames with a smile. These two friends from the evil flame race. My name is Wu Yuan. His name is Lai Ziming. As for this one behind us, his name is Wang Er. He is our follower. As you can see, we don't have any malice towards you. If it's convenient, can you tell me about some of the customs of the evil flame? I am more interested in these. Of course, some sensitive things can be left out. Just something different from us humans. At the moment, Owan's eyes seemed to be twinkling with stars. The two evil flames looked at each other in dismay. To be honest, it was Ri Ziming's attitude like that matched the rumors about humans amongst their community. The most ferocious amongst the races were for humans. Those devils could even slaughter other beings in an assembly line. And the vast majority of the weapons that were researched were used to end their own kind of people quickly. It could be said that among all races, humans were an extremely special species. But looking at Wu Yuan in front of them, they were a little confused for a moment, unable to figure out what was going on. The human in front of them didn't seem to be the same as the rumored humans. Also, the human who had been silent kinda matched their eyes. That was definitely a good guy. The advanced dark affinity was firing up, and this dark race was naturally favorable to churn. Maybe it's an individual difference. There are good and bad ones in every race. Aren't there bad evil flames among our evil flames? Eventually, one of the evil flames seemed to come to some sort of conclusion and began to mumble. It should be. The other evil inferno was quickly convinced by this statement and nodded in agreement. Immediately after that, the way they looked at Wu Yuan and Shenner began to become a little friendlier. What does Ms. Owan want to know? It seemed that the contrast between Wu Yuan and Lai Ziming, and seemingly also the affinity of the Kyle Darkness lineage, led to the two evil flames quickly becoming friends with the two, stubbornly believing that both of them were rare and kind individuals among humans. Under Shenner and Wu Yuan's rounds of lassoing, those two evil infernos were close to telling where their old home was, but fortunately they were able to stop at the end. If they exposed the location of their old home, or exposed it to the human race, what good could it do? But even that was rewarding for the two Chans. Where the two evil flames couldn't see, the three of them exchanged glances and all revealed sinister smiles. That's right, when the blood-burning saint was about to kill these two evil flames just now, Shenner suddenly called out to him, which allowed these two evil flames to survive until now. And he's going to do a big job with the two malignant flames. Just as the two sides were exchanging friendly words, Wu Yuan's icon suddenly vibrated twice. She took it out and took a look at it. Then her face changed drastically. Two friends of the evil flame, run away. There are already other humans nearby who have discovered the whereabouts of your kind, and are now contacting people ready to round them up, without even needing to communicate. One reacted completely instinctively. This time, the two evil flames couldn't sit still. What can we do about this? They both panicked and stood up straight away to walk or sit. Miss Wu Yuan, Mr. Wang Er, can you help us? In the end, Evil Yen, who really had no choice but to look at Shenner and Wu Yuan with a look of help. The advanced darkness affinity displayed a terrifying power at this moment, directly attacking the minds of the two evil flames, causing them to subconsciously rely on Shenner. Don't worry, we are friends, we will help you. You now quickly contact your clansmen to gather towards this side. I put out a false message to let the others bypass this place. If the consequences, I will bear the responsibility myself. Shenner hesitated for a moment, but looking at the pleading Evil Yen in front of him, and then at Wu Yuan behind him, whose eyes were full of expectation, he finally clenched his teeth and directly opened his mouth to take all the blame. Great, Wang Er, you will be an eternal friend of the Evil Flame clan, an evil inferno said to Shenner in surprise, while immediately going to contact his clan. I'm forever your grandma's leg. Outside, the quasi-king of the Evil Flame clan who had been staring at the secret realm almost didn't blow his lungs out when he saw this scene. Pointing at the two evil flames in the light screen who had been cheated and still didn't know it couldn't say a complete sentence, his chest rising and falling violently. If it wasn't for the fact that he sensed the morose line of sight coming from the void that was staring at him, he would have even wanted to break the rules and go in to bring out the children from his own tribe. Previously, they thought beautifully that with so many clans powering together, even a heap would be able to pile up that unprecedented genius of the human race, and even directly hit the geniuses of the current generation of the human race hard. But they didn't expect to find something wrong just after entering the middle of the secret realm. What do you mean by the secret realm detecting high-risk energy bodies? Wasn't it only Paragon Kings who could be defined as high-risk energy bodies by the secret realm? But those below are just a bunch of kids? How could there be a quasi-king? Those kids down there weren't all the younger generation of their pack, but they'd have to hurt for a while if something went wrong. Therefore, These quasi-kings or true kings of the 10,000 races didn't dare to be careless at all, and immediately began to search every corner of the secret realm, trying to find out what exactly that high-risk energy body was. But unexpectedly, the first one to realize it was actually the quasi-king of the Green-Winged Beast clan, which directly let out a scream as if it had seen a ghost, attracting a lot of disgruntled eyes. To come over and disturb their spirits at such an important time, their hearts should be put to death. But before they could reprimand the quasi-king of the Green-Winged Beast, they saw the quasi-king of the Green-Winged Beast pointing at a corner in the secret realm, and a mournful roar as if an unjust soul was demanding for its life came out of his mouth. Humans. Chapter 98, The Canopy Bull. Its voice drew the attention of everyone hidden in the void. Following the line of sight of the Green-Winged Beast quasi-king, they only saw a few bloody tentacles sealing off the retreat of the 3 Green-Winged Beasts, and then 3 bloody tentacles penetrated through the brains of each of the 3 Green-Winged Beasts, and in a split second, those 3 Green-Winged Beasts had already lost their lives. Silence was the main theme of this moment, and almost all of the leaders of the clan stared blankly at those flesh and blood tentacles. Those who could appear here were at least quasi-king level existences, and they naturally saw clearly to perceive the rank of the owner of that flesh and blood tentacle. Zhenghua Peak, a rank that shouldn't have appeared here no matter what, now just appeared in the secret realm in such a grand manner, and also massacred the younger generation of the 10,000 races, and after killing those 4 Green-Winged Beasts, he actually hadn't stopped yet, and was now staring at Wicked Yen. Humans of the Inferno, you need to give us an explanation. A low voice with suppressed anger rang out, and the one who spoke was the paragon of the evil Flame Clan. The quasi-king of the Green-Winged Beast didn't dare to speak, so it would, and it was an interesting statement, not questioning all humans, but alone in asking the humans of the Yen Kingdom. Explanation? What explanation? Wasn't it you who took the initiative to come to us, saying that you wanted to meet our human rookies and volunteered to challenge an unprecedented human genius? How come you have this look on your face after meeting us now? Do you people still really think that we humans are easy to bully? Without waiting for the people from the Yen Kingdom to speak, a red-haired Irish strongman stepped out of the void, his body swollen with muscles and veins wrapped around his body like gnarled dragons, a sneer on his face. Granted, the people of Britannia were stirrers, and most of the human side diabolized them, but when it came to things like this, the stirrers were pretty reliable. You mean to tell me that an undeveloped human cub contracted the imperial beasts in less than a year and raised them to the level of a town guard? A voice like thunder slowly rang out in a calm tone, telling jokes. Along with the thunder, a head as huge as a mountain poked down from the clouds. He stared at the Britannia quasi-king who had spoken, his huge eyes filled with teasing. As he spoke, the rest of the 10,000 races all closed their mouths and stared at the Britannia paragon with a look of amusement. In particular, the evil Inferno clan paragon king who was disliked by the Britannia paragon king was even more grateful as he glanced at the behemoth that spoke. That behemoth is a serious bigot. One of the 12 victor races. Divine race, mountain shifters, canopy bulls. A terrifying race that had quasi-king level greatness as long as it came of age. And this race didn't have females, so it was known as the canopy bulls. As for how the race actually continues, it remains a mystery so far. The Britannia quasi-king who was disliked by this canopy bull choked and turned his head to look in the direction of the Yen Kingdom for help, his eyes filled with eagerness. Say something, whatever it is, you guys have gone too far this time. Right, the freshman competition you get a town guard peek in? Like the tone of the canopy bull. No one thought this would be true, and neither did the prospective king of Britannia, who was now waiting for the Yenghua side to give an explanation that could be justified, and then just give a harumph and get it over with, so that the town guard who had gotten mixed up with the freshman would hurry up and come out and not go too far. Why else do you think he's called an unprecedented genius? Under the gaze of all the races, the dean of the Imperial Academy, who had been grim-faced from the very beginning of the examination, as if everyone owed him $250,000, suddenly spread his face and smiled, and said a sentence that no one had thought of. They hadn't even considered that Dean would be joking on this occasion, which meant that it was all true, but that was what made their brains barely turn a corner. Figured it out. It's all figured out now, son of a. These humans are fishing. There were no fools that could grow to the level of a paragon king, and soon, they realized what was going on, and were momentarily shocked and angry. Humans, aren't you afraid of starting another war? Terrifying air currents blew out from the nostrils of the canopy bull, and it was clear that he also understood the dean's and the military's scheming, and the shocking anger in his heart was about to overflow, knowing that the plan to snipe Shanner's death the canopy bull clan, also had a hand in it, and now there were 2 of the canopy bull's transmogrified bodies inside the secret realm. Those 2 transmigrating bodies could die anywhere, but they definitely couldn't die in the human frontier. After all, no one was sure if those 2 transmigrating bodies would come back after dying here. If the human race had uncovered the continuation of the canopy bull's problem, it would truly be a disaster. This examination, we're not competing. The voice of the canopy bull was like thunder, and the breath he exhaled caused the temperature to rise a few degrees with it. After saying that, he shook his bullhorn, and a terrifying power erupted, causing the surrounding space to start trembling slightly, as if he was planning to directly lift the table. Ahem, little calf, you come and go as you please. Aren't you taking us a little too lightly? A weak coughing sound came from the distance, and for a moment, this canopy bull revealed an expression like he had seen a ghost. A cloudy wind struck, blowing all the Paragon Kings present numb. This was a very incredible thing, because the Paragon King already represented a moving heavenly disaster, and it shouldn't have happened in the first place, but it just happened. All the living beings looked in the direction of the canopy bull and instantly understood what had happened. It was a dragon. The dragon cast in white bone was not a quadrupedal bipedal dragon like the little ice dragon, but a beastly dragon that stood on 2 feet. And that dragon stood there with the clouds only coming up to its calf position. Through the clouds, a bull-headed skeleton could be vaguely seen looking downwards, with green-colored soul fires blazing in its empty eye sockets. It was a bone dragon, not a frost bone dragon, but a normal bone dragon with a total racial value of 500 points. This kind of bone dragon didn't have dragon attributes, but was a dragon-shaped imperial beast that was purely pieced together from the bones of various creatures. But judging from this size, the bones that were pieced together to form this bone dragon should be somewhat related to the canopy bull. The true king of the military, who had never appeared, finally appeared at this moment. Little ones, you now have 2 choices. The first is to let the test in the secret realm continue, and the second is to let us conduct a higher level test. A laughing voice came from behind them. An old man dressed in plain clothes with a metal Haiti by his side was smilingly looking at them. His eyes were half narrowed, but the ferocious light in his eyes had almost been unable to hold back the overflow. It was certainly Chi Kunshan. One of the anti-kings who had set off the 8 Kings Rebellion actually chose to help the crown at this moment. Chapter 99 Great Enemy, Evil Flame Clan Yen Yu, Holding Back. This was the only thought in the minds of all the inhuman races at this time, and they looked in the direction of the canopy bull more than once to see what this big brother of the 12 winners race would do, waiting for it to take the lead in leading the revolt. But sadly, no matter how much they flailed, the canopy bulls remained still silent. Hee, little calf, looks like you've already made a choice. What a pity, I thought I could kill you again. I'm curious about your race now. Obviously I already killed you once back then, and also used all of your flesh and blood, soul, and bones to strengthen my imperial beasts, but how did you come back to life? The sickly voice slowly sounded with a hint of excitement. Now, the face of the canopy bull was ugly, but he didn't say a single word in retort, which stopped a heart of the other inhuman races from sinking as they watched. Now, make a choice. A voice carrying the rules of the law came out from Chi Kunshan's mouth, and vaguely, they seemed to see a metal branch snaking out from within a corner of the dimension. All the true king-level inhuman races all had a chill in their hearts as they guessed what that branch really was. One of the true underpinnings of humanity was the strongest existence in a world where gods were not present. Assessment continues. There was a long silence before the scarlet pheromone this delivered the news. Now, all the humans present in the Yen country all revealed satisfied smiles. Tossed for so long, the military intelligence played with all its might, passing the news that humanity had produced an unprecedented genius all over the world, and the hidden hands hidden in the various races were even more used this time. But it was worth it. The military's unrelenting propaganda and the pushback from those dark hands had managed to hit these 10,000 races with a message of common sense, causing them to send in most of the most promising geniuses of their generation to snipe at Kyanal. At the very least, in the intelligence that the military had received, the geniuses of the 10,000 races that needed to be prioritized for killing had already come to most of them, and were united right here in this secret realm, in this compulsion-raising land to try to fight against a long-cultivated compulsion king. The various calculations outside the secret realm Qianer did not know. At this time he looked at the 35 evil flames that had been gathered in front of him and forced a smile on his face. That, Yen Yu of the Evil Flame Clan, the genius of the Evil Flame Clan's current generation. The military is offering a reward of 20 high-level resources. A high-level resource was a blood and flesh essence, a wood source crystal, and a resource of that class of undying bone. The blood-burning saint's voice was transmitted into Kyanal's ears through the Imperial Beast contract. During this period of time, Qianer was studying, and the blood-burning saint was also grabbed and pulled by Qianer to read some books, but he wasn't interested in those knowledge books. Instead, he was particularly interested in the 10,000 races and bounties, and it was now just the right time to get to the place where he was good at it. $20? Looks like the sky won't let him live. Chanel sighed, a helpless smile on his face, and spoke in a compassionate tone. My friend, is everyone here? Looking at the gradually increasing number of evil flame race clansmen and wiping the beads of sweat on her forehead, Wu Yuan opened her mouth to inquire about how the temperature started to rise when these evil flame race clansmen gathered together. Well, it's already here. All the surrounding evil Inferno clan members have already arrived. Miss Wu Yuan, may I ask where we should go next? The still unnamed evil Inferno friend nodded and asked excitedly. It's true that you still need to go out and make your own way in the world. If your family knew that you made 2 human friends in one trip, they would definitely be surprised, right? But just as it was thinking freely about how to explain to its parents when it returned, stabbing pain suddenly came from its chest, and in the next moment, it directly lost consciousness. Yen Chen, damn it, the book was right. Humans can't be on the same page as us. The other evil flames watched in shock as a flesh and blood tentacle pierced through Yen Chen's chest, and under their eyes, Yen Chen's body began to dry up at a rapid speed, and creepy swallowing sounds came from the flesh and blood tentacle. Big brother Yen Yu. The panicked evil flames turned their gazes to Yen Yu. The first thing this flat-looking evil inferno that didn't look much different from any other evil inferno did was lock its sights on Xian'er's body. Sure enough, my feeling was right. The most dangerous of these 3 is you, isn't it? It pointed at Chandler and said in a tone of certainty. Although it didn't detect any aura of danger on Kyle's body, its perception vaguely told it that this fellow was the strongest among these 3 humans. Human, you must be the rumored unprecedented genius. Ha ha. It looks like my luck is really good. Come and fight. I've always been curious about whether or not you're worthy of this title. Ah. Yen Yu laughed excitedly. Its confidence came from its strength. A full level 20. Far stronger than Liz Ming. It's all that much better than second place. And by that projection, first place is probably just about the same. With that, its body burned with black flames, and it charged towards Changer with a big smile. At this moment, its mind had flashed back to the plot in the novel it had read earlier. 2 geniuses of clearly opposing races sympathize over a fight, eventually become close friends and join forces to change the ed-up world or something. It was prepared to come and test Xian'er's success, and if the guy's strength was okay, it would give Xian'er a chance to become its friend. Alright, hurry up and collect all the core fire seeds on these evil flames. The most valuable thing on these guys is this. Watching the last of the evil inferno fall, Chantal said casually. In order to ensure that these evil flames didn't escape, he had specifically instructed the blood-burning saints to move faster. And because of that, the blood-burning saint ended the fight in 3 seconds straight. But that evil flame plan genius seemed to say something, then rushed up and said what? Cocking his head in thought for a moment, Chantal gave up. Never mind. It must not be anything important. Good. This won't bother Brother Qian with your hands. The 2 of us will do it. With a smile on his face, Lai Ziming ran to those evil flame corpses and started to catch the fire. The malignant seed fire of the malignant Inferno clan was a rare treasure for the pure fire Imperial beasts. Planting the seed fire in the pure fire Imperial beast's body could make the pure fire Imperial beast's originally simple flames take on more of a malignant Inferno character, which could be said to be an artificially controlled mutation. After the 2 of them had collected all the seed fires, Xian'er then put away all those evil Inferno skeletons and souls, and in order to prove the identity of that evil Inferno genius, he specially left its head behind. Chapter 100 Alignment. Sniping, counter-sniping. Who? In the mountains beyond the dense forest, the 3 mountain giants walked between the mountains with serious expressions. But suddenly, their rocky faces changed drastically, and they let out a burst of stern shouts as loud as the rolling down of rocks. They sensed a horrible pressure suddenly coming towards them. The oppression from the end of the road made the hairs of sweat on their bodies stand on end, even though they had no hair of sweat. In response to them, there was a long silence. Just as these 3 mountain giants were planning to turn their heads and directly flee, the sound of dull footsteps rang out from the sky. These 3 mountain giants, all of which were 8 meters tall, were horrified to see a mountain peak begin to slowly move in this direction. Closer, they could see the real appearance of the mountain. Hiss. Instantly, these 3 mountain giants revealed expressions just like they had seen a ghost. The sky, canopy bulls. A mountain giant trembled and spoke, and what appeared in front of them was none other than the cub of a canopy bull. But compared to the adult canopy bull outside, this one was a little too petite, grounded on the earth, the top of its head not even touching the clouds. Mountain giants? I think it's dwarves. The young canopy bull swept a glance at the 3 mountain giants and let out a thunderous snort from his mouth. Now, a hint of anger flashed across the faces of those 3 mountain giants, but after taking a look at the size difference between the 2 sides, they helplessly gave up on the idea. You said it. In the end, the mountain giants in the lead could only hold their heads back and lower their heads. Humph, count your sense of humor. Come with me. Don't forget the purpose of this great competition. So many races have united to put pressure on humans to hold this great competition. It's not to go through the motions. This time, it needs to be properly planned. to completely erase that unprecedented genius of the human race. The canopy bull glanced at the three mountain giants and slowly opened his mouth. Then, continued to advance in one direction. At this moment, the mountain giants then noticed that before them, the new generation of an unknown number of races had already gathered around that kind of canopy bull, and it looked like it was determined to snipe this matter of Chenner. It was no coincidence that in this secret realm, such alliances and pulling together were endless, and they all had only one purpose, and that was to snipe out Chenner. It's too slow. It's too slow. When is it going to end like this? Jumping off of a rock-helmeted pig, Chanel said with some impatience. The progress was too slow. After a day and a night of baiting and decapitating the enemies, the three of them had actually only killed 345 enemies of different races, which was really too slow compared to the total number of people in this examination. He had a premonition that the young generation of the 10,000 races in this secret realm would likely be the sustenance for his blood-burning saints to advance to Quasi-King. But this progress is really too slow. The time for the examination is only 5 days. Now a day has passed. They have not even walked out of the forest. So down the line, after 5 days they cannot walk through the entire secret realm. It would be worse than killing him if this money wasn't earned. You two tell me what to do. Taking a stick of beef jerky out of his space backpack and chewing on it, the fullness of the food in his mouth calmed Chantal's mood a bit. Throwing a few packs of beef jerky to Lai Ziming and Wu Yuan, Chenner then asked for advice towards his group of wise men. This progress has indeed slowed down quite a bit, but it can't be helped. We've encountered this many times. Those geniuses of the 10,000 races decisively chose to flee this secret realm when they encountered things that weren't right. If it wasn't for Brother Qian's blood-burning saints of yours that have long been guarding against this, perhaps they would have really managed to escape quite a bit. After harvesting the material from the rock-helmeted pig and watching the rock-helmeted pig's body gradually dry up under the blood-burning saints devouring, Lai Ziming very naturally chewed on the beef jerky and asked, only 345 in a day and a night. This was too inconsistent with the fact that the imperial beasts at the pinnacle of the township were crushing these little caramels whose strengths exceeded 20 levels were rare. But it can't be helped. Those 10,000 races of the younger generation is really run if they don't pay attention. It is really too wimpy. Don't fight them hard at all. Where have all the bravery of their ancestors gone? Do you guys think that the students of our academy will be able to isolate space formations? Wu Yuan counted the materials in her spatial backpack over and over again, saying carelessly that at this moment, her heart was all immersed in money. Don't be whimsical. This kind of thing isn't possible by any stretch of the imagination. Okay? Giving her a blank look, Don Ziming rejected her speculation with a straight face. The only knowledge about imperial beasts taught in high school is recognizing the types and weaknesses of imperial beasts. Those are only taught in college. But the problem is that we've only been enrolled in school for 3 days. Oh no! This is the 4th day. So how can we possibly know this kind of stuff? TCH, what a pain in the ass. Chanel sighed and stood up, ready to move on to his next victim. Outside, the words of the three of them were completely transmitted through the light screen into the ears of the leaders of all the non-human races, hating them so much that their teeth itched, especially those races that had already been killed once more were even more so, looking at the three of them as if they were looking at their father's killers. You all tricked the children of our pack like they were little cuties. You tricked our kids like they were little cuties, and then you complained about killing them too slowly? If it wasn't for the fact that they had already clearly sensed that the spacetime around them had already been fixed by the infinite light tree Xiaoye, and that they would usher in Xiaoye's thunderous strikes whenever they revealed any slightest movement, they were all planning on directly tearing apart the space of the secret realm and forcibly sniping Chenner to death. After all, that monster's growth was too rapid, and they had no bottom in their hearts. If they could exchange their lives for Chenner's, it would be a more than suitable deal for them. Not far away, within a space that had been temporarily opened up by the infinite light tree, the current president of the Imperial Academy, Qi Kunshan, and the true king of the military were all gathered here, and a new large screen was being tightly pointed at Chenner, making the three of them frown as they watched. Has the strength of that flesh and blood paragon of this kid been refined some more? Qi Kunshan surveyed Chenner and the blood-burning saints with unimaginable eyes, and only after a while did he open his mouth to inquire with uncertainty. This speed was too outrageous, wasn't it? He hadn't even progressed this fast when he was just robbed of his chance by his family and then recruited by the emperor to enjoy the full supply of the empire's resources. Yes, there has been some refinement. I temporarily had Little Yu Senior released to the outside fake images to hide the news of his strength being refined again. The current dean nodded. I'm now afraid that he'll advance to Quasi-King in the secret realm, and that won't be easy to hide. Chapter 101. So it turns out, you're the Chanel. The three sighed, all of them sending messages towards the forces behind them for support. It would be a bit too much to tease the nerves of these races present if Chenner were to advance to Quasi-King right here, in full view of everyone. At that time, They would have no choice but to strike first and settle all of these foreigners here. And you have to make sure that you do it fast. Never let them react and get the message out. That would be a problem. Come on, friend. Watch out for the other evil humans. If they catch you, they'll definitely try to squeeze every last bit of value out of you. At the edge of the dense forest, Kyle was full of seriousness. As if he was a compassionate saint reaching out to a few sinewy gophers that had been injured by Lai Zimming and pulling it into a hole in a tree. Thank you, Mr. Wang Air. You are definitely a rare and good person among humans. The bruised and sinewy gopher was filled with emotion and called the entire clan as Changer had said, as a way to hide from the other humans. It's okay, who made you my friend? Chandler had a bright smile on his face and a knowing look of a big brother. I've always hated the attitude of other humans that treat other races as nothing more than food. That's why I'm willing to help you guys. By the way, if you have any friends who know other races you can bring them in, and I'll bring you with me to hide from the other humans. Chandler said with a gentle smile in his tone, and at the same time, he also raised the icon in his hand, which showed a small group of more than 30 people, all of which were the small numbers of the three of them, and at this moment, the group was constantly brushing messages, inquiring about where those sinewy gophers had run off to. The beings of the other races all followed a big shot to snipe an unprecedented genius of your human race. We didn't go because we were too timid. The translator made within the race clearly translated Shanner's words into a language that the sinewy gopher could understand. And these heartfelt words moved the sinewy gopher so much that it could not wait to cry on the spot, so it directly spat out all the information it knew. At this point, it had completely trusted Shanner, and in its opinion, there was no better human in the world than Shanner. The sinewy gopher's words, on the other hand, caused the expression on Kyle's face to freeze, and then an odd smile of suppressed ecstasy appeared on his face. Covering his face with his right hand, he gently kneaded the muscles on his face for a few times, and the original expression that was already on the verge of straining to laugh out loud was suddenly replaced with a look of anxiety. Round up Chandel. No, sorry, and please pretend you didn't hear what you just said. So where are all the other races rounding up Chandel? Chandler asked with a face full of eagerness, playing the role of a foolish saintly mother perfectly. So that genius is called Chandler. The sinewy gopher's eyes flickered slightly as it forcibly suppressed the excitement in its heart and murmured in its mind. But soon, its conscience was doubly tormented by its own thoughts. Mr. Wang Air, you care a lot about that genius called Shanner? The sinewy gopher seemed to inquire carelessly. That's for sure. Changer is the hope of humanity. Of course I don't want him to be killed here. Chance explained to the sinewy gopher with a face full of seriousness, speaking as if it were true. So, I didn't join them and don't know exactly where they went, but I remember seeing them heading towards the eastern desert after I declined the invitation. The sinewy gopher's face twisted twice, but in the end, he didn't resist the torture of his conscience and whispered the location of the advancing canopy bowl to Kyle. At those words, a look of relief came over Chandler's face. Ah, the eastern desert. That's fine, as long as it's not over here in the dense forest. He patted his chest, his acting skills fooling the sinewy gopher. As long as it's not over here in the dense forest? So that means Chantal is here? For a moment, the sinewy gopher's heart came alive again. If that's the case, there's no chance of it getting credit. In the end, its only friend is Wang Air. The other humans are its enemies. It is not necessary for a group of enemies to fall out with its own tribe. Furthermore, because the sinew gopher's territory of existence was similar to that of the Canopy Bull, it was equivalent to a vassal of the Canopy Bull clan. Of course, this vassal relationship was not clear to the Canopy Bull, and it was unilaterally declared by the sinew gopher, because with the Canopy Bull's size, it was impossible to care about the sinew gopher's existence at all. But it's different now. If we pass on the information about Changer, we can't say that the race of sinewy gophers will take off as a result of its move. The sinewy gopher that consoled itself with this in its mind took advantage of the time that Shanner left the tree hole to immediately take out its cell phone to inform the Skyfall Bull that had invited it earlier of the information it had heard from here as much as it could. Its heart was still pounding as it did this. Rats do a lot of wrong things in their lives, but I guess, this would have to be one of the most wrong things I've ever done. I failed a friendship that crossed racial lines. After doing all this, the sinewy gopher lay on the ground as if it had lost its strength, its eyes looking at the ceiling listlessly, an unspeakable feeling filling its heart. No, you didn't do anything wrong, because all of this is what I want to see. But soon, the familiar voice spoke in a tone it had never heard before. The sinewy gopher snapped his head up to see Chantal, who was a far cry from what he had been a moment ago. Stride in and look at himself with a grin. An indescribable vicious chill surged through the sinewy gopher's entire body, and at this moment, it knew that something had definitely gone wrong somewhere, but it wasn't clear what exactly had gone wrong. It subconsciously raised its wrist and wanted to leave directly, although it was not very clear where exactly was wrong. But the first thing to think of when encountering this kind of thing was to run away. This was before participating in this great competition. The clan elders had instructed 1,000 times. It naturally did not dare to forget the words, but before it could press down, it couldn't detect the presence of the wrist. In the next moment, it couldn't perceive the existence of its body, and its consciousness gradually began to become blurred, and before it lost consciousness, it saw a tall figure appearing behind Shienner, exuding an aura that gave the rat the creeps, the kind of aura that it had only ever sensed in the body of its matriarch. Ah, is this the unprecedented genius of mankind? And you're the changer? Before he died, a thought surfaced in his mind, and outside the tree hole, all the sinewy gophers it had just summoned had silently lost all traces of life by now. Chapter 102, Dark Tide, The Conspiratorial Bulls. Come back all. I didn't realize that instead of me catching a big fish, the fish took the bait of its own accord. After saying something in the group, Kyle immediately walked out of the tree hole, and the two of them, Lai Ziming and Wu Yuan, who had gotten the news, also came out of the woods with gray heads. Money, what's going on? Lai Ziming asked with interest, unable to figure out what kind of big shipment would make Shienner say that. Those young generations of the 10,000 races led by a heavenly curtain bull have come to find trouble with me. It's also right. This examination originally started because of me. It would be strange if they didn't make any movements at all. Chantal was all smiles, not realizing that it could actually be that good. So what do we need to do to prepare? Although he had already known that this trial was organized by the 10,000 clans in order to snipe Shienner, Lai Ziming was still filled with surprise when he received the news. Neither he nor Wu Yuan had ever thought that there might be opponents among the 10,000 clans that could stand up to Shienner. You guys go contact the humans in this forest and tell them to leave quickly. Be careful of being accidentally injured by unknown AoEs. And I'll go prepare some preliminaries in case they sense something is wrong and run away halfway through. With that said, behind Shienner, the blood-burning saints slowly stood up, their flesh and blood writhing and falling to the ground, transforming into a brand new blood-burning saints. It was the flesh and blood split skill. With the blood-burning saint's current proficiency in the skill of flesh and blood splitting, he was already able to split up to 21 splits with half the strength of his main body at once. Spread out. Wrap up this forest. Then collect your breath and wait for them to come over. Be careful to hide. Don't let them find out. Standing in front of a group of blood-burning saints, Kyle commanded up to him, and these blood-burning saints cooperated by scattering in all directions towards the edge of the dense forest. On the other side, the two of them, Lai Ziming and Wu Yuan, also immediately began to pass the news out, and they couldn't help but tremble with excitement at the thought of the next image they might see of a paragon at the peak of the Jinsho going all out. So he's called Chanel. In the middle of the endless wasteland, looking at the news transmitted from the spiritual network, the Skyfall Bull's spirit lifted. I didn't expect those rats to bring such good news. And sure enough, each race has its own talents. It murmured in an excited tone, making a thunderous noise. Everyone, turn around. Our enemy has already appeared. This time, it can definitely beat the human new generation's vitality, and in the war after a number of years, perhaps it will fall directly among the rankings of the 12 victorious races. The canopy bull ground hung his head, looking down at the tiny, mole-like followers beneath him, and his thunderous voice was filled with compelling rhythms. And those of you who contributed in this battle may definitely appear in the history of your race and be admired by countless generations to come. And what's more, your race may also be ranked alongside ours after receiving the legacy of mankind. Its huge eyes swept around and its tone became intriguing. When you have accomplished your work and returned to the ultimate bliss, you will also sit on the lotus platform. At this moment, the breaths of all the races that had been gathered by the power of the canopy bowl all shortened. After inheriting the human legacy, they couldn't say that they could actually squeeze their race into the ranks of the 12 winner races. Feeling the greed that was burning in the hearts of those races below, the canopy bull snorted in his heart. Having 12 winners to divide up the world's resources is still too much, and some need to be weeded out. And after eliminating humans, they naturally won't let a new race take over the human ecological niche. That would be better than not eliminating the humans. After all, no one knew for sure what a human pushed to their limits would do. They expected the crazy humans to take one or two of the winning races, but no one could say if the ones taken would be themselves. My lord, shall we go over and finish off those humans immediately now? The three young mountain giants immediately revealed a submissive stance at this moment after seeing the terrifying power of the canopy bull that was of the same type as theirs but far surpassed theirs, putting on a complete doggy appearance. No, contact those two soul devourers and let them go ahead and make a head start. The majestic tone of the canopy bull revealed a hint of sinister at this moment. For all it knew, the high-minded bug was definitely interested in Kyle. After all, both were unprecedented geniuses of their respective races. Just let them work it out first, and then, when the time comes, it will come back to reap the benefits. It's not like in other stories where only humans are making enemies in the world. In a world where all races are fighting for survival, every race is making enemies in the world. The mental network of the Canopy Bulls covered the entire secret realm, and the convenience of this ability unique to the Canopy Bulls herd in such a place was self-evident. Soon enough, it found its target. Two huge beetles that were lying on top of a pure moon deer sucking its soul. The beetle didn't fit any known bug. Any beetle traits seemed to be found in them, like a stitching monster, full of frightening incongruity. This is the Soul Devourer, one of the 12 victors race, the finisher of all souls, spirits. At this moment, the Soul Devourer who had finished sucking the last trace of the pure moon deer's soul raised his head, his eyeballs staring straight up at the sky, and in the view of the Canopy Bull, it was staring straight up at himself, and his heart was suddenly chilled. This should be the spiritual network of the Canopy Bulls, a network formed by connecting the spirits of each Canopy Bull, and a supreme delicacy that every Soul Devourer would want to taste. Scarlet pheromones wafted out from the larger beetle, putting their thoughts into words. The two sides' body sizes were completely one heaven and one earth, but this Soul Devourer's tone was as if the Canopy Bull was looking up to it. This was the absolute confidence brought about by strength, and even if the Canopy Bull was angry, it wouldn't help. Tell me, your memories should have information about not being able to unfold the soul network in our presence, but you still did it. What are you trying to tell me? In the middle of the pheromones, the Soul Devourer's tone slowly came out. It knew that the Canopy Bull must be trying to use it as a knife by coming to it in this way. But it didn't care. This was the confidence that came from strength. I have learned the name of the human. His name is Kyanl, and he is now in the dense forest area. The Soul Devourer's tone caused the Canopy Bull to choke for a moment. Its face hardened to the extreme, and soon, it directly withdrew its mental network after speaking in a raw tone. Oh, the Canopy Bull, known for his physical prowess, played a tricky game. The buzzing of insects carried far out into the wilderness. Chapter 103, The Beginning of the Great War. Going to teach it a lesson. Brother? The petite Soul Devourer felt the direction where the mental network had disappeared, and a ghostly black light flickered in its insect eyes. Unlike its brother, it wasn't as powerful, and naturally, it didn't have the means to take such poor calculations lightly. Let's wait until afterward. I'm very interested in that Chanel right now. The dark-colored insect wings spread out, and the transparent wing membrane seemed to be haunted and snarled by the spirits of the wrongdoers. Countless unjust souls vaguely formed a pattern that was abstract to the extreme, and a vertical object that looked like a stick could be vaguely seen. The dense forest, it's in that direction. The Soul Devourer that flew into the air looked to the east. Black light was flowing in its eyes, and after this sentence came from the scarlet pheromones, it flew directly towards the direction of the dense forest. Seeing this, the other petite Soul Devourer also hurriedly followed in her brother's footsteps. In the distance, the Canopy Bull, who had been paying attention to this side, narrowed his eyes in excitement when he saw the two of them flying towards that direction. Humph, really is a lowly worm. That little size of brain is just good for cheating. This kind of stupid race how deserved to be with us side by side with the 12 winners of the, The Canopy Bull narrowed its eyes and thought mockingly in its mind. But before it could finish its sentence, it felt a burst of unbearable pain coming from its eyes. Its eyes went black, and a thunderous wail came out of its mouth as it raised its hooves high, wreaking havoc on the earth like a heavenly calamity, causing the ground to shake crazily. When those races on the ground saw this, they almost thought that the Canopy Bull was planning to do something to themselves, and one by one, they were so scared that they showed their abilities and detached themselves from the ground, staring at the Canopy Bull warily. And at this time, it was not easy to finish spreading the joy of the Canopy Bull, which was powerless to kneel down on the ground. His mouth kept gasping for air, white mist gushing out from his mouth and nose, making the temperature around him rise by a few degrees, and sweat dripping down from his body as if it were a waterfall. It felt as if its brain had just cracked open in agony, and when it came back to its senses, it realized that a large chunk of its mental network had been chewed up. Immediately figuring out exactly what had happened, the Canopy Bull didn't even dare to go find trouble with that Soul Devourer, as it hadn't even realized when that Soul Devourer had struck out at it. On the other side, the sky. What are you eating, brother? The petite Soul Devourer asked curiously towards her brother, whose muzzle had been writhing ever since she flew into the sky. Nothing, just a little snack. Swallowing the highly concentrated spiritual energy in its mouth and feeling the insanely surging power in its body, it replied in a flat tone, the ebony light in its eyes becoming even more intense. It looked like, after taking care of the human called Kyanl, one would have to take care of that Canopy Bull again. It's not very strong, but it's got a lot of good stuff on it. A spiritual network that gathers the spirits of all the Canopy Bulls? It's a rare tonic. Is it all connected? In the middle of the dense forest, Xian'er, who had just finished his battle command to the blood-burning saints, turned back and looked at Li Ziming and Wu Yuan and asked, "Don't worry, Brother Qian. It's already prepared. This examination is really not simple. Besides our Imperial College, all the other universities in the Yen country have the practice of letting the new students come over to gain insights. In addition to the next time, there are also the young generation of other countries as well. I've already asked the students of our school to pass this message to the other humans, so as not to be mistakenly injured when the time comes." Li Ziming gave Qian'er an okay sign. "Okay, what do you two say? Are you here with me or are you leaving with the main group now?" After hearing that it was already done, Qian'er nodded with satisfaction and took out the solid fuel from his space backpack and lit it, setting up a pot right here and taking out the ingredients and setting them up, while asking the two of them. Nowadays, he was extraordinarily attached to his food, and if he could, he would like to not deal with one bite of each meal and end it, but to enjoy eating as much as possible. "I'm definitely waiting here. This is a close-up view of a township-level battle. I haven't even experienced one in my entire life." Li Ziming immediately sat down across from Qian'er and copied a pair of chopsticks. Me too. To be honest, Wu Yuan is a little afraid. She just want to make a little money to subsidize the family. But look at Qian'er's look as to Poki's gambling opposite the whole family. She didn't think that Kyle would lose, but she was afraid that she would be missed by the races. She wasn't as strong as Kyle, but on second thought, she had made it to this extent. It was estimated that those who should be missed had long been missed, and retreating in this situation would rather easily push away the friendship of Qian'er that had already been obtained. So she simply gritted her teeth and sat down along with them. "Not bad. I'll have the blood-burning saints leave a safe place for you guys when the fight breaks out later." Qian'er gave them both a somewhat surprised look, not realizing that these two little guys actually had so much guts. But soon enough, he didn't care about the has-beens and focused on laying down the meat instead. The meat was all the best tasting and most flavorful meat that he brought in from the outside that was newly bred during the Imperial Beast era. And the ones that were hunted inside the secret realm were all fed to his own Imperial Beasts. And he didn't keep any of them. It was now the middle of the afternoon, and the sun was already gradually setting in the west, and the sun could be seen even in the middle of this secret realm. So I didn't know what the principle was. This feast lasted until the night, and then stopped. Wu Yuan and Li Ziming, two people are braced, leaning against a tree hiccups, but has not seen his mouth stop. Qian'er, this meal is not eaten much, just 5 points full. This abnormal scene scared Li Ziming, thought it was not a problem with the meat. "Chanel, why did you just eat so much this time?" Li Ziming, who had casually broken a branch to pick his teeth, looked at Qian'er and asked curiously. Even Wu Yuan next to him looked over curiously, and in response, Chantal simply smiled a kind smile and set down the cup in her hand that she had just taken a sip from to moisten her lips. "Teach you to a good boy. Before the big battle, you can't eat too much. You can't drink too much. It's small to hold back during the battle. Eating too much or drinking too much can cause your state to slip," Qian'er smilingly said to the two in a didactic tone. This time is not a ring battle between the Imperial Beast Master and the Imperial Beast Master. The two sides have the limitations of the rules. Cannot lay hands on the Imperial Beast Master, and now, it is a life and death fight with the 10,000 races. With that, he braced himself on the ground and stood up, looking in the direction of the sky. In his mind, the blood-burning saint had already warned through the Imperial Beast contract. P.S. Everyone, big brother, please chase reading. 100,000 words and 200,000 words of chase reading is very important. Small puffer here. Kowtow. I kowtow 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 kowtow. Chapter 104, The Connection Between the World of the Imperial Beasts and the World of the End Times. "Sentinel, they're coming." The blood-burning saint's calm voice rang out in Chantal's head. "How many?" With a grin on his face, Chantal stood up, ready to hide behind the blood-burning saint at a moment's notice. "Two." Glancing at the two red beetles flying over, the blood-burning saint's tone was a bit strange. "These two are here to scout?" Chantal knew there was no way the blood-burning saint would be joking with himself at a time like this, so that was probably the possibility. In fact, it could be a little more problematic. The blood-burning saint slowly spoke. He saw the large group of 10,000 races beings behind those two soul devourers, and the strength of those two soul devourers made it quite concerned. The ones that came are two red bugs. The smaller one is nothing to write home about, but the larger one has senior-level strength. This is still the first senior-level enemy we've encountered since we came in, so it shouldn't be simple. A senior level was between level 21 and 30, when that level of the evil Inferno clan was level 20. It hadn't reached the senior level yet. This kind of strength in front of the blood-burning saints was no different from anyone else. It was all at a level where they could be directly crushed to death. But the problem was how to deal with those guys outside staring at this place after crushing these two bugs. "It's really giving me a hard time." Chanel laughed softly and stood up slowly. What do you want to do? The blood-burning saint's essence followed closely behind Xian'er like a loyal knight. It's simple. Since they won't come over, I'll just go over there. Xian'er let out a light laugh. At this moment, that premonition in his heart grew stronger. As long as he could swallow those guys, the blood-burning saints would be able to directly enter the Quasi-King stage. Saying that, he walked towards the outside of the forest without slowing down, and the two of them, Lai Ziming and Wu Yuan, followed closely behind him, not daring to move an inch away. Buzz! And just as they reached the edge of the forest, bursts of insect chirps rang out from the sky and scarlet pheromones spread out, bringing with them the message of the Soul Devourer. Humans, among you, where's that Chandler fellow? The Soul Devourer, whose tone was filled with arrogance, flew in front of Xian'er and opened his mouth to ask nonchalantly, I'm Chanel. At this point in time, there would be no point in hiding anymore, so Xian'er directly admitted it in a big way, while his footsteps didn't stop as he continued to walk towards the forest beyond. You're the unprecedented genius that humans was talking about? For a moment, the large-sized one Soul Devourer's eyes were filled with a dark light, and the message from the pheromone was one of suppressed excitement. It couldn't wait to get a taste of Chandler's soul now, but as it watched Kyle's unabated steps, it cocked its head, a hint of doubt flashing in its eyes, but it quickly nodded in realization. You humans are supposed to have a process of self-introduction before a peer-to-peer fight, right? Very well, then listen up. Before you is D1056-12-54-13, a soul devourer who belongs to one of the 12 victor races along with the humans. Just like you, I am also an unprecedented genius amongst the soul devourers. You can also call me Sequence 3. Unlike all the other victorious races, the single combat power of the soul devourer race was only a bit stronger than that of a single human without a royal beast among all the victorious races, but it was superior in terrifying numbers. Because of this characteristic, the soul devourers didn't have names like the other races, but all had numbers instead. The moment that Petite Soul Devourer heard those words, it immediately ran to the side and hid itself, secretly looking forward to the great battle that was to follow. But what puzzles Bug is that after Sequence 3 enrollment, Chandler still doesn't stop. Still not dodging? Are you planning to come against me by yourself? Tactless. Sequence 3 puzzled. This is not the same as in the knowledge taught in their school. Is not it said that the human body is even weaker than them, when fighting or hiding behind the imperial beasts? But why is this human so bold? But although it was puzzled, it didn't give up on this once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity. It opened its mouthparts and was ready to launch an attack, but before it could do so, the large hand that had been entwined with black tendrils had already pinched its mouthparts, stifling the shrill whistles that had already reached the edge of its mouth back again. Soul Eater, attributes, undead, insects, physical strength racial value, 77, attack racial value, 70, defense racial value, 90, special attack race value, 145, special defense race value, 75, speed race value, 43, total racial value, 500. Special ability, Soul Swallowing. This race can briefly enhance one of their random attributes by devouring souls. Note, this race does not have the ability to store souls. All props, imperial beasts, and talents capable of storing souls are strictly prohibited from circulating to this race, and those who violate this will be dealt with in accordance with the crime of treason. Note too, the mouthparts of this race have the effect of attacking the soul, and are one of the raw materials for quite a few special props, as well as one of the materials in short supply at the Imperial Research Institute. If you have any surplus, please contact the phone number 1x*x*x*x*x*x*x, and the Institute will give a payment that will definitely satisfy you. Since it wasn't a royal beast, Xian'er couldn't see its attributes, but the iconography revealed most of the information about the race. The racial value of the Soul Devourer as a race was not high, and those higher than them abounded among the 10,000 races, and could only be regarded as a relatively excellent degree. The Blood-Burning Saint Stage 2 Abomination Giant was on par with the Soul Devourer in terms of racial value. What made Chantal pay more attention, though, was their talent for swallowing souls, the ability to devour souls to briefly strengthen one of your attributes? Xian'er raised an eyebrow. This was like a castrated human emperor banner exclusive skill of swallowing spirit-serving prana, only with less ability to store souls. Soul devouring, bugs? Having just exterminated an entire city of black sheath worms, he was now extraordinarily sensitive to such creatures, so he immediately connected the two. Is the world of the imperial beasts and the world of the end times connected in any way? There was a slight twinkle in his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by Chantal. Now was not the time to be studying this. The blood-burning saint grabbed the two soul devourers, who were already stunned, and walked all the way outside. From a long distance, Xian'er saw the figure that seemed like a mountain. I see. That's probably where my hunch is. Taking a deep breath, Chanel couldn't help but put a smile on his face. This was not an adjective, but a real mountain of flesh. If he could kill that thing, his blood-burning saints would not be far off even if he could not make a direct breakthrough. Chapter 105, Canopy Bull. In order to prevent Kyle from escaping, I blocked off the space so that no one could get out. How? How could it be so strong? There's simply no resistance. Sequence 3 finally noticed that something was wrong at this time, and his eyes began to become flustered, struggling to escape from the blood-burning saint's palm. But he was never able to break through the blood-burning saint's palm. That terrifying power was as if the heavens were tilting, leaving it with no room for resistance at all. At this moment, it finally realized that something was wrong, and that this kind of power shouldn't have appeared here at all. This place is too small to cast. Let's go outside into the open and have a proper duel. Qian'er let the blood-burning saints control Sequence 3, while he himself took advantage of the fact that Sequence 3 couldn't say anything back, and slowly and leisurely opened his mouth, while at the same time, his footsteps kept moving towards where the 10,000 races were outside. Since the previous tactics didn't work anymore, it was simply a matter of playing hardball, and as long as all the enemies were taken care of in an instant with large AoE skills, there was no escape. Who wants to fight a duel with a monster like you in the hall? Sequence 3 stared wide-eyed and struggled laboriously. Scarlet pheromones couldn't stop escaping from his body, trying to say something, but he was wrapped by the transparent film that the blood-burning saints had differentiated from, not allowing the pheromones to show any signs of spreading. Good. Worthy of being a heavenly pride amongst the soul devourers. It's true that you have your own pride as well. Let's go over there and decide who is the strongest genius of this generation in the presence of all the clans. Before Sequence 3 could retort, Kyle suddenly let out a high heckle and said in an impassioned tone, "Now!" Sequence 3 was completely dumbfounded. Who wants to face off with you in the presence of all the tribes? It glared at Qian'er, not realizing that this man's ability to open his eyes was so strong. In the distance, the Canopy Bull, who had just slowed down from his intense headache and was staring intently at the forest side, froze for a moment, a flash of thought flashing through his eyes. It had heard before that geniuses were all arrogant, often making moves that ordinary people couldn't understand, and it hadn't been able to understand what this meant before. But now if it looked at it this way, perhaps it was just like this in front of it. In the sky, a snow-white white crane slowly landed on the ground, repeating Qian'er's words as they were to the races that followed the Canopy Bull. A duel in the presence of the 10,000 clans to determine who is the number one heavenly pride of the 10,000 clans in this generation? What a great spirit! The words like the heroes in the epic legends reappearing on Earth made the young generation of the 10,000 races, who were already at an age full of fantasies, completely excited, and each one of them talked to each other, fantasizing about how glorious it would be if the party that went to war in such a situation was themselves. On the other hand, watching the white crane hovering in the sky fly away, Qian'er knew that it had heard what he said and went back to ventilate the air. He didn't pause in his footsteps and walked straight toward where the 10,000 clans were, until he came to his heels. Those strange races still didn't flee, and now, he had a good idea that these guys were agreeing to his request. As expected, after he came over, the huge bull's head lowered and looked towards him, and a thunderous voice rang out. "Human, your request for a duel with Sequence 3 under the watchful eyes of the 10,000 clans was granted by me on behalf of the Canopy Bull clan, and now, all of the 10,000 clans are here to give you one last ride." There was some regret in its eyes as it stared at Chantal. It's a bright and honorable human, but it's a bit of a shame to meet it that's not so bright and honorable. But it's nothing. Chandler is going to have to die here, and it would be nice if he could take Sequence 3 with him before he dies. The best case scenario is that Chandler and Sequence 3 lose both, and then he's the one who fills in. Of course, even if Chantal hadn't died then it wouldn't have been much of a problem. It had been prepared for it. Worried about Chandler's escape, they, the Canopy Bull clan, had even gone so far as to unite with a few other victorious races to come up with a device that could isolate the secret realm. With that, no one would be able to leave the secret realm for a short period of time, and that time would be enough for them to kill Kyle. Before Qian'er came here, that device had already been laid. It could be said that by coming here, Qian'er was destined to die. Before he died, let him blossom into his final splendor, and it wouldn't be considered a degradation of his name as the unprecedented genius of mankind. But after hearing this, Chandler was not surprised, but pleased, with a smile on his face that it could not understand. "Yeah, it's all here." As the words fell, it saw the odd imperial beast behind Qian'er suddenly raise its foot and stomped it hard on the ground, which immediately began to shake violently. Well, is this the last glory of Kyle? This method of hooking up the Earth's veins and simulating natural disasters and earthquakes is really dazzling. But unfortunately, when it comes to playing with earthquakes, we, the Canopy Bulls, are the ancestors. The Canopy Bulls were a little sorry, but sadly, no one wanted to see the appearance of Kyle. The humans were dangerous enough as it was, and with him, they were even more so. But soon, the canopy bull sensed something was wrong. Why did the earthquake make him feel less stable on his feet as well? Suddenly, it fiercely widened its eyes and looked incredulously at the blood-burning saint whose breath exploded all over its body. That kind of power. That kind of power. How can it be? The aura of the pinnacle of Jinsho erupted in a square inch, and the terrifying killing intent from the slaughter of the two cities almost coalesced into substance, transforming into a blood-colored veil draped over the blood-burning saint's body. In an instant, the canopy bull's body was covered in sweat. At this moment, it finally understands what unprecedented means. Town guard. The thunderous and majestic voice even became a bit shrill at the moment, and it subconsciously wanted to communicate with the clan outside through the spiritual network, so that it could bring itself back. This was too scary. No one had ever told it that it was going to be allowed to fight a town guard hard with these stinkers. But after waiting for a long time with no response, the canopy bull suddenly remembered that the space here had been blocked off by itself, and the trap that was used to prevent Xianer from escaping was now restricting it and becoming its tombstone. Desperately, he opened his eyes to find that all the creatures that had just been here, laughing and ready for the final curtain of the chambers, had all been shattered by the earthquake in a flash, and the creature was grinning and laughing as it made its way towards him. Blood explosion. Looking at the mountain-like behemoth in front of him, the blood-burning saint smiled and used the skill that he had never used since receiving it from Professor Zhang. When a punch hit the canopy bull only felt as if it had been stung by a mosquito. It didn't hurt at all, which caused an expectation to well up in its heart, but it soon learned it was wrong. The blood was boiling, the muscles were trembling, the body was crumbling. In just an instant, its body suddenly split open with several hideous slits, and blood flowed down the wounds like a waterfall. Chapter 106 Blood-Burning Saint's Breakthrough. Flip-flop. What happened? Walking lights of memories flashed before the eyes of the canopy bull, and, finally, settled on the blood-burning saint's sinewy face. After a while, it then remembered exactly what had happened before. So that's it. I should be dead already. It's so desperately powerful. At this moment, it relieved itself. It was too normal to die at the hands of a township-level Imperial Beastmaster. It would be good to come back next time, and it wouldn't be so easy to be killed if it saw it again next time. Thinking this way, the eyes of the canopy bull were once again firm. This was the canopy bull, a race with countless opportunities for trial and error. But just as the canopy bull was planning to leave and return to the clanland, waiting to be reincarnated, it suddenly realized that it didn't seem to be in the same place. And what were those clear excellent peak-level undead around it? And what's that thing in the sky that looks like a cloth covering the whole dome of the sky? Hurry up and go. If we make it this time, we'll finally have the ability to defend ourselves in this world. Looking at the canopy bull that collapsed in front of them like a pillar of the sky that Gong Gong had crashed through, all three of Qianer's men were so shaken that they jumped straight up. When the ground had managed to calm down, Chantal then patted the massive body of the canopy bull and laughed as he joked with the blood-burning saint. I can't wait. The blood-burning saint looked at the blood and flesh all over the ground, and a sardonic smile of excitement appeared on his sinewy face. The black tendons spread out from the blood-burning saint's body like a net of ropes, and soon, the numbing sound of swallowing resounded in the middle of the empty wilderness. Mumble, I can't use this one. You two take it and split it between yourselves. Looking at the corpse of Sequence 3, which was drying up at a rate visible to the naked eye, Qianer had the blood-burning saints break off its mouthparts before handing the corpse to Lai Ziming and Wu Yuan. The three of his family don't really like to eat bugs. The oldest one doesn't know what kind of taste it is, but even if it likes to eat bugs, there are so many bug corpses in the post-apocalyptic world that are enough for it to eat, so he simply made a pass at the unused thing. Anyway, the most valuable thing on the Soul Devourer is the mouthpiece. That one he kept. This, money brother, this we don't dare to take. The two of them, Wu Yuan and Lai Ziming, froze as they looked at Sequence 3's corpse and shook their heads in a panic. The value of this thing was definitely worth something. Not just because of its 12 winners race status, but also because Sequence 3 was an unprecedented heavenly pride among the Soul Devourer race, which was also an absolutely huge plus point. They could guarantee that if they took this out afterward, some big shot would definitely come over and contact them wanting to acquire it. Research value and what not to mention, is made into a specimen placed in the home to promote martial arts can also be just the value of words, can definitely be said to be worth a lot of money. But the problem is that they are afraid of having the life to make money and not having the life to spend it. You two are starting to be careful at this point. Alright. In that case, I won't give it to you the hard way. You two help me collect all the racial skeletons and undead here. After giving the two a funny look and handing over the skeleton tree and the soul containment bead to both of them, Kyle then turned his head to stare closely at the blood-burning saints. After absorbing all the flesh and blood here, the blood-burning saint's aura began to expand at a rapid pace. And instead of blowing up after expanding to an extreme point, it began to wildly internalize again. But this made it even more dangerous, like a volcano about to erupt. This sense of crisis was detected even by Lai Ziming and Wu Yuan, who were too different in strength, and looked at the blood-burning saints in awe. In the next moment, a hazy reddish-golden light began to well up on the surface of the blood-burning saint's body, as if invisible flames were burning on its surface. Soon, the red-golden flames transformed into a red-golden cocoon, wrapping the blood-burning saint in it. Outside, the dean who saw the scene sighed, knowing the worst had happened, and without any communication, he immediately snapped. Red gold augmented horses, war rhythms, aimed at all non-human beings here. After opening his mouth and commanding through the Imperial Beast contract, the next moment, the sound of crisp horse hooves rang out in the void. Red gold scale horse. Attributes, fire, dragon. Physical strength race value, 65. Attack racial value, 100. Defense racial value, 70. Special attack race value, 80. Special defense race value, 80. Speed race value, 105. Total racial value, 500. Along with the sound of hooves, annoyance and anger suddenly welled up and emanated from the heart of every inhuman race. The skill of war rhythm is the skill of the red gold scaly horse. It can arouse the war spirit in people's hearts through the sound of hooves striking the ground and boost morale. When tens of thousands of red gold scaly horses gather together to play the war rhythm, it can even achieve a kind of constant morale effect. And this red gold Zhao horse of Dean's was the best of the best. It could even disrupt the enemy's attack by evoking the deepest anger of the enemy's heart through the sound of its hooves striking the ground. The law decrees that no message shall be passed here. The law decrees that there shall be no disengagement here. There is nothing to say. This is what the heart knows. And even before doing anything, there is no discussion. In the first time of the Dean's hands, Qi Kunshan immediately picked up. There is no gap. Ha ha, Bone Dragon. Big shocker. The true king of the military didn't cough even after entering the battle and opened his mouth with a big smile. As the words fell, the bone dragon that had originally towered over the clouds immediately shattered, and an even more imposing bone dragon took the place of the one that had just been there. That was the white bone golem, a special prop made through the skeleton of a skeleton lineage imperial beast that could simulate the full aura of the imperial beast the skeleton belonged to, making it indistinguishable from the real thing. Before he came, he had already used this prop to simulate a fake bone dragon, while the real bone dragon stayed in his royal beast space to use the increased skill. Now, all the attributes on the bone dragon had been raised to a limit. As soon as it made its appearance, the bone dragon plunged its white bone claws into the earth, overturning the ground where the paragon king of the 10,000 races stood, and then ruthlessly closed in on its death. Bang! Violent vibrations accompanied by continuous explosions rang out in the giant claws of the bone dragon, and many weak paragon kings were directly crushed into pieces without even noticing the screams. Come on, King 2B. In the secret realm, looking at the large cocoon whose light was getting brighter and brighter, the light of excitement in the bottom of Qian'er's eyes became brighter and brighter. When the light was bright to its limit, the red golden pillar of light went upwards from the large cocoon and shot straight up into the clouds, and the entire dome of the sky in the secret realm was dyed red gold in an instant. Chapter 107, Breaking Through Quasi-King, Heavenly Tribulation True Intent. The natural disaster manifested itself. Red golden light penetrated through the clouds, and both the sky and the ground were dyed with a layer of red gold luster. Knock, knock, knock. A sound like a war drum came out from within the cocoon, and for a moment, it was as if the entire world was left with just this sound. Lai Ziming and Wu Yuan were out of their minds listening to this sound full of the rhythm of life. But as they listened, their faces changed, and a touch of pain climbed up their faces at some point. Ah! Lai Ziming covered his heart and squatted down with a face full of pain. He felt that his heartbeat was also affected by that rhythm, beating along with the beat bar of that rhythm. But it won't work. That heartbeat's too slow to be human. Soon, both men's lips were blue from lack of oxygen. This went on until Chanel covered both of their ears, which stopped them, and both of their lips regained their redness once more, and they lay on the ground panting heavily, with their eyes glazed over, as if they had stopped thinking. Carrying these two little guys to the side under the shade of a tree with one hand, his body strengthened by the three imperial beasts at this time wanted to do this kind of thing simply couldn't be easier. Carrying the trunk one side at a time, Chantal then returned to looking worriedly around the large cocoon. At this moment, the sound of heartbeats like the beat of a drum grew stronger and stronger, as if cheering for the battlefield outside the secret realm. At this time, outside, the quasi-king under the enemy all by the bone dragons a big shock to clear the field. Left very few. These are all into the true king level of the strong. Which is the most conspicuous? Is that the canopy bull? At this time he did not care about pouncing on the bone dragon, the two eyes staring straight at the secret realm of the Qian'er and the big cocoon of blood color. As someone who has been there, it couldn't be clearer what this is. The aftermath of the breath of the young human that was breaking through to the Paragon King. At this moment, its mind could not hold anything. The tragic deaths of the younger generation of the clan, or the fact that its own skeleton was attacking it. None of this mattered anymore. At this moment, the Canopy Bull only thinks about delivering this message, or simply killing that human here. Moo! A ferocious light flashed in the huge bull's eyes, and a low roar that shook heaven and earth came out from his mouth. And the terrifying air current turned into a gale that swept across the entire secret realm, blowing it to the point of shaking. It actually wanted to directly destroy this secret realm, and everyone inside should not live. Senpai, Dean sighed, the helplessness in his eyes deepening, and could only take out a silver-white tree branch and throw it at the Canopy Bull's body. After all, it was a true king of a divine race. In other words, among the imperial beasts, it was a quasi-god. If this kind of existence went mad, they would be able to finish off the Sky Curtain Bull. But it would take time, and in that time, it would be enough for it to destroy the secret realm for 10 round trips. But fortunately it was not a big problem. He had prepared for it. Everything inside and outside the secret world was under the watchful eyes of the real bigwigs. As the words fell, a silver-white branch reached out from the void and gently knocked on the head of the Canopy Bull. Bang! With a loud bang, the Canopy Bull shivered. Its originally vicious eyes suddenly became a few points clearer, with a blank look under its eyes, and its huge body slowly collapsed like a landslide. This blow directly caused the Canopy Bull to temporarily lose its ability to react. Just as the war in the outside world was gradually coming to a close, the blood-burning saint's metamorphosis was nearing its end. The reddish-golden light gradually turned inward, once again resuming the shape of the flames at the very beginning, wrapping around the large cocoon. In the next moment, the large cocoon was torn open, and the refreshed blood-burning saint stepped out from it. Blood saints, attributes, flesh and blood, fire, rank, 51, early Quasi-King. After breaking through to the Quasi-King, the blood-burning saint didn't seem to have changed much from before, but his aura was stronger by an unknown amount, and at the same time, Jenner clearly felt a terrifying power feeding back to him from the blood-burning saints along with the Imperial Beast contract, and he clenched his fists, feeling the inhuman greatness that filled every inch of his muscles, and a faint smile appeared on his face. How does it feel? He asked curiously as he looked at the blood-burning saint who approached him, and at that, the blood-burning saint looked down at his torso and clenched his fists. As he clenched his fist, he actually twisted it hard enough to make an audible explosion. It feels surprisingly good. And now, I finally do understand why only after entering the Quasi-King is considered to have crossed into the ranks of the mobile heavenly tribulation. Previously, both Jenner and the blood-burning saints had a doubt as to why it could only be considered a mobile heavenly tribulation when they reached the Paragon. And why the blood-burning saints hadn't stepped into that yet when their rank was still at the peak of the Jinhua but their strength wasn't any weaker than that of the other Paragon Kings already. Go to ask the 3 professors. But those 3 professors said mysteriously that they would understand when they entered this stage. Specifically, what is the reason that is not said at all? Now, the question is finally answered. The blood-burning saints clenched their fists, their muscles firing in unison, and out of thin air, channels of illusory shackles appeared on their bodies to bind the blood-burning saints firmly. And the other end of the chains extended to the sky. At this moment, most of these chains that bound the blood-burning saints had already been broken free. This is the secret of the Quasi-King. Any living being in the world is bound by the threads of the world when it is born, and is unable to break away from the world for the rest of its life, whereas by stepping into the Quasi-King, the life produces a qualitative change, and has the ability to reach out to, and break free from, the bonds. Although the beings suppressed by the chains have power, they are suppressed by the world within a safe level, and after breaking free of their bonds, without the suppression of the world, their original power can be utilized 0.1%, which is why only up to the Quasi-King can they be referred to as a mobile heavenly tribulation. After hearing the blood-burning saint's explanation, Jenner was then able to understand. And after breaking free of those chains, do you feel any changes? At this time, most of the chains on the blood-burning saints had been broken free, but there were still quite a few that hadn't been broken free. The overall attributes haven't changed much from before, but if it came down to a real fight, I could hold me without a breakthrough on the ground with one hand and beat me without the slightest bit of temper. The terrifying power that filled his body caused the blood-burning saint to talk more excitedly. Jenner nodded with joy and was just about to continue saying something when he heard an old voice suddenly ringing in his ears. Already made a good breakthrough? Then come out. I announced that the examination is officially over. After saying that, before Jenner could speak, he felt the world in front of him turn upside down, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already outside the secret realm, with a dense crowd of students lying around him. This freshman examination, which was originally predicted to last for 5 days, had just ended on the first day. and before the second day was over, it had already been killed through by Chenner and ended early. The test was such that Chantal just had to kill indiscriminately, but the other students had a lot more to think about. Chapter 108, Humans who developed another weapon that can easily destroy themselves. The dean, dressed in white, was standing across from them smilingly. Is this the end of the test? But I haven't met any creatures of other races yet, a bewildered freshman asked, and asked what the vast majority of freshmen wondered. They felt like they hadn't done anything, so how did the test suddenly end? The first thing the vast majority of people did after entering the secret realm was to determine if there was any danger around them. After all, the ferocity of the 10,000 races was recorded in the textbooks, and very few people could be as full of aggression as the Chenner trio. But this came with a delay, and the sight of the 10,000 clans had gradually been skewered by the Canopy Bulls, gathering together in preparation to snipe Chenner. This resulted in many of them fighting the air all day and making a trip into the secret realm without even seeing the shadow of an enemy. Have not waited to do what it suddenly got the notice that the examination is over. So look, together they are into the secret world travel trip. When I looked up, well, the scoreboard had nothing but scary amounts of points on it except for the top 3. The rest all the way up to the 50th were just in the stage of having points. Well boys, this examination is over. The top 30 ranked come out. The dean was all smiles. He was able to get a lot of goodies from that fight just now, so naturally he was in a good mood. As the words fell, the remaining 27, except for the 3 Chenner, walked out with bewildered faces. To be honest, they can be too clear about what they have done in the secret realm. The entire avoid those foreigners to go. Really cannot avoid the case before going to fight too. But I did not expect this actually can take the top 30. Well, the 30 of you will be enjoying this year's honors. But of course, this treatment is not fixed. If any of you are challenged by someone who is not an honors student and is defeated, the treatment will naturally be transferred to the one who defeated you, the dean said with a smile that directly dampened the otherwise uneven mood of the other students. After all, in the eyes of the other people who were not superior students, they were just simply unlucky and that's why they lost. After all, they hadn't encountered a single foreigner, so they couldn't be blamed for that. Alright, dismissed in place. Tomorrow is a vacation, just for you to relax. You 30 honor students come with me. Saying that, the dean led the 30 people, including Chenner, towards the resource trading hall. The treatment of the superior students was similar to Chenner's military-grade resources. Both received once a month, but the weight could be far different. The two could not be compared at all. It's a busy ride all the way home. But as soon as he returned, he saw a familiar person sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Hey, you, what are you doing here? Throwing the bag of snacks in his hand casually into his space backpack, Chantal took off his jacket and hung it on the coat rack by the doorway, asking with a somewhat happy smile. The visitor was none other than Yufei, one of only 3 sacred system paragon kings in the world. Need help? However, after getting closer, Chenner then realized that Yufei was not right, because he was wearing black clothes. Chenner had not realized that his clothes had been soaked with blood, and his breath was also disordered quite a lot. And the calmness he had when they met last time was completely 2 extremes. It's fine. These are the blood of my enemies. The small wound I received myself healed on the way here. I didn't even need the help of the imperial beasts. Yufei took his breath away before he smiled kindly at Chenner. As one of only 3 sacred system quasi-kings among humans, and also known as the genius most likely to become the unprecedented true king of the sacred system, the assassination of the 10,000 races for Fei Yi had never stopped. But this time it really didn't have anything to do with this indeed. This time, he got orders to come to share on his way to meet that war, and he got caught in the crossfire, so to speak, which was quite unlucky. However, fortunately, the military true king who came after him also recognized Yufei and saved him immediately. And why Yufei Yi was here was naturally because of Chenner. When the military gave the little ice dragon to Chenner, one of the conditions was to go to an unspeakable place to hunt 3 existences of the same level when Chenner broke through to Quasi-King. So the first time he knew that Chenner had broken through to the Quasi-King, that true king of the military informed the military. As for why the one who came wasn't that true king of the military, it was because the mountain was not the right place. The military is the place where the mountain faction is the most clear. Chenner was pulled in by Yufei, and naturally, he is also a member of Yufei's faction. He cannot break the rules. You came to me because of the original promise? Sending the cat made off to get herself 2 glasses of juice. Chantal sat down on the couch, opposite Yufei, and crossed her legs to ask, yeah, do you know what's there yet? Yufei nodded. That knowledge was taboo knowledge if he was outside, but not within the Imperial Academy. Forgot to ask. Chenner spread his hands and directly admitted it greatly. He just forgot to ask. After all, during the time he came to the Imperial Academy he was living too full of life. These things had long been put behind his head. Okay, then I'll tell you all about it. After thanking the cat maid for bringing the juice, he didn't avoid the cat maid. After all, the cat maid was also considered to be from the Imperial Academy. What do you think about humans drinking most of the juice in one gulp? He suddenly asked this without a clue. A race that's very good at making things that can easily get themselves killed? Chanel rubbed his chin and thought for a moment and spoke tentatively. And this one spoke directly into Yu Fei's heart, as he slapped his thigh in praise. Yes, you've hit the nail on the head with this one. This is what I came to you with. It was created by the humans in the first place, with the intention of blocking the 10,000 races directly, but I didn't realize that before I could even begin to use it, it went out of control and blocked the humans in turn. Tapping his fingers on the tabletop, a look of interest flashed in Chantal's eyes. Elaborate. This was back when the war of the 10,000 races had just ended, and the humans were thinking that they couldn't let the other 10,000 races live so comfortably and develop so fast, so they tried to artificially create a rule-based imperial beast to block off their development. As it happens, the humans at that time got quite a few good things when they were enjoying the fruits of their victory, and among them was a scale of a divine beast, the Mirage Dragon, and using that as a blueprint, the humans created a monster that exists in the dream realm, and originally thought of dropping it at other races and killing them after letting them go into their dreams as a way of controlling the number of the other races. Speaking of this, Yu Fei sighed and spread his hands helplessly. But then, as you might have guessed, that monster got out of control and now looms over the human race instead. Chapter 109, A Nightmare Created by Humans. Out of control? Chanel repeated the word. Yes, out of control. And because it was so long ago, and because the countries have sealed off what happened back then. I'm not sure exactly what happened back then, but the result must have been that creature got out of control and became a nightmare for the human race. Saying that, Yu Fei took out a few files from his space backpack and lined them up on the table. Because of the special nature of their location, so many years have passed, there are still no photos, audio, video and other things circulated. There are only these written records. Of course, in fact, the role of these written records is not very useful. You just need to remember that when you get there, no matter whose words cannot be trusted is. Picking up the file on the table and scrutinizing it, Shanner found that what was recorded in it was rather limited, with only a few precautions and an explanation as to why it required a quasi-king level royal beastmaster to enter that place. Not a true king, because that kind of creature is strong when it encounters strength. The true king will have to face the true king after going in, and the true king moves too much, and often once it does, it is easy to attract the other nightmares around it, and then a whole lot of unfavorable situations will be created. And if the rank was lower than quasi-king, the imperial beast would not have the ability to break free from its shackles, and would sink deeper and deeper in that place, eventually never coming out again. So after countless human tests, it was finally tested that a paragon was the most suitable strength to enter that place. As far as caveats go, this one is a bit intriguing. Note 1, after you see this piece of paper, anyone who has left your site can't be trusted. The only one you can trust is your royal beast, the one you have a royal beast contract with. After reading this, you need to immediately make a secret code with your royal beast that only you know. Before that, you need to make sure that it's your royal beast. Note 2, you need to hold the disengage in your hand at all times, and not let go of it after you do. No matter what you think is in your hand, they can affect your perception, but not your body. Remember, everything you see is fake. The only creature you can trust is your imperial beasts, and the only item you can trust is your disengage. A few files written above the dense words without any sense. Shanner frowned and turned over for a long time, which saw two complete information. Nerdily raised his head and lifted his eyes to look at Yu Fei. After reading the first note, he kept his afterglow on Yu Fei, making sure that Yu Fei wouldn't disappear from his sight. Only two? After carefully going through the file again to make sure there were no more notes, Chantal then put it down and asked in a nagging voice. Yes, there are only two. This is the disengager. You need to make sure that this doesn't leave your hand. And after you've taken care of the three monsters, you put your fingers in the grooves together, and then you'll come to your senses. And at the same time what happened before will be forgotten, and you won't have to worry about anything there from then on. Yu Fei smiled tiredly. Shanner is no need to care, because he can't even think of those things in the future. Without contact naturally won't encounter them, and he originally also can't remember. But this time in order to send a message to Shanner, so he took the initiative to contact the information of that thing. In other words, he also has to follow along with a trip to do so. What the hell is that one? The use of so many vague terms completely alerted Chance's mind to the fact that mankind had built something back in the day. Nightmares? They behave much like nightmares that appear in dreams, hence they are so named. You will encounter them in dreams as well, but in a place where dreams are caught in the middle of reality. So far no human has ever found any trace of them under normal circumstances, and neither have any of the imperial beasts that can enter the dream realm. How am I supposed to find them then? And how am I supposed to make sure I've gotten into that place? Chanel's frown deepened. What was this that the previous human had gotten up to? Don't worry, you'll go after you fall asleep, because you already know about them, and as long as you know about them, then you're sure to see them. It's a trait that was set by humans in the first place to allow the spread of such monsters, named modal contamination. Of course, you don't always remember that you've fallen asleep. That's why it says you can't let anyone out of your sight, and they come with some cognitive modification abilities. Now, Chanel was completely taught. So you guys came up with something like this to use to beat yourselves up? By the way, how did you guys suppress this thing? I literally didn't hear a peep out of it before. Don't talk as if we, the Yen Kingdom, were the only ones involved in the experiments to make that thing? When that thing was made, the Human Federation was still around, and all the top human executives agreed to the making of that thing. But then the Human Federation was gone, and the time wasn't more than a few years off from the making of that thing, so I feel like it might be a little bit related. As for how humans keep that thing under control, the dumb way of course, a mega-cognitive modification that envelopes all of humanity, removes all human knowledge of the thing, no one remembers it unless it's actively mentioned, and in addition every Paraking voluntarily enters it and kills a nightmare to keep their numbers under control. Only go in once? Why doesn't a person enter more than once? Although he knew that all the other Parakings only needed to kill one nightmare and that was enough, but he needed to kill 3, but Kyle had no complaints. After all, this was all agreed upon long ago in the first place. He was curious as to why it was like a disposable item for a person to go in once and then not have to go back in again. Upon hearing this, Yu Fei, who was lying back against the sofa, let out a dry laugh. Oh, you'll understand once you actually face them. No one wants to face those nightmares a second time. So did he? But there was no way around it. Well, do you have a guest room here? Lend me a night. Now I also remember the situation of those things. It has been contaminated. As long as you sleep you are bound to meet them, so I won't go out, so I'll just make do with you for a night. In order to differentiate between the reality and the dream world, let's make a secret code. The one who can't answer the secret code is a fake. After thinking of a code word that had no logic to follow, Xian'er and Yufei both went back to sleep in their corresponding bedrooms. Yufei had been traveling all the way after receiving the news of Qian'er's advancement to Quasi-King, and in the middle of it, he was ambushed by the fleeing alien True King. So he had long been so tired that he couldn't open his eyes, but in order to prevent entering the dream world without bringing the words to him, he had been bracing himself to wait until Chen-Er's return. Now that he had seen Chandler, the breath that had been holding him up dispersed, and just as soon as he closed his eyes, he fell into a deep sleep. On the other hand, Chen-Er was lying on his bed, only feeling that he couldn't sleep after tossing and turning, and could only open his eyes in annoyance, but the moment he opened his eyes, his heart jumped. Chapter 110, The World of Dreams. One rolled out of bed and walked silently to the window, looking out in wonder at the view of the sunrise. He distinctly remembered that it was dark outside before he entered the house, and there was no way this could have happened. In other words, he had been hit, and this was the dream world where the nightmare was. And just then, there was a sudden burst of knocking at the door. Meow, Xian'er, are you awake? If you're awake, come out quickly. It's time for school. You have an early 8 today. The cat-maid's voice came through the door. Xian'er's eyes flickered slightly, his palm subconsciously covering his face and gently kneading it, and soon, he lowered his palm, the expression on his face bearing into a drowsy sleepy look. Ha, cat-maid you come in, I don't really want to move. You come in and help me find what to wear. Yawning, Chantal retracted back under the covers and slurred. Meow, I know. How old are you to stay in bed? In his ears, came the cat-maid's rambling reprimand. And although he had done his best to suppress it, Chantal could still clearly hear the suppressed ecstasy in its voice. Is it happy? Why was it happy? Is it because I let it in? Kyle's eyes were half squinted, pretending to be awake, but his heart was alive and he began searching for information about the place. Soon he saw the cat-maid push her way in with a helpless face and open his closet to rummage through it, not forgetting to approach Chance in the process. It keeps finding reasons to come near me. Why? Blackmail it first. Looking at the cat-maid, who was all but on the verge of sticking to the side of his bed, Chantal yawned and changed positions to continue sleeping, and muttered something offhandedly. My clothes were all dirty when I got back last night. Took them out to wash. There's none by the bed. Just go to the closet and find me new ones. For the reason that most of Chance's attributes were synchronized by the blood-burning saints, Chance also had a few more abilities to sense the flesh and blood of living beings, and at this moment, Xian'er very clearly saw that after hearing his words, the cat-maid's movements stiffened for a moment, and then reluctantly moved away from Chenner towards the position of the closet. It wants to be near me. Why? Ha ha, yeah, I almost forgot. I took it out to the wash myself yesterday. It's those two red dresses, isn't it? Laughing dryly, the cat maid opened her mouth, but unbeknownst to her, after hearing these words, the alarm in Chenner's heart immediately pulled to its maximum. The red dress was clearly one that he had asked the cat maid to wash a day before the big day, and there was only one of those washed at that time. This guy has memories of cat maids. Is it from cat maids? Or is it from the cat maid in my memory? Also, this creature doesn't seem to be sensitive to numbers, and time seems to be misplaced. So in that case, it makes sense why those documents are filled with so much useless information, and only 2 messages are useful, and all that clutter is just giving those 2 true messages a cover-up. Chantal frowned slightly, having gotten up from the bed at some point and staring with scrutinizing eyes at the cat maid who was still helping him find his clothes. Blood-burning saints. Kill it. After looking at it for a while, Chenner then suddenly opened his mouth, and at the same time, he immediately used the Imperial Beast contract to give another command. As the words fell, a piercingly sharp roar resounded through the room, and a fist penetrated the cat maid's body in a split second. The cat maid who was floating down like a withered leaf stared wide-eyed, barely twisting her head to look at Chenner incredulously, while there was not the slightest fluctuation in Chenner's eyes. Why? The cat maid asked in a pained tone, but did not receive any answer from Chenner, whose eyes did not fluctuate in any way as he took the clothes that had long been stained with cat's blood from the cat maid's hands, and without caring if they were dirty or not, he directly changed into them. After doing so, Chenner walked out of the room without looking back, and the blood-burning saint wanted to follow Chenner out, but just as he reached the door, he was suddenly stopped by a blood-red arm wrapped in sinews. It was clearly another blood-burning saint, or rather, a blood-burning saint that truly belonged to Chantal. Beforehand, Kyle had kept a mind to get the blood-burning saint to make a move by speaking through his mouth, while in the midst of the Imperial Beast pact it was something else, telling it to stay put for the time being. As expected, immediately after the words on his lips, a blood-burning saint appeared from nowhere to help him kill the cat maid. Seeing this, Kyle simply willed himself to play the role of a cutie who didn't recognize the identity of the blood-burning saint. Imperial Beast Master. The real blood-burning saint, on the other hand, kept staring out from within the Imperial Beast's face, while the golden holy light was slowly being introduced into its body from Stormblood. There was no hesitation. Facing an opponent of the same level as himself, there was no room for carelessness, so the blood-burning saint lifted a bottom card at the first opportunity. In an instant, blood chi and holy light collided and intertwined within the body of the blood-burning saint, the two very different forces destroying the blood-burning saint's body, while also causing the blood-burning saint's power to begin to skyrocket. The 12 tiers of power increase directly increased the blood-burning saint's power to the peak 6 tiers, and 4 times the power filled the blood-burning saint's body. He swung his fist towards the nightmare blood-burning saint. The nightmare blood-burning saint was trying to block it, but was pressed down by one of the blood-burning saint's hands, and the fourfold difference in power caused the nightmare blood-burning saint to be as powerless in front of the genuine blood-burning saint as if he was a schoolboy facing an adult. Bang! The fist gently imprinted on the nightmare blood-burning saint's chest, making a sound like pounding on a cowhide drum, and nothing else, almost as if they were two teenagers in the middle of a fight. But the blood-burning saint who had finished the punch let go of the nightmare blood-burning saint straight away and took a few steps back, slowly walking over to stand beside Chancellor. Just as the nightmare blood-burning saint was wondering what was going on, it suddenly heard several odd shattering sounds ringing in its ears. Before it could figure out what was happening, its power suddenly began to riot. The blood chi boiled and crawled inside the nightmare blood-burning saint's body like a hedgehog, stabbing the nightmare blood-burning saint's body with wounds everywhere. Blood explosion. Because of the lack of blood, the nightmare blood-burning saint's resistance to this skill was extremely high, but a fourfold difference in power was not something that could be erased so well. And even staring at the resistance, this blow directly caused the nightmare blood-burning saints to emit a painful sound and gradually dissipate in place. And at the first moment it dissipated, the numbers on the display of the disengager in Chance's hand began to rotate from 0 to 1, and the wisp of green mist that the nightmare blood-burning saint had transformed into after it dissipated was captured by the disengager. Chapter 111. Let's see if there's anything we can use. Reacting completely out of instinct, Jenner immediately released all 4 of his imperial beasts and asked, pointing at the black smoke that hadn't completely dissipated, Mimi, the undead soul grass, which had already thickened up quite a bit and was nearing the edge of evolution, looked at Jenner and let out a puzzled yelp, not being able to figure out what this moneyed imperial beastmaster was doing by suddenly calling it out. Its 3 older brothers, on the other hand, had long ago lightly intercepted a black mist each and began to study it, but after studying them for a while, all 3 shook their heads helplessly. This thing wasn't much use to them at all. the human emperor flag was able to absorb some of it, but the composition of this thing was so complex that it would have to spend a lot of effort to weed out other substances that were useless or even harmful to it if it wanted to absorb it. This simply doesn't pay for itself. TCH, so this is just an honest way to kill 3 nightmares and leave? Unwilling. Xian'er looked at the dissipating black mist and said with some reluctance. But just as Chantal gave up and prepared to leave, the corner of his coat was suddenly tugged. When he looked back, it was the dead soul grass that was gently tugging at the corner of his coat with its leaves. Worried that this one was a nightmare as well, Xian'er even made a point of confirming it with the Imperial Beast contract, and after making sure that this one was his own Imperial Beast, that's when he asked through the Imperial Beast contract, "What's wrong?" "That, I seem to be able to eat." With that said, the dead soul grass carefully rolled a wisp of black mist with its blades. The mist adhered to the blades and soon turned into a black dew that was absorbed by the dead soul grass. After absorbing that dew, the undead soul grass closed all of its eyes and didn't know what was happening. Xian'er and the remaining 3 Imperial Beasts couldn't just leave it here when they saw this. They wouldn't be able to use it if they went out and continued to hunt the nightmare. So they simply formed a circle and stared at the undead soul grass. After about 20 minutes or so, the undead soul grass then slowly opened its eyes. As soon as it opened its eyes, it saw that 1 person and 3 Imperial Beasts were looking at itself in a circle in unison. And the familiar scene almost caused the undead prairie ground to pass away. Still too little time together, and the youngest is a bit shy. The flag of the human emperor's flag manifested a human face, rubbing his chin with the flagpole like a hand, and opened his mouth to explain. So, he wondered if the dead soul grass had some kind of disease, and the team doctor turned out to have an incurable disease of his own, which was too much hell. Solving the misunderstanding, Xian'er then looked at the panel of the dead soul grass. Spirit grass. Attributes, dead souls, grass. Rank, 17. Qualification, purple. Skills, rooting, drawing, dead soul healing, Yin Chi Bomb, lifting, abandoning souls to preserve fidelity, dreaming. The qualifications hadn't changed much, and the level hadn't been raised, but the skill had an additional dream entry. After absorbing enough merit and brainstones, the dead soul grass's enlightenment was elevated to a terrifying level, and he learned the soul abandonment fidelity skill that Professor Yong Shuehai had found for him in one go. And seeing this, in the spirit of taking care of his juniors, the human emperor flag also rummaged through the corners to find out the skill learners that he had used back then for his Yin Chi bombs and Chi lifting, and he also passed through it in one go this time around. Is this dream entry skill the one you get after absorbing the breath of that nightmare? What does it do? Chantal asked curiously, and that one went straight to the undead grass, which scratched its head with its blades. Presumably, is it possible to enter a dream for healing? The dead soul grass was also a bit confused as to what this skill actually did. As of now it seemed like it could do nothing if it entered a dream which was still dominated by the person who was dreaming. A psychiatrist? Forget it, it should just be a matter of absorbing too little. Come on, keep the killing going. Kyle was similarly puzzled as to the purpose of this skill, but since it helped him with his Imperial Beasts, it was enough. Enough for him to go on a killing spree here. Push open the door, take the 4 Imperial Beasts together and walk out of the villa. In this kind of dangerous place is definitely to go all out. The dead soul grass because of the weakest reason. So stay at the top of Xian'er's head. Help Xian'er cause of the slow goat. The small ice dragon has the largest size. Follow behind Xian'er. The human emperor flag is held by Xian'er in his hand, responsible for the close protection of Xian'er. As for the blood-burning saints, they walked at the front. Yo, youngest, where are you going with this? Just stepping out of the door. Xian'er saw that the 3rd elder brother was leaning against the trunk of the tree at the entrance and greeted himself smilingly. Exactly the same as on the day when school first started. At the sight of this familiar scene, Chandler's brain froze, instinctively feeling that this was normal, and the 2 of them were about to go to the door to pick up their teacher. But soon, a cool energy poured down the top of his head like a clear spring, causing Changer to shiver and snap out of it. Yes, this is a dream. Returning to his senses, Xian'er covered his forehead and waved his hand, and the blood-burning saint, who was still in a state of blood rage, immediately rushed up like a panther and punched the 3rd brother's head. The speed was so fast that the 3rd senior brother was directly dispersed into a pile of black mist without even reacting. The undead grass above Kyanel's head immediately floated around the mist, extending its blades to gather up the scattered mist, turning it into black dew and absorbing it. With the last coma, this absorption was much smoother, and the dead soul grass stayed awake the entire time. It's like a regular human being, no better than a zombie. And after returning, the blood-burning saints also immediately stated their feelings, just like a normal person? Then what is so strong about this nightmare? Xian'er muttered in wonder. What the blood-burning saint had just killed was indeed a nightmare, as the number displayed on his detachment had changed to 2. But why would a nightmare that was so easy to kill be a taboo for humans? But as soon as the words were out of his mouth, Chantal realized something was wrong, and he looked down as the blood-burning saint and his royal beasts left his sight. A vicious chill ran through his body, and the habits he had developed in the post-apocalyptic world made him think nothing of dodging to the side in a lazy donkey roll. Standing up quickly, Qian'er looked at the blood-burning saint with the other three imperial beasts, who were full of doubts. In astonishment, at this moment, they were all startled by Qian'er's actions and stared at him in unison. Nothing has changed. Am I guessing wrong? Staring at the spot where he had just stood, Chantal thought out loud. Blood-burning saints, where are you? Qian'er lowered his head and continued to look out of his mind at the spot where he had just stood, while rapidly asking in his mind with the imperial beast contract. Sentinel, I'm right in front of you. What's wrong with you? The blood-burning saint's mouth didn't move, and his voice rang out in Chantal's head. Is it a royal beast contract? It looks as if I'm the one who's too sensitive. Also, the aftermath of being in the post-apocalyptic world for so many years still hasn't changed. A look of relief crossed Chance's face. That's right, Sentinel. That's me. Don't worry, there's no danger. The blood-burning saint's mouth didn't move, and his voice once again rang in Qian'er's ears, and in an instant, the hairs on Qian'er's body were about to explode in sweat. Chapter 112, The Growing Dead Soul Grass. The post-apocalyptic small world was Qian'er's biggest secret. Even if he exposed himself as a traveler, he couldn't reveal the secret. And of the two worlds, only Qian'er and his imperial beasts knew this secret. No one else could ever know. So after getting suspicious, Qian'er immediately spoke about the end times in the imperial beast space. But the blood-burning saint in front of him acted as if he hadn't heard and didn't answer. They couldn't break the imperial beast contract. They couldn't know what was being said in the imperial beast contract, which was supposed to be the backhandedness that humans had left behind when they created them in the first place. But they found another way to do it. They make the Sentinel think they are communicating with the Sentinel through the Sentinel. Listen, I'm in trouble now. It's 3 paces in front of me. If any of you can hear it, do it at once. Don't hesitate. Since he knew that these guys couldn't lay their hands on the Imperial Beast Pact, Qian'er didn't panic and immediately spoke to his 4 Imperial Beasts through the Imperial Beast Pact in his mind. As soon as the words fell, Qian'er saw the blood-burning saint in front of him stiffen, and a blood-red fist had penetrated its chest at some point. In the next moment, this blood-burning saint shattered with a loud bang, turning into a roiling black mist, and Chandler also had a jolt, and the whole thing was as if he were waking up from a dream. Bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings and realized that he was standing in the position of the doorway, and his 4 imperial beasts were all looking at him worriedly, before they all showed expressions of relief after seeing him awake. Imperial Beast Master, you finally woke up. You scared us just now. Do you know that when you just walked to the door, your whole body looked as if it was possessed by something, and then you started to roll and hide to the side. The human emperor flag in his hand made a sound, and Qian'er didn't dare to fully believe that it had woken up, so he continued to ask within the Imperial Beast contract. Blood-burning saints, where were you when you evolved into the abomination giant? The blood-burning saint looked up at Qian'er, then seemed to have thought of something. His mouth didn't move, and he likewise replied in his mind through the Imperial Beast contract. In the post-apocalyptic world. Hearing this answer, Kyle then completely relieved. This time, he didn't dare to move his eyes away, staring closely at his imperial beasts. What's going on? What's going on? Seeing that something was wrong with Chantal, the blood-burning saint asked worriedly. Without realizing it, I've been tricked. Having nothing to hide from his imperial beast, Qian'er directly repeated what had just happened through the imperial beast contract. Is it a hallucination? The blood-burning saint asked with a grave expression on his face. It's not. It's supposed to be into a dream. And at this time, the dead soul grass, who had always acted timidly, suddenly interjected. Into the dream? Seeing that it was so convinced, Qian'er and the 3 imperial beasts all looked over in unison. Yes, dream entry. That's the skill I got after absorbing the black mist. This skill is more like some sort of authority than a skill. It can manipulate dreams at will, and it can even inflict real damage in the middle of a dream. Noticing that he finally had some effect on the dead soul grass was excited beyond words. Shivering, he said everything he knew in his head. After absorbing 3 nightmares, my control over the skill of dream entry has increased dramatically, and now I can even enter a dream in my true form and seize the right to belong to it without even realizing it. And what Lord Imperial Beast Master just encountered should be a deeper manifestation of dream entry, where the dream realizes itself, and the damage suffered in the dream eventually feeds back into the main body. Undead Grass was explaining to Changer and the others with a straight face. The same dream entry skill as the nightmares gives Undead Grass a natural understanding of this dream world. This way, Qian'er rubbed his chin, while at that moment, the blood-burning saint pointed at the disengagement device that Qian'er had been clutching in his hand. which had not been thrown away even after something as menacing as what he had just done, and asked, "Imperial Beast Master, the number needed is already full. Are we going back immediately now or are we going to continue to raise the youngest here?" The blood-burning saint asked worriedly. The attack just now, he actually didn't notice the situation at all, which already showed that his compatibility with that thing wasn't generally bad. Trying to protect Shanner in this situation was both a fool's errand, so he was inclined to just leave. "Don't worry, after absorbing those 2 nightmares just now, my control over dream entry has been purified by more than 1 level. Now, even if you get hit again, Imperial Beast Master, I can still bring you back." The deadly soulgrass flew above Shanner's head, his tone filled with pride. It was taking pride in the fact that it could help share. "That's good." Once again confirming through the Imperial Beast contract that the undead soulgrass in front of him was his own Imperial Beast, Shanner sighed in relief. "Good. In that case, if you boost too little, then I'm going to laugh at you." Chandler took a deep breath, his mind already made up, and smiled and snorted. "Then let's keep going deeper." Just like before, the blood-burning saint never refused Chantal's orders, and this time was no different. Walking through the school in the dream, it seemed that because 3 nightmares had already fallen to Chance's hands, causing all the other nightmares to be scared as if they didn't dare to come out at all, which led to the school being a lot colder. "Come on, go to the front of the school, that's where they should all be." After circling the road a few times to make sure he didn't spot any other nightmares, Chantal led the Imperial Beasts directly to the school gates. The words of the maid cat and the third brother are contradictory. Their timing is wrong. These nightmares should have no thoughts of time or numbers. That would be troublesome, because if those nightmares played the roles he perceived them to play, there would be no way for him to lock in on where those roles were supposed to appear by confirming the time. However, one thing was certain. The Imperial Academy was semi-military. All students were usually in residence and could only go home during holidays, and it wasn't vacation time, because he had never experienced an Imperial Academy vacation, which meant that he shouldn't be able to leave the Imperial Academy in his dreams. Soon the school gates appeared in front of Chanel's eyes. He took a deep breath and headed straight for the school gates. He had just taken a few steps out, and before he could even get close to the school gates, he was suddenly stopped by a voice behind him. "Xiao Qian, what are you doing? The Imperial Academy is not allowed to go out without a leave slip when it's not vacation." Professor Zhang's voice sounded behind him. Qianer twisted his head, and indeed saw an elegant-looking Professor Zhang standing behind him smiling and greeting himself. "Is it missing something? It's okay, the supermarket at school can get you everything you need." Chapter 113, Chandler, I have no morals. "No, teacher, I was just suddenly quiet and wanted to go for a walk." Qianer stood at the entrance of the school and turned his head to look at Professor Zhang and smiled. His eyes were lost for a while, as if he was about to enter a dream again, and at the same time, within the Imperial Beast contract, his voice suddenly rang out. "Take the direction I'm facing, 12 paces in front of me, and do it." As the words fell, the blood-burning saint had already known the enemy's location even though he couldn't see exactly where they were. His body was as athletic as a cheetah as he scurried out, his right fist violently expanding in the air to a width of several meters, slicing through the air and making sharp popping noises. Professor Zhang's pupils shrank as he took half a step back and immediately tried to summon his Imperial Beast, but in the next moment, his movements froze as a dozen spears entwined with soulfire penetrated its chest. "It's the ghost pawn." The human emperor flag was even worried that a single ghost pawn wouldn't be able to handle Professor Zhang, and directly placed more than a dozen ghost pawns behind Professor Zhang. After turning into a human, that nightmare's strength also became comparable to that of a human. In an instant, the nightmare disguised as Professor Zhang lost consciousness and turned into a sky full of black mist that drifted away. A black mist was intercepted by the detacher, while the rest was all absorbed by the dead soulgrass. "Fourth," Chantal said softly, her eyes not at all as mesmerized as they had been a moment ago. "Go on." Saying that, Qianer continued to take a step forward, his foot directly stepping on the school's entrance. "Students, you can't go out during class." Various familiar voices rang in Chandler's ears. Jerking his head back, he realized that everyone he knew was standing behind him looking at him. "You, what have you done? Sanjin, he loves you so much, but you, young Shuai, who had always behaved elegantly, was like a madman at this time?" With his head cloaked in hair, without faltering, Qianer twisted his head towards the depths of the school, while beside him, the huge body of the little ice dragon pressed on, crushing young Shuai's body. "Sinner, you!" The grim-faced Professor Tokanika lunged with his teeth and claws, but was shattered by a punch from the blood-burning saint. More and more people rushed up to accuse and rage against Kyle, and Kyle's consciousness was gradually corrupted and polluted, unable to distinguish whether this was reality or a dream. Eventually, there were no more traces of humans in the entire school. And even because of the black mist that the nightmares would turn into after their deaths, the place was clean and awesome. With only traces of the attack by Kyle and a few of his imperial beasts, Chantal's steps stopped and looked with interest at the little girl crouching and shivering in front of him. "And who are you?" he asked with a grin, as if it wasn't him that had just killed all his friends and family. Big brother, I don't know you, just passing by." "You?" The little girl, trembling, raised her head and flashed a coquettish smile toward Chantal, but before she could finish her sentence, her head was blown off by the blood-burning saints. "Just passing through? I'm sorry, but now, even passing dogs must die." Chanel snorted and continued toward the deepest part of the school, yelling as he went. "Anyone? I've come to stop by." "Ha? No one is hiding? Then I'm going to start looking after 10 counts. 10, 1. Ha ha, there really is one hidden here. I've found it. I'll die if I find it." After once again leading the imperial beasts from the building to find a nightmare in human form and kill it, the exaggerated smile on Chanel's face faded, by continually having me kill, and then to deepen the dream, eventually not being able to distinguish between reality and dream, thinking that all those people I killed were real, and thus being morally blamed by society and thus collapsing? Interesting setup. Chantal stroked his chin and grinned, and at the top of his head, the undead grass grabbed him by the hair in a death grip, thinking he was still in a dream he hadn't woken up from. But sadly, I have no morals. As soon as the words fell, the screen in front of him lurched, like a computer lagging, and then the entire world began to shatter, and the veil of the dream world was completely lifted in front of Chenner at that moment, and the truth revealed its corner. The pitch-black monster that couldn't be described in words was silently perched in the void. He seemed to be sleeping and didn't care about Kyle's appearance. With a mere glimpse, Chenner didn't have any hesitation and immediately pressed the disengager in his hand. At this moment he was even ready to return to the post-apocalyptic world, but at that moment, Kyle didn't notice that the corruption had already begun. At the first moment he saw it, but before it could eat away at his soul, it was stopped by a golden shield of light that was imperceptible to the naked eye. Under the shelter of the shroud of light, that ultimate fear created by humans couldn't even detect the presence of Kyle and his imperial beasts. The disengagements began to work, and the dark void around them once again became twisted, divided, and independent. When he opened his eyes again, Chanel found himself lying in bed, and outside the window, the watery moonlight, dead soul grass. Is this reality? Lying on the bed without moving, Kyle asked in his mind through the imperial beast contract to the dead soul grass. Yes, Sentinel Lord, this is reality. The figure of the dead soul grass appeared beside Chenner, and ever since it absorbed those nightmares, its dream entry skill had begun to grow like crazy, and by now, dream entry had turned into a skill called Dream Domain, but the exact effect was still unclear. Lying on the bed without speaking, after carefully recognizing that the sound of the dead soul grass was coming from the imperial beast contract, Chenner then rolled over and got up from the bed with a roll of his back, hastily put on his clothes, and took the disengagement device and walked out of his room. He now has too many questions to ask. Have to go to find Yu Fei to ask a clear. As for him now, sleep or not sleep, Fei also did not sleep. Kicking open the door of the guest room, Chenner just came in to see Yu Fei, who raised his head and was full of shock. 9799, he said with a jolt, jumping out of bed without his clothes on and staring warily at Chanel. The weather was good yesterday before the big day. Saying out the previously discussed code words, Chenner clearly saw Yu Fei's tense muscles suddenly slacken. Phew, looks like it's out. Tell me, what did you encounter? Let you just finished a big battle and came to rush to find me. Sitting against the wall, Yu Fei picked up the glass of water on the table and opened his mouth to inquire. He naturally came back after solving a nightmare. After all, he was a genius that could be ranked in the top 10 in the history of the Yin Kingdom, so he naturally had little pressure when facing a nightmare. Just now, he was only temporarily bluffed by Chenner's sudden attack, and was definitely not intimidated. In response, Chenner didn't say anything and just threw the disengager in his hand to Yu Fei. You got dust on your hands? Looking at the dense black lines on top of the detacher, Yu Fei didn't think of what this was for a moment. Chapter 114. Is this really reality? Take another good look. Drawing out his chair and sitting down, Chantal pointed to the disengager. Take another good look. How many have you killed? Yu Fei's voice rose sharply, looking incredulously at the detacher in his hand. The strip of black lines on the detacher twisted and tangled together, almost filling the entire detacher. It's okay, those things are good to kill as long as you give up all ethics and morals, Chance said as he crossed his legs. Those are the little things, now the big things. Saying that, Chenner slammed the table, and his low voice made Yu Fei's heart thump. What's wrong? Yu Fei nervously looked at Chenner. After all, the more nightmares he killed, the more likely he was to be assimilated by the nightmares. Xianer killed this almost dyed the entire detachment into black. And he couldn't say what kind of condition Xianer was in now. Xianer looked deeply at Yufei, and only after confirming that he should not know about that thing did his expression ease. I suddenly came to a place after slaying all the nightmares I saw before me. Xianer told Yufei what he had seen in as concise a language as possible, and the more he listened, the more Yufei's eyes grew heavy. How's it going? Any clues? When he finished, Chantal propped up his chin and asked. Yufei, on the other hand, immediately took out his cell phone to report what happened here upwards. For the time being, we can't rule out the possibility that it's a hallucination caused by you killing too many nightmares. Of course, there's also a not so small chance that it's because the nightmares have really changed in some way we can't comprehend. In any case, this will have to be reported to the authorities. After receiving the reply, both Yufei and Xianer were relieved. Okay, go back and get a good night's sleep. It's good to have someone tall enough to get a headache from such a big event. After saying that, mumbling 2 sentences in a daze, Yufei hugged the quilt and went back to bed again. And in no time at all, the snoring sounded, and without disturbing him, Chanel quietly exited the room and returned to his own. The maid cat seemed to have gotten some kind of order, so she didn't come over to disturb the two early the next morning, and Chantal slept until high noon. Just pushed open the door to see Yufei sitting in front of the table in the living room to feast. The table is full of rice. From the taste, it should be the school's second cafeteria. Window 5 Master Zhang's handiwork. I thought the cafeteria didn't allow takeouts. What's the matter with you? The military quasi-king using his power to bully the academy cooks? Also nonchalantly taking a seat at the table and grabbing a pair of clean chopsticks to join the fray. Chantal then snickered. What words ah? I'm also a graduate of the Imperial Academy. Considered your senior. When I was in school all made a good relationship with Master Zhang. This relationship has not faded for so many years. Yufei was full of divine energy. The divine system of the Paragon is this good. Anyone is willing to make friends with them. After all, who does not have an unexpected time off? Okay, let's call it what it is. What are you guys going to do about yesterday? Casually choked Yufei. Half a day cannot eat. Xianer teased almost this asked about the main thing. And mentioning the main event, Yufei's face became a bit more solemn. The situation you mentioned is not clear to the officials either. And right now the officials are urgently pulling out a leader from the true kings guarding Kyoto to enter the dream realm along with a few quasi-kings in preparation for probing the truth of the matter. Isn't it easy for accidents to happen when a true king enters the dream realm? Kyanal, who had taken a big bite of food into his mouth, asked vaguely. Yes, there will be accidents, but at times like this only the true king can calm the scene. The officials are still liaising with several other countries, ready to work together to study what exactly changed in the nightmare. After all, it was a matter of the countries working together in the first place, and the aftermath can't just be left to one of us to take charge of it. Finishing casually, Yufei wiped his mouth and stood up. Alright, I should get going after making sure you're okay. The exploration team is waiting for me over there. Saying that, Yufei sighed again. He was not using himself to enter the dream world, but he had to be outside to keep an eye on the condition of those who went in, so that it would be convenient to rescue them when the time came. This add-up thing. Finding him a job again. Originally he thought he could take a paid vacation for a while, but he didn't expect that it was actually waiting for him here. It's true that he was born to be a laborer. By the way, your teacher asked me to inform you that after waking up, you should go directly to the resource trading hall and put those materials in your hands on the line. You can go through the academy's channels, which are quite safe and reliable, and it's much faster than messing around outside on your own. After saying that, Yufei waved his hand and left Xianer's dormitory, and Chantal called out to the cat maid to come down and clean up the mess after drying the last bite of her meal, then wiped her mouth and followed suit. Woohoo! As he walked along, a slight rocking sensation made Chantal feel a little uncomfortable. He instinctively felt something was wrong, but somehow instinctively refrained from thinking about such things. On the way, he pulled out his cell phone and contacted the two of them, Lai Ziming and Wu Yuan. What's all the fuss about today's first lunch? Soon, news came back from Lai Ziming's side. Brother Qian, today's head afternoon dean side do not know what the situation, did not come out at all. Are the teachers of the various departments to come over to give us a speech? In fact, there is nothing good to talk about. Dry a bit of nutrition is not there. Purely put together the length of the time after the speech is directly to give us the time to go to collect the rankings to give the resources. Oh, right, Brother Qian. Remember to go to the resource trading hall there to the pile of the 10,000 races materials for a change. I tried it out and the prices there are really good. On the other side of the phone, Lai Ziming's excited voice came. But in terms of price, if the school's resource trading hall gives the ordinary market price, but this market price can be exchanged at a flat price for some resources that have a price outside the market, and overall, it is still a profit. Okay, I got it. Hanging up the phone with a light frown, Qian'er walked on his way to the resource trading hall. Everything in front of him was normal. The sunshine, the breeze, the crowd of people talking and laughing, all of them were normal. There was no difference. Yes, these are normal. The thought flooded into Chanel's mind, trying to convince him. Yes, these are normal. Really normal? Chantal's frown deepened as the discomfort grew, the violent cutting sensation making him feel out of place in the world. Dead soul grass. Is this really reality? Chantal opened her mouth, feeling like she was asking in her mind through the Imperial Beast contract. Of course, Sentinel Lord. There is no doubt that this is reality here. The mouth on the blades of the dead soul grass didn't move, but the voice was clear and unmistakable as it traveled into Chantal's head. So, this is reality. Qian'er nodded, his pace quickening once again towards the resource trading hall. No, something didn't seem right. His footsteps were getting faster and faster, eventually even evolving into a run. And the target, an acquaintance in the crowd. The noble son of the Wen clan who had followed them to explore the forest ghost mystic realm in the first place, Wen Yuanji. Chapter 115, A Natural Disaster Strikes. Ouch! What are you doing? Hearing the footsteps, Wen Yuanji turned his head, and just as he did so, he was tackled to the ground by Qian'er. This time, he was scared out of his wits and struggled to escape from Qian'er, but at this time, Qian'er himself had the terrifying power of a quasi-king level blood-burning saint enchanted with his own combat experience, making it impossible for Wen Yuanji to resist at all. Drawing out the small knife he had with him from his space backpack, he plunged it directly into Wen Yuanji's heart. I'd like to see if this is reality. At times like these, Chandler chose to unconditionally trust the sixth sense that had allowed him to escape countless times. Blood splattered onto Kyle's face and slid down Kyle's expression. And at a time of crisis like this, Kyle had lost the desire to tease his opponent, wanting nothing more than to know what the truth here really was. Soon, ear-piercing screams rang out around Qian'er, and the girl who had just walked with Wen Yuanji went straight to the ground, letting out a terrified scream. She was originally a culture student, not even a royal beast master, so how could she have seen this kind of image? Isn't that Chance the freshman? Is he crazy? Because of the examination the day before yesterday, Qian'er really showed his face in front of all the teachers and students, and now there are fewer teachers and students in the whole school who don't recognize him. And now, in the blink of an eye, Qian'er had gone from a hero fighting against the 10,000 races to a madman killing people in the street, which made many people feel a pang of discomfort. Let's see. What the hell are you? The knife stabbed into Wen Yuanji's body several times. The expression on Qian'er's face didn't change at all, and this also watched the others have a chill. A familiar touch. Sure enough, you can only mimic the touch of someone I've killed before. In the next moment, Chandler stood up, a smile blooming on his face once again. He had gotten his answer. The feel of the stab is different for each person due to individual differences, such as muscle thickness, fat thickness, and other effects. And just now, Qian'er had stabbed Wen Yuanji 72 times, a total of 72 different touches from 72 different people Qian'er had killed. It's a dream here too. He chuckled while the dagger he had just pulled out of Fumitoji's kidney area stabbed hard into the screaming girl next to him. Oh, Chen Xing's touch. Changer let out a surprised laugh. His first kill in the world of the Imperial Beasts had a bit of commemorative value after all, now that he knew this place was a dream, and he didn't know how to get out of this dream. Chale simply stopped looking for it and just went on a killing spree. These students who hadn't released their Imperial Beasts to face Qian'er were not a match at all. After killing all the students, the world in front of Changer shattered with a loud bang, and a violent shaking sensation came over him, making him want to vomit a little. Fine. Stop. Upon hearing Qian'er's voice, the blood-burning saints who were frantically shaking Qian'er then dropped their hearts and looked at Qian'er in some panic. From just now, Qian'er was running around as if he had gone crazy. They were afraid that something was wrong with Qian'er. They had no choice but to control him, but they didn't realize that after controlling Qian'er it was still useless. He hadn't woken up yet. The blood-burning saints, who had never seen Qian'er in this state before, completely panicked and hurriedly helped Qian'er to a dark corner before starting to shake Qian'er non-stop. Now he was relieved after seeing Chandler finally come to his senses. At that moment, Chance rubbed his head and got up from the ground. The memories from before came flooding back. The same memories as in the dream, where they killed all the nightmares in the place. But later on he was supposed to meet that thing in the endless void. But he didn't expect to be hit and enter the dream again. Placing his hand on the blood-burning saint's shoulder and feeling the abundant connection between the blood-burning saint and himself, Chantal sighed in relief. This should be the real blood-burning saints. And this level of Imperial Beast contract connection was something he definitely didn't feel on the undead soulgrass in the dream world. It's worthy of being a nightmare for all races that humans have tried their best to create. And it really hit the mark in a case of inattention. Rubbing his brow, Chantal opened his palm, and the disengaged vessel in the center of his palm, almost black with black threads, was no longer there. It was given to Yu Fei by his own hand. It's ridiculous to spend your days hunting geese only to be pecked by them. With that said, Chanel jerked to his feet. Beast Master, what do we do? The human emperor flag gently wrapped around Shanner's body, using his own body to protect Shanner. Keep going deeper. Since they don't want me to go, we're not going anywhere. We're here, and we're going to fight them hard. Chanel's tone was filled with determination. But of course, it was just shouting a slogan for the nightmares, because he knew a way to verify whether he was in a dream or not. He had just felt the presence of the double penetration door. In the previous dream, he was not able to perceive the double piercing door, and the moment he had the suspicion that he was in a dream he tried to catalyze the double piercing door, but failed. But here, he was able to go through the double penetration door, and with the double penetration door, he had a bottom. Even if he couldn't beat that, he could still run. It looked like the double piercing gate's priority was even higher than he had imagined. And this nightmare that even a true king couldn't help actually couldn't affect the double piercing gate. With the double penetration door, he had the backbone to shout slogans to scare the nightmares. Good. The blood-burning saint was like it had never opposed Channer's decisions before. And after Channer's words were finished, it directly echoed and stood up, blocking in front of Channer like it had done before to clear the way for Channer. Little ice dragon, take me to the sky. Blood-burning saints, this time use the full force of the earthquake and turn this place upside down. With that said, Chantal jumped onto the back of the little ice dragon and let it lift off into the air. The blood-burning saint nodded, and the flesh and blood on its body wriggled, eventually forming 10 flesh and blood doppelgangers that were identical in appearance to itself. A total of 11 blood-burning saints raised their feet in unison and stomped down hard. The terrifying power shook the earth's veins, causing the earth to start trembling and vibrating crazily. Earthquake. Since evolving into the blood-burning saints, it was the first time he had used the skill of earthquake so recklessly. Not to mention the fact that the current blood-burning saints had already been promoted to a quasi-king, advancing into the ranks of the mobile heavenly tribulation, and their own attacks were also elevated to the limit, and a total of 11 earthquakes that quadrupled their attacks were used, and the ground's vibrations and the energy in them even caused the ground to begin to become hotter at a rapid pace. Now, the entire school shook, the buildings were destroyed and turned into a field of ruins, and one by one, the nightmares hidden in the buildings let out a gurgling scream and died. Chapter 116, Undead Soul Grass Evolution. Soon, this entire Imperial Academy was shattered by the earthquake, in which countless nightmares disguised as students were buried in it, turning into black mist that drifted towards the sky. But before the mist could dissipate into the air, it was pulled over by the dead soul grass, and when viewed in the air, it looked as if the little ice dragon was carrying a black vortex on its back. Go on, expand outward. Shanner's voice was transmitted into the blood-burning saint's head through the Imperial Beast contract, and the blood-burning saint immediately carried out Shanner's order without any hesitation. Because of the unique racial value distribution, the overwhelmingly strong special defense racial value allowed the blood-burning saints to be immune to the nightmare's temptation, while the low-to-limit special offense racial value prevented the blood-burning saints from observing the nightmare's existence, which led to the blood-burning saints being like a little deaf and blind who couldn't see anything and could only listen to the commands of Shanner, which was rather an advantage at times like this. After all, there was no need to worry about the information being tampered with. The 11 blood-burning saints split into 11 directions and expanded outwards, the shaking ground frantically destroying everything on the earth. The mountains were bulldozed, and the nightmares disguised as imperial beasts and fae in the mountains passed away in the midst of their struggles. Chantal could clearly feel that along with the blood-burning saints' kills, something in the underworld had tied himself to this dream. Yu Fei in the previous dream was right. The more nightmares you kill, the easier it is to be assimilated. This is true. None of that mattered though. All he needed now was to kill. The battlefield continued to expand outwards as the blood-burning saints once again splintered into more flesh and blood doppelgangers. This time it was enough even though each doppelganger was weaker. Countless nightmares were dying every hour in their wailing, and the connection to the dream world that had been made in Chundel had become almost substantial. Even he was like this. Absorbing the big head of the dead soul grass was even more so. At this time the dead soul grass was already covered in black. The level and qualification had already undergone a drastic change because of the previous devouring. Not only did the light qualification raise to gold color, even the level also soared to 21. You know this isn't the post-apocalyptic world. Just then, the body of the dead soul grass suddenly lit up with a black glow. Although it wasn't the same as the previous one, Shanner could see clearly that it was definitely the light of evolution. The black light of evolution. Along with the black light of evolution blooming on the undead soul grass dew, Shanner's heart followed in anticipation. Unlike all of Shanner's previous imperial beasts, The undead soul grass only had one period of evolutionary form, and could directly evolve from the undead soul grass into its final form, the necrotic dandelion. And this time, there's no telling what kind of changes will result. A direct section of evolution into quasi-gods this Chiener did not think about. After all, compared to its predecessors, the dead soul grass is too weak both in terms of strength and accumulation. Want to rely on this accumulation to directly evolve into quasi-gods? That is absolutely a fool's errand. In Chiener's expectant eyes, the black-colored evolutionary light on the dead soul grass shattered, and a bright red, almost 40 centimeters tall plant, with peculiar whiskers hanging down like hair on its blades, fluttered in the wind. The faces and eyes that used to be on the blades all disappeared, and the entire grass faded into something more sinister. This is a brand new imperial beast. There is no record of any imperial beast. Unnamed. Attributes, dead souls, grass. Rank, 21. Qualification, gold. Physical strength racial value, attribute 250, 155. Attack racial value, attribute 5, 11. Defense racial value, attribute 5, 11. Special attack racial value, attribute 35, 26. Special defense racial value, attribute 105, 68. Speed racial value, attribute 50, 32. Total racial value, 450. Skills, rooting, drawing, parasitism, healing of dead souls, Inchi Bomb, breathing, abandoning souls, illusory dreamscape. After the evolution of the new royal beast racial value distribution even more extreme than the blood-burning saints, useless strength and defense combined only 10 points, and physical strength racial value is to the horror of 250 points, which is still his life has seen the highest single racial value. Skill-wise, there was an additional parasite skill after evolution, and the dream domain skill that was originally obtained by devouring those nightmares completely turned into a skill called Phantom Dream Realm at this moment. From now on, you'll be called Phantom Weed, Chanel said as he gently stroked the bearded stems that seemed like coronets on the phantom grass. Imperial Beast Master Lord. After evolving, the Phantom Dream Realm skill I got can generate a Phantom Dream Realm that doesn't exist in the world where I am. During the duration of the skill, all damage is nullified, and my current strength can create a Phantom Dream Realm that is 50 meters in circumference and lasts for half an hour. Soon, the illusory dream grass that had figured out its own changes excitedly told Chiener the good news through the Imperial Beast contract. But the faces of Chiener, the human emperor flag, and the little ice dragon that heard this changed in unison. What happened to? Phantom Grass was very good at reading the atmosphere. It sensed that the atmosphere was off and asked cautiously, illusory dream grass, quick, look around to see if it's enveloped by the illusory dream realm? Kyle urged in his mind through the Imperial Beast contract that this place was not in a dream world, not in the real world, and not in dimensional space. So then the concept of a phantasmagoric dream world seemed to fit the situation well in the first place. Chiener felt that they should have been enveloped in an oversized phantom dream realm that was not only large in scope, but also lasted for a frighteningly long period of time, which was why it was only normal for the human side to search for so many years without finding it. The illusory dream grass froze for a moment, but quickly reacted and immediately unfolded its own illusory dream realm. With a dreamlike flash of light, Changer and his imperial beasts disappeared into thin air, and in the eyes of Chandler and the others, they hadn't changed at all, still standing there, but the outside just couldn't see what was happening inside, just couldn't reach Chandler, even through Chandler. Well, after feeling the strange sensation for a while, Chandler then looked at the phantom dream grass and asked, after unfolding the phantom dream realm, its words seemed to be much less. Well, yes, a super huge phantom dreamscape envelopes the place, and I can't even observe just how big that phantom dreamscape is, and just how strong the person who made it is. Phantomweed's tone trembled a little. Good, that makes it all make sense if that's the case. Chanel found a flat rock to sit on and began to think about what to break next. As a matter of fact, he had one last backhanded trick he hadn't used yet. He fumbled with his pocket and pulled a silver white leaf out of it, which was his student ID. This was precisely the leaves of the infinite light tree Xiaoye. His body outside of the illusory dream realm was still within the Imperial Academy. Destroying his student ID card here definitely drew the sight of that human underbelly over. And now that his illusory dream grass had the illusory dream realm skill as well, it seemed that it wasn't impossible to pry this corner of the illusory dream realm and pull the illusory dream realm temporarily into reality if that was the case. Chapter 117, The Sky is Falling. Can it be done? Chantal voiced his thoughts, and after that, he stared intently at the phantom grass. Can. The phantom dream grass was silent for a moment, after which it shook slightly like a coronet-like whisker stem, and in the next moment, with the phantom dream grass as the center, the phantom dream realm also began to gradually rise. Although he couldn't see the face, Chiener could strangely feel phantom grass's serious expression coming on. If there was a face, this guy would probably have already tensed his little face. The upwelling continued. And soon, with a lurch, the motion of the phantom grass stopped. Imperial Beast Master Senior. It has already floated up to its limit. If it goes any higher, it will be out of the range of its phantom dream realm. And by then it will be hard enough for me to find this place. The voice of the illusory dreamgrass was clearly transmitted into Qian'er's ears through the Imperial Beast contract. That's a bit of a problem. Can't you go out a little further and have your phantom dream realm stick out a bit? Qian'er was clear about the ability of the illusory dream realm skill. If he destroyed the leaves inside the illusory dream realm, it was really hard enough to be sensed by the infinite light tree. I'll try. As the words fell, the phantom dream realm began to slowly creep upwards, like a snail. Soon the upward writhing stopped. Lord Imperial Beast Master, you have reached your limit. If you go any further, you will be completely out of this phantom dream realm, and you won't be able to get it back then. I know. Kyle let out a deep breath, squeezed the fallen leaves of the infinite light tree in his hand, and extended his hand over the edge of the phantom dreamscape, then crushed the fallen leaves viciously in his hand. All of a sudden, Chanel felt as if time had stopped. It was followed by a sharp feeling of vertigo. Boom! In the darkness of the night, pillars of silvery white light descended from the sky and ran through the house in Chundel. Roar! The low hissing seemed as if it was the deepest fear in the hearts of all living beings. And tonight, the Imperial Academy stayed up all night. What is all this? Legendary confrontation King Yufei was originally lying on the bed with the nightmare against the line, but suddenly a dying sense of crisis came, scaring him so much that he hurriedly attacked and killed a nightmare and immediately pressed the disengage device to leave. But as soon as he opened his eyes, others went numb, and the dome of the sky was covered with dense silver-white branches. If he hadn't guessed correctly, this should be the Imperial Beast Infinite Light Tree of the Imperial Academy's first president, right? But isn't this big brother usually rooted in dimensional space and doesn't care about anything? Why has he changed his mind today? At this moment, the legendary confrontation king hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter, and was still laughing and wondering which unlucky person had messed with this big brother. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore as a pillar of light shot out from the branches of the infinite light tree and smashed in his direction. Nee. Holy celestial horse. Run! For a moment, Yufei's pupils shrunk and his voice became sharp. Hastily releasing his imperial beast, Yufei shouted loudly, and after that, he directly jumped onto the back of the sacred heavenly horse, but just in so little effort. The light column has fallen on the villa. Yufei only feel a snow white in front of him, and even can see his front all the way to the snout is waving to himself. At this moment, Yufei even thought he was dead, but soon he found something wrong. He seems to still be conscious. Ruthlessly pinched a handful of their thighs, pulling the skin up and twisting literally 3 full circles. Intense pain makes him feel a little bewildered. I survived the attack of the infinite light tree? He crouched beside the sacred Pegasus, his eyes in a trance. Cough. Don't be shameless, that attack wasn't even aimed at you. Even the aftermath didn't reveal itself. You were just looking at a bit of light and shadow effect. A familiar coughing sound sounded behind him, and Yufei turned around violently, looking at the dusty Qian'er struggling to come this way. What the hell have you done? How is it that even that big guy was startled? Yufei hurriedly went over to support Qian'er. At this time Qian'er did not have any injuries on his body, so he did not let the sacred celestial horse heal Qian'er. After all, it is a darkness royal beast master. It is better to get less holy light. I was going to ask you guys, nightmare screwed up so big under your noses, and you didn't even know anything about it? Changer coughed dryly and spat several mouthfuls of black phlegm out of his mouth, all of which was dust that had adhered to his body. That just now was really ruthless. The pillar of light fell into the illusory dream realm. The energy compressed to the limit exploded and expanded in the illusory dream realm, directly crushing the illusory dream realm from the inside, before being transported out by the infinite tree of light. Qian'er glimpsed in astonishment and saw a pitch-black monster that he couldn't describe with words, letting out a shocked roar, then turned around and tried to escape, but it was immediately stopped by a silver-colored branch. The rest he wasn't sure about. That level of combat wasn't something he could watch much of. And just as the two were arguing, a few muffled sounds suddenly came from the dark sky, and then the sky shattered. It shattered like glass and a dark hole appeared there. The sky. What a hole has been poked in the sky. Good lord, how big is that hole? Yufei shouted in shock. With his sight he couldn't actually see how big that hole was, how far it had enveloped. Probably the entire human frontier. Chantal took a bottle of water from the cat maid who had just crawled out of the rubble and began rinsing her mouth and nose, speaking vaguely as she did so. That nightmare was, after all, the nightmare of all human beings. And under the mold caused contamination. As long as one knew its information, one would be pulled into the phantom dream realm. then he had every reason to believe that the phantom dream realm of that nightmare encompassed the entire human frontier. We've really done a great job this time. Yu Fei looked at the hole in the sky with a somewhat dull expression, thinking in his heart about how exactly he should write an action report when he returned. So that's what happened? A middle-aged man wearing a military uniform with a pale but serious face put down his pen and looked at Qian'er gravely. He was the military true king who had previously helped the Imperial Academy to besiege the 10,000 races together. And originally, after completing his mission, he had been all set to return directly to his barracks with the spoils of war. But he hadn't expected that the sky had suddenly collapsed. Literally, the sky is falling. He thought at the time that it wasn't something like the human frontier being attacked by the 10,000 races. But he didn't expect Yu Fei's side to call and wheedle out that it might have something to do with them. At that time, he was just full of questions. How could he not be familiar with these two little guys, Yu Fei and Qian'er, two quasi-king level little guys, poking a hole in the sky? And according to the intelligence coming from the military side, the hole wasn't small yet. All humans could see it when they looked up. Chapter 118, Out of Time. Yes, that's what happened. Get me some more water. Kyle sat across from him and handed over the glass of water in his hand, which had been stained black, and the middle-aged true king took it in a hurry and replaced it with a clean glass of water and brought it over. Chance blocked one nostril and poured a full glass of water all the way up one nostril, the water running around inside the lungs, taking the black soot with it before spewing out of the nostrils. If a normal person had this set of processes down, it was estimated that his life would have to be lost in half. But Qian'er was a quasi-king level imperial beast master. His physical qualities had long since become inhuman after the feedback from the blood-burning saints. And this kind of situation didn't hurt him at all. Not me. So many people enter the illusory dream realm. It's called the illusory dream realm. Right. So many people go in to kill the nightmare without anything at all. How come once you're in it, there's such a big problem? The military's true king's face was scrunched together as he held the report in his hand. What? Blaming me? Setting his already dirty glass of water down on the table, Chandler didn't have the heart to say that he was now the one who was going to get the credit for making the offer. Of course not. You've helped us solve our heartache for so many years. How could we possibly complain about you? It's just that you did it a bit too quickly. We didn't react at all. And we've been in a daze until now. A smile plastered on the face of the military's true king. He surveyed Kyle in surprise. Originally, he was thinking of giving Qian'er a large amount of resources, and Qian'er would have to bear the responsibility of killing a few more nightmares. But he didn't expect that he would directly collaborate inside and outside, and end the nightmare's lair, solving the problem that had been plaguing mankind for hundreds of years in one go. What's that big one? Do you know on your end? Wiping his face with a team towel handed over by Fei, Chantal then asked. I don't know. As a matter of fact, before you, we never had any information about that big nightmare in the phantom dream realm. But now that that big nightmare has been captured by the Infinite Light Tree Elder, the officials are urgently summoning experts in this field to try to study and decipher the secrets of the nightmare. If we have any information, we'll notify you as soon as we can. The true king of the military knew from the conversation he had just had that the new imperial beast evolved from Kyle's undead soulgrass had the same phantom dream realm skill as the great nightmare. That's why he said that. I'm not going to wipe my ass when you guys get yourselves killed again. I'll just run then. Qian'er leaned back slightly in respect. The first few centuries people had researched such a thing as nightmares plaguing mankind for hundreds of years. And now that the problem of nightmares had been easily solved, these guys were actually going to start researching again? Ha ha, it can't be helped. This thing is a bit too much of a waste if it's just thrown away. So the official intention is to study it and return this thing to its original ecological position, so that they can truly loom over the 10,000 races. The military true king scratched his head and said in a very unassuming manner, Alright, you guys can just get it done yourselves. I have to go down to bed. After a night of intense fighting, I'm so sleepy now that I can barely keep my eyes open. With that, Chandler yawned and walked into the four-person dormitory that the academy had temporarily vacated for them. The villas in the villa area simply couldn't exist under that blow from the infinite light tree just now. And even though there was no aftershock escaping, the vibration still collapsed the house. If it wasn't for the infinite light tree Xiaoye transferring all those students in the villa out, someone in the top 30 of the freshmen in their class might have actually died. After all, the physical quality of a low-grade imperial beastmaster was no different than an ordinary person. At best, they were healthier. So the university organized a few four-person dormitories overnight to move all these students into. But with something as big as this happening, there probably aren't many of these people who can sleep except for Chanel. This sleep was hard until the next afternoon. Continuous dreams and serial dreams within dreams were far more draining on the spirit than Qian'er had imagined. Even though he had eaten so many soul flowers to strengthen his soul was dragged into this. It is estimated that no one wants to face the nightmare again also has this reason. In the dream state cannot be detected, but the dream but need the spirit. The spirit is gone to consume the soul. I do not know how many people are so warm water boiling frog method of dragging to death. Opening his eyes and staring at the ceiling listlessly for a long time, Chandler then sat up and began to get dressed, taking out his cell phone, which had been turned off. A bunch of missed calls and red dot messages made his head spin as he read them. First, he sent out the group message of peace, washed his face, and headed towards the cafeteria. It was as if the road that had already been traveled once in a dream had been traveled again, but this time it didn't have the same kind of incongruous feeling as before. Instead, it was full of coziness. Of course, it was that hole in the sky that was a little bit of an appetite for the time being. Yo, wake up. The moment Chandler went out the door, it was estimated that he was discovered and reported to Yufei. And when he came to the entrance of the cafeteria, Chandler saw Yufei, who had a face full of dark circles under his eyes, standing at the entrance of the cafeteria and showing a smile to himself. You didn't sleep last night? Walking into the cafeteria with Yufei, Chandler asked curiously. Of course I didn't sleep. After all, I was in the dream world with you. And when you went to bed, didn't some of the tasks of aiding the investigation and adding details fall on me? Yufei sat down across from Chandler and complained after ordering a large number of dishes with sweet flavors. What are you going to do about that hole in the sky? Not picking up on Yufei's words, but taking the initiative to provoke another topic, Chandler asked. What else can I do? Of course, is to find a way to make up but I can't understand exactly how to make up. The doctor who explained it to me said it too professionally, giving me a taste of what I used to listen to my teacher in school. After eating the meal hastily, the feeling of the sugar being absorbed made Yufei comfortable, leaning on the cafeteria chair with his eyes closed tightly, as if he was sleepwalking and talking. You're a little too tired. Go get some rest later. After saying that, Chandler left the cafeteria after picking up the already clean dinner plate and sending it back, heading towards the resource trading hall. It was time for the little ice dragon to evolve. It had accumulated so much and would soon enter the peak of level 50 town guard. He'd have to get rid of what he was holding and get more resources just in case. Yo, youngest, I heard you poked a hole in the sky last night. Just walked out of the cafeteria before taking a few steps. Chandler was called to stop, turned his head to see a strong and a thin two young men walking towards this side. The strong man even raised his hand to greet Chandler. It was the third senior brother of the blood and flesh department. Third senior brother. You know about it too? Chandler didn't expect a day to pass, but even the third senior brother actually knew about it. That's right, how could I not know about such a big thing? I didn't sleep a wink last night, just waiting to eat melon. Chapter 119, Dividing the Spoils. And this is? Chantal asked as he looked at the dry, thin man standing next to the third brother. Oh, almost forgot to introduce to you. This is our teacher's second student, called Gu Yu, our school's senior student. The signature Imperial Beast is the same as our teacher's Manhwa Demon, Elite Senior Imperial Beast Master. You call him Gu Lao Air on the line. Only then did third senior brother show an expression as if he had just reacted, smiling as he introduced the people around him to Chandler. Second brother. Chandler nodded slightly to Gu Yu, while the second senior brother returned the same salute. Okay, polite words or less say it. The youngest, you have inside information not? Interrupting the pleasantries between the two, the third elder brother came over and asked with interest. Well, looking at his third senior brother's eyes, Chandler stroked his chin and sold the story, his elongated tail tickling his third senior brother's heart. Ha ha, can't tell, can sell enough off after? Chandler, a sentence cannot say on the closed mouth after what is said no longer speak. Listen to the third brother, heart 7 on 8 down hard. Youngest, where are you going with this? Second senior brother Gu Yu looked at Chandler and asked in a friendly manner. He was quite a bit more subtle than his third senior brother, and it looked like the flesh and bloodline wasn't all like the third senior brother. Take a trip to the resource trading floor. Upon hearing this, the two of them revealed a look of understanding, clearly guessing Chandler's purpose. Alright then, go ahead. We're both going to go to sparring ring number 3 to spar. Third elder brother jumped at the chance to say that he had been waiting for this day after advancing into an elite level Imperial Beast Master, and it was only the beginning of the school year that he couldn't help but want to come and challenge Gu Lao Air. He has not yet been able to become the king's second. Nodding and bidding farewell to the two men, Kyle walked into the resource trading hall. Yay, you're here, schoolmate. The resource trading hall was still overcrowded as usual. At the window, the bored Chen senior sister who was helping the students who came in to exchange resources saw Chandler for the first time, and at once her whole body was jolted. Her originally hunched waist straightened up at once, and the bored expression on her face was suddenly filled with a smile. The students in the surrounding queue were originally still wondering who this woman had seen to become like this, But after following her eyes and realizing that it was Chandler who was walking over, they immediately revealed a look of realization. Ah, Chandler. That's not surprising. That's not surprising. Well, senior sister, come and help me convert all these things into resources I can use. Chance nodded and brightly stepped aside over the queue to enjoy the privileged service. And no one had a problem with that. After all, people's fists were just big. They just couldn't beat them. But anyone they could beat would have been on it long ago. Receiving the space backpack from Chandler, inside were some valuable materials on the 10,000 races. The 10,000 races pride that was rewarded proved that it was not given to her. This would have to go to the Imperial Beasts Bureau. The Academy can't take out so many resources. Okay, I'll take inventory for you. The senior sister also understood what Chandler's intention was, and after handing over the work at the front desk to another student council officer, she personally led Chandler into the back. But even though she had already prepared herself mentally, after opening the space backpack, she was still surprised by the beads inside. Evil Flames Fire Seed, Green Wind Beast's Fur, Tendon Gopher's Super Strong Tendon. Hiss, schoolmate, if you exchange these things for money the Academy can take them out, but if you exchange them for resources you can use, the Academy's inventory isn't enough. It'll take some time to exchange them outside. Looking at the piles of materials, the senior sister sighed. This kind of thing is really better to have a sense of reality after seeing it with your own eyes. Let's take some time to redeem it then. How many resources can the Academy come up with that I can use right now? Chantal nodded, not at all surprised. Because there are still students' daily resource distributions, the Darkness Department's resources can't all be given to you. You need to keep a portion of them. So the resources that can be evenly distributed to you right now are 111 portions of Flesh and Blood Essence, 79 portions of Undying Bone, and 45 portions of Sacred Heart Lotus respectively. After taking her cell phone and asking her superiors, the schoolteacher was able to give an accurate answer. To be honest, this number is still quite out of Chandler's expectations, but also in the cleanup. After all, the annual budget card dead a little too normal. Alright, give me all of these. I'll leave the rest of these here and let me know when you guys have enough to come over and get them. There was not the slightest worry that this material of his would be obscured by the student body. After all, Chandler's strength was there. Good, but it should be soon. The previous one where you guys fought inside the secret realm, and Dean and the others fought outside the secret realm. There was quite a lot of harvest again. All of those alien corpses were transported back to start processing. The number of these darkness resources should be quite a lot in the future. Casually speaking, the senior sister pressed down the excitement in her heart and hurriedly went to call the teacher over. So many resources. Even if Chandler trusts her, fully entrusted to her in charge, she does not dare to take over. People have to have self-awareness. These things if something goes wrong, that is, to sell her cannot afford to pay back. By then she still want to go further? She can't afford to sell her body to pay off her debts. Saying goodbye to his teacher and his schoolmates, Chandler returned to his new home with his space backpack loaded with various resources. That's right, in one night's work, with the help of the civil engineering teacher, all the villas had been remodeled, and the cat maid hadn't been hurt, just a little shocked, and was still in a state of stress, blowing up when she heard any movement. Immediately upon returning home, Chanel locked himself in the training room and had the blood-burning saint wrap himself in a blood membrane while he touched the double penetration door in his mind to enter the post-apocalyptic world. Ooh, you boys can really eat, can't you? Opening his eyes again, the world in front of Chanel had changed from blood red to the clear sky of the post-apocalyptic world. It is still the same place where we left last time, but the difference is that those huge trees that were neatly placed together have all disappeared, and all of them have been absorbed cleanly by the phantom grass. Hey, Phantom, we didn't know what to say, so she just giggled. Alright, come on over and share the spoils. Sitting on the ground with his knees crossed, he piled the bag with the blood and flesh essences and other resources he had just exchanged like garbage, while what Chandler was going to take out next was the big stuff. A skeleton tree with densely grown branches and a bizarre bull's head appearing on top of its crown was taken out from the space backpack and placed on the ground. A bead so entwined with iniquity that it colored the surrounding area black just as soon as it was taken out was held in Changer's hand. The moment these two things came out, the eyes of the little ice dragon, the human emperor flag and the illusory dream grass all went straight. P.S. I do not know why. My Sogu input method to play D1 out of the way. Out of the team. All such words. I am now using the computer code words, which is much better. Chapter 120, Little Ice Dragon's Evolution. Frost Lord in 10 Square Demon Skeleton Dragonfather. This one is yours. Take it over and absorb it. It's time to evolve after that. Handing the skeleton tree to the little ice dragon, Chantal said so. Roar, evolution. It had to be said that the word evolution was on the verge of becoming the little ice dragon's heart's demon lately. As its predecessor, the blood-burning saint, evolved from the abominable giant, completing the leap of life in one fell swoop and advancing into the quasi-gods. The oldest three soul-attracting streamers had similarly evolved into the human emperor flag, which was a kingdom of its own, and was likewise a quasi-god. It was the only one that had remained a small ice dragon until now, with a total racial value of even a stupid 300 points. Paragons who hadn't grown to the final stage were nothing at all. Seeing that old 4 had completed a period of evolution, the little ice dragon was completely anxious. Since yesterday, the state had not been good. Even the illusory dreamgrass that had just joined the group could notice it, let alone Qianer, the imperial beast master who shared the same mind with the little ice dragon. That's why that sentence just now was mainly used to eliminate that little bit of twisted energy in the little ice dragon's heart. Qianer is particularly familiar with this situation. After all, the end of the world in the middle of the end of the world, he did not less drilling bullseye. But the environment of the end of the world cannot allow him to continue to sink. Dare to continue to drilling bullseye, end of the world will dare to let him die. Which allows Qianer to have a wealth of experience in enlightening themselves. And this time, he felt like he had to give the little ice dragon a treat. Any word therapy in this situation would be a lie. It would be necessary to let the little ice dragon evolve and actually feel the changes in itself. Roar, good. Evolution. Looking at the leafy skeleton tree in front of him, the little ice dragon's gaze firms down, nods solemnly, walks up and picks up the bull's head at the top of the skeleton tree and walks to a corner not far away to quietly absorb. Let's give what's in here to the human emperor flag first and pile it up to Quasi-King. As for you, old 4, after the human emperor flag advances to Quasi-King, the next resources of the undead soul system will be given to you. Only when it came to distributing the soul containment beads, Qianer was in a bit of a dilemma, as he had two undead soul system imperial beasts, both of which needed this. After thinking for a long time, Qianer finally decided to give all of the soul containment pearls to the human emperor banner, piling it up to the Quasi-King stage. As for the phantom dreamgrass, it would have to suffer the child for a while, and then compensate it when the resources arrived afterward. Me, okay. For this, although his heart was unwilling to let go, phantom grass obediently didn't make a scene. This instead looked at the heart of the human emperor flag was a little bit of a bad taste. It used the flag to roll the leaves of the illusory dreamgrass. A look of brother, I will cover you in the future. After all, if one wanted it to throw away a chance to advance to Quasi-King like that, it would indeed be unlikely. The two imperial beasts all stepped to the side and began to absorb the resources, while Qianer and the blood-burning saints sat together in rows. Their movements synchronized as they propped their chins with their right hands, and boredly surveyed the little ice dragon and the human emperor's flag. The phantom grass climbed up to the top of Chantal's head and rooted down, its corona-like stems running down Chantal's face and blocking half of Chantal's vision. The little ice dragon's side was the fastest to absorb, and soon, an entire skeleton tree had already been absorbed by it, and the little ice dragon that had absorbed all the skeletons was trembling all over, its bone body cracking, in which the ice blue death gas and the golden light of merit and the white light of faith intertwined with each other, competing for the status of the main power in the little ice dragon's body. An agonizing roar came out from the mouth of the small ice dragon for a long time, and it flew up into the sky in a frenzy, then smashed itself down hard, smashing a deep pit, as if it could ease its pain in this way. Qianer stood up and immediately wanted to use the authority of the Imperial Beastmaster to forcibly interrupt the evolution, although this would damage the potential of the little ice dragon. But at this time, he couldn't care about that. The life of the little ice dragon was the most important thing. But before he could make a move, the blood-burning saints suddenly stopped him. Imperial Beastmaster, don't be anxious. Look, the second one's aura is rising. It's already crossed the most dangerous stage. Qianer hurriedly turned his head to stare at the little ice dragon, only to see that at this moment, the little ice dragon was still in pain, lying on the ground and panting heavily. The cracks on the bone body were densely packed, and various colors of light flickered inside, but it really doesn't react as violently as it did earlier. Time passed minute by minute. In the midst of Qianer's nervous gaze, the light emanating from the small ice dragon's bone body also gradually calmed down. 3 colors of light appeared together, and a strong sandalwood fragrance flowed out from the small ice dragon's body. The white light of evolution lit up from the small ice dragon, and seeing this scene, Qianer was really sort of relieved. The small ice dragon wrapped in white light began to elongate and expand in size, and hideous cold ice dragon bones grew out of its body, radiating a deadly coldness. After a long time, the light of evolution shattered, and the little ice dragon, which had changed greatly, appeared in front of Qianer's eyes. Frost Lord, Divine Name, 10 Square Demon Wrecking Dragon Dignity, Divine Name Effect, when the opponent is evil. All attributes of oneself and one's camp are increased by 50%. Attributes, Skeleton, Dragon. Qualification, Gold. Rank, 51, Quasi-King Jr. Physical Strength Racial Value, 72. Attack racial value, 85. Defense racial value, 70. Special attack race value, 65. Special defense race value, 70. Speed race value, 58. Total racial value, 420. Skills, Ice Spell, White Bone Forest, Frost Shock, Dragon Claw, Dragon Might, Dragon Dance, Golden Wheel of Merit, Silver Wheel of Incense. Frost Chill Lord is the normal evolution type of the small ice dragon. This is nothing to say, although some disappointment did not have a special evolution, but it can be. After all, Frost Chill Lord re-evolution guaranteed to be a quasi-god. But then things start to go progressively wrong in the back. What do you mean by the name of the god? 10 square demon slaying skeleton dragon father? What is meant by the golden wheel of merit? What do you mean by incense and silver wheels? It was at this point that Kaio realized that his Frost Lord was a bit different from everyone else's Frost Lord. The first thing is that the body size is bigger. Body length he roughly swept. At least 30 meters long. The most important thing is that behind the head floats a gold and a silver 2 light wheels. The wheel of light shone on the Frost Lord's body, making all those hideous bone spikes on the Frost Lord's body look somewhat precious. Because it was the Frost Lord's royal beast master Sake, the information of those 2 light wheels was not hidden from Shinner and appeared directly in front of him. Golden Wheel of Merit, the embodiment of a great meritorious person. It can make the holder invulnerable to all laws, which is manifested by the fact that the Frost Lord will not be affected by abnormal statuses, and his own attributes will not be reduced. Silver Wheel of Incense and Fire. Incense and fire passes through the heavenly way, gathering the wishing power of all beings to permanently improve attributes without upper limit. The more believers there are, the more attributes will be improved. Looking at the descriptions of the 2 passive skills, Shinner was somewhat silent for a moment. Shinner stared at the descriptions of the 2 skills with wide eyes unbelievably. This really opened up? Chapter 121, Stowaways from the Kingdom of the Human Emperor's Flag. Sharing these 2 bizarre passive skills for the Blood-Burning Saints to see. This time, the Blood-Burning Saints also stared wide-eyed. This one evolution directly raised the small ice dragon in the team that originally belonged to the bottom position to, well, it was still the 3rd, bottom position. But the little ice dragon is strong as the potential. As long as there are enough believers, then the strength can be unlimitedly increased. This is a real and true Dangshan Long rank. In terms of potential, has exceeded the human emperor flag with the blood-burning saints by a large margin. After waiting for a while longer, a pair of radiant eyes appeared on the flag face of the human emperor flag that had finished absorbing all the dead souls in the soul containment pearl. That's a whole lot of nationals in the middle of its kingdom. As for the level, it also lived up to its name and broke through to level 51. And by now, the entirety of Chenner's team had stepped into the quasi-king level, except for Phantom Grass, who had just joined not too long ago. Alright, all get ready. Let's go to the next city. Chanel claps his hands together and stands up. They had already stayed in this city for too long, before they were letting the illusory dream grass absorb those giant trees. And now that it was all settled, it was time to leave. Oh, Sentinel, before you leave, I think you should take a look at this. I intercepted a very special stowaway on the soul mark I left on you earlier. With that, the human emperor banner opened its flag, and several ghostly pawns escorted 2 round souls out of the kingdom of the human emperor banner and placed them in front of Shenner. A special stowaway? Or in my case? Looking at the 2 strange round souls, Changer was confused. He couldn't remember when he had seen such a thing. How special are these 2 things? Reaching out with his toes and kicking the strange thing twice, unsurprisingly passing through them, Chantal then asked curiously, "Oh, they're not souls. I don't even know what they really are. I've been wanting to tell you before but didn't have the chance, but after absorbing the soul of that canopy bull inside the soul containment bead, that's when I figured out what this thing is." The human emperor flag's eyes were filled with astonishment as it looked towards those 2 orbs. It also didn't expect that there would actually be such a thing in the world. "I'm not going to listen if you keep selling out." Helplessly glancing at the human emperor flag, he didn't know whose fault this kid selling out followed. Ha ha, well, I say it is. These 2 things are the inner core of the canopy bull. It can be said that this is the real canopy bull. All the souls, bones, and flesh that are manifested on the outside are all extensions of the inner core, and all those on the outside are all dead. But as long as the inner core is still there, then the canopy bull will continue to be transmogrified. But after the transmigration, it will need to start all over again. The human emperor flag sighed, not realizing that there was actually such a marvelous race in the world. How is that for talking like a plant? This thing is a seed, and a body that big on the outside just grows. Chance gave a sigh of relief as well, crouching down to scrutinize the 2 kernels. That's not right. I've only killed 1 canopy bull. How could there be 2 kernels? Suddenly, Shienna realized that something was wrong. That size of the canopy bull, he could definitely recognize it when he saw it. Because the kernel of the canopy bull is too big to harness the body. There will be 2 kernels. The human flag explains to Chandler. Got it. Pacific Rim right. It's just turning the villain into a human being. Sputtering, Chantal surveyed the 2 kernels with both eyes. This thing wasn't a soul. It wasn't even related to souls at all. That's why those undead sentinels hadn't discovered this thing before. Can I breed another canopy bull out of these 2? Changer asked excitedly, the thought immediately flashing through his mind. And as a master of catching a toad and having to clutch the piss out of it, the only thing he cared about was how much he could get out of this thing. It could be, but it's not recommended. The financial and material resources needed to produce a usable canopy bull again is something we can't afford. The human emperor flag shook his head and gave up when he thought of the amount of resources he would need to use to transmogrify a canopy bull that he had seen from the canopy bull's soul. The price/performance ratio is too low. Okay, so is this something you can utilize? Sighing, Shenner also knew that he was overthinking. This thing was not a soul at all. How could the human emperor flag absorb it? And the result was unsurprising. The human emperor banner was unable to absorb this thing, and his other imperial beasts were unable to utilize it on either. This thing was truly hitting a blind spot in Shenner's thinking. That means the only use for this is the one left to trade with the officials when you get out. Rubbing his chin in thought for a moment, he said that he didn't doubt for a second that the military wanted to buy this. But the question is how to sell it. The kernel of these 2 canopy bulls are seeing the end world in this biggest secret of his, which makes it impossible for him to release these 2 guys sober. But if you don't have the real thing, it's hard to sell it just by talking about it. Can you shut those 2 things up for good, but are still alive? Chanel continued to ask. Oh, no way. Never seen anything like this before. Not sure. After receiving an affirmative answer from the human emperor flag, Shenner sighed and waved his hand, allowing the human emperor flag to directly resolve the 2 kernels. In that case, he would have to dictate it himself, and there was no telling how much he could sell the dictated secrets for. Alright, forget about all these bad things. Let's pack up and go to the next city. It was now clear that merit was important. And incense faith was equally important. He needed a lot of merit now, and a lot of incense. That would require a large number of living people. And now for every minute of delay, a believer could die. Come on up. The Frost Lord shifted its body and sent an invitation towards Chael. Having evolved and received the golden wheel of merit and the silver wheel of incense and fire, it naturally learned to speak. Maps. Handing the pre-prepared map to the Frost Lord, Kyle then jumped onto its back. Naturally, this map was not something like something hand-drawn by Kyle, but a proper map that the Frost Lord could read. After evolving, the Frost Lord's speed once again increased by a large margin, although it was still not as fast as the blood-burning saints running on the ground, but the victory was that they were flying. This time, Shenner's destination was the city of Loxi, the capital of their border province, a serious big city with a resident population of nearly 10 million. This time Shenner was going to have a serious good meal. I'm worried now that Loxi is going to be just like the last city, where a good zombie doesn't do anything and some demon or devil comes out and kills all the remaining surviving population. On the back of the Frost Lords, Chance spat to his imperial beasts. Chapter 122 Practical Effects of Modal Pollution. Relax. Haven't you survived the end times for so long before? It just goes to show that those bugs in the last city were an accident. The blood-burning saint relieved. I hope so. It's no use speculating about what's going on. Just face it. Arrived. The Frost Lord's voice came from beneath them, and after hours of trekking, they finally saw the outline of the city. There's no need to land. Just give them a run for their money in the sky. Since the advancement of the Quasi-King, Shenner's self-confidence also grew. 3 Quasi-King level imperial beasts in the post-apocalyptic world can completely walk sideways, and even can directly I do not eat beef. Good. The Frost Lord laughed in excitement. The tyrannical factor in his bones was at its peak at this moment. It swaggered into the center of the city and opened its mouth to let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. Roar! The horrible sound shattered the glass underneath them and, at the same time, attracted the attention of all the people in the city. Ho! 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 The familiar sound of leaking air tubes came from all directions, dense enough to make one's scalp tingle. This voice that in the past would have definitely made Kyle turn his head and run sounded extraordinarily soothing at this moment. Looking along with the eerie blue light emanating from the Frost Lord's body, he realized that at some point in time, the middle of the open space beneath him had been surrounded by zombies with wide eyes, staring at Shenner above them with horrifying eyes. They each stretched their necks as if they could get to the Chanel that way. But soon, the zombies who sensed that this wouldn't work boiled over like boiling water, and one by one, they scrambled to stack up and try to get to the sky to devour Cher. Seeing this, the bottom of the Frost Lord's eyes also flashed through a trace of excitement, such as cold as ice-cold dragon roar once again rang from the mouth, and this time, accompanied by the dragon roar, dense bone spikes rose up from the ground, like a garlic mortar pounding garlic as the dense zombies pounded into the mud. Massive amounts of merit descended from the heavens and were distributed on Xianer and each of his imperial beasts. This is a change that has come about since Lao Si joined the team. Before it was all about whoever killed the zombie merit add most his share to Kyanl. And now it was different, because Lao Si was the team doctor and didn't have much combat power. So after Lao Si joined, the mechanism of sharing the merits was changed to an even split. Alright, all go down. Human Emperor flag. Your share this time will be compensated to Old for. Rubbing his brow, Xianer felt that the children in the family were really really bad management, before which need to be so tight. And in response to this, the Human Emperor flag naturally did not have any objections, but on the contrary was very much in favor of it, and very graciously flew to the top of Xianer's head and patted the phantom dreamgrass. Mimi, ugh, is it really for me? But the illusory dreamgrass that heard Xianer's words instead pointed at itself in shock and made an unbelievable sound. Of course it's for you. Go on. With that, he pulled the phantom grass off his head and threw it to the ground. Such a little height is naturally impossible to let the phantom grass injured, but with it snapped to the ground, the brain is still dizzy. These zombie corpses cannot even see the edge as far as the eye can see, and the souls of the dead is even more so. Densely packed mountains are all. And now, these are their own. Although the phantom dreamgrass was unbelievable in his heart, but his action was not slow at all. Immediately unfolding the phantom dream realm, the gaze of the zombie dead souls enveloped by the phantom dream realm was suddenly mesmerized, and the original stagnant expression began to become vivid. A smile hung on their faces at some point. In the realm of phantom dreams, the phantom grass grants them a beautiful dream, and the phantom dream realm itself was like the lamp of a deep-sea monkfish, conspicuous to the extreme in the eyes of the zombie dead souls. One by one, only instinctive zombie dead souls hissed and lunged towards the side, couldn't wait to pour into the phantom dream realm. Is this the official side of modal contamination? Xianer in the sky noticed this and opened his mouth with a raised eyebrow in some awe. Hoping that's how I got in there in the first place while I was sleeping. It was the first time he had so intuitively felt the horror of modal contamination. Soon, the zombie souls, bones and flesh were all divided up by the phantom grass, frost lords and blood saints, and everything that happened here was also seen by the people on the roof of a building in the distance. Putting down the binoculars, the vicissitudes of the face of the middle-aged man's face a burst of white. His mind still flashes from time to time the image just now. The decree lines at the corners of his eyes seem to be a few points deeper. This, 5 years after the end of the world. This kind of monster has finally appeared? He lowered the binoculars in his hand, and his entire body slumped against the wall as if he were dislodged, a look of shocked horror on his face. Evolution has always been the main theme in post-apocalyptic novels. It is naturally impossible for them to be unaware of it, but although the zombies of the past would evolve, the conditions for evolution were harsh. And there were only a handful of them that could evolve, so as long as they didn't go to the territories of those evolved zombie kings, then the problem wouldn't be too big. But after stabilizing and eating there are a myriad of worries. In which case there are people who worry about nothing and fantasize about whether other creatures will suddenly evolve or something like that. A statement that actually has a not so small audience among the surviving humans. And now, this absurd and horrifying fantasy has finally come true. That horrifying image from earlier flashed through his mind. And the middle-aged man didn't even dare to think about how many zombies were there. Is it thousands? Or tens of thousands? Or perhaps tens of thousands? And it's amazing that such a large wave of corpses didn't resist a single blow from that monster. Damn it, I've got to get this message back. Lossy City can't stay. Relocate, it has to be relocated. Gritting his teeth and struggling to get up from the ground, the middle-aged man fled in panic. And he didn't realize that after he had gone, the position he had just observed, Kyanl and his imperial beasts all looked over in unison. Well, that kid's pretty on the ball. Xianer nodded with satisfaction. After the augmentation of 3 quasi-king royal beasts, 2 of which were even quasi-gods, Xianer's physical fitness had been raised to a terrifying level, and being able to spot that middle-aged man naturally didn't matter. And the previous sorts of things can't be said to be an impromptu performance. Right, after all, he was originally prepared to do that. It can only be said that he was just going along for the ride. Letting that person deliver the news that he had arrived in this city. After all, Chael's goal was to get the survivors to believe in himself and his imperial beasts, and those survivors wouldn't be pulling their punches if they didn't even know who they were. It's a lie to talk without doing, and it's a fool's errand to do without talking. Well, it's gone. What do we do now? The blood-burning saint with a sack over his shoulder, all filled with brainstones, asked. Now let's start by dividing a quarter of these brainstones for the oldest 4. And keep the ones from you 3 to train the evolved corpse king for the time being. Ordinary zombie brainstones were completely useless to the quasi-king level imperial beasts. so they would have to be used to cultivate some evolved zombie kings out of them in order to do so. Chapter 123 Reaction of the Natives of the End Times. Chief, Chief! Horrified voices came from outside the camp, and the middle-aged man ran to the entrance of the camp in shock, bracing his hands on the doorframe of the gate and gasping for air. Old Zhang, you're being chased by wolves here? The man guarding the gate recognized the middle-aged man and laughed and joked. More scary than a wolf. I want to see the chief. You guys open the door. Leaning against the door and gasping for several mouthfuls of rough air, it was only then that the middle-aged man, who was well out of breath, tapped on the solid wooden door. You're being gentle. Don't bring in any more walkers. The doorman disliked him in a bad way, then immediately opened the small door next to him and quickly pulled him in, then immediately locked it. Old Zhang, be honest with your buddy. Do you need to run away this time? If I have to run, I'll hurry back and let my family pack up their stuff. Handing the middle-aged man a glass of water, the doorman then asked, It's hard to say. Let your sister-in-law prepare first. Shaking his head, the middle-aged man fumbled a bit as he touched the camera in his arms, and if it weren't for the pictures, he would have thought it was all his dream. After saying that, he hurried into the depths of the camp. The camp was not small, housing over 1,000 people, and 5 years on, the chaos had gradually dissipated, and rudimentary order and a measure of law had been restored to the place. The reason why this place was chosen was because there was a pre-apocalyptic bomb shelter, and the main range of action for humans was underground, while above ground was circled land used for planting, and there were some fortifications in the mix as well. Quickly, I have something important to see the chief about. The middle-aged man made his way straight after entering the air defense shelter and walked into the deepest part of the shelter, the office of the chief of this human colony. Before he even got to the office door, he raised the camera in his hand and started yelling. There were no other unrelated people around, so he wasn't worried about being overheard. The two guards at the door recognized the middle-aged man as the one who was out in charge of scouting for information and immediately stepped aside. Walking into the office, the first thing that caught his eyes was a pot of lushly growing hanging orchids, followed by a middle-aged man sitting on a leather sofa with a scar on his face. This is none other than the leader of this gathering of humans, Old Chang. What's wrong? The chief stood up and personally helped the Old Chang sit down where he had just been, then handed him up a chocolate for energy. This stuff was good stuff in the post-apocalyptic world. Usually he couldn't afford to eat it himself, but he wasn't ambiguous at all when dispersing it to the people under his hand. Without any politeness, Lao Zhang took the chocolate, tore open the package and then threw it into his mouth, and then without stopping his hand movements, he took out his camera and handed what he had just captured to the chief to see. After receiving the camera and just looking at it twice, the chief's brow furrowed, and he couldn't stop tapping his right foot on the ground, a subconscious manifestation of his nervousness. Is it finally here? He frowned tightly. He naturally knew about this expression of zombie evolution, but in the past, survival was a problem, so he didn't care, but he didn't expect it to actually appear so soon. Go get both Old Chen and Little Zhang. Old Chen, whose full name was Chen Guo, was responsible for the security of the entire camp, and could be said to be the military hand of this human colony of 1,000 people, and Xiao Zhang's full name is Zhang Hong. Before the end of the world was a trainee lawyer in a law firm. After the end of the world came, he was the only one in that law firm who escaped, and after he was taken in by the chief, he began to be responsible for the paperwork and law building in the camp. It can be said that these two are the peak of the camp's military generals along with the peak of the civil servants. The reason the chief had called only the two of them over was obvious enough, to discuss whether or not to abandon this camp and leave it. There are big meetings for small things and small meetings for big things, and now is the time for small meetings. Soon, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door, and two people, one tall and one short, walked into this office back and forth. The two who came in didn't speak, and after looking around and realizing that it was only the four of them, they immediately found a seat and waited for the chief to say what was going on. Take a look at them all, and afterward discuss whether or not to run away. Passing the photo to the two to read, Zhang read it and then sent it to Lao Chen, rubbing his temples and sitting on the side without saying a word. And Old Chen looked over and over for a long time, his face wrinkled into a ball, before he looked up at the middle-aged man. Old Zhang, where did you get this picture? Lao Zhang subconsciously stood upright. He was a scout and had been drilled under Lao Chen's hand before, so he had a natural sense of fear when facing Lao Chen. Chan sir, I shot it myself. His voice subconsciously raised a few notches, placing the photo feebly on the table. Old Chen scratched his hair in annoyance. You mean that dragon-shaped monster destroyed so many zombies in one blow? The photos were a series of several, detailing the events leading up to the Frost Lord's attack. Yes. After receiving Old Zhang's affirmative answer, Old Chen's face became even more ugly and he directly turned his head to look at the chief. You can't beat this one for sure. Find a way to run. Old Chen was too clear about his own strength. Although the camp had knocked down a technical school before, and found a few still working machine tools and a few master turners from the school's internship workshop, and was barely able to build a few guns and bullets, but those things were a complete difference between those things and that monster that could kill thousands of zombies in a single strike. Don't even think about fighting in this situation. You'd be lucky to run. Do we need to get through to a few other camps if we run? Chang, who had been resting his eyes with his eyes closed, suddenly interjected to ask, obviously in favor of running as well. It's best not to. Let them pat our backs and we'll have a few more chances to escape. Old Chen opened his mouth, while his eyes stared straight at the chief. Not allowed. There aren't many humans left now. If we do this again, when will we be able to accomplish our great wish of expelling all the zombies and developing civilization again? The chief didn't even think about it and directly rejected Old Chen's proposal. Of course, this was only if there was still a way back now. If it really came to a point where there was no way out, he wouldn't mind at all if the people from the other camps patted the back of the people from his own camp. Alright, Old Chen, you go out and organize the team now and bring all the guys and gals with you. And little Jiang, you go and organize the members to harvest all the crops in the field and take away whatever they can eat. Directly interrupting Old Chen, who was still ready to speak, the chief said decisively, clearly having made up his mind. Seeing this, Lao Chen and Jiang looked at each other, but finally nodded their heads in agreement and retreated quickly. By this time the man should have gone back, right? Downtown. Once again, the stunt attracts a number of zombies, and then allows the Frost Lords, as well as the Clearing Chancellor, to look at the time and wonder in their minds. Chapter 124, Second Evolution of the Evolved Corpse King. All be careful. Don't let them get away. If these guys get out, it's going to be a real killer for our future believers. In the middle of the circle formation formed by the huge forest of white bones, Shenner looked down at the zombies below who were controlled by one of the ghost pawns and then broke open their mouths and stuffed brainstones into them and barked a word of advice. The human emperor flag nodded his head repeatedly, stating that he knew for sure that that kind of thing wouldn't happen. Along with a brainstone being stuffed into the zombies' mouths, those controlled zombies began to struggle with grim faces, but none of them escaped the ghost pawn's blockade net. Ho, 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 ho. The sound of leaking air that made the Endbringer's scalp go numb was endless in the midst of this white bone cage. And as the brainstones were digested, a single zombie began to expand and evolve at a rapid rate. The artificially catalyzed evolutionary corpse king was born in thousands at once in the midst of this white bone cage. Only that these evolved corpse kings didn't even have the time to begin their feats of violence, and were directly killed by the ghost pawns controlling them behind them the moment their evolution was complete. The dead souls of the zombies killed by the ghost pawns were weakened by a few points, and those souls were integrated into the ghost pawns' bodies, helping their souls to grow. Soon, all the parts of this batch of zombies were all divided cleanly by Chenner's imperial beasts, and the entire white bone cage was clean and waiting for the next victim. And there was an extra pile of evolved necromancer's brainstones at Chanel's feet. Where had Old Four ever seen such high-class goods? The whole plant was lying on the pile of brainstones, and his eyes fell in. Alright, you finish those you have before you mess with this. These are for your seniors. Grabbing the oldest by the stem and pulling it up off the pile of brainstones, Chantal lectured him in no uncertain terms. Draw some more walkers in. This time let's try if the walkers can evolve twice. After lecturing the oldest and tossing the unlucky child towards his head, Chael then turned his head to look at the Frost Lord. Good. Nodding his head, the Frost Lord swung his bone wings in a dry land and flew into the sky, once again letting out a terrifying dragon roar. It's really troublesome. In order to catalyze the evolutionary corpse king to come out, I can't even clear the field in one go with an earthquake. The blood-burning saint muttered a little disgruntledly behind Chantal. Ever since the last time he used earthquakes to destroy to his heart's content in the middle of the phantom dream realm, it was as if this child had awakened some ungodly hobby, and now he wanted to go up and shake everything he looked at twice. Alright, didn't we calculate it last time? 100 ordinary brainstones can give birth to an evolved corpse king, and the energy provided by 100 ordinary brainstones is not as much as the energy provided by a second-order brainstone, and if you shock them to death all at once, we'll be short of a large amount of energy in our account out of thin air. Chance kicked the blood-burning saint's calf lightly, not in a good way. Chantal had calculated it last time by counting the amount of energy color provided by a brainstone as Unit 1, and then asking his senses of the imperial beasts to calculate it. Soon, a continuous ho-ho-ho sounded outside the white bone cage, and the zombies were attracted to it. Because of the reason that all the surrounding zombies had been killed, the Frost Lords made it a point to go further away to draw on the monsters. Looking at the zombies below that kept struggling but were quickly held down by the ghost soldiers, Jenner excitedly took out an apple from his space backpack and took a bite. Why don't you eat that beef jerky of yours? The blood-burning saint spat out a sentence. He just felt that Xianer was a weirdo, liked to eat beef jerky as much as he likes, but he directly bought a bunch of them, and stuffed a spatial backpack full of them, just to use them for that. It was also fortunate that he didn't have to worry about it going bad in the spatial backpack, or else all of these would have to be thrown away in the future. Tired of eating it for a change, finishing the apple in 3 or 2 bites and throwing the core into the middle of the white bone cage. The sudden noise attracted a lot of attention from the zombies, and only then did Chantal clap his hands and say, it had been so hard to escape from the hell that was the end times, he couldn't possibly commission his appetite any more than he already had. The blood-burning saints were all a bit speechless at his situation, but before he could jab at Chandler again, he suddenly turned his head to look south. Someone's coming, and it's quite a lot, he asked with interest, while his huge body immobilized in front of Kyle. The flag of the human emperor banner waved slightly, enveloping Changer's head. Send 2 ghost pawns over to see what's going on. The human emperor flag could place ghost pawns at will within a 1,000-meter radius centered on itself, and the ghost pawns could still move freely after leaving the human emperor flag, and the range of their activities was 50 miles around the human emperor flag. The human emperor flag nodded and immediately dropped 2 ghost pawns down. As soon as the ghost pawns of the undead lineage landed on the ground, they immediately cloaked their forms and motionlessly touched towards the direction the blood-burning saints said they were heading, and the flag of the human emperor flag shook slightly. The mountains, rivers, grass and trees gradually blurred, and images from the end times surfaced on the flag, but the image is shaky, still in first person, and it's from the viewpoint of the 2 ghostly pawns. When did you get such an extra hand? Xianer asked in wonder. He remembered that the previous human emperor banner clearly didn't have a means of probing. Oh, the blood-burning saints boss came back before and told us about you in the secret realm. This is a skill I got inspired by that riptide crocodile's water mirror skill. Xianer froze for a moment and opened the panel of the human emperor banner, realizing that at some point the human emperor banner's skill called Eyes had been added to its skills. That makes sense. I told you my imperial beasts are so smart. How come they haven't comprehended their own skills? For this sort of thing, Chance never minces his praise. And after receiving Chundel's praise, the human emperor's banner proudly raised its flag, puffing out its chest like a bloated little child. Soon, the screen rotated and a group of people's figures appeared in the picture, while Xianer also grabbed the flagpole of the human emperor flag to keep it from moving, only to see that the picture was divided into 2 parties, one led by a young man, while the other was a half-drawn old man who looked to be about 50 years old. Are they going to fight? The blood-burning saints came over and asked if that wasn't how it was done in the movies. How can it be? This is the end of the world, or the end of the world after 5 years. Even the biggest grudges are put down in front of survival. Even if they are not put down, 5 years is enough time to take revenge. Chance gave the blood-burning saint a blank look, revealing the same expression the locals had when they watched a stupid foreigner make a fool of himself. As expected by Xianer, these 2 waves of people did not clash after gathering together. Now the food source of each base has basically been stabilized. No need to be robbed like the beginning of the end of the world. So these 2 waves of people just exchanged greetings and then came over this way together. Chapter 125, As God and His Saint. How about that? I was the one who was right. After smiling and speaking to the blood-burning saint, Chale began to push the faith within him to get some light and shadow effects on himself, since to recruit believers, that body cannot always dead souls, skeletons and flesh, right? So that the first impression of people directly into the Geishur Dadi, which still recruit what believers are, people do not run even good. And after being reminded by him, the blood-burning saints and the human emperor banner then activated the faith in their bodies. Their faith was far worse compared to the Frost-Cold Lords, but it was still enough for a special effect. Lord Frostbite, go greet our guests. Xianer looked up at the ice dragon that swept through the sky. Xianer said in his mind through the imperial beast contract. As the words fell, the Frost-Cold Lord nodded slightly, and after hovering in the sky for a few moments, he swooped down in the direction the crowd was rushing from. Why do I feel like it's getting colder? The young man in the lead asked, rubbing his goosebumps-ridden arms in a somewhat puzzled manner. The lad is too indulgent. It's not even cold for an old man like me on this day. When I was your age, that was running around naked every day. The half-drawn old man leading the other side pursed his frozen lips, the main fight being a mouthful. Boss, your legs are shaking. The younger man snorted and glanced at the half-drawn old man's leg. Nonsense. You are here. The half-RA old man originally intended to argue with reason, but the corner of his eye suddenly glimpsed the Frost-Chill Lord swooping down from the sky, and suddenly the whole person had a jolt of excitement, and his voice cried out shrilly before lying down on the ground. The rest of them immediately got down at the first sign of movement. Phew! Everyone could clearly feel the strong air currents across their backs, bringing a blast of extreme cold as the howling of the gale drifted away from their heads and faded away. Bang! The sound of a heavy landing resounded ahead, chilling the hearts of everyone who heard it. They were affiliated with two different large gatherings of humans in the city. Earlier when they heard the news from a small gathering place that there were dragons present here, they didn't believe it. But after seeing the man's rhetoric and taking out pictures as evidence, their leader hesitated, organizing the people to start packing up their belongings while asking them to come over to see what was going on and to maintain communication, preparing for the camp to then run straight away as soon as there was a problem. Before they came, they already knew their position, almost as outcasts who had already been abandoned, but they wouldn't necessarily die, as long as what the man said was false, then they would be fine. But it all ended after seeing that bone dragon that whistled from the sky. What the people from that small gathering place said was true. The end times had really evolved this kind of monster. Chief, prepare for the worst. What that man said is true. Slowly rising from the ground, his own weapon gripped tightly in his hand, the half-drawn old man's eyes stared straight at the Frostchill Lord, his mouth slowly speaking, while on his collar, a communicator was quietly pinned to it. There really are dragons. Clenching his teeth, he said the words with the last of his courage. God knows just how much pressure he had endured with a mortal body facing a quasi-king royal beast head-on, a moving heavenly plague, and a quasi-god's cub at that. The others stood up one after another at this time, staring at Lord Frostbite with horrified eyes, and as the Frostchill Lord surveyed the frail humans, he suddenly cocked his head, the soulfire flickering with amusement in his empty eye sockets. The action startled the others, who hastily took half a step back, but the next moment, their footsteps stopped, and their eyes gradually became suspicious. In the midst of the cold, an ethereal fragrance slowly drifted out, as if the sandalwood-like scent made these people's taut spirits relax slightly, and the hideous Frostchill Lord's body gradually emitted a hazy white light at this time. Under the illumination of that white light, the Frost-Cold Lord appeared to have a dignified appearance. Vaguely, it was as if they heard countless prayers ringing in their ears. Salute, 10 square demon-wrecking dragon dignitaries. Goodness, 10 square demon-wrecking dragon father. Holy, 10 square demon-wrecking dragon father. Dense prayers surrounded the Frost-Cold Lord. At this moment, the hazy white light on the Frost-Cold Lord's body was greatly released. In the eyes of these people, the Frost-Cold Lord became incomparably tall and sacred, as if a white-boned bodhisattva overlooking the living beings. Human, follow me. A low voice came out from the Frost-Cold Lord's mouth, and under the blessing of faith, it was even more like a loud bell, causing many people who were out of their minds to be jolted and instantly wake up. What should we do with this? Boss Moncler outlet. Should we follow it? The young man shifted his feet a few times and carefully moved up next to the half-drawn old man to whisper a question, not daring to take his eyes off of Lord Frostbite for a moment. What else can I do? Do you have the power to resist? All follow, the old half-drawn man said sadly, and then followed behind Lord Frostbite in a single file. Along the way, this group of people all wanted to speak again and again, stop again and again. I don't know how many times they wanted to open their mouths to get words out of Lord Frostbite's mouth. But in the end they all swallowed their stomachs and didn't dare to open their mouths at all. Soon, the group saw the circle of white bone cages several meters high, and the hairs on one's body stood up in sweat. It's evil how this thing looks. That material is bone, right? That one would be the rib cage of some kind of supersized beast, right? But what kind of beast could have a bone that big? Just as the group was brainstorming, the white bone cage shook and a white bone cast step slowly emerged, leading to the top of the cage. All follow. A low voice came out from the Frost-Cold Lord's mouth, and after saying that, it shook its wings and rose up like a dry land, soaring into the sky and continuing to hover in the sky. Ever since it evolved, it has been extraordinarily fond of soaring at high altitudes. Go up there. Hard to swallow the mouth. Half a pull old man crying, stepped on the steps. This situation stretching head is a knife. Shrinking head is also a knife. Might as well cooperate it, maybe can die a little more painful. Soon, the steps came to an end. And these people also walked to the top of the white bone cage. The top was a passageway that was about 2 or 3 meters wide, and it was easy to walk on it. My children, it is good to see you who are still alive. Just as these people were marveling at the touch of their feet, a grandiose voice rang out, and these people raised their heads as if they had been electrocuted, and immediately saw a humanoid creature so wrapped in white light that it was impossible to see its human face stretching out its hand towards them with its back to the sun. Like God and like the Holy Spirit, like heaven and like the Father. Chapter 126, Man, and the Third Order Corpse King. Enveloped in white light, the crowd's eyes were mesmerized, out of their minds, as they looked at Kyle. You are? The half-drawn old man looked at Chenner, his voice unconsciously choked, as if he were an aggrieved child meeting his parents. You can call me, person. Chundel's voice, empowered by faith, came into the ears of the crowd as if it were thunder. And when you go out, you give yourself an identity. And the identity of person is what Cher chose for himself. To elaborate, it is the community of human consciousness. Originally Chandler was planning to directly impersonate Yahweh. After all, how he develops cannot have people cross-religion 2,000 years of cultivation. A total accumulation of tens of billions of believers to more. So much faith if he picked the peach. That shall not take off at once. But in the very instant that the thought first came to him, an unprecedented warning came to his mind, making him realize at once that the matter was undesirable. People? The half-drawn old man looked out at Chandler as if he were on a pilgrimage to a holy place, chewing the word man under his breath. Your wailing has finally awakened me, and I will take these sinking children and lead you a place of respite. Chandler's voice reached everyone's ears unhurriedly, causing them to raise their heads unbelievably to look at Chandler. At this point, it was as if they were seeing a vision of themselves in Chandler's body. Understood. All of them understood. At this moment, they understood what the ye person in Chandler's mouth meant. Go back, my children, and in 3 days I will take all the children in this city who have sunk. Chandler's clipped voice was full of compassion, and hearing Chandler's own pang of discomfort, he didn't even dare to speak more, for fear that he would vomit if he said more. And in order to end it quickly, Chandler even had the illusory dreamgrass use the means of dreaming to weave a beautiful dream for these people. These were just ordinary people. There was no room for resistance in front of the illusory dreamgrass. One by one, with mesmerized gazes and smiles on their faces, they stood up and neatly walked down the white bone cage. It was only after the last person reached the ground and returned the way they came that Kyle dispersed the white light from his body and his entire being went slack. Eek mess. Never challenged that sound before. It's disgusting. His face was scrunched up, with an expression that he was about to throw up. The acting wasn't good enough. So the blood-burning saints and human emperor Banner, who had been standing behind Chandler to act as a backdrop, also dispersed the light of faith on their bodies and looked at Chandler with subtle expressions on their faces. It always felt as if my own Imperial Beastmaster was having a great time. Forget it, whatever. Putting what had just happened to the back of his mind, the blood-burning saint sensed the scene in the white bone cage, and a flash of excitement appeared on his face. Imperial Beastmaster. It's done. A third order evolved corpse king, catalyzed by us. Feeling the majestic aura below, the blood-burning saints shook their bodies slightly, monstrous blood chi bursting out from their bodies, blood-colored light illuminating the heavens, and rooted shackles surfacing on their bodies. Chandler frowned, looking at the shackles on the blood-burning saint in disbelief. Wasn't this thing on the side of the Imperial Beast world? And according to common sense, shouldn't there be no shackles after changing worlds? But why did the shackles follow it? Is the world of the Imperial Beasts really two worlds from the world of the end times? Just as Chandler was contemplating, the blood-burning saint reached out his large hand and tore apart the curtain that the human emperor flag had previously used to cover this zombie hell below, revealing the true face inside. Countless ghost pawns used chains to trap a 3-meter-tall behemoth to death. This guy was a bit like the abomination giant from before. The demented fat and thick body had cracks all over the body. The writhing flesh and blood inside constantly repaired the broken skin. But unlike the abomination giant, this evolution corpse king had a head. The corpse king's power that had evolved twice completed its metamorphosis at this moment, and with a single lift of his hand, he was able to lift off several ghost pawns. And if it wasn't for the fact that the ghost pawns didn't have a solid body, and were able to go into vaporization at any time, the bottom would have become a direct lopsided situation. The blood-burning saint looked at the battlefield below and let out a stern cry for the ghost pawns to get out of the way. And then, his body swayed and disappeared as a residual shadow. With a loud bang, the figure of the blood-burning saint appeared behind that third-ranked evolved corpse king, and his right hand ruthlessly pressed on the back of the evolved corpse king's head, pinning it to the ground. The controlled evolutionary corpse king shook his body frantically, trying to break free from the blood-burning saint's fingers. However, the blood-burning saint was not the least bit accustomed to its problems. The palm of his hand slightly exerted force. The blood explosion skill was unleashed, and those wounds on the evolution corpse king that were originally there but were constantly being repaired to the body suddenly tore and shattered. And in an instant, the huge evolution corpse king was shattered into one piece at a time. The blood-burning saint stood up, grasping a crystal core the size of a human head in his hand. Gulp! Leaping up with the crystal core and jumping on top of the white bone cage, the blood-burning saint placed this crystal core in front of Chandler, his eyes burning as he stared at him, and he couldn't help but make gagging noises from his mouth. Okay, here you go, okay. The pitiful look nearly made Chantal laugh outright. He pointed to the crystals on the ground and smiled. Upon hearing this, the blood-burning saint took the crystal nucleus with great joy, and his mouth expanded like a snake, swallowing the human head-sized crystal nucleus in one gulp, his neck rising up like an abstraction from the cartoons that Chandler had watched as a child. The crystal core slid down the blood-burning saint's throat and into his stomach, pushing up the blood-burning saint's stomach into a large bag, though the bag faded at a rate visible to the naked eye. How does it feel? Chance asked as he looked into the eyes of the blood-burning saint. Tastes great. And for quality. This entire brainstone provides more energy than a single piece of flesh and blood essence. The blood-burning saint smacked his lips and replied with intent. Then this will have to be catalyzed a bit more. Chanel's eyes lit up with some surprise and said, isn't the zombie thing still as much as it needs to be? Gee, time flies. He was just about to say that he should take a few imperial beasts and continue to look for zombies. But before the words could be said to eat a mouthful, the alarm clock set on his cell phone went off. Now it was time for school to start. And Xianer couldn't stay in the post-apocalyptic world for 10 days and half a month at a time like he had done before. Having to go back to the point every now and then. Alright, human emperor flag. You and Frost Lord. Illusory dream grass stay here and continue to attract zombies over to catalyze the Third Order Corpse King. Don't tell me that you guys can't beat it. I'll go back with the blood-burning saints first. After saying that, Xianer's body gradually became transparent and eventually disappeared in the end world. By the time he opened his eyes again, he had already returned to the Imperial Beast world. After moving his body, which was a bit stiff from not moving for a long time, Xianer walked out of the training ground and went back to the dormitory to wash up before walking in the direction of the teaching building. Chapter 127 Iceberg Beauty Share? Today was the class of the skeleton department, and it just so happened that Xianer had a bit of a question about the cultivation of frost lords that he wanted to ask Professor Toki. The morning class was still boring, but Chandler forced himself to listen to it. It was hard to survive until the end of the class. Xianer refused the other students' request to go to dinner together and ran to the door of Professor Toki's office in a huff. Knock knock. After knocking 3 times and hearing a please come in from inside, Xianer pushed open the door. Because of the reason that his body size was too tall, the desk and chair that Professor Tokanika was sitting on were specially made. At this moment, he was lying on his desk and writing something. He twisted his head to look after hearing the movement of opening the door. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes when he realized that it was Xianer, but very quickly, it was replaced by a touch of laughter. You boys are up to no good, so tell me, what's come up? He put down the pen in his hand and turned in his chair, crossing his legs and smiling as he asked, Sensei, it's like this. About when do we need to start training special attacks for the Little Ice Dragon line of Imperial Beasts, the final evolution of the Little Ice Dragon? The skeleton system of the quasi-god Frostbone Dragon is undoubtedly a special attacker. But before evolving into its final form, the Little Ice Dragon and the Frost Cold Lords were all known for their physical attacks, which led to the Little Ice Dragon line of Imperial Beasts having to begin to think about when to start training for a special attack for the greatest benefit. A Little Ice Dragon? Also, counting the time. It's almost time for you to think about that. Professor Tokanika was going to say, didn't you get the Little Ice Dragon just over a month ago? Where do you need to think about that? But just as the words reached his mouth, he remembered how fast Kyle had grown and swallowed back the words that had reached his mouth. Ahem. There's actually no need to be in too much of a hurry with this Little Ice Dragon. After several generations of exploration, we found that there's not much of a difference in special attack between the Little Ice Dragons that started cultivating special attack during their infancy after evolving into their final form, Frost Bone Dragons, and those that started cultivating special attack during their time as Frost and Cold Lords. This trait is extremely unorthodox, which has led to quite a few seniors in the Skull Department running off to research why this is, though the truth has never been discovered until now. Professor Tokanika spread his hands and said somewhat helplessly that the mainstream speculation in the circle right now was the special nature of the race of Frost Bone Dragons. As a quasi-god race, the Frost Bone Dragon definitely had something special about it. So, Chanel nodded, his mind already made up. Teacher, are there any skills suitable for a Frost Cold Lord to learn? Lifting his head and looking at Tokanaka, Chantal seemed to ask a casual question. But, cough. However, the reaction of Tokinika who heard this was unexpectedly large, and he coughed frantically as if he had choked on saliva. After a long time, he then caught his breath and looked at Xianer with extraordinarily complicated eyes. Then without a word, he took out a space backpack and threw it to Xianer. When you reach the Associate King you have to start focusing on skill development. In here are all the skill learners my Frost Bone Dragon used back in the day and the skill development records I wrote back in the day. Take them down and study them. Saying that, without waiting for Xianer to thank him yet, he directly closed the door. Outside the door, looking at the closed gate, Chantal shrugged and turned away with his space backpack. And inside the office, Tokanika took out his cell phone and dialed Professor Zhang Xian's number directly. Hey, Sanjin, are you there? Do me a favor. His tone was solemn, as if he were about to commit an orphan. On the other end of the phone, came the puzzled voice of Professor Zhang Xian, who had just woken up from a nap. I'm going to shut down for good. I won't come out until I break through to True King this time. Professor Tokanika gritted his teeth. He was in a hurry. After all, he couldn't wait for Xianer to break through to the True King when his teacher, was still a quasi-king. then where would he put his face? You're going to start your death retreat again this year? When will you come out? Professor Zhang Xian asked in a strange manner. With a full-bodied quasi-god, Shi Zhong was the one with the highest probability of breaking through to the true king among the three of them. But after so many years, Shi Zhong still hadn't broken through to the true king. The reason for this is not laziness, but also to close 8 times a year. I have not seen which time is more than a week of death. This time is different. This time it's really being chased by wolves. If I don't break through to the true king, in the future, all of our students' strengths will surpass mine. Now, Professor Zhang Xian realized that this old clapper had been stimulated by something. Alright, I know. Come over here. I'll bury you under the ground this time. If you try to run out without breaking through the true king, I'll directly have the flesh and blood demon plant you in the earth. 2 decades-old buddies casually talking about nutrient-less harsh words, and soon the sound of dressing rang out on the other side of the phone. Yo, brother Qian, it's good to see you at last. Taking the space backpack just walked out of the school building. Qian heard a burst of cheerful voice. Turning his head to look, it was really Lai Ziming. He was standing with a few classmates, seemingly walking towards the cafeteria. While after seeing Qian, he decisively greeted him. Ri Ziming was different from Qian, who preferred to be aloof. He would take the initiative to make friends with anyone. After all, anyone in the Imperial Academy was not to be underestimated, and who knew if he would be able to use it in the future. The others were also willing to befriend him. After all, amongst the civilian students in this class, other than Qian, only Li Ziming had the highest talent. So in a few days, he'd mingled with the vast majority of them and was able to name every single person in this freshman class. You guys go ahead and eat. I have something to say to Qian. Calling out to Qian, Lai Ziming immediately turned his head to instruct a few friends beside himself. Okay, then we'll go first. 2 of his female friends among these friends wanted to go up and get to know Qian, but after seeing the eyes that Qian swept over, they backed off. In the eyes of both of them, Qian probably had a persona similar to that of an iceberg beauty. Qian, last time I followed you I was a hard-earned sum of money. These 2 days want to look for you to thank you, but you have been no time today, but it is not easy to catch the opportunity. I'll be the host. Qian brother this time can never give a chance. Lai Ziming trotted over to Qian and smiled. Okay, go. To this, naturally, Chandler did not refuse. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Lai Ziming lightly ordered a large table of food. Looking at Qian shaking his head. It's expensive, but it just doesn't taste good. It just looks good, and the value for money is frighteningly low. But since it was someone else's treat, he didn't say much about it, and it was just better than bug cakes anyway. After the dish had passed the 5 flavors, Lai Ziming suddenly opened his mouth. Qian, what are you going to do during the monthly exam? Chandragupta's hand paused in its dish. Monthly exam? He never thought he'd hear that word again at the Imperial Academy. Chapter 128. This time, the one who fishes has become the official. Me, a quasi-king grade Imperial Beast Master. I could be a full professor in the academy. And you're asking me to take the monthly exam? Putting down his chopsticks, Chantal reached out and pointed at himself. His eyes glazed over. Calm down, Qian. There's no telling if you'll be allowed to participate or not. After all, aren't you even notified now? Lai Ziming smiled and opened his mouth to explain. And, it's only been a couple days since school started. And it's a monthly test? Monthly exams. This word Qian last time he came into contact with that was almost 10 years ago. The end of the world in the post-apocalyptic world has not yet come. He is still in high school. It's not like it's now. It's after a while. And I'm only getting accurate information from asking around. After the development over the past few days, Lai Ziming he had the appearance of a campus intelligence station for a few moments. Alright, I'll ask what's going on later. That said, the monthly test for the Imperial Beast specialization should also be a test for Imperial Beast combat, right? Qian suddenly thought of this point. If the examination of the Imperial Beast combat, then, no, it is also torture. We have to let the blood-burning saints to collect a little force. Don't kill the examiner. Brother Qian, you're overthinking it. Even though we're Imperial Beast majors, we're also high achievers from the Imperial Academy. So of course our theoretical knowledge is rare. Lai Ziming didn't notice the change in the atmosphere and started to pick up the rice in his mouth after he smiled. At some point, Qian put down his chopsticks, and the unchanging expression on his face began to become a bit melancholy. Isn't this a hoot? All these years later and still can't escape the pain of exams? TCH, it's decided. How much pain I felt during the written exam. How much pain I'll let the examiner feel during the sparring session. Soon. Adjusting his mind, Qian once again copied the chopsticks. Things have come to a head. Let's eat first. Soon after the meal was over, Qian bid farewell to Lai Ziming and returned to his dormitory. There were no classes in the afternoon, so he had to go and prepare a gift for the blood-burning saints, because in 2 days it will be the blood-burning saint's first birthday. The intelligence of a goblin is not really that different from a human, so one needs to treat their goblin as if they were a human. These words are the words inscribed on the cover of the textbook of the Goblin Department, and the birthdays of all 4 of Chandler's Imperial Beasts Chandler knew. These were sent with the Imperial Beasts when they were first acquired. Cat maid, having just arrived home, without taking off his shoes, Chandler immediately yelled, "Meow, coming, don't make noise, what's up?" The cat maid with a small hat on her head and a sweeping tool in her hand cleaning the entire villa helplessly poked her head out of one of the rooms with a helpless meow coming out of her mouth. "My sentinel's birthday is coming up. Help recommend a cell phone. The higher the configuration the better. After all, it is for their own family pups. Chandler is not going to save." Patting the waste bag. "Very generous," said. And hearing this, the cat maid's originally lazy eyes suddenly lit up. "Meow, which Imperial Beast?" she asked with interest. "Blood-burning saints." The cat maid's mind quickly thought of the 2-meter-tall, slim but horribly sinewy monster. "Meow, oh, a special machine for small to medium-sized humanoid Imperial Beasts. This one would be quite appropriate." Saying that, the cat maid pulled out a tablet from somewhere and handed it to Chandler after tapping on it a few times. "Meow meow meow, the Imperial Beast cell phone thing is based on the size of the Imperial Beast to raise the price. Divided into Micro Imperial Beast, Small Imperial Beast, Small and Medium-sized Imperial Beast, Medium-sized Imperial Beast, Medium and Large Imperial Beast, Large Imperial Beast and Ultra-Large Imperial Beast. Several categories. The same cell phone. Ultra-Large Imperial Beasts. The price is 10 times as much as the miniature Imperial Beasts." As if she was worried that Chandler couldn't understand why the price difference between the same kind of cell phone was so outrageous, the cat maid even specially opened her mouth at the side to explain. "Meow, this phone is just about the best on the market right now for your needs. The only downside so far is that it's expensive. But expensive is not its problem." The cat maid couldn't help but give an envious look as she looked at the Imperial Beast's cell phone on the screen, but she quickly put it back. "This month's budget has been pretty much spent because of its largesse, so if you want to buy it, you'll have to wait until later." "Ooh, that's not cheap." "That's it." Looking at the price, Chandler's eyes widened. To be honest, if he had bought a cell phone for himself at this price, then he wouldn't have been willing to do so, but this was for his own pup, so it was worth it. "Meow, for express delivery, go with Shunfeng Express. Their family has Imperial Beasts like the wind-harnessing griffin all over the country. The order you place now will probably be delivered by night." The cat maid very skillfully commanded Chantal to place the order. "Why are you so skillful?" After laughing and snickering, looking at the deduction message coming from his cell phone, Chandler's breath stuttered and he was a little heartbroken, but he quickly adjusted. "Okay, I'm just going to go to my room for now. You're on your own." After changing his shoes, Chantal took his jacket off and put it in the cat maid's hand, went back to his room, and took out his cell phone to send a message to his group with his 3 teachers. "Chandler, drip, teachers, what am I going to do about the monthly test? Zhang Xin? How come your kid is so well informed? We just finished our meeting and you came over to ask us?" "Yong Shuai, the meeting just now was about you, and the military also let people come over, but at the end of the meeting, we felt it was better to ask you, so this meeting ended early. Yong Shuai, the military wants to use you to fish again. That group of third-rate fishing guys want to use you to fish for the lineage this time." "Chanel, Saya, Yong Shuai, yes, the lineage, because you are a Darkness Imperial Beast Master and a student of the 3 of us. Those lineage people are well aware that things are not over, but you have not been out of the Imperial Academy, so there is no way for them to make a move, and the Imperial Academy won't have any problems under Ms. Xiaoya's watchful eye. Yong Shuai, the news of you breaking through the Quasi-King before couldn't be hidden on the human side. They would definitely know about it, so now it's already on the verge of being dogged. After all, no one is sure if giving you some more time will directly break through to the true king. In that case, they'll be done for." Yong Shuai, the topic of this meeting was whether this new student's monthly exam should be held outside the school or inside the school. Surprisingly, the vote was almost lopsided outside the school. They went crazy trying to get you to leave the Imperial Academy. The energy used was chilling even for us to see. "Chandler, so what's the catch? Don't the fish know all about it? How come they still take the bait?" Yong Shuai, originally, I didn't think to hide it from them. What is going on within the Yen country to try to hide it from those 8 families? To be honest, it's not very realistic. The current situation is that those families understand very well what the officials want to do, but they have to take the bait. The speed of your growth has made them afraid. Chapter 129 Extreme Flesh and Blood Split. "Chandler, that means the choice of the monthly exam is now mine?" Yong Shuai, it's like this. The officials have given you the choice. You can choose where to take the monthly exam. If you are outside the school, you are choosing to support the official plan. The military will guarantee your safety, so that the highest opponents you need to face will be at the Quasi-King stage. While if you choose to take the test within the academy, then you don't need to care about all that. Elder Xiaoye will take care of everything. Chanel, can't we just skip the monthly exams? Chance's face scrunched up in a frown. He really didn't want to move his pen. Zhang Xin, don't worry. You don't have to participate in the written test. The official meaning is to mold you into a perfect benchmark. Let you go to participate in the written test by the time you get a flunk, that's to give the benchmark on the more than a stain. People over there in the understanding of your results on the veto of letting you participate in the written test of the idea. Professor Zhang Xin, as the person who knew Chandler's level best, immediately guessed what he was thinking. Chandler, told you so? So let's go to the off-campus test. The official side will keep me safe, right? Chandler saw Zhang Xin's words and his whole body relaxed, kicking his shoes and lying on the bed, and asked, Zhang Xin, of course. How could they put you in danger over there? Are you sure you want to go off campus as bait now? Professor Zhang Xin asked again. Chanel, well, it's decided. After typing that in, Chance threw his phone on the bed and summoned the blood-burning saints. How far can you go with your current flesh and blood alter ego? Looking at the blood-burning saint, Chantal asked. When baiting such a dangerous character, even if the other party clearly said that he would guarantee his safety, Chinner still did not dare to be careless and was ready to stabilize his hand first. I'll try. With that said, the blood-burning saint's body wriggled with flesh and blood, falling to the ground and expanding, finally forming a brand new chancel. The face of the flesh and blood incarnation of Kyle was cold and expressionless. This was nothing. After all, Kyle himself had been wearing an unknown number of layers of masks. It was normal to show any expression. As for the rest, Changer couldn't see anything broken with his current perceptual abilities. Alright, even I, a quasi-king level Imperial Beast Master, can't tell if it's real or not. Chance tapped the blood-burning saint on the shoulder in some surprise. No souls yet. Let Laosan get a ghost pawn in there. And when the time comes, you can still let Laosan use his nether eyes to watch what's really happening. And you can command remotely. The blood-burning saint sized up the doppelganger and suggested, as he couldn't see how it felt right. And you can get a dick to fill it with bones, right? That's being a doppelganger or creating life. Sputtering, Kyle sat cross-legged on his bed, pondering what more this doppelganger had to add in order not to reveal its flaws under the watchful eyes of a crowd of quasi-kings and even true kings. The next day, Chandler got up early and walked out of his room with a faint smile on his face. Good morning, cat maid. I'm going out. You don't have to clean the room. Just leave it like that until I come back in the evening. Greeting the cat maid, who was still rubbing her sleepy eyes, Chantal headed out the door. First, he went to the cafeteria and had a nice meal, before Chandler wandered into the blood and flesh department's teaching building. Good morning, teacher. When he met Professor Zhang on the road, he even greeted him with a smile, and looked at Professor Zhang with a head full of questions. This kid has changed his mind today? After taking a good look at Chantal to make sure it was a real person, he muttered and left. All day long, Chandler changed the gloomy temperament that made people look afraid before. The whole person became sunny, and even took the initiative to find other people to talk to. And the people who were talked to were flattered one by one. By the end of afternoon classes, Chance had made a point of hanging around outside the principal's office. Please come in, Mr. Chandler. Just as he deliberately passed by the principal's office for the 5th time, a helpless voice came from inside the door this time. Chandler blushed and hastily pushed open the door to the principal's office. The layout of the principal's office was similar to that of a professor's office. The difference was the decorations in the principal's office. The aesthetic of this generation's principals was quite rough, and there was a taxidermy animal that looked like a deer's head hanging on the wall, which even after many years of being dead, still exuded horrifying fluctuations in its aura. Sitting on a seat padded with some kind of animal fur, Dean stared at Chantal with a helpless look. Mr. Chandler, may I ask what you're in for? At that moment, a whisper rang out from his room in Chundel's villa. Do you guys think he saw it coming? Wearing pajamas and sitting cross-legged on the bed, Chandler stared at the picture that old San remotely monitored over with a grave expression and asked. It was Dean's trail that appeared on the screen. It's hard to say. I can't read this expression of his. Imperial Beast Master. What do you think this expression of his means? Flag of the people frowned, rubbing his chin with one corner of the flag. I can't see it either. I'm not even a fraction of his age. How can I read this kind of life experience? With a helpless hand, Chantal could only remotely manipulate the flesh and blood doppelganger to continue the act. That's right, that Chanel outside was none other than a flesh and blood doppelganger, on which all of the blood-burning saints' conjectures from yesterday had been used. In addition to the frame provided by the blood-burning saints, the soul provided by the banner of the human emperor, and the skeleton provided by the Frost-Cold Lords. Something else was provided by Chancel, the Imperial Beastmaster. He raised his right hand, which at this point only had 4 fingers, with the index finger cut off flush where it had been, the wound having grown back, and at this point it was just exposed to the air. He provided his own flesh and bones to make that mannequin more realistic. I mean, do I really not need to grow another finger? Wiggling his right hand a bit, feeling the sensation of a missing finger, Chandler felt awkward in any way. As a quasi-king, or a flesh-and-blood quasi-king, he was perfectly capable of growing another finger out, but the blood-burning saints stopped him, saying that if he grew another finger out, it would be the same as giving up the original one, and that would be out of the question, or at least he couldn't grow it out right now, so that's what it ended up being. Don't worry, Sentinel, I can have that finger glued back together again afterward, or you can grow it back. Either way, it's guaranteed to be the same as before. The blood-burning saint gave an affirmative answer. The groovy conversation gave Chantal speechlessness, and he could only continue to look at the shadowy eyes projection. Dean. I always felt a little uneasy about that monthly test earlier. Inside the dean's room, Chance frowned with a worried expression. Don't worry, since you've chosen to be the bait, the officials will naturally do their best to ensure your safety. The dean, still with that smiling look, suddenly came over as if he were whispering. I really can't. Don't you have a student ID? Your student ID is special. Otherwise it wouldn't be possible for Ms. Xiaoye to pierce the sky. With that, he also pointed to the hole in his head. The sky hadn't been patched up until now, and it was still in the state of a hole. Chapter 130, Psychological Problems of Phantom Herb. It looks like he should have missed it. There at the villa, Chanel sat cross-legged on the bed, frowning as he surveyed Dean's expression and finally came to this conclusion. But soon, he was slapped in the face. Of course, Mr. Chiener, the skill of flesh and blood splitting has a great limitation. You can think of filling your flesh and blood splitting with souls, bones in your own flesh and blood as a way to achieve the effect of faking the real. Your idea is very good. Even I didn't notice it at first. In the shadowy curtain, Dean shifted to sit in a comfortable position and suddenly opened his mouth about it. Well, I kind of overestimated our skills. So Dean, how else can this skill be improved? Sitting on the bed with a splayed hand, Chanel said helplessly. The Chandler doppelganger in the dean's office synchronized the words as well. The skill is already good enough, and it's hard enough to make much progress with further alterations. All you need is just a little external assistance. With that, Dean took out a spatial backpack and rummaged around in it for a tiger skin cloak. The tiger's head position is intact, forming a hood, and the rear is simply cleaned up tiger skin without much evidence of work. Quite Dean's personal touch. A cloak made from the skin of the hidden moon tiger at the peak level of a quasi-king. It hides your aura when you put it on. And with this and this skill you've mashed up, maybe this can block the true king's sight. Chiener's eyes lit up. Sure enough, he knew that these old true kings must have quite a few good things in their hands. Just such a prop made from quasi-king material gave him more than 10 ways to use it in his mind at once. Of course, the words need to be clear first. This tiger skin is the first quasi-king level foreign race I killed in the first place. It's very monumental. I can't give it to you. You have to return it to me when you're done with it. Just as Chiener's flesh and blood doppelganger reached out his hand to take the cloak was suddenly taken away by the dean, and looking at Chiener's puzzled eyes, he solemnly commanded. After all, he'd seen Chanel's style clearly in the meantime, and it was completely blue compared to those 3 teachers of his, and he could guarantee that if he hadn't said that, he wouldn't have been able to get the cloak back. Okay, got it. Chiener waved his hand in some frustration, but he soon perked up. He also had the skin of the hidden moon tiger in his hand. It was peeled off from the new generation on the side of the hidden moon tiger during the freshman examination. It's just a bit lower leveled, just 10 levels out. However, this also showed that the hidden moon tiger wasn't hard to find, and it would be enough to find a quasi-king level hidden moon tiger to skin later. Seeing that Chandler agreed, Dean then handed him the cloak with confidence. The doppelganger took the cloak and immediately draped it over his body. The dean frowned and surveyed for a while, and only after determining that he couldn't see anything even with his strength did he nod his head in satisfaction. Looking at the dean's expression, Chiener also knew that it was stable, immediately took off the cloak and carefully loaded it into the space backpack, then returned to the dormitory as fast as possible. TSK, good stuff. Inside the room, shaking out the cloak and looking at the arcane patterns on top of the leather, Chantal sked. It's just that I don't know where the hidden moon tiger's lair is. If I come across it, then I'll have to ruthlessly harvest it once before I can leave. After a while, he then folded the cloak and put it into his space backpack. The appearance of the flesh and blood doppelganger was like a flash in the pan, except that it never appeared again after that day, as if nothing had been discovered. Chiener's life was once again on track. returning to the 4-point life of dormitory, cafeteria, classroom, and library. And the progress on the end world side was also accelerating, because of the need to constantly show miracles. So he had the Human Emperor banner and Frost Cold Lord side specially slow down a bit. But even so, after so many days have passed, the zombies in that city have been cleared out, and now the zombies that can be encountered on the road are already quite few, and the trajectory of human activities has also gradually shifted from the underground to the ground, and started to gradually develop a civilization. And there are still 250,000 survivors in an entire provincial capital city, the vast majority of whom have all become devotees of Chandar, the faith of 250,000 people, the vast majority of which were also particularly pious faith. So much faith was added to Chandar in the 4 imperial beasts, directly allowing him and his imperial beasts to coalesce behind their heads to form a silver wheel of incense and fire. And the merit of beheading tens of millions of zombies had also converged to form a golden wheel of merit and virtue. But for some unknown reason, the name of the god had still not been birthed. And with these tens of millions of zombies as sustenance, the terrifying energy in them also succeeded in making the 3 quasi-king royal beasts under Chandar's command all break free of a shackle once again, and their levels were raised by 1 level. And among them, the oldest 4, Phantom Dreamgrass, had the most obvious increase in strength, and now its rank had soared to the peak of Manhwa, but for some reason, it had never caught the opportunity to break through to Quasi-King. Look on the bright side, maybe it's just a poor chance. In the post-apocalyptic world, Chandar was sitting on the roof of a tall building, and above his head was the Phantom Dreamgrass that was like a coronet, and at this moment, Chandar was enlightening the Phantom Dreamgrass. The pressure on the illusory Dreamgrass had skyrocketed during this period of time, because not only had it failed to find the chance to ascend to Quasi-King, it hadn't even seen the shadow of evolution. Phantom Grass is already a brand new branch. How to go in the future is completely crossing the river by touching the stones. There is no homework to be able to refer to. The illusory Dreamgrass that had robbed the Human Emperor banner of half of its resources was now showing no signs of wanting to evolve. And this definitely seemed wrong to Chandar's other imperial beasts. Only that Chandar's other imperial beasts didn't say anything about it. However, it was naturally impossible for the Phantom Dreamgrass not to notice what was happening, and the progress of absorbing the dead souls and plants had slowed down quite a bit during this period of time. It was still the Human Emperor flag that realized something was wrong. How come the little old brother didn't snatch food from himself this time? After observing the illusory Dreamgrass for a period of time, and determining that this little guy should have a psychological problem, the Human Emperor flag decisively chose to shake the person, and shook Chandar over from the Imperial Beast world. After listening to the Human Emperor flag understand what had happened, Chandar then realized that the team doctor in his own team might have a psychological problem. From his experience of surviving in the post-apocalyptic world, this kind of psychological problem had to be taken seriously, and if he kept ignoring it, most of the end result would be to find a time to end his life voluntarily. Of course, the Phantom Herb may not be as extreme, but it still needs to be taken seriously to be effective. That's why he came over specifically to talk to Phantom Grass. Just think about it, you have the golden wheel of merit behind your head, you know very well what this thing is capable of, and your luck is definitely first class in the world. As to why you haven't found a breakthrough opportunity until now, this could be holding back a big one or maybe. Chapter 131, Director Wang, Old Wang, Little Wang, Woo. At the mention of this, Phantom Grass became even sadder and couldn't help but wrap its corona-like beaded stems around Chandar's head, letting out a guttural cry of grief. Circumstances have changed. I'm just good at regulating my own emotions. Other people's really aren't. Seeing this, Chandar sighed helplessly and turned back to ask with the blood-burning saints and Human Emperor flag standing behind him. The blood-burning saints were the boss of the team, and were very attached to each little old brother. As for the Human Emperor flag, he was the true big brother of the illusory Dreamgrass, and the two who grabbed their meals together had a particularly good relationship. Sentinel. So how do you usually adjust when it comes to things like this? The blood-burning saint scratched his head and asked curiously, how about a beef jerky? Instead of responding to his question, Chandar took out a beef jerky from his spatial backpack and threw it to the blood-burning saint, taking out another one and stuffing it into his own mouth. That's it? And I thought you said you were tired of eating it? The blood-burning saint surveyed the beef jerky in his hand, only to feel his head full of questions, but still tore open the package. I couldn't find this kind of good stuff in the post-apocalyptic world before. When I was in a bad mood, I always stick 2 vegetable cakes to eat. As for the problem of getting tired of eating it, I was tired of eating it for the first 2 days, and after having some other snacks for the past 2 days, I feel that it is still this one that is chewy. Now, the blood-burning saint was at his wit's end. He realized that his own Imperial Beastmaster seemed to have a deep generation gap with them, and he was happy as long as he was fed. In the end, This conversation of enlightening the phantom dreamgrass ended up in vain, and Qian'er returned to the Imperial Beast world. And all of his Imperial Beasts were all taken back into the Imperial Beast space by him, ready to be released at any time. Tomorrow was the day of the monthly examination, and it was also the time for fishing, and this time, although Qian'er had only released a flesh and blood doppelganger to participate, he still couldn't underestimate those people. And God knows if those people would have any weird ability to go along with his doppelganger and beat him up. A few moments later, a Chanel with a faint smile on his face walked out the door. Brother Qian, you've finally come out. As a neighbor, Lai Ziming had been waiting outside for a long time, accidentally overslept. After casually pulling an excuse, the two of them advanced towards the plaza. Speaking of which, Brother Qian, our monthly exams this time are being held off campus. This is the first time since the Imperial Academy opened. Do you have any clue? Lai Ziming, who was following behind Qian'er, was chewing creamy bread in his mouth and suddenly opened his mouth to ask a question. With his segmentation, of course he couldn't get in touch with the truth of this examination. I don't know. Oh, since he didn't know, Qian'er didn't bother to say anything, and it had nothing to do with Lai Ziming anyway. By the way, Brother Qian, do you know where the location of this examination is? Walking on the way to the plaza, Lai Ziming suddenly opened his mouth to ask, with a look on his face that was almost as close to directly writing "Come ask me." I don't know. You know? The expression gave Chantal a moment of amusement, and he asked with a grin, "Hey, Brother Qian, I heard from our lecturer that the location of our examination this time is Lianyuan City, your side of the family, so you'll be able to return to your hometown with your clothes on your back this time." Speaking of this, Lai Ziming's face was full of excitement. This kid was also a man of the face, and had already begun to think about the scene if he achieved Quasi-King, and then returned to his hometown with his clothes on his back. My house? Chance didn't realize there was actually such a thing. Just as the two of them were chatting, they had already arrived at the third square where they were assembling, and at this time, the freshmen here had already stood according to departmental distinctions, and Chantal looked away, wandering slowly to the back of the flesh and blood line, and when the leading teacher of the flesh and blood department saw this scene, he raised his head triumphantly towards the leading teacher of the skeleton and undead departments next to him. Alright, since everyone has arrived, let's go now. After lightly counting the number of people and confirming that everyone had arrived, the lead teacher had just finished speaking when a translucent ray several hundred meters wide and swimming in the air descended from the sky and gently landed on the ground. It had just stayed in the sky, but none of the students on the ground had noticed it. This was the lead teacher's Imperial Beast, a Quasi-King level air ray, a flying plus poisonous Imperial Beast with a total racial value of 485 points. The empty skate landed on the ground and glanced at the crowd, a humanized look of contemplation on his face. Soon, as if it had thought of some idea, it held its breath and its body suddenly began to expand, eventually becoming a size that could easily accommodate all the students. Alright, come on up, all of you, the Air Rays Imperator said with a cold face, all his muscles tensing and his eyes darting around as if he were on guard against someone. None of the excited students noticed the scene though, all sitting on the backs of empty rays, and Chandler took out his cell phone and flipped through it to find Principal Ku's number to help keep an eye out for him. On this trip, there would be no danger to the uninvolved other than themselves, and the students who knew nothing would only be conducting a test unlike any other. Lianyuan City, Department of Education, Director Wang, when will the funding come down this year? The ancient principal rubbed his hands, full of smiles, looking at the leaders of the Education Bureau in front of him. His heart has begun to calculate how to spend this year's funding. Lao Gua, it's not that I won't give it to you. The main reason is that this year your school exploded in a big way, and the above are afraid that if they give the money to your school, will you be able to afford the obligation to train the new generation of Imperial Beast Masters to come? The brainy Director Wang was holding a thermos cup in his hand, and he was fighting with Principal Gu in an official manner. Bull asterisk 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 responsibility. It's just you fat ass trying to overhand the oil, right? The ancient principal is very hateful, gnashing of teeth. Before did not happen this thing, because the high school row how many or almost have a number. So many years to operate out of the network of relations is not his dead fat can be shaken. But they are not the same their family is because of out of a Qian'er. So the explosion of a big cold, nothing else, but not to these people drilled a hole it. Just as Principal Ku began to wonder how much interest he would have to put out to get his money back, his cell phone suddenly rang. Curious, he pulled out his cell phone and glanced at it, realizing it was a message from Chantal. Qian'er, Headmaster, the Imperial Academy's monthly exams are being held in Lianyuan City this time. Why don't you see when you'll come out for a get-together? Seeing this, Principal Gu's originally bent waist suddenly straightened up and handed the cell phone to Director Wang with a red face. Old Wang come to see my good student. graduated into the Imperial Academy and didn't forget about his alma mater, and thought of coming back to get together with us, his teachers. The slow smile on Director Wang's face froze and he looked at the cell phone in shock. As an official, he was naturally clear about Qian'er's situation. Originally he had all thought that this Darkness Royal Beast Master wouldn't care about his former school at all, but he hadn't expected this to actually happen. Was this reasonable? Just as Director Wang was riding the tiger, there was another message from Qian'er's side. Qian'er, oh yeah, Headmaster, I've made another breakthrough, so remember to get the congratulatory gifts ready, and by the way, help me collect all the other people's congratulatory gifts from my old family, so that I don't have to ask for them myself when I go back. Principal Gu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Before Qian'er was a township-level Imperial Beast Master, and now he has broken through. Wouldn't that be a quasi-king? A term he couldn't even think of appeared in his head, causing his face to instantly turn ecstatic. Ha ha, Xiao Wang ah. You also see, the funding of the prior not to mention. You should not put Qian'er's congratulatory gift to prepare up. Rest assured, is not forced, he said with a big smile as he hooked his arm around Director Wang's shoulders. Chapter 132. This, Ancient Senior. Since it is not mandatory, can it not be paid? Cold sweat flowed down Xiao Wang's forehead, and at this moment, he couldn't wait to ask Principal Gu if he could still reconcile, but all that responded to him was the sudden pull down of Principal Gu's face. No delivery? Principal Gu's voice tone jerked up a few degrees. He directly reached out and pinched Xiao Wang's face, as if he was taking revenge, and yanked it twice as hard as he could. Little Wang, what are you thinking about? We're all in education. Can't you understand what voluntary means? Voluntary means compulsory. Of course, you can choose not to pay it, but then it's Chance himself coming to talk to you. And it's not my business then. Principal Gu hooked Xiao Wang's shoulder with a relieved look that it was all for your own good. I give. With a crying face, Xiao Wang pulled out a bank card with a trembling hand and handed it to Principal Gu. As for the possibility of letting Qian'er come to him, he was simply unable to even think about it. But that is the darkness department of the Quasi-King. Eat people without spitting bones that are in the scolding of his waste of the lordate. He is crazy to think in that kind of person alone. Ha, it's true that evil still has to be rubbed out by evil. After a while, Principal Gu walked out of the Education Bureau with two cards cupped in his hand. One was Xiao Wang's congratulatory gift to Qian'er, and one was the school's first-place resources for the college competition that had been stuck for so long. After exiting the door, he spat with disdain toward the building behind him, then left with a hum of excitement on his face. At this moment, Headmaster Gu realized that the name Darkness Imperial Beastmaster was really good, especially if it was a high-level Darkness Imperial Beastmaster. Then it was even better. Well, here we are. Accompanied by a high-pitched chirp from the air rays, the air rays landed on the square in the center of Lianyuan City, attracting the attention of many onlookers. The vast majority of them were ordinary people who did not have the talent of the Imperial Beasts, yet they still stood there watching without fear. And this odd situation could be considered quite odd even when placed in Qian'er's perception. Oh, boy, curious why those ordinary people aren't afraid of us. The lecturer of the Flesh and Blood Department came over smilingly and patted Qian'er's shoulder and asked, well, curious. Chantal nodded, nothing chirpy about the tone. The lecturer of the Flesh and Blood Department smiled slightly and didn't answer Qian'er's question directly, but answered the question with a question first. What do you think is the basis for humans to be able to gain a foothold among all races? This one did honestly ask about chance. To him it must have been strength, but the question, since it had been asked, surely wouldn't be such a shallow answer. Are these ordinary people? After a moment of doubt, Chantal then spoke hesitantly. That's right, it's these ordinary people. The production ratio of Imperial Beastmaster talent is more than 30, which means that there are at least 500 million Imperial Beastmasters in our Yin country. Before you, there has always been this saying in the circle of Imperial Beastmasters in the Yin country. That is, even if you're a 1 in a million Imperial Beastmaster genius, there are 50,000 people in the Yin country that are the same as you, and it only takes 30,000 ordinary people to produce one such genius. Do you think 30,000 is a lot? He looked at Chandler with a meaningful smile on his face. Is 30,000 people too many? Of course it wasn't much. Right now Qian'er's Imperial Beasts were in existence that could be called like a mobile natural disaster. 30,000 ordinary people, only thinking about killing, not like zombies if they needed to utilize all kinds of resources to the extreme. It would almost only take a split second to end the battle. However, among these 30,000 people, a genius of the level of Lai Ziming and Wu Yuan was bound to be born. Like this. Rubbing his chin, Kyle realized why the Empire strictly forbade harming commoners. These commoners were the underpinnings of humanity's turnaround. Because of this, All the countries in the world have a decree that strictly prohibits Imperial Beast Masters from laying hands on ordinary people for no reason. And this decree has the highest priority. Anyone who lays hands on ordinary people for no reason or massacres them will be regarded as anti-human by all the countries in the world, and will be killed directly when they come across them, with a priority even higher than that of foreign spies. Okay, should I give you a day off to meet up with your friends back home? The lecturer of the Flesh and Blood department asked with a smile as he patted Chantal's shoulder. No, I'm in danger, and besides, I don't have many friends here, and I know only a few people. With a show of hands, Chandler said helplessly, a subtle expression on his face. Why hasn't anyone done it yet? Inside the Imperial Academy, in Chiener's dormitory, Chiener, who had put down his cell phone, looked at the scene through the screen of his shadowy eyes and sighed with emotion. It should be soon. The blood-burning saint stood beside Chiener in full armor. His breath swelled to an extreme, and all kinds of increased skills were used to raise his attributes to the highest, ready to go out and give those cubs a hard time. Because Chiener's flesh and blood was in that sub-body, that side was also able to open Chiener's Imperial Beast space, but it needed to be manually operated by Chiener himself. Suddenly, Chiener frowned as he saw that Wang Xinjin, who had delivered the compensation to him in the first place, had left the group at some point, and along with him, there were also people from other lineages. The lecturers who were speaking the lead also noticed this, and after sighing they all guided the students away from Chiener, who without saying a word, directly walked towards the outside of the city. There's nothing to fish for. This would have been the time for both sides to make their cards clear. That side gave their bottom line, and they came to the banquet themselves, and the officials made it clear that if you dare to do it, I'll dare to kill. The three parties clicked together, culminating in this stranglehold centered on Chael. As soon as he reached the outskirts of the city, Kyle heard a buzzing from behind him, and he didn't turn around before an arm wrapped in black tendrils stopped him in his tracks. Chapter 133, Chiener, if you don't come over, then I'll go over there. Phew! The wind whipped around and rattled the clothes on Chantal's body. Kyle subconsciously pinched the cloak at his neck to keep it from blowing off. It was the very same tiger skin cloak that Dean had given him on his way out the door, though it was not visible from anyone else's viewpoint, because before he left, Chandler went to the Dean for a trinket. Clothing holographic projection device. This thing wasn't even a Sentinel prop. It was just a technological product, and its function was also very simple. It was to project a set of clothes. The projection is false, just for others to see. But of course, there are some perverts who use this to fulfill their own particular desires, and Chundel used this to cover up the cloak. After all, you're just a cutie pie with a tiger skin cloak directly on you. Can all see there's something wrong with it? Twisting his head toward his back, what appeared behind him was a horse cast in bronze. The bronze horse raised its hooves and with its heavy body tried to crush Chanel, but it was blocked by the blood-burning saint before the hooves could fall. He entered the space of the Imperial Beasts and reappeared here. Chantal looked at the bronze horse and its message appeared in his eyes. Flaming copper pony. Attributes, steel. Fire. Rank, 45, township intermediate. Qualification, blue. Physical strength racial value, attribute 100, 182. Attack racial value, attribute 125, 169. Defense racial value, attribute 100, 104. Special attack racial value, attribute 55, 56. Special defense racial value, attribute 85, 90. Speed racial value, attribute 35, 45. Total racial value, 500. The steel plus fire-based horse-like Imperial Beast completely abandons the speed that horses excel at, and replaces it with great physical strength, attack, and defense, with a shell made of steel arming it into a tank. But, it's a little weak. Laughing softly twice, Chantal looked up into the eyes of the flowing copper pony and waved her hand gently. The blood-burning saints who had been waiting for a long time immediately bullied their way up, leaping onto the back of the flowing fire bronze pony, their arms stretching out as if they were long snakes wrapped around the entire body of the flowing fire bronze pony. In the next moment, the terrifying power that had increased to the extreme erupted between the square inches, and the flowing flame bronze colt couldn't help but let out a mournful hiss, and a gust of toothsome sounds came from within its body. The crunching sound was continuous and reached a limit at a certain moment. The bronze-cast flowing flame bronze colt was crushed into pieces, and among the broken faults of the metal body, the white cross-sections were densely connected. Put. The backlash from the death of the Imperial Beast caused the Imperial Beastmaster hiding in the shadows to let out a muffled grunt, and Chiener, who heard the sound, immediately looked over, a smile of excitement appearing on his face. Found you. As the words fell, behind Chiener, the door to the Imperial Beast space opened, and the Frostchill Lord whistled out from it with a cold wind, his dragon claws covering and shattering the entire spot where the man stood, blood mixed with broken flesh and broken bones flowing out from the cracks of the Frostchill Lord's claws. and the bones were quickly assimilated into the Frost Chill Lord's body. Lord Frostbite, the second Paraking. In the shadows, someone could no longer hold back an exclamation of surprise, not having thought that Qian'er's kind of outrageous growth speed could actually be replicated. Come on, let's see if your guts and your lives match up on the top or not. With a flash of hostility in his eyes, Chantal smiled broadly. As the words fell, the Frost and Cold Lord whistled over his head, mouthing the curse of the undead. The ice spell escaped in all directions, covering the battlefield around Kyan'l, and all opponents standing on this land would have their speed affected. The normal ice spell was a single skill, and this was exactly the skill expansion that the Frost Cold Lord had comprehended. Abandoning the original quick launch of the ice spell, it lengthened the chanting time and gained a characteristic like that of a landmine. I can't believe that even the development of skills has reached this level. What an outrageous growth rate! This is going to be a fight to the death. A soft sigh resounded behind Qian'er, a sharp cracking sound flashed, and a giant tail of a rattan whip viciously stabbed towards his back heart. It was an assassination specialized Imperial beast, and he didn't even react when it came close to Kyan'l. But it didn't work. Qian'er turned his head nonchalantly and looked at the vine-covered, emerald-green scorpion behind him, a hint of a snicker flashing in his eyes. Just like just now, the township-level Imperial beasts that didn't reach the Quasi-Kings. It looked like the Imperial Beast Masters above the Quasi-Kings were all stopped, in another battlefield. Why isn't he the least bit flustered? Seeing the expression on Qian'er's face, the emerald-green scorpion's Imperial Beast Master froze for a moment, followed closely by a vicious chill, and an unspeakable sense of crisis surged through his heart. A sixth sense developed over the years was frantically reminding him to run faster. Taking a deep breath, his eyes firmed up. If it were usual, I would have turned my head and run, but now that it's come to this, how can I run? All of you. As the words fell, the gate of his Imperial Beast space opened to its maximum, and all the Imperial Beasts poured out, launching an attack towards Qian'er. But those town guard level Imperial Beasts that were considered a party of power outside were not even qualified to approach Qian'er here. A pair of eyes floated above Qian'er's head, helping him block all the attacks. The powerful attacks of those township level Imperial Beasts could not break through the defense of the owner of those eyes, and the thin layer of black film brought all his Imperial Beasts nothing but despair. The Imperial Beast Master of the World family struggled to keep his eyes open, trying to see what those black eyes actually were. Soon, he could see it. That's a flag. The silver-white metal flagpole, the golden-yellow flag, the flag embroidered with mountains, rivers, grass, trees, sun, moon and stars. The rolling black smoke wrapped around all this, but it eerily gave a sense of holiness. What kind of Imperial beast is this? This was the last thought he had before he was born, and the moment the thought rose it was grabbed by a giant white bone claw and squeezed hard. What? No one dares to come up here anymore? As he watched the blood-burning saint kill all of the Imperial beasts of the man he had just killed, Qian'er stood up straight and looked around, a mocking expression on his face coalescing almost as if it were substance. And as his words fell, the surroundings remained silent, and those assassins of the worldly families hidden in the shadows still did not make any movement, as if they were stunned by everything that had just happened. Oh, since none of them are coming out, I'll come to you. The blood-burning saint stood behind Qian'er with an eerie light in his eyes. The royal beastmasters hiding around him were all in his eyes. The first, Kyan'l's softly laughing voice was like a dying enunciation, and as soon as the words left his mouth, a township-level Imperial Beastmaster hiding in the shadows was smashed into pieces, along with his Imperial Beast. This was exactly the oppressive feeling of a full-bodied quasi-god whose various attributes had been strengthened to the extreme. Chapter 134, The Realm of Illusory Dreams. He has perception-based skills. Run! Broken flesh and blood splattered the faces of the others around them, their pupils shrinking as a chill leapt from their heels to the sky at once. As the words fell, various Imperial Beasts carrying their respective Imperial Beastmasters leapt out of the gloom at great speed. Oh, I thought you guys could hide until when? Light laughter rang out behind an Imperial Beastmaster, who jerked his head back, and in an instant, it only felt like his heart slowed down by half a beat. The blood-red, all-thin humanoid creature was standing behind himself, staring at him with calm eyes. The feeling was as if you were a frog being watched by a natural enemy. The sentinel stared at the blood-burning saint standing behind him, every cell in his body screaming at him to get away from the creature, but his feet stiffened as if frozen. He watched as the blood-burning saint raised his hand and passed it forward. What's he doing? At this moment, the Imperial Beastmaster's mind was only left with this thought, and he could feel a slight pain in his chest, but soon, the pain disappeared without a trace. He lowered his head, only to see a hand running through his chest. I see, I'm dead. His eyes gradually drifted away, and in the last moments before he lost consciousness, all he heard was the wail of pain and the low roar of hatred from his royal beast. TSK, 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 Again. Isn't it just that I don't play according to your rules? And incidentally picked up your board and smashed you over the head. How big of a deal is that? Making it seem as if I'm some kind of unforgivable sinner. Looking at the calmed down battlefield, Chanel crossed his arms and sighed twice, kicking the head that rolled to his feet. After so many years of being a chess player, it's time for a change. After saying that, Xianer found a few corpses and piled them together to a suitable height, then sat on the pile of corpses and took out a few bags of snacks from his spatial backpack and chewed on them. Is it over? Of course not. Kyle didn't believe that they had gone to all that trouble to send out a couple of township-level Imperial Beastmasters for him to kill. Just this side of the battle has just ended not long. The sky, he saw a red cloud fell to the ground. It is a body length of nearly 3 meters. Elegant, belly big tail long, head long as a tiger head, a meat crown of red goldfish. Tiger's head brocade. Qualification, gold. Rank, 54, mid-quasi-king. Attributes, fire, water. Physical strength race value, 70. Attack racial value, 70. Defense racial value, 115. Special attack race value, 130. Special defense race value, 90. Speed race value, 60. Total racial value, 535. This was just the only quasi-king level Imperial Beast that had appeared on the battlefield so far. Aside from Xianer's Imperial Beast. How are you? You taking care of them all? The one who jumped down from the tiger head Jin was a middle-aged man in military uniform, who glanced around and finally placed his eyes on Xianer, his eyes full of marvel. Good boy. Our side still thought that your strength grows too fast, so there is not much experience in actual combat. When facing more than plural enemies we'll have problems. That side also urged me to hurry over to help you. I did not expect you directly solved all of them. The middle-aged man walked over to Kyle and lamented. Oh, right. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Fu Jiaping, the current Yen Kingdom conquering South General. Although with you is not a faction, but the same are the military robe. In the future are in a rice pot stirring the horse spoon. Get to know a little bit, no harm. Do not need to tense up a face. It seemed that because they were all equally prospective kings, the middle-aged man did not have the slightest shelf, and did not care that Xianer's age was even younger than his grandson's. He directly walked over and hooked Xianer's shoulder, very self-congratulatory, and at the same time, took out his own proof of identity. In that case, old brother Fu, forgive me. It's not that I was just attacked, so I didn't dare to be careless. After confirming that it was the man himself, Chanel scratched his head with a goofy smile on his face. Ha ha, understand. It is good to be vigilant. Okay, since your side has been resolved, then come with me, to see what's going on in the battlefield at a higher level. I tell you recently because of you, those real big men one by one are almost bewitched. All day long thinking of calculating this, calculating that, they are comfortable. As long as you move your mouth on the line. It's just pathetic. Our hands under. These 2 days' legs are fast running broken. Fu Jiaping seemed to be a chatterbox, grabbing Xianer's shoulder and starting to ramble on and on. In that case, then it's really troublesome for old brother Fu. When there's a chance in the future, I'll be the host. Let's have a good drink, Xianer said with the same smile, and at once, Fu Jiaping's 2 eyes lit up. That's a deal. I've been waiting for this meal. The two of them talked and laughed all the way as if they were oblivious to each other as they flew towards the distance in the tiger head brocade, getting farther and farther away from Lian Yuan City. After having been flying for about half an hour, Xianer, who was sitting on the head of the tiger head brocade, suddenly called out to Fu Jiaping, "Old brother Fu, where are we going?" He stood up as if he couldn't make sense of the situation and looked towards the bottom of the tiger's head brocade while opening his mouth to inquire. Ha ha, didn't I say, go to the next level? Fu Jiaping still had a naive smile on his face, but before he finished speaking, he suddenly froze and unbelievably lowered his head. At this time, at his chest, a sharp, as if bugged mouthparts, a dagger penetrated his chest. This was exactly the mouthpiece that Xianer had taken off of Sequence 3 in the first place, which he had kept in commission the Maid Cat blacksmith store side to polish into a dagger to keep on his body. A quasi-king level Imperial Beastmaster wanted to be killed by a normal weapon that genus was not very realistic. And the Soul Devourer's mouthpiece that was capable of cutting through souls would be very appropriate to place here. When did you find out? He turned around violently and coughed out 2 large mouthfuls of blood. His brain was in a trance due to the damage to his soul, but Fu Jiaping managed to calm down and let the tiger head Jin launch an attack on Xianer. But before the attack landed on Xianer, he was seen turning his head and jumping off the body of the tiger head brocade. Below, the Frost Cold Lord who had been waiting for a long time caught Xianer, and on the dome of the sky, the tiger head brocade and the Frost Cold Lord stood opposite to each other, and the fiery red aura emanated out from the body of the tiger head brocade, dyeing half of the sky red. On the other side, The frost-cold lord loomed large in the face of the tiger head brocade's oppression, and the ice of necromancy surrounded it, blocking the gusts of heat. Seeing this, Fu Jiaping then confirmed that Qianer had truly discovered his abnormality, and only then did he reluctantly ask. It was obvious that he was only a little bit away from pulling Qianlin into the middle of a true king-level battlefield, and even the aftermath could kill him thousands of times by then. But how did he find out about it? Meh, never believed it. Where's the argument about when it was discovered? With a soft smile, Fu Jiaping's pupils shrank, and he only felt the world in front of him gradually shattering, like a dream gradually waking up. Chapter 135, The Difference Between Divine and Darkness System Paragon Kings. The distortion of the world in front of him finally ended, and Fu Jiaping's pupils shrunk, which caused him to shiver violently and look around in disbelief. At this point they were still standing in the same spot, and Chantal was sitting on a hill made of a pile of corpses looking at himself with a smile on his face. That's what nightmares are capable of, isn't it? Fu Jiaping shook his head and asked in a deep voice. Now that the nightmare, a man-made disaster, had been removed, there was naturally no need to erase memories like before, and as one of the senior generals in the military, he naturally has the right to know. Looks like you've come to your senses. Tell me, which one of them was so savvy that they were able to bribe you to come over here and take a shot at me? Qianer opened his mouth smilingly. Fu Jiaping's identity was no problem. It was indeed the Yin Kingdom's conquering South General, and this also represented that the hands of those worldly families had already reached into the military. But it's normal. It's only wrong that they can't reach in. Ha! Are you so sure you've got me? Fu Jiaping rubbed his head and stood up, and behind him, a pillar of blue fire erupted from the mouth of the tiger head Jin without any warning, rushing in the direction of Qianer and vaporizing his body in an instant. It's a shame to be young and bold after all. Looking at Qianer, who had turned into flying ash and drifted away, Fu Jiaping rubbed his head and said regretfully, this kind of genius, it would be great if it could be used for him, but alas, alas. Standing up, he was ready to return to the military headquarters immediately. After all, Qianer's backstage was a bit hard. If he was still hanging around outside, there was no telling what might happen. The only way to be safe at this time was to return to the military headquarters, under the shelter of that true king of his faction, Tiger Head Jin. Go! Jumping onto the back of the tiger brocade, he patted the fleshy crown on top of its head and felt a sticky touch. On fire again? Why is the crown of flesh so moist? He muttered with some puzzlement. Tiger head brocade. This kind of imperial beast will get on fire if there is an imbalance between water and fire in its body. The manifestation of the situation is that the crown of the flesh is too wet. But this is not right. To say that the weak period of the tiger's head gene will be on fire is still reasonable. But this our quasi-king, the body energy muddy as desired. How can there still be this situation? Also, what's this crumbly thing in the wetness? Fu Jiaping suddenly seemed to think of something, trembling and incredibly grabbing up. A sharp pain traveled through his body as the crushed mud of the bright red crown of flesh slipped in his hands. Opening his eyes again, the tiger brood beneath him had been dead for many hours, and the wounds were already apparent. 2 fist marks on the crown of flesh. He subconsciously swung his fists, trying to find the trajectory of the killer's punches. A punch to the head of a tiger brocade, knocking it off the ground, and a punch through the tiger brocade's canopy, piercing its brain. His professional eye made him immediately understand how Tiger Head Jean died. At that moment, a hand was placed gently on its shoulder. What gives you the illusion that you're still in reality? Fu Lao? The soft voice rang in his ears. Fu Jiaping's original dull eyes hardened, fiercely opening the Imperial Beast space wanting to summon Imperial Beasts to kill Qianer. He wasn't sure if he was in reality or not at the moment, but it wasn't a big problem, as long as he attacked everything here with large ranged damage. Ugh, what a pain in the ass. Can't you be honest? Fu Jiaping only heard a dull sound, and in the next moment, he felt his consciousness gradually moving away from his body. In reality, Qianer watched as the blood-burning saint completely knocked Fu Jiaping out with a brain crash, and his entire spirit fell into a deep sleep. And in the phantom dream realm, that half-open door to the Imperial Beast space once again slammed shut, and behind the door, there appeared to be a gust of low roars of shock and anger. But nothing happened, and only then did he take out his cell phone and dialed Yu Fei's video call. Hey, what's going on? Yu Fei's side seemed to be in a hurry, and exhaustion was written all over his face. Look. Turning the screen to Fu Jiaping's face and explaining the situation here to Yu Fei, he looked at Yu Fei's unbelievable eyes before he asked his question. Can I kill him? Said Chandler with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. It is best not to. After all, no matter how he says he is also a military person, or the Yen country's conquering general, death can't die here. You have to weave some charges first, and then cover the coffin. Get him into the prison and then solve it. In a word, you must never do anything. Yu Fei was full of seriousness as he persuaded Qianer. I'll teach you. You first touch the joints of his cervical vertebrae and then cut into them with a knife. It will temporarily paralyze him for a period of time. During this period of time he definitely won't be able to bother you. You don't have to worry about the rest. The people on our side will take care of it. After hearing Yu Fei's words, Qianer glanced at him with some surprise. Good lord! How do you know so much about human positions? Although his mouth was saying so, the movements of his hands did not stop. Holding the cell phone in his mouth, his left hand touched Fu Jiaping's neck, and his right hand took out the Sequence 3 mouthpiece, then touching the position of the bone seam with a slice, only to see Fu Jiaping's body twitch twice like a dissected frog, and then immediately calm down. Alright, now even if he's a quasi-king level Imperial Beast Master he'll have to be paralyzed for a while. On the other side of the phone, Yu Fei looked at Qianer's clean and sharp movements and said with some satisfaction in his heart, not dragging his feet. His hands were clean, and he struck fast and hard. He was on par with him, and he was indeed a qualified darkness sentinel. Brother Yu, what did he say? Whose house is it? Sitting on the pile of corpses, with his feet on Fu Jiaping's body, Qianer asked curiously. I'm not sure about that. In fact, if you hadn't told me this, I wouldn't have known that he turned out to be a backhanded member of the Seiya. On the other end of the phone, Yu Fei shrugged his shoulders and let out an emotional sigh. Fu Jiaping he naturally recognized. Is his old predecessor? Although there is nothing deep, but are the military? Usually meet will nod a few pleasantries, but I did not expect that this old predecessor is actually the people of the family. So, just don't know what's going on up there. With a sigh of relief, Chantal simply lay down in the pile of corpses, and when he turned his head, he saw a hideous dead face, cursing the bad luck. He then twisted the guy's face so that the back of his busted head was facing him. I'd say you need to see a psychiatrist, and when you get back, have your teacher get you a professor over in the superpower department to help you out. This scene looked at Yu Fei a burst of physiological discomfort, although he was also accustomed to seeing killings, but this feeling of not treating corpses as corpses still made him feel a burst of physiological discomfort. Brother Yu, I think you're having some kind of misunderstanding about Darkness Paragon. This is a very normal Darkness Paragon behavior for me now. Chapter 136 Burgundy Mountain Lion and Gongwei Evil. Stop actively slandering the reputation of the Darkness Imperial Beastmasters. The Darkness Imperial Beastmasters' reputation has clearly gotten better over the years because there hasn't been a war. Yu Fei spat out with a face full of seriousness. Is the reputation of the Darkness Sentinel Beastmaster well? Probably well, as in good. There's actually something this outrageous? The chancellors were shocked. This was too much of a stretch. There was actually room to salvage the reputation of the Darkness Imperial Beastmaster? It's you who think too much bull asterisk. Right. Which people throw dirty water on their own line of work. Okay, the phone, do not hang up. I will help you to see if the people who come behind are worth trusting. Yu Fei also was just Fu Jiaping thing scared out of a white hair sweat. Said nothing dare to let Qianer hang up the phone. Neat people have to let him first gatekeeper before. Well, then again, do these bodies need to be kept for evidence or something? Chandler asked suddenly as he changed to a comfortable position and lay down for a while. What do you want? On the other side of the phone, there was a direct question from Yu Fei's alertness. It's nothing. It's just that I'm a very frugal person and tend to eat every grain of rice in the bowl. Yu Fei's eyes were a bit complicated. Is the Imperial Academy's Darkness Department some kind of magic cave? How is it that I've only sent you in for a month or so and you've become like this? He heard what Chanel was saying, but that's what made it feel wrong. When he'd met Chanel before he'd been, at best, a child with a lack of knowledge of the world, wary of everyone, which was like now. This was definitely skewed, wasn't it? Just as the two of them were chatting idly, suddenly the sky shook, and seeing this, Kyle rolled over and climbed up from the pile of corpses, knowing that things were probably already divided up above. As expected, the next moment, the sky dome that had originally cracked open and opening shattered once again, and an old man with only half of his body left stumbled and fled out in a hasty manner on a weird imperial beast with white feathers all over its body, and behind him, a big, long-haired hand wrapped in chains stretched out, and just as the big hand was about to grab the weird imperial beast with white fur all over its body, a kind of majestic spiritual power powerful enough to distort reality suddenly appeared, causing the long-haired hand to briefly come to a standstill, which in turn gave the weird imperial beast time to escape. In the blink of an eye, that odd imperial beast was gone. Ran away. Worthy of being the extremely fast white-feathered rock bird in the world. The speed of escape really isn't something to be reckoned with. Actually able to escape under the hands of the ape ancestor. A despondent voice rang out behind Qianer, and neither Qianer nor the blood-burning saint actually detected any trace of breath. Jerking his head around, Chantal realized that three men in military uniforms were standing behind him. And the military true king who had harnessed the bone dragon the last time he had seen him was standing back and winking at him. The one who had just spoken was none other than the burly old man standing at the head of the three. Don't worry, these three are all credible. All of them are Yin Kingdom's prime white jade pillar, and the purple gold beam that frames the sea in general. Yu Fei's voice came from the other side of the phone, dampening Chantal's guard. I didn't expect that it would actually be under the old man's hand that this kind of eaten-up fellow would appear. The one-eyed old man standing on the right-hand side of the burly old man glanced at Fu Jiaping who was lying motionless on the ground, and immediately understood what had happened with an expression of shock and anger on his face. Ha ha, old Zhou, haven't you always bragged that even though you only have one eye left, the remaining one is stronger than both of the other's eyes? Why are you hitting your eyes now? The burly old man pointed at the one-eyed old man and laughed. Ahem, old Zhou, that his one eye's eyesight is stronger than other people's two eyes, but he is less mindful than others. The sickly true king also laughed and went up to arch the fire. The two men came and went, said the one-eyed old man's face red with anger, but it is not good to refute, because what people say is true, can only be read warm face as a timid lizard. Laughing, the burly old man carefully sized up Qianer before nodding in satisfaction, especially when he saw that Qianer had been intentionally or unintentionally blocking the front of those corpses. Not bad, very spirited, especially this greedy streak, has the style of the old man in my day. At this time, accompanied by a long, low chirp, the frost-cold lord that had been hovering in the sky swooped down and affectionately arched its head over the burly old man's chest. Ha ha, not bad, not bad. It looks like it was really good to give you to this kid in the first place. This body and bones are cultivated to be stronger than your mom was back then. The burly old man looked at the Frost Lord, reached out his hand and pinched the Frost Lord's skeleton. Feeling the abundant power flowing through it, he was even more smiling. From his words it was not difficult to hear that it was this one who had given the Chancellor's little ice dragon and the Frostbone dragon the cultivation manual in the first place. After saying that, he patted the Frost Lord's head, signaling it to leave first. After the Frost Lord left, a blackened spatial passage suddenly appeared in front of him, and in the next moment, a lion with its head smashed and covered like rags fell out from inside the spatial passage. Although it was already dead, its body still exuded a terrifying aura, causing the Frost Lord to resist letting out gusts of low roars. Chanel, come here. And at that moment, the burly old man beckoned to Qianer, calling his name for the first time. Senpai. Arching his hand at the burly old man, Kyle didn't hesitate to walk to his side. Old man Du Xiuming, a retired veteran with no official position in the military. This is Zhou Wu, the Imperial Jinnan King. And this is Shen Yifei, the Imperial Marquis of Wu and commander of the Forbidden Army. Du Xiuming first introduced the three to Qianer, who greeted them one by one. After the introduction, he then opened his mouth to talk about business. The main reason for this great victory this time is because of you. Because you took the initiative to be the bait in order to have such a harvest. And even made them leave behind a true king-level Imperial beast. With one less true king-level Imperial beast, they are expected to be a lot more honest during this period of time. And with this spoils of war, you should have a share as well. Say it, which leg do you want? Du Xiuming pointed to the lion on the ground and said, there's still a share for me? Chance was a little incredulous. Of course there's a share for you. This is a Burgundy mountain lion. The Wang family's family heirloom imperial beast. A true king-level Burgundy mountain lion. A rare good thing. At this moment, the information of the Burgundy lion also appeared in the icon that Qianer took out. Burgundy lion. Attributes, rock, fire. Physical strength race value, 90. Attack racial value, 110. Defense racial value, 80. Special attack race value, 100. Special defense race value, 80. Speed race value, 95. Total racial value, 555. Special ability, public authority, represents public authority and majesty, and has a strong ability to restrain darkness beasts, darkness beast masters, and those who are evil. The more justice and righteousness one is recognized for, the greater the restraint on the darkness system. Chapter 137, Shady Crawl. Then I'll take the right hind leg. After observing the corpse of this Burgundy lion, he found that the cultivation was particularly excellent. And all four legs were about the same. There was no point that was said to be particularly prominent or particularly short, so Qianer chose one at random. Okay, Du Xiuming nodded, and a black crack suddenly split open where the right hind leg of the Burgundy mountain lion's corpse was. The crack quickly recovered, and the Burgundy lion's right hind leg fell intact. The wound was incomparably smooth, like a mirror, and even the blood didn't stay behind, but was wrapped in some kind of strange energy. A space-based imperial beast? Qianer raised his eyebrows and said with some surprise, isn't this the Frost-Cold Lord's mother's royal beast master? How come he still has a space system royal beast? Although he was quite curious in his heart, Chantal didn't ask. Okay, How about one leg for each of the three of us as well? And the rest of the torso for official delivery? After giving Qian'er's share over, Du Xiuming looked at the two people next to him and said, "No problem. Okay." Neither of them had any objections, and the spatial rift reappeared, removing the remaining 3 legs of the Burgundy mountain lion. "Come on, let's go." Collecting the torso of the Burgundy mountain lion, Qian'er didn't even see what was going on when the image in front of him shifted and he was already back in the middle of Lianyuan City. "It's over, so we'll leave first. You can wait here until the others finish their assessment, then follow along." Chanel looked up and met the eyes of the man who was fishing again. "There's no need to fish in this situation, is there? People in their right mind know you didn't leave." Spitting helplessly, he then saw Du Xiuming's face suddenly stiffen. "Is it that obvious?" he still asked with some reluctance, but a helpless Chantal didn't want to answer at all. "These third-rate fishing guys. Okay, your freshman drop-off point is at that hotel, and the 3 of us are staying right next to you, so just come straight to us if you need anything." Du Xiuming, who asked the 2 people next to him and received the reply that his fishing skills really sucked, said with some frustration. Just as he finished speaking, the space in front of him twisted a bit, and his entire person suddenly disappeared. 2 seniors, then I will leave first. Watching Du Xiuming's disappearing figure, Qian'er couldn't wait to bid farewell to the remaining 2. With the true king's flesh and blood in his hands, he couldn't wait to go back and give his 4 cubs a taste. "Okay, just go back. And when you find any wind of movement, never think that it might be an illusion or something like that. Immediately make a noise for help, and we'll both be the first to arrive." The king of Jinnan, who only had one eye left, spoke very kindly. "TSK, true king's blood and flesh. I've never even seen that kind of good stuff." After walking away, only then did Chu Feiyi's marveled voice come from the phone. "Ah, you, I forgot I hadn't hung up yet. Is this the right time for me to say why are you still here?" It was only then that Chance remembered that he hadn't been able to hang up his phone. That would have a particularly low emotional quotient. After joking around for a while, he hung up the phone and walked into the middle of the hotel. "Back, did it all go well?" By now, the students had all been assigned into their rooms, and the lead teacher was the only one sitting in the hall. A green and black python coiled underneath him, forming a reclining chair for him to sit on himself. "That's his royal beast." Noticing Qian'er's footsteps, the lead teacher raised his head and was obviously relieved after seeing Qian'er, but his tone was still salty as he asked, "Well, it's back and it went well." Chantal nodded softly and walked over to the lead teacher. "Teacher, where's my room? All saved for you." Mumble, 107. Saying that, the lead teacher took out a room card from his pocket and handed it to Qian'er. "I'll go to my room first." Then, saying that, he took the room card and went back to his room. Then threw the Burgundy lion's hind legs into the imperial beast space and laid down on the bed. "Come on, all of you. Here's something good." Inside the academy, Qian'er opened the imperial beast space at the first opportunity to take out the hind legs of the Burgundy mountain lion, and then recalled his own imperial beasts. Is this the flesh and blood of a true king? Looking at the hind legs in front of him, the blood-burning saint squatted down and poked them with his fingers. Feeling the pure blood and flesh energy coming out from the hind legs, his eyes turning into the shape of the hind legs with excitement. Oh, not only that, it's cut in a unique way. Not just a piece of hind leg, but with the soul of the hind leg. Ugh. The human emperor flag kept circling around Qian'er, the excitement in his tone on the verge of overflowing. This thing was much stronger than the blood and flesh essence type of resources. That one class of resources was frankly processed from raw materials at the level of a quasi-king, whereas this was genuine blood and flesh of a true king. Alright, in that case, let's start dividing the spoils. With that, Kyle set the hind legs of the Burgundy lion in front of his 4 imperial beasts. The 4 of them are too familiar with splitting the loot. The blood-burning saints first took the flesh and blood from their hind legs, the frost and cold lords assimilated the bones, and their souls were divided between the illusionary dreamgrass and the flag of the human emperor. The first time they ate such a high purity of energy, all 4 of Qian'er's imperial beasts collapsed on the ground and grunted straight. A little drunken energy. At this moment, all 4 of Qian'er's imperial beasts were lying on the ground trying their best to digest. But if that happens, the flesh and blood detachment on the side of Lianyuan City will be out of control. In the hotel room in Lianyuan City, Qian'er, who had just been lying down, got up violently, straightened his eyes, and then lay on the floor crawling gloomily, each foot as if it had its own consciousness. Outside the city of Renwen. Cough, cough. Ride this white-feathered rockbird fled half of the body. Old man at this time that lost half of the body has grown out, but the face is surprisingly pale. The sadness on his face are about to coalesce into substance. I didn't expect them to actually bring out the ape ancestors. This is really troublesome now. A low voice came slowly from his side. A feather slowly floated in front of him, and it was from the feather that the voice came. With the ape ancestor watching, it's definitely impossible for us to personally take action against Shenner, so we're just going to retreat? A small tree grew out of the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye, and from it came a gentle and hesitant voice. A few hundred years have passed. You are still this kind of behavior. I can't see this point of yours. The old king's initial imperial beasts are gone, and he himself lost half of his life. And the worst thing is that our side is missing a true king-level imperial beast. Such a big cost was invested into it, and if you didn't get anything, then that would be a real loss of hemp. Okay, old man, calm down, don't get carried away. That's how easily you got carried away back then before you got set up. Remember? Coughing out several mouthfuls of blood and gasping for air, the true king of the Wang clan calmed down at this point, lying weakly on the ground and pointing at the talking feather. But it's true, like old man said, the cost of the investment is so great that it would be a real loss if we didn't get our hands on anything. Chapter 138, Time to end the drama of family harmony. Without realizing it, we've become the people we hated the most in the beginning. The feathers fell to the ground and transformed into a human form. The magnificently dressed true king of the Wen clan looked at the scenery within the cave where he landed and frowned slightly. As if not quite adapting to it, he said, "What? You still regret it? You're senile, aren't you?" The true king of the Wang clan, who had barely recovered some of his spirit, stood up and snorted. "Of course not. Before doing so I have thought about the consequences dozens of times, and finally made the decision. Naturally I will not regret at such a time. Just some feelings. We were like that kid, but so many years have passed. Things are different." With a light laugh, the shadow behind the true king of the Wen clan gradually lengthened, illuminated by the moonlight like a tiger crouching over a dragon. Since they had done it, there was no point in regretting it, and having come to this point, they were not going to be sent away with a word of regret. "Tonight, my family's old 12th will personally lead the team, and the three of us will hold back the battle forces above the true king level, and we can definitely finish off that brat once and for all," the true king of the Wen clan said with murderous anger. They had such a big action. Naturally they couldn't just go back without accomplishing anything. They had to take care of Chundel this campaign at the very least. They couldn't let this heartbreaker grow. And a little higher up the warpath would be to take Chundel back alive and kill him immediately after torturing him about the use of his chance. As for things like brainwashing Shenner into one of their own, they hadn't even thought about it. After all, it was because of this thought from their enemy that they had the chance to turn the tables in the first place. So how could they possibly retrace this back road now? Still no response from that old thing Chi-Kunshin? The small tree wobbles slightly, grows, and eventually bears a large fruit. The fruit broke open and a somewhat obese old man stepped out from it. The true king of one of the 8 families, the Zhao family. At this moment, he also did not have the hesitation he had before, and with a calmness in his eyes, he plucked a fruit and threw it to the true king of the Wang clan, inquiring softly. Chi-Kunshin didn't respond, but the Chi family did. Also not polite, chewing the fruit in large mouthfuls. The pale face of the true king of the Wang clan flushed with flesh, and he said vaguely as he ate, "Have you hurt your brain?" Without the consent of that bewildered man Chi-Kunshin. How dare that group of misfits in the Chi family nod their heads? A bunch of playboys placed on a stage. When did they dare to overstep their bounds? The true king of the Wen clan laughed lightly, not hiding his contempt for the Chi clan in the slightest. "You also said it's a theater. But theater is also human. A big play of family harmony sung for hundreds of years. It should be tired." The true king of the Wang clan dropped to the ground and looked at his 2 old brothers with a smile, and his words caused the faces of those 2 men to suddenly change, and they gave him a cautious look. "Are you serious? Do you really think that the Chi family's group of playwrights can defeat that fiendish man Chi-Kunshin?" And in the face of the 2 old fellows questioning, the true king of the Wang clan just laughed and didn't say anything explicitly. And seeing this, the 2 remaining true kings also understood what was going on in his mind. And each of them looked inexplicably puzzled as they were calculating in their minds what benefits they could gain from this next turn of events. "Let's go. Count the time. My family's old 12 should be at the place. We have to go over there and prepare to intercept that old thing from the military." Here it is, outside the hotel where the students of the Imperial Academy were staying. A group of people stood still and stared at the hotel in front of them, complex colors flickering in their eyes. "Brother, are we really going to do it? After we do it, we'll have to antagonize the Imperial Academy and antagonize the Empire." Behind the mute middle-aged man at the head, a dry and thin man gripped his shoulders tightly and said in an eager tone, afraid that he would go to do it if he was dead set on it. But after hearing this, the group of people who followed over behind them did not have any wavering in their eyes. Their eyes were dull, like corpses that could not think. The mousy middle-aged man also slowly turned his head and swept his brother over with eyes that looked less than intelligent, then put his hand on his head and rubbed it twice as if he were a child. "Brother, When it comes to life, it's most taboo to go right or left. Always remember, this is the experience your brother and I have summarized from so many years of working as a knife for old ancestor. After saying that, he lowered his hand, and behind him, the door to the Imperial Beast space opened, and a gnarled dragon made up of ice crystals, crystal clear, with no horns on its head and 4 claws under its belly swam out of it, coiling around the mute middle-aged man. This was the Wen family's family heirloom Imperial Beast, the Xian Ice Snarl. Freeze the place and keep outsiders out. The mute middle-aged man commanded to the Xian Ice Snarl. Roar! And the Xian Ice Snarl let out a long whine up to the sky, snaking up into the sky and performing an ancient and arcane dance in the air. This was the exclusive skill of the Xian Ice Snarl species, Dance of Ice, which was able to inflict a special attack while also altering the sky, forcibly distorting any weather into a snowy day more suitable for Xian Ice Snarls to survive. The ancient dance of the gnarled dragon communicated the ice element between heaven and earth, and the temperature, which was still normal, suddenly began to plummet, and in the blink of an eye, goosefeather snow slowly drifted down from the air. At that moment, many sleeping students in the hotel frowned and subconsciously curled up their bodies, trying to draw some warmth out of the thin little blankets covering them. Enemy attack. Soon, the lead lecturer in charge of the night watch on the first floor shouted to wake up everyone from their sleep. At this time, they then noticed that the windows were white, and the windows even froze with ice flowers. Quick, get downstairs. The doors of the houses on the far side of each floor were slammed open, and one by one the lecturers leading the departments emerged from them with grim faces, organizing the students to leave in an orderly fashion. The students on the first floor were the fastest to gather, and were currently standing with the lead tutor in the hall to confront the mute middle-aged men. By now, there were already quite a few students who had discovered the mute middle-aged Imperial Beast, and one by one, they pulled out their iconography and started scanning it. Gnarled ice. Attributes, ice. Dragon. Physical strength race value, 130. Attack racial value, 60. Defense racial value, 100. Special attack race value, 130. Special defense race value, 100. Speed race value, 30. Total racial value, 550. Special ability, don't use the dragon. This ability is closely related to the status of the Beastmaster. The higher the Beastmaster's status in human society, the stronger the increase the Ice Snarl can receive, and vice versa, the lower its own attributes will be. Man Shimoyan, do you know what you're doing? The moment he saw the mute middle-aged man in front of him, the leading teacher's face changed drastically and he sternly scolded. When family's lower character generation old senior so dangerous, quickly hide. Upon hearing that name, a number of people in the student body reacted by ducking into the crowd one by one. Brother Zhao, what about this lower character generation? What generation is it compared to senior Wen Yung? Ri Ziming came up next to a student who obviously knew something and asked in a whisper. And the student who was called Brother Zhao carefully glanced at Wen Xiaoyun before explaining to Li Ziming. The generation of the Moon family is Sata Kakayamoto, and this is from the generation of Moon Genji Hokage's grandfather. Li Ziming realized this. Chapter 139 Extreme Current Imperial Beast Master. Extreme Cold Ice Light. When Xiaoyun still had a wooden gaze and didn't even have the idea of arguing with the leading tutor, directly opening his mouth and letting his Imperial Beasts launch their attacks. As the words fell, the sinuous Xian Ice Snarl poked its head out from behind Wen Xiaoyun and opened its dragon's mouth. A thick pillar of light emitting a cold aura spewed out from its mouth, scattering towards the group of students. When things came to this moment, the lead tutor instead did not panic. His expression calmed down and he loosened his sleeves slowly and methodically. Wen Shimoyu, your Wen family is really bold then. In that case, I don't have to worry about it, so I'll just beat you to death right here. Just as he was speaking, a wall of clay rose up from the ground, stopping the ice light dead in its tracks. The terrifying ice light even caused the surrounding light to distort and slow down along with it. But there was not the slightest possibility of breaking through the wall of clay, and even the temperature was cut off. Spirit of the Earth, Earth Pulse Enhancement, Earth Pulse Surge, Earth Cage, the lead mentor said in a calm tone. And as he did, the ground began to shake violently, and 6 identical Imperial Beasts with barely humanoid forms rose from the earth. This is his Imperial Beast Earth Spirit. Quasi-King level Imperial Beast Master can contract 6 Imperial Beasts, and he chose all the Earth Spirit. This extreme contract method in the world of Imperial Beast Master is actually a mainstream. Some talent is not enough or talent can only be on a kind of Imperial Beast. Its role in the Imperial Beast Master will choose this way. Only cultivate a kind of Imperial Beasts. That kind of Imperial Beasts cultivation to the extreme. There is no curved path to overtake those geniuses' possibility. As the lead tutor's words fell, all 6 of his Earth Spirits began to move in an organized manner like machinery. The 5 Earth Spirits with lower qualifications all lit up with an earth yellow glow. This was Earth Pulse Enhancement. an increased skill of the ground department that could simultaneously increase one's attack and defense by 1 level each. Then, a connection lit up on the 5 Earth Spirits and the remaining and only gold qualification Earth Spirit. And the increased light from the 5 Earth Spirits surged into the gold qualification Earth Spirit. Earth Pulse Surge, which could transfer changes in one's own attributes to one's own kind, was an exclusive skill of a royal beast like the Earth Spirit. In an instant, the golden qualified Earth Spirit's breath swelled to its limit. Its attack and defense all increased by 5 levels, and its attributes increased by 3.5 times. Its palm, which was larger than a normal person's chest, pressed against the ground, and 2 earth cages rose up, dividing the battlefield. The layer of earth cage outside enveloped everyone in it, preventing the aftermath of the battle from spreading out and harming the surrounding crowd. After all, this was the city center. The second earth cage, on the other hand, locked it together with Wen Xiaoyun, and at this moment, Wen Xiaoyun was facing a quasi-king of the same level whose attributes of all parties had been increased to the extreme. Go on, shoot it. The expression on the lead mentor's face didn't change in any way. It was as relaxed as if he was talking about what he was going to eat tonight. The Earth Spirit took a heavy step towards the Xian Ice Snarl, while the Xian Ice Snarl also put on a layer of cold ice armor to strengthen its own double defense and then greeted. Both sides didn't hide, so they fronted each other. Because both sides were turtle speed imperial beasts, they couldn't dodge even if they wanted to. The Xian Ice Snarl's speed racial value was only 30 points, and the Earth Spirit was a bit stronger than it, but it was also limited in strength, so it couldn't dodge at all. Earth Spirit, attributes, ground, physical strength race value, 100, attack racial value, 120, defense racial value, 130, special attack race value, 55, special defense race value, 65, speed race value, 45, total racial value, 515. However, in terms of attributes, the Earth Spirit could be said to be at a considerable disadvantage, because the Earth Spirit was strong in attack and defense, and its special defense was quite weak. But it encountered the Xian Ice Snarl, which was renowned for its high double resistance and high special attack, and if it didn't make any preparations, it definitely wouldn't be the Xian Ice Snarl's opponent, because even the Earth Spirit's powerful attack would be hard enough to break through the Xian Ice Snarl's defenses. But the one standing here now was not an ordinary Earth Spirit, but an Earth Spirit whose attack had been strengthened by 5 layers. So now the situation becomes one where both sides passionately second each other, and whoever strikes first wins. In the inner Earth cage, an earth wall was once again released to narrowly block the extremely cold ice light spewed out by the Xian Ice Snarl, and the spirit of the earth walked towards the Xian Ice Snarl in large strides, reaching out to pinch the neck of the Xian Ice Snarl and then slammed it to the ground, making a muffled sound. Steady! Seeing this scene, the leading tutor's heart had already given that Xian Ice Snarl a death notice. After all, it couldn't possibly have survived from the Earth Spirit's hands while being close-quartered any longer. As expected, the blow caused the Xian Bing Snarl to make a dull sound on the ground. Everyone in the outside world was shaken and jumped, and the Xian Bing Snarl inside was even more thrown around. The Earth Spirit that gained the advantage didn't pause for a moment and immediately bullied its way up, its massive body leaping high into the air and smashing into the Xian Ice Snarl's body. At this moment, when Xiaoyun's wooden face became slightly livid, this was the Imperial Beast contract signaling that the Xian Bing Snarl's life was precisely out of a precarious state. But even so, when Shimoya still had no intention of saying anything about letting his other Imperial Beasts come out to help. Seeing this scene, the leading tutor's brows furrowed. A normal Imperial Beast Master certainly wouldn't react this way when faced with such a situation, so it was only possible that the other party's Imperial Beast wasn't on their person. But where can it be if it's not on your body? The Earth Spirit outside the second layer of the Earth Cage didn't send a warning, which means that those Imperial Beasts didn't lay their hands on the students outside. And it's normal to think that these guys don't have the guts to really tear their faces off with the Imperial Academy and the Empire. But then there seems to be only one place for them to go. You let your Imperial Beasts hold me back with their lives with the idea of killing Changer? The lead mentor said with certainty, and when Xiaoyun still had a wooden expression, with no change on his face. But by now the lead mentor was convinced that this was what the guy was planning to do. And sometimes, not answering is an answer. Are you so sure you can beat him? The leading tutor asked with an odd expression on his face. After all, although Chenner was ostensibly a student, he was also a genuine quasi-king level Imperial Beast Master, a big grade with him as a professor of the ground department. That is, the level of the Imperial Beasts wasn't as high as his was. But what the lead tutor got was still silence. The guy when Shimayan was like he couldn't speak. He didn't react to anything. At this time, the battle in the field has come to an end. The Xian Ice Snarl has scales all over his body. The scales were scraped off by the spirit of the earth as if it was scraping fish scales. At this time, he is already dying. And when the Imperial Beasts are hurt to this extent, the pain will be shared to a part of the Imperial Masters. At this time, the muscles of the face of the Wind Shimeon are slightly trembling, and the backs of his hands are veins rippling up, but he still doesn't say anything. Ugh. Family, that's scary. Give him closure, Earth Spirit. Seeing this scene, the lead tutor sighed, but just as the Earth Spirit was about to strike, a shocked scream came from outside. Aha! Upon hearing this voice, Wind Shimeon's eyes that hadn't fluctuated even when he was suffering from the pain of scraping his scales immediately changed, and he fiercely stared at the lead tutor as he asked in a single word, "What have you done?" Chapter 140, the true king of the worldly family who broke the great defense. As the Wind family's most famous mad dog, Wind Shimeon could understand all too well who that voice belonged to, but that was what made him feel unbelievable. What kind of thing could have caused the old ancestor to let out that exasperated scream? Ha? What do you mean? What did we do? I haven't even asked you guys what the hell you did. Never mind. None of it matters. Earth Spirit, give him a break. The lead mentor frowned and sized him up, then ordered directly to the Earth Spirit. The Earth Spirit that had already been waiting for a long time pinched the Shin Bing Gnarl's big hand with a clean force, and the Shin Bing's brain composed of ice was instantly pinched and crushed. And this Shin Bing Gnarl that had been born extraordinary, and could almost be equivalent to the first tier of imperial beasts under the quasi-gods, completely lost its life here. The backlash of the Imperial Beast contract also caused Wind Shimeon to violently spit out a mouthful of blood, his breath shriveling, but his eyes were dead set on the lead tutor. The lead tutor was full of impatience and let his Imperial Beasts control Wind Shimeon. Killing a few of his Imperial Beasts would be enough. He didn't intend to really kill this guy. After all, he was satisfied with his current life and didn't want to offend the behemoth that was the Wind family. Furthermore, now there is a big brother present. Can not be used to him a small quasi-king to take the idea? Even if he really want to kill Wind Xiaoyun, at that time also have to ask the big brother before doing it. In any case, cannot put the pot on his own back. On the other hand, a few minutes ago, in the hotel on the outer layer of all the Earth's cages, a snowflake exactly like the usual snowflakes mixed in with the snowy day triggered by the arcane ice gnarls, drifted into the hotel silently. This was precisely one of the Imperial Beasts that Wind Shimeon had hidden away, the Ice plus Space Imperial Beast Ice Crystal Hollow At this moment the Ice Crystal Flower could clearly feel the pain of its own Imperial Master through the Imperial Beast contract, but still had no intention of going back to rescue it, as its mission was much more important, and all of the suffering Wind Shimeon had endured was being given to it to draw attention to it. Whoever it was knew clearly that those three from the military must not have left yet, and must be waiting here to catch the big fish. So the true kings of the Wang, and Zhao families were not going to come over at all, and the quasi-king level fish weren't big enough to get the self-proclaimed anglers out just in time to accomplish this task of getting close to Cher. As long as he could get close to Kyle, then he could use himself as an anchor point to summon the old ancestor to descend and forcefully kill Kyle. Forcing back the grief in his heart, Ice Crystal Hollowflower began to quickly line up the room. It had watched from outside, and there was no sign of Chandler in that group of students. 101, 102, 103, 107 found it. Someone's scent. The Ice Crystal Hollowflower's two eyes lit up. It had detected a human's aura in 107's room, and the aura was quite powerful. This was definitely that Shinner. Thinking so, without saying a word, it immediately took out a scale from the space opened up by its body that still emitted a lingering coldness even though it was detached from the main body. These were the scales of the Wen clan's old ancestors' true king-level Shin Ice Gnarl. At the first moment this scale appeared, a pitch-black crack silently blossomed like a chrysanthemum behind the Ice Crystal Hollowflower. The verdant vines poked out from it, and that side obviously also had the idea of a quick battle. But the moment the vines appeared, the entire hotel suddenly flew up, and was lifted up by a large hand covered in black hair to hold up the hotel, and then the other hand ruthlessly rushed into the spatial crack, grabbing out the things inside and ruthlessly dropping them on the ground, which were none other than the three true kings of the worldly families. Ape Ancestor, do you really think so highly of that kid? Being thrown to the ground, the magnificently dressed true king of the Wen clan was covered in dust, looking particularly wretched and comical, and that just now even a true king-level royal beast master was not well received. After grunting twice on the ground, only then did the true king of the Wen clan climb up with a pale face, staring at that big black hairy hand with a shocked and angry look. However, the ape ancestor did not respond to him and still only showed two large black furred hands. Oh, well, in that case, there's nothing more to say. The sinuous dragon species burrowed out of the imperial beast space that opened behind the true king of the Wen family, staring warily at the two large, black-furred hands in the sky, with a low roar of intimidation constantly emanating from its mouth. The moment this Shin Ice Gnarl appeared, goosefeather snow arose out of nowhere, forming a thick layer of snow on the ground in just a few seconds. The dance of ice, an exclusive skill, had long been integrated into its every action, even passively transforming the surrounding sky into an environment suitable for its survival whenever it made its debut. And just as the true king of the Wen family completely disregarded his manners and upbringing and pointed at ape ancestor and jumped to his feet to curse as if he were a shrew, a few withered yellow vines silently dived into the ground and surged towards the location of room 107. At their age, who would be up in arms over such a small matter? From beginning to end, their only goal was one, and that was to completely finish off Changer, without even communicating. It was something completely unspoken, a decision they made in shock when they saw the ape ancestor's hand coming along the spatial channel. Soon, the withered vines touched the edge of room 107, and seeing this scene, the true king of the Wen clan and the true king of the Wang clan performed even more vigorously, incidentally observing the surroundings with their spiritual power, making it convenient for them to evacuate immediately after getting their hands on them. But right after the vines penetrated the steel-reinforced concrete room and penetrated the man inside who was crawling in the gloom, the surprise on the faces of the three men had frozen before they even had a chance to show it. They stared blankly at Qianer, whose chest had been penetrated but still crawled out on all fours as if nothing had happened, only to feel their brains covered in question marks. The already severely injured true king of the Wang clan covered his chest, feeling that the half of his heart that had just grown out was starting to ache again at this moment, and he pointed at Qianer, stiffly unable to say a word. The attack just now destroyed the holographic projection device on Chundel, and Chundel, wrapped tightly in a tiger skin cloak, appeared in front of the trio's eyes. The vines trembled as they lifted the tiger skin cloak off of Qianer, and the body that looked like a real one, but vaguely just had an incongruous feeling to it, appeared in front of the three of them. At this moment, the three true king-level Imperial Beast Masters all felt a wave of dizziness. Flesh and blood split. An irritated wail spat out from the mouth of the true king of the Wang clan, and he barely managed to spit out a mouthful of blood. The Wang family was extraordinarily focused on power because of the influence of the family's imperial beasts, because in this world, the strong represented majesty, and the strong represented public power, and they were also the family that was most eager for Qianer's chances, so they contributed the most, and currently suffered the most. Even his initial imperial beast, the Burgundy mountain lion that accompanied him for hundreds of years, was accounted for, but in the end, they did it all for a mannequin. Next to him, the true king of the Wen clan let out a similarly shaken wail. After all, apart from the Wang clan, it was he who had put in the most effort, and had even had his own sword plainly aimed at the Imperial Academy. Chapter 141, Frost Bone Dragon's Special Ability. Damn you! Damn you! The true king of the Wen clan shouted in shock and anger, and behind him, the Xian Ice Snarl swung up its huge tail and shattered that flesh and blood doppelganger Kyle. And at once, the flesh and blood provided by the blood-burning saints, the bones provided by the frost and cold lords as well as a ghost pond that was smiling sarcastically at them appeared in front of all of them, and a wave of blood pressure rushed straight to the three of them in their brains. Ha ha, that's the look I want to see on your faces. At this moment, crazy laughter came out from the room next door. 108's door was kicked open, and Du Xiaoming's three military true kings were laughing so hard that they couldn't even straighten their backs. After seeing him up close before, Du Xiaoming felt that Qianer's breath seemed a bit wrong, but couldn't say exactly where it was wrong, saying that there was a problem, but he didn't dare to be sure, and saying that there wasn't a problem, that the breath really wasn't too normal. In the end, Du Xiaoming, who was tormented by curiosity and really had no choice, still dialed the dean's phone number, and only then did he learn about the matter of the flesh and blood doppelganger from the dean's mouth. He couldn't sit still now, and hurriedly dragged the two remaining men next door to share to get ready to watch the fun. As luck would have it, before the three true kings of the Siritii could even get there, Chundel's sudden loss of control and start of his shadowy crawl had them laughing for quite some time, not to mention the even bigger fun that was to follow. Well, since you're here, it wouldn't be right not to leave something behind. Du Xiaoming, who strongly pinched his thighs to make himself stifle his laughter, stood up and smilingly stared at the three worldly true kings who were grimacing. A few hundred years ago you guys and I did a fight. As a result, because of the late emperor that old thing dragging his feet behind resulting in me not being able to take you guys. Now after waiting for such a long time, finally waiting for you guys to betray, it really makes me wait well. Du Xiaoming spoke softly, along with his voice, the goosefeather snow around him had stopped at some point. The original snowflakes that were full of life had become dead at some point, and the cold around them was also filled with a dead air. In the space behind him, something huge seemed to be writhing. The Wang clans already left their initial imperial beasts behind. I think this Xian Ice Snarl of yours is just fine, so leave it behind as well. As soon as the words fell, a large bone claw cut through space and grabbed towards the Xian Ice Snarl's location. This was none other than his imperial beast, a true king level paragon, the Frost Bone Dragon. also the mother of the Frostbite Lord of Chundel. Xian Ice Snarl. Quick! Ice armor! The moment he saw this bone claw, the heart of the true king of the Wen clan was jolted, and his mind uncontrollably thought of the time when he and the current heads of the other 7 clans had set off the rebellion of the 8 kings together with the support of the late emperor. At that time, Du Xiaoming was already an old-timer among the true kings, and also held the position of imperial great general. What's worse is that this great general didn't know about the late emperors and their schemes, and thought that they were really rebels, so his hands were extraordinarily brutal, and if it wasn't for the fact that there was the late emperor helping to maneuver in the courtroom, they were really enough to be able to set off the 8 kings' rebellion under the eyes of this great general. So the moment he saw this frost bone dragon, the memories of the past once again flooded his mind, causing the true king of the Wen clan to subconsciously start stacking his armor in preparation to step forward to carry the wound. Zip! La! Ear-piercing sounds rang out from the body of the Xian Ice Snarl, and the layer of ice armor made of Xian Ice collided with the bone claws of the frost bone dragon, making a sound that made one's teeth sink. But fortunately, the frost bone dragon wasn't good at melee combat, and this blow was blocked even though it hurt quite a bit. There are doors. Seeing this scene, the 3 true kings of the lineage all had their spirits lifted. Only they knew how great the pressure was to face a true king-level paragon, and not one that was even a first-time true king. Although the ape ancestor was much stronger than this guy, and was also at the peak of the true king's human substratum level, but the other person's stance was the entire human race, and they were also human beings, so as long as they didn't commit crimes against humanity, the ape ancestor wouldn't lay a deadly hand on them. But Du Xiaoming was different. This guy had a real camp. Ha! Blocking my frost bone dragon stretches the lazy back haunted like a numbness. Du Xiaoming did not hide his ridicule in the slightest, and his words caused the hearts of the 3 true kings of the worldly family to sink as they subconsciously looked towards Du Xiaoming's position. At this moment, that frost bone dragon had completely appeared from the void, and within its empty eye sockets, ghostly blue soul fire blazed, bringing with it an oozing chill. Only the upper half of its body was exposed. Its bone wings were like clouds covering the sky, and its ice blue bone body was densely covered with scars, which were the medals of the frost bone dragon's consecutive years of conquest. The moment he saw this frost bone dragon, the true king of the Wen clan immediately began to have a headache. The reason why paragons were called paragons, aside from the high racial value of 600 points, was that special ability that didn't make sense, the kind of ability that could even be comparable to a true divine beast power. For example, the infinite light trees playing around with the timeline. While the frost bone dragon's special ability was not so arcane, its special ability was very simple and crude. That is, magic immunity. Because of the undead ice that came with itself, the temperature of the frost bone dragon's body surface was low to a limit, and this temperature formed a layer of black armor on its body surface, and any light that came into contact with this layer of armor would become sluggish, or even stagnant, and because it was the undead ice, all the elements that came into contact with that layer of black armor on its body surface would become inert. This is where the frost bone dragon magic immunity comes from. If Chance had been here, he would have absolutely gasped in amazement at the glass-loving condensed matter, and as it happens, what the Xian Ice Snarl is best at is special attack, by the frost bone dragon Tian Ku, grams of death. Because of this, so in the past in this frost bone dragon in the middle of the battle, the Xian Ice Snarl is serving as a meat shield position. Focus on taking a beating on the line. This is going to be a fight. Sighing lightly, the eyes of the true king of the Wen clan firmed up, and the imperial beast space behind him opened to its maximum, ready to immediately break the situation and leave. This time it was a real loss, and he didn't expect that he could actually be so miserably undermined by Chenner, a brat whose hair hadn't even grown. It could only be said that years of comfortable life still made them arrogant. When thinking about tactics, they didn't even consider what Chenner himself would do. After all, in their subconscious mind, an 18-year-old brat, how could he possibly escape from the pursuit of the 3 true kings? Even if he also had the 3 true kings escorting him, it would still be the same. As long as the aftermath of the battle was bigger, it would be able to ripple through and kill him. It could be said that anyone would have expected that there would be a situation like this right now. The contemplative Wen clan ancestor didn't notice that the 3 people across from him froze in their sight slightly, but they quickly returned to their normal state, with that obnoxious winning smile still on their faces. Chapter 142, Destroy Zhao First. What the hell? Suddenly, the Zhao clan's oldest ancestor, who had never had much of an existence, let out a cry of alarm, drawing everyone's attention to him, only to see that a humanoid covered in blood was slowly rising from the ground, and Sequence 3's muzzle dagger ruthlessly stabbed into the back of the Zhao family's ancestor's heart. The agony of having his soul torn apart caused the Zhao clan's oldest ancestor to kick the humanoid away with a grimace on his face, covering his chest and gasping for air, and the humanoid creature that had been kicked away slowly stood up, its entire body covered in blood and covered in regrown skin, revealing itself to be Chanel. Seeing this scene, everyone's breath caught in their throat, and they looked in shock at the flesh and blood doppelganger of Chenner next to them that only had half of his body left, and then at this brand new Chenner, who had an open space backpack by his feet, from which he had come out. Another flesh and blood diversion. Good boy. Truly the style of a darkness system Imperial Beast Master. Because the tiger skin cloak was not on his body, the difference in the flesh and blood doppelganger was immediately noticed by the other true kings present, and Du Xiaoming was even gritting his teeth to death to keep from laughing out loud. This newly appeared flesh and blood doppelganger looked around and quickly mapped out the situation present. He scratched his hair helplessly. What the hell? You just got connected and you're making it so exciting? In the Imperial Academy's dormitory, Chenner also made synchronized movements, and he immediately had several of his Imperial beasts contact the flesh and blood doppelgangers when they managed to awaken from their drunken energy situation. But I didn't realize that the original flesh and blood split number 1 had actually mailed it. There was no other way. He could only activate the backup plan, temporarily remotely maneuvering flesh and blood split number 2, and launching an attack on all the surrounding creatures at the first opportunity after number 2 left the space backpack, and after successfully attacking the people around him with his dagger, he then opened his eyes to the current situation. Distinguished the situation clearly. Chenner strutted to stand behind Du Xiaoming. The other people see this scene although as hate to itch the roots of the teeth, but there is simply not much to take Chenner. After all, this was a doppelganger. Even if it was killed, it was useless. For a moment, everyone's eyes were all focused on Chenner's flesh and blood doppelganger number 2. Everyone's eyes were flickering rapidly, one idea floating in their heads, and the gazes of the three from the military began to gradually become ferocious, and they even opened the door of the Imperial Beast space together unanimously. Surname Zhao's soul is damaged. He's the weakest. Plans change. Try to keep that guy. Du Xiaoming's eyes were wide open. The excitement in the bottom of his eyes was about to overflow. Originally they were thinking of killing a few more Imperial beasts, and then come back to slowly figure it out. After all, if they were pushed, these 8 families would most likely report to a group of people. That's a full 8 true king level Imperial Beast Masters, which was by no means something they wanted to see. But I didn't expect the turn of events to actually come so quickly. And now that the Zhao clan's oldest ancestor had suffered a serious injury, perhaps he could take advantage of this opportunity to directly resolve one. Destroy Zhao first. Destroy Zhao first. The one-eyed old man Zhou was only remaining. I stared frighteningly. The whites of his eyes were full of blood, and he yelled at the top of his voice. Ape ancestor. Block off space. Sick and suffering Empire Wu Ho Shinifei at this time also do not pretend to be sick. Fast speech to the ape ancestor shouting. This is a 2-digit true king to kill. Casually escape out of the aftermath of the point. The bottom of the city do not want. And the movements of the large black-haired hands flew, the palms stretching out, and Chenner saw the landscape in front of him shake for a moment, eventually becoming pitch black. Just like the Buddha's kingdom in the palm of his hand that Buddha Rulai teased Sun Monkey in mythology, this black space Chenner could not see the edge at a glance. Rumble, accompanied by a loud bang. This flesh and blood doppelganger of Chenner's also completely dropped off the line, and the two sides over there completely lost their scruples after the space was blocked off, and one by one, they released all of their Imperial beasts and started a horrifying melee, and no one cared about Chenner's flesh and blood doppelganger in the midst of the melee. It wasn't even a real person anyway, so this flesh and blood doppelganger was very dryly shocked to death by the aftermath. What the hell? Are they all so mean? In the Imperial Academy, Chenner, who was staring intently at the mirror and watching the scene from the perspective of his flesh and blood doppelganger, sighed and stood up from his bed, only to see that at this moment, the fingers of both of his hands all disappeared, and the flesh and blood at the wounds wriggled and began to grow back. The biggest fish over there had already taken the bait, and there was no need for him to use these little tricks to fill the flesh and blood split with his own scent. Growing out of it was fine. It's a tough time to be without fingers. Imperial Beast Master, when are you opening the third flesh and blood split? The blood-burning saint stepped out from within the Imperial Beast space and looked at Chenner, who had already grown half of his fingers, and asked, let's wait a little longer. In the end, it's a true king-level battle. How can it end so easily? I'll take a nap first, and activate number 3 when I wake up to see. Yawning, Chantal fell right back into bed. Remotely manipulating a flesh and blood doppelganger was mentally exhausting. Even if he was a quasi-king level Imperial Beast Master and his soul had been nourished by so many soul flowers, he was still a bit overwhelmed after such a long period of time. This sleep lasted until the sun went down, which was when he woke up. Looking out of the window at the red light of the setting sun, Chenner subconsciously stood up wanting to go and look at the vegetables he had planted. But just 2 steps later, he stopped, and the palm of his hand, which had been restored to its original state, covered his face. Yeah, oh, I'm already in the Imperial Beast world, so I don't have to worry about survival anymore. He then lay down on the bed, quietly staring at the ceiling, and after a while, suddenly let out a burst of laughter, which grew louder and louder, and eventually dissolved into a maniacal laugh. Laughing, he then rolled over and got up, calling out all of his Imperial Beasts. Come on, activate number 3. In the city of Lian Yuan, all the teachers and students of the Imperial Academy were gathered together, next to the ruins of the hotel, and the students came together in groups to gossip as a way to ease the tension in their hearts. While the teachers looked up at the sky from time to time, their eyes filled with worry. The students only knew that they had been attacked by the Wen family, one of the 8 families, and were not at all sure of the specifics, while the teachers knew more, but only to a limited extent. Are all the students here? The lead tutor bundled Wen Shimoyan up like a caterpillar, then sat on his back with his butt and asked to one of the tutors next to him. Well, all the rest are here except for Chanel. The tutor who was asked naturally gave out the data that had been tallied long ago. As for Chandler's well-being, they weren't worried about that. It was something the bigwigs should worry about. Ha, he's dead. That's 3 true kings. Do you guys think he can still live? Man Shimoyu's voice rang out, but no one paid any attention to him. The guy had been like that ever since that scream came out, as if he was hypnotizing himself. At first they were worried, but then they didn't bother with the guy. Hey, I think you should change my position. Suddenly, Fumi Yum shifted her body and spoke to the lead mentor sitting on her back. What? Still asking me to give preferential treatment to prisoners? The lead mentor trimmed her nails in annoyance and said in a nonchalant manner. No, it's something that seems to be growing out from under my stomach. Man Shimoya shifted his body uncomfortably as he felt that thing underneath his body getting bigger and bigger. Chapter 143, How can they be so similar? Trying to trick me? Fumi Yum. Do you realize that you don't have the slightest bit of credibility when you're staring at those dull eyes to deceive people? The lead mentor shook his ass again and casually said as he played with his phone. But soon, he sensed something was wrong. Why was the sight rising? He jumped up violently from Wen Shimoyan and twisted his head to look behind him at Wen Shimoyan's position, only to see that at this moment, Wen Shimoyan had already been lifted up, and the one who lifted him up was a humanoid creature covered in blood, which seemed to have grown out of the mud as if it was still rising in size by now. Looking at this humanoid creature, the lead tutor and the others all didn't dare to move a muscle, just staring at him warily, and soon, the dismay on his face turned into shock, because under his eyes, the monster that was covered in blood suddenly grew skin. Soon, the skin-grown flesh and blood split number 3 appeared in front of the crowd. Chandel? No, this is a flesh and blood doppelganger? The lead mentor looked at Kyle and let out a shocked sound, but quickly reacted to the skill of flesh and blood splitting. What Chanel? What flesh and blood split? As soon as he heard this name, Wen Shimoyu, who was lifted up, struggled frantically as if he had been poked and prodded, wanting to see clearly what exactly was underneath him, but no one cared about him at all. Yes, sensei, it's the flesh and blood splitting skill. After all, I can't prepare nothing. Chanel smiled and opened his mouth to acknowledge it. Hearing this voice, Wen Xiaoyun suddenly stopped struggling, and his originally dull gaze was as if he was dead. So when did you prepare this flesh and blood doppelganger? Before entering the hotel? The lead tutor asked incredulously. After all, if he hadn't witnessed the process of forming the flesh and blood doppelganger with his own eyes, he hadn't noticed any difference at all. Was this reasonable? There were still flesh and blood doppelgangers of this level in this world? This was a situation where he preferred to believe that Kyle had replaced it with a flesh and blood doppelganger without him noticing, rather than admitting that he actually couldn't even tell a flesh and blood doppelganger from a real person. No, it was my flesh and blood doppelganger that followed you all the way up until you left the academy. The eyes of the leading tutor died, and together with him, there is also Wen Shimoyan. The thought that these people of theirs have spent so much, and in the end, what they seek is actually just a flesh and blood split. He then understood why the old ancestor would make that kind of sound. This cannot stand on anyone. And this man is? Chantal asked as he threw Fumi Yum on the ground and pointed at him. The quasi-king of the Wen family, sent here to attract our attention and then find a chance to kill you. The lead tutor replied casually with a dull gaze. But for some reason, there was a sudden muffled grunt in his ear. Oh, that's right. Then thanks for stopping him for me. Teacher, this is for you. A spatial backpack was suddenly thrown into the leading tutor's arms, causing him to be jolted, his originally lax eyes immediately becoming godlike, looking at this spatial backpack in his arms that still had blood in it with shock. Turning his head violently, he realized that Qianer was holding Wen Xiaoyun's head, his feet stepping on Wen Xiaoyun's corpse, and carrying a strangely shaped dagger in his hand. The other students were clearly stunned by the scene, each gasping for air with wide eyes. You Me. This. He wanted to put down the space backpack in his hand, but the moment he put it to his feet, the lead tutor hesitated and thought carefully before he put it away and ran to Chenner's side with his hands in the air. It was only after a while that he finally managed to utter a complete sentence. You killed him here? He lowered his voice and asked incredulously. That or else? Chantal glanced at him in wonder, still carrying Man Shimoyan's head in his hand. At this moment, when Xiaoyun's dull eyes were truly and completely dumbfounded. That's right, teacher. After he dies, his imperial beast space should form a secret realm, right? What does the law of the Yen Kingdom say about this secret realm? Can you award it to me? Throwing the head casually back, the door to the sentinel space opened, and flesh and blood tentacles poked out of it, curling up the head and body and shrinking back. Before Kyle rubbed his hands together with an excited grin on his face. He couldn't wait to divide the legacy of an old paragon king. If that's not possible, we can split it 50-50. Seeing that the lead mentor didn't respond for a long time, Chenner then opened his mouth with a reluctant face. You're overthinking it. The secret realms are all state-owned and private ownership is not allowed. The lead mentor choked for a moment, before he had the good sense to refuse Chantal's tempting offer. When he finished speaking, he saw Chandler's expression drop to a meaty low. This guy's imperial beast space, you don't have to think about it, but his imperial beasts should all be released. It's impossible to have only one to look for you. Before it should be the sudden outbreak of the true king battlefield scared those imperial beasts to hide. Now he just died. Those imperial beasts certainly can't hide. You look for it carefully again. If you look carefully again, you can still find it. The lead mentor realized that immediately after he said this. Chantal's expression perked up at a rate visible to the naked eye. Have you fallen into money? He was numb and spat. So, the darkness department is not easy. Teacher, you a ground department does not understand the suffering of the darkness department. If you do not know how to economize, a few children at home will not be able to eat. Chenner immediately said with a face full of sadness. This sentence directly made the lead tutor fall into a deep thought. It seems like I've heard this somewhere before. Where did I hear it before? 50 years ago. Zhang Xin, Old Wang. The blood and flesh department is bitter. The children at home can't get enough to eat. So you can't use these enemy corpses. So I'll take them all. 40 years ago. Tokuzhong, Old Wang. The skeleton department is suffering. My family's frost-cold lord is starving and skinny. So you can't use these enemies' bones. So I'll take them all. 30 years ago. Yang Shuai, Old Wang. The dead soul department's suffering. Forget it. Do not go through the process. I take it directly. Goodbye. Thinking back to those pitiful experiences back then, the leader, Tutor Wang, covered his face with pain. How can they be so similar? Teacher, I'm leaving. After saying that, Chenner released all of his imperial beasts with great interest and began to conduct a great search of the surroundings. Just like what Tutor Wang said, because of the death of Wen Shimoyu, those imperial beasts of his also suffered similarly, and the imperial beasts that were originally hidden all revealed their cracks and were discovered by Chenner. Although they were all quasi-king level existences, Chenner's side had 2 full-bodied quasi-gods in existence, or 4 against 1, and all of those imperial beasts that were hidden were all found out by him, and then broken one by one. But just as Chenner had just found the last imperial beast Ice Crystal Hollowflower, the pair of big black hairy hands that had closed in the sky suddenly dispersed, and it was clear to everyone that the battlefield inside had already appeared to produce results. Chapter 144, Forget it. You can use it as you like. Run. A popping ha rang out, and the white-feathered rockbird with scales all over its body turned into a white stream of light and disappeared into the sky, and the massive frost bone dragon chased them out from behind, flying in the air silently watching them as they fled. Oh, what a great win! Zhou Wu, the king of Jinnan, who was being guarded by a dragon head and tortoise body imperial beast and was still carrying the corpse of the Zhao family's oldest ancestor in his hand, slowly walked out, his tone full of pleasure. Kid, this is for you. We still have urgent matters, so we will leave first. By the way, that dead soul you used to fill the flesh and blood doppelganger, use it sparingly. When that kid Yufei gave you the soul recruitment streamer, he should have said that you can't use the souls of humans. Zhou Wu's only remaining one eye frowned, but a soul is okay. Chenner is a quasi-king level imperial beast master. It has to be a bit of a privilege. They press down, as long as Chenner doesn't foolishly release it in public. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. The Zhao family ancestor was now dead. The Wang family and the Wen families were fleeing. This was the best time to exterminate Zhao. He had to go back to the camp now and wait for instructions from above before he could do so. By the way, how many of those dead souls do you have in total? Zhou Wu, who was about to leave, suddenly turned his head to look at Chenner and asked a question. Tens of thousands of them, I guess. Chanel froze and underreported slightly. Tens of thousands of them. That's fine. Feel free to use them. Hearing this figure, Zhou Wu's frowning brows suddenly relaxed. It was impossible to hide the deaths of tens of thousands of humans from the countries within the human territory, which meant that all these dead souls of Qianer were unreported black, so there was no problem, and he didn't bother to pursue where Qianer got these dead human souls, as long as they weren't protected people within the territory of the Yin Kingdom or any other human country. After saying that, Zhou Wu retrieved the imperial beast with the dragon head and turtle body and released a large bird with metallic feathers all over its body, jumping onto the back of the large bird and flying towards the south. And Chanel looked down at what he had left for himself. A fruit. A golden fruit that makes your mouth water just by looking at it. Go back to your teacher and ask what it is. Immediately putting away the powerful-looking fruit, Changer stood up and walked towards the temporary base that had been set up on the side of the Imperial Academy students. The civil engineering royal beast masters would still have to wait a bit before they could come over, so the leading instructor Wang simply had his royal beasts build a few huts out of dirt on the ground. Needless to say, this kind of mud hut might be too childish for elementary school students, but it was just right for them college students, and a few of the big-hearted ones had already begun to get into the hut and run around and play around. Yo, you're back, just in time, looking for you for something. Qianer was noticed by Tutor Wang as soon as he came back, squatting on the steps smoking a cigarette and calculating how he should spend those things inside the Wen Shimenian space backpack. Tutor Wang saw Qianer and immediately waved at him with a smile. What's wrong, Changer? Who was just about to shut down the comms and give up on this flesh and blood doppelganger before he went back to rest, sniffed and asked. It's about the monthly exams, and since there's so much going on this time around, I'm just going to keep everything simple. Saying that, Tutor Wang stood up and cleared his throat to shout towards the students over there who were resting or playing in the mud huts. Oi, all look over here for a second. Hearing the sound, those students ended their playfulness and looked over in unison, their eyes tense. After all, what happened today was a bit too exciting, with their group of students who weren't even level 20 getting involved in a Paragon-level war. And according to the grapevine, there's even a true king down in the back of this, because of some reasons, so Qianer will not participate in this monthly examination. The internal first, he is here now. If any of you are not convinced, just come up and challenge him. It's okay to fight more than one. Tutor Wang hooked Qianer's neck and pushed Qianer to himself, pointing at him to those students. And after he finished his words, the whole room was silent. Everyone was looking at each other. Hard not a single person dared to speak or even spit, for fear that if they made a little noise, they would be considered by Mr. Wang to challenge Qianer. That would be a pitiful thing to do. A dozen levels to beat 50 or so. No one taught them to fight like that. Moreover, Qianer had personally performed a handful of head-taking tricks in front of their eyes, and it was the time when they were fighting fear. So how could they dare to go up and jump on their faces in such a situation? None of them? The leader, Instructor Wang, looked at the group of students and asked again. And only after seeing that no one had come forward did he then turn his head to look at Qianer. Alright, you're number one. Go do whatever you want to do next or go home and sleep. Anyway, don't hang around me, it's weird and scary. Tutor Wang's face was full of heart palpitations. He hadn't seen the human corpse that Zhou Wu had carried inside his hand when he left just now, but he had seen the withered vines wrapped around that imperial beast Motion vine, one of the Zhao family's true king-level imperial beasts. He had seen that imperial beast holding a few Zhao family children out with its vines when the academy was enrolling in the Zhao family still before, and he had seen a side of it at that time. But it's this kind of imperial beast of the Jin clan that has died, so you can imagine how big this bureau is involved in the end. All in all, his heart couldn't take it anymore. It was too exciting. It was better to hurry up and send this living father away. Okay, then I know. Qianer had originally planned to go straight home, but suddenly thought of the fact that he had previously instructed the old principal to help prepare for the preparation of his congratulatory gift for his advancement to Quasi-King, and immediately stopped in his tracks. You can't not take that money. If you don't take it, won't you let the folks down? They are all folks. Head down, head up. Cold relationship is not good. Chandler, headmaster, in or out? I'm free now. Come out and get together? The message had just been sent, and it came straight back in seconds from there, as if it had been waiting. Principal Gu, okay, I've already booked the hotel long ago. Here, there are still a few Imperial Beast Masters in the city who would like to get to know you, and have prepared an extra thin gift. You see? Chanel, come as you are. Principal Gu, I see. You can just come over directly. By the way, you'd better make a bigger scene when you come. Give those wallflowers a bit of a downward spiral. Chanel, okay. Putting down his cell phone, Principal Gu glanced at the group of people who were chatting in the private room and couldn't help but have an excited smile on his face. The vast majority of those were elite-level Imperial Beast Masters, the same level as him, but these guys usually didn't deal with him very well. so he took this opportunity to tell these people that Xianer wanted to meet them, thinking to take this opportunity to suppress this group of people and help pave the way for the later ones in the school. Just as he was thinking about how he could make the school a bridge between these people and Xianer, he suddenly felt a shocking chill coming over him, and in the next moment, earth-shattering dragon roars and miscellaneous cries of alarm were unceasingly heard. Chapter 145, Gai Shi Daimao Xianer. Principal Gu froze for a moment, but quickly thought of something. His eyes lit up, and he hurriedly greeted the others to go out and watch. But after going out, he regretted it. The originally blue dome of the sky was now covered by gloomy clouds, ghostly aura almost occupying half of the sky. All kinds of fierce ghostly shadows were playing in the dark clouds, shrill laughter endlessly, setting off Lianyuan City as if it had been transformed into a ghost city. The piercing cold had arrived at some point, freezing one's sides. Another earth-shattering dragon roar rang out, and bone wings made of cold ice blew away the dark clouds, so the crowd could see what was in the sky. But after getting a good look at the thing, everyone's breath stuttered and they couldn't believe their eyes. Dead souls. The dead souls of mankind crowded the clouds so thickly that they could not be seen at a glance. No, it wasn't a cloud at all. It was made up of dead souls, and the thick black smoke gathered so much that it even covered the sun, and surrounded by that group of undead souls was a frost-chill lord of terrifying size, with blue bone barbs made of cold ice all over his body. The Frost Lord appeared to be extraordinarily hideous, pulling behind him a chauffeur made of frosty white bone. Tens of thousands of ghost soldiers were sent in formation, clustered around the carriage, as if the Geisher Great Devil had come out of the world to tour the earth and wanted to pick which city to eat for dinner. This is the paragon of darkness? Director Xiao Wang was naturally among this group of people, and at this moment, he looked at the sky as if it was an inferno. His eyes were straight, his body was shivering, and his voice was involuntarily trembling. Yes, this is the paragon of darkness. Principal Gu was also startled and laughed dryly, thrusting his right hand into his pants pocket and squeezing his thigh hard. The pain sobered him up for a moment, and at the very least, he didn't shiver when he spoke. I have to say, he regrets it now. He was trying to make Chandler's row slightly bigger, but not this big. Bone dragons pulling a cart, tens of thousands of dead souls driving the road. How does this look like a good guy? No, bad guys can't be bad like this. This doesn't look like a person. The pedestrians below were so stunned that they even forgot to pull out their cell phones to take pictures, and those who were swept by the Frost Lord's line of sight were even more chilled, feeling as if their souls were about to be frozen. The Frost Lord slowly fell down and landed on the ground, accompanied by a dull sound, and behind him, the carriage chauffeur made of frigid white bones also landed smoothly on the ground. Principal, long time no see. With one hand propped up on the side of his face, Chantal lazily used his hand to lift the beaded curtains of phantom grass that made an impromptu cameo at the side of the window of the car and glanced at the men. Obviously there was no emotion, but these people scared themselves. Hard to feel a cool air jumping from the bottom to the top, making their body numb. The stiff expression on their face immediately turned into a fawning smile, and their hardened backs bent down. As for the stalking and saying that the king's law is still in place and there's no way he's a little kid who can do anything to them. This kind of thing before not seeing Xianer they did have this idea, boasting that they have eaten more salt than Xianer has eaten. How to say is an old-timer. Xianer has to give himself a face to do. But this small point was gone the moment they saw Xianer's appearance, and everyone looked extraordinarily submissive, fearing that they would be one of the tens of thousands of ghostly pawns flocking to the bone dragons in the next moment. As far as reporting Chandler for using human souls, this. Are you kidding me? They didn't know where the person in the Imperial Beast Bureau who could cure Kyle was, but they knew that Kyle was right in front of them, with only a few steps between them. At such a close distance, trying to escape a quasi-king level attack, they just couldn't even dream of such a spirited dream. Ancient Principal look at Xianer and look at their own specially selected over to accept the group of people under the horse. Only feel a burst of scalp numbness, before thinking of a stomach of words hard to use a sentence cannot. Just this debut on this group of guys at 10 lifetimes will be unforgettable first impression. Let's eat first. The food is getting cold. In the end, there was nothing he could do but dryly laugh twice and change the topic with incomparable stiffness. Yes, let's eat first. Mr. Chandler is such a looker. The darkness department really is the strongest. He took the lead, and the rest of them woke up like a dream, with all sorts of unthinking rainbow farts. Good thing too. Xianer lazily withdrew his hand, and the phantom dream grass beadstalk rooted at the top of the car chuffing window, revealing only the beadstalk like a bead curtain, was restored to its original state. The next moment, the door of the car opened, and a group of ghost soldiers came over to respectfully serve on both sides. Getting closer, these Lianyuan City head Imperial Beast Masters then saw clearly the strength of these ghost pawns, but it's seeing it clearly that they find it unbelievable. are all clear level 20 imperial beasts. A middle-aged man with a burly figure and muscles as thick as a rock stared with wide eyes and let out a shocked voice with a sharp voice. The companion next to him hastily stepped on him, telling him to take his voice back and not to disturb the nobleman in front of him. A group of people flanked Qianer back to the box. Not long, the body scared straight shivering waiters. This is like a tidal wave of influx. Put the dishes on the table. A variety of have seen, no but have not seen the etiquette of all use. Afraid of slowing down the Qianer, the world's great devil. Chanel propped his chin up, crossed his legs, and tapped his long fingers on the table with one hand, but the tapping sounded like it was hitting the other's heartbeats. It was obviously air-conditioned, but everyone was sweating profusely, except for two people, Chundel and Principal Ku. After the dishes were served, Qianer opened his mouth and just wanted to say, "Let's move the chopsticks," but before he could finish his words, a person sitting next to him suddenly stood up as if he was electrocuted, causing Qianer to hold back his words. Senior Qianer. Congratulations to Senior Qianer on his advancement to Quasi-King. This is a congratulatory gift from my junior. Please accept it. The middle-aged man who looked to be roughly in his 40s or 50s lowered his head and without the slightest bit of shyness called Qianer, a young man who was not yet 20 years old, his senior, while at the same time unconcernedly pulling out all the space backpacks he had on him and placing them on the table. Chandler froze a bit and couldn't help but look at Principal Ku, asking with his eyes what was going on. But before Principal Gu could say anything, the man next to him, thinking that Qianer was looking at himself, also stood up as if he had been electrocuted, cleanly pulling out all the space backpacks on his body, even the card for the shampoo parlor. With these two men starting, the others followed suit and stood up, laying all the money they had on the table. But the people in the back had learned their lesson. Not only did they directly open their spatial backpacks, revealing what looked like gold inside, but when they spoke, they also made a point of emphasizing who they were, in a bid to mingle in front of Qianer. For a moment, the table was bejeweled, setting the dishes flying in gold. Chapter 146. Happy birthday to the blood-burning saints, a big god certification plus for you know what, dang it. Chanel's hand with the chopsticks paused, unsure of what to do, but just then, the experienced old principal stepped forward and helped share out. Okay. Chantal doesn't like to be disturbed by others while she eats, so you guys leave your stuff behind and just leave the people. Hearing that they could stay away from Qianer, each of these people were so giddy that they were close to jumping up straight away, and one by one, after carefully placing their things on the table, they left with a quick step. Even though Chantal was just sitting there doing nothing, they could sense that he was strong as hell. After everyone else had left, Principal Ku was relieved. That's a big row you're making. He threw the congratulatory space backpack that he had collected earlier in his hand into Kyle's arms and said somewhat unkindly, "Wasn't it you, Principal, who said the row should be as big as possible? How about that? Didn't lose your face, did it?" Qianer, who had picked up his chopsticks and enjoyed the food, said smilingly, "Is not lost my face? You this time directly to my face to the sky. In the future I just die, lying in the pit. That group of people can probably read me." Principal Gu rubbed his temples with a headache and sighed helplessly. Now he is completely insulated from this thing called fame. Whoever mentions him in the future will say, "Alas, old Gu, isn't he the one who cultivated the darkness system Quasi-King? Good guy. I watched the row last time that darkness system Quasi-King came. Tens of thousands of souls opened up the road. God knows how many people he killed. But it's good. Infamy is also fame. At least he doesn't have to look at those faces in this Lianyuan city." What's wrong with you? Principal Gu, who had just picked up his chopsticks and was ready to eat, suddenly saw Qianer put down his chopsticks and asked nervously, "Is it hard to believe that the dish is poisoned?" "Oh, it's okay. I'm not hungry." Qianer heard the commotion and looked up at Principal Gu, and after noticing his expression, he immediately understood what he was thinking and explained with a smile, "Oh, I get it. Principal Gu followed suit and laughed twice, not moving as he put down his chopsticks. Didn't he know Chandler well enough? The guy chewed on his mouth all the time, like he hadn't had enough to eat. A man like that wouldn't dare eat this stuff. He would? He hasn't lived that long. This store will never be visited again. As a matter of fact, Principal Gu was completely overthinking it, and Qianer didn't eat it purely because it was a flesh and blood doppelganger. And what he ate, Qianer himself couldn't taste it. The two just chatted in the booth. The light of the jewels on the table and the aroma of the dishes tantalizing, but none of them moved their chopsticks, creating an eerie picture. After chatting for a while longer, Principal Gu saw that Qianer was not in high spirits, so he took the initiative to take his leave. He still had a whole lot of things to deal with on his side. Today, he had shocked the group by using Kyle's tiger skin. Now he could go over and pick the fruits of his victory. Just out of the door of the ancient principal's footsteps a beat, Remembered the previous Qianer deal with a Chen Xing have to pull his tiger skin, deliberately do not say the specific purpose of the past to fool him, while he did not pay attention to the effort to kill Chen Xing. And now, it's only been a few days, it's like a lifetime ago, and he, too, has been blessed by the disaster. The reputation is gone, but the backing is so hard it makes your head spin. The most valuable deal I've ever made in my life, old man, is to trade the reputation I've accumulated over my lifetime for a face. Sighing, Principal Ku hummed away in a good mood, and in the booth, Chanel took inventory of everything and couldn't help but lean back slightly in respect. Good guy. Don't look at the small place of Lianyuan City. This group of people is really rich. The money alone was more than 100 million, which could be exchanged for dozens of resources of that grade of blood and flesh essence. But those kinds of resources were things that had a price, and the equivalent amount of money couldn't be exchanged for the equivalent amount of resources. In addition to the money, a variety of jewelry, paintings and stones and the imperial beast props more. Most of the Qianer do not know. Ready to go back to find a person who understands to ask. I regret why I didn't know more people in the first place. A small town can squeeze out so much oil and water. Wouldn't a bigger one be more? But soon, Qianer put this thought behind him and threw all the resources into the imperial beast space after collecting them. Immediately afterward, this body left the hotel and found an unoccupied place to turn into flying dust and gradually disappeared. The three imperial beasts of the blood-burning saints who were responsible for maintaining the flesh and blood split withdrew from the control of this body, which naturally could not be maintained. As for the ghostly pawns that populated the body, they had long since followed. It doesn't have to be that fine for a group of elite-level imperial beastmasters. Inside the single training ground of the Imperial Academy's dormitory, Qianer opened his eyes and opened the imperial beast space with gusto, pulling out all the resources. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, 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 come on. With that, he summoned his four imperial beasts. The Frost-Chill Lord with the largest size coiled up outside and surrounded Qianer, pillowed his two front paws on the ground and stared closely at Qianer, the soul fire blazing in his empty pupils, flickering with a wave of tenderness, obviously with a seeping chill, but no frostbite for anyone here. The blood-burning saint sat cross-legged directly across from Qianer, looking down at the space backpacks that were gradually multiplying on the floor. The flag of the human emperor banner was curled around Qianer's right arm, and a pair of eyes stared at Qianer with interest as he opened each spatial backpack, finding and categorizing the props suitable for his imperial beasts inside. As for the phantom dreamgrass, it still fell to Qianer's head as before to shut itself up, not hearing anything outside the window. Soon, Qianer, who had divided all the imperial beast resources except for that golden fruit, took a breath and mysteriously took out a box from his spatial backpack. This scene attracted the attention of all his imperial beasts. This is? The blood-burning saint asked curiously as he looked at the box, which was covered by a black cloth, and he couldn't detect any aura about the darkness system in it. It's your birthday. Here's my birthday present for you. Happy birthday. And Qianer didn't sell the story, directly lifting the black cloth, revealing that imperial beast's special cell phone inside and handing it to the blood-burning saint. For a moment, the blood-burning saint's gaze froze. It was the first birthday he had ever celebrated. As for what a birthday is, he who surfs the internet regularly naturally knows well. He also added an Imperial Beast group. Is all composed of Imperial Beasts group chat. Inside the group often complain about their own Imperial Beast master forget their birthday clouds. According to his statistics, more than 200 people in the group, actually nearly half of the Imperial Beasts, do not have an Imperial Beast master to give their birthday. The original him hadn't expected much from this. After all, Kyle didn't look like a meticulous person. But I didn't expect him to actually remember and prepare a gift for himself early. He naturally knew about this cell phone and had wanted it for quite a while, but in order to maintain the face of his big brother in the team, he had never asked for it from Qianer. But I didn't expect to actually be noticed by chance. In fact, it's a coincidence that this is the one that Cat Made happens to recommend. Chapter 147, Illusory Dream Grass Evolution. Thanks. After a long period of silence, the blood-burning saint slowly spoke. When Qianer's other three imperial beasts saw the scene, their eyes glittered with envy. But the moment he thought that since Qianer remembered the blood-burning saint's birthdays, it was surely impossible for him to forget them, that bit of envy was immediately covered by anticipation. Yo, teacher, good morning, cafeteria. Qianer, who just distributed all the materials he got this time to his imperial beasts, came to the cafeteria at the first time to prepare for a lavish hand. And now the cafeteria has almost become a regular refreshment point for Qianer. And as it happened, Qianer, who was carrying a dinner plate, looked up and saw Zhang Xin, who had walked in with Professor Du Shiyu of the water department, and immediately raised his hand in greeting. and Zhang Xin, who heard the voice, originally thought that he was old and hallucinating all, but after seeing Qianer sitting there, he immediately revealed an expression like he had seen a ghost. "Why are you here? Didn't you go to your monthly exam?" he asked incredulously as he walked briskly over to Chanel. "This monthly examination is a big deal. Qianer is here to be the bait. The fishing place, the angler and the fish are already in place, but the most important bait is not there. So can it work?" "The ones that went were a couple of flesh and blood doppelgangers, as you've seen," Chandler said with the same light smile on his face as before. "The flesh and blood doppelganger you used for class the other day?" Professor Zhang Xin had intended to ask what the situation was, but he suddenly swallowed back when the words reached his mouth, his eyes glaring, obviously thinking of the out-of-place Qianer from before. "Right." Pulling out his seat for his teacher and his teacher's wife, Chantal acknowledged it with a grin. "That blood-burning saint of yours is the strongest I've ever seen in terms of attainment in the skill of flesh and blood splitting." For a while, Zhang Xin didn't even know what to say, and after a long period of silence, he slowly said, his tone full of marvel. At the same time, a sense of crisis also arose. Now he can be considered to understand why that guy in the time to roar in a hurry to go to the retreat. The feeling of being whisked away by the wolves is really difficult. By the way, teacher, what is this? After chatting for a while longer, Chantal suddenly took the golden fruit out of his backpack, and the moment he saw this fruit, Zhang Xian's eyes were straight. This look Qianer can be too familiar. He is also this look when he sees something good. He can guarantee that now if it is not in the Imperial College, if it is not next to his wife, if it is not that he is his student, he will directly go up to grab it. Taking a hard look at the fruit, he then retracted his eyes with fondness. "You're catching the big fish here?" he asked in a heavy tone. Not even asking what the fish he caught was, in fact, he knew the moment this golden fruit appeared. "Aha!" Chantal nodded. "This is called golden cloud fruit. It is the life crystal of this imperial beast, Mo Yun Vine. The family heirloom imperial beast of the Zhao family among the 8 families is Mo Yun Vine. The special ability of this kind of imperial beast is called relief of poverty and lending to the weak. Originally, this word is a very good word. The original meaning is to help the poor to improve their living conditions, so that they can live in peace and work in contentment. But this is all an outward expression. This skill of Mo Yun Vine is to lend its power to the weaker people. But this needs to be repaid. It needs to be repaid several times over. In other words, it's usury, because of the characteristics of the imperial beasts. So the people of the Zhao family have also been influenced quite a bit. All of them attach extreme importance to wealth. And this golden cloud fruit is the materialization of this ability. The loans recovered by the Mo Yun Vine are all stored within this fruit. The vast majority of the energy of the Mo Yun Vine is stored within it. The stronger the Mo Yun Vine, the larger the golden cloud fruit within its body. And the more the Mo Yun Vine is, at the very least, like this big golden cloud fruit. I've never seen it before. Zhang Xian forced himself not to look at the golden cloud fruit and said so. "So what's the point of this?" Qianer came to his senses, marveling at the golden cloud fruit in his hand. The uses can be great. Replenishing the origin, improving qualifications, increasing strength, strengthening the body and so on and so forth. It can almost allow the imperial beasts to be upgraded in all aspects. According to reason, this kind of good stuff should make quite a few imperial beasts and imperial beast masters go crazy, thus keeping imperial beasts like the Mo Yun Vine in captivity to specialize in the production of the golden cloud fruit. But no one, neither Qianer nor Zhang Xian, brought up the issue. After all, the ginseng fruit of the 5 heavenly kings is also a good thing, so why didn't any demons go and grab it? This is straightforward to eat, and if you're lucky, there's even a probability of comprehending the ability of the race of Mo Yun Vine to lend money to usurers. But I've only heard of it, and I haven't seen anything like this yet. Okay, thanks teacher. This time it's on me. After saying that, Qianer, who had long since finished eating, immediately went to the window to help Zhang Xian and his wife settle the bill, and then quickly returned to his dormitory. Come on, Lao Si, come out. I'll give you a good thing." Calling the phantom grass out of the end world, Qianer took out the golden cloud fruit and said, "The illusory dream grass," which was originally enjoying a feast of town guards and quasi-king level imperial beasts, raised its head in wonder. This time, the harvest was really not small. On average, all of Qianer's imperial beasts could be raised by 1 or 2 levels. Knowing that this was a quasi-king level royal beast, which could be raised by a level or 2, one could imagine just how lucrative the harvest was this time around. "This one's for you." With that, Qianer handed the golden cloud fruit to the illusory dream grass. The moment it saw the golden cloud fruit, Phantom Grass's eyes went straight, and it felt like every organ in its body was urging it to eat this thing quickly. But Phantom Grass just wanted to reach out its beaded stem to grab the golden cloud fruit, but at the end of the day, it flinched. Me, it's better to give it to human emperor flag big brother. It said softly in a soft purring voice. Don't come up with this, it has already evolved into a quasi-god. You haven't. You're the only one out of the 4 in our family who hasn't found his way yet. That would definitely give anyone else the urge to die if they heard it. A racial value of 450, which was already about the right racial value in the vast majority of Imperial Beastmasters, but on Qian'er's side it was surprising that he still just hadn't found his way. Being persuaded by Qian'er so much, the illusory dreamgrass was still a little hesitant, which looked at Qian'er people were speechless. How did I end up with such an unpleasant Imperial Beast as you? It looks like I still haven't paid attention to your character development. Saying that, Qian'er directly went up and grabbed the illusory dreamgrass, and just shoved this golden cloud fruit underneath the roots of the illusory dreamgrass. The phantom dreamgrass had no choice but to extend its roots to root in the golden cloud fruit. Soon the golden yellow fruit was drained of its juice, leaving only a shriveled skin, and the phantom grass body lit up with a white light of evolution. Satisfied with the sight, Chandler stood up and silently took out his camera and turned on the video mode. I also don't know if I can comprehend the ability of the Moyun vine to lend money. To be honest, Chance kind of craved that ability. Chapter 148, Flower on the Other Side. Amidst the white light, Qian'er could vaguely see the beaded stems of the illusionary dreamgrass like a coronet gradually drying up and falling off, and the leaves began to stretch and lengthen. A flower skeleton is gradually born and eventually blooms. The moment the flower bloomed, the light that enveloped it instantly exploded. A flower that was bright red in color, as if it was flowing with blood, but its body was a burst of illusion, and as if it was rooted in a phantom dream. Unnamed beast. Attributes, dead souls, grass. Rank, 52, Quasi-King Jr. Qualification, gold. Physical strength race value, 255. Attack racial value, 10. Defense racial value, 10. Special attack race value, 135. Special defense race value, 135. Speed race value, 55. Total racial value, 600. Skills, rooting, drawing, parasitism, healing of dead souls, Yin Chi Bomb, lifting Chi, abandoning souls to preserve truth, illusory dream realm, golden wheel of merit, silver wheel of incense, relief of poverty, phantom dream grass newly evolved out of the royal beast unsurprisingly also to the quasi-god level, and the golden cloud fruit after helping it evolve and break through the quasi-king. The energy has not yet been exhausted. The level of the phantom dreamgrass has been pushed to the level of 52, this only to stop, and also comprehended the Motion Vine's poverty relief lending skills, which can be said to want to be a pleasant surprise. But what about the racial value of this imperial beast? Abstract as always, ridiculously high stamina, ridiculously low attack and defense, and traditionally slow speed. On second thought, it was surprising that Chundel's team only had one high-speed imperial beast in the Blood-Burning Saints. When the Frost Chill Lord evolved into a Frost Bone Dragon, its speed would increase quite a bit, but right now, the Frost Chill Lord's speed was still a bit slower than other Imperial Beasts of the same level. Does that mean the next Imperial Beast needs to consider a high-speed Imperial Beast? Touching his chin, Qian'er pondered. Now that the Blood-Burning Saints and the Frost-Cold Lords had both been promoted to Quasi-Kings, the need for those low-level resources was not so great. It was more about satisfying the appetite, a situation in which he was perfectly capable of raising 2 more Imperial Beasts. It was at that moment that Chandler suddenly felt himself being propelled a few times. Snapping his head up, he saw that the phantom dreamgrass, which had evolved into a blood-red demonic flower, was coming up beside him, nudging himself with its blades. Mimi, Sentinel, you haven't named my race yet. The Imperial Beast that evolved from the illusory dreamgrass had completely detached itself from its previous slump at this point, and the entire flower was excited, its bloom shaking along with it. Oh, yeah, was going to have to think of a name for that. Seeing it happy, Chantal's eyes narrowed with it, gently rubbing the bright red petals. Chantal contemplated for a moment as an idea finally flashed through his mind. Ugh, yeah, let's call it the other side of the river. You're kinda like the other side of the river in the mythology of the world before mine. Surveying the sultry bright red flower, Chanel smiled and settled on the name. The other flower that got the name also shook the flower with an excited look, casually throwing the piston flower towards his head. Toss up the western blade sheep's Qian'er figure flashed. His body gradually became transparent, and the world in front of him began to distort. By the time the world regained its composure, it had turned into a post-apocalyptic world. At this point in the post-apocalyptic world has changed drastically, because the zombies had all been cleared out by Qian'er. The deserted city had gradually recovered its human population. It was only because so few humans had survived that the city was extraordinarily empty, and the humans who had just finished the end of the apocalypse were so desperately insecure that most of them huddled in the center of the city and didn't dare to expand out in the slightest. But that wasn't much of a problem with Qian'er. His mission was already accomplished, and he took one last look at the huge city. In the center of the human gathering place, then stood a 3-meter-tall human statue. The statue was carved according to Qian'er's stature, but the face couldn't be seen because they didn't know what Qian'er looked like. Behind Qian'er, his 4 imperial beasts were arranged in order, but none of them were as big as Qian'er. Let's go. This city is over. Keep expanding outward. In a corner where the humans hadn't yet spread over, Chance summoned the Frost Chill Lords. It was at this moment that the soul fire within the Frost Cold Lord's pupils slowly began to burn, awakening from its slumber. This fishing harvest was great, although it was the pigeon flower that took the lion's share. But Qian'er's other imperial beasts' enhancement was also not low. All of them were raised by 1 level, except for the pigeon flower. The rest of them had already reached 53 levels, and once again broke free from a shackle. The sobered-up Frostbite Lord was not at all surprised to hear Chantal's words as he shifted his bony wings and moved around. Where to this time? It opened its mouth wide and spat out the words. Here it is. It's not far. After taking the map out of his pocket and surveying it for a moment, Changer took out a pen and drew a circle on the city to indicate that it had been solved. And then he pointed to a small city next to this one. As we all know, the cities around the provincial capital city will be relatively backward. The economy, population and so on will be siphoned by the provincial capital city. And the post-apocalyptic world is no exception. The small city that Qian'er set as the target is called Anping City. Before the end of the world's resident population is less than 2 million people. And compared to the capital city of this province, it is far from the difference. But even if it is, it still has to be passed. That sense of foreboding came back. If he could clean up all the zombies in the entire world, then the benefits would definitely be great beyond his imagination. Anping City was not far from here. Although the speed of the Frost Cold Lord was on the slower side compared to imperial beasts of the same rank, it was also a quasi-king level imperial beast, known as a moving plague of heaven, and with full force outbursts, this distance could be crossed in only half an hour. What's wrong with this one? Looking at the city below, the Frost Cold Lord did not have the slightest ripple in his burning soul fire. The increase in strength brought about an increase in the bottom line. Just this enemy. Give it an hour and it can all be solved. It can turn this city directly into a city of ice. There's no rush. I'll go back and see if I can find a new member of our family. You wait here slowly, kill fewer zombies, and figure out more about skill development. Kyanel barked. He had also realized in the meantime that the rest of his imperial beasts, except for the blood-burning saints, could be said to be quite inferior in terms of skill development, because the plucking was too fast. The blood-burning saints were at least with him through a tense and exciting infancy, while the ones that joined later in the blood-burning saints didn't have much of a chance to go all out at all, so they were extraordinarily weak in this regard. Gotta go out to the teacher and ask what to do about it. Chanel's figure faded and eventually disappeared from the end world. Chapter 149, Young Hakai. I want to be a compulsory part of the entrance exam. It's hard for me to give you an answer when you ask me something like that. Young Shuai, who had always given off a gentle and elegant attitude, was grasping his hair in annoyance at this time, and his tone was filled with an indescribable emotion. Early this morning, the student he had just enrolled in school not long ago who was already at the same stage as him suddenly found him and asked him what to do about the situation where the strength of the imperial beasts had grown too fast, resulting in much poorer development of skills. What do we do? Why in the world would anyone have this kind of trouble? Everyone else was too tired of the sentinel's strength growing too slowly, resulting in a large amount of time to figure out skills. So all the sentinels since the beginning of time targeted this aspect of things. They were all unable to raise their royal beasts level, so they could only painstakingly work on their skills, striving to strengthen their royal beasts by raising their skills. But I didn't realize that it was all directly reversed with this student of his. If you ask me hard, I can only tell you to continue like this now on the line. Although the skills of the imperial beasts are very important, but the level is the root of everything. A true king level imperial beast, even if what skills are not used, just use the basic attributes alone can crush the quasi-king level imperial beasts of the same clan. Yong Shuai said with a bit of a headache. If Qian'er's strength was a bit lower, even if he was still at the peak of his former Jinsho, he could have said that actual combat was the best teacher, and then sent Qian'er to the extraterritorial battlefields to go and look for those Jinsho level undead to fight. But not now. Qian'er broke through to the quasi-king. How can there be so many quasi-kings in the world for Qian'er to practice his sword? The quasi-king level in many races that aren't so strong can even be the oldest ancestor of a township, and even some of the weakest races, the strongest are only at the township guard level. The quasi-king dark demon he had found for Qian'er last time had taken a lot of effort to find. By the way, did you use the dark demon soul I gave you last time? Yong Shuai turned his words around and suddenly asked about it. He had never seen Qian'er's 10,000 soul streamer. That said, it should have evolved into a 10,000 soul streamer by now. After all, The blood-burning saints were quasi-kings. The strength of his other imperial beasts couldn't be too far off, could it? No. I didn't let that soul replace the soul of my imperial beast. My imperial beast took a different path than the other 10,000 souls, one that should be difficult to replicate. If Yang Shuai hadn't said it, Chenner would have almost forgotten. Last time, when he had determined that that soul would not be harmful to the human emperor flag, he had thrown that soul directly to the human emperor flag. According to it, this kind of high-quality soul could not be found very often, and it might not be possible to directly transform it into a ghost general. However, the strength of the human emperor banner at that time was too weak to fully digest the souls of the quasi-king level, so it was stowed away in the kingdom to water down its strength. Kyle was concerned for a while at first, and left it alone when he determined that there was really no way for that thing to cause harm to the human emperor's flag. By now, it was estimated that the transformation had already succeeded. After all, a quasi-king level quasi-god who wanted to transform a soul of the same level should be as easy as a slap in the face. Hard to replicate the path? What do you mean? Hearing Chenner say this, Yang Shuai immediately came to ask after him with interest. At this moment, his soul of curiosity was burning. This kind of imperial beast of the 10,000 soul streamer was a new type of imperial beast, and it was worthwhile to start a thesis on what he found out. Wait, you didn't breed another undead type paragon, did you? Suddenly, he thought of Chenner's blood-burning saint, and his eyes suddenly widened in disbelief as he asked. Teacher's guess was pretty good. Looking at this smiling student in front of him, Yang Shuai's eyes gradually widened and grew bigger and bigger. The shock on his face also grew. The news about Lian Yuan City at this time had already been blocked by the Imperial Beast Bureau. The place was now turned into a LAN. The news could not be passed out at all. It was just waiting for when there was a decision on what happened with the military and the lineage to come back and lift it again. So he wasn't really aware of what exactly Chenner had gotten up to over there either. The quasi-god races in the world were all counted, and there simply wasn't enough division to have a quasi-god race in every lineage. Before Chenner, only the skeleton department had a quasi-god frost bone dragon among the 3 darkness departments, and the undead and flesh departments could only look at others with envy and dry eyes. But after Chenner, many people learned that the original flesh and blood lineage could also cultivate paragons. In an instant, those flesh and blood imperial beastmasters who were qualified to know about Chenner's matter all went crazy, frantically acquiring highly qualified rotting slime monsters all over the world in an attempt to retrace Chenner's old path and cultivate a stable evolutionary pathway for blood-burning saints. Even Zhang Xian wasn't an exception. Yang Shuai had seen so many more rotting mud monsters come out of that guy's lab during this time. The original Yang Shuai was still mocking those guys for being unsteady, but after hearing the news of the undead soul system quasi-gods, he found that he actually couldn't be calm either. This little old man who was over 100 years old but looked like he was in his 30s was staring at Chenner with a burning gaze, as if he was looking at some rare treasure. Can I see it? His tone of voice was trembling. After all, that was a quasi-god. At the moment the quasi-gods of the Undead Soul Department appeared. As Chenner's Undead Soul Department teacher, his Yang Shuai's name was already destined to be recorded in history, becoming the extracurricular knowledge that countless students would need to expand upon. But if he was able to build upon this foundation and research a stable pathway that could evolve the soul recruiting streamer into a quasi-god, then he, Yang Shuai, would be the knowledge that countless students would need to take in their college entrance exams. Who could carry that kind of temptation? At the moment Yang Shuai did not care before the boomerang hit in his head. Joking. He can be hit by the boomerang that is his good fortune. The world do not know how many people want to be hit by the boomerang have not been this blessing, such as the darkness department of the nemesis of the sacred department. Their darkness department is now close to a department of a quasi-gods. The sacred department of the others are still a not it. Could be. Chenner with a small red flower on his head nodded. After evolving into the other side of the flower, it seemed to have a deeper understanding of the illusionary dream realm. Just standing there had an illusory feeling, and everyone would subconsciously ignore its existence. It's a good one for being an assassin. Saying that, the imperial beast space behind Chenner opened up, and the human emperor flag, who was far away in the middle of the end world, sensed the summoning and thought that something had happened, and immediately drilled back into the imperial beast space with great excitement, responding to Chenner's summoning. On the other hand, in the midst of the imperial beast world, the human emperor flag excitedly burrowed out of the imperial beast space, curiously surveying the surroundings for any enemies that might exist. However, after sweeping around and realizing that there were no enemies, only Yang Shuai, the teacher of his own imperial beast master, he then revealed an expression of pity. It had learned about Chenner's interpersonal relationships while manipulating its flesh and blood doppelganger, and naturally, it had also met Yang Shuai. Chapter 150, Zhang Xian, you can contract a manifestation demon now. Is this such an excellent racial value distribution? Since he was an Imperial Beast Master of the same level as Qianer, he could also see the racial value of the human Emperor banner, but that's what made him feel incredible. For being too good, the human Emperor banner's racial values are perfectly suited to a standard-to-the-point tanking template. It wasn't like the Undead Rec Leader's defense extremes, where the defense racial value was a full 200 points, but at the expense of the other racial values, resulting in none of the racial values other than defense being over 100. With a physical strength of 150 and 160 points in both defense and special defense, the human Emperor banner completely crushes other tank-type Imperial beasts in terms of versatility. Why would a tank of this magnitude be an Undead-type Imperial beast? Yang Shuahai asked in disbelief. Although scholars at his level would no longer respond to every lineage of Imperial beasts with stereotypes, this was too abnormal. Aren't most of the Undead system's Imperial beasts high-speed, high-attack, low-blood assassin types? So why is this the case with the Undead system's Paragon? Although the 10,000 Soul Streamer itself is the royal beast that favors the defense type, but that defense is not so outrageous. It's more of a meet some, and then give the enemy a mitigation buff. But what's all this? What is this race called? Obsessively surveying the human Emperor flag, Yang Shuehai opened his mouth to inquire. Flag of the human Emperor. Why the name? Yang Shuehai froze for a moment. Even though he was over 100 years old, he often surfed the internet, so he naturally knew about this stunt of the 10,000 Soul Streamer. You're playing a stunt? But Kyle shook his head and turned his head to have the human Emperor banner release a ghost pawn out. It's not a play on the terrier. It's a name that was properly thought up using the characteristics of the human Emperor's flag. Bump! Yang Shuehai looked at the ghost pawn. People are numb. The first time to jump up, a foot to the office door closed. After confirming that there is no one outside, he only then came over to the face of shocked whispered question. You're giving out something so exciting so generously? He lowered his voice, shock written all over his face. Don't worry, Sensei, I have tens of thousands of ghost pawns, and the military side knows about this. Chantal knew what he was thinking, of course, and smiled as she explained a mouthful to him. And hearing this, Yang Shuehai then relaxed and sat back in his seat. If there were a few or even dozens of ghost pawns, he would really feel like the sky was falling. After all, if he were to publicize this type of evolution, he might not be able to tell how the people behind him were scolding him. Chandler is going to be fine. The officials are sure to bail him out, but he can't say what he's going to do. So, are you saying that this kind of ghost pawn is the main requirement for the evolution of the 10,000 Soul Streamer into the human Emperor flag? He cupped his chin and sized up the ghost pawn and human Emperor flag, the envy in his eyes on the verge of overflowing. Originally, he was thinking that the human Emperor banner's aggressiveness would be weak, and that it needed to be paired with a strong output teammate. But turn around and Kyle tells others that there are actually tens of thousands of level 20 ghost pawns in the royal flag? What an offensive weakness. This offense is bursting at the seams. Every Paragons had their own special abilities, but Yang Shuehai felt that this special ability of the human Emperor flag was extraordinarily outrageous. There wasn't even a need to cultivate a race. As long as there was a human Emperor flag that would be enough to support a family. Not necessarily, there are other factors, but this should be a large percentage. Chance couldn't say exactly what to do if he was able to evolve into a human royal flag. Merit, faith and human souls all seem to be necessary, and a combination of all three would be necessary to evolve into a human royal flag. By the way, Sensei, don't go astray. I don't want to take on an assignment that involves taking you out someday. When he finished, Chandler snickered a bit. How can it be? People of my age can be too clear about what they can and can't do. Now I'm thinking about, could it be that this evolutionary condition requires a large number of the same souls? Maybe I can get out the Beast Emperor flag or something like that. At the mention of this, Yang Shuehai became excited, and after sending Qianer out, he immediately began to contact the logistics department to go on the public account to acquire a few soul-attracting streamers for experimental use. Qianer's question ended up being pushed out the door without being asked by the Imperial Beast that had been hiding in Yang Shuehai's shadow. A high-speed flesh and blood or skeleton-based Imperial Beast? Professor Zhang Xin, who had been called out of his lab by a phone call from Qianer, froze for a moment when he heard the request. Yes, Sensei, I realized that none of my Imperial Beasts are too fast, so I wanted to find a high-speed Imperial Beast to make up for it, but for some reason I can't get in touch with Tokinika-sensei, Chanel asked, scratching his head in wonder. It's only normal that you can't contact him. He's gone on a death retreat, saying that he won't come out until he breaks through to True King. Zhang Xin sized up Qianer with a complicated expression, and his mouth ultimately didn't tell him why Tokuyuka was in closed-door seclusion. In that case, then teacher, does the Flesh and Blood Department have any recommendations for high-speed Imperial Beasts? Qianer nodded and looked at Zhang Xin and asked, and as soon as he heard this, Zhang Xin's eyebrows instantly danced. You're asking the right question. In your current situation, I highly recommend you to contract a manifestation demon. Speaking of his masterpiece, Zhang Xin immediately came to the fore. He couldn't wait to recommend manifestation demon to Qianer. Manifestation demon? It's kind of fitting. After listening to Zhang Xin's reasoning, Qianer realized that he seemed to be missing such a jack-of-all-trades as Manhwa demon in his team. Manifestation devils have now become the newest of the Empire's flesh and blood imperial beasts because of me, and are quite sought after. You won't be able to find a manifestation devil in the resource trading hall, so I'm recommending that you take a chance on this secret realm, which is one of the largest habitats for flesh and blood imperial beasts in the country, and contains quite a number of manifestation devils. Speaking of this, Zhang Xin proudly puffed out his chest. After all, bringing a rather cold imperial beast into the newest of the flesh and blood lineage with his own strength was the greatest achievement of his life, one that was enough to step into the history books. It can be said that Yong Shuihai so pursued everything to leave a name as his part of the reason, and because of this, he had also become the VIP of each flesh and blood lineage mystic realm. As long as one held his warrant, then one could enter any flesh and blood lineage mystic realm unconditionally and pick and take away any imperial beast from it. It costs money for other people to go. Oh, okay. After receiving the warrant from Professor Zhang Xin's hand and asking for the address in detail once again, and after taking his leave, Qianer turned his head and left. The secret realm was off campus, so Chantal had nothing to worry about this time. After all, he now had 3 Quasi-King level full-bodied quasi-gods in his hands. Even a peak Quasi-King Imperial Beastmaster would have to die when they encountered him, and he would be able to have the time to escape if a true king-level enemy appeared. Still, it's a good idea to keep a steady hand. At the entrance of the school, looking at the forest outside, Qianer took out his cell phone and dialed Du Xiaoming's number. Chapter 151, A Great Matter That Stabs the Sky. Hey, what's going on? Old man, I'm on the fence over here. The phone was soon dialed, and Du Xiaoming's pale but smiling voice came from there. Ha? Such an important thing to tell me? Chance didn't know what to say with the phone in his hand. This kind of tactic with him? Haven't you ever taken a military class? Surrounding a point is never a conspiracy. I'm just telling all of them that I'm just surrounding a point. Do they dare not come? If they dare not come, I will dare to destroy the Zhao family. Soon, Du Xiaoming's puzzled voice came from the other side of the phone, as if he couldn't imagine why Qianer of a semi-military school like the Imperial Academy wouldn't understand this. Ahem. Is fine. What can Qianer say? This aspect he really does not know. After all, the zombie and no brain, and it is impossible for him to use the art of war against the zombie. Okay, go ahead. What's it to me? 2 things. One is that I'm going to take a trip out of the school to the secret realm of flesh and blood in the Qing province to collect a manifestation demon. And the second thing is that I've killed a heavenly curtain bull during the freshman test before and found the reason why the heavenly curtain bull can be resurrected. How much do the officials intend to offer to buy this? Chantal asked with a grin as she found a large, flat rock at the entrance to the school and sat down. I almost forgot about the big event before. And Du Xiaoming is also a big person who can directly reach the heavenly audience, and told him that there is no problem. And Qianer asked the official, not the military. The military is only responsible for the war. If you want to be responsible for some other, that is a big no-no. That's why the Imperial Beasts Bureau this period of time will have to be separated from the military. You can only go to the officials for such a big event. At those words, there was a long silence on the other side of the phone. There was silence for a few moments, which was followed by a crackling sound, as if something had been thrown to the ground. Wait a moment, don't go yet. I'll notify the above. You'll stay at the Imperial Academy. I'll notify Elder Xiaoye to protect your safety. Remember, don't go. You must wait for the official people to arrive. After saying that, he hung up the phone in a hurry, and holding up the cell phone that was putting out a busy signal, Chanel's hand froze in midair. Okay, so let's just go back and get some more sleep. Shaking his head in amusement, he sat up from the boulder and headed towards his quarters. At this moment, on the other side, Du Xiaoming, who had just hung up the phone, didn't even think about it and immediately told all the people who had come to deliberate to leave from the room and go out to guard against any reinforcements that might come from the world families. And after everyone had left, he immediately called for the Frostbone Dragon to land and wrap the makeshift house with white bones and coal ice. After making sure that everything was safe, he immediately took out the cell phone he had just called and crushed it with his bare hands, accompanied by a muffled sound. The phone exploded in his palm. Making sure that the cell phone had been completely destroyed, he then took out a mirror from his space backpack. A few rubs on the mirror and soon the image appeared. This method of communication was quite primitive, but it was very safe and would not be captured by any lineage of imperial beasts. And there was a probability of being eavesdropped on by steel or electric lineage imperial beasts if they communicated on cell phones or the like. Granted, This behavior was also recorded in the Torah, but it was such a big deal that they couldn't afford to gamble on it. The image in the mirror soon surfaced a middle-aged man who looked about 50 years old with a stalwart face, and that man's eyes lit up after seeing Du Xiaoming, and he immediately performed a junior salute to him. Elder Du. He wanted to continue saying something, but was interrupted by Du Xiaoming. Alright, now, you're the great general, no need to get all this vain stuff on me. Quickly help me contact the Prime Minister and His Majesty. Just tell them I have something important to report. Along with his words, the expression of the middle-aged man in the mirror heaved. After nodding, he quickly left. No one knew what they all said, but the powerful people within the capital realized that the wind had changed. I don't know how many armies of Imperial Beastmasters in military formations were moving in and out of the capital, and some people even spotted a few figures of human underpinnings, but none of this mattered to Chundel, who was thousands of miles away, and while the powers that be speculated on their restlessness, he had a good night's sleep in his quarters. The Petunia swayed on Chandler's pillow, carefully manipulating Chandler's dreams as if he were a precious treasure, so that he could dream beautifully. Early the next morning, sleeping is really comfortable. Stretching, Chanel sat up from the bed and gently poked his finger twice at the little red flower on his pillow before heading into the bathroom in his room to wash up. When he came out, throwing the Petunia over his head, Chantal pushed open the door to his room and walked out. But when he just walked to the living room, his footsteps paused for a moment. A sharp-tongued man was sitting leisurely on the sofa drinking tea, and the maid cat was hiding in her room, opening the door a crack to look outside carefully. You are? Kyle quickly took in the house, revealing half of his body, inquiring in a curious tone, but the half that was hidden had his hand in his spatial backpack, gripping the dagger made of sequential 3-bite weaponry, both eyes seeming to dart around but keeping their eyes on his vitals. The gates of the Imperial Beast's space poised to burst open, and if anything were to go wrong his Imperial Beasts would pour out of it. The man who heard the commotion lifted his head and immediately revealed a friendly expression after seeing Chenner. It's Mr. Kyle, isn't it? How do you do? My name is Fu Koen, the Imperial Palmistress, and I'm here mainly to discuss with you what you said to General Du yesterday. When he finished speaking, he looked at Kyle's vaguely guarded expression before explaining to him. I'm the closest Imperial official who can talk to you here. I came all night last night after His Majesty and the Chancellor discussed the results, and arrived around 3 a.m. originally. The maid cat was going to go over and wake you up, but I stopped her. Saying that, he also took out a bag and a token proving his identity from his space backpack. You haven't had breakfast yet. I made a point of bringing you one when I went out to eat earlier. Seeing him say that, Chenner then took his hand out of his space backpack and slowly walked down the steps. He had spent a few months in the Imperial Beast world, and he knew a little bit about the official positions in the Empire. Palm is an official position, is one of the 9 ministers of 2 often belongs to the official. The main political affairs, is a fairly weighty role, and now this is on the chin a reveal naked goodwill, and even some currying favor with the meaning of, how is the official prepared to bid? Bai Pishu first made sure that food was indeed fine, and he also used the school channel to find out from Xiaoye that official seal was also fine. Chenner then sat down and picked up a bun to ask,